On the night of December 18, 2022, the sky above Lusail Stadium was ignited by tens of thousands of lights. At the instant the final whistle blew, it felt as though the entire world froze for 3 full seconds. It was Messi's moment, the coronation of the third generation's king of football after Maradona and Pelé, and the moment when Argentina reclaimed the summit of the world game. The Argentine players sprinted madly toward the center of the pitch. The 35-year-old Lionel Messi fell to his knees on the grass, both hands covering his face as tears surged through the gaps between his fingers. At last he lifted the World Cup trophy that had haunted his dreams. The golden cup shimmered brilliantly in his hands, reflecting the redness in his eyes and the thunderous hearts of hundreds of millions of fans. It was the pinnacle that belonged to Messi alone, the most perfect footnote to his 17-year professional career. From a boy in Rosario to a legend of the game, from the raw youth of Camp Nou to the glory of the Pampas, he had used countless dribbles, goals, and assists to turn the title of King of Football from a subject of debate into an indisputable fact. Fireworks exploded above Lusail Stadium, and a blue and white tidal wave flooded the field of vision. Messi was engulfed by his teammates, lifted by the world's cheers up toward the clouds. He lowered his head and kissed the golden trophy in his arms, tasting the faint metallic tang and the bittersweet trace of champagne on his tongue. Was it complete now? Yes, it was. Yet deep within this ultimate sense of completion, a hairline crack, subtle but impossible to ignore, quietly opened. For an instant it felt as though his soul had been gently drawn out of his body, and the roar receded into silence. What flashed before his eyes was not the celebration, but a moment from a year earlier. It was the suffocating white glare of the press room at Camp Nou, the tissue in his hands soaked with tears, the choking in his throat, like something grinding it to pieces, and that cold, humiliating exposure of his departure under the gaze of the entire world. If only, before the thought could fully form, darkness swallowed everything. May 14, 2021, 6:47 a.m. Barcelona. Messi jolted awake in his familiar bed, heart pounding wildly. The cloud-shaped lamp Thiago had chosen was casting a warm glow, and the air was filled with the scent of home. He rushed to the window. Barcelona's morning light lay tranquil as ever. On the electronic clock, the scarlet digits stabbed at his eyes. May 14, 2021. This was not a dream. The euphoria of the World Cup still carried a lingering warmth, yet another future, terrifying in its clarity, had already surged into his mind. Laporta's promises upon his return, the long summer of uncertainty, the icy unable to renew notice at the end of July, and that farewell press conference, which shattered his heart before the entire globe. 3 days from now, in La Liga's 37th round, Barca would host Getafe at Camp Nou. In the memories of his previous life, that match had been steeped in sorrow and confusion. Now he knew that would be his true final song at Camp Nou. Just as shock and confusion clashed within him, an absolutely neutral voice resonated directly in the depths of his consciousness. System has detected a bearer of the summit of world football. Core regret anchored, non-voluntary severance. System initiating. Space-time coordinates. May 14, 2021. Granting one-time, personal peak experience authority for a single match, all attributes lifted to the threshold, perception absolutely focused. Warning: post-match, a 15-day balance period will be triggered with profound functional fatigue. System energy depleted. Entering hibernation. Reactivation condition: the host must, by his own achievements in this timeline, once again touch the summit of world football. Final directive: the manner of the king's farewell shall be decided by the legend himself. The voice vanished clean and abrupt, as if it had never existed. All that remained was a fragment of cold information, a dangerous gift, a cruel price, and an expectation that seemed out of reach. Messi stood at the window, gazing toward the blurred outline of Camp Nou in the distance. His initial shock and sense of absurdity were quickly suppressed by a force that was calmer and far colder. With a soul tempered by the mentality of a World Cup champion, he could now survey his situation with an almost cruel clarity. He saw the political calculations hidden behind Laporta's smile. Barca's finances were a deadlock with no solution, but how to handle Lionel Messi was a delicate art. They needed to display sorrow and helplessness, yet also decisively unload their final expensive asset. In the face of absolute interest, sentiment was as thin as a cicada's wing. The farewell was already predetermined. In that case, the manner of farewell had to be written by him alone. What he sought was not to be retained. He wanted an impact, a performance that every spectator would remember for life. Laporta in the VIP box, the European giants watching like predators, and the grieving fans. He would personally tear apart the labels of burden and twilight. Anton, he turned around, his voice hoarse yet steady. Antonella was already standing quietly at the doorway, her eyes filled with understanding and concern. She walked over and took his cold hand. 3 days from now, against Getafe, Messi looked straight into his wife's eyes, his gaze sharp like a sword about to leave its sheath. That will be my last match at Camp Nou. I'm going to give a gift, and for my future self, a new resume. He paused, then enunciated each word with crushing weight: 5 goals in 1 game. Do you think that period would be loud enough? Antonella's pupils contracted slightly, then turned into unwavering resolve. She held him in a fierce embrace. Then go and do it, Leo. Whatever happens afterward will be here. Within that embrace, the last ripple in Messi's heart settled into The plan was set. First step at Camp Nou, burn through that gift and stage the ultimate solo performance. Second step, in the abyss of weakness that would follow, watch coldly from the sidelines and evaluate every faction. Third step, choose a new path that would extend his glory and preserve his dignity. In the depths of his tranquil gaze, the countdown to the coming storm quietly began. Outside the window, daylight flooded Barcelona. It looked like an ordinary day had begun. Only he knew that a curtain of fate belonging to him alone, yet destined to shake world football, had already been drawn open. This time he would walk alone until he wrote his own final chapter. Messi arrived earlier than usual, a strange serenity flowing through his body. The conversation with Antonella the previous night, that allure-nothing resolve, had now settled into the depths of his eyes as an unfathomable concentration. He knew exactly what he carried in his pocket. Not a physical card, but a costly miracle that could be activated with a single thought. Before training, head coach Ronald Koeman gathered the squad. The Dutch manager's face was stern with shadows of fatigue under his eyes. The team had long since crashed out of the Champions League, and the final La Liga matches were little more than battles of honor. The mood was heavy, tinged with the unease of impending farewells. Rumors about Messi's future had long been an open secret in the dressing room. Last home match, Koeman's voice was dry. For the fans and for ourselves. Play with dignity. His words echoed in the spacious meeting room, sounding somewhat hollow. Messi sat quietly in his seat, fingertips unconsciously rubbing the fabric at the edge of his shin guards. Dignity. Yes. But what he would take away and leave behind went far beyond that. His gaze swept over his teammates. Sergio Busquets' brow was faintly furrowed. This midfield brain could always sense the subtlest shifts in the team's mood. On the other side, Jordi Alba's eyes were filled with reluctance and anger. He was perhaps the most emotionally transparent, the one least willing to accept any possible farewell. Antoine Griezmann sat a little farther away, his expression complicated. The French forward had arrived for a hefty transfer fee, yet had never fully integrated into a Messi-centric system. In his eyes now there might be confusion about his future, and perhaps a trace of secret anticipation for a reshuffled hierarchy after the possible departure of the core. The varied faces in the dressing room reflected the fractures and hesitation of this team, a dynasty in its afterglow. The training session itself held little out of the ordinary. Messi completed all the usual drills. His running, passing, and shooting all stayed within a normal range. He even deliberately reined in some of his sharpness. Only in a fleeting moment during a small-sided scrimmage pressed tightly by the young defender Oscar Mingueza did Messi, from an almost impossible position, use the outside of his left foot to flick the ball so subtly that it slipped precisely between the defender's legs and rolled onto Pedri's path. The entire movement was so fast it felt like an illusion, so smooth it seemed to defy physics. Mingueza froze in place, and even Pedri hesitated for half a second before finishing the shot. On the sideline, Koeman's assistant frowned and murmured something under his breath. Koeman only stared fixedly at Messi's back, without saying a word. Meanwhile, high up in the office building, sporting director Ramon Planes, Laporta's trusted lieutenant and one of the chief architects of the clear-out, watched the training ground through slats of a Venetian blind, scribbling quickly in his notebook. His expression was one of pure professional assessment, so calm it verged on cruel. Training ended and Messi was the last to leave. He stepped into the showers. Warm water cascaded over his body, but could not wash away the sharp countdown in his mind. He closed his eyes, not in prayer but to run through one final time in his mind what the peak experience card would feel like, and the icy warning of the 15-day weakness to follow. That would be his darkest hour and the touchstone that would test the true weight of everything. Night fell, and Camp Nou blazed with light. May 16th, 2021, La Liga Round 37, Barcelona versus Getafe. The stands were far from full, the league positions were already set, the opponents had little to play for. Yet this sea of red and blue still surged with a deep, almost tragic emotion. Countless banners were raised in the stands, Elio Etern Gracies Capita, and OET Certs. A faint sadness drifted in the air, as if this were a prearranged, tacitly understood farewell. In the players' tunnel, Messi adjusted his captain's armband. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing long, and even out of tune with the faint restlessness around him. Getafe's players cast glances filled with curiosity, reverence, and even a trace of pity. Their captain Jorge Molina came forward and briefly patted his shoulder. "Enjoy the game, legend." The words were sincere, but Messi could hear the note of farewell in them. Even the opponents were taking this as his endpoint. He smiled faintly and said nothing. Stepping onto the pitch, he was instantly engulfed by a mountain-like roar. Within that roar were love, attachment, pain, and prayer fused into a torrent of emotion heavy enough to crush any person's defenses. In his previous life, under the weight of this almost tangible emotional pressure, he had played a muddled, heartbroken match. Today, however, things were different. He stood in the center circle, boots pressing into Camp Nou's turf, his gaze drifting slowly over the battlefield, he had conquered countless times, been up to each blurred, yet burning face in the stands. Then he closed his eyes. Activate. His consciousness brushed against that presence deep within. There was no blinding radiance, no thunderous sound effect, yet in that instant the world changed. The noisy waves of sound seemed to be separated by a thin, transparent membrane, becoming distant, yet layered with delicate nuance. The texture of the turf, the flow of the air, the positions of the 22 players on the field, even the subtle lean of their centers of gravity, for the very next second all imprinted themselves upon his senses with an inconceivable clarity. His body became incomparably light, yet brimmed with explosive power, as if every muscle and every nerve were operating in a state of perfect coordination. He was not there to discuss tactics, nor was he there to retrieve anything. He just couldn't sleep. The night in Manchester was different from that in Dortmund. So this was absolute focus. The referee's whistle blew. The match began. In the opening dozen minutes, Messi was in no hurry to showcase anything spectacular. He dropped deep as usual to receive the ball, linking the midfield, his passes simple, yet razor-sharp. Getafe's defensive setup was clear: confine him within zones rather than swarm him with ferocity. The rhythm of the match was neither fast nor slow. Until the 8th minute. Near the center circle, Busquets intercepted a pass, lifted his head, and almost by pure instinct pushed the ball toward that most familiar spot, the left side of the arc atop the penalty area. There Messi had already set off. The timing of his run was exquisite to the extreme, just enough to shake off his marker by half a step. In the instant he received the ball, time seemed to slow. Messi did not even fully adjust his stride. His right foot planted firmly into the turf, while his left leg lashed out like a whip. It was not a thunderous blast, but an inviting strike traced with an elegant arc. The ball curled past the toes of the defender, rushing out to block, carving a beautiful, seemingly gravity-defying trajectory through the air before nestling straight into the top right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper David Soria sprang into the air, his fingertips missing the ball by a hair's breadth. The net rippled with a crisp snap. 10. The goal came so naturally, so quintessentially Messi, that the roar inside Camp Nou lagged by half a second before erupting in full force. Messi did not sprint away in wild celebration. He simply remained where he was, gently kissed the fingers of his left hand, then pointed toward Busquets, and finally toward the sky. It was a celebration so standard it was almost mechanical. In the stands, Laporta clapped inside the presidential box, a proper smile on his face as he murmured to the club officials beside him, likely something along the lines of "beautiful classic Leo." Yet in the depths of his eyes, calculation outweighed joy. Getafe's players glanced at each other and shook their heads with helpless resignation. This goal was unanswerable, simply another routine operation from Messi. And yet this was only the beginning. In the 25th minute, Alba surged forward down the left flank at high speed. With a subtle shift of intent, Messi sent a perfectly weighted lofted pass over the back line. Alba reached the byline and chose not to cross high. Instead, he cut the ball back along a reverse diagonal toward the penalty spot. Griezmann and a defender charged for the drop point together, but a Redan blue figure burst forth late, yet arrived first. It was as if Messi already knew the path of the ball and every player's running line. He slid out from between bodies like a ghost, meeting the ball with a light touch of his left foot. The ball changed direction, sailed over the goalkeeper, and dropped into the empty net. 20. This time, he ran toward Alba and embraced him in celebration. Yet out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to casually sweep a glance over the bench and over the sideline where long telephoto lenses flickered, perhaps capturing gazes from Manchester, Paris, or London. In the 41st minute, a Getafe defender handled the ball inside the box. Penalty. Without suspense, Messi cradled the ball and walked toward the spot. Camp Nou fell suddenly silent, countless eyes locked on the number on his back. Pressure. Within Messi's perception at this moment, there was only the goal, the goalkeeper, and a probabilistic map of several optimal shooting angles. He ran up, paused, then guided the ball with his left foot toward the bottom right corner. Soria guessed correctly, but the speed and angle of the shot were nothing short of perfect. 30. Halftime. Messi had scored 3, a hat-trick. Yet strangely, within Camp Nou's cheers, a note of sorrow grew ever heavier. For people were beginning to realize that this performance might truly be the last of its kind. In the dressing room at the break, the atmosphere turned uncanny. The looks teammates cast toward Messi were filled with awe, yet suffused with confusion and the grief of an impending farewell. Hardly anyone paid real attention to Koeman's tactical instructions. Messi sat quietly, rehydrating. He could feel that this peak experience state remained steady, yet a deeper fatigue was beginning to germinate quietly in the marrow of his bones. Was this the prelude to the rules backlash? The second half began. Getafe's challenges grew harsher, tinged with the resentment of being humiliated. Yet Messi's anticipation and evasive ability were likewise at their zenith. In the 55th minute, he received the ball on the right side of midfield. Facing a double team, he slipped through with a simple elastico combined with a dropped shoulder change of direction, bursting past in an instant. Then he ignited, accelerated. This was not the recent version of him who relied on rhythm and changes of direction, but a straight-line onslaught brimming with raw explosiveness. It was as if time had reversed, and for a brief moment the Messi of the Dream Team era, who could leave defenders behind with a single burst, had returned. He tore across midfield like the wind drove into the box, and before the third defender could close him down, coolly slotted a low shot with his left foot into the far corner. 40. My God. The commentator in the booth was lost for words. He is utterly unstoppable today. This is not the Messi of 34. This is the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Laporta no longer smiled. Leaning forward, hands clasped before his lips, he fixed a sharp gaze on the number 10 out on the pitch. The manner of this goal, the burst of instantaneous power it displayed, conflicted starkly with his team's assessment report describing declining physical attributes and a reliance on rhythm for dribbling. This was not the script for a graceful farewell performance. It resembled more a declaration of defiance. He turned to Plains and spoke quickly, words tumbling out, while Plains nodded repeatedly, his expression grave. The eyes of Getafe's players had shifted from helpless to bewildered, with even a hint of fear. It felt as though they were facing not an aging veteran about to depart, but a football specter from a higher dimension. Time flowed on. Messi's roaming seemed to narrow by design, yet his threat did not diminish in the slightest. In the 89th minute, Barca earned a free kick in an excellent position just left of the D at the edge of the box. This would be the final chance. The entire Camp Nou rose to its feet. Everyone held their breath. It felt like a preordained final moment laden with ritual. Cradling the ball, Messi gently set it upon the turf. He stepped back, measuring his rune up. Once again the clamorous world receded. In his ears there was only the wind and the steady, powerful beating of his heart. He could feel the vast power within him ebbing away like a retreating tide. The effect of his experience card was nearing its end. Yet in this moment his concentration coalesced into an absolute point. Rune up. Then the inside of his left foot struck the ball. The ball rose from the ground, curled over the leaping wall, drawing an arc even more exaggerated and uncanny than his first goal. It seemed to pause in midair for a heartbeat, then plunged sharply like a guided missile, smashing against the underside of the crossbar before bouncing into the net. Bang, then a swish. 50. 5 goals to his name. After the thunderous crack came a heartbeat of dead silence, followed by a roar so immense it seemed to shake the foundations of Camp Nou. A wave of sound, mingling ecstasy, sobbing, and hoarse screams. Fireworks were lit prematurely in a corner of the stands, red and blue confetti drifting down like a storm. Messi stood where he was, his chest rising and falling. The extraordinary power within him receded like a tide, replaced by an irresistible weakness welling up from the depths of his soul. His vision even went black for an instant. He knew the backlash had begun, yet he did not fall. Slowly he turned around to face the south stand, home of the most devoted supporters. He raised his hand, gently kissed the fingers of his left hand, then pressed them against his chest, over the Barca crest. Once, twice. There were no tears, only eyes so calm they seemed bottomless. That gaze felt like both an act of remembrance and a farewell. Then he did something no one had expected. He walked slowly toward the touchline, toward the young Pedri. The teenager had also played brilliantly that day, his eyes brimming with worship and the thrill of the moment. Under the gaze of countless cameras and the entire stadium, Messi stopped, reached out, and removed from his left arm the armband bearing the word "Capit," captain. He did not hand it to Busquets nor to Pique. Before Pedri's stunned, helpless eyes, Messi himself solemnly and steadily fastened that reddened blue captain's armband around the youngster's arm. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Then came an even more deafening cry, a roar that almost tore through the night sky. Messi! Messi! Pedri! Pedri! Pedri's tears burst forth. From a distance, Busquets watched, nodding vigorously, his own eyes reddened. Pique stopped clapping, his expression complex and unreadable. On the bench, Koeman opened his mouth, then finally let it close into a long, drawn-out sigh. In the box, Laporta sprang to his feet, his face shifting in the lights. This gesture sent a signal too strong, too far beyond his control. This was not a simple change of captaincy, it was the public designation of an heir in front of the entire world. With this silent gesture, Messi declared, "My era may end here at Camp Nou tonight, but I entrust the red and blue future to this child." The referee blew the final whistle. The match was over. Barca 50, Getafe. Messi did not leave immediately. He once more surveyed this vast, boisterous stadium, so full of love and hatred, as if to engrave every inch of it into his soul. The weakness grew heavier, yet he still stood tall, bowing and waving toward stands on all 4 sides. Then he turned without looking back and walked slowly, step by step, toward the players' tunnel. He left behind the thunderous pleas and sobs, and that complex night he had ignited and shattered with 5 goals. At the instant the tunnel's shadow swallowed his back, he staggered slightly, but was immediately steadied by Antonella, who had been waiting there all along. Her hand was warm and firm. "Is it over?" she asked softly, her voice trembling. "No." Leaning against her shoulder, Messi's voice was hoarse from having given everything, yet in the dim tunnel light a new fire kindled in his eyes. "It's just beginning." The monologue of Camp Nou had ended. But at Europe's bargaining tables, the phones of those decision-makers, shaken to their core by this 5-goal masterclass, were about to ring off the hook. Supported by his wife, Messi walked toward the dressing room, toward a 15-day plunge into an unknown abyss of weakness, and toward the fork in fate he himself had torn open and now had to choose. The storm had only just begun. The next day I drove to the Gamber Sports City as usual. As my car turned onto the road leading to the training base, I knew this day would be unlike any other. A crowd, a dense, surging sea of people. They held aloft massive banners bearing my portrait and the word eternal. They wore my No. 10 jersey, some in vintage versions from over a decade ago. They sang a reworked version of the club anthem, replacing Barca with Messi. Their voices coalesced into a scorching wave pounding against the car windows. I slowed down and rolled down the window. The cheers instantly surged to an ear-splitting pitch. Stay, Leo. Please. You are our king. Don't believe those lies. Camp Nou is your home. One by one, fervent, pleading, even tear-streaked faces flashed past my window. A boy of 7 or 8 was perched on his father's shoulders, clutching a handmade trophy in trembling hands, its surface inscribed with uneven letters G-O-T, greatest of all time. His gaze was pure, radiant with unwavering faith. My heart clenched, sharply, painfully. In my past life this very scene had unfolded, but then my mind had been chaos incarnate, only confusion, only sorrow. Now, knowing the ending with absolute clarity, that love had transformed into a heavier, more suffocating burden. They were cheering for something destined never to happen. Their devotion rested upon a meticulously woven lie. I kept my smile steady, waved back, and occasionally accepted pens thrust forward. Signing jerseys, scarred. My fingers felt stiff. Each stroke of the pen felt like performing a hollow ritualistic act. We'll renew, right, Leo? A young fan pushed his way to the front, nearly shoving his phone against my face. The screen displayed a screenshot of Laporta's interview with Mundo Deportivo yesterday, the headline reading, "We are mobilizing every resource to keep Messi." I met his eyes brimming with raw, unguarded expectation, and spoke the words I'd repeated countless times these past days: I want to stay. This is my home. That sentence was true, at least its first half. Like incantation, it ignited another eruption of frenzied, euphoric cheers. They had received their promise, and were content. Yet the moment the window rose again, sealing me off from the clamor, a cold, leaden weariness settled over me. I was weaponizing their love, even if my motive was to spare them deeper wounds in the end. That awareness knotted my stomach. The training session itself became a kind of relief. At least here things were simple: running, passing, shooting. Pedri watched me with undisguised adoration. During a break, he sidled over and whispered, "Leo, that free kick yesterday. How did you make the ball drop like that?" I ruffled his hair, saying nothing. This boy still didn't know what he would soon be asked to bear. The atmosphere in the dressing room was delicate. Victory and my performance had brought surface-level elation, but beneath it hung a fine, uneasy dust. Peak wound tape around his ankles, speaking in his trademark tone, half joking, half serious. "Leo, yesterday you left Hercules questioning their very existence. If the president still refuses to offer you a contract, now the fans will burn down the Camp Nou offices." Everyone laughed, but the laughter rang hollow. Busquets said nothing, quietly organizing his locker, glancing at me now and then, his gaze calm, contemplative, edged with quiet concern. Alba leaned close, lowering his voice. "Leo," I heard. He paused, then shrugged. "Never mind. You already know." He patted my shoulder and walked away. I knew precisely what he'd meant to ask. Rumors had taken root like mold in the club's unseen corners. No one dared believe I would leave, yet everyone sensed something was profoundly amiss. The real training began only after training ended. A few days later, on a quiet afternoon, I sat in my study. Opposite me sat my father, Jorge, and my longtime personal attorney. Sunlight streamed in, yet half the curtains were drawn, casting the room in muted, somber light. "Manchester has sent a message through reliable channels," Jorge murmured, voice low, even though we were certain the house was secure. It came from Tsiki Begiristain, Manchester's football director. He didn't name a figure, only expressed the highest respect and stated that should circumstances change, Manchester would be among the world's most eager and most fitting destinations for you. He mentioned Pep. Jorge continued, saying, "Pep has followed your games closely, possessing an extraordinary understanding of your playing style." I nodded. This aligned perfectly with Guardiola's and Manchester's ethos: professional, meticulous, goal-oriented. They avoided sentimentality, offering instead logic and substance. "What about Paris?" the attorney asked. The call came straight to my mobile. Jorge frowned. It was Leonardo. Very enthusiastic. He said, "President Nasser has declared signing you the club's single most critical strategic objective this summer. Money is no object, and the contract could rewrite history." He added that Neymar speaks of you daily, insisting Paris cannot truly touch the Champions League without you. A masterful appeal to emotion. Chelsea's new owner Todd Bowley sent a summary via Mendes. Jorge slid his tablet toward me. It bristles with exclamation points. He speaks of global branding, game-changing impact, and the key to the American market. Grandiose. Yet where precisely does football fit in? That part remains obscure. There were several other contact records, from Italy, from the United States. Overnight, the world seemed to have flung open countless doors for me. Where just days earlier in most people's eyes those doors hadn't existed at all. I leaned back in my chair, fingers tapping absently on the desk. The information was abundant, but the core of the decision was not complex. Prioritize Manchester, I said, voice calm. Maintain polite communication with Paris. As for Chelsea, thank them, but defer further discussion. What I need isn't a vision. It specifics the dressing room plan, my tactical role, medical support, and above all, Pep's own words on football. Jorge jotted it down. And Laporta, another meeting is scheduled next week. Attend as usual, I replied. Let's see what new script he's prepared this time. The new script was dazzling. The setting, the president's office at Camp Nou. Laporta sat behind a vast desk, the Barca crest and portraits of past champions looming behind him. Sports director Plains and CEO Revert sat flanking him, like judges presiding over a trial. Leo, my boy, Laporta always opened with warmth. He circled the desk, embraced me tightly, even clapped my back. Look what you've done for us. A 5-goal masterpiece. God, I watched the footage again last night. Each goal a work of art. You've made the entire Barca family proud. I smiled, remaining silent, waiting for him to return to his seat for the performance to shift into its central act. He opened a sleek PowerPoint presentation filled with intricate financial charts. We are creating miracles, he said, tracing the screen with his finger. See, we're clearing space, negotiating, persuading La Liga. Every day we draw nearer to our goal. He showcased progress on selling fringe players letters of intent from sponsors, numbers gleaming deceptively pristine. But his tone shifted, turning solemn, sincere. Leo, I need your patience. And your trust. This summer is extraordinarily complex. Some obstacles lie beyond the realm of sport. Some forces resist us. Some rules remain cold, implacable. He never named the obstacles explicitly, but carefully cultivated the aura of a shared struggle against a vast, shadowy adversary. Mr. President, I asked once his monologue concluded, in the most optimistic scenario, when might the new contract be formally signed and submitted for registration? Silence fell over the office for a beat. Laporta and Plains exchanged a glance. Plains took over, his tone that of a technocrat. It depends on multiple interlocking variables, Leo. Final transfer fees for outgoing players, La Liga's approval speed for our special request, the closing of our latest financing round. We're working tirelessly, but cannot commit to a definitive date. Perhaps mid-July. Or later. Late enough for the transfer window to close. Late enough for the die to be cast. I held Laporta's gaze. He looked back, his eyes brimming with a theatrical, helpless candor. I almost wanted to applaud. He had wrapped delay in the language of effort, disguised abandonment as resistance. I understand the club's difficulties, I said, summoning every ounce of my acting skill, lending my voice just the right timbre of trust and gentle anxiety. I simply wish to give my family and teammates a clear, definitive answer. It will happen, absolutely. Laporta immediately assured me, circling the desk again to grip my hands. We are one, Leo. Barcelona cannot exist without you, just as you cannot exist without Barcelona. Give us a little more time. We'll cross this mountain together. His hands were warm, his words powerful. Had I not returned from the future, knowing full well he never intended to scale that mountain, I might have believed. Many did. Emerging from the office, I encountered Carles Puyol, the club's outgoing ambassador, my former captain, that indomitable defender, whose eyes now held traces of weariness and worry. Leo, he called out, drawing me aside to the window. How did it go with the president? Straight to the point. He says it will take time, I replied honestly. Puyol gazed silently out the window at the young players sprinting across the training pitch. When I retired, I thought the hardest part would be leaving the pitch, he said slowly. Later, I realized the harder part was watching the thing you swore to defend slowly become unfamiliar. He turned, fixing me with a deep, searching look. Protect yourself, Leo. Whatever the outcome, what you've given Barca is already more than enough. No one has the right to demand more. His words struck my heart like a stone dropped into still water. Puyol, the man who had etched Barca into his very bones, had also sensed the dissonance. Yet even he was powerless. That helplessness deepened my solitude. Solitude softened slightly in a late-night phone call. Hey, old man. Heard you kicked Hercules' goalkeeper so hard he's thinking of retirement. Aguero's booming voice exploded from the receiver. Background noise thick and chaotic, likely from another party. Sergio, I relaxed, leaning back against the headboard. Isn't it midnight there? Who cares about time? Let's talk business, Leo. His voice suddenly dropped, the background fading. Tell me straight. Are they playing you? I've heard whispers, bad ones. You know what I mean. Aguero was always direct. One of the few people before whom I needed no mask. They're trying, I echoed Laporta's phrasing. A curse crackled down the line. Trying. Bullshit. Leo, don't trust politicians' tears. I've been through transfers. I know the tricks. If you need, I'll have my people dig. No need, Cohen, I cut him off. I know what to do. You, how's Manchester treating you? I changed the subject. He paused, then understood. His voice grew layered, complex. Oh, Manchester. Always raining. Food's dreadful. But Pep's a madman. Training leaves you laughing and collapsing in equal measure. Here people know exactly what they want. He hesitated. Leo, just if, you ever want a place to play football purely and simply, this place isn't bad. After the call ended, I sat motionless for a long while. Aguero's words and Begiristain's message flowed like two streams converging within me. A few days later, another call arrived, Neymar's. Leo. His voice burst with perpetual energy. Did you see the video I sent? Paris at night, stunning, right? I've told Marquinhos and Di Maria, we're ready. Just waiting for you. Imagine it. Us three like before, turning Europe upside down. Money. No problem. Joy. Doubled. Come on, brother. We need you. His enthusiasm burned bright, genuine, a roaring flame. The image he painted was beautiful. Almost unreal, brothers reunited, invincible. Yet beneath that heat, I heard Paris's urgent, impatient hunger for swift supremacy and the immense non-sporting pressures that would inevitably follow. I humored him while inwardly comparing Manchester's grey, rain-drenched streets with Paris's glittering, feverish nights. One promising challenge and structure, the other wealth and revelry. Days passed in the paradox of public optimism and private preparation. Daily media updates on the renewal progress had devolved into a soap opera. Fans launched wave after wave of Stay Messi campaigns across social media. Laporta periodically released faint, positive signals, keeping the embers of hope alive. I trained methodically, maintained peak form, and in public unfailingly declared, I want to stay. Yet inside my study in a locked drawer, the dossier on Manchester grew steadily thicker. Guardiola, through an exceptionally discreet channel, sent me a detailed analysis of Premier League defenders' tendencies and schematic illustrations of how I might function within his evolving system. No promises, only football. July in Barcelona grew hotter. The transfer window had opened, Barca announced several free signings and the returns of academy prospects. Yet news about me remained frozen under headlines proclaiming an agreement is imminent, with no tangible advancement. After one grueling training session, I returned home exhausted. Antonella took my bag, her eyes gesturing toward the living room. My father Jorge and our attorney were both there, faces grave, more serious than I'd ever seen them. Leo, Jorge exhaled deeply. We've received a formal letter from the club's legal department, not a draft contract. It's a status update and risk disclosure. It lists in rigorously legal language every structural obstacle currently impeding renewal, and concludes that within any foreseeable time frame, completing registration in compliance with La Liga regulations remains highly uncertain. The attorney added, they're building a paper trail, Leo, to establish legal grounds for the eventual impossibility of completion. Simultaneously, it's a final pressure tactic implying that unless we accept certain alternative solutions, such as a drastic identity-defying salary reduction or an absurdly short-term contract, then the uncertainty vanishes entirely, replaced by certainty of impossibility. I stared at that cold, precise document dense with disclaimers. It stripped away every trace of Laporta's tender performance, revealing beneath a foundation of icy calculation. At last, even the veneer of written pretense was beginning to crack. I walked to the window. Outside, Barcelona blazed with its eternal golden twilight. The city's beauty remained unchanged, yet I knew irrevocably that something essential had soured beyond reply to them. I said, not turning around, my voice calm, unervingly detached. Acknowledge receipt, and express our eager anticipation that the club will soon overcome the cited obstacles. Then I turned to Jorge and the attorney. It's time. Contact Manchester. We can begin discussing the framework of a concrete contract. On one condition, I must meet Pep face-to-face. To speak only of football. After Jorge and the lawyer left, I remained alone in the study with only the coldly worded risk disclosure letter lying on the desk. Outside, night had fully descended upon Barcelona. Thousands of lights shimmering like an inverted galaxy. I sat motionless, my gaze fixed on the sentence at the bottom of the document circled in red by the lawyer. Given the aforementioned force majeure events and structural impediments, the club cannot provide any legally binding assurance or timeline commitment regarding contract renewal. In plain terms, don't wait. It's over. The irony. This very document was part of Laporta's effort. He was constructing a chain of evidence to prove he had tried to prove it was objective hardship, not his own will, that a flawless disclaimer. A politician's craft. My fingertips brushed the smooth paper. No anger, not even much turbulence. Like watching a film whose ending you already know, when the villain finally reveals his true nature, you simply think, ah, so this is where it leads. I picked up my phone and opened the photo album. The most recent images were candid shots taken days earlier by Antonella. Tiago teaching Zairo how to kick a ball in the yard, Mateo giggling as he clutched a football, sunlight spilling warmly over them all. Scrolling further back, I found the chaotic dressing room scenes after our World Cup triumph. DePaul dousing me with champagne, Enzo weeping openly like a child, tears streaking his face. Further still, many years ago, a photograph taken in the tunnel of Camp Nou, Xavi, Iniesta, Pique, and Busquets, all young, all smiling without shadow or strain, as if glory and victory would last forever. One image after another flickered past, like fast-reversing film weaving together the two intertwined arcs of my life. Finally, my finger paused on a single photograph. It was from long ago, on the training pitch at La Masia. Pep Guardiola crouched before me, pointing toward the field, explaining something intently. I wore an oversized training kit, of freckles still dotted my cheeks. I listened with rapt attention. Sunlight slanted in from the side, gilding Pep's profile with a luminous halo. Then he was mentor, I apprentice. Football was a door just pushed open. Beyond it, infinite possibility. I stared for a long while, then closed the phone. The decision had been made, but carrying it out still meant crossing a minefield of emotion. Some farewells cannot be sealed by a document or announced at a press conference. The first call I made was to Xavi. He was coaching in Qatar. The moment he answered, the sharp whistle of training and distant Arabic shouts filled the background. Leo. His voice carried its familiar warmth and quiet intelligence. I watched that match. God. The fifth goal. How did you even conceive it? That sensation of falling. We spoke for several minutes about football, pure technical details, just as we'd done countless times in dressing rooms and after training sessions. This was our safe zone. Then I fell silent for a few seconds. Xavi sensed it immediately. What is it, brother? His voice softened, settling into calm gravity. Xavi, I heard my own voice, dry, strained. I may be leaving. A long silence followed, broken only by muffled training sounds far away. After a long pause, he spoke low and heavy with weary understanding. Is it Laporta? He gave me a wrist disclosure. I didn't answer directly, but the answer was unmistakable. Xavi sighed, a sigh laden with too much sorrow for an old friend, disillusionment with the club's present state and helplessness before politics crushing football. Leo, listen. When I left, I thought it was merely a turning point in my personal career. But now, it feels more like the closing of an era. He paused, then spoke with unusual solemnity. You are the greatest player in Barcelona's history, unequivocally. Your departure must never be misread as failure or retreat. It is they who no longer deserve you. Remember that. What should I do, Xavi? How do I speak to the fans? For the first time, I revealed a sliver of genuine uncertainty, not to Antonella, but to someone else. Tell not everything, but enough for them to know you tried, and the club let you go. Xavi's voice held unwavering resolve. Then walk forward, without looking back. Your football is far from over. Find a place where you can still savor the game, as you once did here. When we hung up, the stone weighing down my chest shifted, just slightly. Xavi's understanding felt like absolution. My conversation with Busquets took place in the quiet of his living room. His children were already asleep. His wife brought us coffee, then quietly retreated upstairs. Sergio was not Xavi. He rarely spoke in grand pronouncements. He listened silently to my brief account, sitting still with hands clasped tightly, his knuckles white. His head bowed. I couldn't see his face, but I felt the weight of his sorrow and fury, almost palpable, dense, and unrelenting. How dare they? The words escaped through clenched teeth, trembling with suppressed rage. How dare they treat you toward this club? Sergio, I began, trying to say something. He jerked his head up, eyes redrimmed. Leo, we grew up together. We want everything here. This club is everything. Those people behind desks, they understand nothing. How can they type a few numbers into a calculator and decide your fate? Decide all of ours. He couldn't continue. Turning away, inhaling sharply through his nose. The midfield wall, who always stood cool and composed on the pitch, now looked like a wounded boy hurt beyond words. After a long silence, he steadied himself, voice hoarse. Where will you go? Not yet finalized, but likely, man. He blinked, then nodded slowly, his eyes holding the quiet solidarity of a comrade in arms. Pep. Good. He'll know how to use you. Better than some chaotic, ill-conceived destination. He paused, locking eyes with me. Promise me, Leo. You'll win there. Win more. Make them all watch. Make them see exactly what they've thrown away. I extended my hand. He gripped it hard. No further words needed. A man's vow and farewell sometimes requires only one look, one firm, unyielding handshake. Pique's reaction was more complex. We met in a private dining room at a restaurant he'd invested in, discreet, secluded. He arrived late, bustling and still carrying the aura of a business meeting. Breaking news. He joked as he sat. I just heard Nike and Adidas are practically at war over your next kit deal. The numbers are staggering. I smiled faintly, but didn't engage. Only after the dishes were served and the waiter departed did I calmly tell him my decision. Pique's smile faded slowly. He lifted his wine glass, swirling the deep red liquid, his gaze drifting. Leo, he began, tone no longer light. As a friend, I'm fucking furious. I'd storm Laporta's office right now and slap that piece of shit document across his face. But I caught the shift in his tone. He set the glass down, exhaled, and his expression turned resigned, almost candid. But as someone who knows, more than most, what chaos lies beneath this club's surface, I can guess exactly how things reached this point. The finances are a disaster. The wage structure is a time bomb. Laporta wants to rebuild and assert authority. And you, Leo, you're the brightest, yet perhaps the heaviest banner they carry. He chose a subtle word. I nodded, acknowledging his realism, his unflinching clarity. So from the perspective of club interests, I can see the logic behind this decision. He spoke slowly, choosing each word with care, but emotionally, football-wise. This is an utterly stupid decision. They will regret it. I guarantee it. He held my gaze. Are you certain about Manchester? What does Pep offer you? A dignified retirement contract, then slow relegation to the bench. Pep showed me his tactical board for next season. I said simply, it has a place for me. Not as ornament, but as core. He doesn't speak of the past. He speaks of the future. How I evolve within a new league and new system. Peak raised an eyebrow, surprised, then offered a wry, knowing smile. Of course it's him. Always thinking ahead, to the next match, the next formation. Good. He raised his glass. To your future, and to the future of us old guards still fighting on this ground. Cheers. We clinked glasses. The wine tasted bitter. As I left, Peak clapped my shoulder at the door. His voice for once thick with raw, unguarded melancholy. There will never again be a number 10 named Messi beneath the skies of Camp Nou. Strange. I'm already having to learn to live with that. The hardest farewell was with Pedri. I didn't meet him outside. I stayed behind after training, deliberately waiting until the end. Only he and I remained in the dressing room. He was carefully packing his boots into his bag, meticulous, precise. I called his name. He looked up instantly, his face breaking into that familiar blend of reverence and affection. Leo, shall we walk out together? Come sit. I gestured to the bench beside me. Confused but obedient, he sat neatly, hands folded on his knees, like a student awaiting instruction. I studied this youth, clear-eyed, gifted beyond doubt. He carried Barcelona's uncertain future on his shoulders, while I myself was about to become either a shadow he must surpass, or a beacon he must follow. You're playing brilliantly, I began. Better, every day. This season you're already among the team's most vital players. Pedri smiled shyly. I still have so much to learn. Listen, I interrupted, voice firming. I may be leaving Barcelona. His smile froze. The bright, eager light in his eyes vanished, replaced by shock, bewilderment, utter disorientation. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. He just stared as if the words hadn't registered. WWHY. He finally found his voice, soft, trembling. Some things lie beyond football's reach. I avoided specifics. Too intricate, too cruel for his age. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that after I'm gone, this. I gestured toward the dressing room, then outward, toward Camp Nou. Needs a new leader. Not immediately, but someday. I retrieved my spare captain's armband from the locker, old edges worn thin. This, I can't give you. Captaincy demands election seniority. I set it aside, then pulled a small box from my bag and handed it to him. Pedri accepted it blankly and opened it. Inside lay a pair of custom shin guards, my brand, my model, embroidered on the side in gold thread with the word Futuro, future, and beneath it in smaller script, for you, Pedri. Stay pure, Leo. He stared at the shin guards, his eyes reddening visibly. While I'm gone, I spoke slowly, deliberately. Don't imitate their wild, aimless clearances. Observe. Think one step ahead. When you win the ball in midfield, know instantly where your 3 nearest teammates stand and where the open passing lane lies. Holding position matters more than reckless pressing. And if you ever take a penalty, don't lock eyes with the goalkeeper. Aim for the corner of the net. I spoke rapidly, offering fragments, distilled truths gathered over decades of play. Not formal instruction, more like instinct experience poured out whole. Pedri's tears fell, splashing onto the box. He didn't wipe them, only nodded, fiercely choked with sobs he couldn't suppress. You will become a great player, Pedri, I said, finally placing my hand on his trembling shoulder. Greater than many imagine. Don't disappoint me, and don't disappoint the fans who love you. I rose, grabbed my bag, and paused at the dressing room door to look back. He sat there, still, head bowed, shoulders shaking, clutching the box tightly to his chest. In that moment, a real physical ache pierced me. I had placed an impossibly heavy expectation upon the shoulders of an 18-year-old. Yet I had no choice. The Redan blue bloodline demanded continuity, even if the transfer came in a form bordering on cruelty. I closed the door, leaving his sobs behind. The corridor stretched long and silent. My footsteps echoed. A vast icy loneliness enveloped me. I had bade farewell to comrades and trusted the future, severed the deepest emotional ties to this building. Now only one final, most formal step remained. My phone vibrated softly in my pocket. A secure message from Jorge, all arranged. London day after tomorrow. Pep will be there. I slipped the phone away, drew a deep breath, and walked toward the parking lot. The summer night wind of Barcelona brushed my face, salty with the Mediterranean, laced with the quiet taste of endings. Judgment had already fallen, though only the parties involved knew. The city's dream had just a few days left to. The journey to London is packaged as a brief family trip. Antonella helped me pack a lightweight suitcase containing only a change of clothes and my football boots. For some inexplicable habit, I always bring them along. Mateo and Ciro are excited, thinking it's a real vacation. Tiago, being slightly older, seems to sense the heavy atmosphere between his parents and becomes unusually quiet and well-behaved. Inside the cramped cabin of the private jet, the hum of the engines became the only background sound. I gazed out at the rolling sea of clouds, holding a tablet in my hand filled with documents prepared by Jorge and the legal team running dozens of pages. Inside are the preliminary contract framework provided by Manchester City, a risk assessment of legal terms, a summary of the Premier League rulebook, and even a list of local medical resources in Manchester. But my gaze did not focus on those words. My fingertips repeatedly brushed over another separately encrypted document on the screen, a tactical concept sent by Guardiola composed of simple diagrams and brief annotations. There are no complex terms, only simple sketches of the pitch with circles and arrows representing players. One of the diagrams features a circle labeled Lionel, not fixed in the forward area, but floating in a vast space between the midfield line and the forward line, with arrows pointing in all directions accompanied by Pep's handwritten note, "Freedom, but not an island. You are the ridge that connects everything." Another diagram simulates a high-pressing scenario in the Premier League, where my circle appears in the gap between the opposing defense and midfield with the annotation, "Here a moment's pause can kill the game." I know you can see it. Another diagram even illustrates a passing network formed by current Manchester City players like De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, and Grealish, with my circle placed at several key nodes in this network. Next to the note, "You don't need to run the most, but you need to think the fastest." They pass, you decide the direction. This is not a contract nor a promise. This is a coach showing his ideal player a whole new tactical fertile ground waiting to be cultivated. He tells me in this way, I'm not here to buy a pension, I'm here to participate in building a new football sanctuary. This is more persuasive than any exorbitant number. Antonella sits beside me, gently leaning on my shoulder, her gaze also resting on that simple diagram. He really understands you, doesn't he? He always has. I closed the screen and took her hand, but this time he understands the 34-year-old me, not the 24-year-old me. The plane begins to descend, piercing through the clouds. Below no longer lies the azure Mediterranean, but rather the gray-green lands of England sliced by countless roads and houses. The clouds hang low, and the air seems filled with damp coldness. Manchester. The pickup process is extremely low-key. The car sent by Manchester City bears no club insignia, and the driver is taciturn. We are directly taken to a tranquil private residence near the City Football Academy. No welcoming ceremony, no flashing lights, only Begirstein at the door with a simple handshake and greeting, "Safe travels, Leo. Pep is handling some matters over at the training ground and will be here soon. Please consider this place your home for rest." The children are taken to the game room. Antonella and I sit in the living room, and Begirstein briefly introduces the schedule for the next 2 days, a comprehensive but informal medical checkup conducted privately by trusted medical experts from Manchester City, a meeting with the head of the football operations department, and most importantly, a long uninterrupted conversation with Guardiola. "We understand your situation is quite special, Leo." Begirstein's tone is sincere, "so we will proceed at your pace and with confidentiality as our premise. Nothing will be leaked until you wish for it to happen." This professionalism and respect starkly contrast with the superficial enthusiasm and cold calculations from Barcelona. Guardiola arrives in the evening. He looks a bit older than during his time at Barca, with graying temples, but the flame in his eyes and that relentless urgency of always contemplating tactics remain unchanged. Guardiola arrives in the evening. He looks a bit older than during his time at Barca, with graying temples, but the flame in his eyes and that relentless urgency. He leads me to a blank wall in the living room, drawing lines on it with a marker he brought. Premier League defenders are strong and fast. They prefer physical confrontation and interceptions when defending, unlike La Liga style that focuses more on positioning and coordinated defense. What does this mean? He looks at me. This is not a question, but the beginning of a topic. It means more physical contact, less thinking time. Yes, and not entirely correct. He draws 2 overlapping triangles on the wall. This means space will appear here. He points at the gap between the 2 triangles, and here, he points behind it, will emerge more fleetingly and irregularly. You need to anticipate earlier, start earlier, and decide with your first touch whether to break through, pass, or draw a foul. He begins to speak passionately, his pace is fast, as if strategizing in the final moments of a match. He analyzes the characteristics of the current Manchester City players, pinpointing how they can create chemistry with me. He envisions several different formations with my role and freedom slightly varying in each, but the core remains unchanged. A master of ball control, the accelerator of attacks, not merely a finisher. He even mentions my age and fitness. "I don't need you to run 12 kilometers every match, Leo. I need you to choose 3 to 5 key moments in a match and decide it your way. At other times you can stroll, you can fall back and control the ball. We will build the running system around this." This almost overturns the heavy responsibility of being everywhere that had gradually been placed on me over the past few years at Barca. He delineates a privileged area for me of freedom to fire based on absolute trust and tactical design. We talk for a full 3 hours. From tactical details to Premier League refereeing standards, from the impact of Manchester's weather on training to analyses of Champions League opponents. Antonella came in midway with coffee and snacks, seeing us intensely discussing the wall, filled with chaotic lines, mainly him speaking, while I listened, occasionally interjecting, shaking her head, and smiling as she stepped back out. This is not a negotiation. This is a collision and confirmation of 2 football souls on a purely tactical level. When Guardiola finally paused to sip the now-cold coffee, he looked into my eyes. So Leo, tell me, setting aside all other factors, just talk football. Here within the frameworks I just described, can you see yourself playing? Can you feel that urge to start training immediately? I paused for a moment. The lines on the wall seemed to come alive in my eyes, transforming into running players, passing balls, and torn gaps. I saw De Bruyne's surgical through ball, Bernardo Silva's tireless runs, and everything that could happen if I appeared. Yes, I heard myself say, my voice firm, I can see it. Guardiola's face broke into that unmasked, radiant smile of a child receiving their favorite toy. He patted my back heartily. That's enough. As for the other matters, let Jorge and Begiristain worry about them. We are only responsible for kicking the damn ball into the goal. In that moment, all uncertainties about the future and all the pains of farewell seemed to be temporarily dispelled by this pure flame of football. I felt a long-lost excitement that was solely about competition. The subsequent formal talks were astonishingly efficient. With Guardiola's clear stance and my nod, Manchester City displayed top-notch professionalism. The contract terms were clear and favorable, yet not overly extravagant. The business development plan was detailed, but respected my personal wishes. Arrangements for family accommodations, healthcare, and even educational suggestions for the children were maturely laid out. Most importantly, they offered a buffer plan that I couldn't refuse. After signing, I wouldn't have to participate in high-intensity training immediately, and could even stay out of the squad initially until I felt fully prepared physically and mentally. They understood what I was going through and were willing to use all resources to help me transition smoothly. We know this is not just a job change for you, Leo. CEO Soriano said sincerely, this is a significant life transition. Manchester City hopes to be your strongest supporter in this new chapter, not merely an employer. When I signed my name on the last page of that letter of intent, my hand was steady. There was no excitement, no sadness, only a sense of calm that came from resolution. The scratching sound of the pen gliding across the paper felt like a gate dropping, separating the past from the future. On the flight back to Barcelona, I slept deeply. There were no dreams. Only a deep, almost exhausted sense of peace. The decision had been made, the path chosen. What remained was how to walk it and how to bid farewell to the past. Returning to Barcelona, the atmosphere had changed completely. The communication from Laporta's side had nearly in its place were constant inquiries and details from the club's press department regarding an upcoming important press conference. They sent media lists, process arrangements, and even suggested attire. Businesslike, devoid of any emotional tone, as if arranging for a product launch ceremony. Meanwhile, the outside world was bracing for a storm. Although I and Manchester City had done an excellent job keeping things confidential, the rumors of Messi leaving reached a boiling point due to Barcelona's sudden announcement of this vaguely themed press conference. The media, like sharks smelling blood, camped outside my home and training base for 24 hours. Friends' calls and messages flooded in again, but this time they were not tentative but anxious requests for confirmation and comfort. I did not respond to most messages. I only sent a brief note to a few of my closest friends such as Xavi, Busquets, Piqué, Agüero, and Neymar. Let's talk after the press conference. Thank you all. On the night before the press conference, I drove to Camp Nou one last time alone. I told no one. The stadium at night was enormous and silent, like a sleeping red giant. The security personnel recognized me and surprisingly opened the side door. I walked through the empty grandstand corridors, my footsteps echoing. Finally, I arrived at the edge of the pitch next to the coach's bench. The grass had just been trimmed, glistening with a glossy green sheen under the night lights. I walked over, knelt down, and touched the blades of grass with my palm, cool, carrying the scent of dew. I grabbed a small handful of soil and crushed it between my fingers. The soil of Barcelona. Memories flooded like a burst dam. Here I scored my first official match goal, receiving a delicate pass from Ronaldinho and deftly chipping it in. Here we lifted the sextuple trophy, champagne spraying, fireworks filling the sky. Here I experienced the stunning comeback against Paris with Neymar carrying me on his shoulders. Here I also faced crushing defeats, doubts, injuries, and lows. Every corner bears a story. This pitch has witnessed my entire adult life, from boy to man, from prodigy to legend, from idealism to stark reality. I stood up and looked around this now empty temple that can hold nearly 100,000 people. The giant tifo structure in the south stand stands silently, the members' seats in the north stand are neatly arranged, and the lights in the east and west stands softly illuminate each row of seats. I once thought I would play here until I could play no more, then slowly walk down the stairs to the cheers of the crowd. I once thought my number 10 jersey would hang high in the museum alongside all the trophies I won. I once thought my sons would wear the jerseys of the Barca Youth Academy, chasing my footsteps on this pitch. If only. This thought, which did not materialize at the end of my past life, resurfaced once again. But this time there are no regrets, only a clear and cold realization. No more ifs. I took a deep final breath of the Camp Nou night air, then turned and left without looking back. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the corridor, gradually fading away, ultimately swallowed by the heavy sound of the iron gate closing. Returning home, Antonella was still waiting for me. She asked nothing, just handed me a glass of warm water, then gently embraced me. Are you all set? She asked. Yeah. I buried my face in her shoulder, drawing warmth and strength. The speech is in my head. The points of countermeasure are marked as well. That's good. She stroked my hair. Remember, Leo. No matter what you say or don't say, those who love you will always understand. Those who don't love you will never understand. You just need to be true to your heart. I lifted my head and looked into her gentle, yet resolute eyes, nodding. Tomorrow will be a confrontation between lies and truths, a collision between performance and reality. I will personally draw the final punctuation mark for my 21-year Redan Blue career, not to say goodbye, but to ignite new fires upon the ruins. August 8th, 2021. I was wearing that carefully chosen deep gray suit paired with a simple white shirt without a tie. Antonella helped me adjust my cuffs. Her fingers were slightly cold. The children were left at home taken care of by her. Before bed last night, Tiago looked up at me and asked, Dad, are you really going to say goodbye on TV tomorrow? I patted his head without saying a word. He was still too young to understand the upheaval behind the word goodbye. Jorge and the lawyer were waiting downstairs. We got into the car and headed towards Camp Nou. Along the way, I saw more and more fans gathering, holding up my pictures and signs, pleading for me to stay, standing there silently, like a silent funeral. Many people had traces of tears on their faces. Outside the car window, the sky over Barcelona was a gloomy lead gray, as if even the weather conspired with this sad script. Yet within me, there was a strange calmness, like the stillness of the sea before the storm. The press conference was set in the media hall of Camp Nou, a place that had witnessed countless celebrations of champions, now resembling a mourning hall. As I walked in, accompanied by Jorge and the lawyer, the intense flashes of cameras instantly engulfed me, the clicking sounds merging into a harsh white noise. I squinted, seeing a dense crowd of media reporters from all over the world below, with dozens of live broadcast cameras set up in the back. The air was thick with tension, sorrow, and a nearly greedy anticipation, waiting for the tears of an era, waiting for a globally broadcast legend's death. I sat down behind the long table facing countless microphones with the Barca crest in the center. Laporta and several high-ranking club officials sat at the far end of the table, separated from me by a few empty seats. I did not look at them. The host began with a brief opening, the voice echoing in the quiet hall. Then he pushed the microphone in front of me. All eyes of the world were focused here. I took a deep breath, my gaze slowly sweeping across the audience, those familiar and unfamiliar faces. The camera lens was like a black hole, absorbing all sound, leaving only the dull echo of my own heartbeat. I spoke, my voice traveling through the microphone, slightly unfamiliar, yet relatively steady. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank all the media friends present today. I stand here to announce one thing: my time at FC Barcelona, my player career, is coming to an end. As the words fell, even though it was anticipated, the audience below still erupted in suppressed gasps and sounds of shock. I could feel that behind the cameras, countless hearts sank. I paused for a few seconds, allowing the weight of those words to settle in everyone's hearts. Then I continued, speaking very slowly. Each word seemed to be painstakingly excavated from deep memory. I came here at the age of 13. This club has given me everything. Not just how to play football, but how to be a person. Here I grew from a little boy into a man, from a player to the legend they speak of. My voice choked for a moment. This was real, not for performance. I left everything on this pitch. I never thought I would leave in such a manner. The audience began to emit suppressed sobs. Some reporters from the back rows more were the countless fans crying through the live broadcast signal, reaching every corner of the world. I want to thank many people. I started reading those names, a necessary ritual, and my heartfelt gratitude. Thanks to the coaches at La Masia, thanks to all the teammates I fought alongside. Ronnie, Xavi, Andres, Carl, Sergio, Gerard. Too many names to list, but they know they are all in my heart. Thanks to all the club staff, doctors, physiotherapists, equipment managers. Thank you for your daily support. I deliberately did not thank Laporta and his management team, sitting not far away. This subtle blank space was like a glaring gap deliberately left on a canvas. The ones I want to thank the most are the fans. My gaze turned to the camera, as if I could see through it, looking into every tear-filled eye at that moment. It is you who has filled me with strength in every run, who has helped me stand up after every fall. It is your songs that have accompanied me for 21 years. The applause and cheers at Camp Nou have been the most beautiful background music of my career. This love I cannot repay, I can only keep it deep in my heart. Tears finally came uncontrollably. I did not wipe them away, letting them slide down my cheeks. These were tears shed for the fans, real and genuine. These tears broke down the last line of defense in many hearts, and the audience wept in unison. Then I shifted my tone. The choked sound disappeared, replaced by a cold clarity. In recent months, my team and I have given everything we can to stay here. I picked up a copy of a document in front of me, the key page of the risk disclosure form, but the specific legal clause numbers were omitted. I raised it up for the cameras to capture. We agreed to all the demands. We showed the utmost flexibility. For the first time, my gaze slowly turned towards Laporta's direction. The expression on his face, which had originally been immersed in a tragic atmosphere, subtly tightened. We were even ready to accept a short-term contract that did not fully match our past contributions, and my current, we were willing to take the risk because we believe in commitment, believe that this club is not just a business. The hall was terrifyingly quiet, only the faint sounds of cameras and the air conditioning could be heard. All the reporters held their breath, sensing an unusual atmosphere. But I put down the document, my gaze returned to the front, my voice calm, yet sharp as an ice-forged knife. In the end, what we received was not a contract, but such a document. It informed us that due to some force majeure and structural obstacles, the club could not make any guarantees. I paused, letting the cold terms force majeure and structural obstacles resonate in the silence. I do not understand politics nor complex financial models. I only understand football. My voice carried just the right amount of confusion and hurt, not entirely a facade. I only know that when a person says he is willing to do everything to keep you, but when it comes to signing his name, he hands over a risk disclosure form. I shook my head, not continuing. That was enough. I did not accuse Laporta of being a fraud. I merely stated the facts. I was willing to take a pay cut for a short contract, and I received a risk disclosure form. I laid these two facts side by side, allowing the whole world, every fan with basic logic, to piece together the image in between and draw that cruel conclusion. Laporta's expression turned grim. He tried to maintain the look of sorrow and understanding, but cracks began to appear in that expression. Planis, sitting beside him, instinctively shifted in his seat. The crowd of reporters below began to stir, whispering to each other, some quickly typing on their laptops. I gave them a few seconds to digest, then my tone softened again, yet became more resolute. So today, I must accept this reality. I am very saddened, very pained. But I must look forward. My career is not over. My love for football is as fervent as it was when I first stepped onto the pitch at La Masia 21 years ago. I still yearn for training, for matches, for victories. I will forever love this club, love its fans, love its soul. Today, only the player Messi is leaving. The boy from Rosario, a part of his heart, will forever remain here below every inch of grass at Camp Nou. I stood up. This was the signal for the end. Thank you all. Thank you, Barca. Goodbye. I did not look at Laporta again, nor did I give the reporters a chance to ask questions. That would ruin the poignant and lucid narrative I had built with all my restraint. Accompanied by Jorge and the lawyer, I turned and swiftly left the hall. Behind me was the sudden eruption of noise that nearly blew the roof off. Reporters frantically shouted my name, trying to ask questions. The flashes of cameras once again went wild, capturing my upright silhouette as I departed. In the corridor, the noise was cut off. My steps were quick, my heart pounding violently in my chest, not from sadness, but from a release and a cold, burning exhilaration. I had spoken. In the most dignified and sharpest way, I threw the shards of truth to the whole world. Laporta, now it's your turn. In the next 24 hours, the world erupted. My press conference speech was analyzed word by word. The keywords of that risk disclosure form and my statement of willingness to accept a short-term pay cut contract were repeatedly compared and interpreted. The direction of public opinion after extreme sadness quickly shifted to overwhelming doubts and anger towards the Barca management. The front page headline of El Mundo Deportivo read, "Not a farewell, but an exile, how Messi was forced out. Marco Laporta's commitment versus Messi's willingness to take a pay cut. Who is lying?" The Catalan Diari Sport also unusually issued sharp criticism. The club has lost its heart, and the reason is not financial, but decision-making. On social media, "Gracias Messi," "Thank you Messi," and "Laporta demite Laporta resigned" simultaneously became global trending topics. The anger of Barca fans reached a peak as they gathered outside Camp Nou, burning images of Laporta, shouting. Laporta was forced to hold an emergency press conference that evening. He looked tired and haggard, trying to explain the financial predicament, again emphasizing, "We love Messi, we tried our best." But this time his performance lost its magic. The reporters' questions became sharper. If Messi is willing to take a pay cut, why is it still not possible? Is that risk disclosure form the final ultimatum? Is your priority financial health or competitive success? Laporta stammered and evaded, his credibility crumbling at a visible rate in front of the live cameras. Meanwhile, my phone was once again inundated with messages and missed calls. But this time, most of the messages came from friends, former teammates, football legends, and even some unexpected individuals. They were no longer just offering comfort, but expressing support and outrage towards the Barca management. "Xavi, you said everything that needed to be heard. Hold your head high, brother." Iniesta sent a long voice message, his voice choked. "Leo, I am proud of you. You are braver than all of us." Even Sir Alex Ferguson, who usually played coy with the media, conveyed a message through an intermediary, elegant toughness. This is how a legend should exit. Of course, there were differing voices. Some media aligned with the Barca management tried to portray me as someone demanding an outrageous contract that failed, but in the face of the self-deprecating facts I threw out, such smears appeared pale and powerless. More neutral commentators pointed out, no matter the financial truth, treating the club's all-time great in this manner is an epic disaster on the level of public relations and the soul of the club. I turned off most notifications and spent time with my family. We watched the chaotic scenes rolling across the news, witnessing the tears and fury of fans watching Laporta's pale and powerless explanations. Antonella held my hand softly, saying, "You did it, Leo. You didn't let them turn you into the tragic hero of their drama. You are now a questioning king. A king. I leaned back wearily on the sofa. No, I am just a player who doesn't want to be buried by lies. Barcelona outside the window still twinkled with lights, but I knew that a part of this city had forever closed it. The wound was exposed, painful, but also began the scabbing process because it was exposed to the air. 3 days later the storm eased, yet the world's gaze remained firmly fixed on me. Everyone was asking the same question: Messi, where to next? Is it the money and brotherhood of Paris? Is it the tactics and call of the mentor at Manchester City? Or is it some unexpected dark horse? At the peak of countless speculations, I had Jorge release that brief message: Lionel Messi's next stop will be Manchester City Football Club. More information will be announced later. There was no grand announcement video, no lengthy statement. Just a line of text. But that line of text, like a second stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred up an even more violent, globally sweeping wave than the farewell declaration. The Premier League. Messi is going to the Premier League. Guardiola reunites with Messi. Manchester City acquires the king. The landscape of the Premier League is completely overturned. All discussions, sadness, and anger were instantly overshadowed and redirected by this more explosive news. The world of football fell into a new frenzy. The media began frantically analyzing how Manchester City's tactics would change. Because of me, Premier League defenders were asked how to defend. Against me, Manchester City fans were in ecstasy. Other Premier League giants felt suffocating pressure, while Barca and Laporta, they seemed to quickly turn from the eye of the storm into a somewhat awkward background and negative example. My phone rang again. This time it was Guardiola. His voice came through the noisy background, filled with laughter and relief. Welcome to the eye of the storm, Leo. Get ready. The rain and media scrutiny in England are far fiercer than in Spain. I looked out at the last sunset of Barcelona and replied, I am ready, Pep. The call ended. I walked to the balcony, and the sky over Barcelona was being dyed by the night. The distant horizon was a blur. It ended, and it began. The system's voice did not appear. That distant expectation of climbing to the top again still slept in an unknown corner. But I knew that my next match, my next touch of the ball, my next breath would all be for that goal. Not to prove anything to anyone. Just for the fact that I still am that Lionel Messi who yearns for football. The rain in Manchester seems to already echo its sound falling on the future pitch. Cold, fresh, filled with unknown challenges. On August 10th, 2021, Tuesday, at 1:27 a.m. This moment will be eternally recorded in the historical archives of Manchester City Football Club. When Messi's private flight, BA 2021, a specially arranged flight number, landed at Manchester Airport, the airport's radar indicated a crowd density equivalent to that of a concert. In fact, the previous day, August 9th, marked the 39th day since the start of the Premier League summer transfer window. Manchester City had completed the signing of Grealish for $100 million, but the world's focus was clearly not on the Englishman. Through the window, the scene that greeted Jorge, who was accustomed to grand occasions, made him take a deep breath. The airport perimeter was engulfed in blue and white. Manchester City's sky blue merged miraculously with Argentina's blue and white stripes. People held up photos of Messi from various periods, from the 2005 World Youth Championship to the 2021 Copa America. Interestingly, many Manchester City fans were already wearing the new season's number 10 jersey, even though the club had not officially released it. According to real-time police data, there were 32147 people gathered at the scene. Soria No, the CEO of Manchester City, who came to welcome him, said over the internal communication channel, his voice mixed with shock and pride, this breaks the record set when Guardiola arrived in 2016. Oh, the number is still increasing. As the airplane door opened, a roar surged forth like a tsunami. As Messi stepped out of the cabin, a chorus of thousands suddenly erupted in the distance. Not Manchester City's Blue Moon, but the Argentine fans' adaptation of Muchachos. The lyrics were sung in Spanish with a Manchester accent, and many local fans held up pre-printed Spanish lyric cards. He descended the staircase, not immediately boarding the vehicle, but walked towards the barrier. The heart of the security supervisor nearly stopped, but what happened next would become material that the Manchester City Public Relations Department would use repeatedly for many years. Messi strolled along the 50-meter barrier, gently touching the countless hands reaching out. An Asian boy wearing a Messi 30 Newell's Old Boys jersey was lifted by his father to hand him a pen for an autograph. Messi noticed that the boy clutched a photo in his other hand. It was a snapshot of the moment he dribbled past Vidic in the 2011 Champions League final against Manchester United. Where did you get this photo from? Messi asked in Spanish. The boy's father excitedly replied in English, we've been in Manchester from Rosario for 5 years, sir. Mateo's grandfather was someone who watched you play as a youth at the Memorial Stadium back then. Messi crouched down. This action triggered another wave of cheers, and wrote on the back of the photo, to Mateo, football connects everything. Leo? As he stood up, the entire airport perimeter erupted in cheers akin to a religious ceremony. This was not the roar of football hooligans, but a collective emotion of awe and ecstasy, witnessing the arrival of a living legend in their city. As the convoy drove towards the City Football Academy, Soria No quietly said, today, August 10th, is precisely the 47th day after the Premier League announced the schedule for the new season. Our first league match is against Tottenham on August 21st, and the Community Shield is on August 14th against Leicester City. He looked at Messi. Pep said you might only play 30 minutes in the Community Shield to get a feel for it. Messi nodded. He certainly remembered this timeline. In his past life during the 202,122 season's Community Shield, Manchester City lost to Leicester City. But now everything was different. When Messi arrived at the City Football Academy, he was greeted by the entire Manchester City first team. It's important to mention a key moment in early August 2021. The European Championship had just concluded. The final was on July 11th, and the Copa America ended on July 10th. Therefore, most of the national team players had just returned, and pre-season training had actually started a week prior. The first to step forward was Phil Foden. This 21-year-old core of Manchester City's youth academy had just become a mainstay in the team during the 2021 season, and at this time, he had not yet fully grown into the Prince of Manchester City. He would later become, his eyes still filled with youthful admiration. Sir Foden's voice was somewhat nervous. He specifically used "sir" instead of "Leo." My dad took me to watch the 2011 Champions League final when I was 11, the moment you dribbled past Vidic at Wembley. I practiced in my backyard for a whole year after that. Messi took the two jerseys that Foden handed him. One was a faded Barcelona number 10, and the other was a brand new Manchester City number 10. He signed both jerseys and then did something that surprised everyone. He handed the Barcelona jersey back to Foden, saying, "You keep this one. After we win something, I'll write more on the other one." Foden's eyes instantly turned red. This detail would later be included in the official Manchester City documentary. Kevin De Bruyne's approach was more professional. The Belgian handed over an iPad which displayed the video of the 2020 Champions League quarter-final match between Manchester City and Lyon, the match in which City suffered a shocking exit. In the 79th minute, "Your turn at midfield. I have studied it at least 50 times." De Bruyne said, "What options do you usually have in this position?" Messi glanced at the screen. 3. But that day, I chose the worst one. He pointed at the screen. "If I had noticed that the right back was positioned 2 meters further up, I should have passed to the right instead of trying a through ball." De Bruyne was stunned. "You remember your own mistakes so clearly." "I remember all my mistakes," Messi said, "because they teach me more than the goals do." The surrounding players fell silent. This level of professionalism commanded the respect of everyone present, especially the younger players. Jack Grealish displayed a completely different style. The England winger, who had just joined for a British record transfer fee of $100 million, the transfer was completed on August 5th, directly gave Messi a bear hug. "Big man, I watched your highlights before every game in my last year at Villa. Now we finally get to play together." He pulled out a framed photo. Inside was a PS picture of him at 15 with Messi with the Etihad Stadium, and, "Look, I've been your teammate for a long time." Laughter erupted in the locker room. It's important to insert a crucial background. During the summer transfer window of 2021, in addition to signing Grealish, Manchester City was also pursuing Tottenham's Harry Kane rumored transfer fee of $150 million. However, due to Levy's tough stance, the deal had stalled. This is why Guardiola had begun considering the possibility of playing without a striker in his tactical designs. Messi's arrival perfectly resolved this issue. Ruben Dias, the Premier League Player of the Season for 2020-21, who had just helped Manchester City win the Premier League and become Champions League runners-up, spoke to Messi in Portuguese. "In Portugal, all kids want to be Cristiano Ronaldo. But every professional defender studies how to defend against you." He paused. "Now I'm happy that I won't have to face you on the pitch." The most touching moment came from Scott Carson, the 36-year-old third-choice goalkeeper. He approached Messi and deeply bowed. "Sir, it is my greatest honor to face your shots in training during the last years of my career." At this moment, a hierarchy in the locker room quietly established itself, not based on tenure or transfer fees, but purely on respect for football. Guardiola stood at the door and quietly said to assistant João Malillo, "Did you see that? He hasn't even played a match yet, and he's already the son of the locker room." At 3:00 p.m. in the press room of the City Football Academy, a total of 137 media outlets were present. This number broke the record set when Cristiano Ronaldo joined Juventus in 2018. At 3:00 p.m. in the press room of the City Football Academy, a total of 137 media outlets were present. This number broke the record set when But what I want to ask is, what kind of Messi have they faced? I'm not here to prove anything. I'm here to find out. When Premier League defenders face me every weekend, will they miss the days when they only had to deal with ordinary forwards? This statement spread like wildfire. That night at 7:30 p.m. on Sky Sports Football Night, the Manchester United legend Roy Keane did not hold back arrogant. He has no idea what it means to play at Old Trafford. Let's see who misses whom after Wan-Bissaka marks him for 90 minutes. Liverpool legend Carragher tweeted, "Welcome to the real marathon, Mr. Messi." The Premier League has 20 teams, 38 matches from August to May. Moreover, the World Cup qualifiers are still ongoing. The South American schedule is packed. Good luck. Tottenham's head coach Nuno, who had just taken office on July 1, 2021, was asked about this at a pre-match press conference. "We respect all opponents, But Tottenham's defensive system, note Tottenham conceded the third least goals in the Premier League in the 2020-21 season, will make any forward feel challenged. Chelsea's head coach Tuchel, who had just led his team to defeat Manchester City in the Champions League on May 29, 2021, had the most thought-provoking reaction. Football is a team sport. Chelsea has the most complete team in the world. And he paused. We just signed Lukaku, transfer completed on August 12 for 97.5 million. I believe he will trouble all defenders. These comments quickly escalated. On social media, the hashtags Messi conquers the Premier League and Premier League teaches Messi a lesson both trended. But the most crucial response came from one person, Erling Haaland. The Norwegian forward, still at Borussia Dortmund at the time, was asked about Messi's comments during an interview on August 11. Haaland, who would later join Manchester City in the summer of 2022 for a release clause of 60 million, broke into his signature grin. Messi is right, defenders should be afraid. However, he winked. If they think Messi is scary, wait until I get to the Premier League, they'll be having nightmares. This interview would be referenced repeatedly. No one expected that a year later Haaland and Messi would indeed become teammates. On August 15, Sunday, at 2:00 p.m. at the Etihad Stadium. It's important to explain the time background. This was the day before the Community Shield, August 14, but Guardiola insisted on scheduling this public training session with a clear purpose: to allow Messi to establish chemistry with his teammates in a relatively relaxed environment. Before the match began, Guardiola drew a brand new formation diagram on the locker room whiteboard. Today we are 4,231, but actually 424. He pointed to Messi. Leo, you will form a diamond front line with Jack Grealish, Phil Foden, and Riyad Mahrez, but your position is free. I call it the free number 10. He turned to the whole team. Remember, when Leo has the ball, everyone must move. He is not here to serve us. We are here to create options for him. In the 8th minute of the first quarter, the first goal showcased the new chemistry. De Bruyne received the ball in the backfield, and at the moment he looked up, Messi suddenly withdrew from the center-forward position. This back run attracted both Ake and Ruben Dias to follow. But Messi did not call for the ball, instead he continued to pull left. Just as Dias hesitated whether to defend, De Bruyne's through ball found the suddenly advancing Foden, which was the space created by Messi's withdrawal. Foden burst into the penalty area and crossed. Moment, he looked up, Messi suddenly withdrew from the center-forward. On the sidelines, Guardiola said to his assistant Lirio, "Did you see that? He can change the game without even touching." The team in yellow vests applied high-pressure marking, making it difficult for Manchester City to play out from the back. In the midst of the encirclement, Rodri managed to pass the ball to Messi. At that moment, Messi was facing away from the attacking direction, surrounded by 3 defenders. A regular player would have opted for a backward pass. However, Messi used the outside of his right foot to gently nudge the ball, threading it through Phillips' legs, while simultaneously executing a 180-degree turn to face the attacking direction. What followed was a masterclass performance. Messi advanced with the ball, drawing the attention of 4 defenders before executing a no-look pass to find space on the right flank. Mahrez received the ball and crossed it into the box, where Foden made a late run to score with a header. But the most thrilling moment came in the 22nd minute of the third quarter. At this point, the score was already 30. Messi received the ball just outside the penalty area while the defenders of the yellow-vested team had completely tightened their formation. In front of him stood 6 defenders, seemingly no space left. Messi feigned a long-range shot and then gently chipped the ball, not for a shot, but for a delicate lofted pass over the top. The ball soared over the entire defensive line, landing on the edge of the small penalty area. Everyone thought it was a mistake, as there was no one there. But just at the moment the ball descended, a blue figure darted in like a flash. Phil Foden cut in from the right side, and before the goalkeeper could react, deftly nudged the ball into the net. "This is sheer telepathy," exclaimed the Sky Sports commentator. "They've trained together for only 5 days." A hat-trick was completed in the 35th minute of the third quarter. The blue jersey team was awarded a free kick just outside the penalty area, 25 meters from goal, slightly to the left. De Bruyne and Mahrez stood over the ball, but Messi calmly approached. As he bent to adjust his socks, Messi murmured something softly to De Bruyne. The Belgian nodded and stepped back. With a measured run-up, Messi struck the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball curled over the defensive wall, dipped sharply just before the goal line, and bounced into the bottom right corner. Etihad Stadium was in absolute frenzy. The deafening roar of Messi, Messi, Messi. However, Messi did not celebrate. Instead, he ran towards De Bruyne, pointing at the position of the wall, and said, the broadcast camera captured his lip movements. "Kevin, next time, when you take the free kick, their wall will jump 5 centimeters higher, because they fear I will kick a dipping shot again." De Bruyne nodded in realization. This is Messi's value. He not only scores himself, but also creates future opportunities for his teammates. After the match, Guardiola held a brief tactical meeting in the locker room. "Today you all saw it," Guardiola pointed at the tactical board. "Leo's presence means our attacking system must upgrade. From today onward, we will practice 3 attacking patterns. First, the quick transition mode. When Leo receives the ball in midfield, both wings must sprint with full force. Jack Riyad, fill your speed, will be maximally utilized. Second, the positional battle against tight defenses. When Leo holds the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Kevin and Bernardo Silva must make overlapping runs, while Ruben Dias and John Stones need to consider making late runs from the back. Third, Guardiola paused for a moment the future mode. He pulled up a video showcasing Dortmund's Haaland and highlights from the Bundesliga. Look at this Norwegian's positioning. Guardiola pointed at the screen. His sprinting during counterattacks, his positioning within the penalty area. If in the future we have a forward like that paired with Leo's passing. Silence fell in the locker room. Everyone understood the coach's implication. Manchester City was still pursuing Kane, but Haaland's name had already begun to enter the plans. Messi raised his hand. Pep, I have an idea regarding this future mode. All eyes turned to him. While watching Haaland's match footage, I noticed Messi said he prefers two types of passes. One is a through ball behind the defense, the other is a cutback pass inside the penalty area. But many times the midfield delivers the ball too slowly. He walked to the tactical board and drew a line. If we can create chaos in this corridor between the opposing center-back and defensive midfielder, then whether it's a through ball or a cutback, it will be more threatening. And the way to create chaos. He looked at De Bruyne and Bernardo, is for the three of us to frequently interchange positions in this area. Guardiola's eyes lit up, interchanging positions with three in the corridor. Messi, De Bruyne, Bernardo. This will completely confuse the opponent's defense. And also, Messi added, if we have a forward like Haaland who possesses both physicality and speed, we could even attempt an extreme style of play, abandon possession and focus on quick counterattacks. Give the ball to any one of me, Kevin or Bernardo, and we can all deliver lethal passes during the counterattack. This idea was too bold. Manchester City had always been known for their possession, but now Messi proposed the possibility of abandoning possession. But this requires high defensive demands, Captain Fernandinho said. So we need to practice a new defensive system. Messi said when pressing high it shouldn't be blind aggression, but rather a conscious effort to force the opponent to pass the ball into areas where we can intercept and counterattack. This requires high coordination from the entire team. In the locker room, players exchanged glances. They suddenly realized that Messi brought not only technique, but also an entirely new football philosophy. That night, Manchester City officially released a photo of Messi with his arms wide open at the Etihad Stadium, captioned, "The architect has arrived." The architect has arrived, but the real storm came the next day. On August 16th, Monday, the Premier League officially announced the referee assignments for the first round of the new season. Manchester City vs. Tottenham, August 21st, Saturday, 17:30 kickoff. The main referee will be Anthony Taylor, a referee known for his strictness who issued a total of 12 red cards last season. On the same day, Spurs captain Harry Kane gave an interview after training. When asked if he was concerned about Messi, the England forward's response was subtle. Leo is one of the best players in history, but Spurs have one of the best defensive systems in the Premier League. And he paused. Football is a team sport, and we have 22 players who can take the field. This statement was interpreted by the media as Spurs will use a rotating strategy to tire Messi out. More intriguingly was the news on August 17th. Paris Saint-Germain officially announced the signing of Mbappé for a transfer fee of €180 million. In reality, it was a free transfer, but a hefty signing bonus and commission were paid. This meant that the two most sought-after young stars in football today, Haaland and Mbappé, had both determined their futures. Mbappé to Paris and Haaland. Everyone knew Dortmund couldn't keep him, but his next destination was uncertain. In Manchester City's tactical analysis room, Guardiola and Messi watched footage of Spurs matches together. Look here, Messi paused the video. Spurs' defensive weakness lies between the right center-back and the right back. Dier likes to push up, but is slow to turn at Emerson. Spurs' right back has a strong desire to attack and often loses his position. He pulled up another clip. This is last season's match between Spurs and Liverpool. Salah created 4 chances on this side. If we let Jack Grealish and Phil Foden alternate attacks on this side, then you can support in the center. Guardiola interjected, or Kevin can make a late run from the back. Messi nodded. Moreover, Spurs midfielder Højbjerg is very tough defensively, but he has a habit. When he goes for a tackle, he tends to drop his right shoulder first. If we can anticipate this. The two exchanged smiles. That kind of tactical understanding felt like a return to Barcelona 10 years ago. On August 18th, the entire Manchester City team flew to London, preparing for the Premier League opener on August 21st. On the plane, Messi sat by the window watching Manchester shrink below. Antonella held his hand. Are you nervous? No, Messi said. I'm excited. He recalled his past life. The 2021-22 season where Manchester City won the Premier League, but suffered a stunning turnaround by Real Madrid in the Champions League semi-finals. He remembered the 2022 World Cup, that breathtaking final. So many memories flooded back. But now he came to Manchester City not just for a new challenge, but to write a completely new history. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his father. Jorge. Paris held a grand unveiling ceremony for Mbappé. The media was asking if Manchester City had considered Mbappé. Messi replied, we have other plans. He knew what that other plan was. Not Kane, but Haaland. The Norwegian giant, who would break all goal-scoring records in the future. And in his memories from his past life, Haaland scored 36 goals in the Premier League during his first season after joining Manchester City. Now if he adds his own assists. The plane began to descend, and the outline of London came into view. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium lay ahead. On August 21, 2021, in London at 1715. The air in the visitors' dressing room at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium was taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Guardiola drew the final attacking line on the whiteboard with a marker, the tip of the pen striking the tactical board with a crisp sound as he turned around. They will stack 5 players here, and here. Guardiola's finger emphatically pointed to 3 positions at the edge of the penalty area, and in the center Hojbjerg skipped Dier Sanchez, and possibly Ndombele dropping back. They want to drown us with their bodies and numbers. He paused, sweeping his gaze across each face before it landed on Messi. But football is not a game of numbers. Guardiola's voice suddenly rose. It is a game of space. Leo, I want you to drop back to here. He drew a circle near the center circle, not to hide, but to lure them, draw them out from the center, and then his finger traced a sharp arrow piercing the gap behind the Spurs defense. Then Jack, Phil, Kevin, you must be like 3 knives penetrating every inch of their exposed skin. The dressing room was so quiet that the sound of the air conditioning could be heard. De Bruyne was adjusting his shin guards, Grealish was repeatedly tying his shoelaces, and Foden was staring at his name on the tactical board, his eyes shining. Messi sat in front of his locker wrapping bandages around his left arm. His movements were slow, circling and circling, as if performing a ritual. As the bandage reached the 3rd circle, he lifted his head and looked at Guardiola. Pep, Messi's voice was calm. What if they don't come out? Then you just stand in midfield, Guardiola grinned, and give Kane and Son a lesson on how to dominate a game with pass. A few suppressed laughs erupted in the dressing room. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. The clock on the wall ticked to 17:25. 5 minutes until kickoff. Meanwhile, in various corners of the globe. In a bar near Camp Nou in Barcelona, Xavi and Iniesta sat side by side at the bar, 2 untouched beers in front of them. The huge TV screen on the wall was broadcasting Sky Sports pre-match analysis. When the camera zoomed in on Messi, nearly 100 Barca fans in the bar let out a complex sigh at the same time, mixed with nostalgia, heartbreak, and a distant pride. He will score, Xavi said softly, his eyes fixed on the screen. I know him. Iniesta twirled his drink. Not just scoring. He will redefine this game. Manchester outside the Etihad Stadium, a fan zone. Over 20,000 Manchester City fans gathered under a giant screen, unable to travel to London. They wore the new season's jerseys printed with Messi 30 on the back. Though Messi's number at Manchester City was 10, many fans chose to pay tribute with the number he wore in his last year at Barca. When the footage switched to Messi warming up, the square erupted with a tsunami of cheers. Did you see that? That's our number 10. An elderly man with white hair shouted to his little grandson, remember today, child. You are witnessing history. In Madrid, in the president's box at the Bernabeu, Florentino Perez and several Real Madrid executives were watching the live broadcast through a private channel. As the camera swept past Messi, Perez's expression showed no change, but the rhythm of his right index finger lightly tapping on the armrest betrayed the turmoil within. Laporta has gone mad, someone beside him said. No, Perez finally spoke, he is a businessman. Businessmen only calculate benefits, they do not understand what a legend is. Paris, in the VIP lounge at the Parc des Princes. Neymar and Mbappé, this newly formed attacking duo, sat side by side on the sofa. Neymar held his phone, the screen displaying a photo of him and Messi from their time at Barca. He will tear them apart, Neymar said to Mbappé. The young Frenchman stared at the screen, his expression complex. It's not that easy in the Premier League. For him, Neymar turned to look at Mbappé, emphasizing each word. It's the same everywhere. Rosario, in the living room of Messi's childhood home. Messi's mother Celia and his father's brother Messi's uncle sat together, holding hands tightly. The clock on the wall showed 14:05 Argentine time. On the TV, the commentator was introducing the lineups in Spanish. Will Leo be nervous? Celia asked softly. He won't, the uncle tightened his grip on her hand. This boy has always been calm in the most important matches. In Beijing, at a late-night barbecue restaurant, 3 televisions on the wall were simultaneously showing the match. CCTV 5, PP Sports, and Sky Sports. Dozens of young people squeezed into the cramped space, the beers and skewers on the table already cold. When Messi's face appeared on the screen, a bespectacled young man suddenly stood up, raising his glass. To the king of football. To the king of football. Everyone in the barbecue restaurant responded in unison, their voices piercing through the night sky of Beijing. In 213 countries and regions worldwide, over 500 million pairs of eyes focused on North London at this moment. At 1730, referee Anthony Taylor blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Spurs' start was as fierce as expected. In the first 5 minutes, Hojbjerg and Skip launched a frenzied press in midfield, every physical contact imbued with the rough texture unique to the Premier League. In the 3rd minute, Messi touched the ball for the first time. He received a pass from Rodri near the center circle, and Hojbjerg immediately crashed into him like a truck. At the moment of impact, Messi did not try to withstand it. Instead, he turned with the momentum, gently flicking the ball with the outside of his left foot. The ball slipped past Højbjerg's outstretched leg as Messi completed a 360-degree turn, his whole body already gliding past the Belgian. "Fried meatballs," exclaimed Sky Sports commentator Martin Tyler. He executed his signature move on his first touch in the Premier League. Højbjerg was completely outmaneuvered. A commotion mixed with gasps and boos arose from the stands. But Tottenham's defense was indeed dense. Nuno's 5-4-1 formation compressed the distance between midfield and defense to the limit, and every time Messi received the ball in the center there were at least 3 white-shirted players in front of him. In the 11th minute, a genuine threat emerged for the first time. De Bruyne received the ball on the right flank looking up. Messi suddenly dropped back from the center-forward position. This movement instantly attracted Dier and Sanchez to follow. But Messi did not call for the ball, instead he continued to move laterally, pulling the 2 center-backs away from their defensive positions. In that instant, De Bruyne delivered a precise diagonal pass, finding Grealish, who had made a run into the penalty area. "Onion." Martin Tyler's voice nearly cracked. But Spurs goalkeeper Lloris made a world-class save, blocking Grealish's shot with his leg. A corner kick. Messi walked towards the corner flag. This was his first corner taken in this match. The Spurs penalty area was crowded and Lloris was loudly directing the defense. He took a run-up and struck the ball. The ball carved an unusual arc, not flying towards the goal, but curling towards the top of the penalty area. There Rodri was already waiting. The Spanish defensive midfielder met the ball with a furious shot, the ball roaring towards the goal like a cannonball. Bang! The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced back into play. Amidst the chaos, a sky-blue figure flashed out, Ruben Dias. The Portuguese centre-back followed up with a powerful header. In the 13th minute, Manchester City takes the lead away from home. The goal was scored by Dias, but all the knowledgeable spectators turned their attention to Messi, the number 10 who perfectly delivered the corner kick to the most lethal position. "Incredible corner kick tactic," Jean June exclaimed excitedly from the commentary booth at PP Sports. "Messi didn't look for a high point, he found the completely unmarked Rodri. This is the vision of the king of football." Dias sprinted towards the corner flag and hugged Messi tightly. "How did you know I would be there?" "Because their defenders are all focused on Kane." Messi pointed to the Spurs forward who was retreating. "They forgot about you." Guardiola shouted angrily from the sidelines. This corner kick tactic was practiced just 3 days ago, originally planned for the second half of the match, but Messi sensed the opportunity on the field and executed it decisively. The Spurs players exchanged glances. Nuno roared from the sidelines, demanding that his players concentrate. But the real storm was just beginning. After conceding the goal, Spurs launched a frantic counterattack. Their strategy was simple and brutal. Avoid midfield entanglements and go directly to Kane and Son Heung-min up front. In the 21st minute, this attack paid off. Højbjerg made a long pass from the back and Kane leaped high between Dias and Stones, heading the ball back. Son Heung-min emerged like a ghost from behind Walker, receiving the ball, taking a touch, and shooting in one. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium erupted in an explosion of sound. The South Korean forward slid to his knees in celebration as a white wave surged through the stands. The Manchester City players looked somewhat disheartened, but Messi had already placed the ball at the center circle. He clapped his hands at his teammates and pointed to his temple. "Calm down," his lips seemed to say. After restarting the game, Messi began to change his position. No longer fixed in the center, he started to roam broadly, sometimes appearing on the left flank to collaborate with Grealish, at other times drifting to the right side to connect with Mahrez, and occasionally dropping back to the defensive midfield to support Rodri. The Spurs defense began to show signs of chaos. They were unsure who should mark Messi. If Højbjerg followed him, the midfield would be exposed. If Dier came out, gaps would appear in the defensive line. In the 34th minute, Messi's first assist arrived. He received the ball in his own half, turning to face the dual pressure from Højbjerg and Skip. This time, Messi chose not to break through. Instead, at the moment the two closed in, he delivered a diagonal long pass of 40 meters with the outside of his right foot. The ball arced beautifully through the air, bypassing the entire Spurs defense, and landed precisely in the vacant space on the left flank. "Jack Grealish!" shouted Martin Tyler. Grealish controlled the ball and cut inside, facing the defense of Sanchez from the left side of the penalty area. Everyone thought he would cross or shoot, but the Englishman feigned, and then knocked the ball back near the penalty spot. There Phil Foden had already arrived in a flash. With a swift shot, the ball flew straight into the bottom right corner. In the 35th minute, Manchester City takes the lead once again. What an exquisite combination. Jean June excitedly analyzes, Messi's long pass is precisely directed, Grealish's positioning and return are perfectly timed, and Foden's shot is calm and decisive. But the starting point of it all was Messi's surgical pass that sliced through half the pitch. Foden rushed towards the corner flag, jumping into Grealish's embrace. However, the two quickly separated, instinctively running towards Messi. 3 Manchester City players embraced in celebration near the center circle, and the camera zoomed in on Messi, who wore a subtle smile. The expressions of the Tottenham players began to grow serious. They realized that no matter how hard they tried, that man in the sky blue jersey with the number 10 could always tear through the defense in the simplest of ways. The remaining time in the first half slipped away amidst fierce competition. During injury time, Messi was brought down by Hojbjerg just outside the penalty area, winning a brilliantly positioned free kick. He stood over the ball, taking a deep breath. Tottenham formed a six-man wall, while Lloris nervously directed the defense. He took a run-up and shot. The ball flew over the wall, descending rapidly. But this time Lloris made a heroic save, tipping the ball over the crossbar. The whistle for halftime immediately followed. 21 of Manchester City entered the dressing room with the lead. During halftime, social media exploded worldwide. On Twitter, the topic Messi Premier League debut skyrocketed to number 1 globally within 15 minutes. The gif of Messi assisting Diaz from a corner kick was shared over 2 million times. On football forums, professional fans began to analyze the intricacies of that corner kick strategy. Tottenham made the mistake that all teams tend to make. They focused too much on Messi himself, forgetting that he could do anything with a pass. Watching Messi play is like watching a Go master at work, while others are focused on the next move he has already seen 10 steps ahead. The tears at Camp Nou have yet to dry, and now it's the Premier League defender's turn to cry. In the Tottenham dressing room, Nuno was roaring, "Don't let him turn. Do not give him space to pass. Hojbjerg, I want you to stick to him like glue." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Manchester City's dressing room was entirely different. Guardiola quickly sketched new routes on the whiteboard. In the second half, they will be even more frenzied. "Leo, I want you to continue dropping back, but this time not as bait. It's a slaughter." He drew a triangle. Kevin Bernardo form a triangular passing connection in this area. "Tottenham's midfield will be torn apart by you." Messi nodded and took a sip of water. His breathing was steady with just a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. In his 34-year-old body, that heart tempered by the World Cup was beating steadily. As the second half began, Tottenham indeed increased their pressing. But Manchester City's response was even smarter. Messi, De Bruyne, and B. Silva executed a dazzling triangular passing move on the right side of midfield, while Tottenham players chased the ball like headless flies, always just a step behind. In the 58th minute, Messi's second assist, a work of art that interpreted simplicity to the extreme. He received the ball on the right side of midfield, facing the double mark of Hojbjerg and Reguilon. Everyone thought he would break through or pass, but Messi merely faked left with a shoulder drop, then gently pushed. The ball slipped through the gap between the two players rolling forward. There, Kevin De Bruyne had already made his move. The Belgian midfielder received the ball, adjusted, and shot, the entire process flowing seamlessly. The ball blasted into the top left corner of the goal like a cannonball. De Bruyne. What a world-class strike. Martin Tyler's voice had gone hoarse, but look at this pass. Messi merely nudged it, tearing apart the defense of two players. So simple it's terrifying. So efficient it's frightening. De Bruyne rushed to the sidelines to celebrate, but after a few steps he suddenly turned around and pointed at Messi. He knelt on both knees, performing a gesture of worship. This scene was captured by the camera and quickly spread around the globe. The confidence of the Spurs players began to crumble. They realized that no matter how hard they tried, the score gap continued to widen. Nuno made consecutive substitutions, but the effect was minimal. In the 73rd minute, a hat-trick assist. Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half, and Rodri passed it to Messi. At this moment, Spurs' formation had become loose due to their aggressive pressing, leaving a massive gap in their defense. Messi received the ball near the center circle, lifted his head to observe, just a glance. Then he delivered a precise ground pass. The ball seemed to have eyes, threading through the narrow corridor between Spurs' midfield and defensive line, accurately finding the offside, beating Riyad Mahrez. The Algerian faced the goal unknown and effortlessly slotted the ball home. His third assist. Messi completes a hat-trick of assists. Jia Jun nearly leapt from the commentary booth. What vision is this? What kind of pass is this? Tottenham's defense appears translucent to him. Mahrez charged toward Messi and vaulted onto the Argentine's back. Teammates from Manchester City surged forward in celebration, while the chants of the Etihad Stadium away supporters thundered louder than the home fans' jeers. The broadcast panned across Tottenham's bench. Nuno sat slumped in his seat, eyes hollow. Harry Kane stood with hands on hips, staring blankly at the scoreboard, his face etched with resignation. Yet Messi's performance was far from over. 5, the Sovereign's imprint. A goal, all his own. In the 81st minute, Pep Guardiola substituted Bernardo Silva with Fernandinho to shore up defense. Tottenham had committed every man forward in a final desperate surge. In the 85th minute, their corner kick was punched clear by Ederson. A Walker seized the ball and launched a soaring long pass toward the opposition half. At that moment, only 2 Tottenham defenders remained in the back line, Dier and Sanchez, while Manchester City advanced with 3 attackers, Messi, Foden, and Grealish. 3 against 2. Walker's pass arced toward Messi. Near the center circle, he cushioned the ball deftly with his chest, spun, and surged forward. Dier retreated cautiously. Sanchez lunged straight at him. Faced with their double team, Messi did not pass. He accelerated, suddenly slicing through the narrow gap between Dier and Sanchez with sheer unyielding force. "He's through," Martin Tyler screamed. Beyond the two defenders, only goalkeeper Loris stood between Messi and glory. Behind the Tottenham goal, Manchester City supporters rose as one. Messi drove into the penalty area. Loris rushed out to close him down. Time seemed to slow. Messi feinted a shot. Loris flung himself to the ground in a desperate dive. But the Argentine deftly dragged the ball sideways, gliding past the stranded keeper. An open net awaited. A calm, precise finish. No, the ball hit the inside of the post and bounced back. But Messi was already following up, effortlessly slotting the rebound into the empty net with his left foot. In the 86th minute, Messi scored his first goal in the Premier League. He did not celebrate wildly. Instead, he stood still with his arms outstretched, gazing up at the sky over North London. Raindrops fell at that moment, soaking his hair and cheeks. Teammates surged from all directions, engulfing him. In the stands, sky-blue scarves swelled like waves. The chant of Messi, 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 even caused some Tottenham fans to stand up and applaud. This was the highest tribute in the world of football, a submission to the ultimate art. Guardiola raised his fists on the sidelines, then turned to embrace his assistant coach Lillo tightly. He knew that in this moment the history of the Premier League had been rewritten. The remaining minutes turned into garbage time. After 3 minutes of stoppage time, Anthony Taylor blew the final whistle. Tottenham Hotspur, 15 Manchester City. Messi's Premier League debut, 1 goal, 3 assists, a dominant performance. As the final whistle blew, football media worldwide simultaneously pressed the send button. Sky Sports headline: "The King has arrived. Messi shreds Spurs with a masterclass." BBC Sports reported 1 goal and 3 assists. Messi's Premier League debut was perfect, like a fairy tale. Marcus Spain tears at Camp Nou, cheers in North London. Messi proves to the world he is still the king. L'Equipe France, a coronation watched by 500 million. Messi redefines the Premier League. Bild Germany, terrifying stats: 89 touches, 94 pass accuracy, 7 key passes, 5 chances created. This is Messi at 34. In the mixed zone, reporters surrounded every Manchester City player like hungry wolves. De Bruyne faced the camera, his face still bearing the excitement, playing with Leo. It's like suddenly getting all the cheat codes in a game. You know he will pass the ball to the exact right spot, you just need to run there. Grealish put it more bluntly: "I've watched his game footage since I was a kid, but when you're actually on the pitch with him, got it, he makes you feel like you become better too." Foden, this young man designated by Messi as the successor, his eyes gleamed during halftime. He told me that Sanchez turned slowly and I should make more runs behind him. And then I scored. He can see the opponent's weaknesses so clearly. Finally, Messi appeared. He changed into a simple gray tracksuit, his hair still damp. Dozens of microphones instantly stretched out before him. "Leo, perfect debut. How do you feel now?" Messi thought for a moment and replied in Spanish, "I'm happy to help the team win. The Premier League is indeed special, the pace is fast, and the physicality is intense. But I enjoy this kind of challenge. 3 assists and a goal. How would you rate your performance?" "I don't rate myself." Messi shook his head. "Football is a team sport. Ruben's corner goal, Phil's run, Kevin's shot, Riyad's offside. These are all the result of teamwork. I just fulfilled my role." "Many people say you're 34, unable to adapt to the Premier League," was today the best response. Messi smiled, a gentle yet sharp smile. "Age is just a number. What matters is your passion for football, your dedication during training, and your desire for victory." He paused for a moment, "And I feel I can still improve. Pep's tactical system has shown me more possibilities in football." "Barcelona fans were watching your match today. Do you have anything to say to them?" This question momentarily, Messi's expression softened. "I will always be grateful to Barcelona, to the fans there. But life must go on and football must continue." At the end of the interview, a British reporter asked the question everyone wanted to know after today: will other teams in the Premier League start to fear you? Messi looked at the camera, his gaze clear and resolute. "I am not here to instill fear. I am here to play football." After finishing, he turned and left, leaving behind a silhouette that gradually faded in the flash of cameras. The Manchester City locker room was filled with the joy of victory, but unlike the usual noise, there was an air of special solemnity today. Guardiola stood in the center, clapping his hands. "Listen," he said loudly, "today was great. But we only got 3 points, that's all there is to it. The Premier League has 38 rounds. This is just the first round." He surveyed the players, his gaze finally landing on Messi. However, Guardiola smiled. Today was indeed a good start. "Leo, welcome to the Premier League." Applause and whistles erupted in the locker room. Messi smiled shyly. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a message from the WhatsApp group Old Mates, a group with his Argentine friends like Agüero and Di Maria. Agüero sent a voice message. Upon opening it, he heard Agüero's signature loud voice: "Old man, did you really treat the Premier League like La Liga? 3 assists. I feel embarrassed for you. I'll leave some work for the youngsters." Then came Di Maria: "Leo, I watched the live broadcast in Paris. It was fantastic. But be careful, our Premier League defenders will play even tougher next." Then Neymar sent a screenshot of Messi dribbling past Deer, and Sanchez captioned, "I know that move well." Messi replied with a smiley emoji. In that moment, distance seemed non-existent. They were still those young boys chasing dreams on the pitch. The locker room door was knocked upon, and a staff member peeked in. Leo, there are a few special visitors. It was Harry Kane and Son Heung-min from Tottenham. This is a Premier League tradition, exchanging jerseys after the match. Kane held his number 10 jersey and walked up to Messi. Great match, Leo. Welcome to the Premier League. The two exchanged jerseys. Kane hesitated, but finally asked that long pass assist. How did you see that? Messi took Kane's jersey and softly replied, your left back pushed too high and the right center back was watching me. That gap was always there. Kane was stunned, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Son Heung-min also came over and said in English, Mr. Messi, I am your fan. Although we lost today, it is my honor to compete with you. Messi embraced him and replied in simple English, you played very well. That goal was beautiful. This moment was captured by the Manchester City team photographer. Kane in the Spurs number 10 jersey and Messi in the Manchester City number 10 jersey stood side by side with the chaotic yet story-filled locker room scene behind them. This photo was later auctioned with the proceeds donated to children's charities. 8. The bus leaves North London, a new beginning. At 2045, Manchester City's bus departed from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Outside, hundreds of fans waited in the rain, holding scarves, jerseys, and banners, cheering as the bus passed. On the bus, the players wore headphones. Some were on their phones while others had already fallen asleep. Messi sat by the window watching the London nightscape blur into halos in the rain. Antonella sent a message, a photo of the kids watching the match live. Thiago held up a hand-drawn sign. Matteo and Ciro wore mini Manchester City jerseys, grinning at the TV screen. He replied, miss you all. See you tomorrow. Then Messi closed his eyes. His body signaled fatigue. 34 years old, having played a full match in his Premier League debut amidst fierce competition and running in the rain. Yet deep within there was a strange calmness and satisfaction. He recalled Guardiola's lines drawn on the whiteboard before the match, De Bruyne's world-class goal, Foden's radiant smile after scoring Mara's weight when he jumped on his back, and the clarity he felt when he dribbled past Dier and Sanchez. Time seemed to slow down, space widened, and everything became simple. The peak experience card brings not just physical memories, but a deeper understanding of the essence of football. Now he could see more, think more, and do more. The bus drove onto the highway. The sound of raindrops tapping against the windows became rhythmic. Messi put on his headphones and played an old song. It was a folk tune from Rosario, the melody his father often hummed. In the music, he faintly heard the system's cold, prompt sound. That was not a voice from reality, but an echo from deep in his memories, detected world-class performance. Energy collection 0. 1. Reaching the pinnacle of football, progress 0. 5. Keep moving forward, host. Messi opened his eyes, gazing at the rapidly retreating streetlights outside the window. Premier League champion, Champions League champion, World Cup. The road ahead is still long. But today, on August 21, 2021, in the rain-soaked night of North London, he took a solid first step. The bus drove through the night towards Manchester. Their new training, new matches, and new challenges awaited. And the whole world knew one thing: the Argentine, wearing the Manchester City number 10 jersey, is still the best football player on this planet. Without a doubt. Statistics: Messi played 90 minutes, 1 goal, 3 assists, 89 touches, 61 passes, 94 success rate, 7 key passes, 5 big chances created, 4 successful dribbles, 3 fouls suffered. Manchester City possession 68, 18 shots, 9 on target, 7 corners. Tottenham possession 32, 6 shots, 2 on target, 3 corners. Global viewership: according to Nielsen data, this match attracted over 520 million viewers worldwide, setting a record for a single Premier League match. Among them, Argentina's viewership broke historical records, while Spain, France, Germany, Italy, Brazil, China, and other major football countries also set season highs. Social media: the hashtag Messi Premier League debut exceeded 12 million discussions on Twitter, and the highlights video of Messi's goals and assists surpassed 80 million views on YouTube within 24 hours. Next day's headlines: The Times in the UK headlined, "A normal Saturday for the football god. Messi tells the Premier League with 4 involvements in goals that the legend is just beginning. A new era has begun." On August 23, 2021, at Manchester, the City Football Academy. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the crisp sound of strikes echoed across the training field. Messi arrived 45 minutes ahead of schedule. This was a habit cultivated over his 21 years at Barcelona. Physiotherapist Juanjo was assisting him with activation training, pressing on the muscle groups at the back of Messi's left leg. The data from yesterday's match was excellent, Juanjo said, while working. The peak sprint speed was 32.4 kilometers per hour, which is 1.2 higher than your average at Barcelona last season. More importantly, the heart rate recovery speed after high-intensity running was 15 faster than we expected. Messi closed his eyes, feeling the soreness in his muscles as they were pressed. The rain-soaked match took a greater toll. But you handled it well, came Guardiola's voice from behind. The Manchester City manager, dressed in sportswear, held a tablet in hand. I've reviewed the tactical heat map from yesterday's match 3 times. Guess what I found? Messi opened his eyes. You created 4 new passing triangles on the pitch. Guardiola crouched down, pulling up a visual on the tablet. Here with Rodri and De Bruyne, here with Cancelo and B. Silva. Here even with Ruben Dias and Walker. You increased the passing density of the entire team by 40. Is that a good thing? Messi asked. A good thing. Guardiola laughed. This is revolutionary. Other teams are still figuring out how to defend against you personally, but our offensive system has already evolved because of you. Training officially began at 9. Today's focus is on set-piece offense and defense. This is a lesson Guardiola learned from the match against Tottenham, where only one of City's 5 goals came from a set piece, which he deemed far too few. In the Premier League, 30 of goals come from set pieces. Guardiola gathered the whole team in the center circle, while our figure from last season was only 22. We need to improve. After training began, Messi quickly showcased his value on another front. During the first corner kick drill, De Bruyne took the kick, but it was cleared by the defensive side at the near post. Guardiola immediately blew his whistle to stop training. Kevin, the ball speed is too fast. Messi approached the corner flag and said in Spanish, in a rain match, a fast ball is harder to control. Try to raise the arc a bit, let the ball stay in the air for half a second longer. De Bruyne furrowed his brow in thought, then nodded. On the second attempt, the ball's trajectory was notably higher and more floating, allowing stones at the back post to easily head it in. Did you see the difference? Messi said to the teammates who had gathered around. Not every pass needs to be the fastest. Sometimes slowing down can disrupt the defensive rhythm. Next was the free kick training. Messi, De Bruyne and Mahrez stood by the ball, while the defensive side set up a mock wall. Their wall will jump. Messi observed the wall's positioning. Dier, Sanchez and Hojbjerg, all 3 of them, have exaggerated jumping heights. So, he looked at De Bruyne. Kevin, if you take the free kick, don't try to go under the wall. Strike along the ground, passing through the gap created by their jump. Then turning to Mahrez, he said, Riyad, you're used to curling the ball inward. But Spurs goalkeeper Lloris tends to move left. When saving, you should strike it outward, targeting the opposite direction of his movement. This analysis left everyone present stunned. It transcended the realm of ordinary players. This was the work of a top tactical analyst. How do you know Lloris' saving habits? Mahrez couldn't help but ask. I've watched his saving highlights from the past, Messi said casually. Out of 87 saves, he moved left 62 of the time, and he reacts slower to ground shots by 0.2 seconds compared to high balls. The training ground fell silent for a few seconds. Oh my God, Grealish whispered to Foden. He even studies this. Foden's eyes lit up. That's why he is Messi. After the day's training, a video circulated within the Manchester City internal group. A segment showing Messi coaching the young defender Ake on how to deal with forwards receiving the ball with their back turned. When the opponent has their back to you. In the video, Messi used simple English along with gestures. Don't rush in immediately. First, block their turning route to one side, forcing them to turn to the other side. And there your center back partner is already prepared. At the end of the video, Ake successfully intercepted Foden, who was simulating a forward with a clean and slick defensive process. This is a free personal training session, wrote Captain Fernandinho in the group. Cherish everyday kids. On September 15, 2021, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium. In the first round of the Champions League group stage, Manchester City hosted RB Leipzig. This was Messi's first time participating in the Champions League, representing a team other than Barcelona, and his opponents were a Bundesliga powerhouse known for their frenetic pressing and youthful energy. At the pre-match press conference, Leipzig's young coach Jesse Marsch displayed the straightforwardness of an American. We know how great Messi is, but our tactics will not change for one person. We will attack Manchester City with speed and physicality. That is our football philosophy. This statement was interpreted by the media as Leipzig does not plan to specifically mark Messi. That evening at 1945, the Etihad Stadium was packed. As the Champions League theme song played, the camera deliberately focused on Messi. He had his eyes closed, his right hand placed over his left chest, his lips moving slightly, as if singing along to the familiar melody. Before the kickoff, De Bruyne leaned in. Leo, it seems they really don't plan to take special care of you. Messi glanced at Leipzig's half, where the young German team was gathered in a circle for their final rally. They will regret it, he said softly. As the match began, Leipzig indeed commenced their frenzied pressing from the very. This was a near gambling tactic, pushing the entire team past half, using the energy and enthusiasm of young players in an attempt to regain possession in the opponent's half. In the first 10 minutes, Manchester City struggled to pass through midfield. In the 8th minute, Leipzig launched a quick counterattack with Nkunku's shot from the edge of the penalty area being heroically saved by Ederson. The cheers from the away fans briefly drowned out the home side. Yet Manchester City remained calm. Guardiola made a gesture from the sidelines. That was the pre-match strategy. In the 12th minute, the turning point arrived. Rodri was surrounded by 2 opponents in the backfield, struggling to pass the ball to the retreating Messi. Leipzig's midfielder Laimer immediately charged forward, his rush resembling that of a small tank. Messi did not stop the ball. At the very last moment before Laimer collided with him, he gently flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, allowing it to sail over the Austrian's head while Messi sidestepped the collision. He split the ball and the defender. More importantly, this maneuver caused a momentary confusion in Leipzig's high defensive line, because their players were all pressing forward, leaving a massive gap in the back. Messi chased after the ball, lifted his head, and sent a precise long pass over the top. The ball landed perfectly on Grealish, who was making a run down the left flank, while Leipzig's right back had already lost his position. Unknown, Grealish drove into the penalty area facing goalkeeper Galaxy and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. Goal! Jack Grealish. The live commentator shouted, but look at this pass. Messi dribbled past two defenders with an exquisite touch followed by a precise 50-meter delivery. This is a masterclass performance. Grealish sprinted towards the corner flag to celebrate, but after a few steps he suddenly turned around, ran back to the midfield, and jumped onto Messi's back. In fact, the previous day, August 9th, marked the 39th day since the start of the Premier League summer transfer window. Manchester City had completed the signing of Grealish for $100 million, but Messi had already found the solution. In the 28th minute he tore through the defense for the second time. This time Messi received the ball in the center, drawing the attention of three Leipzig players. He did not attempt to break through. Instead, at the moment the defenders closed in, he delivered a low diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball sliced through the defense like a scalpel, finding Bernardo Silva, making a cut from the right. The Portuguese received the ball, adjusted, and shot, all in one fluid motion. The second assist. Messi has already provided 2 assists. Jean June exclaimed excitedly from the commentary booth. Leipzig's high-pressure tactics have turned into a suicidal strategy in front of Messi. The closer they press forward, the larger the gaps behind them become, and Messi always manages to find those gaps. At halftime, Manchester City led 20. Statistics show that Messi touched the ball 41 times in the first half with a passing accuracy of 96.0 for key passes and 2 assists. The atmosphere in the Leipzig locker room was tense during the halftime break. Mars drew defensive lines on the whiteboard, but doubt had already crept into the eyes of his players. We cannot give up on pressing. We need to adjust. Mars tapped the tactical board. How do we adjust? Captain Orban couldn't help but ask. As soon as we press, he passes the ball. If we don't press, he can turn and advance. It's as if he knows every step we are about to take. Mars fell silent. He had encountered many technically skilled players, but Messi's level of game-reading ability approached the realm of foreseeing the future. As the second half began, Leipzig made adjustments. They no longer pressed blindly, but tried to limit Messi's passing lanes with zonal defense. This indeed had some effect. From the 55th to the 65th minute, the game fell into a stalemate. Yet Messi soon found a new solution. In the 68th minute, he dropped back to almost a defensive midfielder's position to receive the ball. This move put Leipzig's defensive system in a dilemma. If they followed him, there would be huge gaps between the defense and midfield. If they didn't, Messi could calmly organize play from that position. Leipzig chose the latter. They believed the distance from the goal was too far, posing limited threat. This was a fatal mistake. Messi received the ball 35 meters away from the goal, raised his head, and observed for 2 seconds, just 2 seconds. Then he delivered a seemingly unremarkable through ball. The ball rolled towards the top of the penalty area at a steady pace, skimming the grass. It seemed there was no one there. But at the moment the ball arrived, Phil Foden cut in from the right, appearing perfectly in the blind spot of the defending players. Received the ball, turn, shoot. The third assist. Messi has completed his hat-trick of assists. Martin Tyler's voice was already hoarse. This pass seemed too simple enough that the Leipzig defenders had no reaction at all. But upon closer inspection, Foden's timing of the run and Messi's timing of the pass were perfect to the millisecond. Foden sprinted towards the sideline, sliding to his knees, then got up and performed Messi's classic celebration, pointing both hands to the sky. This was both a tribute and a declaration. The Etihad Stadium erupted. The deafening shouts of Messi, Messi, resonated throughout. The broadcast captured a special figure in the stands. Alf-Inge Haaland, Erling Haaland's father. The former Manchester City player was smiling and clapping while his son Erling was preparing for the next match with Dortmund, but the elder Haaland's presence at the Etihad was a signal that was already clear enough. In the 75th minute, Guardiola substituted Fernandinho for Messi, allowing him to receive the applause of the entire crowd. As he walked off the pitch, Messi high-fived Guardiola before sitting on the bench. The match ended 30. Messi's Champions League debut, 0 goals, 3 assists, once again dominating the game. In the locker room after the match, the atmosphere was even more vibrant than after the match against Tottenham. The Champions League stage is indeed different. This was a declaration to all of Europe. But amidst the cheers, Guardiola clapped his hands. Let's celebrate for 5 minutes, then we'll have a short meeting. 5 minutes later, the locker room fell silent. Guardiola pulled up the match footage. Look here, the 28th minute. He paused the video. 3 Leipzig players surrounded Leo. Jack, where were you at that moment? Grealish looked at the screen. I was waiting on the left flank for a pass. Wrong. Guardiola shook his head. You should have moved inwards. If you had moved inwards, Leo would have had 2 passing options, either to Bernardo on the right or to you in the center. But you didn't move inwards, so Leipzig dared to use 3 players to mark because they knew Leo could only pass in one direction. Grealish was taken aback. Now look at the 68th minute. Guardiola switched to a different clip. Fill your run here. But if you had started 0.5 seconds later, you would have been offside. How did you gauge the timing? Foden looked at Messi. Leo told me before the match that the Leipzig defenders like to watch the ball, not the players. He advised me to pay attention to Orban's head. Once Orban turned to look at the ball, I could make my move. A gasp of astonishment arose in the locker room. This is what we call details. Guardiola scanned the team. Leo brings not only skills and experience, but also this control over the details of the game. From today onwards, anyone who wants to practice with him after training, please line up to sign up. De Bruyne raised his hand. He'll go first. I want to learn how he finds passing lanes in tight spaces. B. Silva also raised his hand. I want to learn how he anticipates the defender's center of gravity. Young defender Ake quietly asked, can I learn how to defend? I want to learn how to dribble past defenders, then I will know how to defend against it. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Messi waved his hand shyly. We can study together. Football is a team sport, and everyone has their own characteristics. My methods might not suit everyone, but your vision is suitable for everyone to learn from. Guardiola said earnestly, starting tomorrow we will add one more video analysis class per week with the main speaker, Lionel Messi. That night results from other Champions League matches came in one after another. Paris Saint-Germain 11 Club Brugge. Mbappé scored a goal, but Paris was held to a draw at home by a weaker team. Nasser's face looked grim on camera. Barcelona 0-3 Bayern Munich. The new camp was once again dominated by the Germans. As the final whistle blew, the camera panned over the stands. Many Barcelona fans were covering their faces with their hands. On social networks, a comparison image went viral. On the left was Messi receiving applause at the Etihad, while on the right was the empty number 10 area at the new camp, captioned, some people only realize the value of something after losing it. Dortmund 21 Besiktas. Haaland scored twice, and during the post-match interview, he was asked how he viewed Messi's hat-trick of assists. The Norwegian displayed his signature hungry expression, 3 assists. That's impressive, but it would have been better if it had been 3 goals. However, he winked, if there's a chance to play with him in the future, I wouldn't mind him assisting me. This statement was widely interpreted by the media. Bild's headline read, Haaland extends an invitation to Messi. The Norwegian striker hints at willingness to join Manchester City. At his home in Manchester, Messi was watching sports news with Antonella. When Haaland's interview footage appeared, Antonella laughed. This kid is really interesting. He's special, Messi said. I've watched his match footage. His movement has a natural instinct. He knows where the ball will be, even in places that seem the least likely. Do you want to play with him? Messi pondered for a moment. If the opportunity arises, that would be fun. His explosiveness combined with Kevin Jack and Phil's creativity, that would be a team that gives nightmares to all defenders. Antonella leaned on his shoulder, but the current team is already great. Yes, Messi said, looking at the replay of his 3rd assist on the television, but we can still be better. Just then his phone buzzed. It was a video call from Aguero. Upon answering, Aguero's big face filled the screen. Old man. 3 assists. Are you planning to transform into a midfield maestro now? Someone needs to score, and someone needs to assist, Messi replied with a smile. I saw that in the Barca group. Aguero's expression turned complex. Peak posted a photo of the empty number 10 area at the new camp, captioned strange night. Xavi replied, we made mistakes. Sergio Busquets said nothing, but liked it. Messi paused for a few seconds. It's all in the past. I know, Aguero sighed, but seeing you so happy playing in Manchester City. I'm happy for you, but my heart breaks. It's a really complicated feeling. After hanging up, Messi walked to the window. The lights of Manchester illuminated the night, and the distant Etihad Stadium shimmered like a blue jewel embedded in the city. He remembered the new camp, the cheers and applause from those years. But as the tide of memories receded, what remained was a clear reality. He was here in Manchester City playing the purest form of football in a brand new team built around him. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his father, Jorge. Your mom cried while watching the match today. She said that's enough. Messi replied with a hug emoji. Then he opened his tablet and pulled up the match footage of Dortmund versus Besiktas. He watched Haaland's 2 goals repeatedly. The first goal was a classic Haaland-style impact. Threw ball from midfield using his speed to outpace the defender, scoring on a breakaway. The second goal showcased another side of him. In the chaos of the penalty area, he keenly sensed where the ball would land and scored with a quick shot. What are you watching? Antonella walked over. Looking at future possibilities. Messi paused the video, pointing at Haaland's movement path. His first move to start was here, but his second adjustment was here. Most forwards would continue charging forward, but he slowed down, which allowed him to find space. Can you deliver a ball like that to him? Not right now, Messi replied. We are too far apart, and the time needed for passing is too long. But if he were in Manchester City, he drew a virtual line on the tablet. If I pass from here, and he starts from here, he would just be able to catch up when the ball arrives. Antonella looked at the spark in her husband's eyes, a pure passion that only emerged when discussing football. You will make it happen, she said softly, no matter what. On September 19, 2021, in the 5th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Chelsea away. This was a true test. Tuchel's Chelsea was the reigning Champions League champion, boasting the most solid defensive system in Europe. The midfield trio of Kanté, Jorginho and Kovacic was considered the biggest challenge Messi might face. At the pre-match press conference, Tuchel showcased his tactical acumen. "We studied all of Messi's matches at Manchester City," the German said. "His movement range, his passing options, his off. We will have a special plan." When reporters pressed for details of the plan, Tuchel only smiled mysteriously. "You will see during the match." Media hype reached new heights. The Guardian's headline read, "Ultimate Test Messi versus Chelsea's Iron Defense." The Times wrote, "Can Kanté stop Messi?" The answer to this question might determine the Premier League champion. On the flight from Manchester to London, Messi wore headphones and repeatedly watched Chelsea's recent match footage. He noticed a detail. The three center-back system of Chelsea showed a 0.5-second difference in the recovery speed of the two wingbacks when transitioning from attack to defense. The left wingback Chilwell was slightly slower than the right wingback James. Just that little bit might be the breakthrough point. De Bruyne sat down beside him. "Are you nervous?" "Excited," Messi replied, turning off the tablet. "Playing against the best opponents is the only way to know how good you really are. Tuchel will definitely have Kanté marking you." "I know," Messi smiled. "I've faced N'Golo Kanté in national team matches. He's tough, but he has his habits." Messi pulled up Kanté's defensive highlights. "Look, when he intercepts the ball, he always leads with his right foot. If you pull the ball back the moment he steps forward, he will need to adjust an extra step. And that step is space." De Bruyne stared at the screen for a long time, then shook his head. "You can even notice those details. The more you watch, the more you get used to it." Messi leaned back in his seat. "And football is an onion. They have Kanté, we have you, Jack, Phil, and Bernardo. It's 11 against 11. The plane began its descent, and the outline of London appeared outside the window. Stamford Bridge is by the River Thames, a place that had once been Messi's nightmare. During the 2012 Champions League semi-final, Chelsea's ironclad defense shattered Barca's dreams. A decade has passed, the opponent is still Chelsea, but he was wearing a different jersey this time. Messi closed his eyes, beginning to simulate the match in his mind. Kanté's pressure, Rudiger's cover, Mendy's positioning, James' forward runs. Every detail constructed in his mind, then combined, forming a complete picture. When he opened his eyes again, the plane had landed. A new challenge was about to begin. And in some corner of the world, the system's cold prompt echoed once more in the depths of his consciousness, detected Champions League dominance performance. Energy collection 0.3. Reaching pinnacle of football progress 0.8. The host's path is being witnessed by the world. Messi picked up his backpack and walked down the gangway. The gentle breeze of London brushed against his face, carrying the coolness of early autumn. The lights of Stamford Bridge were faintly visible in the distance. November 6, 2021, Manchester, 2:30 p.m. Under the afternoon sun, Old Trafford glimmered with a dark red hue as this football sanctuary, known as the Theatre of Dreams, prepared for the 187th Manchester Derby. A unique tension filled the air. This was not merely a derby, but a test for Messi as he faced his city rival for the first time after joining the Premier League. In the Manchester United locker room, interim manager Michael Carrick, who had just taken charge 3 months ago after Solskjaer's dismissal 3 days prior, was making his final preparations. The legendary United midfielder drew a large circle on the whiteboard with a red marker inscribed with Messi 10. "Everyone knows what he will do." Carrick's voice was eerily calm. "He'll drop back to receive the ball, turn, pass, so our strategy is simple. Don't let him turn." He pointed at Fred and McTominay. "Your task is to stick to him before he receives the ball. Don't give him any space. Don't let him receive the ball comfortably. If necessary." Carrick paused, interrupt the rhythm with a foul. "I want to see his jersey covered in grass stains before the match ends." On the other side of the locker room, Bruno Fernandes raised his hand. "What if we focus too much on Messi and leave De Bruyne and Silva open?" "That will be someone else's problem," Carrick replied. "But remember, if we can stifle Messi in midfield, Manchester City's attacking system will be crippled. This is a gamble, but I believe it's worth it." Meanwhile, in the away locker room, the atmosphere was entirely different. Guardiola did not draw complex tactical diagrams. He simply pulled up the defensive heat maps from Manchester United's last 3 matches. "Look here," he pointed to the area just outside the penalty box on the right side. "Manchester United has the lowest defensive density in this area. Why? Because their double pivot habitually shifts to the left to cover the space left by Luke Shaw's forward runs. Leo, your position today is here." He marked an X in that area, not just to stay, but as your primary area of action. "Attract Fred and McTominay over here." Then he turned to De Bruyne and Silva, "and you two alternate to exploit the space on the left they expose. Jack and Phil will create width for you." Finally, Guardiola surveyed the entire team. "Manchester United just changed managers. They will play more aggressively and emotionally. What we need to do is stay calm. Tear through their passion with passing, shatter their madness with reason." The clock on the wall pointed to 14:45. 15 minutes until kickoff. Messi was wrapping bandages around his ankles. De Bruyne sat down on the chair next to him. "They will play dirty." Fred had 6 fouls and 3 yellow cards in last month's match against Liverpool, the Belgian said in English. Messi secured the last part of the bandage, so we need to play faster. Pass the ball before they foul. Can you do that? I mean, under that kind of pressure. Messi lifted his head and looked at De Bruyne. Kevin, do you know the biggest difference between football and boxing? No. De Bruyne shook his head. In boxing, you have to catch the punch to counter it. Messi stood up, moving his ankle, but in football, you can let the punch whiff and then strike at the opponent's weak point when they lose their balance. After finishing, he walked to the center of the locker room and clapped his hands. All eyes were focused on him. I know today is important. Messi spoke in Spanish and B. Silva immediately began to translate into English. Derby, arch-rival new manager. But for us, this is just another match. What we need to do is play our football. Fast, precise, intelligent football. He paused, scanning each face. Forget the noise, forget the confrontations, forget the fouls. We only need to remember one thing. The ball moves faster than the man, and thought moves faster than action. Today we will show the whole world what true Manchester City football is. Applause erupted in the locker room. Not wild cheers, but deep, powerful claps like warriors before a battle. 3:00 p.m., the player tunnel. As Messi stepped out of the locker room, the roar of Old Trafford crashed towards him like a wall. The combined shouts of 7,500 fans formed a deafening roar, most of which was harsh boos and curses. Fred and McTominay stood in the Manchester United lineup, exchanging a glance. The boss said, "We need to make a statement in the first 10 minutes, the Brazilian whispered. Cristiano Ronaldo turned his head back from the front. This was the first time Messi and he faced each other on the field since Messi joined the Premier League. The Portuguese nodded slightly, and Messi returned the gesture. This was a tacit understanding between legends, transcending the grievances of teams. After the referee team completed their checks, Anthony Taylor led both teams onto the pitch. The roar rose again. Manchester United fans unfurled a gigantic tifo, a red devil holding a trident with the words below, "Welcome to Hell, Messi." The response from Manchester City fans was a row of sky blue flags featuring Messi holding the Ballon d'Or with the caption, "The King has arrived." Jian Jun took a deep breath at the commentary desk of PP Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the highlight match of the 11th round of the 2021-22 Premier League season, Manchester United vs. Manchester City at Old Trafford. This is Messi's first Manchester derby in his career, and it marks his first encounter with Cristiano Ronaldo on the field after 3 years. A match destined to be written into history is about to begin. 3:05 p.m. kickoff. Manchester United's tactics were revealed from the very first second. The first dead ball opportunity saw Messi receive a pass from Walker on the right flank, with Fred immediately pouncing like a hound. The Brazilian did not attempt to tackle, but instead shoulder-checked Messi fiercely. The impact was strong, causing Messi to stumble for a step, but he steadied himself with his left hand. Referee Taylor signaled for the match to continue. The second time, Messi dropped back to the midfield to receive a pass from Rodri, with McTominay charging in from the side, his studs scraping Messi's heel. Foul. Free kick. Messi stood up from the grass, brushing off the grass particles from his socks. De Bruyne ran over. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Messi flexed his ankle, more frantic than I expected. The first 20 minutes of the match turned into a foul fest. Manchester United interrupted Manchester City's 4 attacking sequences with 6 fouls, with Messi being fouled 3 times. But surprisingly, Manchester City remained calm. They just kept passing back and forth, reorganizing. Guardiola made a hand signal from the sidelines. That was the pre-agreed signal. Phase 2. 3. The intelligent counter, the first assassination. In the 23rd minute, the turning point arrived. Manchester City played the ball around at the back. Ederson passed the ball to Ruben Dias. The Manchester United forward line immediately pressed up, but Dias calmly distributed the ball to Walker on the right. At that moment, Messi suddenly dropped back from the center forward position to the right side of midfield. This movement immediately attracted Fred's pursuit. Walker's pass was perfectly timed, and Messi received the ball with his back to the goal. Fred immediately closed in, using his arm to press against Messi's back, preventing him from turning. Everyone expected Messi to pass back, but he did not. At the instant Fred closed in, Messi pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot, while simultaneously rotating his body to the left. This movement instinctively shifted Fred's center of gravity to the left. At that moment, Messi's left foot gently flicked the ball that he had pulled back. It slipped through Fred's legs. Through the legs. Even more deadly, after completing the nutmeg, Messi immediately surged forward, gliding past Fred's right side. Meanwhile, the ball had been passed to De Bruyne in the center. "What a beautiful escape!" exclaimed Martin Tyler. Fred was completely outwitted. De Bruyne received the ball, and Manchester United's defense was thrown into chaos, because their defensive focus was still on Messi. The Belgian took 2 steps forward and sent a through ball. On the left side, Grealish had already started running. De Bruyne's pass tore through the entire Manchester United defense. Grealish charged into the penalty area and faced goalkeeper De Gea, calmly shooting into the far corner. At the 24-minute mark, Manchester City took the lead away from home. After scoring, Jack Grealish sprinted wildly toward the corner flag, then abruptly halted mid-stride and pointed directly at Messi. He dropped to both knees, performing that now iconic gesture of reverence. Old Trafford fell utterly silent. except for the thunderous cheers of Manchester City's 3,000 traveling supporters piercing through the sea of red. The broadcast cut to Messi. He was exchanging high-fives with Kevin De Bruyne, his expression utterly devoid of triumph, as if the nutmeg he'd just executed were nothing more than routine. Yet slow-motion replay revealed everything. Before even receiving the ball, Messi had already assessed Fred's positioning, who, while shielding the ball with his back, he sensed the Brazilian's subtle shift in balance, and then with a seamless sequence of movements evaded and delivered the pass. The entire sequence lasted less than 2 seconds. In Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville, the legendary Manchester United defender and one of the match's most vocal pre-game critics, remained silent for a full 10 seconds. I don't know what to say, he finally murmured. That move looked effortless, but to execute it under such intense pressure. What kind of technique, what kind of composure does that demand? Jamie Carragher grinned. Beside him, Gary, your old club may have picked the wrong man to provoke. United, reeling from the loss of possession, descended into frenzy. Their challenges grew increasingly reckless, their fouls ever more brutal. In the 31st minute, Scott McTominay launched a studs-up tackle on Messi in midfield, his cleats scraping across Messi's calf. A yellow card was shown. Messi rose from the turf, rolled up his sock, and revealed a thin crimson gash along his shin. The team physician rushed on, administered cryospray, and performed swift on-field treatment. Pep Guardiola erupted on the touchline, shouting furiously at the fourth official, "This is attempted murder. You're enabling them." Yet Messi simply waved his hand, signaling he was ready to continue. After the restart, United intensified their press. Yet Manchester City responded with the evolution they'd forged this season, no longer relying solely on Messi's individual brilliance, but dissolving pressure through collective possession and intelligent circulation. Messi's positioning became deliberately unpredictable, drifting to the right flank to combine with Riyad Mahrez, then gliding into the left half space to link with Grealish, even once dropping deep to receive from centre-back John Stones or Ruben Dias. United's defensive structure unraveled completely beneath this lawless movement. Fred and McTominay chased shadows, always a half step behind. In the 39th minute, the second strike, Messi received the ball near the center circle, confronted by McTominay's aggressive advance, not attempting a dribble, but instead lofting a seemingly casual chip with his left foot. The ball arced behind United's defensive line. To everyone watching, it appeared a misjudgment. There was no City player in sight. But as the ball began its descent, Bernardo Silva surged inward from the right flank, materializing like a phantom at the precise point of impact. No offside. The assistant referee stood unwaveringly on the halfway line. Bernardo cushioned the ball with his chest, then facing the charging David De Gea, delicately chipped it over the keeper. Second goal. Bernardo Silva. Jian Jun's voice trembled with exhilaration. But 80% of the credit for this goal belongs to Messi. The timing, weight, and landing point of that delicate chip pass were nothing short of perfection. He seemed to foresee the future, knowing precisely when and where Bernardo would appear. Bernardo sprinted toward Messi and leapt onto the Argentine's back. His Manchester City teammates surged forward, converging in an exultant embrace upon Old Trafford's hallowed pitch. The broadcast panned across Manchester United's bench. Carrick buried his head in his hands, eyes hollow with despair. Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless near the halfway line, arms akimbo, staring blankly at the ball nestled inside his own net. For the remainder of the first half, United launched desperate counterattacks, but their offense crumbled helplessly against City's impenetrable defense. At halftime, the score read 20. Yet inside the away dressing room, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. They'll come out even more ferociously in the second half, Guardiola declared, sketching new tactical lines on the whiteboard. They may bring on Lingard or Van de Beek to bolster attack, so we must adapt. He erased the previous formation and drew a 4,231. Leo, your position in the second half will be here. He circled the attacking midfield zone, but not as a conventional number 10. I want you to drift like a phantom between their midfield and defensive lines. They cannot mark a ghost. Then he turned to De Bruyne. Kevin dropped slightly deeper to form a double pivot with Rodri. But your role isn't defense. It's to release the ball instantly to Leo. Finally addressing the front line, Jack, Phil, Riyad. You three must rotate incessantly, crisscrossing without pause. I want Manchester United's defenders perpetually uncertain whom to mark. Once tactics were laid out, Guardiola turned to Messi. Leo, how's your leg? Messi rolled down his sock. The dried blood streaks on his calf had already coagulated. Fine. I've endured far worse. They'll keep targeting you. I know, Messi replied with a quiet smile. The more they focus on me, the more space opens up for the others. Did you notice something? De Bruyne interjected. Wan-Bissaka, their right back, hasn't pushed forward once today. All eyes turned to him. Because the coach instructed him solely to shadow me, Grealish added. Truthfully, he's done it. Then we'll target the left flank in the second half, Messi responded. Let Phil test Wan-Bissaka. Even the most resolute defender buckles under relentless pressure. Foden's eyes lit up. I can do it. I know you can, Messi said, clapping the young midfielder on the shoulder. But remember, don't engage him physically. Use feints and shifts and rhythm. He's a masterful tackler, but slow to turn. The tactical discussion in the dressing room lasted a full 8 minutes. This was no monologue from the coach, but a collective brainstorm, a symphony of shared insight. When staff knocked to signal time, every player knew precisely what he must do in the second half. That was Manchester City's greatest evolution, this season no longer a team reliant on flashes of individual genius, but a precision-engineered machine. Every component calibrated, every gear aware of its function. And Messi, he was its central processing unit. At the start of the second half, United duly adjusted. Lingard replaced Fred, shifting to a 4,231 in pursuit of greater attacking threat. Yet City's response stunned everyone. In the 51st minute, Messi collected the ball centrally, and Lingard lunged forward immediately. But Messi neither passed nor drove forward. Instead, he began to retreat, with the ball at his feet. The unorthodox move froze Lingard, though after a split-second hesitation he followed. Messi continued his measured backward drift, right back to the edge of the center circle. United's entire defensive structure unraveled if they pressed outward. A chasm yawned between midfield and defense if they held their line. Messi gained unchecked freedom to orchestrate from deep. They chose to press. And so United's entire midfield line was lured forward, drawn out like fish on a line. At that very instant, Messi struck. A subtle shoulder dip feinted left. Just as Lingard shifted his weight, Messi's right foot outside of the boot flick sent the ball surging diagonally rightward. It rolled into the vast vacant corridor along the right flank, where Kyle Walker was already surging forward at full throttle. The right back seized the ball, surged down the line, and delivered a pinpoint cross, all in one seamless motion. United's left side defense lay utterly exposed, their midfield vacuumed away by Messi's decoy run. In the center, Phil Foden arrived like thunder. A thunderous header. The third goal. Phil Foden. Martin Tyler was at a loss for words, but who initiated this attack? With an astonishing pullback dribble, he completely disrupted Manchester United's midfield defense, then delivered a pass like a surgical strike. This is masterclass tactical execution. Foden slid on his knees towards the corner flag, then got up and once again performed Messi's celebration. This has become a fixed routine for Manchester City's young players. After each goal, they pay tribute to their number 10. Old Trafford began to show scattered empty seats. Some Manchester United fans had already left early. They could not bear the humiliation of being so thoroughly embarrassed by their archrivals on home ground. But the slaughter by Manchester City was far from over. In the 68th minute, Messi's goal finally arrived. De Bruyne sent a through ball from midfield and Messi received it at the top of the penalty area with his back to the goal. Behind him was Maguire, the English centre-back, using his strong body to tightly mark Messi, not allowing him to turn. Everyone expected Messi to pass back, but he executed a move that stunned the entire stadium. While facing away from the goal, Messi flicked the ball back. The ball slipped between Maguire's legs and rolled toward the penalty area. At the same time, Messi quickly turned and darted past Maguire's left side. The Manchester United captain tried to turn and chase, but his weight and inertia slowed him down by a beat. That one beat was enough. Messi caught up with the ball and, facing the onrushing De Gea, deftly chipped it over. Goal. Messi. Messi has scored. Jean Jun's voice rose to an almost hoarse roar, describing a backheel nutmeg through the legs followed by a lofted chip that beat the keeper. This is humiliation. This is art. I find no adjective adequate. This is Messi. This is the king of football. After the goal, Messi did not erupt into wild celebration. He simply stood in place, arms outstretched, head tilted back toward the leaden sky over Laute La Fuda. At that moment, the rain began to fall, soaking his hair and cheeks. Teammates surged in from every direction. Dabu Lau Nei was first to reach him. He hugged Messi fiercely and shouted in his ear, "You did it. You did it." Guardiola La raised both fists on the touchline, then turned and embraced assistant Li Lu tightly. He knew in that instant the history of the Manchester City derby had been rewritten. The final 20 minutes dissolved into mere garbage time. The Man Lien players' gazes had gone hollow, their movement became mechanical, and their passing lost all intent. This Man Lien, once the Red Devils who struck fear across Europe, utterly collapsed today. In stoppage time, C. Luo's shot from inside the box was parried away by AI de Son, Man Lien's best chance of the match and the Portuguese's only effort on target. When the final whistle sounded, C. Luo walked straight back to the dressing room, offering no handshakes to anyone. As the final whistle blew, football media around the globe simultaneously pressed the send button. Sky Sports headlined, "The Dusk of Old Trafford, Messi dismantles Manchester United with a masterclass." Manchester Evening News, Manchester United side, shame. 04. The Red Devils were humiliated at home. Manchester Evening News, Manchester City's side. A declaration from the Blue Dynasty. Messi leads Manchester City to dominate the derby. Marca, the humiliation of the heel. Messi turns Maguire and Manchester United into background characters. L'Equipe. A resounding victory of 4 goals. Messi's flawless performance told Cristiano Ronaldo the era has changed. In the mixed zone, reporters swarmed around Manchester City players like mad. De Bruyne faced the camera, his face still lit with excitement. 40. To be honest, I didn't dare to think about it before the match. But Leo, he played a different level of football today. That heel goal. I've never seen him do that in training. Grealish put it more bluntly. When you play with Leo, you only need to do one thing: run into space. He'll pass the ball right to your feet no matter where you are or how many defenders there are. Foden, the young man who scored a goal under Messi's guidance, had shining eyes. He told me during halftime how to deal with Wan-Bissaka. He said, "Don't be afraid of him, he only tackles." Then I scored. He is the best teacher. Finally Messi, he changed into a simple black tracksuit, his hair still wet. Dozens of microphones were suddenly thrust in front of him. Leo, a perfect match. That heel goal, did you plan it in advance? Messi thought for a moment and replied in Spanish, "Not exactly. I saw Maguire's center of gravity was too far forward and there was space between his legs. So I just tried it. The reporter was shocked. In that situation, most people would choose to pass back. Football requires risk-taking. Messi smiled. Sometimes taking risks brings the best rewards. Did you think about the 40 scoreline before the match? We just wanted to win. The score reflects the process of the match. Today we played very well and Manchester United may not be at their best. This answer showcased Messi's emotional intelligence. He didn't kick them when they were down, but gave his opponents respect. Cristiano didn't perform much today, or what do you think? Messi's expression turned serious. Cristiano is a great player. But football is a team sport, and today Manchester City was the better team. That's all. At the end of the interview, a Spanish journalist asked the crucial question: Barcelona lost to Atletico yesterday, and is now 8 points behind Real Madrid. And here you are leading Manchester City forward. How do you feel? Messi was silent for a few seconds. I'm focused on Manchester City, focused on the upcoming matches. He finally said, Barcelona has its path and I have mine. I'm happy now, and that's enough. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a figure fading into the flash of lights. The Manchester City locker room was filled with the joy of victory, but unlike the usual noise, there was a special solemnity in the atmosphere today. Guardiola stood in the center holding a bottle of champagne, prepared by the club for the derby victory. Today, he said loudly, we made history. Winning 40 at Old Trafford is a first in Manchester City's century-long history. Applause and whistles filled the locker room. But remember, Guardiola changed his tone. This is just one match. The Premier League has 38 rounds, and we have only played 11. Celebrate tonight, but starting tomorrow, we need to think about the next match. He opened the champagne, and the foam erupted. The locker room erupted in cheers. At that moment, a staff member peeked in. Leo, you have visitors. A few young players from Manchester United's youth academy entered, around 12 or 13 years old. They were wearing Manchester United training kits, holding notebooks and pens, their eyes shining with nervousness and anticipation. Mr. Messi, the leading boy stammered in English, can we have your autograph? Even though we are Manchester United fans, you are our idol. This scene was somewhat ironic. In the away team's locker room at Old Trafford, Manchester United's youth players came to ask for signatures from Manchester City players. But Messi smiled. He took the notebook and pen, signed his name earnestly, and wrote in Spanish, always love. After signing, he squatted down to meet the children's eyes. Today's result doesn't matter. What's important is that you continue to train and keep improving. Maybe one day we will meet on the pitch. The children's eyes brightened. They nodded vigorously and reluctantly. You will raise future opponents, De Bruyne joked. Football needs opponents. Messi stood up. Without strong opponents, there are no great matches. The locker room door was knocked on again. This time it was Manchester United's interim head coach Carrick. This action stunned everyone. Defeated foes entering the victor's locker room was quite unusual. Carrick walked straight to Messi, extending his hand. Great match, Leo. You played some of the best football I've ever seen. They shook hands. Carrick continued, that heel goal. He'll make all my midfielders watch it 100 times when I get. It's not just technique, it's art. Thank you, Messi said. Manchester United will come back. You have good players. Carrick smiled wryly, shook his head, and turned to leave. This brief exchange showcased the respect that transcends victory and defeat in the world of football. At 7:30 p.m. Manchester City's bus departed Old Trafford. Outside, the rain had intensified. A few Manchester United fans still lingering outside the stadium silently watched the blue bus pass by. There was no anger on their faces, only deep disappointment. Inside the bus, the players were wearing headphones, some scrolling through social media, while others had already fallen asleep. Messi sat by the window gazing at Manchester in the rain. His phone was flooded with congratulatory messages. Xavi, that heel goal reminded me of your goal against Real Madrid in 2011. Time changes, but you remain the same. Iniesta, I watched the live broadcast in Japan. You are still the same, Leo. Proud of you. Neymar sent 10 crying laughing emojis. Old man. You turned Maguire into a sieve. Teach me that he'll move next time. Aguero's voice message played, his signature loud voice. 40. Old man, do you know what the media in Madrid is saying now? They say Laporta should be shot. Messi replied with a smile. Then he opened the family group chat filled with photos of his children watching the match live. Thiago held up a hand-drawn sign. Daddy scored again. Matteo and Ciro wore mini Manchester City jerseys imitating Messi's celebration in the living room. Antonella sent a message, safely home. The kids are waiting for you. You are a hero tonight. He replied, I just did what I had to do. See you tomorrow. The bus drove onto the highway. The sound of raindrops tapping against the windows became rhythmic. Messi closed his eyes, his body signaling fatigue. 34 years old, having played the full match in the derby, facing intense challenges running in the rain. But deep within there was a strange sense of calm and satisfaction. He recalled the tifo from Manchester United fans before the match. Welcome to hell. Remembered Fred's first collision, the desperate look in Maguire's eyes, and the dead silence at Old Trafford after the goal. Then he remembered the light in the children's eyes, Carrick's handshake, and the champagne and laughter in the locker room. That's football. There's competition and there's respect. There's victory and defeat, and there's legacy. His phone vibrated, a message from his father Jorge. The whole Rosario is watching your match today. Your uncle's bar is packed, and when you scored the roof nearly came off. Messi replied with a hugging emoji. Then he pulled up highlights of Dortmund's match. Haaland scored again in the afternoon match, a powerful header that slammed the ball into the net. If we had him, Messi thought, not to replace anyone, but to complement. The impact of Haaland combined with Manchester City's current technical midfield would create a team that could terrify all of Europe. This thought excited him. At 34, he was still contemplating how to make the team better. The bus drove through the rainy night heading towards the city of Manchester. Their new training, new matches, and new challenges awaited. And the whole world knew one thing: the sky over Manchester. Statistics. Messi played 90 minutes, 1 goal, 2 assists, 78 touches, 54 passes, 93 success rate, 6 key passes, 3 created excellent chances, 5 successful dribbles, including that heel nutmeg fouled 4 times. Manchester City possession 71, 16 shots, 8 on target, 5 corners. Manchester United possession 29, 4 shots, 1 on target, 1 corner. Global viewership. According to Nielsen data, the match attracted over 630 million viewers worldwide, setting a new record for single-match viewership in the Premier League. Among them, over 80 million watched the live broadcast in China, and the viewership rating in Argentina exceeded. Social media. The hashtag #MessiHeelGoal saw over 15 million discussions on Twitter, and the goal video surpassed 100 million views on YouTube within 24 hours. Post-match impact. Manchester United announced the formal dismissal of Carrick the next day and began the global search for a new head coach. Manchester City's championship odds dropped from 2.5 to 1.8, making them the favorites in the Premier League. On January 15, 2022, in the northeast of England at the Riverside Stadium, the temperature dropped to -6 degrees with a mix of rain and snow carried by the cold winds from the North Atlantic, transforming this Riverside Stadium into a frozen hell. Middlesbrough, a struggling traditional team in the championship, was facing the defending champions Manchester City in the 4th round of the FA Cup. The heating in the locker room was turned up to the maximum, yet the chill still seeped through the walls. Foden was stuffing hand warmers into his gloves, while Grealish kept rubbing his nearly frozen fingers. This damn weather. De Bruyne exhaled a puff of white breath. It's worse than the coldest winter in Belgium. Messi quietly adjusted his socks and put on an additional layer of thick thermal socks outside. At 34, his body was more sensitive to such extreme weather, but he had endured worse, like the rainy battle in Saransk during the 2018 World Cup, when the temperature was even lower than today. The good news is they are less adapted than we are. Guardiola entered the locker room holding a tablet in his hand. Middlesbrough's tactics for this season's FA Cup are very clear: defend resolutely and drag it to a penalty shootout. He pulled up the match footage. Look, their 541 formation is very compact. The 2 wingbacks hardly participate in the attack, and everyone is packed within 30 meters of the penalty area. So what we need today is not speed, but this. Guardiola drew an arc on the screen. Patience and precision. He looked at Messi. Leo, your position today is here. He marked a circle at the top of the penalty area. I want you to receive the ball there, draw the defense, and then. He drew arrows on both sides. Then Jack and Phil will cut inside, while Kevin and Bernardo will make late runs from behind. We need to tear apart their iron defense with passes. At 15:00, the match began amidst the wind and snow. The situation was worse than expected. The frozen pitch made the balls roll erratic. The strong winds rendered long passes nearly uncontrollable, and the rain and snow blurred visibility. In the first 20 minutes, there were only 3 shots combined from both sides, all of which missed the target by a wide margin. In the 27th minute, Messi received the ball in the middle, but as he attempted to turn, his foot slipped. The frozen pitch offered almost no friction. Middlesbrough's midfielder quickly intercepted and launched a counterattack, almost scoring. Guardiola shouted from the sidelines, "Short passes. Only use short passes." The tactical adjustments bore immediate fruit. Manchester City began to progress with continuous short passes, while Messi dropped back to the midfield to orchestrate the attack with a single touch. In the 41st minute, the deadlock was broken. Messi received the ball on the right flank, and facing a double team, he did not attempt to break through, but instead sent a low diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball slid across the frozen pitch, moving faster than usual, and precisely found Bernardo Silva, making a run into the penalty area. The Portuguese nearly slipped while receiving the ball, but he barely steadied himself and poked the shot into the net before the goalkeeper could reach him. Goal. Bernardo Silva. The voice of the commentator sounded muffled in the wind and snow, but this pass. In such dreadful field conditions, Messi's delivery was truly a work of art. B. Silva slid on his knees to celebrate, leaving a long mark on the grass. After he got up, he pointed at Messi, and the two high-fived in the wind and snow. Halftime ended 10. During the break, the locker room was filled with thick steam and cold. Staff handed out warm towels and hot drinks. The second half will be worse. Guardiola looked out at the intensifying wind and snow. The wind speed has reached 40 kilometers per hour. Long passes and long shots are unreliable. We can only continue with short passing and penetration. How does your foot feel, Leo? Guardiola turned to Messi. It's okay. Messi moved his ankle, but the ball is slippery and difficult to control the spin. Then reduce the spin. Use the most direct line, the flattest trajectory. After the second half began, Middlesbrough intensified their pressing. Their adaptability in the harsh weather was indeed better. The players of this championship team were more accustomed to the cold of northern England. In the 58th minute, an accident occurred. Messi broke through on the right. The Middlesbrough left back made a tackle. The action wasn't particularly fierce, but on the wet grass, Messi fell awkwardly. He rolled on the grass, clutching his right knee. The team doctor rushed onto the field. The away stands at Etihad Stadium fell silent, and the wind and snow seemed to intensify at that moment. Lateral collateral ligament of the knee. The team doctor gestured to Guardiola after the examination. It might be a strain. Oh, we need to substitute. Guardiola's face turned ashen. He looked at the bench and made the substitution decision. Fernandinho came on for Messi. As Messi limped toward the sidelines, applause erupted at the Riverside Stadium. Not just from the Manchester City fans, but even the home fans stood up to applaud. This was a tribute to a fighter. As he left the field, Guardiola tightly embraced Messi. Get it checked thoroughly. Leave the rest to us. In the end, Manchester City narrowly advanced 10 thanks to B. Silva's goal. However, all the post-match news was about Messi's injury. On the morning of January 16th in Manchester at a private hospital, the MRI results came out: a grade 1 strain of the right lateral collateral ligament, expected to be out for 3 to 4 weeks. A silver lining in misfortune. The club's chief, Dr. Marlin, pointed at the scan. There's no tear, just a slight strain. But if it gets any worse, it could be a 2-month recovery. Messi lay on the examination table, his expression blank. Antonella held his hand, her eyes filled with worry. 3 weeks. Missing 5 matches. Guardiola calculated the schedule, including the league match against Norwich and the first leg of the Champions League against Sporting Lisbon. But he can make it back for the second leg derby against Everton and Manchester United. I want to recover as quickly as possible, Messi said. No, Marlin replied firmly. This kind of injury is most taboo for rushing back. You must strictly adhere to the rehabilitation plan. Not a single day can be skipped. The rehabilitation plan started that afternoon. Water therapy, alternating hot and cold treatments, strength training at specific angles. Messi's life became a 2-point line between the hospital and the training facility. On January 20th, at Etihad Stadium, Manchester City faced Norwich. Messi sat in the executive box and watched the entire match. Manchester City still won 30 without him, but the flow of the game was far from smooth compared to when he was on the pitch. De Bruyne attempted to play the role of the core organizer, but his passes lacked the penetrating quality of Messi's. Do you see the difference? Said Soriano quietly from beside him. When you are on the field, the team's passing network. When you're not, it becomes two-dimensional. Messi didn't respond. He just stared at the pitch. He could clearly see areas for improvement in every attack, where it should cut inside instead of crossing, where it should thread a pass instead of playing wide. On January 23rd, he returned to the training ground. Although he still couldn't train with the ball, he began participating in the team's tactical meetings. Guardiola had specially prepared a tactical board for him. Against Sporting Lisbon, they will surely play 352. Guardiola analyzed the opponent. The two wingbacks push up very high, so there are large gaps in the flanks. Kevin, this is your chance. De Bruyne nodded. But their midfielders recover quickly. So we need to move the ball fast. Messi suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him. He drew lines on the tactical board with a marker. If we initiate an attack from the left, drawing their defensive focus to shift left, then quickly transition to exploit the space on the right. He drew a large arc. It takes 3 to 4 seconds for Sporting Lisbon's defense to adjust, and those 3 seconds are the opportunity. Guardiola's eyes lit up, just like the castling in chess. Almost Messi put down the pen, but it requires the entire team's high-level coordination. Everyone must know when to run to what position. This tactical meeting lasted for 2 hours. At the end, Foden whispered to Grealish, Leo seems to have become even scarier since his injury. If he can't play, he puts all his energy into thinking about tactics. Grealish nodded. I heard he watched all the footage of Sporting Lisbon's games over the past 2 seasons in the past few days. All their games. Foden's eyes widened. How many matches is that? 47. Messi's voice came from. The two young men were startled and turned around. Messi leaned on his crutches, a faint smile on his face. Actually, only 12 of those matches are useful. They're games against teams with 3 defenders. The rest, just fast forward and watch. On February 15th, in Lisbon at Alvalade Stadium, the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, Manchester City faced Sporting Lisbon away. Messi was included in the substitute list, but Guardiola made it clear that he would not let him take risks on the field, unless absolutely necessary. During the warm-up before the match, Messi sat on the bench in a thick down jacket, a blanket covering his knee. The fans of Sporting Lisbon let out piercing boos from the stands. They knew Manchester City's star was on the sidelines. As the match began, Sporting Lisbon's tactics unfolded just as Messi had predicted. A 3-5-2 formation with the 2 wingbacks pushing very high, trying to use width to suppress Manchester City. In the first 20 minutes, Manchester City played very awkwardly. De Bruyne was closely marked by the opposing midfield and B. Silva also found himself entangled on the right. Guardiola paced anxiously along the sidelines. He glanced at the substitute bench where Messi had made a gesture at him, his left hand sweeping horizontally and his right hand cutting vertically. This was the pre-agreed signal: switch the ball, attack the right flank. Guardiola immediately shouted to the players on the field, right flank. Focus on the right flank. The adjustment had an immediate effect. In the 34th minute, Manchester City initiated an attack from the left flank, and after 5 passes they suddenly switched the ball to the right flank. Mahrez received the ball and broke through, delivering a cross from the byline, and De Bruyne arrived late to score with a. Did you see that? The Sky Sports commentator exclaimed. Manchester City's transition and attack was stunning. From left to right, it completely tore apart the defense of Sporting CP. During halftime, Messi entered the locker room leaning on a crutch. Their left wingback has issues with tracking back. He walked directly to the tactical board. Nuno Mendes is very proactive going forward, but he's always a step slow in retreat. In the second half, we will target him behind. He drew a line. Kevin, when you receive the ball in this position, don't rush forward first, distribute it to the left. As their defensive focus shifts to the left, he drew a large arrow on the right flank. Jack, you need to make your move. Messi looked at Grealish. I will signal you from the sidelines. What signal? Grealish asked. When I stand up, that's when you start your run. After the second half began, Sporting CP continued their high-pressing tactics. In the 58th minute, the opportunity arose. De Bruyne received the ball on the right side of midfield, looking up to assess the situation. The defense of Sporting CP was shifting left, trying to block Grealish on the left. At that moment, Messi on the bench suddenly stood up. Grealish saw the signal and decisively made his forward run. De Bruyne's pass was perfectly timed. An over-the-top ball that sailed over the entire defensive line, landing right in front of Grealish. Unknown. The Englishman charged into the penalty area, calmly slotting the ball into the far corner in front of the goalkeeper. A breakthrough. Jack Grealish. The commentator shouted, but how did De Bruyne spot that gap? Wait, what are we seeing? The broadcast cut to the Manchester City bench where Messi was slowly sitting down, a calm smile on his face. It's Messi, the guest analyst exclaimed. He stood up and signaled to Grealish. He orchestrated this attack from the sidelines. This revelation stunned viewers worldwide. A player injured and sitting on the bench directed a lethal attack merely by standing and sitting back down again. Sporting CP's coach Amorim furiously protested to the 4th official. This is illegal coaching. But the referee's response was clear. Substituted players could communicate with players on the field as long as they did not leave the technical area. Ultimately, Manchester City won 21 away. In the post-match press conference, all questions revolved around Messi's sideline directing. It was just a coincidence. Guardiola downplayed. Jack saw the opening and Kevin delivered a good pass. That's all there was to it. However, Grealish let slip in the mixed zone. Leo told me before the match that he would make that pass. He said when I saw him stand up, it was time to start. This news spread globally in an instant. Marca headlined the God on the bench. Messi orchestrates the goal with a glance. L'Equipe, a new role. Messi transforms into tactical commander. February 26th, Manchester Etihad Stadium. In the 27th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Everton. Messi returned from injury, making the starting lineup. When he stepped onto the field, the Etihad erupted in thunderous applause. After 3 weeks without seeing him play, the fans had waited too long. Once the match began, it quickly became apparent. Messi had changed. Not in terms of technique, but in rhythm. He played more succinctly and efficiently, with nearly every touch being the most reasonable choice. No unnecessary dribbling, no flashy moves, only precision passing to the millimeter and perfectly timed runs. In the 18th minute, the first assist. He received the ball in midfield and 3 Everton players immediately formed a surrounding circle. But Messi did not attempt to break through. Instead, at the moment the encirclement was formed, he pushed a through ball with the arch of his left foot. The ball threaded through the gaps and found Phil Foden, who was on the right side of the offside line. Unknown. So calm. Jean-June exclaimed under the triple defense. Messi chose the simplest, yet most lethal passing route. What kind of vision and courage does this require? In the 42nd minute, the second assist came. This time it was from a corner kick. Messi took the corner. The ball's trajectory was high and floating, descending in front of the goal. Ruben Dias out-jumped the opposing defender to head the ball into the net. At halftime, Manchester City had already secured the victory. In the locker room, Guardiola looked at Messi with a complex expression. "You've become smarter in your play. It's a good thing to have time to think," Messi said, taking a sip of water. "When I couldn't play, I watched a lot of game footage. I realized my problem. Sometimes I tried too hard to solve issues myself, neglecting the positions of my teammates." De Bruyne laughed. "Your passing is faster than mine now. Because I know where you will run," Messi said earnestly. "In 3 weeks, I rewatched all the games of our season. I memorized everyone's running habits, each person's preferred positions, and ways of receiving the ball." The locker room fell silent, rewatching the entire season's footage. That was over 50 matches, each lasting 90 minutes. "How many times did you watch them?" B. Silva couldn't help but ask. "The important matches 3 times, and the others at least once. I've noticed many details, like how Kevin likes to glance at the right side before passing, how Jack unconsciously tips his toes before making a run, and how Phil looks into my eyes when making his move." He paused for a moment. Football is a team sport. Understanding your teammates is more important than understanding your opponents. In the second half, Messi continued his masterful performance. In the 67th minute, he scored a typical Messi-style goal, dribbling past 2 defenders with quick changes of direction just outside the penalty area, then shooting low into the net. The final score was set at 40. Messi made a perfect return in his first match back, contributing 1 goal and 2 assists. Post-match statistics showed that Messi only touched the ball 51 times, his lowest since joining Manchester City. Yet he made 6 key passes, created 4 excellent opportunities, and assisted 2 goals. He is creating the greatest threat with the fewest touches of the ball. The analyst from Sky Sports summarized, "This could be a more frightening version of Messi, a Messi who can decide the game without needing a lot of ball possession." On March 1st, in Manchester at the City Football Academy meeting room, Guardiola, director of football.The, CEO Soriano, and Messi sat around the meeting table. Several thick documents were placed on the table. "Dortmund's stance is very clear," Begiristain said, while flipping through the report. "Haaland's release clause will come into effect on July 1st, €60 million. But the problem isn't money, it's competition." He pulled up a list: Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris, Bayern, Chelsea. All the giants want him. Moreover, he looked at Messi. Haaland himself seems to prefer Real Madrid. "Why?" Guardiola asked. "Benzema is getting old and Real Madrid needs a new number 9. And Florentino has promised to build the team around him." The meeting room fell silent. €60 million is a bargain for a player of Haaland's caliber, but Manchester City faces the most intense competition in history. "What advantages do we have?" Soriano asked. "Money is not an issue," Begiristain said. "We can offer a higher salary than Real Madrid. But Haaland doesn't lack money, he wants championships and growth." Everyone turned to Messi. "He needs someone," Messi said slowly, "at Real Madrid who can pass him the ball. Modric is 37, Kroos is 32. At Manchester City, there's Kevin, there's Bernardo, there's me." He pulled up data on his tablet. At Dortmund, Haaland receives key passes an average of 2.1 times every 90 minutes. If he were at Manchester City, that number could rise to over 3.5 times. Because our midfield's ability to create chances is twice that of Dortmund. "But how do we make him believe this?" Begiristain asked. Messi thought for a moment. "Let me call him." Now. 5 minutes later, the call connected. Haaland's voice came through the speaker, speaking English with a Nordic accent. "Hey, it's Erling." "Erling, it's Leo Messi." There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. "Wait. Is it really you?" "It really is me," Messi smiled. "I'm in Manchester with Pep and Mr. Begiristain. We want to talk to you." In the next 20 minutes, Messi did not discuss salaries, did not mention the city, did not talk about commercial value. He spoke of only one thing: football. "I've watched all your matches," Messi said. "Your movement is distinctive. You like to move outward first, and then cut back sharply. At Dortmund, when Reyes and Brandt pass to you, they are always half a beat slow because they need time to observe." Haaland did not deny this. "At Manchester City, things will be different," Messi continued. "Kevin De Bruyne will pass the moment he sees you making a run, no observation needed. Bernardo Silva can find passing lanes even in a crowd. And he paused, "I know what kind of pass a center forward wants. Because I've played as a center forward and as a playmaker. I know when to pass to feet, when to lead, and when to chip over." "How can you prove this?" Haaland's question was straightforward. "Next Wednesday, we have the second leg against Sport," Messi said. "They'll have Pep arrange a special seat for you. You come to Manchester and see for yourself how we play. Then you can make your decision." After hanging up, the meeting room fell silent. "Will he come?" Soriano. "He will come," Messi said confidently, "because a true player cannot refuse such an invitation." On March 9th, at the Etihad Stadium, in the second leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16, Manchester City hosted Sporting Lisbon. The first leg score of 21 meant Manchester City had the upper hand, but had not yet secured advancement. In the VIP box, a tall figure wearing a hat and mask sat quietly in the corner. But those sharp blue eyes revealed his identity, Erling Haaland. He arrived in Manchester late last night, staying at a hotel arranged by the club. This afternoon he would watch the UEFA Champions League knockout match live at the Etihad Stadium. On the field, Messi was warming up. He knew Haaland was in the stands, but it did not affect his focus. If Haaland truly joined, what he needed to show was not a performance, but the true philosophy of Manchester City's football. Once the match started, Manchester City showcased a completely different style. In the 11th minute, the first exquisite cooperation occurred. Messi dropped back to receive the ball in midfield, and three players from Sporting Lisbon immediately surrounded. He did not rush to pass, but protected the ball with his left foot, waiting for his teammates to make their runs. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, Messi gently flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, threading it through the gap and finding Mahrez on the right flank. A textbook-like team cooperation. Martin Taylor exclaimed, from Messi's evasion to Mahrez' pass to De Bruyne's shot. This is Manchester City's football philosophy. In the VIP box, Haaland leaned forward, his eyes glued to what he saw was not just a goal, but the network of passes. Everyone was moving, everyone was creating space. In the 34th minute, the second goal. This time it was a positional battle. Manchester City passed continuously in front of the penalty area, with the ball swiftly circulating among Messi, De Bruyne, and Bernardo Silva. The defense of Sporting CP was completely disrupted by this rapid passing. Finally, Messi received Bernardo Silva's return pass at the edge of the penalty arc. He didn't shoot. Instead, he used the instep of his right foot to deliver a precise through ball. The ball skimmed the grass, threading through the gap between two defenders, and accurately found Phil Foden, who had made a run into the small penalty area. A simple push. 20. Second assist. Jean June said excitedly, Messi's passes today are simply art. Each pass is as precise as a scalpel. At halftime, Manchester City led 20, with an aggregate score of 41. The match had lost its suspense. During the break, Haaland remained in his seat. He quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Passing routes, timing of runs, methods of cooperation. In the second half, Manchester City continued to dominate the game. In the 67th minute, Messi was substituted, and the entire stadium stood up to applaud. The final score was 30, with an aggregate score of 51, as Manchester City powerfully advanced to the Champions League quarterfinals. After the match, Haaland was taken to a private meeting room by staff. Messi was already there, still wearing his jersey, beads of sweat on his face. How was it? Messi asked. Haaland paused for a few seconds before saying, you guys pass so fast. Much faster than what I saw on TV. It feels different watching live, doesn't it? Messi handed him a bottle of water. At Dortmund, you had more opportunities to hold the ball. At Manchester City, you might touch the ball less than 30 times in a match. But each touch could be a goal opportunity. I need to adapt. Yes, you need to, Messi said frankly, but you will adapt because you have that talent. You know where the ball will be. Haaland looked at Messi, the legend he had admired since childhood, sitting across from him, discussing football with him in an If I come to Manchester City, Haaland finally asked, will you pass to me? Messi smiled. I will pass the ball to where you feel most comfortable. Kevin will, Bernardo will, Jack will, Phil will. At Manchester City, there are 6 players who can deliver a decisive pass to you. At Real Madrid, at most 2. This answer lit up Haaland's eyes. 3 days later, major European media outlets simultaneously reported Haaland's father secretly appeared in Manchester and held talks with Manchester City executives for 4 hours. Bild even captured a photo of old Haaland leaving the City Football Academy. The balance of the transfer market. Meanwhile, in Manchester, Messi stood by the apartment window, gazing at the city's night view. The draw for the Champions League quarterfinals would take place tomorrow. Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, Chelsea. Every opponent could be a potential terminator. But Messi was not afraid, because he knew that no matter who they drew, Manchester City was already prepared. And the journey of this season had just entered its most exciting phase. The ice and snow had melted and spring was about to arrive. The real battle was just beginning. On February 12, 2022, at 1447 in the away team's locker room at Etihad Stadium, Southampton's head coach Hasenhuttl was making the final tactical arrangements. The Austrian, known for his tactical discipline, sketched a dense network of defensive lines on the whiteboard. Remember, the distance between the 5 defenders must not exceed 5 meters. He tapped the whiteboard with a marker. Walker Peters, your most important task today is not to assist, but to tightly mark Grealish's cutting lanes. Romeu and Ward-Prowse form the first line of defense. Do not push forward, maintain your positions. The locker room was very quiet, filled only with Hasenhuttle's voice and the faint sounds of players adjusting their shin guards. Suddenly, the assistant coach whispered something in his ear. Hasenhuttl frowned. How many? Outside. There are about 20 commercial billboards temporarily changed to images of Messi. The assistant lowered his voice. From the subway station to the entrance of the stadium, there's nearly one every 50 meters. A local brewery even launched a promotion for every goal Messi scores. All bars in the city offer a 10 discount. The atmosphere in the locker room grew even more serious. This was not their first time playing in Manchester, but the sheer volume of grassroots commercial enthusiasm focused on a single player was unprecedented. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, Messi was sitting in front of his locker using a specially designed massage stick to relax his calf muscles. This tool was customized by physiotherapist Juanjo based on years of data regarding his Achilles tendon load, featuring rollers with uneven textures that can accurately stimulate the deep fascia. "How does it feel?" Guardiola squatted beside him. "Better than last week," Messi replied, rotating his ankle. "The pitch is a bit soft, but it's okay." Guardiola nodded, stood up, and clapped his hands. "Listen, they will be parking the bus today. Romeu and Ward-Prowse will form a double pivot shield. So what we need to do is not to force through the center, but..." He drew 2 arrows on the tactical board. "Leo, your position today is here." He circled the area near the right side of the penalty arc, "but your movement should lean towards the right flank." "Why?" "Because their left center-back Bednarik is slow to turn, and left-back Perraud likes to push forward. I need you to draw them out." He then looked at De Bruyne. "Kevin, you will cover for Leo as he moves, but be ready to receive his return pass for a long..." Lastly, Grealish and Foden, your task is with. When Leo draws the defensive focus to the right, there will be huge space on the left. I expect you to create at least 3 clear-cut chances. At 15:00, the match kicked off. The first 20 minutes of the game felt like a patient game of chess. Southampton's 5-4-1 formation was indeed tight, with Manchester City's passes mostly occurring 30 meters outside the opponent's half. In the 21st minute, the broadcast camera captured an interesting detail. Messi slowly walked to the sideline, without the ball bending down to adjust his socks. This action instinctively prompted the nearest Southampton midfielder, Romeu, to take 2 steps forward, causing a slight distortion in the defensive formation. 2 minutes later, the first strike arrived. Rodri received the ball in the backfield and looked up. Messi suddenly activated to retreat, and Romeu and Ward-Prowse immediately followed. But Messi did not ask for the ball. Instead, he continued to move sideways, pulling towards the vicinity of the right sideline. Walker-Peters hesitated. If he followed, the left side would be open. If he didn't, Messi could receive the ball in that position and pose a direct threat. He chose to follow. At that moment, Rodri's long pass found Mahrez on the right flank. The Algerian controlled the ball, and facing the incoming center-back, he did not force his way through, but instead laid it back to Messi, who had moved into the right side of the penalty arc. At this point, Messi had his back to the goal with Romeu behind him, Ward-Prowse on his left, and the hurried Bednarik charge. 3 players surrounded him. Southampton fans in the stands just breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Messi gently pull the ball back with the sole of his right foot and turn left in a half circle. This movement caused Romeu and Ward-Prowse's centers of gravity to instinctively shift left. The next second, Messi's left foot gently nudged the pulled back ball. It slipped through the gap between Bednarik's legs. Through the legs. Even more deadly, after the nutmeg, Messi did not push forward, but leisurely strolled towards the left flank. This unusual move left all 3 defenders dumbfounded. The ball rolled towards the penalty spot, which appeared to be unoccupied. But just as goalkeeper McCarthy prepared to rush out to collect the ball, a sky blue figure darted in like lightning. Kevin De Bruyne. The Belgian midfielder struck the ball on the run, and it hit the net. "Goal! Kaiwan de Bulo-Nei!" exclaimed Mating Tail in astonishment, but behold that pass. Messi, shackled by a 3-man press, conjured the chance with a masterful nutmeg. Even more exquisite was his movement after the pass. He did not surge forward, but merely strolled a calculated saunter that utterly confounded the defenders. Slow-motion replay revealed everything. Messi had glanced toward de Bulo-Nei's position before receiving the ball. The nutmeg was delivered with immaculate control. Neither so slow as to be intercepted nor so fast as to be claimed by the goalkeeper. The walk after the pass was not abandonment, but a ruse to lull the markers and create space for de Bulo-Nei's run. The 51st minute free-kick assist was another victory of detail. The foul occurred on the right side of the penalty area, about 28 meters from goal. De Bulo-Nei and Mahi Lucy stood over the ball, but Messi walked across. He leaned toward de Bulo-Nei and whispered in Spanish, "Their wall will jump," but the second row's Salisu jumped slow 0.3 seconds. De Bulo-Nei froze for a moment, then comprehension dawned. Messi ran up and struck. The ball's trajectory rose high and languid, sailing over the leaping first line of the wall. As Messi had anticipated, the second row, Salisu leapt half a beat late. The ball skimmed over his head and then plunged sharply in front of goal. Luben Diassi outmuscled the opposing defender and thundered a header into the net. This is not merely a pass, it is a victory in the war of information. The guest analyst from Sky Sports explained Messi has observed Salisu's jumping habits and capitalized on them. Such a level of detailed observation transcends that of ordinary players. The decisive assist in the 78th minute showcased another terrifying aspect. Messi received the ball on the right side of the midfield. Faced with pressure, he first cut inward, drawing 2 defenders closer. At this moment, his gaze swiftly scanned the entire field. On the left, Grealish was raising his hand for the ball, though in the center, Foden was stealthily making a run. At the far post, Cancelo had already begun to drift wide. In just 0.5 seconds, Messi made his decision. He delivered a diagonal long pass of 30 meters with the outside of his right foot. The trajectory of the ball was not a straight line, but rather a slightly outward curving arc. This ensured that the ball could evade the central defender's interception while perfectly landing on Foden's sprinting path. When Foden received the ball, there were no defenders within 3 meters of him. A clear chance of shot. After the match, the data statistics showed that Messi's running distance in this game was only 9.8 kilometers, 1 kilometer lower than his average this season. However, the proportion of high-intensity running distance increased by 15, with 6 key passes and 4 excellent opportunities created. He is exerting the greatest threat with minimal energy consumption, Guardiola said at the post-match press conference. That's frightening. It means he can play for many more years. In the first hour after the match at an Argentine restaurant in Soho, London. This is a gathering place for Argentinians living in the UK. When the final whistle blew, the cheers from the restaurant nearly lifted the roof. The owner, Ramiro, a Rosario native in his 50s, climbed onto the bar. Today, he raised his glass and shouted in Spanish, "All mate tea refills are free." For Leo, for Argentina, the restaurant's TV screen was replaying Messi's nutmeg assist. An elderly man wearing a Boca Juniors scarf pointed at the screen and said to his young grandson, "Do you see? This is the wisdom of Rosario. No need for brute force, just use your brain." The grandson's eyes widened. "Grandpa, did Messi play like this at Barca?" "At Barca he was more sharp," the old man thought for a moment. "Like a knife. Now he plays like a chess player. A knife can rust, but a chess player's wisdom only deepens." Meanwhile, the Chinese student WeChat group in Manchester had exploded. Group name Manchester City Fan Office Tactical Relaxation Version members, 487 people. Group owner Wang, a PhD student, just finished watching the match. "Messi's playstyle today is like slacking off while carrying the team. If my advisor conducted research like this, he would have won a Nobel Prize long ago." Group member Lee, a junior undergraduate, "I was watching in the library, and when the third assist came I couldn't help but shout, and now I've been kicked out by the administrator. Worth it." Group member Zhang, a recent master's graduate, "Job hunting. Honestly, with Messi's current form, I feel he could play until he's 40. Whether I can find a job is uncertain, but he can certainly retire." Group member Chun, a visiting scholar, just received an invitation from a domestic magazine to write an article on Messi's football philosophy and Eastern wisdom. "A fee of £1,000 tonight. Am treating at the old hot pot place." Meanwhile, the battlefield on Weibo was even more lively. Trending topic: Messi's slacking assist readings, 420 million. Popular Weibo post from renowned sports blogger Football Geometry. Many people say Messi was slacking off today. I did a data analysis. He had 83 touches in this match with an average touch time of 1.2 seconds. The Premier League average is 1.8 seconds. This means he processes the ball 33 faster than others. He's not slacking off, he's playing in fast-forward mode while we are watching in normal speed. Image: a tactical analysis diagram breaking down Messi's 3 key touches decision-making process. Reposts 1200, comments 4300, likes 28000. Trending topic: CR7 fans combat power readings 210 million. The cause was a long post by a big fan account of Cristiano Ronaldo. CR7 eternal. Some groups shouldn't get excited just because they won a regular league match. Look at the data in key moments. Ronaldo has scored 5 times after the 80th minute this season to save his team, while Messi has done so 2 times. The true kings stand up when their team needs them instead of brushing data in favorable situations. Factos. This Weibo post gained 300 reposts within half an hour, but the comment section went completely out of control. Top comment: likes 820. Regular league refers to the league where Manchester United is currently ranked 6th. Top comment: 2 likes 7500. Favorable situation refers to Messi's 8 assists this season that transformed the team from draws to leads. By the way, how many favorable situations has Manchester United had this season? Top comment: 3 likes 6900. I suggest the blogger check out the excellent opportunity creation rankings where Messi is in a league of his own. Even if Ronaldo wanted to brush assists, his teammates need to be able to run into position. The flames of war spread to Douyin. A short video quickly went viral on the left side. There was footage of Messi walking. Caption: the boss thinks I'm slacking off. On the right side was the moment of assist. Captioned: actually I'm saving the world. The background music was the climax of the nameless. 24-hour view count 42 million. Likes 3.2 million. The top comment below the video: I suggest promoting the Messi work method nationwide. Seemingly calm on the surface, but actually getting the job done clearly. On the evening of February 12th at 1900 London, in a top suite of the Claridge's Hotel, a negotiation was taking place that would shake the luxury goods industry. There were only 5 participants: Messi's business manager Rodrigo Pastor, legal advisor Elena Moreno, financial director Thomas Lee, and LVMH Group chairman Bernard Arnault, along with his eldest son Antoine. The atmosphere in the suite was serious and professional. There was no alcohol on the table, only mineral water and espresso. The screen on the wall was displaying a detailed data report. According to monitoring data from Brand Finance, Antoine Arnault manipulated the tablet after Mr. Messi's transfer to Manchester City, his influence among the following three key demographics has significantly increased. First, high net worth individuals in the UK up 38. Second, North American sports crossover consumers up 42. Third, millennial luxury entry-level consumers in the Asia-Pacific region up 51. He switched screens. More importantly, the mention rate of keywords like elegance, wisdom, and family on social media has risen by 210 in the past 4 months. This aligns perfectly with the core values of our luxury brands. Bernard Arnault, the global luxury goods mogul, had been quietly listening. At 73 years old, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Finally, he spoke, his voice deep and clear. Hublet needs a face that can represent the next decade. Mr. Messi is not only a great athlete, but he is also becoming a symbol of a certain culture. Our proposal for a lifetime partnership is not just an endorsement contract, but a commitment to co-create. Pastor leaned slightly forward. Mr. Arnault Leo respects the history of Hublet, but he has his principles. For example, he refuses to endorse alcoholic products and requires all partner brands to have clear environmental plans. That's exactly what we value. Bernard nodded. In fact, Hublet's laboratory is developing a revolutionary material, eco-friendly ceramic refined from ocean recycled plastics. We plan to name it Ocean Ceramic. If Mr. Messi is willing, he could become the global advocate for this project and participate in the design of the first watch. This proposal made Messi's team exchange glances. Environmental protection, innovation, and deep participation. This perfectly aligned with Messi's recent positioning of his personal brand image. What is the specific cooperation framework? Legal advisor Elena asked. Antoine pulled up a confidentiality agreement. First, a 10-year-long contract with a basic endorsement fee of €8 million per year, but that's not the focus. The focus is the second point. Mr. Messi will receive a 2% share of the sales of the Ocean Ceramic series. According to our predictions, the global sales of this series in the first year will be around €300 million. The room fell silent for a few seconds. This means that with just this one collaboration, Messi could potentially earn several times his basic endorsement. Third, Bernard personally added Hublet will collaborate with the Messi Foundation to launch a global clean ocean. For every watch sold, we will donate €100 to the foundation. Pastor took a deep breath. We need time to communicate with Leo in detail. Of course. Bernard stood up, signaling the end of the meeting, but please tell Mr. Messi what we value is not his current achievements, but what he will represent in the next decade. In this era, there are too few public figures who can simultaneously represent excellence, wisdom, and responsibility. That evening at 2230 in Manchester, Messi listened calmly to Pastori's report in his study. On the video call screen, his expression was very calm. Eco-friendly ceramic, that's quite interesting. But I need to see the specific material data and their factory's environmental certification. I don't want to become a tool for greenwashing marketing. They promised to provide all documents next week, Pastor said. Also, one more thing. Apple's Cook's office contacted us again today. They want to invite you as a special guest at their fall conference to showcase an AR application for focus training that supposedly simulates your field vision. Messi laughed. Tell them, unless that application can help me score more goals, I still believe more in the sweat on the training. After hanging up the phone, Messi walked to the children's room. Matteo and Ciro were already asleep with a commemorative ball from today's match placed by the bed. Tiago was studying in the next room, wearing headphones with a photo of Messi at Camp Nou taped to his desk. Antonella came over and handed him a cup of mate tea. How did it go? Very interesting. Messi took the teacup. They want me to participate in designing a watch made from recycled plastic. That's great. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. It's much more meaningful than just filming an advertisement. Messi took a sip of tea. The bitter taste made him more awake. He recalled 20 years ago sitting in his home in Rosario with his father, feeling the excitement of receiving his first contract from Nike. Back then, he only wanted to play football and knew nothing about the business world. And now he was discussing eco-friendly materials with global luxury giants. Discussing AR technology with a tech company using his influence to drive real change. This feeling is not bad. On February 13th at 1:00 a.m. at Manchester's training base in the video analysis room, Guardiola fulfilled his promise. The Messi Perspective training module officially launched. The first batch of students today are 3 young talents promoted from the Youth Academy: Cole Palmer, 19, attacking midfielder; James McAtee, 19, midfielder; and Rico Lewis, 17, right back. The atmosphere in the room is tense. The 3 young men sit upright, facing a huge screen. Messi walks in dressed in simple training attire, holding a tablet. Relax, he says in English, though his accent still bears a strong Argentine influence. Today, we won't watch my highlights, but my mistakes. He pulls up a clip. The match against Southampton 3 days ago in the 34th minute, where Messi was dispossessed while dribbling down the left flank, leading to a counterattack. Look here, Messi pauses the video. I made 3 mistakes. First, I didn't check behind me before receiving the ball. Second, I stopped the ball too far from my body. A third, after being dispossessed, I didn't immediately try to win it back. The 3 young men are stunned. They expected to see exquisite assists, but instead they witnessed the king's error. But more importantly, Messi fast-forwards to the next clip. Look at this. In the 67th minute, I received the ball in almost the same position. What did I do this time? In the video, Messi quickly glances back before receiving the ball, protects it with his body while being pressured, and immediately passes it back. What's the difference? Messi asks. McAtee hesitantly raises his hand. You checked beforehand. Exactly, Messi nods, but there's a deeper level. Look at my right foot position when I received the ball. He zooms in. The first time my right foot was facing the sideline, which limited my options to progress into the center. The second time my right foot was slightly inward, allowing me to choose between cutting inside or passing. He looks at the three young men in top-level matches. A decision made in 0.1 seconds. The direction of a toe can determine the success or failure of an attack. This isn't talent, it's muscle memory formed through thousands of training sessions. For the next 45 minutes, Messi meticulously broke down 5 match clips. He didn't discuss complex tactical theories, but rather the most practical aspects: when to accelerate, when to decelerate, how to deceive defenders with eye movements, how to sense pressure from behind while facing away. At the end of the class, Palmer musters the courage to ask Mr. Messi, how do you manage to see so many things during a... Messi thinks for a moment. At first, you can only see the defender right in front of you. Then you can see your teammates. After that, you can see the spaces. Finally, he pauses. You can see 3 seconds into the future. Not really seeing, but you can anticipate everyone's movements like playing chess. He stands up and pats Palmer on the shoulder. This takes time. But starting now, you're 10 years ahead of others. As the 3 young men leave, their eyes sparkle with excitement. Lewis whispers to McAtee in the corridor, you know that lesson just now? If you were to hire a private coach, it would cost at least £5,000 an hour. It's priceless, Palmer says, because some things cannot be bought with money. On February 14th, in Nyon, Switzerland, at UEFA headquarters, backstage during the Champions League round of 16 draw, a subtle tension fills the air. Representatives from various clubs whisper amongst themselves, their eyes occasionally darting to the glass bowl on stage. Manchester's representative is football director Begirstein. He sits in the third row maintaining a calm demeanor, but the pen in his hand spins rapidly between his fingers, a habit he has when he is nervous. On stage, the UEFA Secretary General begins the draw. The first ball drawn, Manchester City. The venue falls silent. Everyone knows that regardless of who they draw, it will be a clash of titans. The second ball is drawn and unfolded. The host glances at it, pausing for a second. Paris Saint-Germain. A murmur spreads through the crowd. Messi versus Mbappe, royalty versus the future. Nasser smiles in his box in Paris. This is exactly the script he wanted. But 5 minutes later, UEFA's Deputy Secretary General hurriedly steps on stage and whispers to the Secretary General. Then the Secretary General faces the camera, looking awkward. Ladies and gentlemen, we have encountered a technical issue. The balls used for the draw have temperature differences affecting the fairness of the results. According to regulations, we will redraw. The venue erupts in confusion. Begirstein furrows his brow. Such a basic technical error is extremely rare in the history of the Champions League. The second draw begins. The first ball, Manchester City. The second ball is drawn and unfolded. This time the host reads very slowly, every syllable clear: Real Madrid. The venue falls silent in an instant, then erupts in even greater commotion. The camera quickly shifts to Begirstein, whose facial muscles twitch slightly, but soon regain composure. Memories from a past life surge at this moment. The Camp Nou miracle in 2017, the comeback at the Bernabeu in 2022. Those cheers, those tears, that sense of injustice. Meanwhile, in Madrid, in the president's office at the Bernabeu, Florentino Perez turns off the live broadcast. In the office besides him are coach Ancelotti and sporting director Sanchez. Destiny has given us an opportunity. Perez's voice is calm. Messi, the Bernabeu Champions League knockout stage. There's no better stage than this. Ancelotti strokes his chin. Their form is terrifying. Messi this season is different. So we need special preparations. Perez looks at Sanchez. How's the situation with Haaland? Not optimistic. Sanchez shakes his head. Raiola hinted that in the conditions Manchester City offered, there's a part that Messi personally convinced him about, and the tactical position they promised. We cannot provide. Perez is silent for a moment. Then let's focus all our efforts on Mbappe. Tell Paris that we can make unprecedented concessions regarding image rights. We need a marquee name that can rival Messi's influence. Later that same day in Dortmund, Haaland is surrounded by reporters after training. Erling, what do you think of the Champions League draw results? Manchester City versus Real Madrid. Which side will you support? Messi or Benzema? Who do you admire more? Haaland, wearing headphones, expressionless, walks through the crowd. Until a German reporter asks in German, there are rumors that you and Messi have had private conversations. Is that true? Haaland stops, takes off one headphone. I respect all great players. Right now I'm a Dortmund player focused only on the next match. But when he sits in his Mercedes G-Wagon, his phone vibrates. It's a message from Messi. Simple, I saw the draw result. If you want to see how we play against Real Madrid, you are always welcome in Manchester. Haaland stares at the message for a long time, then replies, when is the first leg? March 9th, at the Etihad. I will consider it. Putting down his phone, Haaland gazes out at Dortmund's grey sky. He recalls his father's words from yesterday: what Messi promises is a system that maximizes your talent. At Real Madrid, you might have to adapt. At Manchester City, they will adapt to you. Meanwhile, the car radio is playing sports news. Messi contributed once again with a goal and 2 assists in yesterday's match. His energy-efficient style of play has sparked global discussion. Experts believe this style could extend his peak for at least 3 more years. 3 years. Haaland calculates. In 3 years, he will be 25, right at his peak. If those 3 years could be spent playing alongside Messi. He starts the car. The roar of the engine echoes in the parking lot like a prelude to some determination. Meanwhile, at home in Manchester, Messi stands by the window in his study. Outside, the city lights blur. He holds a cup of already cold mate tea, his gaze unfocused. Antonella walks in and hugs him from behind, thinking about Real Madrid. Thinking about unfinished business, Messi replies softly. Deep in his consciousness, the long silent system finally sent a clear prompt. Key node confirmed: Real Madrid past life. Anchor points: the miracle at Camp Nou, 2017, the Bernabeu nightmare. 2022, current task: rewrite history system. Energy collection 4. 1. Detecting strong sense of destiny. Energy collection accelerating. Special prompt: victory in this battle will unlock peak memory. Fragment 1. Messi closes his eyes. The scenes return. The deafening boos at the Bernabeu, Ramos' fierce tackles, Modric's precise passes, Benzema's cunning runs. And those nights, that sense of injustice. But now everything is different. He wears a sky blue jersey surrounded by De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, Foden, and Grealish. He has Guardiola's trust, the support of all of Manchester. Most importantly, he has the chance for one more time. He turns to Antonella. Do you think if we win against Real Madrid, the kids will remember this night? They will remember for a life. Antonella grips his hand tightly, just like you will remember. Messi nods. His gaze gradually sharpens like a long dormant famous sword finally ready to unsheath. The rain outside intensifies, but the spring in Manchester has quietly arrived. And the true trial belonging to Messi and Manchester City has just begun. On February 15, 2022, the morning of the UEFA Champions League draw, social media data exploded globally. Messi versus Madrid discussion volume 8. 2 million. Remontada, referring to Barcelona's 61 comeback against Paris in 2017 and Real Madrid's multiple comebacks. Hala City, a new topic created by Manchester City fans. Ancelotti tactics, tactical discussions. Haaland watch discussion volume surged by 300. The most controversial tweet came from Real Madrid's mouthpiece Thomas Roncero of AS. Welcome home, Leo. The Bernabeu is ready to welcome you with the warmest greetings, just like the past 15 years. But this time you wear the enemy's jersey. History will remember who the true king is. Messi versus Madrid. Hala Madrid. The tweet garnered 1.0 likes within an hour, but the comments were quickly overrun. Highly upvoted reply 8.7K likes. History will remember Messi scored 26 goals at the Bernabeu, the most for an away player. One of them was hanging up a jersey, need I remind you. Image the classic scene of Messi hanging up the Barcelona jersey at the Bernabeu. Another popular comment came from the verified account Man City Arab fans. We have counted. Messi has contributed to a total of 47 goals, 28 goals and 19 assists against Real Madrid in his career, averaging 0.8 direct contributions per game. I suggest Real Madrid fans prepare some quick relief pills. Welcome to Hell Season 2. Image a grid of Messi's goals against Real Madrid. The discourse on Chinese internet is even more lively. Weibo hot search rankings 1. Messi will battle Real Madrid explosive 2. The strongest matchup in Champions League history hot 3. Haaland spotted at Manchester Airport new 4. Ronaldo shares training photos hot 5. A temporary truce agreement between Real Madrid and Barcelona fans new. The top comment under this topic, a 24-hour truce, unanimously cursing Manchester City. Dream on, we Barcelona fans support Messi. The title of a popular post on Hupu Walking Street. Rational discussion: if Messi eliminates Real Madrid at Manchester City, will his historical standing surpass Ronaldo's? This season's Real Madrid defense: how many times can Messi penetrate? Haaland arriving in Manchester at this time, what a coincidence. A sensational video on Douyin. A Chinese fan studying in Spain posted a short video filmed in the Puerta del Sol in Madrid. In the video, a group of Real Madrid fans are hanging a banner that says, "Welcome to Hell, Messi," while the videographer holds up his phone and speaks in Chinese. Brothers, I'm in Madrid right now. Real Madrid fans have already begun to set up the welcome ceremony, but I want to say, the camera shifts as he opens his coat to reveal the Manchester City jersey. Manchester supports you from afar, Messi. 24-hour view count 58 million likes 4.5 million. From February 15th to 17th, at the Manchester City training base, there was a closed meeting in the tactical analysis room. Guardiola wiped the tactical board clean, writing down only 3 words: control, rhythm, slaughter. There were only 5 people in the room: Guardiola, assistant Juanma, Lillo, Messi, De Bruyne, and captain Fernandinho. Ancelotti will play 433, but in reality, it's 4,141. Guardiola pulled up video footage of Real Madrid's last 5 matches, Casemiro as the lone defensive midfielder with Kroos and Modric in front of him. But the key is right here. He paused the footage pointing to Real Madrid's left-back Mendy. His assist range is very small because he has to protect the space behind him. And the right-back Carvajal, he switched to another frame, 34 years old, has been exposed 6 times this season. So our main attacking direction is on the right side. Messi nodded. Carvajal likes to press, but it takes time for him to turn. If I use feints to bait him to commit, then Jack cuts inside. De Bruyne interjected, or I make a late run from the back. But the problem is Casemiro. Fernandinho frowned. He will follow Leo like a shadow. And his fouls are very clever, always on the edge of the referee's tolerance. At this point, Messi spoke up. I've studied Casemiro's foul data. He averages 2.1 fouls per game this season, but only 0.3 cards. His habit is to make contact as the opponent receives the ball with subtle movements of his hands. But if I pass the ball before he makes contact. He pulled up a clip of Real Madrid against Paris. Look here, the third. Mbappe received the ball with his back to goal, and Casemiro closed in. Mbappe took an extra touch and got intercepted. But if we do this, Messi drew a line on the tablet. I drop back to receive the ball, but without stopping it. A direct pass to Kevin or Bernardo, then immediately make a forward run. Casemiro will hesitate whether to follow, and that 0.5 seconds of hesitation is the opportunity. Guardiola's eyes lit up. Kevin, that means you need to start earlier. I can do that, De Bruyne said, but I need Leo to give me a signal. I will raise my left hand, Messi demonstrated. If I receive the ball with my left foot, while raising my left hand, it means you make a forward run. If I receive it with my right foot and raise my left hand, it means it's for Jack. For the next 3 days, Manchester City's training base conducted highly confidential targeted training. Privacy screens were set up around the training ground and reporters could only hear the occasional whistle and shouts from inside. On February 18th, an accidental leak occurred. The Sun used a drone to capture training footage which was later sued and taken down by Manchester City, but it was shocking enough in the footage Messi evaded acting Casemiro Rodri 3 times using different methods during simulated drills. The most impressive instance was when he received the ball with his back to goal, and at the moment Rodri lunged for it, he flicked the ball with his heel to Foden behind him, then turned and broke through. This video clip went viral online. Real Madrid refused to comment on the spy behavior, but it is reported that Ancelotti's team has obtained the 27-second video and is analyzing it repeatedly. Messi appeared at the press conference wearing a custom-made dark gray suit, having flown directly from the Manchester training base. The signing ceremony was quite low-key, yet the 30 media outlets present encompassed major financial and fashion publications from around the globe. This is not merely an endorsement contract, emphasized Ricardo Guadalupe, CEO of Hublet, at the press conference. This is a collaborative creation. Mr. Messi will be deeply involved in the design of the Ocean Ceramic series, particularly the unique texture of the watch face, inspired by the trajectory of a football rolling on the grass. The first collaborative watch on display, a deep blue ceramic case with subtle patterns resembling a football texture on the dial, and the second hand ends with a tiny number 10. The back of the watch is engraved with "For a better world, one pass at a time." For a better world, one pass at a time. During the QA session, a Bloomberg reporter asked Mr. Messi, it is rumored that this contract is one of the most complex commercial collaborations in sports history involving sales shares and an environmental fund. How do you balance football and business? Messi adjusted the microphone. Football is my life and business is a part of football. But more importantly, through football, we can do meaningful things. The materials for this watch come from recycled ocean plastic. For every watch sold, we can clean up an area of ocean waste equivalent to 10 football fields. This is more important than any goal. An interesting scene unfolded during the small dinner after the signing. Alexander Arnault, the second son of the LVMH group in charge of the group's digital business, approached Messi. We are developing an AR application that can simulate your perspective on the field. But there is a technical challenge. How to recreate that feeling of anticipation. Messi pondered for a moment. Not my match data, but data from my training. Where I look, the frequency of my gaze movements, the angles of my head turns. These are the key points. Would you be willing to provide this data? If it's used to help young players train, I am willing. Messi replied, but it must be ensured that the data is secure and not used for any gambling or speculative analysis. This conversation was overheard by a reporter from the Financial Times at the next table, and the headline that appeared the next day read, Messi's business mind wisdom from the pitch to the boardroom. The undercurrents swirl Holland's Manchester 48 hours. On February 17th, at the private terminal of Manchester Airport. At 2015, a private jet from Dortmund landed. Holland and his father Alf Inge Holland discreetly descended the steps and entered an unmarked black Range Rover. They did not go to a hotel, but headed straight to the City Football Academy, entering not through the main entrance, but through a secret passage in the underground parking garage. At 210 in the conference room, Guardiola Begirstein and Messi welcomed the Holland father-son duo. There were no pleasantries, they went straight to the point. Guardiola opened the projector. Erling, this is the tactical board we designed for you. Pay attention. An animated simulation appeared on the screen. Messi receives the ball in the center, attracting two defenders, then passes to the side. Grealish runs to the baseline and crosses as the simulated Haaland makes a run in the box to score. This is the most basic scenario. Guardiola switched to the next slide, but more often it is like this. Messi breaks through on the right, cuts inside, and after attracting three defenders, sweeps the ball towards the edge of the penalty area with the outside of his foot. The simulated Haaland drops back from an offside position, receives the ball, turns and shoots. And this kind. The third slide shows De Bruyne's long pass, Haaland successfully evading offside unknown with the goalkeeper. Haaland stared at the screen, his eyes shining. His father spoke up. What about the data? How many opportunities can you guarantee? Begirstein handed over a tablet. We analyzed all of Erling's goals at Dortmund. 68 of them came from receiving crosses in the box, 22 from counterattacks, and 10 from long shots. Within Manchester City's system, we can raise the opportunities in the box to at least 15 times a week, 40 more than at Dortmund. But I need to adapt to the new passing rhythm. Haaland finally spoke, looking at Messi. Your passes are too... Sometimes when I watch the footage, it feels like the ball arrives at your feet, and the next second it's already at a teammate's feet. Messi smiled. That's because they know I will pass it there. If you come to Manchester City, you will know too. It's not about speed, it's about chemistry. He stood up and drew a simple triangle on the whiteboard. You see, at Dortmund, passing looks like this, ABC. At Manchester City, it might look like this, me in the air, you. 1 less touch, 1 second less time, and the defense has 1 less chance to react. Haaland was silent for a few seconds. I want to see training. Real training. On the morning of February 18th, at the closed training ground, Haaland and his father sat on the sidelines watching 2 full hours of tactical training at Manchester City. What shocked them most was not the technique, but the communication. Left. Jack, cut inside. Kevin, watch behind you. Phil, get going early. Players communicated with short phrases, gestures, and even eye contact. Messi for most of the time quietly observed, but each time he spoke it was incredibly precise. Ruben, you advanced too early by 0.3 seconds. This will expose stones. Bernardo, next time from this position you can shoot directly. The goalkeeper's weight is on the right. After training, Haaland approached Messi. How do you see those details? It's a habit. Messi handed him a bottle of water. And I have an advantage. I have played as a forward and know what forwards are thinking. I have played as a midfielder and understand what midfielders need. So when I receive the ball in the center, I know where Erling Haaland would want the ball to be passed. What position, what height, what speed. Will you pass to me? Haaland asked bluntly. If you run to the right position. Messi's response was equally straightforward. But if you run to the wrong position, I will pass to the person who runs to the right position. At Manchester City, there are no privileges, only efficiency. This statement touched Haaland. What he wanted was this. Pure football, pure efficiency. The afternoon meeting was more specific. Begirstein presented the contract framework, a weekly salary of 3,750, one of the highest in the Premier League, a signing bonus of 15 million, and a buyout clause of 1.7 billion effective 3 years later. But the most special aspect was the goal bonus clause, 5 per goal in the Premier League, 8 per goal in the Champions League, 1 million for the Golden Boot, any competition, an additional 2 million for over 40 goals in a single season. If we can have both you and Messi at the same time, Guardiola concluded, we can dominate Europe in the next 5 years. Not possibly, but inevitably. On the flight leaving Manchester, Haaland asked his father, what do you think? Old Haaland looked out at the clouds. At Real Madrid, you are the successor to Ronaldo. At Manchester City, you are Messi's successor. The difference is that Ronaldo's legend has ended, while Messi's legend continues. Playing alongside a living legend is a rare opportunity. At the same time in Madrid at the Valdebebas training base, Ancelotti's tactical board was filled with red arrows, all pointing to one name, Messi. We have tried every method, said defensive coach David Ancelotti, Ancelotti's son. Man-to-man zonal marking, double teaming. But he has changed this season. He is more inclined to pass, which ironically makes him harder to defend. So we must force him to take on defenders, Ancelotti analyzed astutely, compress his passing lanes, and give him space to break through. Then here, he drew a circle just outside the penalty area, Casemiro and Alaba double tackle. Even if it's a foul, it must be here, we can't let him into the box. Vinicius raised his hand. Coach, what about our attack? Manchester City's defense is strong too. Attack their fullbacks. Ancelotti pointed to photos of Walker and Cancelo. Walker is fast but prone to losing position. Cancelo is strong in attack, but weak in defense. Benzema, you need to frequently drag to the flanks and draw them out. Then Vinicius and Rodrigo can exploit the space behind them. After the meeting, Ancelotti privately kept Luka, you have faced Messi many times. Ancelotti handed him a cup of coffee. I need you to do something. Modric frowned. Are you saying psychological warfare? Ancelotti lowered his voice, not the dirty kind. It's about memories. On the field, use words to remind him of those comebacks, those failures. You know what to say. Modric was silent for a long time. Coach, I am friends with Leo. And I don't think it would be useful. The current Messi seems different. It never hurts to try. That evening at Florentino Perez's private dinner, there were only two guests, Ancelotti and Ramos, who, although he had transferred to Paris, had coincidentally returned to Madrid for personal matters. Sergio, we need your experience. Perez personally poured the wine. If you were to defend Messi now, what would... Ramos smiled a complex smile. Mr. President, the current Messi. I might not be able to stop him. It's not a technical issue, it's the way he plays that has changed. He used to confront you heat and now he avoids you. You can't touch him, that's the most terrifying part. But there are always chances. Perez said he always has vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities? Ramos pondered, there might only be one. When he wants to prove something. For instance, wanting to prove himself at the Bernabeu. At that moment he would take risks and be individualistic. But that was many years ago. After the dinner, Ancelotti and Ramos left together. Honestly, Carlo, Ramos said in the car, the best method isn't to defend Messi, it's to cut off his connection with De Bruyne and B. Silva. Let Messi play alone and Manchester City will lose half the battle. But how do you cut it off? That's your problem now. Ramos gazed out at the night in Madrid. I'm just a veteran who has already left. On February 19th, in Manchester at Messi's home. It was a rare day off. Messi was in the yard playing mini football with his 3 children. Thiago was already dribbling quite well. Matteo shouted, I'm Ederson, while guarding the goal, and Ciro was running all over the place after the ball. Antonella was in the kitchen preparing Argentine barbecue, the aroma wafting throughout the yard. Dad, Thiago asked during a break, is Real Madrid very strong? Very strong, Messi replied, wiping his sweat with a towel. They have 13 Champions League titles. Can we? Messi looked into his son's serious eyes, recalling more than 20 years ago when he asked his father similar questions about River Plate and Boca Juniors. There are no guarantees in football, Messi said, patting his head, but we can do our best. Then accept any. In the afternoon, Messi received a text from Barcelona sent by Xavi. Leo, I just watched the footage of you played. Reminding me of you in 2011, oh, but smarter. Be careful of Modric, he has many little tricks. Also, if Carvajal fouls you, remember to go down immediately. The La Liga referees are used to giving cards, but the Champions League referees have a looser standard. Take care of yourself. Messi replied, thanks, Captain. How is Barca? In the process of rebuilding. Slowly, but we are working. Sometimes the kids ask me about you, and I say if you want to become great players, learn how Messi understands the game, not just mimic his moves. Putting down his phone, Messi walked to the window of the study. The Manchester afternoon sun was bright, and the grass in the garden was showing a fresh green color. He recalled the first time he faced Real Madrid at Camp Nou in 2005, when he was 18 and came on as a substitute. He remembered the hat-trick at the Bernabeu in 2009. He thought of the desperate comeback in 2017. He recalled all the applause and jeers. Now it's time to write a new chapter in the story. Antonella walked in, handing him a cup of freshly brewed mate. Are you nervous? Excited, Messi replied, taking the teacup like an exam I've waited a long time for. You will do well, Antonella hugged him from behind, because you have prepared for 20 years. Messi smiled. Yes, 20 years. From the streets of Rosario to the glory of Camp Nou, from heartbreak in Paris to rebirth in Manchester. Everything has converged into this upcoming showdown. This time he is no longer the number 10 burdened by the entire club's history. He is Manchester City's number 10, the most liberated piece on Guardiola's tactical board. He is the trusted captain of De Bruyne, B. Silva, Foden, and Grealish. More importantly, he is Lionel Messi, the soul tempered by the baptism of the 2022 World Cup, with a chance to do it all over again. His phone vibrated, a cold alert from the system. Time until critical node, 21 days. Recommendation: conduct 3 peak memory simulation trainings. Current energy 5. 3 continuously collecting. Special reminder: the outcome of this battle will directly affect the progress of pinnacle of football. Messi turned off the alert and took a sip of mate. The bitter taste spread in his mouth, making him incredibly awake. The sky outside began to gather clouds. The weather forecast said it would rain tonight. The first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals will kick off at the Etihad Stadium in 3 weeks. By then, spring will officially arrive in Manchester. And Messi and his Manchester City are already prepared. On March 9, 2022, in Madrid at 1730, the streets surrounding the Bernabeu Stadium had transformed into a sea of red and white. With 3 hours remaining until the kickoff of the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, the roar of 72,000 Real Madrid fans had already reached the battlefield. They held up large banners inscribed in Catalan, "This is not Camp Nou, Messi." A carefully prepared welcome from the people of Madrid. But today a streak of sky blue boldly pierced through the red and white. In the upper tier of the South Stand, 3,000 Manchester City supporters resembled a group of blue knights who had mistakenly wandered into enemy territory. The flags in their hands bore messages in various languages from around the world. Manchester believes, son of Rosario, the god of football, descends tonight. One banner held aloft by an Argentine Manchester City fan was particularly striking. Thanks Barca, now he is ours. At 1800, both teams' buses arrived in succession. As Real Madrid's bus entered the underground tunnel with police escort, the cheers from the streets were deafening. When Manchester City's bus appeared, the cheers instantly morphed into a cacophony of boos and whistles. Extreme fans threw objects at the bus, quickly subdued by riot police. Inside, Messi sat by the window wearing noise-canceling headphones, resting with his eyes closed. However, his fingers lightly tapped against his knee. This was his unique pre-match habit, syncing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. It's quite lively outside. Grealish leaned in. Messi opened his eyes, glanced at the furious Real Madrid fans outside, and a slight smile curved his lips. The more they react like this, the more frightened they are. At 1830, the final preparations in the locker room. A peculiar calm enveloped the Manchester City locker room. Guardiola did not deliver an impassioned speech. He merely opened the tactical board, which displayed a single line: "Let them chase shadows." Real Madrid will do three things. Guardiola's voice was soft, yet each word was clear. First, Casemiro will stick to Leo. Second, they will disrupt the rhythm with fouls. Third, they will counterattack behind us. So our response is, he drew three lines on the tactical board. Leo, your position today is free, but I need you to frequently drop back here. He pointed at the center circle. Draw Casemiro out. Kevin Bernardo, when Leo drops back, you alternate making forward runs. Jack Phil, stretch the width. I want Real Madrid's fullbacks to hesitate in pushing forward. Remember, this is not a 90-minute match. This is a 90-minute chess game. Every move must consider three. Meanwhile, in the Real Madrid locker room, Ancelotti's tactical board was filled with red arrows and circles. At the center was a blue number 10, surrounded by three red numbers: 14 Casemiro, 8 Cruz, 10 Mod. Messi will drop back, Ancelotti stated confidently. We cannot follow. Casemiro, your task is to cut off his connection with De Bruyne and B. Silva. If he drops back to receive the ball, let him, but under no circumstances allow him to turn and face the attack. He looked at Modric. Luka, you are responsible for psychological interference. Remind him of those comebacks, those failures. I want him to feel psychologically that this is still the Bernabeu, still the place that haunted him. Benzema raised his hand. Coach, if we focus too much on Messi, what about De Bruyne and B. Silva? That is a risk, Ancelotti conceded, but it is a risk we must take. At the Bernabeu, facing Messi, there is no perfect tactic, only gambling. At 1915, the players' tunnel. Players from both teams lined up, waiting to enter the field. The atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Casemiro stood half a step behind Messi, breathing heavily, his gaze locked onto his prey. Messi did not turn around. He simply lowered his head to adjust his captain's armband on his left arm. Modric approached from the Real Madrid line, speaking in a mix of Croatian and Spanish. Leo, welcome back. The grass is still the same, the air is still the same. Nothing has changed. Messi turned to look at him, his expression calm. You haven't changed either, Luka. Still but tonight, I will make it difficult for you. We'll see about that. Their exchange was captured by cameras, and lip readers later revealed the content, making global headlines. At the end of the tunnel, the roar of the Bernabeu crashed in like a tangible wall. The moment Messi stepped out of the tunnel, the boos reached a crescendo. It was not ordinary booing, but a wave of sound from 70,000 people laden with historical grievances. Yet he merely looked up, gazing at this stadium, where he had battled for 17 years, his expression devoid of fear, only a near-cold calm. At 1930 kickoff, Real Madrid's start was as fierce as anticipated. In the first 10 minutes, they pressed high, pinning Manchester City in their half. In the 7th minute, Vinicius broke through Walker on the left and crossed. Benzema's header flew just over the crossbar. Real Madrid is applying pressure. The Spanish commentator shouted, they want Manchester City, they want Messi to feel the weight of the Bernabeu. But Manchester City remained composed. They patiently moved the ball around, looking for opportunities. In the 14th minute, the first exquisite combination occurred. Messi dropped back to the center circle to receive the ball, and Casemiro immediately closed in. The Brazilian pressed against Messi's back, his arm subtly pulling at his jersey. Messi did not attempt to turn, but gently returned the ball to Rodri with his right foot, then suddenly made a forward run. Casemiro instinctively followed, but Messi faked a run. He dashed to the top of the penalty area and suddenly stopped, turning back towards the right. In that moment, Rodri's long pass found Mahrez on the right. The Algerian controlled the ball and, facing Mendy's defense, did not force his way through, but instead passed it horizontally to Messi, who had already pulled to the right side of the penalty area. At this point, Messi was facing away from the goal, with Alaba hurriedly closing in behind him and Casemiro tracking back to his left. The three surrounded him. The boos from the Bernabeu grew louder, awaiting Messi's loss of possession, anticipating a counterattack. But Messi executed a move that stunned everyone. He did not stop the ball, but gently flicked it with the outside. The ball sailed over Alaba's head, flying towards the small box. It appeared empty. But at the moment the goalkeeper Courtois prepared to rush out and grab the ball, a blue figure slipped in like a ghost. Phil Foden, the 19-year-old English prodigy, gently nudged the ball with the arch of his left foot just before it hit the ground. Goal. Phil Foden. Martin Tyler from Sky Sports nearly lost his voice, but that pass. Messi, under the pressure of three defenders, created a miracle with an audacious backheel pass. It's as if he has eyes at the back of his head, knowing Foden would be right there. Slow-motion replay revealed everything. Messi glanced at Foden's position, just 0.5 seconds before receiving the ball. The power and angle of the backheel pass were perfect to the millimeter. Foden's timing to start his run was precise to the millisecond. The Bernabeu fell silent in an instant. Only the cheers of 3,000 Manchester City fans pierced through the red silence. Foden dashed to the corner flag and slid on his knees, then immediately ran to Messi and jumped onto the Argentines' back. This celebration had already become a ritual for the young Manchester City players, paying tribute to their number 10. Real Madrid's reaction was one of anger. After the restart, their actions became more aggressive. In the 21st minute, Casemiro's tackle on Messi in midfield directly exposed the sole of his boot scraping against Messi's ankle. Yellow card. Messi stood up from the grass, rolled down his sock. There was already a blood mark on his ankle. As the team doctor came on to spray a freeze agent, the boos from the Bernabeu were mixed with mocking laughter. But he just waved his hand, signaling that he could continue. In the 34th minute, Real Madrid's retaliation arrived. Modric delivered a brilliant through ball from midfield and Vinicius outpaced Walker to break into the penalty area, only to be brought down by Diaz. Penalty. Benzema stood at the penalty spot facing Ederson, calmly slotting the ball into the bottom right. The Bernabeu came to life in an instant. The red and white waves surged in the stands and the cheers were deafening. "This is Real Madrid," the Spanish commentator exclaimed excitedly. "They always respond in adversity." Messi's magic. We have Benzema's calmness. After scoring, Benzema did not celebrate. He simply pointed to the stands and then looked at Messi with a provocative gaze. As the first half wore on, the match became tightly contested. Real Madrid intensified their midfield press and Manchester City's passing lost its fluidity. In stoppage time, Messi's long-range shot from outside the box was heroically saved by Courtois. The first half ended 11. Inside the away team's locker room, the atmosphere was tense. They will be even crazier in the second half. Guardiola quickly sketched new tactics on the whiteboard. Casemiro already has a yellow card. This is our opportunity. Leo, I want you to keep dropping back, but closer to him. He turned to De Bruyne. Kevin, when Leo draws Casemiro out, you exploit the space he leaves behind. I need you to take at least 3 shots. Then addressing the defense, Ruben John, be wary of Vinicius and Rodri's counterattacks. They are fast but can easily lose their positions in defense. If we can intercept the ball, immediately look for Leo or Kevin to launch a counterattack. Messi sat in front of his locker, icing his ankle. De Bruyne sat down beside him. How's your foot? I can still play. Messi moved his ankle. But Casemiro's tackles are harsh and the referee is lenient. Then let him pay the price. De Bruyne's eyes were sharp with a goal. Meanwhile, around the world in front of screens. In Barcelona, at Xavi's home. The former Barca captain watched the live broadcast with Iniesta. When the camera focused on the bloodied mark on Messi's ankle, Xavi clenched his fists. They are still the same. But Leo is different now, Iniesta said. Look at his eyes. There is no anger, only calmness. In Manchester, outside the Etihad Stadium, over 20,000 Manchester City fans who couldn't make it to Madrid gathered under the big screen. When Benzema equalized, a sigh swept through the square. But an elderly man wearing an Argentina scarf stood up and shouted, "Don't worry. Leo will respond. He is Messi." In Dortmund, at Haaland's apartment, the Norwegian sat alone on the sofa, holding a tablet that simultaneously displayed the match and statistics. When he saw Messi's assist with the outside of his foot, he paused, rewound, and watched it again. This kind of pass. He murmured, "If I were there." He picked up his phone and messaged his father. The passing accuracy of Manchester City is 20 higher than what you see on TV. In Paris, at Mbappe's home, the French star watched the match with teammate Neymar. When Messi was fouled, Neymar cursed. Casemiro is still the same, Mbappe said. But Messi will make him regret it tonight, Neymar said confidently. The more he is challenged, the more he needs to prove himself. In China, in a university dormitory, at midnight, several students crowded around a laptop, holding their breath. When the score was equalized, one boy couldn't help but curse and was immediately silenced by a roommate. "Keep it down. Others are sleeping." But they didn't know that at least half of the dorm rooms on the floor had their lights on and the glow of phone screens flickered in the dark. As the second half began, Real Madrid indeed became even more frantic. In the 47th minute, Messi received the ball in midfield and Casemiro charged in fiercely again. This time Messi did not evade. Instead, at the moment the Brazilian collided with him, he gently poked the ball with his right foot and sidestepped. Casemiro missed completely and fell onto the grass. The referee signaled for the game to continue. Messi advanced with the ball facing the recovering Kroos. A simple nutmeg left the German behind, and he delivered a precise through ball. On the left flank, Jack Grealish had already made his run, unknown. But Courtois made a world-class save, blocking Grealish's shot with his leg. The Bernabeu erupted with cheers of survival. But Manchester City's attack had already breached the dam. In the 58th minute, Messi's first goal arrived. Manchester City earned a free kick on the right side of the attacking zone, about 25 meters from the goal. De Bruyne and Mahrez stood over the ball, but Messi walked over. The boos from the Bernabeu rose again. They remembered too many of Messi's free kick goals scored here. He took a run-up, struck the ball. The trajectory was high and floating soaring over the jumping wall. Courtois judged the direction correctly and leapt into the air. But the ball suddenly dipped in front of the goal. Not an ordinary dipping shot, but a more peculiar one, as if pressed down by an invisible hand. The ball slipped under Courtois' fingertips and into the net. Goal. Messi. A direct free-kick strike. Martin Tyler's voice was already hoarse. At the Santiago Bernabéu. Once again at the Bernabéu. He had breached Real Madrid's goal in the most quintessentially Messi fashion. After scoring, Messi did not erupt into frenzied celebration. He simply stood still, arms outstretched, gazing upward into the overcast night sky of the Bernabéu. Rain began to fall in that very moment, dampening his hair and cheeks. And then he turned. Toward Real Madrid's bench, toward Ancelotti, toward those familiar faces. His gaze spoke volumes. I am back. And Real Madrid responded with desperate counterattacks. In the 67th minute, they executed a brilliant sequence. Rodrigo delivered a precise cross from the right flank, and Benzema rose above Diaz at the far post to power a header into the net. The Bernabéu erupted once more. Yet this time Manchester City gave Real Madrid no chance to breathe. In the 72nd minute, Messi delivered his second assist. He received the ball on the right side of midfield, and faced with three defenders, he chose not to break through, but instead sent a diagonal long pass of 40 meters with his left foot. The ball seemed to have a mind of its own, weaving past the entire defensive line and landing perfectly at the feet of Kevin De Bruyne, who was completely unmarked on the left. The Belgian controlled, adjusted, and shot in one fluid motion. His second assist. With a single pass spanning half the pitch, Messi has torn apart Real Madrid's defense. Jian Jun exclaimed from the commentary booth of PP Sports, his voice trembling with exhilaration. This is no longer mere technique. It is art itself. The ultimate form of football. Kevin De Bruyne sprinted toward the touchline and dropped to both knees, performing his now iconic gesture of reverent homage. The broadcast cut to Real Madrid's bench. Carlo Ancelotti cradled his head in his hands, eyes hollow with despair. In the presidential box, Florentino Perez sat rigid, his face ashen. 15 minutes remained. Real Madrid surged forward en masse, desperate for an equalizer, while Manchester City held firm, poised to strike on the counter. Then at the 83rd minute, the decisive blow. From deep in their own half, Manchester City intercepted the ball. Rodri swiftly released it to Messi. Real Madrid's formation stretched thin by their aggressive advance, left only two center-backs stranded in defense. Messi drove forward with the ball. Confronted by the double challenge of David Alaba and Eder Militao, he did not slow. Instead, he feinted sharply left with his shoulder. As both defenders shifted their weight, he deftly nudged the ball right with his right foot, slipping through the narrowest gap between them. Through on goal. Thibaut Courtois rushed off his line. Messi entered the penalty area facing one of the world's finest goalkeepers and chose neither finesse nor placement. From just outside the penalty spot, he unleashed a thunderous left-footed drive. The ball rocketed like artillery fire, soaring into the upper left corner of the net. Goal. Messi. A brace. The match is over. Commentators from around the world roared in unison. At the Bernabéu, he scored his fourth goal. He personally killed the match. After scoring, Messi finally unleashed his emotions. He dashed to the corner flag and slid on the grass of the Bernabéu, leaving 3 deep marks. Then he stood up and made the gesture that silenced the crowd. He slowly removed his Manchester City jersey number 10, turned to face the southern stand, and raised the shirt above his head, unfurling it like a flag, displaying the jersey. 7 years ago, he made this gesture here after scoring a last-minute goal for Barcelona. 7 years later, wearing the Manchester City jersey, he performed the same action on the same pitch. This is a declaration, a revenge, a change of kingship. The Bernabéu fell into a deathly silence. Only the cheers of 3,000 Manchester City fans pierced the night sky like daggers. The broadcast camera swept across the stand. Some Real Madrid fans were crying with their faces covered, some elders shook their heads in bewilderment, and children looked at their fathers in confusion. Meanwhile, outside the Etihad Stadium in Manchester, 20,000 fans had gone wild. They sang Messi, Messi, as the sky-blue scarves surged like the sea in the rain. The match entered stoppage time, and Real Madrid was still making their final struggles. In the 92nd minute, they earned a free kick in the attacking half, 35 meters from the goal. Modric stood over the ball. This was his last chance. He took a run-up shot. The ball soared over the wall, heading for the upper right corner of the goal, but Ederson dove and deflected the ball out for a corner. All Real Madrid players surged forward, including goalkeeper Courtois. This was the final gamble. The corner was taken, and Ederson punched the ball out of the penalty area. The ball landed at Rodri's feet. The Spanish defensive midfielder looked up to assess the situation, then sent out a long pass. In the attacking half, there was only one person, Messi. He received the ball near the center circle, turned, and faced an open half field with Real Madrid players desperately chasing back. He advanced with the ball, crossed the halfway line, and continued to push forward. Courtois was still frantically chasing back, but he was too far from the goal. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. The boos from the Bernabéu had turned into desperate wails. They knew what was about to happen. Messi suddenly slowed down 28 meters from the goal, glanced up at the net then. Not a thunderous shot, not a clever strike, but a lob with a strange curve. The ball traced a rainbow-like arc in the air, soaring over the desperately chasing Courtois, head plummeting rapidly in front of the goal, grazing the bottom edge of the crossbar, and into the net. No, the referee signaled that the goal was invalid because the added time had expired. But that no longer mattered. What was important was that Messi at the Bernabeu had completed an astonishing long-range lob shot in the final moments of the match, one that would be etched in history. He stood still, hands on his hips, gazing at the ball in the net, then turned and slowly walked back to the halfway line. The final whistle blew. Real Madrid 24 Manchester City. Messi's stats: 2 goals, 2 assists, 71 touches, 7 key passes, 5 excellent chances created, 6 successful dribbles, 4 fouls suffered. This was a personal conquest, a team victory, a declaration of an era. In the mixed zone, reporters were acting like they were going crazy. The first to rush up to Messi was a reporter from Marca, the voice of Real Madrid, trembling slightly. Leo, was that gesture of showing your jersey intentional? Messi wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression calm. It was just an expression of emotion. This place has special significance for me. You conquered the Bernabeu once again. I conquered the match. The Bernabeu is just a stadium. On the other side, Ancelotti faced the media with a grave expression. We did our best, but tonight Messi was unstoppable. He played the best football I've ever seen. When asked about Messi's gesture, the Italian chuckled bitterly. He has the right. When you score that many goals in a stadium, you have the right to do anything. Within 5 minutes after the final whistle, headlines from global media were updated. AS Real Madrid: Messi's revenge. The Bernabeu belongs to blue tonight. Marca: the unstoppable god Messi destroys Real Madrid with 2 goals and 2 assists. Sport: Barcelona tears at Camp Nou. Dusk at Bernabeu. Messi proves to the world he is still the king. Laporta: performance by the god of football. Messi redefines Champions League knockout. Build: terrifying stats, jersey showing Messi's challenge to the entire football world. Social media exploded on Twitter. The hashtag #MessiBernabeu saw over 5 million discussions within an hour. The gif of Messi showing his jersey was retweeted 12 million times. Ronaldo's social media account had not been updated for 2 hours after the match. This was unusual. His fans had given up on data comparisons, turning instead to discuss the all-time Champions League goals as the last frontier. Haaland posted a screenshot of Messi's goal on Instagram with just one word: unreal. Likes 4.2 million. Neymar posted a picture of himself with Messi at Barcelona captioned, forever. Leo Messi likes 5.8 million. The celebration on Chinese social media continued until dawn. The top 5 trending topics on Weibo were all related to the match. 1. Messi shows jersey exploding. 2. Manchester City 42 Real Madrid exploding. 3. What is the king of football hot for? A silent night at the Bernabeu. Hot 5. Haaland posts on Instagram. New hot post title on Hupu. Rational discussion: is tonight's Messi the strongest individual performance in football history? At that moment of showing the jersey, I cried like a dog. What are Real Madrid fans feeling now? I can't even imagine. On Douyin, a short video of Messi showing his jersey set to dramatic music exceeded 80 million views in 24 hours. The most liked comment: I waited 5 years for this moment. From the tears at Camp Nou to the roar at the Bernabeu. In the away team's locker room, champagne had already been opened. But Guardiola did not let the players celebrate immediately. He turned off the music and asked everyone to quiet down. Listen. His voice was slightly choked. Tonight we witnessed history. Not just Manchester City's history, but football's history. He looked at Messi. Leo, I don't know what to say. Thank you for choosing Manchester City. Thank you for making us a part of this history. Messi was thrown into the air by his teammates once, twice, 3 times. The locker room erupted in wild cheers. But the most touching moment happened shortly after. Staff brought in a group of special young fans. Children suffering from serious illnesses whom the Manchester City Foundation had helped. A little boy in a wheelchair was pushed in front of Messi, holding a handmade trophy that read for the best player in the world. Messi squatted down to meet the boy's gaze. What's your name? Arthur. Arthur, thank you. But this trophy should be for you because you are braver than any of us. He signed the boy's jersey, then took off his match jersey, signed it, and handed it to the boy. This is for you. I wore this. The boy's mother was in tears. This moment was captured by the official Manchester City photographer and later became an eternal shot in the club's promotional video. Meanwhile, in another corner of Madrid, Florentino Perez sat in an empty office facing the technical statistics report of the match. His phone rang. It was Raiola. Mr. President, regarding Erling Haaland. Raised the offer by 20. Perez interrupted him, signing fee 25 million, annual salary after tax 18 million. This is our bottom line. But Manchester City, I know they won. Perez's voice was cold, but Real Madrid has 13 Champions Leagues and Manchester City has 0. History will remember the champions, not the victory of a single match. After hanging up, Perez looked out at the silhouette of the Bernabeu. This stadium has witnessed too much glory and too many failures. But tonight it witnessed the end of an era and the beginning of another. Meanwhile, in Dortmund, Haaland turned off. He opened his laptop and pulled up slow-motion footage of Messi's 2 goals, analyzing frame by frame. The spin of that free kick, the angle of that powerful shot, the arc of that lob. Then he opened his email and sent an email to his father and Raiola simultaneously. I want to check out Manchester next week. Late at night, Manchester Airport. When Manchester City's bus drove out of the airport, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Despite it being 2 in the morning, fans lined both sides of the road. They held up banners, sang songs, and blue fireworks exploded in the night sky. The shouts of Messi, Messi, Messi penetrated the bus windows. Inside the bus, the players were exhausted but thrilled. Grealish patted Messi on the shoulder. Boss, you were insane tonight. That jersey show, I almost cried. Messi smiled, leaning back in his seat. His body was extremely fatigued, but his mind was unusually clear. His phone was filled with congratulatory messages. Xavi, proud of you, brother. Iniesta, that free kick reminded me of 2015. Agüero's voice message opened. His iconic loud voice rang out, old man. You tore down the Bernabeu. Laporta should be smashing TVs right now. There was also a message from Antonella. The kid stayed up to watch the match. Matteo said he wants to score at the Bernabeu like you when he grows up. I told him, first you need to learn to work hard like daddy. Messi replied with a heart emoji. The bus headed towards downtown Manchester. The rain had stopped and the city lights flickered in the night sky. He remembered the system's prompt sound before the match. Now it rang out again. Key milestone completed. Conquest of the Bernabeu. Previous life anchor point. Century comeback has been overwritten. Current life task progress 42. System energy collection 11. 7. Unlock peak memory fragment 1. 2011 Champions League final Wembley. Would you like to load? Messi chose no. Now was not the time for memories. He gazed out the window. The night in Manchester was so peaceful, in stark contrast to the clamor of the Bernabeu. But the tremors in the football world had only just begun. This victory was not merely an advantage in the first round of the knockout stage, it was a signal. Messi and Manchester City were ready to conquer Europe. The next round would take place at the Etihad Stadium. At that time, it would be a complete ending. The bus drove through the city towards the training base. Their new training, new tactics, and new challenges awaited. But tonight belonged to victory, to history, to the Argentine, who showed his blue jersey at the Bernabeu. A legendary night, a new dawn of an era, and the world of football would never be the same again. On March 10, 2022, at 2:17 a.m. Manchester Airport, when Manchester City's chartered flight landed, the runway was already filled with people. Not hundreds, but thousands. Despite the weather forecast showing a temperature of only 3 degrees with light rain, no one left. They held homemade banners reading, "Welcome home, King, conqueror of Bernabeu, Manchester is blue." The airport deployed an additional 50 security personnel, but the order was surprisingly good. A man in his 70s told a reporter from the Manchester Evening News, "I have watched football for 60 years and never imagined I would witness such a moment in Manchester." Messi has redefined the city on the world map through football. When Messi was the first to step out of the cabin, the cold of the early morning was instantly ignited. He did not take the VIP route, but walked slowly through the regular exit. A little girl was held high by her father holding a drawing, a child's version of Messi showing off his jersey at Bernabeu with the team logo drawn as a heart. Messi stopped, took the drawing, and examined it carefully, then asked in Spanish, "Did you draw this?" The girl nodded shyly, burying her face in her father's shoulder. "This is the best gift I have ever received." Messi pulled out a match ball from his backpack. It was the one he had asked the ball boy to keep after scoring his second goal at Bernabeu, signed by the entire team. He signed the ball again and handed it to the girl, saying, "This is for you. Keep drawing and continue to love football." This moment was captured by countless mobile phone cameras. At 3 a.m., the topic "Messi gives ball to little girl" was trending first on Twitter in the UK. On the way to the City Football Academy, the scene was even more shocking. Every footbridge along the way was filled with people, and blue smoke rose in the night. Under the famous arch of University of Manchester, hundreds of Chinese students waved national flags and Manchester City scarves, chanting in unison, "Messi, Messi." A sign read in both Chinese and English, "Thank you for giving us a common pride in a foreign land." As the convoy passed through the Moss Side area of South Manchester, known for its multiculturalism, the owner of an Argentinian barbecue restaurant set up a grill on the street, offering free barbecue to everyone wearing Manchester City jerseys. The Pakistani shop owner put up a notice in the window, "All Argentinian products 20 off today for Messi." This is not just a victory of a match. Sociologist Sarah Wilson wrote in her column for The Guardian the next day, "This is a cultural occupation." Messi achieved what politicians have failed to do for decades with football, bringing together different communities and ethnic groups in Manchester under one banner. On the morning of March 10th at 9:00 a.m., the morning meeting at the Global News editorial office was tense. At the editorial office of Marca Madrid, the atmosphere was heavy. The editor-in-chief banged on the table saying, "We can't just report on the defeat. We need to find an angle." For example, was Messi's display of the jersey disrespectful? The Champions League has a second leg. Everything is not over yet. A young reporter raised his hand, but reader comments show that 87% believe it was a well-deserved celebration. Then let's write about Messi's complicated relationship with Bernabeu. Write about the applause and boos he received here. Don't write that we lost, I'll write that football won. The final published electronic version's front page headline read, Messi completes personal revenge at Bernabeu, but the war is not over. The inner pages use 2 full pages to analyze the tactical value of each of Messi's goals with the title, Dissecting the Indefensible God, Did We Witness the Evolution of Football? The editorial office of Mundo Deportivo Barcelona was filled with subtle emotions. We can't seem too happy, but the sports director shrugged. Sales data shows that the readership for all mess-related pages is 3 times the usual. The final plan, the front page, featured a large photo of Messi displaying his jersey, but the title was cautious. Once a Barca hero, now a Manchester City leader. The inner features title was From La Masia to Manchester, How Messi's Football Philosophy Evolved, authored by a signed article from Xavi. Actually ghostwritten by a journalist, but Xavi personally edited the key paragraphs. The sports editor of the New York Times made a bold decision. Put Messi on the front page. Not just the sports section, but the real front page. But today there's news of Middle Eastern peace talks. Peace talks happen every day. Messi conquers Bernabeu once every 4 years. The bottom half of the front page was set. On March 11th, the print edition of the New York Times had a photo of Messi showing off his jersey covering a quarter of the page with the headline, The God of Football's Twilight Declaration, in the Spanish capital. The subheading read, Lionel Messi not only won the match, he redefined the cultural influence of athletes. The Chinese media ecosystem exhibited a multi-layered explosion. CCTV's news broadcast reported the match in 47 seconds during the cultural sports segment, stating that Chinese fans stayed up late to watch an epic showdown. The overseas edition of People's Daily featured a front-page commentary article titled, From Messi to the Global Resonance of Sports Spirit. Self-media platforms Douyin, Bilibili, and Weibo's total view count exceeded 3 billion. The most popular video was a 15-minute piece by the creator, Football Scientist, a full breakdown of Messi's Bernabeu battle, 65 details you missed, analyzing Messi's every touch, every glance, and every movement frame by frame. The concluding remarks of the video were widely shared. What we witnessed was not the peak of one player, but the ceiling of a sport being raised once again. On March 10th, at 1:00 a.m. at Manchester City's training base, Guardiola cancelled all training for the day, but required the entire team to attend. It was not training, but a review. In the tactical room, Guardiola did not play highlight reels of goals, but rather the 3 failed phases from the match. The counterattack caused by De Bruyne's passing error in the 23rd minute, the failed offside trap in the 51st minute, and the defensive lapse during a set piece in the 78th minute. We won, but not perfectly. Guardiola tapped on the tactical board. Real Madrid will counter fiercely. They will have 3 changes. First, relinquishing possession for counterattacks. Second, tightening restrictions on Kevin and Bernardo. A third, using more physical confrontations. He looked at Messi. Leo, in the next round they will stick 2 or even 3 people to you at all times, even if it means committing fouls. You need to be prepared. Messi nodded. If they stick too closely, space will open up elsewhere. Exactly. Guardiola drew arrows on the whiteboard. So in the next match we need to make Jack and Phil the protagonists. Leo as the decoy. Meanwhile, in CEO Soriano's office, 3 freshly printed reports were laid out. 1. The global increase in social media followers for the club. 3. 2 million added in 48 hours, with 41 from South America, where Manchester City's influence was previously weak. 2. Jersey sales data. Sales of Messi's number 10 jersey are expected to exceed the total sales of a regular month, with the custom printing service booked 2 weeks in advance. 3. Business partnership inquiries. 27 new brand cooperation intentions covering various fields, including technology, finance, and luxury goods. Soriano called the business director, accelerate negotiations with Apple, but add a new condition. We want to participate in the revenue sharing of that AR application in the field of sports education. This is not a one-way endorsement, it's a collaborative development. At 2 p.m., a secret conference call to participants: Manchester City, Begiristain, Borussia Dortmund sports director Kell, and the Holland team Raiola Oldham. Begiristain got straight to the point. Erling, did you watch last night's match? Holland's voice came through the speaker. I've watched it 3 times. Imagine playing in such a system. Last night we created 8 excellent opportunities, if 3 of them were passed to you. Raiola interrupted. The data is tempting, but we need concrete commitments. Playing time, tactical position, penalty rights. Penalty rights are negotiable, Begiristain replied, but playing time depends on form and tactical needs. At Manchester City, no one has privileges, including Leo. That's also why he chose to come here. After the call ended, Begiristain received a private message from Holland. Can I talk to Messi directly about tactical details? I'll be in Manchester next week. You can discuss it face to face. On the evening of March 10th at 8:00 p.m. in West London, it was the opening night of a new play. Playwright Tom Stoppard suddenly said during the curtain call, "Please forgive me for breaking with tradition, but tonight I want to say, everything that happened yesterday at Bernabeu proved what extremes humanity can reach under pressure creatively. That was not football, it was moving art." The next day, the Times art section commented, When a British national treasure playwright discusses football at a play's premiere, you know the sport has transcended the realm of athletics. On the same day, a lecture at the mathematics department of Cambridge University. Professor John Conway, the inventor of the game theory game of life, inserted a video clip of Messi's second assist while explaining complex systems. Look, this is the chaos theory in real life. At the moment Messi received the ball, the positions of the 22 players on the field constituted an initial state. His decision, that backheel pass, was the system's initial input. Then you saw the result. The entire Real Madrid defensive system collapsed after 3 passes. Football is one of the most complex dynamic systems in the world. The lecture video clip circulated in academic circles titled, "When Top Mathematicians Use Messi to Explain." The fashion industry responded even faster. On March 11th, the Italian brand Dolce & Gabbana featured designs inspired by Messi's jersey display in a show at Milan Fashion Week. The creative director told a Vogue reporter backstage, "That's not a provocation, it's a declaration. Fashion needs this sense of power." On the same day, Messi was spotted in Manchester wearing a casual jacket from a niche designer brand. The brand's Instagram followers surged from 800 to 4700 within 24 hours, and all stock on the official website sold out. Data from the music streaming platform Spotify showed on the night of the match the play count for the traditional Argentinian music shakira surged by 340. The most popular playlist was named Messi's Rhythm, a mix of Argentinian folk and electronic music created by a DJ from Manchester with the description, "Perfect for listening when history is being rewritten." On March 11th at noon, at Manchester Royal Children's Hospital, Messi's visit was unannounced. He only brought 2 bodyguards dressed simply in a hoodie and jeans. In the cancer ward, he met an 11-year-old Liverpool fan named Isaac. The boy wore a red Liverpool scarf, but on his bed was a Messi doll. "Are you a Liverpool fan?" Messi sat beside the bed. "Well, but I also like you," the boy said softly. "Dad says a true fan can appreciate great rivals." "Your dad is very smart," Messi replied. "I was also a Boca fan when I was young, but I would also watch River Spectacular." He played foosball with Isaac for half an hour and signed the boy's Liverpool scarf before leaving. Not a Manchester City jersey, but a scarf. "When you get better, I invite you to watch a game at Etihad. But not Liverpool against Manchester City. Oh, I'm afraid that would be awkward for you." The boy laughed. It was his first laugh since starting chemotherapy. Hospital staff later revealed Messi stayed for 2 hours visiting 7 wards, chatting individually with each child, taking photos and signing autographs. No media, no promotional photos, only a blurry image taken by a nurse with her phone circulating on social media captioned, "After he left, it felt like the light in the entire hospital brightened a bit." That evening at Messi's home, he was watching match footage with his 3 sons, not the Bernabeu battle but a match of Mateo's school team. "Look here," Messi paused the footage. "When you receive the ball, you only look at the ball without looking up. Try this next time." He picked up an orange to demonstrate. Before receiving the ball, glance to the left. Knowing where your teammates are is more important than beating one person. Tiago asked, "Dad, did you practice that jersey display a lot yesterday?" "I didn't practice it." Messi laughed. "That was emotion. But emotion needs to be supported by strength. If you don't score, showing the jersey becomes a joke." Antonella brought in mate tea and softly said, "The foundation received a donation of $1.6 million today, all marked because of Messi. How should we handle it?" "As per usual. 60 for the Children's Hospital in Rosario, 40 for community football projects in Manchester. But add one condition. Every child benefiting must have the opportunity to play football regardless of talent." Before bed, Messi received a voice message from a grandmother in Rosario. "Leo, the whole neighborhood is proud of you. But more importantly, your mother told me about what you did in the hospital. That is the true victory." He lay in bed, and the system's notification sound rang again. Global Influence Index significantly increased, cultural penetration 37, social value recognition 52, system energy collection 18. 3. Unlocking new module legacy mark. Your actions have begun to influence the choices of the next generation of players. Detected key individual Holland inclination. Change Manchester City preference. Increased from 41 to 67. Second leg warning. Real Madrid will adopt destructive defense. Injury risk increased to 42. Suggestion. Activate peak memory fragment. 2011 Wembley. For targeted simulation, Messi chose yes. In the darkness, his consciousness sank into memories. Wembley 2009 Champions League final, that header against Manchester United. The sensations of the body, spatial awareness, decision speed. This was not just a simple recollection, but a recalibration of the nervous system. 20 minutes later, he opened his eyes and wrote a line in his phone's notes. Carvajal moves his right foot first in defense. The feint should start from his left side. Then he turned off the light and fell into sleep. Ancelotti was deep in thought in front of the tactical board. Meanwhile, in the distant training base of Madrid, Ancelotti was deep in thought in front of the tactical board. In his apartment in Paris, Mbappé repeatedly watched Messi's goal highlights. In the dormitory of Dortmund, Holland was sketching movement route diagrams in his notebook. The world of football was shaking and reshaping in the ripples of victory. But everyone knew this was only a semicolon. The real period would fall at Etihad 2 weeks later. On the night before the second leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals on March 29, 2022, in Manchester, the streets surrounding the Etihad Stadium had already entered a blue lockdown status 48 hours in advance. The local government approved Manchester City's special request starting from 6 a.m. the day before the match. Traffic control would be implemented within a 3-kilometer radius around the stadium, allowing fans to gather on foot. At 4 p.m., the first batch of the tent army had already appeared. Juan Martinez from Argentina and his two friends set up a tent outside the east gate of the stadium, painted with the words "From Buenos Aires to Manchester," following in the footsteps of the king. "We flew for 16 hours," one told a reporter from Sky Sports, holding a steaming thermos cup, "not to watch a match, but to witness history." Leo set him back at the Bernabeu, and now he needs to be crowned at home. Nearby, a group of Korean students were live streaming with the gradually illuminating stadium lights in the background. The host Park Ji-hyun excitedly commented in Korean, "Family, I'm right outside the Etihad Stadium. Do you see the blue lights in the distance? That's for tomorrow. If the likes exceed 100,000, I'll buy a ticket to enter tomorrow." Her live stream's viewership skyrocketed from 3,000 to 120,000 in half an hour. At 7 p.m. that evening, the last tactical meeting at Manchester City's training base took place. Guardiola drew only one shape on the whiteboard, a blue circle surrounded by 3 red arrows. "They will do this." Guardiola's voice was as calm as a surgeon before an operation. "Ancelotti has no other choice. To turn the tide, they need to score at least 2 goals without conceding. So their tactic is only one: attack aggressively from the start, strive for an early goal, and then fall back." He wiped off the shape and drew a 424 formation, Casemiro and Cruz as double pivots, but in the actual match, they will transform into 415. Vinicius, Benzema, Rodrigo, and Valverde will all press forward, overwhelming us in the first 20 minutes with their stamina and numbers. The meeting room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the air conditioning. "So our response is," Guardiola looked towards the defense line, "Ruben, John, Kyle, Joao, you will endure the most ferocious attack of the season in the first 20 minutes. I want you to do one thing: clear the ball, do not hold possession. Every clearance should be aimed at the open spaces on the flanks, not down the middle." Then he turned to the midfield and forwards. "Leo, your position for the first 20 minutes is here." He marked a cross in the back of the center circle, not dropping back, but lying in wait. "Make them think you are avoiding, but your eyes must always be on their back. Carvajal and Mendy will definitely push forward, and that will be our opportunity." De Bruyne raised his hand. "What if they mark Leo with 2 players? Then it means you and Bernardo will have space." Guardiola drew a circle on both sides of the rib area. "When you receive the ball in this area, do not hesitate, shoot directly." Courtois habitually moves to the right when saving long shots. This was just discovered by the data analysis team. His success rate on the right side is 6 lower than on the left. The meeting ended at 9 p.m. Messi was the last to leave and was stopped in the hallway by Maria, a cleaner at the bay. "Leo." This 60-year-old local woman from Manchester handed him a hand-woven blue bracelet. "My grandson asked me to give this to you. He said it would bring good luck." The bracelet was rough with some uneven coloring. Messi accepted it and put it on his left wrist. "Thank you. How old is your grandson?" 8. "He said he wants to play football like you when he grows up." Mariah's eyes were slightly wet. "I told him that first he must be a good person like you." At the same time, at Madrid Barajas Airport, the Real Madrid team plane landed in the rain. As the players exited the cabin, the waiting Spanish journalists noticed the details. Casemiro's expression was unusually serious. Benzema was silent with headphones on, and only Ancelotti managed a forced smile at the camera. "We will fight until the last moment." The Italian only said this one sentence. But privately on the bus to the hotel, Ancelotti told his assistant coach, "We need a miracle." But what football lacks the least is miracles. His phone displayed a newly received message from the data analysis team. "Messi's free kick conversion rate at the Etihad is 28, which is 9 higher than away matches. Be extremely cautious with fouls at the edge of the penalty area." On match day, March 30th, at 2 p.m., global data showed abnormal fluctuations. Google search trends Manchester City versus Real Madrid live increased by 1,700 compared to the previous day. "Is Messi injured?" surged as Real Madrid's bus arrived at the stadium. The rumor originated from a post on a Real Madrid fan forum. Etihad stadium capacity became the 3rd hottest search term in the UK. Global broadcasting rights data: this match was broadcasted in 212 countries and regions worldwide, with an expected viewership exceeding 650 million, surpassing last season's Champions League final. Exclusive broadcaster PP Sports in China announced that ticket sales for this match have broken records despite the kickoff time being 3 a.m. Beijing time. At 4 p.m., the Blue Carnival outside the Etihad Stadium. Fans from all over the world turned this place into an exhibition of football culture. In the Norwegian fan group, Holland's Borussia Dortmund jersey appeared, but it was layered under a Manchester City jacket, with a banner reading "The future is here." A fan from Ghana wore a homemade t-shirt featuring Messi on the front and an African map with the phrase "Football makes the world see us." During a live interview, a blind fan's words were widely shared: "I can't see the game, but I can hear it." When 70,000 voices shout, in unison the sound takes on color. Today, it is sky blue. At 1730 in the locker rooms of both teams, the final countdown began. In the Manchester City locker room, Messi was wrapping bandages around his ankle. His method was unique. Not a simple wrap, but an intricate cross-support structure at key pressure points using the bandages. This was a method he developed after his serious injury in 2019, which was later adopted and refined by the club's medical team. Nervous, Grealish sat down beside him. Excited, Messi adjusted the bandage like a sprinter waiting for the starting gun. You know what to do, you just need to wait for the signal to start. De Bruyne was writing something on his left wrist. Later reporters discovered through high-definition footage that he had written his daughter's name and birthday. This helps me stay calm, he explained after the match, reminding me why I'm fighting during the most intense moments. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was tense. Ancelotti's final words were brief but powerful. Forget the first leg, forget the score, forget that this is the Etihad. Remember one thing. We are Real Madrid. This team's history is written with comebacks. Tonight we will write a new chapter. He particularly looked at Casemiro. Your defense against Messi must be smart. Don't commit easy fouls, especially within 25 meters of the penalty area. But what if he breaks through? Then it will be a tactical foul. Whether it's a yellow card or a red card, we cannot allow him to face the goal directly. At 1815 in the players' tunnel, as both teams lined up, a palpable pressure filled the air. The camera captured a subtle detail. Messi and Modric exchanged brief words while waiting for the referee. A lip-reading expert later interpreted, Modric, tonight will be tough. It always is. Modric, regardless of the outcome, you are already a legend. Messi, so are you. This was a sign of respect between rivals, transcending victory and defeat. At the end of the tunnel, the roar of the Etihad began to swell. As Messi stepped out of the tunnel, the sound wave reached a physical peak. Post-match measurements showed that the volume in the stadium hit 134 decibels, equivalent to the noise of a jet taking off. He lifted his gaze towards the stands. The south stand unveiled a tifo covering the entire section. On the left was a classic image of Messi from his time at Barcelona. On the right was a moment of him scoring at Manchester City, with large text in the middle reading, "The past is legend, the present is king, the future is eternal." At 1930 the match kicked off. Real Madrid's start was indeed, as Guardiola had anticipated, frantic. In the first 5 minutes they took 4 shots, all on target. Ederson made 2 world-class saves, one of which deflected Benzema's header onto the crossbar. Real Madrid is fighting with all their might. Sky Sports commentator Martin Tyler shouted they know that only an early goal brings hope. However, Manchester City's response was eerily calm. They remained composed, patiently defending, clearing the ball, and waiting. In the 11th minute, the first lethal counterattack began. Casemiro fouled De Bruyne in midfield, giving Manchester City a free kick. Rodri took a quick free kick, finding Messi on the right flank. At this moment, Real Madrid's defense was still pressing forward with only Alaba and Militao in the back. Messi pushed the ball forward facing Alaba's defense. He feigned an inside cut, and at the moment Alaba shifted his weight, Messi suddenly used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball outward and accelerated. He split the defenders. A gasp erupted from the stands. Messi charged towards the penalty area, forcing Militao to scramble back, which meant one thing: the center was open. Messi did not seek personal glory. At the moment Militao lunged at him, he pushed a low pass with the arch of his left foot. The ball slid past Militao's outstretched leg and rolled towards the penalty spot. There, Phil Foden had arrived in time. A shot. The total score is 52. Goal. Phil Foden. Taylor's voice is drowned out by the roar of the Etihad crowd. But look at this assist. Messi attracted all the defensive attention with a personal breakthrough, then delivered the simplest of passes. This is the wisdom of football. After the goal, Foden ran towards Messi again, but this time he did not jump up. Instead, he knelt on one knee and made a gesture as if to crown him. This moment was captured by the broadcasting cameras and transmitted worldwide via satellite. Real Madrid's response was a desperate offense. In the 23rd minute, they finally pulled one back. Modric's exquisite through ball allowed Vinicius to outpace Walker and cross, with Benzema sliding in to score before Diaz could react. After scoring, Real Madrid did not celebrate. Benzema directly retrieved the ball from the net and ran back to the center circle. They needed at least 2 more goals. However, fate played a cruel joke in the 31st minute. Messi received the ball in the center, and Casemiro aggressively lunged in. This time the Brazilian's movement was delayed by 0.1 seconds. His studs grazed Messi's supporting left ankle. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. It was not a yellow card. It was a red card. The VAR replay clearly showed Casemiro's studs were fully exposed, making contact on the side of the ankle joint. This was a move that could cause serious injury. Casemiro stood frozen in place, then clasped his head in his hands. He knew what this meant. Real Madrid would be down a man for at least 60 minutes. Ancelotti angrily shook his fists on the sidelines, but the 4th official showed him the replay on the tablet. The Italian fell silent. Messi stood up with the assistance of the team doctor, moving his ankle. Fortunately, it was just a hard hit with no ligament sprain. Real Madrid, now a man down, completely altered their tactics. They abandoned their offense, pulling back entirely into a 630 defensive formation. The match fell into the rhythm that Manchester City was most familiar with, siege. As the second half began, Manchester City's possession rate reached a staggering 83. They continuously passed, pulled apart, and searched for gaps in Real Madrid's half. In the 51st minute, the second goal arrived. Messi received the ball on the right side of the penalty area facing three defenders. Instead of forcing his way through, he lightly flicked the ball behind him with his left foot. Not a pass, but a skillful nutmeg. The ball sailed over the defenders' heads, and Messi turned and chased from the other side. A rainbow flick. The Etihad erupted. After catching up to the ball, Messi did not shoot. Instead, he passed it horizontally into the center. Bernardo Silva struck the ball fiercely. Art. This is art. Commentators from around the globe shouted the same word in different languages. Yet Real Madrid had not given up. In the 68th minute, they capitalized on a rare corner kick opportunity, with Militao heading the ball, and with 22 minutes remaining in the match, Real Madrid needed 2 goals. Theoretically, it was still possible. But in the 74th minute, Messi extinguished all suspense. He received the ball in midfield and embarked on a personal exhibition spanning 60 meters. First, he evaded Cruz with a deft move, then slipped past Valverde with a shoulder drop and change of direction. Facing the dual pressure of Alaba and Militao, he executed a delicate nutmeg, threading the ball between the two before cleverly maneuvering around them from the outside, dribbling past 4 players. Upon entering the penalty area with Courtois rushing out, Messi opted not for a conventional shot. Instead, he gently pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot, sending the goalkeeper sprawling, and then calmly slotted the ball into the open net. Goal. Messi. 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 Taylor's voice had become completely hoarse. This is not just a goal, it is a declaration, announcing to the world who the king of this era is. After scoring, Messi ran towards the corner flag and made that gesture again, showing his jersey. But this time it was different. He did not take off his jersey. Instead, he lifted it up to reveal a white t-shirt underneath, printed with the words, "Thank you football, thank you all." This phrase was written in dozens of languages. The atmosphere at Etihad Stadium reached its peak at that moment. Some fans were crying, some were embracing each other, and some were kneeling on the ground with their hands pointing to the sky. The broadcast camera panned over the stands. Guardiola was wiping away tears on the bench. Antonella was in the stands holding their 3 children. Matteo was pointing and screaming for his father. Holland stood up in the VIP box, applauding, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. The match was not over, but it felt like it was. In the second minute of stoppage time, Real Madrid fouled in front of the penalty area. The position was excellent, about 22 meters from the goal, slightly to the left. Messi held the ball as he walked towards the penalty spot. The 70,000 fans at Etihad Stadium chanted in unison, "Messi, Messi, Messi." Courtois nervously set up the wall. He instructed the players to cover the near post while he positioned himself at the far post. Data analysis indicated that Messi was more accustomed to aiming for the far corner from this position. He took a few steps back and struck the ball. The trajectory of the ball was so bizarre that it defied the laws of physics. It first spun to the left, curling around the outside of the wall, then suddenly changed direction in midair, sharply turning to the right. A lob shot with a curve. Courtois completely misjudged the direction. He lunged to the right, but the ball flew towards the upper left corner. The 5th one. Messi has completed a hat-trick. Jean June at the PP Sports commentary booth was nearly out of control, exclaiming, "What kind of free kick is this? What kind of player is this? What a night." After scoring, Messi stood still, hands on his hips, gazing at the ball. Rain poured down at this moment, soaking his hair, jersey, and cheeks. He tilted his head back, letting the rain wash over him. The songs from the Etihad Stadium began softly, then gradually merged into a chorus of 70,000 voices. They were not singing the Manchester City anthem, but a modified Argentine folk song, Muchachos. He came from Rosario, conquering the whole world. He made Camp Nou weep, silence the Bernabeu. Now he arrives in Manchester, bringing blue glory. Leo, Leo, son of the god of football. The singing continued as the final whistle blew. Real Madrid 24, Manchester City aggregate score 48. Eliminated. Messi stats: 3 goals, 1 assist, 89 touches, 8 key passes, 6 chances created, 9 successful dribbles, fouled 5 times. But the statistics cannot describe this night. The mixed zone turned into a place of pilgrimage. The first journalist to rush in was Thomas Roncero from AS, the journalist who had ridiculed Messi after the first leg. His attitude had completely changed. "Leo, I'm sorry. I apologize for all my previous comments. Tonight, I witnessed the presence of the god of football." Messi patted him on the shoulder, saying, "That's football. You win today, you might lose tomorrow. What's important is to respect the game." Ancelotti faced the media with a calm expression. "We were defeated by a player who transcends football. Congratulations to Manchester City, congratulations to Messi. Now Real Madrid needs to rebuild." Global media updated their front pages within 10 minutes after the final whistle. Marca. The end of an era. Messi buries the Real Madrid dynasty. Mundo Deportivo. From Barca to Manchester City, Messi proves greatness does not depend on jersey color. LA Keep. The ultimate answer in football. Messi defines what it means to be the king of football. The Times. The coronation in Manchester. The Blue Dynasty rises at the pinnacle of Europe. The New York Times. When sports goes beyond sports. How Messi's night became a global cultural event. Social media set new records. Messi's post of the jersey for the second time saw over 20 million shares in 24 hours. Messi became the most discussed sports topic in Twitter history. On Instagram, the videos of Messi's 3 goals garnered over 1.5 billion views. On TikTok, the challenge to imitate Messi's free kick had over 4 million participants. China's internet witnessed history again. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all related to CCTV's news broadcast, reported for 1 minute and 12 seconds, stating hundreds of millions of fans in China stayed up late to watch a match that will be etched in history. The most touching scene came from a village primary school in Liangshan, Sichuan. Under the organization of their teacher, the children collectively watched the match. When Messi scored his 3rd goal, a boy looked at the camera and said, "When I grow up, I want to go to Manchester to learn football from teacher Messi." This video garnered over 50 million views. In the Manchester City locker room, the champagne was already prepared. But Guardiola asked everyone to be quiet first. He opened his phone and played a video, a recording of the fans outside the Etihad Stadium singing Muchacho. Listen to this. Guardiola's voice trembled. "This is not sung for us, it's sung for Leo. But because we have Leo, they sing for us as well." Many players in the locker room had red eyes. Messi stood up and said in Spanish, "Thank you all. I couldn't have done this without you. Football is a team sport. Tonight's victory belongs to everyone." Then he did something that surprised everyone. He walked over to the 3rd goalkeeper, Scott Carson, a 36-year-old veteran who had hardly played in important matches. "Scott, this is for you." Messi handed over the match ball, the ball from his hat-trick. "You've saved many of my shots in training. You taught me that even the perfect shot can be saved. That makes me better." Carson accepted the ball and tears finally flowed down his face. This moment was later included in a Manchester City documentary titled, "Greatness is More Than Talent." Meanwhile, in Dortmund, Haaland turned off the TV and opened his laptop. He wrote an email to his father and Raiola. "I have made my... I want to be part of that team. I want to train with Messi every day, want to receive passes from De Bruyne, want to play in Guardiola's system. Money doesn't matter anymore, history does. I want to be part of history." An hour later, Raiola replied, "Fly to Manchester tomorrow. Negotiations will be handled by me, but you have one task. Convince Messi to personally participate in the recruitment." In Paris, Mbappe's apartment. After watching the match, the Frenchman stood on the balcony alone for a long time. Neymar called, "Kylian, did you see it?" "I saw it. What do you think?" "I need a new challenge." Mbappe said, "In Paris, I can only ever be the next Messi. But elsewhere, I can be the first Mbappe." In Madrid, in Florentino Perez's office, the president watched the highlights on the screen, then turned it off. He called Ancelotti. "Carlo, we need to completely rebuild at the end of the season. All players over 30 can be sold. We need to rejuvenate and find a new core." "What about Messi?" Ancelotti asked. "Messi is already 34 years old. What we are looking for is a 24-year-old Messi." Perez paused, "Or a 22-year-old Mbappe." Deep into the night, the Manchester City bus headed towards the training base. The scenes along the way were even crazier than the first leg. Despite it being 3 in the morning, the streets were still filled with people. They held candles, mobile phone flashlights, and blue glow sticks, escorting the team home like a river of light. One detail was captured by countless people as they passed through the impoverished areas of South Manchester. A group of street youth stopped their game and collectively saluted the bus. Not in a standard military salute, but with their hands on their chests, then pointing to the sky. That was Messi's celebration gesture. Inside the bus, Messi looked out the window, his wrist adorned with a bracelet given by Mariah's grandson. De Bruyne sat down beside him. "How do you feel now?" Calm, Messi replied, "It feels like completing something that needed to be done." "What's next?" "Next is the Premier League, the FA Cup, and the Champions League semi-finals." Messi looked at his teammates. "And to get more people to join this party." The more people he referred to was not fully understood at that moment. It wasn't until a week later that Haaland appeared at the signing ceremony in Manchester. But that was a different story. As the bus entered the training base, the dawn was already breaking in the sky. A new day was about to begin. Messi was the last to get off the bus, pausing for a moment in the morning light. Deep in his consciousness, the system's prompt sound echoed, "One last time, dual conquest of Bernabeu and Etihad completed, pinnacle of football, progress 67, global influence rating legendary, unlocking ultimate goal path, 2022 World Cup." The system will enter deep sleep until the final node. Final reminder: true kingship is not about conquering opponents, but about defining an era. Messi smiled and turned off the prompt. He knew that the most glorious chapter of his football career might have been written, but a new chapter in life was just beginning. And Manchester's Blue Dawn would forever remember this night. Remembering the rain, the songs, the tears, the laughter, and that Argentine who lifted his jersey to reveal a thank you t-shirt. Remembering the purest form of football. The lights of the Etihad gradually dimmed. But the blue legend will never. March 30th, 2022, Manchester 7:03 a.m. Rain droplets tapped against the windows of the training-based dormitory, producing a fine and rhythmic sound. Messi had been awake for 47 minutes, 13 minutes later than usual. He leaned against the headboard, his left hand unconsciously stroking the outer side of his right knee. There was a fresh bruise there, the color resembling a ripe plum, a memento from Casemiro's tackle. The phone screen emitted a cold light in the dim room. Unread messages 243. He glanced roughly over them. Congratulations from Xavi, Neymar's exaggerated meme, Agüero's 59-second voice message. The content was obvious without opening, and a group photo from the barbecue restaurant sent by an old neighbor from Rosario. Everyone in the photo wore Manchester City jerseys. He skipped these and opened the video sent by Antonella last night. The footage was a bit shaky, filmed in the living room at home. 3 children were squeezed on the sofa wrapped in the same blue blanket. At the end of the match, Thiago jumped and bumped into the coffee table. Ciro was crying while Matteo repeatedly shouted at the TV screen, "Daddy! Daddy!" Antonella's voice came from off-camera, filled with laughter and fatigue. They insisted on watching until the end, and now they're all crazy. Messi watched the 12-second video again. A light knock on the door sounded gentle. "Leo." It was the team Dr. Juanjo's voice. The examination lasted 20 minutes. Juanjo's fingers pressed on the tissues around the bruise, his movements professional and precise. No structural damage. But here he pointed to the tendon behind the knee. "It's overly tense. You need to rest." Messi did not argue. At 34, his body was like a finely tuned instrument, recording every instance of overuse on the data panel. He took the ice pack and placed it on his knee. The cold sensation made his skin slightly contract. The rain outside fell heavier. The training base's lawn glistened with a deep green in the rain, like a piece of fabric repeatedly moistened. 9:15 a.m. Cafeteria. De Bruyne sat by the window, a plate of almost untouched scrambled eggs, and he stared at the tablet. What was playing was not match highlights, but a children's educational video. How to build a... His twin daughter's birthday was next week. "Kevin." De Bruyne looked up and saw Messi setting down a plate across. "How's your knee?" "It's fine. And you?" "Same as usual." De Bruyne rubbed his left knee. "After turning 30, playing a full 90 minutes leaves me feeling like I've been run over by a truck the next day." The two ate breakfast in silence. The cafeteria was not crowded, and most of the team members were still asleep. The celebration of defeating Real Madrid peaked last night, quickly replaced by fatigue. This is the rhythm of modern football. No time to celebrate, only brief moments to catch a breath, then move on. Grealish sauntered over with a coffee, dark circles evident under his eyes. "Did you see that video online?" He sat down, his voice hoarse. "A Chinese fan made it, connecting all our passes into a line that eventually formed Messi's face. It's already hit over 10 million views. People always have endless creativity," De Bruyne said. "But the pressure is mounting." Messi took a sip of orange juice. "Everyone is waiting for us to make a mistake." "Then don't make mistakes." Grealish grinned, his smile reflecting a youthful oblivion to reality. 10:00 a.m. Tactical room. To everyone's surprise, Guardiola did not analyze Bayern. The projection screen displayed an 8-minute video titled Vulnerable Moments 2-0-2-1-2. The footage was filled with errors: Rodri's misplaced back pass, Diaz being out-jumped, Ederson's misjudgment, Grealish's blind dribble getting intercepted. The locker room was silent. The joy of recently defeating Real Madrid was swiftly dampened by these images. Pride is the greatest enemy of champions. Guardiola turned off the projector, his voice calm, as if stating the weather. Bayern's scouting team is currently analyzing these, assessing our every mistake, every weakness. They will find patterns, develop plans, and then attack these weaknesses with 200 intensity at the Allianz. He walked to the whiteboard and wrote down 2 words: awake hunger. "From today on, forget Real Madrid, forget. Our record is 0 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses with 0 points. We face only Bayern Munich, a team that has only lost twice in all competitions this season." He paused. "A team that is more disciplined, efficient, and ruthless than Real Madrid." After the meeting ended, the players' expressions changed. The ease disappeared, replaced by a focused seriousness. Messi was the last to leave. In the corridor, Guardiola called out to him. "Leo, Bayern's high defensive line, their center-back's positioning." "I know," Messi nodded. "Upamecano likes to press, Lucas Hernandez covers quickly. But their cooperation has a habit. When Upamecano presses, Lucas moves half a step left to protect the inner line. That half step is space." Guardiola looked at him, a complex expression in his eyes. "Sometimes I feel like you're more suited to be the coach than I am." "I just play football," Messi replied. "That's too complicated for me." 2:30 p.m. Training Ground 3. The rain had stopped, but the turf remained. The first team was undergoing recovery training at a low intensity. Meanwhile, a special training session had just begun on the adjacent training ground 4. 23 U18 players stood in a semicircle, their eyes fixed on the person in the center of the field. Messi, dressed in simple training gear, stood with a ball at his feet, a tactical board beside him. "Today we want practice techniques." His Spanish was translated through the young coach to each child's ears. "Today, we'll practice vision." He had a center back and a forward stand in the penalty area. "You defend, you attack. Now tell me what you see." The center back hesitated. Him and the goal. The forward said the space between him and the goal. Both correct, but not enough. Messi passed the ball to the forward. Now you dribble through, don't shoot, just break through. The forward started, and the center back pressed up. In a simple confrontation, the forward lost the ball. Stop, Messi called out. Now tell me what just happened. I got intercepted by him. The forward looked a bit frustrated. Why? Because he judged my direction correctly. No, Messi shook his head. Because he saw the moment your weight shifted. Look here, he pointed to the forward's left foot. Before touching the ball, your left foot moved 5 centimeters outward. That 5 centimeters told him you were going to break to the right. The children were stunned. They had never noticed such a level of detail. Messi pulled up the video on the tablet, slowing down the recent confrontation. Football isn't about who is faster or stronger, it's about who sees things earlier and in detail. In top-level matches, the outcome is decided before the touch. What determines victory or defeat is here. He tapped his temple. For the next 2 hours, Messi guided this group of 16, 18-year-olds through frame-by-frame analysis of match footage. He didn't speak of complex tactical theories, only the most practical things: how to deceive defenders with your gaze, how to sense pressure from behind, while back to goal, how to plan the next 3 actions before receiving the ball. Before the training ended, 14-year-old Rico Lewis, the right back who had exceptionally moved up to the U18 team, gathered the courage to ask Mr. Messi, what if the defender is a player like you? What should I do? The room burst into laughter. Messi laughed too. He squatted down to meet the boy's gaze. That's a good question. My advice is, don't think about stopping me. Think about how to make me uncomfortable. If I'm used to cutting inside, force me to go outside. If I'm used to passing, cut off my connection with the closest teammate. Defending isn't about winning confrontations, it's about making the attacker make suboptimal choices. He stood up and told all the children, remember, football is a conversation. Every touch, every run, every glance is communication. You need to learn to listen and, more importantly, learn to speak. As the training concluded, the sunset just pierced through the clouds, coating the wet grass with a golden hue. The children lined up to take pictures with Messi, their eyes sparkling. The video clips from this training were quietly released by Manchester City that night, without any music, only the original sound from the scene. Within 24 hours, the view count surpassed 30 million. A highly praised comment read, "This is the true essence of football heritage. It's not about the handover of trophies, but the spark of wisdom." Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, the atmosphere was starkly different from the tranquility of the Begiristain had 3 documents laid out before him: a detailed scouting report on Bayern, a simulated analysis of the remaining league schedule, and the thickest one, the final draft of Haaland's transfer agreement. The phone rang. It was Dortmund's sporting director Kell. Final decision. Kell's voice came through the speaker direct, as only a German could be. 60 million buyout clause, not a cent less. But the payment method is negotiable. We can accept 40 in installments over 2 years. Begiristain looked at Soriano, who nodded. That's fine, but we need to complete all legal procedures by April 15th. Why the rush? Because we need him to participate in pre-season training. Begiristain said the tactical system for next season requires him to integrate early. After the call ended, Soriano rubbed his temple. The finance department reminded me that this deal will put pressure on our wage structure. If we can't defend the Premier League next season or go far in the Champions League, then we must defend it. We must go far. Begiristain interrupted him. That's modern football. It's either win or die. In the adjacent coach's office, Guardiola faced another dilemma. The tactical board was filled with diagrams of Bayern's defensive structure. Assistant coach Lillo pointed to one area. Nagelsmann set a trap here. He deliberately left space on the flanks to lure opponents to cross, then utilized Upamecano and Lucas' aerial advantage to clear. Statistics showed that Bayern had a 23-goal conversion rate from counterattacks initiated this way this season. So we need to attack the flanks. Guardiola circled 2 corners of the penalty area with a red pen, not crosses, but inverted triangles. Leo will attract the defense here, while Kevin and Bernardo make late runs. But what about Lewandowski's defense? He's been very active in tracking back lately. Then let Ruben push forward. Guardiola drew an arrow on Dias' name. We need to create numerical advantages, even if just momentarily, in a localized area. The discussion continued until evening. When Guardiola finally left the office, it was already dark. He encountered Foden, who had just finished extra training in the parking lot. Coach, the 19-year-old English prodigy said brightly, I've studied Gnabry's movement habits. He likes to look at the goal before adjusting when he cuts inside. If we can anticipate, show it to me in training tomorrow. Guardiola patted his shoulder. But for now, go home. Football is important, but it's not everything. Foden nodded, but the fire in his eyes did not extinguish. Guardiola watched the young man drive away, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. He remembered Messi in 2009, at a similar age, with that same fire in his eyes. The difference was that the current Messi's eyes not only held flames, but also a depth of calm. 8:00 p.m., Northern Manchester, Blue Moon Pub. This was an old stronghold for Manchester City fans, with photos of the team hanging on the walls from 1968 to the present. Tonight the pub was packed, and owner Old Jack had to arrange extra tables and chairs. The television was replaying highlights from the match against Real Madrid. Each time Messi touched the ball, a buzz of admiration resonated through the pub. "I've been watching football for 40 years, Old Jack said, pouring drinks for the guests, his voice booming. From Colin Bell to Aguero, I've seen many great players. But Messi, he is different. He makes football look so simple enough that you think you can do it too." In a corner, a group of Chinese students were live streaming on their phones. The host Xiao Li excitedly spoke into the camera. "Guys, this is football culture. Look at these old grandpas. They may have never left Manchester in their lives, but because of Messi, they share a common language with fans all over the world." A young man wearing a Manchester United jersey quietly snuck into the bar and was immediately spotted. "Hey, Red Devil kid, what are you doing here?" The young man's face turned red. I just wanted to watch Messi's highlights. Just for a little while." The bar erupted in friendly laughter. Old Jack handed him a beer. "Sit down, kid. Tonight there's only football here, no colors." Meanwhile, in the children's ward of Manchester Royal Hospital, Messi's visit was unannounced to the media. He wore casual clothes, a hat, and brought only 2 club staff members. In the blood oncology department, he met 11-year-old Elisa. The girl had lost her hair due to chemotherapy, but her eyes were bright. "I watched the game," she said in a weak voice. "When you showed the jersey, I raised my hand too." Messi sat on a small chair by the bedside. "Who is your favorite player?" "It used to be you," Elisa smiled, "but now it's me. Because the doctor said I'm brave like you." They stayed in the ward for 20 minutes. Messi didn't say much. Instead, he listened. Listening to the children share their illnesses, dreams, and excitement when watching matches. Before leaving, he signed each child's jersey or scarf, not with a flourish, but with neat lettering accompanied by a smiley face. "Why do you do this?" a staff member asked on the way back. Messi looked out at the passing streetlights. "Because football should, especially in places where pain shouldn't exist." No photos emerged from this visit, but nurses' descriptions on social media quickly spread. One nurse wrote, "After he left, the light in the entire ward seemed to brighten. The children were no longer just patients, they were warriors who had met a hero." 11:47 p.m. Messi's home. The children were already asleep. Antonella was in the study handling foundation affairs. The jerseys from Messi's Bernabeu Unite were up for auction, currently fetching over €5,000, with all proceeds going to community football projects in Rosario and Manchester. Messi stood alone on the balcony. The night sky in Manchester was rarely clear, revealing a few stars. In the distance, the silhouette of the Etihad Stadium was faintly visible against the night, its top lights extinguished, resembling a sleeping blue giant. His knee still ached slightly. He moved his ankle, feeling the pull of the tendon. At 34, at the twilight of his career, yet his football seemed to have just ushered in a new dawn. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Holland. "Very simple. He'll be in Manchester next week. Can I train?" Messi replied, "Of course. Bring your shooting boots." He put down the phone and closed his eyes. Deep within his consciousness, the dormant system suddenly emitted a clear prompt. Clearer than ever before, detected multidimensional influence, resonance, inheritance, behavior, completion, 87, community, penetration, depth, significantly increased, global cultural symbol, weight 12, current, pinnacle of football. Overall progress 58, next key node confirmed, Allianz Arena battle special unlocked, peak memory fragment, 2015 Berlin, Champions League final against Juventus, tip victory in this battle will directly determine the feasibility of the era definer, ultimate achievement. Would you like to load the memory fragment for tactical simulation? Messi did not choose immediately. He opened his eyes and gazed at the night sky. Berlin 2015, that final against Juventus. The physical condition, the match, feeling the perception of space. But he knew that he was no longer the person he was in 2015. He was faster and sharper than, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Now he resembled a chess player, able to see 3 moves ahead on the board. He ultimately chose yes. His consciousness sank instantly into the depths of memory. The feel of the grass at the Berlin Olympic Stadium in 2015, Pogba's defensive posture, Buffon's positioning habits. All the details surged in like a tide. But this time he wasn't just reminiscing, he was reanalyzing from his current perspective. If he had passed this way, moved that way. The simulation lasted about 15 minutes. When his awareness returned, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. He quickly jotted down notes on his phone. 1. Bayern's high defensive line is similar to Juventus in 2015, but their pressing is more organized. 2. Neuer's area of action is 30 larger than Buffon's. Lobbing is a viable option. 3. Kimmich's defensive habit, first block passing lanes then press. After writing all this, he deleted the notes. Some things do not need to leave a trace, it's enough to keep them in his mind. Antonella came out and handed him a cup of warm water. "Aren't you going to sleep? Thinking about football? You always think about football." She leaned against his shoulder. "But sometimes you should think about..." Messi wrapped his arms around his wife, remaining silent. In the distance, the sound of an ambulance siren echoed, coming closer, and then fading away, disappearing into some corner of the city. Manchester had fallen asleep. But the world of football would never truly slumber. In Munich, Nagelsmann was still studying Manchester City's passing heat map. In Madrid, Florentino was formulating summer rebuilding plans. In Paris, Mbappé practiced shooting techniques in front of a mirror. In Dortmund, Holland was packing his bags. And here in this city that was once red-dominated, but is gradually turning blue, football had seeped into every street, every pub, and every child's dream. The breath at the summit of the mountains is long and deep. This isn't stagnation, it's the accumulation of strength. When the breath completes the next step, we'll tread toward a higher place. Messi took one last look at the night sky and turned off the balcony light. The darkness gently enveloped everything. And at the end of the eastern horizon, the first light of dawn was quietly taking shape. The battle at the Allianz Arena is just 10 days away. On April 16, 2022, in Munich on Sabina Street at the Bayern headquarters, Julian Nagelsmann switched off the projector after the final clip. Manchester City eliminating Hwangja-Madari Messi, scoring a hat-trick at Etihad. The conference room held nothing but the low hum of the air conditioner and the Bavarian spring sunlight. Too brilliant. Gentlemen, the youngest top coach in European football turned his knuckles tapping the polished table. What we are about to face may be a kind of species the history of the game has never seen. His gaze swept the table. Neuer folded his arms, his expression as immovable as alpine rock. Tuoma's mule unusually restrained his smile, idly twirling a pen. Ujamixi sat upright, like a half-drawn blade. Onivasiji's eyes were fixed on the frozen instant of Messi striking the ball. Not the Messi of 2015, not even the Messi of 2021. Nagelsmann brought up another comparative chart. Look here. Since he joined Manching, his average distance covered per game has fallen by 12%, yet his expected assists XA have risen by 35%, and key passes have doubled. He does more decisive things with less exertion. This is not a decline in physiology, it is. He searched for the word in evolution. From ultimate weapon to ultimate brain. The analyst traced a heat map on a tablet. His activity sits deeper and more to the left, yet his threat radiates across the entire attacking third. He rarely holds the ball long, but every touch is like a scalpel cutting precisely through the most fragile links of the defense. So we must trap a brain. Jamixi finally spoke, his voice dry. How do you trap him? Nagelsmann pulled up City's passing networks from the last 5 games. Not trap. Guide pressure, make every problem he must solve turn into a multiple-choice question of our design. He zoomed to the moment before Messi receives the ball. See, he likes to receive here and turn. Then we will set a sweet trap there. Give him the space to turn, but the direction that space leads will be of our choosing. Neuer suddenly said he will see through it. He certainly will, Nagelsmann nodded. So the trap must have, first layer he sees it, second layer he believes he has seen our true intention, third layer is the real killer. He looked to Mule. Tuomas, I need you when you are off the ball to give him some friendly advice. Mule grinned with that familiar slyness, like reminding him that this place is cold or that the Allianz crossbar is particularly hard. A few low laughs loosened the taut air. One last thing, Nagelsmann let his smile fall away, forget the media's curse. That is not our weapon, it is our burden. Standing opposite us is someone who has just worn his shirt at Bonnewell and just won the World Cup. Would he be afraid of a stadium where he has not scored? He paused. What we must do is ensure that when he first scores here, he finds it meaningless, because victory belongs to Bayern Munich. At the same time, in Manchester at the City Football Academy, rain slanted against the tactical room's floor-to-ceiling windows, blurring the training ground outside into a wash of green. Guardiola kept the lights off. The projector's beam was the only illumination, casting deep shadows across his face. Nagelsmann is a genius and a madman. His laser dot lingered on the elusive 2 in Bayern's 34-21. Musiala and Gnabry have no fixed positions. They are liquid poison seeping through any seam in our defensive shape. He cut to Bayern against Salzburg. See this attack from flank to center to half space in 4 passes, 3 rows. You cannot defend them by man-marking, you must compress the space. Mike's voice came from the corner of the room. He sat forward, never taking his eyes off the screen, especially the triangular area from the edge of the box to the 2 half spaces. They like to play 1-2s there, then look for Laiwanda Fasigi or shoot directly. Guardiola nodded. So Lawadali Yuehan, your axis must not be broken. He fixed his gaze on Yuehan Saitongsi. Especially you, Yuehan, the timing of your forward interceptions decides whether we snuff the spark or get burned through. Saitongsi nodded hard, his Adam's apple moving. As for attack, Guardiola slowed a clip of Bayern switching from attack to defense to 25%. See here, when Daiwezi pushes forward into this position, their left center-back, Lakasi Hernandesi, naturally leans that way. The red dot circled the French center-back. And his partner Upamecano, he has elite pressing and recovery, but a habit. In set pieces and structured defense, his attention over-focuses on the first point, especially on Liao. He turned to Messi. Liao, I need you to do one thing over these 10 days. Messi lifted his eyes. Let every camera in the world record you in training, attacking down the left, seeking direct duels with Upamecano. I will make Bayern's analysts believe we intend to use your individual quality to batter what they consider their strongest right defensive point. Debulani frowned. A feint to the east to strike west. No, Messi said softly, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Make them build a thick wall on the east, and then. He extended a finger and tapped the air, chip away from here. Guardiola smiled, the kind of knowing smile a chess player gives in the midst of a game. After the meeting, the players filtered. Messi lingered last, packing his notebook. Lie out, Guardiola called him to the window, watching the rain. 10 years ago in Munich, we lost 4-0. Since then I often wondered what might have happened if we had you then. Or the you of now. Messi came to his side. There are no ifs in football, Pep. Only the next time. Are you nervous? Messi was silent for a moment as raindrops traced the glass. Not nervous, he finally said, clear-headed. I know what waits there. A blank in the record. And my best skill is filling blanks. Over the next 7 days the storm gathered in silence. In the world of media, Bild ran Mike's 5 away attempts at Bayern on its front page with the giant headline, Alien Seal 0 goals. Inside was an interview with Neuer. I understand, Liao, but this is Munich. Ole published an 8-page feature, The Conqueror's List from Calderon to San Siro, now online. They interviewed Javi Iniesta, even the goalkeeper, who first conceded to Messi at Calderon. The consensus, he leaves his mark where people thought it impossible. The Guardian's tactic column called it perhaps the most extreme contradiction in football history. Nagelsmann's fluid system versus Mike's pinpoint deconstruction. This is not a match, it is a thesis defense on spatial theory. On Chinese social media, the tag Messi curse reached over 1 billion reads. A physics doctoral student at Lu University posted a long piece using fluid dynamics and game theory to predict Mike's scoring probability at 68.7%, prompting a nationwide frenzy of shares. Among the fan cities, the local Manching supporters in Munich rented 3 pubs near Onlien a week in advance. The organizer was a local called Hungsi, who wore a retro Manching jersey from the 1980s. I love Bayern, but I love beautiful football more. And Messi is football's beauty. In Boca and Bañuelos Aires, a bar named El Diez announced it would stay open all night on match day and offer free champagne if Messi scored. The owner, a tattooed bald man, shouted at the camera, Liao will shut all of Germany up. I stake my grandmother's grave on it. At the Blue Moon in Manchester, 79-year-old Erfielide began polishing his 1968 European Cup medal every day. He told his grandson, if this time we make it to the end, I will pass it to you. But you must remember this night. Beneath commercial and cultural currents, Mike's main sponsor rearranged its global advertising, advancing a theme called Eternal that had been slated for seasons and to saturate the period around the match. The spot layered images of Messi at different ages and froze on him looking into the camera, the caption reading, history is defined by those who keep writing it. A noted Swiss independent watchmaker posted a photo on Instagram, a dial with no numerals, only the lines of a pitch and a tiny moving silhouette of number 10. The caption read, time for him is merely a measure awaiting being surpassed. At the City Gallery in Manchester, an Argentine-born painter exhibited a work titled Migration. Countless blue and white birds fly from the pampas across the sea to form a number 10 shirt hanging beneath a rainy Manchester sky. The exhibit preface read, for some belonging is not land but a dream. At the storm's center, Mike's life took on an almost uncanny calm. He still arrived earliest at training each day, practicing free kicks. Now he was joined by Fuding and Kier. He made them form a wall and experimented with different trajectories. Look, Fuding, Messi struck a fast plunging ball. If you were the wall, would you jump early? Fuding nodded. Yes, that one looks high. But what if you do not jump? He struck another that seemed to target the same height, but at the last instant flew flat, and uncanny, skirting the hypothetical jumping wall. Fuding's mouth fell open. Defenders rely on experience to anticipate. Messi retrieved the ball. What we must do is create a new experience. After training, he video called Antonella. The children fussed on the other, and Matteo waved a toy car. Ciro tried an off phone. Antonella asked with a smile, are you nervous? Messi looked at the family on the screen and shook his head. I am doing what I must as you care for them. My mother called today, Antonella said. She says all of Luisalio is talking about this match as if you are about a castle. Messi repeated softly and then smiled. Perhaps. In the evenings he watched Bayern's past matches. Not the recent ones, but older clips. The Heinck era, even the Van Gaal era. He sought not tactics, but the character of this team, this stadium, this atmosphere. Under the iron discipline of German football, what pride and what fear are hidden. On April 25, 2022, the night before the match, the Manching squad arrived in Munich. The hotel sat on the banks of the Isar. Opening the window, one could see the vast, faintly red ellipse of Onlien. It lay in dusk like a sleeping behemoth full of legend. After dinner, Guardiola scheduled no meetings. Sleep. He said 2 words only, feed your minds with the Mike's room was at the corridor's end. He stood by the window watching Onlien. The city's lights glittered, but the stadium's red seemed to draw in all surrounding light and become the absolute center of his view. He imagined the sea of red that would churn there tomorrow, the deafening cheers and the boos. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Javi in Spanish. Recuerda la pelota, nunca te olvido. He looked at that line for a long time, then reached into his bag for a simple photo frame. Inside was not a family picture, but a faded clipping. 2009, his first visit to Onlien, with Barca 22 years old smiling awkwardly in the pre-game photo. He had not scored that time either. He placed the frame on the bedside facing the window and the distant stadium. Not to remind himself of something unfinished, but to remind himself where he had come from. He turned off the light and lay down. The city's glow leaked through the curtains and cast faint splotches on the ceiling. Closing his eyes, his mind left tactics and opponent faces and reached for something broader. The feel of turf, the ball spinning at his feet, wind at his ear, and the distant, yet crystalline voices on the stands that once called his name. Those shouts had followed him from Luisilio's muddy fields to Nuo Campus' starlit sky to Qatar's desert nights. They never stopped. Now they converged into an invisible current pointing to Munich, to this stadium he had not yet conquered. It was the last piece of a puzzle he had to place with his own hands. His breathing steadied. Outside, Onlien waited quietly in the night for dawn. On April 26, 2022, in Munich at the Allianz Arena, Maria Gonzalez felt her heart racing, as if it were about to leap from her throat. She was squeezed into the front row of the away stand at the Allianz Arena, her fingers gripping the cold metal railing, her knuckles turning white. Around her were over 2,000 fans from Manchester City and Argentina, all dressed in blue and white, their faces reddened by the chilly Bavarian spring. Their voices were drowned out by the thunderous chorus of 75,000 Bayern fans, as faint as a candle flame in a storm. During the pre-match tifo display, a gigantic image of a night piercing the blue moon rose from the south stand, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. An elderly man who had traveled all the way from Manchester gently patted his grandson's back and whispered, "Remember this, child. This is the cathedral of football. And today our Messiah is inside." At that moment, the Messiah stood at the center circle. Messi lowered his head, making one last adjustment to his... The camera focused on him, and countless screens worldwide displayed his calm, yet almost cold profile. Antonella and their 3 children sat in the living room of their home in Manchester, with Tiago pointing at the screen and shouting "Daddy." Meanwhile, in Rosario, outside Messi's childhood home, hundreds of neighbors had gathered, an old television set placed in the yard with beer crates stacked nearby. The match began, and the referee's whistle sounded. In the 7th minute, hell descended. Bayern's attack surged like a stream of molten iron. Musiala, after a series of wall passes with Davies on the left flank, swept the ball towards the goal. In the chaos, the ball deflected off the returning Stone's leg and changed direction. Lewandowski, just a meter from the goal, easily tapped the ball into the empty net. 1-0. At the Allianz Arena, a volcanic eruption. The red wave instantly engulfed every corner. Maria covered her ears, feeling the roar like a physical fist striking her chest. At the Manchester Blue Moon pub, dead silence. Alfred, at 79 years old, felt his beer cup wobble in his hand, spilling liquid onto his faded jeans. At the El Recuerdo barbecue restaurant in Buenos Aires, Juan dropped the meat tongs with a clang onto the grill. Everyone in the room seemed to be paused. At a senior class in Shanghai, dozens of phone screens simultaneously flashed Bayern 10 Manchester City, and a muffled "damn it" sounded from the corner. In the 22nd minute, despair deepened. A passing error in Manchester City's defense allowed Kimmich to intercept the ball, and after a direct pass, Gnabry successfully broke the offside trap, calmly shooting into the far corner in a unknown with Ederson. 2-0. The global reaction intensified in the away stand at Allianz. The flicker of determination that had just ignited was completely extinguished. Some sank down with their heads in their hands, and Maria felt the British girl next to her quietly sobbing. At the Manchester pub, curses erupted. Alfred's grandson angrily pounded the table, but the old man merely sighed deeply, his gaze fixed on the old photographs of Manchester legends hanging on the wall. In Buenos Aires, silence turned into anxious murmurs. "Where's Leo? What is Manchester City doing?" On social media, the hashtag Manchester City collapse quickly trended. In a Chinese forum, posts about Manchester City is done and Bayern is too strong flooded the screen. The camera panned to Messi. He was watching Bayern celebrate from the center circle, his face devoid of expression, simply bending down to tighten his shoelaces. Then he walked over to De Bruyne, briefly said something, and patted his shoulder. De Bruyne nodded heavily. In the 38th minute, a spark of hope emerged. Manchester City finally organized a decent attack. Messi withdrew to midfield, and under the pressure of Kimmich and Goretzka, he made a Naluk toe-poke pass, sending the ball behind Bayern's defense. Phil Foden darted in like a blue lightning bolt, and faced with Neuer, he executed a delicate chip shot. 2-1. A reversal of global reactions in the away stand. An explosion of energy erupted from despair. Maria and everyone jumped up, embracing and screaming, tears streaming down. That faint blue and white flame stubbornly reignited in the sea of red. At the Manchester pub, the silence was shattered, cheers nearly lifting the roof. Alfred suddenly stood up, arms raised high, tears welling in his eyes. In Buenos Aires, the barbecue restaurant was in a frenzy. Juan grabbed a bottle of beer and chugged it, shouting, "There's still time. There's still Leo." On Chinese social media, Foden is amazing. That pass from Messi was divine. The suspense is back. The first half concluded 2-1. In the locker room, the atmosphere was tense, but not desperate. Guardiola slammed the tactical board. "They are afraid. Can you see? They are scared after taking the lead. Scared of us. Scared of him." He pointed at Messi. Messi wiped his sweat with a towel and calmly said, "Their right side behind Davies has more space than we thought." In the second half, the ball should go to Jack Grealish. His calmness was like an anchor steadying everyone's heartbeat. The second half began. Manchester City no longer played conservatively. They started to contest midfield and push their line forward. Bayern aimed to control the pace and preserve their lead. The match became a stalemate, each confrontation sparking fireworks. Global fans entered a tug-of war of emotions. With every Manchester City attack, the away stand erupted in hopeful cheers. With every Bayern counterattack, the home crowd tried to crush them with their roar. In the Manchester pub, people bit their nails and held their breath. In Buenos Aires, people no longer sat all crammed in front of the television, making various noises as the match progressed. In the 71st minute, the real turning point. After attracting 3 defenders on the right flank, Messi passed the ball back to De Bruyne and decisively cut inside. De Bruyne understood perfectly, sending a precise over-the-top ball. Messi successfully broke the offside trap, and with an extremely narrow angle, did not seek personal glory but swept the ball across the goal. Kevin De Bruyne surged in from behind and scored with a single touch. 2-2. The equalizer. Global reaction. An explosion of hope in the away stand. Complete madness ensued. Blue and white flags waved frantically, the singing finally overpowering the home crowd's din. Maria and everyone around her embraced, laughing and crying as if they had already won. In Manchester, the pub erupted in celebration. Beer sprayed everywhere, strangers embraced. Alfred tightly hugged his grandson, both trembling with joy. In Buenos Aires, the entire street heard the roars coming from El Recuerdo. Car horns echoed through the night sky once again. On social media, Manchester City equalized. Messi assist instantly topped global trends. The physics PhD student from Peking University tweeted again, "Probability model updated." Manchester City's chance of victory increased to 42. In the last 10 minutes, both teams were nearing their limits. Bayern made substitutions to strengthen their defense, trying to drag the match into extra time. Manchester City launched a full-on assault. Neuer began to waste time. Kimmich's fouls on Messi grew increasingly blatant. Each dead ball sparked conflicts between players. The tension in the air was palpable. Injury time 4 minutes. When the fourth official raised the electronic board, Bayern fans let out a huge relieved cheer. Manchester City fans clasped their hands together, praying for a miracle. Maria closed her eyes and quickly prayed in Spanish. In the 92nd minute, Bayern cleared the ball from their defense with a long kick. Diaz headed it back and Rodri distributed the ball. Grealish received the ball facing Pavard, making the boldest decision of the match. Not crossing but cutting inside, laying the ball off to the middle. Messi. Time 93 minutes and 47 seconds. Location just left of the penalty arc. Situation: Messi received the ball with his back to goal. Kimmich glued to his back and Goretzka and Upamecano closing in from both sides. Desperation. At that moment, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Messi did not try to turn around. He didn't even look at the goal. His gaze seemed to penetrate the obstacles before him, seeing the only existing millimeter-wide gap in the next 0.5 seconds. He gently nudged the ball backwards with his left foot. Not a clearance, not blind. It was meant for the only person existing in the same temporal dimension as him, De Bruyne, who was surging in from his side. As he passed the ball, Messi moved. A feint to the left, then like a ghost without substance, he surged against the flow, slipping through the narrow gap between Kimmich and Goretzka. Kimmich's center of gravity was deceived for 0.1 seconds. Just that 0.1 seconds. De Bruyne did not stop the ball. He didn't even look at Messi's final position. On the same frequency as Messi's movement, his right foot's outside instep delivered a surgical through ball. The direction of the ball was not empty space. It was the extension of Messi's running line, with the only deadly point intersecting with Neuer's defensive position outside. This was a soul resonance that transcended language, tactics, and even trust. Messi burned his speed to the utmost, touching the ball just before Upamecano's desperate lunge. Angle. Almost none. Neuer had sealed off all conventional shooting angles. The pulling from behind, the colliding from the sides, the end of time. Messi's choice exceeded everyone's imagination. The touch came from his right heel. A gentle, artistic, effortless tap. The ball, without force, without spin, merely obeyed that exquisitely skillful power, grazing the grass and tracing a barely noticeable, yet destined trajectory through history. It slipped between Neuer's instinctively closed legs and through the desperate stretch of Upamecano, that gap invisible to the naked eye, existing only in theory, and passed through. Then in Neuer's terrified gaze and Kimmich's frozen pupils under the watchful eyes of billions worldwide. It slowly, firmly rolled over the goal line. Beep. The final whistle blew synchronized with the last gasp goal. Goal. Last gasp goal. Last second goal. Lionel Messi. Bayern Munich 2-3-man. Fan reaction. An ultimate tsunami in the away stand at Allianz. The momentary shock was indescribable, a nuclear explosion of ecstasy. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, was jumping, embracing, screaming, and crying madly. Maria fell to the ground, hands covering her face, tears streaming down, soaking the Messi jersey tightly held in her arms. The Argentinians, Brits, Germans around her, all transformed into the same face, twisted in extreme joy. At the Manchester Blue Moon pub, utterly insane. Beers shot into the air like a fountain, tables and chairs thundering from the pounding. Alfred, tears streaming down his face, held his grandson's hand tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "Did you see that? Did you see? This is. On the streets of Buenos Aires, the scale of the celebration rivaled that of winning the World Cup. Car horns blared, people surged into the streets, waving everything blue and white, singing Messi's name. Outside the El Recuerdo barbecue restaurant, Juan and his friends embraced and cried, then began giving away barbecue for free to every passerby. In a senior class in Shanghai, the discipline of self-study completely vanished. Cheers, table slapping, and even cries of joy erupted. The dean rushed in, but saw the blackboard filled with huge letters spelling Messi. And last gasp goal. He opened his mouth, ultimately shook his head helplessly, and quietly retreated. On global networks, Twitter, Instagram, Douyin, all social media platforms were instantly flooded with terms like Messi last minute and Allianz servers fluctuating violently. The gif of Messi's heel goal spread at lightning speed to every corner of the world. Teammates rushed in like a tide, pinning Messi down. But when he finally stood up from the pile of people, he did not run off to celebrate, nor did he rip off his jersey. The first thing he did was walk towards the goal. He walked towards Manuel Neuer, who still knelt on the goal line, seemingly forgotten by time. Messi stopped in front of him, bent down, and extended his hand. Neuer looked up, his eyes filled with shocked defeat and a hint of deep, unhidden respect. He shook Messi's hand and stood up. The two did not hug, only shook hands firmly and for a long time. Neuer said hoarsely in German, "Das war wahnsinnig." That was insane. Messi nodded and softly replied in Spanish, "Gracias. Fue un honor." Thank you. It was an honor. At that moment, beyond victory or defeat, there was a respect and recognition between top competitors that needed no words. This moment, broadcast worldwide, became the best epitome of sportsmanship. The Sky Sports commentator's voice broke as he shouted, "You can always believe Lionel Messi. This is not football. This is a miracle." 2 minutes after the final whistle, the headline on Germany's Bild website was immediately changed to Messi. Messi. A heel kick that shattered the heart of Allianz. Argentina's old newspaper had only one word on the front page, blown up to the extreme. Dios. Chinese CCTV commentator said at this moment Messi transcended the match, even transcending football. This is the perfect combination of extreme individual heroism and teamwork. This is why we love this sport. In Bayern's locker room, a deathly silence. Nagelsmann said to the players, "You played a great match, losing to a great moment. Lift your heads." But in the locker room, there was only heavy breathing. In the Manchester City locker room, champagne, tears, and deafening music. But Guardiola pulled Messi aside and hugged him tightly. "You brought us home, Leo. You brought us home." Then Guardiola turned to all the players and said loudly, "Remember this night. Remember this feeling. But we have only completed half the journey. Lift your heads, ahead lies the Etihad and Wembley." Other giants. Holland shared the last gasp goal video on social media with the caption, "Speechless with only a." Mbappe liked the post. Ronaldo posted a clapping emoji. Barcelona's official Twitter shared a photo from the past captioned, "Eternal legend." It evokes complex emotions among Barcelona fans. Teammate interaction. De Bruyne wraps his arm around Messi's shoulder, saying nothing, just shaking him gently. Foden's eyes are filled with starry admiration. He wants to say something, but is choked up. Grealish shouts at the camera, "I've said it before. He's the best in history." Who disagrees? Even the usually calm Rodri and Dias join in the wild celebration. In the end, Manchester City leads Bayern Munich by 1 goal in the first leg, with the second leg set to take place at the. When Messi finally finishes his shower, changes into clean clothes, and walks out of the changing room alone, the corridor has already quieted down. At that moment, the system's prompt sounds clearly cold, yet carrying a sense of unprecedented completeness. Historical narrative, node, Allianz trajectory coverage completed. Confirmation rate 100. Path clarity of pinnacle of football significantly enhanced. Key energy field, Wembley Stadium, has been marked. Final stage activation condition, conquer Europe. Wembley. UEFA Champions League final. Messi touches his left wrist, which feels warm and solid. He raises his head. At the end of the corridor is the nightscape of Munich and the team bus waiting for him. On the bus, his teammates are still excitedly discussing. Messi sits in his seat, putting on headphones. On his phone, there are videos sent by Antonella of their children mimicking his heel flick, laughing uncontrollably. He watches, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he turns off the screen and gazes out at the city flying by, now conquered. Chapter 19 Preview of the UEFA Champions League semi-final second leg. The scent of victory from champagne lingers in the private jet back to Manchester. The players are sprawled awkwardly across the spacious seats, some wearing headphones and resting with smiles still lingering, others quietly reciting every detail of the last few minutes. Grealish holds up his phone, displaying the surge of likes on the last-minute winner video, laughing like a child. Messi sits by the window. Outside is the sleeping silhouette of the European continent, the clouds below. He takes off his noise-canceling headphones, the low hum of the engines and faint whispers of joy flood in. The system's prompt echoes in his ears. Final stage activation condition: conquer Europe. Conquer Europe, he murmurs. This means he must first overcome Bayern, then face the final. The path remains clear yet steep. Can't sleep. De Bruyne approaches with 2 cups of hot milk, handing one to him and sitting down beside him. There are faint shadows under the Belgian's eyes, but his gaze is bright. Still thinking about that goal, eh? Messi takes the cup, warmth seeping through the paper. Thinking about Neuer's gaze. He pauses. He saved almost everything he should have. Except for the one he shouldn't have saved. De Bruyne chuckles, clinking his cup against Messi's. To be honest, when I made that pass I wasn't sure. But your timing. He shakes his head. It was as if you had the script in advance. You too. Messi sips his milk, the subtle sweetness lingering. Without your pass the script wouldn't be complete. This is a code among top players. No need for excessive praise, they understand each other well. They sit quietly for a while, enjoying this slightly exhausted tranquility after fighting side by side. The small screen at the front of the cabin is silently playing sports news. The scene cuts to the early morning outside Allianz Arena in Munich. Bayern fans leave in silence, while a few young Argentinians in Manchester City jerseys cry excitedly at the camera, shouting in Spanish, Leo King. Below, breaking news headlines from various media scroll by. Look, De Bruyne nods towards the screen. The whole world is celebrating you. Messi watches the unfamiliar faces on the screen, excited for the same reason, and gently shakes his head. It's for us, he corrects. Manchester the next morning. Rain and fog envelop the city, yet an invisible warmth spreads. In the front page of the Manchester Evening News features a large close-up of Messi's winning goal with the headline, "The Magician and His Final Lesson, Allianz Night." The inner pages detail the technical intricacies of the heel flick and quote Guardiola's post-match comments. Some moments transcend tactics. It's a love letter written by genius to football. Meanwhile, the online buzz has just begun. The global fan scene creative explosions with dynamic graphics of Messi's heel flick winner accompanied by various captions. When you remember your homework is still not done at the last minute, when the boss demands revisions within 5 minutes. Instantly becoming a universal meme for last-minute comebacks. On Douyin, the challenge to imitate Messi's heel flick Messi heel challenge is in full swing, with countless kids attempting in parks and living rooms, falling down and bringing more laughter and participation. Emotional convergence: a Chinese student studying in Munich posts a long blog on Weibo, recording his feelings from the away stand. When Messi scored, the German uncle next to me patted my shoulder and said congratulations in German. An Argentine grandfather behind me cried like a child, repeatedly saying gracias Leo. In that moment, football had no borders, only the purest human emotional resonance. This blog post received over 100,000 shares. Historical echoes: Argentine television stations repeatedly air highlights of Messi's career's various firsts, breaking famous fortresses. His first goal at the Bernabeu, his first goal at Stamford Bridge, ultimately culminating in the winner at Allianz. The commentator says passionately he is always filling the blanks on his map, and with every fill he adds a touch of eternal blue to our memories. Media ecology echoes: the headline wars among global sports media have reached a fever pitch. The German magazine Kicker unusually awarded the visiting team the highest score, 1 point where lower scores are better, with the title calm, yet shocking. Bayern fell to the most elegant fatal strike in football history. The article analyzes Manchester City's tactical resilience in detail, stating, Nagelsmann's system operated almost perfectly for 93 minutes, but in the 94th minute they encountered a person who could not be measured by any system. The Spanish newspaper Marca's front page features a photo of Messi shaking hands with Neuer post-match, the title carrying complex emotions. He has left, but the shadow has grown longer. Barcelona, did you see it? The article reviews the conflicts Messi had with the higher-ups in the later stages at Barcelona and states, Laporta may have gained financial breathing room, but he has forever lost the god of football. The British Times columnist wrote a long article, Messi's Manchester City Evolution from Ultimate Weapon to The article analyzes how Messi seamlessly integrates his individual talents and enhances Manchester City's overall system from multiple dimensions, including tactical data, on-field influence, and leadership, asserting, this is not just a transfer, it is an upgrade experiment of football philosophy, and the experiment has already achieved astonishing success. The French newspaper L'Equipe focuses on the future, who will dominate the path to the Paris final. After analyzing Manchester City's strength and Bayern's difficulty in overturning the second leg, the tone shifts to mention Paris Saint-Germain and Mbappé, who have also advanced to the semifinals. If the final is indeed Manchester City against Paris, it will be Messi facing his old club, and the new generation's heir directly. The story will be maximized. Influence crosses boundaries. The ripples of football begin to splash into broader waters. In the business world, shares of Messi's main sponsors rose slightly after the opening of the European and American stock markets. A German high-end engineering machinery company based in Munich had its market director jokingly say in an internal meeting, "We need to study Messi's precision timing and achieving maximum effect. With minimal energy principles demonstrated in that attack, it might optimize our production line processes." This was certainly a joke, but after the rumor spread, it was cited by several business analysis firms as a case of the influence of sports stars spilling over into business thinking. In academia, a post by a PhD student from Peking University's Department of Physics predicting Messi's performance using models has been screenshot and translated, sparking lively discussions in Reddit's data science and football tactics sections. A cognitive science professor at Cambridge University wrote a blog post discussing how Messi's last-minute decision exemplifies the boundaries between human intuition and rapid logical reasoning under high pressure. In social welfare, Manchester City officially announced that part of the UEFA bonus from this match will be donated to local youth football charity projects in Manchester, named the Dream Kickoff program. Though unspoken, everyone knows that Messi is quietly pushing this initiative. His long-term support for hospitals in Barcelona has once again been widely reported by the media. At the Carrington training ground in the afternoon, the grass washed by rain is particularly lush. The team has not scheduled high-intensity training, focusing instead on recovery and tactical reviews. In the tactics room, Guardiola plays not the winning goal, but rather the storm-like segment of Bayern's pressure. When they look here, he pauses the footage. They thought we collapsed. But they were wrong. We held on. Why? He looks at the players, because we know we have a way to come back. Foden's goal was crucial. It pierced their balloon like a needle. He emphasizes the team's discipline in adversity, especially in defense. But he raises his voice. Celebration stops here. Remember, this is only the first half. We just scored 3 away goals with a 1-goal advantage. At the Etihad, they will be crazier and more reckless than at Allianz, because that is their last chance. He looks at Messi. Leo, in the second leg, they will use rougher and tighter methods to care for you. They might even resort to fouling. Messi nods, his expression calm. I know. They will try to provoke me or cut off my connection with Kevin and the teammates. What do you think? Then let the connections be more diverse and discreet. Messi walks to the tactics board, picks up a marker. They will focus on me and Kevin's central connection, so we will strengthen the combination of the wings and the center, letting Jack and Phil cut inside more to pull their defensive width apart. Also, he circles an area between Bayern's 2 center backs. Lucas likes to press, while Upamecano's attention. In the second leg, we can do more counters to exploit their backline. His analysis is clear and calm, as if discussing a match unrelated to himself. Teammates listen intently, with Foden and Grealish nodding frequently. After training, Messi practices free kicks this time, with only young Cole Palmer helping to retrieve the balls. Leo, Palmer hesitantly asks, "How can you stay so calm under that kind of pressure?" I mean, at the last moment, the whole crowd is roaring and time is running out. Messi strikes a curling ball, watching it curve around the wall into the corner before turning back. Sweat drips down his temples. "Cole," he says, "when you're standing in front of the ball at that moment, all the sounds of the world should disappear. You should only see the ball, the goal, and the gap in the wall. Everything else, booing, pressure, score time, is back. What you need to do is execute the action you've practiced thousands of times." He pats Palmer's shoulder. Fear and nervousness come from the imagination of the unknown. And when you simplify everything to execute a technical move, the unknown disappears. The young boy seems to understand only partly, but his eyes are filled with admiration. Just as Messi is about to leave, his phone vibrates. It's a call from an unknown number in Dortmund. He answers. "Leo, it's me, Erling." Haaland's voice comes through with a Nordic accent and his usual directness. "I watched the match. That goal. Incredible. Thanks, Erling. I'm not here to congratulate you." Haaland pauses, lowering his voice. "I want to say, I saw how they defended you. In the second leg, it will be even worse. Be careful. We'll see each other in the summer." The call ends abruptly. Messi looks at his phone and smiles. The concern from a future teammate, straightforward, yet impactful. He can also hear the suppressed excitement in Haaland's tone, eager to join this battle. In the evening back home, Antonella prepares a simple Argentine-style dinner. The children chatter around the dining table. Mateo insists on mimicking his father's heel flick, almost knocking over Ciro's milk cup. "Mom received several calls today," Antonella says while serving food, some brands and Laporta. Messi's hand pauses slightly as he cuts the steak. "He asked about you, said everyone at Barcelona is happy for you." Antonella's tone is calm. He also said, "Camp Nou will always be your home." Messi chews his food, saying nothing. The definition of home has changed long ago. The home from that call feels more like a belated and complex nostalgia. He swallows his food and asks, "What did you say?" "I said you were doing well, focused in Manchester, only thinking about the upcoming matches." Antonella looks at him, her gaze gentle yet firm. "I also said we are doing well now." Everything is understood without words. Late at night in the study, Messi opens his laptop and browses through the news. The system's prompt appears in his mind again. Wembley witnessed the ultimate rebirth. He searches for Wembley Stadium, and the image of that massive archway and its long history comes rushing back. It has witnessed Pelé Maradona, as well as Barcelona's glory and Argentina's tears. It is both an endpoint and a starting point. He closes his computer and walks to the window. The night rain in Manchester is gradually falling again, the streets wet and reflecting the dim streetlights. The warmth on his wrist seems to resonate faintly with some distant place in London. 2 matches left. A clear path stretches out in the rain, crossing the roar of the Etihad, ultimately pointing towards that ancient story-filled archway in London. He closes his eyes. It's not fatigue, but rather filtering out all noise, leaving only the lines of the pitch, the trajectory of the ball, and the increasingly clear lighthouse within his heart, named Ultimate. The smoke of the second leg is already faintly audible in the wind not far away. On May 3, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, there were still 3 hours until the match began, but the streets surrounding the Etihad had already transformed into a boiling blue sea dotted with stubborn red points, a battlefield. Over 5,000 Bayern fans had traveled from afar, gathering in the designated away supporters area, their voices resonating with the German precision and resilience. They raised signs reading "Reversing History" and "Munich doesn't believe in miracles, we create miracles," and despite being surrounded by blue, their momentum remained undiminished. An old Bayern fan with a scruffy beard wearing a vintage jersey emblazoned with 2013 champions firmly stated to the camera of German television, "We leave Munich with an away goal." What does that mean? It means that as long as we score in Manchester, the scales will tip. Tonight we will settle the score at Allianz. The response from Manchester City fans was a deafening roar. From the Blue Moon pub to the entrance of the stadium, the air was filled with a scorching anticipation and a subtle tension. Alfred did not go to the pub. He personally came to the Etihad with the support of his grandson. He pointed at the modern stadium, his voice clear amidst the noise. "Child, I've watched football in this city for 60 years from Main Road to here. I've experienced relegation, endured being trampled on by our city rivals for decades. But tonight I feel we are about to touch something different, something truly great." This pressure of greatness weighed heavily on the shoulders of every Manchester City player. In the locker room, the tense atmosphere from the first leg was replaced by a sharp focus. Guardiola did not play any motivational videos. He simply wrote a huge number on the whiteboard with a marker. A 1-goal advantage. He tapped the whiteboard. In the world of football, this is the most subtle and also the most dangerous advantage. It makes you feel like you can defend, but it can also make you forget to attack. His gaze swept across everyone. What will Bayern do? They will start sprinting from the first second, trying to crush us with it. They will gamble. So our strategy is not to retreat, but to. He wrote down 2 more words: control and sharpness. Control the rhythm, use passing to diffuse their frantic runs. But every counterattack must be as sharp as a scalpel. Leo, he looked at Messi, you are the controller and the sharpest blade. They might use 2, even 3 men to mark you. Your task is to attract them, then release the space. Messi nodded, meticulously wrapping his ankle with a bandage, his movements precise. In the player tunnel, the atmosphere was tenser than in Munich. Neuer's gaze was like an eagle fixed on the green light streaming from the tunnel ahead. Kimmich chewed gum incessantly, his jaw tight. Thomas Muller tried to lighten the mood, but most Manchester City players remained solemn, focused on the impending battle. Messi stood in the middle of the group, his eyes downcast, as if listening to a pulse from the pitch that only he could hear. The system's constant warmth seemed to resonate with the initial roar of the Etihad. At 8 p.m., the whistle blew. The second leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final began. Bayern's opening assault was as frantic as Nagelsmann had predicted. They did not hesitate from the first second. They pushed their defense to the midfield, relentlessly pressing Manchester City's ball handlers. Gnabry and Coman's speed on the wings put immense pressure on City's fullbacks. In the 7th minute, a moment of panic. Bayern intercepted the ball in the front field. Kimmich sent a direct long pass to the advancing Lewandowski. The Polish forward outjumped Diaz to header the ball, while Muller quickly moved in, taking a volley near the penalty spot. The ball flew like a cannonball towards the upper left corner of the goal. Ederson leapt into the air, barely touching the ball with his fingertips. Bang! The ball slammed against the crossbar and bounced out. The Etihad erupted with the sound of 70,000 fans taking a sharp breath. The Bayern fans erupted with a huge roar of regret, followed by even wilder applause. That hit on the post was like a bucket of ice water poured over the passionate hearts of every Manchester City fan. Pressure turned into motivation. Manchester City was not intimidated. They began to utilize their technical advantage, stabilizing their formation and patiently passing through the midfield to dismantle Bayern's high press. Messi dropped deep, nearly parallel to Rodri repeatedly, using simple quick receptions and transfers to guide Bayern's aggressive momentum into harmless areas on the flanks. In the 23rd minute, a cold glimmer flashed in control. Messi received Rodri's pass near the center circle. Faced with the pressing Goretzka, he executed a deft turn, sending a precise, ground diagonal pass. The ball crossed Bayern's midfield line, accurately finding Jack Grealish, who was sprinting down the left flank. Jack cut inside, attracting the attention of Pavard and Upamecano, then suddenly passed the ball back to the edge of the penalty area. There Messi had ghosted in from behind. His timing was perfect, coinciding with the moment when Bayern's defense was pulled off balance by Grealish. Neuer shouted, "Block it." Kimmich desperately chased back for a tackle. Messi did not stop the ball, though instead he struck it with the inside of his left foot while on the move. The shot was not fast, but the angle was incredibly tricky, heading straight for the bottom right corner. Neuer dove to the side, his fingertips seemingly touching the ball. But ultimately the ball grazed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. Goal. In the 24th minute. Manchester City 1-0. Total score 4-2. Messi, breaking the ice under immense pressure. Global reaction. First climax. Etihad, the blue ocean erupted instantly. Alfred tightly grasped his grandson's arm, his mouth opened in silence, tears streaming down his face. Munich pub, a dead silence. The Bayern fans holding beer cups stood frozen in place. Buenos Aires streets, cheers erupted prematurely. Car horns blared again. China universities erupted in collective cheers late at night, trending online. Messi's story of leading the team to the finals against the odds became an inspirational template titled "Never Give Up." Germany, while Bayern fans felt disappointed, many also paid tribute to Manchester City and Messi. A Kicker fan survey showed over 65% of German fans believed Manchester City deserved the final spot. The UK's Daily Telegraph, Guardiola's masterpiece, Messi's finishing touch. Manchester City makes historic entry into the Champions League final. Spain's Sport Leo leads his new team to heights Barcelona never reached. The words were filled with sourness and nostalgia. Francis Lequip final matchup confirmed: Manchester City versus Paris Saint-Germain. Messi versus Mbappe. The direct dialogue between the old king and the new king, instantly turning the final into a centuries duel. Global broadcast data: the total viewership for the two-legged match exceeded 1.2 billion, setting a record for Champions League semi-final history. Inside, Manchester City management held an overnight meeting initiating full preparations for the final: logistics, ticketing, security. The commercial department's phones were inundated with merchandise reservations surging by 300. Young players from the youth academy were organized to watch the match, and the head coach told them, "Remember that number 10 on the field defines what it means to play with your mind." Bayern reflection: Nagelsmann admitted tactical failures, but praised the team's spirit. Club sports director Salihamidzic indicated that there would be necessary adjustments in the summer window, hinting at targeted reinforcements to cope with a technical team like Manchester City. Paris Saint-Germain final opponent: the atmosphere in the locker room was delicate. After watching the match, Mbappe briefly stated to the media, "Manchester City is very strong and Messi is in extraordinary form. The final will be a huge challenge and also a tremendous opportunity." Neymar posted an old photo with Messi on social media, captioned, "Brother, see you in the final." Underneath the warmth, dark currents flowed. Economy: Manchester City's club valuation skyrocketed within 24 hours of advancing. The local tourism industry in Manchester expected significant profits during the final week. Cultural symbols: Messi's back heel and Manchester City's control became high-frequency reference cases in business speeches and management courses, symbolizing precise decision-making and systemic strength. Social cohesion in Manchester: residents from different races and communities increased their common topics and city pride due to the team's success. A survey targeting local youth showed that teamwork and calmly responding to pressure became the most frequently learned qualities from this Manchester City team. Messi once again attributed the credit to the team and Guardiola in a mixed interview. When asked about the final showdown with Mbappe, he calmly replied, "This is a match between Manchester City and Paris, not a personal duel. I am happy to be playing in an important final again. We will be ready." After the match, he specifically went near the away supporters section to applaud the traveling Bayern fans, a gesture that garnered praise from German media and fans. Back home, it was already early morning. The children were all asleep. Antonella heated a glass of milk for him in the kitchen. The two sat in the quiet living room with faint sounds of celebration still audible outside. "Are you tired?" Antonella asked. Messi took a sip of milk, shook his head, his eyes sparkling with a light deep within the fatigue. "There's a feeling. Very familiar. It's like last winter in Qatar, step by step approaching the last match feeling. That was the last and most arduous climb before reaching the summit." He knew that what awaited him at Wembley would be a final battle far more complex than the Allianz and Etihad, carrying more than just football significance. In the late night, Manchester gradually fell asleep. But the football world's discussion about this semi-final, about the upcoming clash between Paris and Manchester City, about the new and old kings Messi and Mbappe, had just ignited. The storm had temporarily calmed merely to gather under the London night sky, merging into a final thunderstorm that would determine the true crown of football. On May 7, 2022, in London at Wembley Stadium, the rain during the FA Cup final fell cold and dense. Messi sat under the shade of the bench wrapped in a thick warm coat, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain resting on the center of the pitch. Inside the stadium, Liverpool's Reds were celebrating, while Chelsea's Blues faded away in disappointment. The thrilling penalty shootout had already concluded, but for Messi and the entire Manchester City team, this spectating in the rain felt more like a cold and sobering rehearsal. Their journey in this season's FA Cup had been terminated early in the semi-finals by Liverpool. Today they were mere spectators watching their arch-rivals lift the trophy at Wembley, this grand stage that would host the Champions League final in just over a month. Listening to the Liverpool fans' songs, shaking the rain-soaked air. How does it feel? Assistant coach Arteta handed over a dry towel. Messi took it, wiped the rainwater off his face that had been blown by the wind, his gaze never leaving the grass covered in red. It's loud, he paused and added, and very suitable for a match. Arteta understood the implication. The atmosphere here was of a final level. Losing at this venue was hard to bear, however experiencing everything in advance here was quite useful. Guardiola stood not far away, hands in pockets, also gazing at the celebration. His face bore no extraneous expression, but his tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brows betrayed the turmoil within him. Losing the FA Cup at Wembley felt like having the opponent's flag planted in one's own backyard before the battle. This feeling was fuel. At the same time, at the Blue Moon pub in Manchester, the television was broadcasting Liverpool's championship celebration, yet the atmosphere in the pub lacked the usual hostile clamor, instead feeling somewhat subdued. It feels damn awful to watch. A young fan took a large gulp of beer and slammed the cup down on the table. It should have been us standing there. When it was our turn, we couldn't stand firm, Alfred said calmly, his murky eyes fixed on the screen where Liverpool players held the trophy high. We lost the semi-final without a word. Klopp's team deserved it. Old man, why are you still speaking for them? Someone beside him complained. I'm not speaking. Alfred turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the young and unwilling faces around. It's to make you see what kind of mountain we ultimately need to climb. In the league, they bite at our heels. In the cup, they've beaten us. Now, riding this momentum, they want one last bite before the Champions League. Are you afraid? No one answered. But the silence itself was an answer. Alfred took a sip of his already cold tea and slowly said, I've watched Manchester City for 60 years. We used to fear Manchester United, then we feared Chelsea, and later. It seems we fear no one, yet we always seem to fall just short at the end. He pointed at the television. Now the best test of character has arrived. Cross over it, and the throne is real. If not, he left it unsaid, but everyone understood. Pressure is intangible, yet it is also very real. It manifests as the faint advantage of 1 point on the Premier League table. While Manchester City battled in the Champions League, Liverpool surged in the league, dragging back what seemed like a lost suspense to the final round. It manifested in the increasingly clamorous voices of the media. The Guardian's column headline read, "The cost of the double crown, will Manchester City be overwhelmed by dreams?" The Liverpool Echo bluntly asked, from Paris to London, does Guardiola's vision include Anfield? It further manifested in the almost stagnant air of the Carrington training base. The temptation of the Champions League final was like a distant lighthouse, bright, yet far away. Meanwhile, the flames of defending the Premier League had already been roaring at their heels, ready to consume them with even a moment's pause. On May 15th, in the 37th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced West Ham United away. This was regarded as the last peril before claiming the title. The progress of the match was as difficult as preordained. The Hammers' home ground was always tough, and they cut through Manchester City's possession with physical confrontations and rapid assaults. In the 45th minute, an unexpected event occurred. News came from the match between Liverpool and Southampton that Maine had scored first. Almost simultaneously, West Ham launched a counterattack. Antonio out-jumped Stones to head the ball into the net. Manchester City was trailing 0-1. On the real-time table, Liverpool had taken the lead. The stands of the Etihad fell into an instant silence, and Manchester City fan communities online were filled with wails. That familiar cold sense of failing at the crucial moment gripped everyone's throats once more. The broadcast camera focused tightly on Messi. He stood at the center circle, his face devoid of expression, merely looking up at the scoreboard before lowering his head and silently walking back to his position. No shrugs, no complaints. The second half began. Manchester City noticeably quickened their passing pace, but an imperceptible unease crept in. In the 55th minute, De Bruyne delivered a brilliant through ball, and Foden was brought down in the box. A penalty. The Etihad stands were instantly revived. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke. Gundogan's penalty was heroically saved by Fabianski. Despair washed over them like a bucket of ice water. Guardiola angrily kicked a water bottle on the sidelines. In the stands, a fan covered his eyes. Just then, Messi approached the goal, silently retrieving the rebounding ball from the frustrated Gundogan. He said nothing, simply cradling the ball, quickly walking towards the corner flag and placing the ball firmly. Then he turned around, facing his teammates, raising his right hand with his index finger pointing to the sky, drawing a clear circle. Continue, let's do it our way. This simple yet powerful gesture acted like a calming pill. The anxious emotions were forcibly suppressed. In the 65th minute, Manchester City earned a free kick in the attacking half. It was a bit far with a very straight angle. This was usually not within Messi's range. But he stood over the ball. He took a run-up and swung his leg. The ball did not choose to go over the wall, but instead traced a rapid, descending arc bouncing violently in front of the goal before drilling into the bottom right corner. The goalkeeper had no reaction. This may not be his most spectacular free kick of the season, but it is undoubtedly the most lethal and morale-boosting one. It tells everyone the path is not wrong, it simply requires a bit more patience and precision. This goal seemed to open up the meridians of Ren and Do. Just 7 minutes later, Messi, attracting the attention of 3 defenders on the right flank, delivered a powerful, ground-level diagonal pass that found Grealish, who had made a run into the space on the left. Jack calmly slotted it into the far corner. Victory was ultimately hard-won. As the final whistle blew, Messi did not celebrate. He bent over, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Sweat mixed with grass clippings dripped from his chin. He was exhausted. This fatigue was not just physical, it was also a mental drain from continuously battling under immense pressure. In the locker room, the joy of winning was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. No one was loud, only the low hum of massage devices and the heavy breaths of the players filled the air. There's one more match. Guardiola's voice was hoarse. The last one. Once it's over, we can catch our breath for a moment and then look towards London. He looked at Messi. Messi nodded, covering his face with a towel, seeking a moment of tranquility in the noisy. On his left wrist, the system pulsed with a warm steadiness, silently recording every perilous step on the journey to the summit of the world. On the flight back to Manchester, the darkness of night enveloped the window. De Bruyne sat down next to Messi and handed him a pair of headphones. Listen to this. What came through the headphones was not music, but edited snippets of speeches from Liverpool's players and fans during the week. Klopp said, "We will fight until the last second, no matter who the opponent is or where they are." Liverpool fans sang in an interview, "You'll never walk alone. We will bring the championship back to Anfield." They are rallying themselves, De Bruyne said calmly, and they are also putting pressure on us. Messi took off one headphone and looked out at the flashing navigation lights on the wing. The pressure has always been there, Kevin. From the moment we eliminated Bayern, from the moment we aimed to defend our title at the beginning of the season, the pressure has been present. He paused. They are right. They will fight until the last second. So will we. De Bruyne lowered his voice. What do you think Guardiola was thinking when he watched that FA Cup final at Wembley? Messi fell silent for a moment, envisioning Guardiola's figure gazing in the rain. He was thinking, Messi said slowly, that the same thing must not happen again in 23 days. The plane passed through the clouds, lightly shaking. Below, the lights of Manchester drew closer, where a decisive battle that would determine the final tone of the season had entered its last countdown. On May 22, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, the sky was a gloomy lead grey, pressing down on the city, yet unable to suppress the volcanic heat bubbling just beneath the surface. The streets outside the Etihad Stadium had long been divided, permeated, and confronted by two colors in the ocean of sky blue. A stubborn and conspicuous stream of red surged forth. Gone were the usual jests and jeers of a match day. The air was thick with an almost sacred tension, every breath carrying the anticipation of smoke about to ignite. This was the prelude to the war ceremony. The song "You'll Never Walk Alone" from Liverpool fans surged from the away stand, filled with the resolve of an expeditionary force. Manchester City fans answered with "Blue Moon," their voices heavy, vowing to defend their last stronghold. Alfred was not in his familiar pub, instead accompanied by his grandson. He had made a special request to be in a lounge inside the stadium that overlooked the entire pitch. The elderly man wore a neatly pressed, old-style Manchester City suit, with a 1968 Champions League commemorative badge pinned to his chest, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly, knuckles turning white. His gaze, like that of an eagle, was fixed on the exit of the player tunnel. Inside the tunnel, the temperature was starkly different from the outside. The smells of sweat, rubber from muscle bindings, and the strong scent of soothing ointment mixed to create a highly concentrated battle-ready hormone. The two teams stood side by side like two steel trains about to collide. Van Dijk's gaze was like ice sweeping across Manchester City's forward line. A Sulla bowed his head quickly, making the sign of the cross on his chest. Messi stood among the Manchester City ranks, making one last adjustment to the black wrist guard on his left arm. The system's warmth was steady and resolute at this moment, like the low rumble of an engine on standby. He lifted his eyes and met the gaze of Thiago from the Liverpool side. The two exchanged slight nods, an unspoken respect and declaration of war between top midfielders. Guardiola and Klopp, two tacticians of differing styles, exchanged a brief handshake at the tunnel entrance. No small talk, just a firm grip and the unmasked desire to conquer burning in their eyes. At 16:00, referee Michael Oliver blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. The war began from the very first second. Liverpool's pressing was like a raging fire from the front line of the Trident to Henderson and Fabinho in midfield, building the first line of high-pressure defense. They intended to suffocate Manchester City in their half. In the 7th minute, the first incision. A long pass from the Liverpool backline, Hoda headed it down, and Sulla ghosted behind the Manchester City defense, receiving the ball, adjusting, and shooting low. The ball slipped through Ederson's fingers and into the net. Etihad was instantly plunged into an ice cellar. The red away stand erupted with a devastating roar. Klopp ran forward, fist raised in excitement, while Guardiola slammed the roof of the substitutes' bench with force. Global reaction, first shock. Manchester City, a chorus of gasps and curses filled the air. Alfred shut his eyes tightly, then opened them again, his murky gaze filled with bloodshot veins. Liverpool houses across the city erupted in ecstatic roars. Fans gathered in the square outside Anfield, jumping in waves of jubilation. Argentina, a collective sigh of despair. The barbecue smoke on the streets of Rosario seemed to hang in the air. Online posts declaring Manchester City collapse begins, and Liverpool's championship aura flooded social media. Manchester City remained unflustered. Messi dropped deeper to receive the ball, beginning to untangle the chaotic rhythm with a series of concise and rapid passes. Each time he touched the ball, at least two Liverpool players rushed to intercept, yet he consistently managed to steer the ball out of danger, like controlling a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. In the 24th minute, a clever counterattack. Rodri intercepted Fabinho in midfield and passed the ball to Messi. Surrounded by three defenders, Messi executed a graceful turn to evade them, then delivered a pass as precise as a scalpel. The ball pierced through Liverpool's entire defense, finding Phil Foden, who had made a diagonal run into the penalty area. Foden calmly shot towards the far corner. Etihad has resurrected. The blue ocean is boiling. Guardiola roars with raised arms. This goal from interception to finish flows with clarity, like a textbook, with Messi's through ball being the crowning touch. However, Liverpool's terror lies in the sharpness of their counterattacks. Merely 4 minutes later, in the 28th minute, Arnold executed a signature long pass from the right and Robertson surged in from the left to volley the ball towards the goal, with Maine reaching the near post to score. The cheers of the Red Army fans once again drowned out the entire stadium. The pressure descended upon Manchester City like a mountain. Before the halftime break, Manchester City launched a frenzied attack, but failed to score, returning to the locker room, trailing by 1 goal. In the locker room at halftime, the atmosphere was so tense it felt tangible. The sound of dripping sweat was distinctly audible. Guardiola did not roar. Instead, he forcefully slapped the tactical board. Their two fullbacks, Arnold and Robertson, are pushing too high. Do you see the gaps behind them? In the second half, Jack. Phil, I want you to attack them fiercely from behind. Leo, he looked at Messi. I need you to come over here more. He pointed heavily at the right flank of Liverpool. Draw Van Dijk out and pin down Arnold. Messi wiped his sweat with a towel and nodded. His breathing had calmed and his gaze was frighteningly composed. The warmth from the system continued on his left wrist, as if accumulating something. The second half began. Manchester City, following their deployment, intensified their assaults on the left and right flanks. Liverpool, on the other hand, began to intentionally contract, attempting to maintain their lead through counterattacks. The match fell into a stalemate of close combat. In the 58th minute, it was Messi time. He received a pass from De Bruyne at the right flank facing Arnold's defense and executed 2 rapid shoulder drops to change direction before suddenly cutting in. Van Dijk had to step up to cover. Just as the encirclement was about to form, Messi delivered a subtle scoop pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball sailed over the heads of all the defenders, descending toward the unoccupied area on the left side of the small penalty area. Jack Grealish arrived as expected and shot in midair. Etihad Stadium descended into madness. Messi's brilliant assist of wisdom executed the midfield tactics flawlessly, turning Liverpool's momentary hesitation into a fatal wound. Liverpool was enraged and pressed forward once more. In the 68th minute, they launched an assault on the front line. Thiago's long-range shot was blocked, and the ball fell to Sulla's feet. The Egyptian pharaoh adjusted his angle and unleashed a world-class strike into the corner. Despair once again tightened the hearts of the Manchester City fans. Only a little over 20 minutes remained. Guardiola made a desperate substitution, bringing on Sterling and Gundogan. The formation transformed into an ultimate attacking setup. The songs of the Etihad did not cease. Instead, they erupted with a more tragic power amidst despair. Alfred stood up, leaning against the glass, his gaze fixed intently on the field. In the 76th minute, a miracle happened. Manchester City was awarded a free kick on the right side of the attacking zone, about 28 meters from the goal. It was not an ideal position. Messi stood over the ball, taking a deep breath. He began his run, swinging his leg. The ball carved an eerie arc that defied the laws of physics, bypassing the leaping wall of defenders. Yet at its peak, it did not descend. Instead, as if propelled by an invisible hand, it made a slight lethal change in direction in the air, like a precise flying knife slicing into the top left corner of the goal. Alisson leaped to his limits, his fingertips barely missing the ball. A thunderous shock. The entire football world fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Global reaction. The moment of the nuclear explosion, Etihad, the roar reached the physical limit. People embraced, jumped, and wept. Liverpool, a moment of dead silence. Argentina, the nation, erupted. Juan knocked over the entire barbecue grill. China, the internet was flooded with Messi, and what kind of ball is this? And what is this ball? Flooded social media. Paris, Madrid, Barcelona, countless professional players expressed their astonishment online. The match entered the last 10 minutes. Both sides were exhausted, yet the fire in their eyes burned even brighter. This was the ultimate test of will. In the 88th minute, the decisive moment arrived. Manchester City's midfielder intercepted the ball, and Gundogan passed it to Messi, who was dropping back. Messi received the ball near the center circle, turned, and advanced forward. Fabinho retreated cautiously, not daring to press too hard. Time passed second by second. Messi was observed. He spotted De Bruyne making a forward run on the left, and noticed the slight, nearly imperceptible looseness in Liverpool's defense after a grueling 2-4 throughout the match. He did not pass the ball. From 35 yards away from the goal, when everyone thought he would continue to dribble or pass, Messi suddenly, without warning, swung his right leg and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. As the ball left his foot, it soared like a cannonball, spinning not at all, just pure power, and a slightly ascending straight trajectory. It tore through the heavy air like a blue lightning bolt, crashing into the absolute dead corner of the upper right of the goal, with tremendous force right past the leg that Van Dijk instinctively extended, all under Alisson's incredulous gaze. Reversal. A decisive kill. Champion. The ball enters, the whistle blows. The match actually ended in the 94th minute. At that moment, time completely froze, only to be shattered by ecstatic joy. Messi stood still, arms wide open, gazing up at the blue confetti swirling in the air and the deafening roar of the crowd at Etihad. He did not run, nor did he shout. He simply stood there quietly like a deity, completing a final ritual, receiving the fervent worship of his devoted followers. All the fatigue, pressure, and struggles transformed into the backdrop behind him at that moment. De Bruyne was the first to rush up, embracing him fiercely from behind, followed by Foden, Grealish, Rodri. All the sky blue figures surged in like a tide, completely engulfing him in historic joy. Guardiola knelt by the sidelines, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently. Klopp approached, embracing him tightly and whispering something in his ear. This was the highest tribute to a great rival. In the stands, Alfred was in tears, trembling as he took off the 1968 Champions League commemorative medal from his chest, holding it tightly in his palm, silently, saying to the direction of the field, "Now. Only one last step remains." After the match at the podium, the Premier League trophy shone brightly amidst blue ribbons. Fernandinho, as captain, lifted the trophy high for the last time as a Manchester City player amidst the deafening songs. When the trophy reached Messi's hands, he felt the cold and weight of the medal. It wasn't the heaviest trophy of his career, but it was certainly the most challenging and the one that tested his will. He raised the trophy, paying tribute to the fans cheering from every direction. In the changing room, the champagne was uncorked once more, but this time the revelry carried a sense of exhaustion akin to liberation, as well as a profound gaze directed towards the ultimate goal. Messi sat in the corner, his left wrist no longer feeling warmth, but instead a clear, overwhelming sense of energy, as if a certain barrier had been completely shattered. The conquest of the pinnacle of England, the ultimate verification, was complete. Energy infusion 100. Ultimate form unlocked, heart of Nirvana. Final task issued at the summit of Wembley, crowned as king, activating the system's complete form. The prompt sound was cold, yet carried the solemnity of the final chapter's unveiling. Messi caressed the embossed trophy, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls of the changing room, directed towards the southern city named London and the ancient archway within the city that awaited a coronation ceremony. The epic of the league concluded in the most brutal and glorious manner. The ultimate battle for the European crown had truly entered its countdown phase. Manchester Town Hall balcony. The sun after the rain was somewhat blinding, illuminating the massive sky blue banner hanging from the town hall's facade, which bore a simple phrase, "Champions again." Below the balcony, thousands of Manchester City fans transformed Albert Square and every surrounding street into a surging sea of blue. Beer streamers and children on their fathers' shoulders formed the basic elements of celebration. When the players appeared one by one on the balcony raising the Premier League trophy, the roar nearly shattered the glass of the surrounding buildings. Captain Fernandinho delivered an emotional farewell speech, while Gundogan was pushed forward by his teammates and De Bruyne smiled shyly. When it was Messi's turn, he simply moved forward amidst his teammates, gently patted the badge on his chest, and waved downwards. This simple gesture ignited the most enduring and fervent chant, "Messi, Messi, Messi." The rhythm resonated in perfect unison throughout the heart of Manchester. This was not mere worship of a goal-scoring machine, but recognition of a leader who had guided them through the most arduous obstacles. In the crowd, Alfred stood not among the young fans, but at the edge of the square, watching quietly from a second-floor window of a bookstore. He saw Messi on the balcony, his gaze seemingly scanning the crowd, yet also looking further afield, his smile gentle, but carrying a hint of fatigue and detachment that only an observer would notice. The global panorama of fans, a celebration in multiple layers. The revelry in Manchester's streets was pure and liberating. Young people celebrated all night, burning off emotions that had accumulated over an entire season. In the online world, celebrations evolved into various forms. A gif of Messi's 35-yard shot captioned, "When the boss says it must be done today," went viral again. A tech-savvy blogger created a detailed video analyzing frame by frame how Messi deceived the entire Liverpool defense with 3 subtle head movements before assisting Grealish, titled "Psychological Magic" on the football field. In Argentina, the celebration took on a deeper emotional hue. On a television program, the host and guests shed tears in the studio, discussing not just the Premier League title, but also how our Leo had conquered the toughest league after stepping out of his comfort zone. This was seen as the most significant spiritual boost before the World Cup. In the Liverpool fan community, a rare silence and respect permeated. In various football forums, although there was still resentment, the sentiment losing to such a Messi and such a goal leaves no words to say received high praise. Klopp's remark in the post-match press conference, "We lost to a historic moment," became the best footnote to define this defeat. Media ecosystem echoes praise, debate, and barbs. The media pages were completely divided. The British mainstream media spared no words of praise. The front page of the Times featured a large photograph of Messi's long-range shot titled "An Answer from Another Planet, Messi Defines a Champion." The Guardian focused on the team Guardiola's masterpiece, finished with Messi's final stroke. But the debate followed. Some commentators and former stars, especially those closely associated with Liverpool or Manchester United, began throwing sharp topics. Has Messi made Manchester City more predictable? Does their over-reliance on him during critical moments obscure the issues within other parts of the system? Such discourse sparked fierce arguments on social media, but also successfully drew attention. The emotions in the Spanish media were the most complex. Marca and AS had headlines filled with bittersweet nostalgia. He did what he failed to achieve in the latter part of Barcelona, single-handedly leading the team to victory, subtly hinting at the failures of the Barcelona hierarchy. Mundo Deportivo managed to maintain a semblance of decorum, congratulating while emphasizing that the La Magia gene will forever be in him. The most intriguing commentary came from France. L'Equipe, after detailing the coronation festivities, shifted its focus. Now the eyes of the world turned to Paris. Will Messi's success in the Premier League strengthen Mbappe's resolve to leave in pursuit of his own absolute core status? The Champions League final will be a direct clash of 2 royal paths, successfully shifting the heat towards the next. The club's multifaceted war, the intricate mechanics behind the celebration. At the Carrington training ground, the scent of victory champagne lingered for only a morning. The management, Soriano Begiristain, held an emergency meeting with the coaching staff. The topic was not celebration, but extreme recovery and final confirmation of intelligence. The medical department submitted detailed physical reports and fatigue indices for each key player, while the nutrition and physiotherapy teams devised a recovery plan down to the hour for the upcoming week. The initial tactical framework against Paris had already been drafted, but now needed final adjustments based on Paris' recent form and the latest physical data of the players. Guardiola granted the team a day and a half of short leave, but each player received a personalized relaxation and adjustment guide, including suggested sleep times, dietary notes, and even psychological relaxation techniques. He himself immersed in the tactics room, repeatedly watching the 2-match footage of Paris eliminating Real Madrid, searching for that fleeting moment in Pochettino's tactics that could be exploited by Messi or De Bruyne. The phase difference. The business department's phones were inundated. Sales of championship memorabilia set records, but more importantly, countless high-end brands hoped to establish or deepen collaborations with Messi and Manchester City during the global focus of the Champions League final. An unseen business feast unfolded in sync with the decisive battle on the pitch. The cross-border penetration of influence, the generation of symbols. Messi's influence completed another leap from football superstar to cultural symbol at this moment. Commercial value, his status as a Premier League champion, especially achieved in such a legendary manner, has broken through traditional football boundaries in market appeal. A top Swiss watch brand was reported to be in urgent negotiations, hoping to invite Messi to become the new global ambassador for its Excellence and Precision series. The leverage in negotiations was directly linked to the Champions League champion expectation. Social issues. Manchester City Club, in conjunction with the Manchester City Council, announced the establishment of a fund aimed at helping the youth sports development in working-class communities named after this Premier League championship. Though it was a club initiative, the media and public generally associated it with Messi's understated charitable image, reinforcing his social responsibility as a role model. Academics and arts. That 35-yard shot was used as a case study by a physicist from an Ivy League university, briefly analyzing the ideal striking point under the limits of aerodynamics and ergonomics online. A renowned street graffiti artist created a mural in East London, Messi's silhouette facing the shattered letters of KOP, the name of the Liverpool stand, with the Premier League trophy at his feet and the faint outline of the Eiffel Tower in Paris in his line of sight. The mural spread worldwide within hours. The deep portrayal of personal charisma, the calm within the eye of the storm. The evening after the championship, Messi returned to his home in Cheshire. The wild celebration seemed to be isolated beyond the walls. In the garden, Matteo was trying to kick a replica of the Premier League trophy, a gift from the club, with zero. Antonella smiled and stopped them, then walked to Messi and handed him a cup of mate tea. "Are you tired?" she asked. "I'm fine physically." Messi took the tea, sat on a bench in the garden watching the children play. "Here," he pointed to his temple, "needs some quiet." He enjoyed this brief and precious moment of emptiness. The fullness on his left wrist persisted. The system remained silent, as if waiting for the final command input. He knew this tranquility was a lull before the storm. Wembley, Paris, Mbappe, Neymar, Nasser, and the billion gazes anticipating his failure or waiting for his coronation. All of this would converge into an unprecedented torrent in his career in just a few days. On May 15, 2022, in London at Wembley Stadium, it was not a match day, yet Wembley was still filled to capacity. The roar of the 80,000 was not for football, but rather a collective surge of excitement merging with the resplendent fireworks above the stage and the pulsating rhythm that shook their chests. The final British performance of Coldplay's A Head Full of Dreams tour was taking place here. In the VIP seating area positioned diagonally across the stage, a few figures blended discreetly into the shadows. Messi wore an unremarkable dark gray hoodie with the hood loosely perched on his head, while Antonella leaned beside him dressed casually as well. Next to them, Jack Grealish was much bolder, his fluorescent pink shirt barely visible in the dimness, while Phil Foden, dressed like a typical college student, bounced his head in excitement to the beat. "Honestly, Leo," Grealish leaned close to Messi's ear and shouted over the music's interlude, "Chris Martin's live performance is even better than I imagined." He was referring to the LED wristbands worn by the audience, synchronously changing colors with the music, which at that moment transformed Wembley into a flickering sea of stars. Messi smiled and nodded. He enjoyed the music, but even more he relished the anonymity of being among the crowd. Leaving Manchester and experiencing the breath and pulse of this stadium in London as a mere spectator was a remarkable psychological preparation in itself. Antonella gently squeezed his hand, pointing out a specific shape formed by the fireworks in the sky. As the concert reached its midpoint, a soft rendition of The Scientist began to play. The lights dimmed, leaving only the scattered glimmers of the wristbands. Chris Martin, the lead singer, began his customary interaction with the audience, the camera sweeping randomly across the crowd, capturing faces lost in ecstasy or excitement on the big screen. Then, without warning, the camera focused on a small section of the VIP area. Initially, it was Grealish's iconic face beaming with a bright smile appearing before the 80,000, still blissfully unaware as he hummed along. A few seconds later, the camera slightly adjusted to clearly capture the figure next to him, wearing a hat and whispering to his wife. From the massive sound system, Chris Martin's impromptu humming abruptly ceased. He squinted at the big screen, seemingly taken aback. Immediately, like a stone thrown into a still lake, whispers began to ripple out from that area, spreading rapidly. Within seconds, the whispers escalated into gasps, which coalesced into an unbelievable and increasingly loud name. "Is that Messi? Lionel Messi? Messi?" The first clear shout erupted from a section of the stands, igniting like wildfire, engulfing Wembley in a roar. The background music of The Scientist had yet to fade, but the roar of 80,000 had completely drowned it out. Applause, screams, and whistles mingled with the repeated chanting of his name, transformed this football sanctuary back into a football field on a rock concert night. On the big screen, Messi clearly realized what was happening. He first looked up at the screen in slight disbelief, then shook his head with a hint of helpless laughter pulling down his hood, but it was already too late. He humbly waved towards the camera and the enthusiastic crowd around him. This wave was like igniting the final fuse. "Messi! Messi! Messi!" The chants came in unison, strong and rhythmic, even overpowering the live sound. Fans from different camps now shared a single name. Grealish jumped up excitedly, throwing an arm around Messi's shoulder while waving at the camera and the crowd. Foden was laughing uncontrollably beside them. Antonella held her mouth, her eyes filled with gentle smiles and a hint of understanding at how beloved her husband was. In the center of the stage, Chris Martin finally reacted. His face broke into a huge smile as he spoke into the mic. "Wow, look who has come to our party. Lionel Messi and the stars of Manchester City. Welcome to Wembley, though I know you'll be back here in just a few days in a different capacity." The crowd erupted in knowing laughter and even more enthusiastic cheers. Chris Martin made a bold decision, pointing towards Messi. "Leo, my friend, since everyone is so excited, would you like to come up and say hello? I promise I won't make you sing." The spotlight suddenly illuminated the area where Messi was, bringing him fully into the world's view. The audience erupted in thunderous applause filled with anticipation. Grealish nudged him encouragingly from the side. Messi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Antonella, who gave him an encouraging look. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, and amidst the roaring cheers of 80,000 and the embrace of his teammates, he navigated through the narrow passage towards the stage he was about to reclaim as a football icon. As he stepped to the edge of the stage, Chris Martin warmly embraced him and handed him a microphone. Under the spotlight, Messi's figure was projected onto the giant screen, appearing more bashful than he did on the pitch. "Good evening," he began in English with a Spanish accent, his voice resonating through the top-notch sound system as Wembley fell silent, with only sporadic flashes of lights twinkling like stars. "Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "I really enjoy the music tonight. It's a fantastic show. Like my family and teammates, I'm just here to enjoy a wonderful evening. We're glad you could come." Chris Martin interjected sincerely. "You know, in just a few days there will be a small football match right here." He deliberately elongated his tone, prompting another wave of laughter and cheers from the crowd. Messi chuckled, nodding, his gaze clear and resolute amidst the dazzling lights. "Yes, that will be another important performance." He chose this word. "For me, for my team Manchester City, and for all our supporters it is. We will give our all." He did not elaborate much about the match itself, but the focus and determination in his words resonated through the simplicity of his phrases. He raised the microphone, concluding, "Now let's return the stage to the real stars of tonight and enjoy this wonderful musical night." "Thank you." He handed the microphone back to Chris Martin and embraced the lead singer once more. As he turned to leave the stage, Chris Martin into the microphone led the audience in a rendition of Coldplay's classic Viva la Vida, but the lyrics were spontaneously altered to "Oh ho ho Messi, la vida." Note, imitating the original lyrics Viva la Vida, 80,000 voices joined in harmony, singing this adapted anthem for Messi, resonating in the night sky over Wembley. This was not a football anthem, yet it proved more than any football chant how profoundly this name had embedded itself in the pulse of global pop culture. Messi returned to his seat, and until the concert concluded, the cheers and gazes never truly ceased. As they departed, they left slowly amidst tight security and a myriad of smartphone lenses capturing the moment. Back in the car, driving away from the still boisterous Wembley area, Grealish excitedly reminisced, "Oh my God, Leo, did you see the looks on those people's faces? They were crazier than when we scored." Foden added more specifically Chris Martin's impromptu lyrics at the end. "Leo, you weren't nervous at all when you stepped up to speak." Messi gazed out at the London night, the iconic arch of Wembley receding in the rearview mirror. He gently stroked his left wrist, the system's warmth steady, as usual, yet standing under the spotlight, facing 80,000 non-football eyes, he felt a vibrant energy within him resonate subtly with the vast expectations outside. "They weren't cheering for me," Messi suddenly whispered, more to himself, "but for their own beautiful imaginations about football, about victory, about something transcending the game. We are just the fortunate vessels of those imaginations." Antonella took his hand, leaning understandingly on his shoulder. The car sped towards Manchester, leaving the concert's uproar behind. However, the name that echoed from 80,000 voices at Wembley just hours ago was like a long horn already blown in advance. It pierced through the noise of music, clearly foretelling in a few days the same stadium would witness a true reckoning belonging to his name, defining the ultimate judgment of his era. The celebration had ended. The war had entered its final countdown. 48 hours before the UEFA Champions League final on May 27, 2022, the orderly reception area at London's Heathrow Airport was already out of control as Manchester City's chartered flight landed. Although not officially organized, thousands of fans, Manchester City supporters in sky blue jerseys, overseas enthusiasts waving Argentine flags, and countless fans who simply came to witness the legend, packed the corridor. The roar coalesced into a monotonous, yet fervent name: Messi. Messi. The flashes of cameras created a blinding white light illuminating the airport at dusk, as if it were daylight. Police formed a human wall as Messi walked briskly with his head down, surrounded by club staff and teammates, his cap pulled low, merely waving gently to the sides. Grealish whispered to Foden, "It's even more exaggerated than the Wembley concert." Foden, looking at the calm figure ahead, replied softly, "Because this time he's here to fight." This atmosphere of war was meticulously controlled at the five-star hotel along the Thames, where Manchester City. The hotel was completely booked with tight security outside, while the interior was transformed into a highly professional forward command center and recovery hub. Guardiola held the first full team meeting after their arrival in the largest conference room. The curtains were tightly closed, and the projection displayed recent match highlights of Paris Saint-Germain, cut into numerous 35-second fragments. Mbappe's starting steps, Neymar's shoulder movements before receiving the ball, Marquinhos' timing and tackling, and the patterns of Verratti's vision before passing. They are strong, faster, and their individual abilities can kill the game at any moment. Guardiola's voice resonated clearly in the silent conference room. But look here and here. He repeatedly played the moments of Paris transitioning from attack to defense. They enjoy attacking but hate the chaos that follows. Every counterattack must like a spear pierce through their least expected moments of retreat. His laser pointer finally settled on Messi. "Leo, you need to be here." He pointed to the area between PSG's two defensive midfielders and center back, not always staying, but appearing here the moment they unfold their attacking formation. A track, then shatter. Messi listened intently and nodded. He felt the steady warmth pulsing from the inner side of his left wrist. When Guardiola analyzed the key points, that warmth would slightly amplify, as if resonating and confirming. The 100 feeling of fulfillment after winning the Premier League now resembled a calm, yet unfathomable lake waiting for him to stir it. The ultimate war of media erupted simultaneously on paper and online. Front-page confrontation L'Equipe featured an image of Mbappé sprinting on its cover, boldly titled "Speed is the Future." The Times chose a moment of Messi's long-range shot in the final Premier League match, with a solemn title, "Wisdom is Eternal." Spain's Marca cover displayed an old photo of Messi lifting the Champions League trophy, with Barcelona merged with an image of him in a Manchester City jersey, evoking the caption, "Paris, another crowning place for him." Argentina's Olé had only one sentence covering the entire front-page world: "Please witness Leo once again." Tactical papers flooded from the professional Swiss Football Observer to in-depth analyses by self-media. All articles attempted to deconstruct the same question: how to defend against Messi. And how does Messi break through Paris? Big data models, historical psychological analyses of past encounters, and even zodiac predictions were brought to light. A popular video titled, "If Messi's passing were Wi-Fi signals, where is Paris' defensive firewall?" went viral online. Legends spoke from afar. Wenger wrote in his column, "This will be another clash of systemic football and star football on the highest stage, but Messi's presence makes Manchester City embody both." Henry expressed complex emotions, "I support Paris, but Messi, he makes any prediction look foolish." Gary Neville candidly stated on a program, "If Messi leads Manchester City to win the Champions League, the debate over the greatest of all time can end in England." In the world of fans, emotions melted down to their final essence. Manchester, every shop window, every bus, every lamppost in the city was draped in blue and white. The City Hall announced that a giant screen would be set up in the square for the final night. Alfred declined all interviews, isolating himself in a room filled with old photographs, merely telling his grandson, "Watch it well for me." Paris, the Eiffel Tower lit up in the colors of Paris Saint-Germain, while the Champs-Élysées was filled with posters. Yet amidst the atmosphere, a trace of barely detectable anxiety lingered. They yearned for a championship to prove the success of the money dynasty, yet feared losing to the legend who had briefly belonged to them, but was never truly conquered. Buenos Aires, the entire country, seemed to enter a football time zone. Schools and companies adjusted their schedules, and bars stocked double the supplies. A level of support akin to that of a national team was placed upon Messi. In his hometown Rosario, on the street named after him, people began to patrol voluntarily, preventing any extreme bad omen incidents. Global Corners in Beijing, a student who had just finished the college entrance examination, wrote on social media during the break, while filling out volunteer applications, "My battle has temporarily ended. Leo, please win yours." In Tokyo, the Paris Fan Club and the Argentine Fan Association held a rare friendly gaze event, the atmosphere friendly, yet subtly competitive. In the Paris Saint-Germain camp, the pressure manifested in another form. Pochettino's press conference felt tense. He repeatedly emphasized team discipline and seizing opportunities. In the locker room, Mbappé's silence was more pronounced than usual, with all interviews declined. Neymar put in extra effort during training, yet social media remained unusually quiet. President Nasser appeared at the training ground, shaking hands with every player, his demeanor relaxed, but his gaze sharp. French media began to hype Mbappé's ultimate trial and Neymar's self-redemption, raising the internal pressure to its peak. On the eve of the final at Manchester City's hotel, the final tactical meeting had concluded. Guardiola made no further mobilization, simply telling the players to find their own calm. Some players played games in their rooms, others relaxed in the therapy room, while a few engaged in last-minute light activation in the gym. Messi's room faced the Thames, with the London Eye slowly turning across the river, shimmering brightly. He had just finished a video call with Antonella and the kids, with Matteo waving a toy championship trophy on the screen. After hanging up, the room fell into silence. He walked to the window, where the massive arched silhouette of Wembley Stadium was clearly discernible in the London nightscape, outlined by special lighting resembling a sacred crown suspended above the city. That was the endpoint of everything tomorrow. He closed his eyes, not contemplating tactics, but sinking his awareness. The warmth from his left wrist spread rapidly. The system's 100 feeling of fulfillment now resembled a precision reactor waiting to be activated. The heart of Nirvana pulsed calmly, yet powerfully. He tentatively touched that energy. In an instant, countless fragments of memory swept past like flowing light. Dawn at Camp Nou, jeers at the Bernabeu, last-minute winners at Allianz, comebacks at Etihad, and the roars from the Wembley concert. Ultimately, all images converged, leaving only an absolute perception that transcended vision regarding the field space, teammates' movements, and the ball's trajectory. This was not foresight of the future, but a complete integration and ready recall of all peak experiences from the past. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear without a ripple. All the noise of the media, the expectations of fans, the hostility of opponents, and the weight of history were momentarily isolated. What the system brought was ultimate focus and absolute self-control. He took one last look at the arch of Wembley, then drew the curtains. The storm was already brewing throughout the building. Just wait for tomorrow when the clouds part, and he is crowned king. On May 28, 2022, at Wembley Stadium in London, as the final note of the Champions League theme song faded beneath the ancient dome, it was replaced by a roaring tide of sound that crashed like a tsunami. A wave of sky blue and deep blue intermingled with red transformed this football sanctuary into a furnace of boiling emotions. The air was filled with the fresh scent of freshly cut grass and the smoky flavor of battle merging into a unique aroma that would determine history. In the players' tunnel time seemed to stretch. Messi stood among the Manchester City lineup, clearly hearing the steady beat of his own heartbeat and the calm pulse of system energy resonating from his left wrist. That energy, which had been full and complete since winning the Premier League, now felt like a taut bowstring, still and powerful. He raised his eyes and met the gaze of Neymar, who turned to look back. The Brazilian's lips curled into an indescribable arc resembling both a greeting and a farewell. Ahead, Mbappe's silhouette was taut and straight like a sword ready to be drawn, pointing directly toward the green field illuminated by countless flashes. Referee Anthony Taylor checked the time, and Guardiola shook hands tightly with Pochettino, two Argentine coaches, before they parted. At exactly 8 p.m., the whistle blew. In the first minute, Paris displayed their weapon. Verratti received a goal kick from goalkeeper Donnarumma near the center circle. As the Manchester City forward pressed, the Italian midfielder swiftly turned and sent a precise diagonal long pass directly to the left flank. Mbappe sprang into action like a cheetah, accelerating to leave Kyle Walker half a step behind. He received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, making no adjustments, and with his left foot, he curled a shot toward the far corner. The ball whistled through the air, narrowly missing the right post and grazing the side netting before flying out of bounds. Wembley erupted with gasps and sighs. Paris' first attack almost pierced the heart. Manchester City steadied themselves and began to control the tempo with their familiar passing. In the 7th minute, Rodri snatched the ball from Neymar's feet in the backfield, quickly passing it to the retreating De Bruyne. Turned, faced Ganis close marking, and with the outside of his right foot delivered a diagonal pass over 30 meters, finding Bernardo Silva in the right flank's gap. Silva, under Akraf's interference, laid the ball back to Walker, who swept it across the goal without stopping the ball. Phil Foden lunged for a shot at the near post, only to be blocked by Marquinhos' body. In the 15th minute, Paris launched another counterattack. Neymar received the ball on the left side of midfield, and facing Rodri's defense, he executed two stepovers before abruptly cutting inside, creating an angle and sending a surgical through ball to find Mbappe, who was successful in his run against the offside trap. This time, Ruben Dias showcased his top-level center-back anticipation, executing a precise sliding tackle to disrupt the ball just before Mbappe could touch it, sending it out of bounds. The two collided fiercely, and the referee signaled no foul as the game continued. In the 22nd minute, Manchester City posed their first genuine threat. Messi dropped back to the halfway line to receive the ball, and Paredes immediately marked him closely. Messi leaned against his opponent, gently nudging the ball to the left with his left foot, seemingly preparing to turn, but instead cleverly flicked the ball to De Bruyne, who had made a supporting run. This move completely caught Paris' defense off guard. De Bruyne advanced with the ball, attracting Kimpembe's challenge before quickly passing to Grealish, who had made a run down the left. Grealish entered the penalty area and shot from a tight angle, but Donnarumma blocked it with his leg. Corner kick. In the 31st minute, the deadlock was broken. Manchester City patiently passed the ball in the attacking third, with it passing through Messi, Silva and Rodri's feet, finally reaching De Bruyne, who suddenly fired a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball flew with tremendous force, hitting Kimpembe and changing direction, deflecting toward the lower left corner of the goal. Donnarumma reacted swiftly, diving to parry it with one hand, barely keeping it out. However, the ball did not roll far, landing just on the line of the small penalty area. A sky-blue figure appeared like a ghost in the most deadly position, Messi. At the moment when everyone was captivated by the long shot and the save, he quietly slipped into the penalty area. Facing the bouncing ball, he had no time for adjustments, and before Marquinhos could step in to block, he gently nudged the ball with the arch of his right foot. The ball traced a gentle parabola, sailing over the still-leaning Donnarumma and Akraf, who was attempting to clear it at the goal line, and softly landed in the net. Goal. In the 31st minute. Manchester City 10, Paris Saint-Germain. Messi. He opened the scoring in the Champions League final. The entire Wembley was instantly ignited by the ecstatic Manchester City fans. Messi dashed toward the corner flag rail in his celebration, performing a slide on his knees with both hands pointing skyward. De Bruyne was the first to rush up and tackle him as all Manchester City players piled on top of each other. Guardiola on the sidelines excitedly pumped his fists and shouted. This goal was a perfect combination of patient passing, long-range shots, creating chaos and top-level instinct. After conceding, Paris intensified their attacks. In the 38th minute, Neymar, after a series of wall passes with Nuno Mendes on the left, penetrated the penalty area and cleverly played a ball under pressure from Dias and Stones. Verratti, arriving late, unleashed a fierce shot from outside the box, which struck the crossbar and bounced out. Manchester City escaped the disaster. In the 43rd minute, Paris came back for more. Akraf made a rapid breakthrough on the right flank and delivered a cross, as Mbappé feigned a shot at the near post, while Neymar in the middle near the penalty spot executed a volley. The ball flew toward the goal like a cannonball, and Ederson made a world-class save palm, pushing the ball onto the crossbar. The first half ended with a fierce 10 score. Manchester City led thanks to Messi's deadly strike, but Paris' attack, especially the threats posed by Mbappé and Neymar, made it clear to everyone that this final was far from over. As the second half began, Paris clearly intensified their pressing in the front line. In the 47th minute, Ghana intercepted Rodri in midfield and immediately passed the ball to Mbappé. The Frenchman utilized his absolute speed to outpace Walker, reaching the byline and delivering a cutback. Paredes, arriving late, shot at the ball, which whisked past the post. In the 53rd minute, Manchester City responded. Messi attracted two defenders on the right flank and delivered a brilliant ground diagonal pass that penetrated the entire Paris left defense, finding Grealish unmarked at the back post. Grealish adjusted his position for a left-footed shot, but was grazed by the fingertips of the heroic Donnarumma, causing the ball to change direction and hit the side netting. In the 61st minute, Paris equalized. Neymar received the ball in the center, and facing Manchester City's midfield blockade, he delivered an imaginative chipped pass over the entire City backline. Mbappé understood the cue and successfully timed his run to avoid offside. With his speed, he left all chasing defenders behind. Near the penalty spot, facing the advancing Ederson, he calmly executed a delicate chip shot, sending the ball into the empty net. Mbappé charged towards the corner flag, arms wide open, accepting the adoration of Parisian fans. Pochettino excitedly pumped his fist. The balance at Wembley was instantly equalized by the absolute speed and calmness of this supernova. The pressure shifted back to Manchester City. Guardiola quickly adjusted, substituting Gundogan for the slightly overwhelmed B. Silva to strengthen midfield control. In the 68th minute, Messi showcased his masterful style, once again receiving the ball in midfield, skillfully turning to evade Paredes and delivering a precise long pass from 40 meters out directly to Foden, who was making a run down the left. Foden's touch was slightly heavy, allowing the timely recovering Marquinhos to clear the ball. In the 75th minute, a sudden turn of events occurred. Manchester City earned a free kick on the right side of the offense about 25 meters from the goal. Messi stood over the ball, taking a deep breath. The atmosphere at Wembley fell silent. He took his run up, swung his leg. The ball traced a perfect arc, curling around the outer wall and plummeting into the top left corner of the net. Donnarumma leaped to the utmost, his fingertips seemingly grazing the ball, but it was too fast and too precisely angled, ultimately crashing into the net. Goal. In the 75th minute, Manchester City leads 21 once again. Messi scored directly. It's a brace for Messi. Wembley erupted once more. Messi's free kick was like a precision-guided missile, shattering the faint hope that Paris had just begun to harbor. However, Paris' resilience was beyond imagination. In the 82nd minute, Neymar broke through two defenders on the left before cutting in, only to be brought down by Rodri at the edge of the penalty area. The referee awarded a free kick. Neymar took it himself, curling the ball over the wall with a strong outward spin, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Ederson soared into the air, palm outstretched, deflecting the ball out of play. In this duel between Brazilian goalkeepers, Ederson emerged victorious. In the 87th minute, the decisive blow arrived. Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half, and Ederson initiated a quick counterattack with a throw. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield, spotting Messi already making his run. He delivered a perfectly weighted through ball. Messi, receiving the ball near the halfway line with his back to the defender, feigned a turn to the left, then deftly nudged the ball forward to the right, with his right foot slipping through the narrow gap between Kimpembe and the recovering Paredes like an eel. A perfect example of man and ball separation. After bypassing two defenders, Messi found himself in open space, driving forward with the ball. The Paris defenders frantically chased back, but it was too late. Entering the penalty area facing the on-rushing Donnarumma, Messi calmly executed a delicate right-footed push, the ball slipping through the Italian goalkeeper's armpit and rolling into the far corner. Goal. In the 87th minute, Manchester City leads 31 against Paris Saint-Germain. A hat trick. A hat trick in the Champions League final. Wembley was completely ablaze. All Manchester City players, coaches, and staff rushed onto the field to celebrate. Messi completed his hat trick, nearly single-handedly extinguishing the suspense of the match. He spread his arms wide, gazing skyward in a roar, releasing all his passion and pressure. In the final minutes, Paris threw everything forward, but Manchester City stood united. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Mbappe's shot was blocked by Dias with his body. The final whistle blew. Manchester City 31, Paris Saint-Germain. Final scene: the global shock and silent thunder. The moment the whistle blew, Wembley was completely engulfed in a blue celebration. But for the entire world, the shock was just beginning. In Manchester, the sleepless blue streets erupted with an unprecedented roar as tears and beer were splashed into the air beneath the giant screen in the town hall square. The 79-year-old Alfred sat in front of his television at home, trembling hands caressing his 1968 Champions League commemorative medal, tears streaming down his face as he murmured to a photo of his deceased friend, We finally have our own, truly belonging to Manchester, the king of Europe." In Paris, the clamor of the Champs-Élysées came to an abrupt halt as the lights of the Eiffel Tower dimmed for a moment. Countless Parisian fans sat slumped in bars or at home staring at the screen where Messi was hoisted high by Manchester City players, their eyes vacant. Mbappé stood with his hands on his hips, head bowed, sweat mixing with tears of frustration. The superstar seen as the future number one felt the weight and distance of the throne before the absolute miracle of the old king. The club president Nasser looked pale. The shock from this defeat was far greater than just a game. In Barcelona, Laporta turned off the television. The glorious memories of Camp Nou stood in stark contrast to the blue glory of Wembley that night. Messi proved in the most extreme way that after leaving Barca, he still stands at the pinnacle of the world, and this crown is no longer related to the red and blue. Complex emotions churned within every Barca fan. In Argentina, from Buenos Aires to Rosario, the nation fell into a frenzy even greater than during their Premier League triumph. This was not merely a victory for the club, it was their national hero completing the most personal and extreme coronation on the highest and cruelest stage of the football world. The confidence of World Cup year was magnified infinitely at this moment. In the VIP box in London, UEFA President, Football Association officials from various countries and invited celebrities all stood up to applaud. But in their eyes, beyond admiration, there was deeper contemplation. Messi's performance tonight had transcended the realm of ordinary stars rising to a football phenomenon. He turned a fiercely competitive final into a footnote of personal legend. This would have far-reaching implications for the power dynamics and commercial value distribution in the football world. Several top sponsors' representatives had already begun to whisper excitedly. In the deep night of China, social media exploded with Messi's divine ascent and Champions League final hat-trick, with servers bearing unprecedented pressure. A student who had just finished the college entrance examination wrote in his circle of friends, "My youth witnessed this night. It was worth it." Countless non-fans were also shaken by this scene, finally understanding the true meaning of the title football king. In a corner invisible to the broadcast cameras, Neymar approached Messi, and the two embraced tightly, unwilling to part. Neymar whispered something in Messi's ear, and Messi patted his back. This was a farewell and tribute between geniuses. On the podium at Wembley, fireworks sparkled. As the absolute core, Messi was the last to receive the coveted trophy from the UEFA president, the coveted trophy every player dreams of. He raised the trophy high above his head, the blue ribbons flying through the air, enveloping him. Just as he touched the base of the trophy, the long dormant system in his left wrist jolted with a surge of energy, then converged into the depths of his consciousness, like rivers returning to the sea. A clear and warm prompt sounded, achievement of reaching the pinnacle of Europe completed. Ultimate condition, system fully activated. Connection established. Synchronization rate 100. Welcome back. Messi stood at the pinnacle of the world, holding the highest honor of European clubs, feeling a certain shackle within him completely unshackled as a broader and more incredible interface seemed to unfold before him. The crowning night became the prologue to another beginning. The aftershocks of the storm were about to sweep through every corner of the globe. On May 29, 2022, London, Manchester, the whole world. Alfred woke up at 4 in the morning. He wasn't woken by noise. The streets of Manchester had quieted in the late night, with only a few distant honks echoing like embers unwilling to extinguish after a celebration. He woke up because something was pressing on his chest, the 1968 Champions League commemorative coin. He had clutched it before falling asleep, not knowing when he dozed off, and the edge of the coin left a faint red mark on his rib. He did not get up immediately. The curtains were not drawn tightly, allowing a sliver of blue-gray morning light to cut through and fall on the neatly folded Manchester City scarf on the floor. The scarf had been pulled out of the closet by his grandson before he left yesterday. It was over 20 years old with frayed edges. He had worn it during the playoff match at Wembley in 1999 when the team lost to Gillingham and did not get promoted. He was 56 then, thinking that this was how his life would be. His phone lit up on the bedside table. He did not look. There was no need to. He knew what the front pages of sports news around the world looked like this morning, the photos, the headlines, those long-awaited words he had been waiting half a century to hear. He simply closed his eyes again, placing his hand on the coin. At 7 in the morning, Manchester Airport. Messi walked down the private corridor, his cap pulled low. Antonella walked beside him, quietly linking arms with him. Behind them were Grealish, Foden, and De Bruyne, who hadn't slept all night, their eyes red, their throats still catching the bubbles of champagne. At the end of the corridor, dozens of reporters were squeezed together, held back by security outside the glass doors. The flashing lights formed a bright array with no sound of shutters audible through the thick glass, only a blinding white, like silent lightning. Messi did not look up. He was thinking about the press conference scheduled for this afternoon. It was arranged by the club, and he had to go. He knew what the reporters would ask, how he felt his historical status the next step. He also knew what he was going to say. The draft had already been prepared, an email sent by the PR team last night titled Key Points for First Public Speech after the final 5 points bolded. He put the phone back in his pocket, not looking at it again. A boy about 7 or 8 years old suddenly emerged from the crowd of reporters pressing against the glass, holding up a handwritten cardboard sign with blue marker, Elio gracias. Mi abuelo te vivo desde el cielo. Leo, thank you. My grandfather is watching you from above. Messi stopped. Antonella felt his arm stiffen for a moment. She turned her head, following his gaze to see the cardboard sign. The boy wore a Manchester City jersey with the number 10, clearly too large with the sleeves rolled up 3 times. He held the sign up without shouting or jumping, just lifting it, his eyes locking with Messi's through the glass. Messi took off his cap. He walked over, crouching down by the glass to meet the boy's gaze. He said nothing, only reached out, his right hand palm pressed against the glass. The boy was momentarily stunned. Then he pressed his small hand against the glass as well, separated by that cold, transparent barrier. The flashes became even more frequent. But the sound of the shutters was still unheard by Messi. He could only see an old man behind the crowd of reporters, presumably a grandfather, wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Messi stood up, put his cap back on, and walked into the boarding gate. He did not look back at the cardboard sign, but he remembered those words. At 9 in the morning, UEFA headquarters in Nyan. The PR director's coffee had gone cold. She stared at the data on the screen, her fingers resting on the keyboard, forgetting to type. Global television audience for the Champions League Final 1. 27 billion. Social media mentions 420 million, setting a single-day sports event record. Among them, the keyword Messi accounted for 63. She closed the spreadsheet and opened another window. It was a draft of the personal statement that UEFA President Ceferin was scheduled to release this afternoon, which she had revised 4 times. The first version was too cold, like an official announcement. The second version was too warm, like a fan's essay. The third version was sent back by the legal department, stating that the description of Paris Saint-Germain could provoke controversy. The fourth version was still being revised, the cursor blinking. She deleted the last sentence and typed again. Lionel Messi on the night at Wembley wrote an unparalleled footnote for European football. His greatness needs no trophy to prove it. But the trophy chose him anyway. This itself is the most beautiful metaphor of football. She paused and added another sentence. We are fortunate as a generation because we witnessed him. Send. At 10:30 in the morning, Barcelona Camp Nou office. Laporta did not turn on the lights. He sat behind his desk, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside was the grass of Camp Nou, the groundskeeper watering at the mist in the sunlight, creating a faint rainbow. The scene was tranquil, like any ordinary morning in Catalonia. On the desk lay 3 documents. The top one was the PR department's draft of the official statement congratulating Messi on winning the Champions League. It was already the third version. The first version used the word proud and was deleted, fearing backlash from fans. The second version used a part of history which was too vague, like diplomatic language. Now it was the third version, standard, restrained, impeccable. He did not sign it. His phone screen lit up, stopping at the photo of Messi after the match. On the Wembley podium, Messi holding the Champions League trophy above his head, ribbons cascading over his shoulders. Laporta stared at the photo, not swiping, not liking, not commenting. He recalled that afternoon in August 2021 when he told Messi's father that the club could not renew his contract. He remembered saying at the press conference, "We did everything we could." He also recalled that night when he sat alone in this office, lights off, just like now, looking at the grass outside. The groundskeeper turned off the water valve and the rainbow disappeared. Laporta picked up the pen and signed the third version. At 11 in the morning at Cristiano Ronaldo's home. He did not open the curtains. The bedroom was dark, only the flickering light from the television screen. The sound was muted and the screen displayed a loop of sports news. Messi lifting the trophy, Messi sliding on his knees, Messi hugging De Bruyne, Messi exchanging jerseys with Neymar in the players' tunnel. He watched it 4 times. His phone was thrown on the bed, screen down. He knew it was filled with messages, congratulations, interview invitations, and media questions about how he felt about Messi proving himself again. He did not reply to a single one. Georgina walked in holding a cup of coffee, said nothing, and placed it on the bedside table. She glanced at the television, then at him, and gently closed the door as she left. Cristiano pushed the coffee aside and picked up his phone, swiping it. He found the chat box. The last conversation was 2 months ago. Messi had sent a message saying keep going, and he responded with a fist emoji. Very brief, like 2 not-so-young men compressing 1,000 words into that one symbol. He typed a few words. Deleted. Typed again. Deleted again. He put his phone back on the bed and stood up, walking to the window, fingers resting on the edge of the curtains. He thought back to 2008, the rainy night in Moscow, when he missed a penalty, then Terry slipped, and then he lifted his first Champions League trophy. He remembered 2009, the Olympic Stadium in Rome, when he lost to Messi's team, sitting alone in the locker room until 3 in the morning. He recalled 2018 in Kiev when he won his fourth Champions League with Real Madrid, and a reporter asked him, "Do you think you are the greatest of all time now?" He replied, "I never needed others to define that." The sunlight outside squeezed through the curtain gaps and illuminated his fingers. He did not pull open the curtains. He walked back to the bed and picked up his phone again. This time he did not hesitate. Wonderful final. A night that belongs to you. Enjoy it. Send. He threw the phone on the bed, the screen still facing down. 3 minutes later, a vibration. He did not look. At noon, the social media tsunami reached its peak. Twitter's official data showed that the number of tweets mentioning Messi reached 17,800 tweets, surpassing the 2014 World Cup final. Leaders, celebrities, and organizations around the world joined the global tribute to Messi wave. Argentine President Fernandez released a photo of himself wearing a Messi jersey while watching the final with a caption of just 3 words, "Gracias, Capitan." Staff at the president's office revealed that he stood for the last 10 minutes of the match, hands clasped together. French President Macron posted on social media congratulating Paris Saint-Germain for fighting until the last moment, but also specifically wrote, "To witness Messi in this era is an honor for French football." French media interpreted this as rare, with the host nation's leader paying tribute to a key player from the opposing. British Prime Minister Johnson released a video filmed in the office at 10 Downing Street, wearing a Manchester City scarf identified by British netizens as one bought overnight, with an exaggerated smile. "Like all Manchester residents, I've waited too long for this day. Of course, I'm not a Manchester City fan, but tonight, who cares?" International Olympic Committee President Bach, "The greatness of football lies in its ability to make the whole world hold its breath for the same thing at the same second. Messi has made this greatness a daily occurrence." UNICEF, of which Messi has been a goodwill ambassador for 12 years, released a special commemorative video editing footage of Messi visiting sick children and donating supplies from 2008 to the present, with the closing subtitle, "There are many champions, but there is only one hero." The club's tribute unfolded subtly between silence and noise. Real Madrid's official congratulations were sent out half an hour after the match. "Extremely polite congratulations to Lionel Messi on winning the Champions League for the 2021-22 season. Football is a sport for everyone, and great players deserve all the honors. There was no Manchester City, no Messi himself." The wording was as rigorous as a constitutional amendment. Madrid media AS commented, "Real Madrid is paying tribute to history while also declaring its sovereignty." Manchester United's congratulatory message was clearly much more lively. "From Old Trafford to Wembley, great football will always be sung. Congratulations to Messi and also to our neighbors Manchester City. The glory of the Premier League belongs to everyone." In the comments section, Manchester City fans and Manchester United fans unusually did not attack each other. Someone commented under Manchester United's official account, "Who wrote your copy? Add fried chicken." Manchester United's official account replied with a winking emoji. Bayern Munich shared a photo of Müller and Messi exchanging jerseys after the match, captioned, "Losing to such an opponent is a cruel honor. The Allianz Arena will remember this night." The Germans' humor was chilling to the bone, yet warm to the core. Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, Borussia Dortmund, Juventus, AC Milan, Ajax, Benfica, River Plate, Boca Juniors, New York City. From Europe to South America, from big clubs to small teams, all joined this global relay. The only silence came from Paris Saint-Germain. The last update on their official account remained at the final whistle, "We," 6 words without any pictures mentioning no one. The comments section was filled with Manchester City fans and Argentine fans, some mocking and some comforting. Some were even asking his name. "Are okay?" No one answered. At 2 in the afternoon, Manchester, in the press room of Etihad Stadium. When Messi walked in, the flashes had been waiting for half an hour. He wore a dark gray sweatshirt, his hair still not full. Antonella helped him choose it, saying it made him look relaxed. He stood at the podium, steadying the microphone, scanning the sea of reporters below. Over 200 journalists, a dozen cameras, long lenses resembling a row of silent cannon barrels. He did not read the PR script. He did not even lower his head to glance at the printed suggested points on the table. Last night, he began, his voice a bit low, the microphone amplifying his tone throughout the hall. "I lay down, but couldn't sleep." The room fell silent. The questions that reporters had prepared, historical status, Ballon d'Or, whether he was considering returning to Barcelona, suddenly caught in their throats. Not because of winning, but because. He paused as if searching for words. "I remembered many years ago in Rosario, the first stadium my dad took me to. There was no grass, just dirt. The goal had no net. I played for 90 minutes, not scoring a single goal." He smiled briefly. "On the way home that day, my dad asked me, 'Do you still want to play?' I said yes. He asked why. I couldn't articulate it. This morning someone asked me the same question. Having achieved so much, proven myself so many times, why do I still?" He looked at the audience, at the cameras, at the countless pairs of eyes behind the lenses. "I still can't articulate it. But I know that when I step onto the field, I am still that kid playing on the dirt field that afternoon. Nothing has changed." He paused. "Trophies will change. Opponents will change. The color of the jersey will change. But that afternoon will never change. Thank you, Manchester. Thank you to my teammates. Thank you, Pep." He stood up. "Thank you, football. The flashes, 200 shutters clicked simultaneously like a downpour on a metal roof. He did not answer any more questions. He walked into the corridor where Antonella was waiting for him holding his coat. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," he said. He did not tell her that in those few minutes, just now he had just spoke. At 4 in the afternoon, London Wembley parking lot. Neymar sat in the passenger seat, the window rolled down halfway. He did not turn on the air conditioning. The May breeze of London wafted in through the gap, cool, carrying a hint of rain. He sat in that scent for a long time, not listening to music, not looking at his phone. In the back seat lay Messi's jersey number 10, still dusted with remnants of Wembley grass. He did not fold it or hang it up, just tossed it there like an old training shirt. His phone vibrated many times. He did not answer. He remembered the day in 2017 when he left Barcelona, when Messi found him in the airport parking lot, both leaning against the car door, sharing a cigarette. He smoked. Messi did not just held it until he finished. At that time, Messi said, "Have you thought it through?" He replied, "I have." Messi did not speak again. As the car left the parking lot, Neymar took a final look at Wembley in the rearview mirror. The jersey still lay in the back seat. He did not turn back to grab it. At 6 in the evening, Manchester at home, Matteo had fallen asleep clutching the replica Champions League trophy plastic with a small piece chipped off the base. Ciro lay on the living room carpet, his eyelashes fluttering, breathing softly like a feather. Messi stood at the door of the children's room, not going in. Antonella walked over from behind and placed a cup of mate tea in his hand. The cup was warm, the heat transferring to his wrist, mingling with the energy that had long since integrated into his blood. No, it shouldn't be called a system now. It was more than just energy. That was the desert of Qatar in December 2022, the tears of Camp Nou in May 2021, the first silence at Allianz Arena, the blue storm of Etihad. It was his own reflection he saw on the window glass of Manchester's dusk at that moment. "Thiago asked me a question before bed." Antonella whispered. He asked, "Dad won the Champions League. When will he win the World Cup?" Messi did not. The sky outside shifted from gray-blue to deep purple. The evening in Manchester was quiet, with faint, distant singing, unsure if it was lingering celebration or a rehearsal for tomorrow's parade. He took a sip of mate tea. Soon he said softly, almost to himself. On the living room coffee table, his phone screen. He did not look. Outside, the lights of Manchester lit up one by one, forming a gentle sea. In the distance, that peak he had yet to conquer quietly awaited in the night sky. Alfred awoke once more at 4 o'clock. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he got out of bed and dug out the 1968 European Cup commemorative badge from the depths of the drawer, polishing it for 40 minutes with a chamois cloth. It wasn't dirty. Over the past half-century, it had been polished thousands of times, the edges of the aluminum base worn down to a copper hue. He was just waiting for dawn. At 5:40, his grandson pushed the door open holding 2 cups of coffee. The young man's eyes were red, having stayed out with classmates until 3 in the morning, and when he returned, his grandfather's room light was still on. "Didn't sleep, did?" Alfred said, pinning the badge onto his suit lapel. His hand trembled slightly, and it took him 2 tries to get the pin through. The grandson saw it, but said nothing. He put on his new Foden jersey, the number still fresh from the press, the tag just cut off. At 6 o'clock, they left the house. Manchester was already awake. No, Manchester had never truly slept. At 8 in the morning, the open-top bus pulled out from the Etihad. Messi stood at the front row of the bus on the right side. It wasn't his choice. Staff had set the positions at 3 in the morning, and De Bruyne had pushed him forward, saying, "Stand here. Everyone will be able to see you." He didn't argue. At 8:15, the bus turned onto Pratt Street. The first wave of people surged forward like a tide. Blue and white, an overwhelming sea of blue and white. Messi saw a man holding his 3-year-old child above his head, the little one clutching a toy Champions League trophy, the base still shiny and new. The child raised the trophy toward him. Messi didn't bend down. He squatted instead. Kneeling on one knee at the edge of the bus, he reached out and gently tapped the plastic trophy. Flashes erupted. The child's father stood frozen, his hand still raised, forgetting to lower it. The bus continued forward. At 8:40, Portland Street was completely blocked. Grealish stood to Messi's right holding his phone to capture the crowd, but his hand kept shaking. He aimed the camera at Foden, who pushed him away, and the two laughed and tangled together like schoolboys. Foden shouted through the intercom, "Slow the bus down to 3 miles per hour. There are too many people, we can't get through." Guardiola stood in the back row, not wearing a suit, just a Manchester training jacket with the zipper pulled up to his neck. He said nothing, his gaze fixed on the crowds lining the streets. Some recognized him and waved, and he slowly raised his hand, as if confirming that all of this was real. At 9 o'clock, the bus entered Albert Square. When the blue flag was raised halfway, Alfred's grandson suddenly tightened his grip on his grandfather's arm. "Grandpa, that is." Alfred said nothing. On the east side of the square, a giant LED screen was playing black and white footage from 1968. Main Road, the long-demolished stadium next to Old Trafford. A young man with very black hair and wearing an old-style Manchester City jersey stood in the crowd, holding up a hand-painted flag. That was Alfred at 24. The grandson turned to look at him. The old man didn't watch the screen. He looked down, his fingers tracing the badge on his suit lapel. He said Manchester would never win a championship in his lifetime. Alfred's voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself. I bet him at the time saying they would. What about him? He passed away last year. 93. The grandson said nothing. He undid his Foden jersey to reveal a white t-shirt underneath hastily scribbled with a marker. He said he waited. Alfred saw those words and turned his face away. At 9:20 the bus stopped in the center of the square. The sound of a staff member adjusting the microphone came through the loudspeaker. Hello, hello. Messi stood at the edge of the bus. 200,000 people. Albert Square was packed. The 6 surrounding streets were full, and even from afar on the overpass there were fans with a fire truck ladder raised into the air. 3 fans squeezed inside. No one spoke. Messi grasped the microphone. He glanced down at his left wrist. Underneath the wrist guard the skin was warm, like an ordinary body temperature. The system, which should not be called a system anymore, no longer existed in any form of prompt. It had merged into every heartbeat, every movement, every brief moment of anticipation before each touch of the ball. He spoke. In 1998, I was 11 years old. His voice echoed through 24 loudspeakers filling the entire square. 200,000 people were as quiet as a deserted city. The doctor told my dad that I might not be able to play football anymore. Someone in the crowd covered their mouth. That night my dad asked me if I still wanted to try. He paused. I said I did. He raised his head. I don't know why I said that day. Last night someone asked me the same question and I still couldn't answer. He paused for a long time. Only a soft breathing sound came through the microphone amplified into the wind. But today I understood. He looked at the sea of blue and white. Because someone was waiting for me. Alfred stood in the 7th row of the crowd. He couldn't hear the words behind him. Tears blurred his vision. He looked down and took off the 1968 badge. Grandpa. The grandson turned to him. Alfred didn't answer. He placed the badge into his grandson's palm. The young man looked down at the warm metal. The edge was polished bright, and the back was engraved with a line of very small letters written in pen. The ink faded to a light gray. 1985. 5:25. We will win. That was 37 years ago on the night Manchester City was relegated, written by Alfred for himself. He clenched the badge in his palm. Messi's voice came from above, far yet near. Thank you for waiting for me. The square fell silent for 2 seconds. Then it wasn't cheers nor applause, it was crying. Not just one person's sobs, but the sound of thousands crying out at once, overwhelming all microphones and speakers, surging up like a tide from the ground. Alfred didn't hear the words behind him. His grandson embraced him, and he realized he was no longer standing. He knelt by the sidewalk, his hands on his knees, the engraved words from 37 years ago digging into his drenched palm. At 10 in the morning in Turin, Cristiano Ronaldo stood by the window. The curtains were pulled back just enough to let a beam of sunlight slice across his face. He held his phone tightly, the screen displaying a live broadcast of Manchester City's parade. Messi squatted down, tapping the plastic trophy with the child. He set the phone down on the windowsill, screen facing down. On the coffee table behind him lay several newspapers. The front page of the Portuguese Record featured a photo of him training with the national team, titled Focused. Next to it, the football newspaper had a full-page image of Messi holding the trophy, the title so small, it was almost invisible, History. He didn't open any of them. The phone vibrated. He unlocked it. Mendes, the media is asking for your reaction to Messi's Champions League win. Just send a statement, anything will do. PR suggestion. He typed a few words, then deleted them. He typed again, there's nothing to say. He won. He tossed the phone into the crevice of the sofa cushions, stood up, and walked to the cloakroom. The national team training. Before leaving, he glanced back at the newspapers on the coffee table, the top, one covering Messi's face. He didn't walk over. The door closed. At 10:30, on the Manchester parade bus, De Bruyne handed a bottle of water to Messi. About that badge thing, the Belgian's voice was hoarse, unsure if he was shouting or saying something else. Someone just told me. 37 years, De Bruyne said. Messi looked down at the bottle in his hand. I owe them. De Bruyne shook his head. You owe nothing. You gave. Messi said nothing. The bus turned the last corner. The clock tower of the town hall appeared straight ahead. The clock face reflected the midday sun of May, the hands pointing to 5 minutes to 11. Completed in 1924. Survived bombings during World War II. In 1999, Manchester City was still in the 3rd tier. In 2008, Abu Dhabi took over. In 2012, they achieved 9,320. In 2022, Wembley. That clock has seen it all. Under the clock tower, an old man in an old-style Manchester City jersey was being assisted by someone slowly raising a hand-painted flag. With a blue background and white letters, the ink was very fresh, from Main Road to Paradise. Messi saw it. He put down the water and raised his hand in that direction. The old man did not wave back. He simply lifted the flag a little higher. The FIFA congratulatory message was issued promptly at noon. Infantino's wording was more restrained than usual, or rather he intentionally omitted all adjectives that could be interpreted as partial. Lionel Messi has won the highest honor in European club football. This is yet another affirmation of his extraordinary career. FIFA congratulates him and all the players who contributed to a great match at Wembley. No mention of greatest in history or legend among legends. only precise, cold, and indisputable official rhetoric. But that afternoon, an anonymous senior FIFA official told ESPN another story. Our internal data model shows that this match was broadcast in 190 countries and regions worldwide, with a cumulative audience exceeding 1.2 billion. Within 3 hours after the final, the search volume for Messi exceeded that for World Cup during the 2018 World Cup final itself. What does that mean? The reporter pressed. The official was silent for a long time. It means, he said, the coordinate system of the football world changed its origin from last night. The congratulatory messages from various continental football federations arrived in succession that afternoon. UEFA, Sefrin, you have given our era's great competitions a reason to be long remembered. Comebol Dominguez, you have once again illuminated the world with the pride of South American football. CAF Motsip, your story tells every African child the starting point does not define the end point. AFC Salmon, crossing language, faith, and national borders, you have made football a greater language. OFC did not issue a press release. Their president wrote on his personal social account, alarm set for 4 in the morning, worth it. The Premier League statement went through 4 drafts. The first draft was too cold. The second was too warm. The third was rejected by legal, saying mentioning Liverpool could spark controversy. The fourth draft sat in the PR director's inbox, the cursor blinking. At 2 in the afternoon, the league's official website directly posted an image. Messi and De Bruyne embracing at Wembley. No caption. For hours later, the interaction on this post surpassed the total of all posts from the Premier League in the past year. The first comment won 7 million likes. Finally, no need to write those ridiculous captions. A picture says it all. The bus slowly returned to the Etihad. The crowd along the way began to disperse like foam left behind after a tide recedes. Beer can scarves, a child's sneakers with a loose shoelace, and a flattened inflatable Champions League trophy. Alfred sat on the steps by the square. The badge was no longer there. His chest felt empty, with only 2 small needle holes remaining on the lapel of his suit. His grandson went to buy water. The old man sat alone, gripping that piece of paper taken from his grandson's t-shirt. He said he was waiting. He lowered his head, repeatedly reading the hastily written marker pen words. Someone gently patted his shoulder from behind. He turned his head. No one was there. On the steps lay a neatly folded jersey. Manchester City number 10. Alfred did not move. He stared at the jersey for a long time. He recognized the light gray stain on the cuff. It was the grass juice from Wembley pitch, which he saw Messi's sleeve getting stained with when he knelt yesterday during the live broadcast. He picked up the jersey. Turning it over, the name was printed above the number 10. It was not Messi. Alfred. The old man buried his face in the jersey. The grass at Etihad quietly reflected the sunlight in the afternoon. At 6 in the evening in Cheshire, Messi opened the door to his home. No one was in the living room, and the smell of stewed meat wafted from the kitchen. Antonella had her back to him, chopping carrots, the sound of the knife hitting the cutting board regular and steady. He stood at the kitchen door. Matteo asked, Antonella said without turning around, if he could sleep with that fake trophy tonight. Sure. Ciro hid his milk bottle under the trophy base. Messi said nothing. He walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Antonella stopped the knife in her hand. They stood like that for a long time. Outside, the sky over Manchester transitioned from gray-blue to deep purple as the evening light fell on the white tiles of the stove, casting water stains into a soft golden hue. During your speech, Antonella said softly. Tiago cried. Messi did not answer. He asked me if the someone is waiting for me that Dad said was you. What did you say? Antonella turned around to look at him. I said it was us. And many others. Messi lowered. She rested her forehead against his shoulder. He's already 11, her voice muffled in his collar. Time goes by too fast. Messi gently pressed her head. It's still early. The last ray of light outside fell into the kitchen. The carrots on the cutting board were only half cut. The soup was still on the stove, bubbling with tiny bubbles. At 8 in the evening at FIFA headquarters, Infantino's office light was still on. He stood by the window, overlooking the night view of Zurich. On the desk behind him lay an unfinished memorandum tentatively titled Supplementary Explanation on the Reform of the 2026 World Cup Format. He had not written a single word. The phone screen lit up, paused on a photo of Messi kneeling on the parade bus. He stared at that photo for a long time. The memorandum could not be completed today. He locked the phone and gazed out at the dark lake. At 10 o'clock in the evening in Cheshire, Messi sat on the living. The children were all asleep, and Antonella was in the study on the phone, her soft laughter drifting through the door. He picked up the jersey on the coffee table. On the back, the name Alfred reflected a soft light under the lamp. He had never seen that old man. He only heard someone in that sea of 200,000 people recount that line. He said he was waiting. He folded the jersey neatly and placed it back on the coffee table. Outside, the night in Manchester had quieted down. The lights of Etihad in the distance had not yet gone out, like a blue eye blinking in and out in the late May breeze. He closed his eyes. No system prompt. No energy infusion confirmation. Only the heartbeat, steady and slow like a timer. May 30th, 2022. There were still 212 days left. The desert in Qatar lay quietly 7,000 kilometers away. He opened his eyes and picked up the warm cup of mate tea. On the glass window, his reflection merged with the night outside. "It's coming soon," he said. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself. Antonella pushed the door open, holding the phone receiver, and waved at him. "Jorge, asking about the World Cup." He took the phone. "Dad, it's still early." Something was said on the other end of the line. He listened for a while. "It will be," he said, "at midnight in Manchester's Blue Moon pub." The pub was quiet. The TV looped the footage of the day's parade. The sound turned off, only the images flowing frame by frame. The old man did not watch the screen. The pub was quiet. The TV looped the footage of the day's parade. The sound turned off, only the images flowing frame by frame. The old man did not watch the screen. He lowered his head, gripping that piece of paper taken from his grandson's t-shirt. The creases had become soft from being rubbed. He gently unfolded the paper and smoothed it out. The line carved on the back of the badge 37 years ago now lay quietly in his palm in another form. He folded the paper, then folded it again, placing it in his inner pocket close to his heart. The last batch of celebratory crowds outside had dispersed. Someone was singing Blue Moon on the street. The sound faded and then drew near again. Alfred closed his eyes, his fingers pressing against that paper through the fabric. He would dream of the pitch on Main Road. Dreaming of the young man holding the hand-painted banner in 1968. Dreaming of that match that had not yet finished. But tonight he could sleep deeply, because in the second half they finally won. At the same moment, 4 other cities on the European continent were also holding their own coronations. In Spain, Madrid. Outside the Bernabeu Stadium, a white tide of people surged just as fiercely. Benzema stood atop the convertible, raising the La Liga trophy high above his head. This marked the Frenchman's 13th season with Real Madrid and their 4th La Liga title. Vinicius held up his phone behind him, live streaming as the camera panned over every Real Madrid flag along Gran Via. 3 days prior at the Olympic Stadium in Seville, Real Madrid defeated Athletic Bilbao 10-0, lifting the Copa del Rey for the 2-0-2-1-2. This was not their primary focus. Madridistas were more concerned with the Champions League final on May 28th, but a trophy is never too many. Rodrigo's goal in the 84th minute secured the trophy for Madrid. Benzema kissed the base on the podium before handing it over to Courtois. The Belgian stood in the middle of the locker room with the trophy, took a picture, and sent it to his former Chelsea teammates. The message was simple: this is the 3rd one this year. Paris, France. The Eiffel Tower illuminated with alternating red and blue lights. This marks the first championship from the 5 major leagues in his coaching career. 3 days later, he will receive a notice of dismissal. That same evening at the Stade de France, Nantes defeated Nice 10-0, unexpectedly claiming the title of the 2-0-2-1-2-2 Coupe de France. This is Nantes' 4th Coupe de France in their history, with the last one being 22 years ago. Goalkeeper Lafont knelt on the grass, crying like a child. Captain Palois lifted the trophy, parading it around the pitch, his hands trembling, as if he were 60 years old. Paris, Saint-Germain, Monaco, Lyon, Marseille. All the teams wealthier than him became mere backdrops on this night. There is no defending champion for the Coupe de France. This year's name engraved is Nantes. Germany, Munich. The Allianz Arena lights up at dusk, red beams piercing through the Bavarian sky. There was no parade. No champagne. Nagelsmann briefly spoke a few words in the post-match locker room, and then the players went home. Muller went to pick up his child from school. Neuer went for physiotherapy. Lewandowski was cornered by reporters in the parking lot, and when asked about staying with the team next season, he fell silent for 3 seconds before opening the car door. The Bundesliga trophy was brought into the honor room, placed next to those from 2013, 2014, 2015. The cleaning lady finished wiping the trophy's base and casually turned off the light. 8 days ago at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, Freiburg defeated RB Leipzig on penalties in the DFB Pokal final, claiming the club's first ever German Cup championship. After the match, the entire Freiburg team knelt in a circle at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, shoulders touching, heads bowed. No one cried out loud, but everyone saw Coach Streich standing for 3 minutes with his face covered by a towel. This team has a budget of 40 million, ranking 4th from the bottom in the Bundesliga. They have no superstars, no Champions League, and not many players that the top 5 clubs would take notice of. But they have a German Cup. During the awards ceremony, Captain Gunter lifted the trophy above his head, the motion light, as if afraid it might break. Italy, Milan. Piazza Donato Foggia was flooded with red and black. Tonali cried throughout the parade bus. Ibra stood beside him, neither laughing nor speaking. He took off the captain's armband and placed it on Calabria's arm, giving the young man a gentle pat on the back of his head. AC Milan did not participate in the Coppa Italia this season. 9 days ago at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, Inter Milan defeated Juventus 42 in extra time to successfully defend their title in the Coppa Italia final. This was Inzaghi's first trophy since taking over Inter. Perisic scored twice, while 37-year-old Dzeko played the full 120 minutes. Lautaro raised the trophy high on the podium as fans in the stands ignited red flares. This happened on May 11th. 18 days later, AC Milan completed a comeback in the final round of Serie A, clinching the title with a 1-point lead over Inter. The colors of Milan changed twice in 6 months. In the distance, the lights of the Etihad Stadium went out one by one. The English season has ended. The seasons in Germany, France, Spain, and Italy have also concluded. 5 championships, 5 countries, ribbons of 5 colors. The summer of 2022 turned the page for European football. There are 182 days until Qatar. On June 7, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire, the rain started falling at 4 in the afternoon and did not stop until nightfall. Messi stood by the window, his mate tea already cold. Water droplets slid down his fingers from the cup, and he did not wipe them away. The living room lights were off. The streetlights outside turned the rain into fine white lines which fell onto the driveway in front, forming shallow puddles. Every few seconds, a new ripple blossomed in the center of the puddle, quickly dissipated by the raindrops that followed. When the doorbell rang, it was precisely 10:40. Messi went to open the door. Holland stood at the entrance, taller than expected. He took off his hoodie, his hair soaked and clinging to his forehead, droplets trickling down his brow. He was holding a sports bag, without an umbrella or raincoat. The taxi dropped me at the corner, he said. The navigation said the road ahead is private and wouldn't come in. Messi stepped aside. Holland stepped inside, pausing in the foyer. The soles of his shoes were covered in grass and wet mud, dark stains marking the light gray tiles. "No need to change your shoes," Messi said. Holland glanced down at the mud marks, but still bent down, took off his sneakers and neatly placed them by the door. He stepped into the living room in his socks, leaving a faint trail of damp footprints on the floor. Messi poured out the mate tea, brewed a fresh cup, and placed it on the coffee table. Holland did not sit. He stood in the center of the living room, gazing up at the painting on the wall. Not a masterpiece, but a child's art project drawn by Tiago, depicting their family of 5 with Messi's head drawn 3 times larger than his body. "Did your son draw this?" "Yeah." "Does he know you play football?" Messi nudged the teacup forward. Holland finally sat down. He picked up the cup of mate tea, took a sip, and slightly furrowed his brows. "Bitter. The first sip is always bitter." Holland did not speak again. He held the cup in his hands, not setting it down or continuing to drink. The sound of the rain filled the entire living room, occasionally interrupted by the sound of a car passing through the puddles, resembling the tearing of cloth. "When I was 8, Holland suddenly spoke, "my dad took me to watch a Champions League match. Leeds United against Barcelona." Messi did not interrupt. "My dad let me sit on his shoulders. I was small back then, sitting at the highest point, able to see the entire stadium." He paused. "You scored a free kick. I can't remember who won that match, but I remember you looked at the goal for 3 seconds before taking the free kick." He turned his head to look at Messi. "I have been imitating that action ever since. Every time I take a free kick, I look for 3 seconds first." Messi did not say, "I don't know," or "I don't remember." He simply asked, "What about now?" Holland looked down at the dark brown liquid in the cup. "Now I don't need to imitate." Silence. The living room was filled only with the sound of rain. "I chose Manchester City," Holland said slowly, as if organizing a language he was not familiar with, "not because of how much they can pay me. Dortmund could also offer that. Paris could also offer that." He set the cup down on the coffee table, the bottom tapping lightly against the marble surface. "I came because I want to know what it feels like to play with you." Messi looked at him. From the tension he had upon entering, the wet hair, the neatly arranged shoes, that word, bitter. To this moment, the young man finally spoke the words he truly wanted to say. Not, "I want a championship," not, "I want the Ballon d'Or," but, "I want to know what it feels like to play with you." A flash of lightning illuminated Holland's face. In that moment, his features appeared very youthful, younger than on television, younger than in highlights, younger than under those exaggerated headlines like The Beast. Messi did not respond with "you will know," or "we will work well together." He said, "On July 10th, come for your medical examination. On August 6th, the first preseason match. Before that," he paused, "get a good night's sleep." Holland was taken aback. Then he smiled. Not the formulaic toothy grin from press conferences, but a laugh that emerged from his throat after suddenly being relieved of some weight. "Okay," he said. 20 minutes later, the rain stopped. Holland stood by the door, putting on his shoes. Messi leaned against the door frame, holding the second cup of mate tea. "There's one more thing." Holland tightened his shoelaces and straightened up. Messi looked at him. "My mom called last night." Holland set his eyes on the wet driveway outside. "She asked me what kind of person Messi is." "What did you say?" Holland was silent for a few seconds. "I said I don't know. I'll only know when I go tomorrow." He picked up the sports bag and walked into the night. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back. "She asked me to give you a message." The air after the rain was cool and Holland's breath formed a thin white mist. "She said thank you for being willing to teach my child." The streetlight cast a long shadow of him stretching all the way to Messi's feet. Messi did not say, "You're welcome," or "It's my job." He nodded. Holland turned and walked into the deepening night. On June 15, 2022, in Paris at the Parc des Princes, the press conference for Mbappe's contract renewal was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. At 2:45, the locker room was empty. PR personnel outside urged him, and his personal assistant pushed the door open for the 3rd time, only to be sent out again. He sat in front of his locker, not having changed into a suit, still wearing his training gear. The phone screen was lit up. The first message in the list was from his mother, Remember to smile tonight, we're going to celebrate. He did not reply. The second message was from Nasser half an hour ago, worded cautiously, yet each word carried pressure. The media from all over the world will focus on this press conference. You are the future of Paris. He did not reply either. The third message had no name. The chat box had sunk far down. He scrolled for a long time. The last conversation was late at night on May 28th. He wrote, "Great final. A night that belongs to you. Enjoy it." The other party replied 3 minutes later, "Thank you. The future is yours." He stared at those 7 words for a long time. Future. He knew Messi was not being polite, not using empty words, not trying to find an excuse after a loss. That person never did such things. He was simply stating a fact with utmost seriousness. But at this moment he sat here wearing Paris training gear, about to announce his commitment for the next 4 years. Yet he felt more uncertain than ever about what those 2 words, future, really meant. At 3 o'clock he stood up and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. The PR director was anxiously pacing at the door. He walked out. The flashing lights drowned out his face. The first question came from Laporta as expected. "Kylian, last night Messi said in an interview, 'The future is yours.' What do you think of that statement?" Mbappé was silent for 3 seconds. The broadcast stretched those 3 seconds infinitely. After 3 seconds he said, "He will win many championships. I will too." He did not look at the camera again. On June 20th, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington training ground, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board for 40 minutes. The formations on the whiteboard were erased and redrawn multiple times. The 433 lines were partially erased and changed to 3241. The 3241 was crossed out with 2 diagonal lines replaced by 2323. Foden could not understand. He quietly leaned over to ask De Bruyne, "Kevin, what is Pep drawing?" De Bruyne did not answer. He stared at the whiteboard, his brows furrowed deeply. Rodri also remained silent. He occasionally turned to glance at the person sitting in the corner. Messi leaned back in his chair, spinning a marker pen in his hand. He looked at the intersecting lines and numbers on the whiteboard, his expression calm. Guardiola finally stopped writing. He stepped back 2 paces, examining his creation like an artist reviewing an unfinished draft. "There's a problem," he said. No one responded. Here, he pointed to the right side of the center circle. "Mbappé will repeatedly attack this area. We need someone who can do 2 things at once. First, compress the space before he receives the ball. Second, initiate a counterattack immediately after winning the ball." He looked at Rodri. Rodri nodded, but his brows remained furrowed. Guardiola turned his gaze to De Bruyne. De Bruyne pressed his lips together, remaining silent. "One person can't do it," Messi spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. He stopped spinning the pen on his fingertips. "It requires 2 people. One to mark him, one to tackle." He pointed to the area circled in red on the whiteboard. "Rodri, you go first to slow him down by half a step." "Kevin," he looked at De Bruyne. "While Rodri pressures him, you move toward the flank. Not to support, but as bait." De Bruyne was taken aback. Mbappé is used to checking the position of his flank teammates before he breaks through. "If he sees you in his passing lane." Messi did not finish his sentence. De Bruyne continued, "He will hesitate." 0.3 seconds, Messi said. Guardiola fell silent. He stared at the whiteboard, at the area circled in red, at the invisible line that Messi's finger had just traced. Then he put the pen down. "Let's practice this." Foden didn't fully understand, but he noticed that De Bruyne's brows had relaxed and Rodri's shoulders had dropped. He decided to go back and watch the footage, breaking that 0.3 seconds down into 30 frames. When the meeting adjourned, Foden rushed out. "Leo." Messi paused and turned back. Foden ran over, breathing a bit heavily. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat felt choked. What he really wanted to ask was, how do you know that Mbappé will look that glance first? How do you know the timing of Rodri's tackle? How do you know that when Kevin receives the ball on the flank, Mbappé will be hesitating? But he ended up asking another question. About that. 0.3 seconds. He paused. "How long do I need to practice to see it?" This young man had been following him since the summer of 2021, from, "Can you teach me how to dribble?" to, "Can I help you create space?" From needing to practice an extra half hour after every training to now, it had been nearly a year. His blonde hair was soaked with sweat, strands sticking to his forehead, and there was a familiar look in his eyes. That was him in 2005, under the sunset at Camp Nou, repeatedly asking, "How many more times do I need to practice?" Messi did not answer with 10 years, or, "Maybe you will never see it." He said, "You're already seeing it." Foden was stunned. Messi turned and walked down the corridor. Foden stood there. The sunset stretched his shadow long, casting it obliquely on the grass. He looked down at his feet. He remembered the first time he trained alongside Messi, when the latter used a feint he had never seen before to get past him, leaving him frozen in place, forgetting to turn back and chase. At that moment he felt he had seen the ceiling. Now he realized that above the ceiling there were layers upon layers. He turned and walked back to the training ground. Extra practice, another half hour. On June 30th, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire, Messi emerged from the bathroom, his hair still not completely dry. Antonella was already asleep. The bedside lamp was set to its dimmest level, the orange-yellow glow casting softly on her profile, the shadows of her eyelashes gently fluttering. He sat down at the edge of the bed, not lying down. There was no rain outside. On the last day of June, Manchester was rarely clear, the moonlight dyeing the lawn in the yard with a thin silver hue. He looked down at his hands. The palms bore a few old calluses, remnants of over 20 years of soccer shoes. His knuckles were slightly thicker than most people's. The doctor from Rosario was right. Growth hormone deficiency not only affects height, but also delays bone development compared to peers. He is now 1.69 m. At 34 years old, 1.69 m. He recalled 1998, when the doctor told his parents that this child would never be able to play football. He remembered the year 2000, when Rexaki wrote that contract on a napkin. He recalled 2009 at the Stadio Olimpico, the first time he lifted the Champions League trophy, when Puyol placed the captain's armband on his arm. He remembered the press conference in 2021 at Camp Nou, when he cried many times that day. He recalled 2022 at Wembley, when Neuer knelt before the goal line, and he walked over to lift that man up. He thought of earlier today, when Foden asked him, "How long do I need to practice to see it?" He looked down at his hands. This summer at 35, he could finally answer the question he could not answer at 11. Not because of what football can give him, but because from the muddy fields of Rosario to the grass of Camp Nou to the spotlight at the Etihad, there has always been someone waiting for him. The phone screen on the bedside table lit up briefly. He did not check it immediately. Antonella shifted closer to him in her sleep, her forehead resting on his shoulder. He picked up the phone. It was a message from an unlisted number. The Badge grandson received it. He said to wait for you at the Manchester Museum. He wants to personally give you a tour. Thank you, Alfred. The moonlight poured in through the window like a river. He did not reply. He placed the phone back on the bedside table and lay down. Antonella unconsciously moved closer to him in her sleep, her forehead resting on his shoulder. He closed his eyes. 212 days. Still early. On July 10, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington Training Base, Holland's medical examination was scheduled for 8 in the morning. By 7:45, the entrance of the club was already packed with people. They were not journalists. Media access was through the side entrance, where they had a designated area closer to the parking spots. The crowd outside the main entrance consisted of fans, over 300, most wearing Manchester City jerseys, with a few in the red, white, and blue of the Norwegian national team. A boy was riding on his father's shoulders, holding up through the side entrance, where they had a designated area closer to the parking spots. Holland did not understand Norwegian, but he recognized his own name. As the taxi stopped at the entrance, the crowd surged forward, nearly overwhelming the security barrier. He paid the fare, clutching the same sports bag that had appeared at Messi's door a month ago, standing by the car door and pausing for 2 seconds. Someone shouted, "Erling, welcome." Someone was holding up a phone. Another reached out, clutching a marker and a crumpled jersey. Holland he remembered 3 years ago at 19, when he was first selected for the Norwegian national team. At Oslo Airport, there were 17 fans waiting to greet him, and he signed jerseys for each of them. One of the boys, about the same age as his brother, trembled as he tried to sign, struggling with the cap 3 times before finally removing it. He scanned the crowd, but could not find that boy. He set the sports bag down, walked over, and took the marker. At 8:03, Holland pushed open the door to the morning at Carrington was very quiet. At the end of the corridor, the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked training ground 5. The grass, freshly watered as a groundskeeper, pushed a lawn mower across, leaving behind straight lines. He stood by the window for a long time. Footsteps approached from behind. "Have you had breakfast?" Holland turned around. Messi stood at the other end of the corridor, holding 2 cups of coffee, wearing a training outfit with a Manchester City training vest over it, clearly having finished a round of practice. "You're not allowed to eat before blood tests," Holland said. Messi walked over and placed the untouched cup of coffee on the windowsill. "Drink it after the test." Holland looked down at the cup of coffee, steam rising gently from the sides. "Why are you here?" Messi did not reply with welcome or just came to see. "Today you are the only one undergoing a medical exam." He said the canteen isn't serving food, and there's nothing to eat after the blood test. Holland paused for 2 seconds. Then he bent down and smiled. It was not the kind of laugh that erupted from his throat. It was lighter, shorter, like someone had poked him in the ribs. "Yes." Holland picked up the coffee cup, not drinking, just cradling it in his hands. Outside, the groundskeeper turned off the mower, and the field fell completely silent. At 10 in the morning, the medical results were out. The team doctor pushed the report to Begirstein, who read through it with all indicators: cardiopulmonary function, muscle density, bone joint stress response were above the elite athlete threshold. Only one data point was marked in light gray: body fat percentage 11.7. It exceeded the average level of Manchester City's forward line by 2.1 percentage points. Begirstein took off his reading glasses. "What does this mean?" "What does this mean?" Holland asked. The team doctor cleared his throat. "From a pure sports science perspective, ideally, for every 1 decrease in body fat, the theoretical peak sprinting speed can increase by 0.3. Just tell me if I can play." "You can play." The doctor quickly replied, "Absolutely can play." Holland nodded. He looked at Messi. Messi leaned against the doorframe, holding a second cup of coffee. "There's fish in the canteen at 11:30, he said. At 2 in the afternoon, Holland dropped off his luggage at the player apartment on the top floor of the base. 30 square meters of bed, a wardrobe, and a west-facing window. Outside the window was the gray-blue Manchester sky with the white steel structure of the Etihad Stadium reflecting light beneath the thin clouds. He sat on the edge of the bed, opening the sports bag that had accompanied him for 4 years. There were not many items inside: 2 Norwegian national team jerseys, a pair of old shin guards, the edges already curled from being kicked, a Kindle, and a pack of instant coffee from Norway. He took out the Kindle and placed it on the bedside table. The screen displayed the book he hadn't finished reading 3 months ago. Not an autobiography, not a self-help book, but a historical account of polar exploration detailing the rivalry between Amundsen and Scott for the South Pole. Scott perished on his return from the Antarctic. Amundsen returned alive, becoming the first person to reach the South Pole. A bookmark was stuck on page 187, noting that Scott's supply station was 17 kilometers behind schedule. He did not open it. He put the book back on the bedside table, lay down, and stared at the ceiling light. His phone vibrated. A message popped up with his mother's profile picture. How's the room? Is there a window? Yes. Which way? West. It gets the afternoon sun by curtains tomorrow. Okay. He paused, then typed another line. He said there's fish in it. Norwegian fish. I don't know. Try it. If it's not good, come back, and he'll cook for you. He stared at the message, not replying. Outside, the Manchester sky transitioned from gray-blue to warm gray, and the sunlight at 4 in the afternoon slanted and landing on the cover of the unopened novel. He set his phone down on the bed. In 3 hours, he would have to go to the training ground. But for now, he wanted to be alone for a while. At 7 in the evening at the Carrington Base restaurant, Grealish spotted Holland from halfway across the restaurant. Not because he was tall, though that was one reason, but because of the pile of food on his plate. Goodness, Jack walked over with his tray and sat down opposite him. How many servings is that? Holland looked down at his plate, a piece of grilled cod, a serving of mashed potatoes, 2 broccoli florets, and a dish of something jelly-like. 1 serving, he replied. Grealish stared at the jelly-like dish. Swedish specialty? He asked cautiously. Norwegian. Holland picked up a spoon. Cod liver. Good for vitamin D. He scooped a spoonful and swallowed without changing his expression. Grealish looked perplexed. You know, he said, when I was at Aston Villa, I used to eat fish and chips before matches. Did you win? No. Lost 3-0. Holland scooped another spoonful of cod liver. That's right. Grealish paused for 2 seconds. Then he laughed, leaning back in his chair, his voice booming, as if amplified. Damn, I like this guy. Foden passed by with a plate, and Grealish yanked him over and pushed him into a chair. Phil, listen to what this guy eats. Then look at that pile of lasagna on your plate. Foden looked down at the lasagna on his plate, then at Holland's cod liver, his face displaying a mix of confusion. What else do you usually eat? He asked. Holland thought for a moment. Reindeer meat. Dried. Dipped in cream. Foden poked at his lasagna with his fork. I don't think Leo would ask us to eat this. He won't, Holland said. He only asks us to win. The restaurant fell silent for a moment. Foden stopped his fork. Grealish's smile faded. At a distant table by the window, De Bruyne shifted his gaze from his phone screen, and Holland swallowed the spoonful of cod liver. I was joking, he said. No one laughed. He paused and added, reindeer meat is only eaten at Christmas. Grealish exhaled deeply. Bro, can you give me a heads up next time you joke? He'll try. At 8:30 in the evening, Messi pushed open the door to his home. The living room was dark. Thiago sat on the rug, facing a mathematics workbook spread out on the coffee table, a pen tucked behind his ear, his brow furrowed. Messi changed his shoes and walked over, sitting down beside him. Which problem? Thiago pointed at the 5th question. A pool fills with water in 6 hours through an inlet pipe and empties in 8 hours through an outlet pipe. If both are opened simultaneously, how many hours will it take to fill the pool? Messi glanced at it. He did not say anything. He recalled 1995, Rosario, his math teacher, a middle-aged man who loved Boca Juniors and would assign extra homework to the whole class whenever they lost, writing the same question on the blackboard. He was 11 at the time, staring at the blackboard, his mind not on the pool, but on the new feint he was supposed to practice that afternoon. 24 hours, he said. Thiago looked at him skeptically. Did you calculate it? No. Then how do you know? Messi was silent for a few seconds. Because that pool will never be full, he said. The inlet is slower than the outlet. Thiago looked down at the problem. The inlet fills in 6 hours, and the outlet empties in 8 hours, he murmured. The inlet is faster. Messi did not respond. Antonella poked her head out from the kitchen. Leo, 6 hours is faster than 8. Messi sat still, not moving. Thiago looked down at his workbook, his ears slowly turning red. He did not laugh. He simply took the pen from behind his ear and began to write the first line of calculations on a piece of scrap paper. Thiago stole a glance at him, then lowered his head and continued writing. Antonella leaned against the kitchen door, watching the 2 figures in the living room, one large and one small. She did not walk over. She just turned down the heat on the stove, letting the soup simmer a little longer. At 10 o'clock in Cheshire, Holland stood at the door of Messi's house, double-checking the house number for the 3rd time. He was not there to discuss tactics, nor was he there to retrieve anything. He just couldn't sleep. The night in Manchester was different from that in Dortmund. It was not quieter, but wetter. The air felt as if it were soaked in an invisible layer of moisture, heavy as it filled his lungs. He walked along the road for 40 minutes, the streetlights stretching and shortening his shadow. The door opened. Messi stood on the porch wearing the gray sweatshirt from earlier that day, and he held no mate tea. He asked nothing. "Come in," he said. Holland stepped inside. The tiles in the entrance hall were already dry. The muddy footprints he had left a month ago had long been cleaned away. But he remembered they had been there. The living room was unchanged from his last visit. On the wall was the painting Tiago had made with Messi's head still 3 times larger than his body. On the coffee table lay a mathematics workbook with a pen beside it, its cap off. Holland sat in the same spot he had occupied last time. Messi poured out the now cold mate tea, made a fresh cup, and placed it in front of him. "Can't sleep." Holland did not. He cradled the cup, not drinking. The warmth of the cup seeped into his palms from his fingertips. "When I was 14, he said, I left Norway for the first time. To Germany. For a trial at Dortmund. He paused. My dad took me to the airport, but didn't go with me. He said I could manage on my own. Could I?" Holland looked down at the deep brown liquid in the cup. "No. On the 3rd night, I cried in the hotel. I was afraid to call home, afraid of being heard." He was silent for a long time. "Later, I found a small refrigerator behind the curtains in the room. I opened the refrigerator door, sat beside it, and the buzzing sound was loud enough to drown out everything else." He set the cup down. "My mom still doesn't know. On the 3rd night, I cried in the hotel. I was afraid to call home, afraid of being heard." He was silent for a long time. He said, "This time you don't need to open the refrigerator." Holland looked up. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Then he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking slightly. It was not crying. It was laughter. That kind of laughter that had been held in for so long, finally broken by someone else, helpless laughter. "You knew all along," he said, his voice slipping out between his fingers. "Yes. When did you know?" "The day you said get a good night's sleep." Holland removed his hands from his face, leaning against the back of the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. "You know everything." Messi said nothing. Holland stared at the ceiling light. The lights in Manchester and Dortmund were both cold white. The difference was that this time there were people under the light. He closed his eyes. Messi stood up. "Training at 9 tomorrow. Later rivals will be fined." Holland did not open his eyes. "Okay." The footsteps faded away. The door closed gently. He sat alone in the dark, listening to the low hum of the air conditioning. This sound was different from the small refrigerator in the Dortmund hotel. It didn't need to cover anything up. On July 11th, 2022, at 8:55 in the morning at the Carrington training ground, Holland changed into his jersey, standing at the entrance of the locker room. Outside on the pitch, De Bruyne was warming up, Rodri was stretching, and Foden and Grealish were competing for a ball. More like competing than practicing. The sunlight was strong. It was rare to have such a clear day in Manchester in July. He looked down at the badge on his chest. It was not Dortmund's black and yellow. It was Manchester City's sky blue. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The grass on the pitch was still fresh, crunching softly underfoot. He walked a few steps and stopped. Messi was standing 10 meters away, lightly tapping the ball with his foot, waiting for him. He did not say good morning or you're here. He simply nudged the ball gently towards him. The ball rolled across the grass at a slow pace, stopping perfectly 3 inches in front of his right foot. Holland looked down at the ball. It had rolled for 17 years. From the muddy pitch in Brine, Norway, to the youth training camp in Dortmund, to tonight, to the sunlight of Manchester in July. He stepped on the ball, looked up. Messi had already turned and walked toward the center of the training ground. He did not wait for Holland to say thank you. He knew it was unnecessary. Holland kicked the ball away from his feet, running into the sky blue team. The cicadas of July resonated from the sycamores of the Carrington base, one after another. Like a countdown. Also like an overture. On June 5, 2022, at Ezeiza International Airport in Buenos Aires, when Messi walked out of the corridor, the arrival hall was empty. It wasn't that there was no one. It was that everyone was blocked outside the glass doors. Over 200 journalists, more than 400 fans, the flashlights slicing the night sky at 4 in the morning into countless shards of silver. But there was only him in the hall, pushing a luggage cart, walking down that empty corridor laid with a red carpet. The head of security had changed last year. The new arrival reported to the presidential office, saying we can't have another situation like 2018, where Messi was stuck at the exit for 40 minutes. The presidential office replied with 4 words: you handle it. So they took care of it. When Messi walked past that glass door, there was suddenly a moment of silence outside. Then the roar erupted. He did not stop to wave. He merely slowed down for half a step, allowing those phones to capture his face clearly. Then he continued forward. The bus was waiting at the outermost part of the parking lot, the door open, and DePaul leaning against the door, holding a thermos. Matey said hot. Messi took a sip. What time is it? 4:30. DePaul glanced at his watch. Paredes is asleep at the hotel, can't wake him. Let him sleep. DePaul chuckled and opened the bus door. The bus was unlit. In the dim light of the parking lot, a few shadowy figures lay in the back, some covered with the Argentine flag as blankets. Messi sat down in the front row, placing the thermos in the cup holder. Outside, the night sky of Ezeiza began to lighten. At 7 in the morning, Ezeiza base cafeteria. Paredes was awakened by the smell of fried eggs. He stumbled barefoot from his room to the cafeteria, his hair standing on one side, the corner of his eyes still uncleaned. DePaul was piling his 5th fried egg onto his plate, saw him, and pointed with his fork towards the window. Yours is over there. Paredes walked over and saw there were only 2 fried eggs, a piece of steak, and a pile of vegetables on his plate. He glanced back at DePaul's overflowing plate. Why do you have 5 and I have 2? I didn't sleep last night. I didn't sleep either. I was sound asleep, but I didn't sleep. I stayed up late too. Staying up late and not sleeping are 2 different things. DePaul stuffed the 5th fried egg into his mouth. Staying up late is a choice you make, not sleeping is life getting to you. Life got to me all night last night, and do you have a problem with that? Paredes opened his mouth, realizing he couldn't argue with him. Lautaro walked in from the door wearing slippers, holding his phone, a look of confusion between just waking up and not waking up on his face. He glanced at DePaul's plate, then at Paredes' plate, and finally at his empty hands. Where's the kitchen? DePaul pointed to the left. Lautaro took a couple of steps, then turned back. Where's the captain? Outside, DePaul said. Went for a run. Lautaro paused for a moment. What time did he leave? 5 o'clock. What time is it now? 7 o'clock. Lautaro fell silent for 2 seconds and continued toward the kitchen. As he reached the door, he stopped. Is he even human? DePaul didn't answer. He placed the 6th fried egg at 9 in the morning in the tactics room. As Scaloni drew the curtains, a plane flew by outside, the sound muffled like distant thunder. 23 people sat in the meeting room. Some were looking at their phones, some were twirling pens, and some were leaning back in their chairs, resting with their eyes closed. Messi sat at the innermost position at the long table, a bottle of unopened mineral water in front of him. The projector lit up. The first slide was simple, just a calendar: 2022, June, 2022, November. No highlights of goals. No tactical analysis. No opponent information. Just 6 months lined up, the last one circled in red. The meeting room fell silent. Scaloni did not speak. He pressed a button on the remote. The second slide. 2014. 7:13 Maracana. Götze's goal. Frozen at the 113th minute. The German player running with arms outstretched, the silhouette of an Argentine player kneeling on the grass. Messi, standing in the center circle, gazing in that direction, standing still. Someone in the meeting room took a gentle breath. Scaloni pressed the button again. The third slide. 2007. For Copa America final. The Chileans were celebrating. Messi stood on the grass, once more looking down at his feet. The fourth slide. 2016. 6:26 Centennial Copa America final. The same opponent. The same result. Messi was kneeling on the ground, hands covering his face, shoulders shaking. Paredes' pen fell to the floor, rolling under the table. No one went to pick it up. The fifth slide. It was blank. Full screen, no words, no images, just a glaring white. Scaloni set down the remote. That's enough, he said. No one in the meeting room dared to speak. I didn't call you here to make you cry. Scaloni's voice was very calm, so calm that it felt like he wasn't saying these words. It's to remind you that if we go into the field this year with a mindset of we cannot lose these things. He pointed to the screen. We'll still be here this time next year. He looked at Messi. Messi sat there unmoving. He stared at that blank space then he stood up. Everyone looked at him. He put the unopened bottle of mineral water into his pocket. He said. He walked towards the door. As he reached the door, he paused. Who will accompany me? Paredes was then came DePaul. Then Lautaro. Then everyone. Scaloni leaned against the window, watching this group of people surge out. He smiled lightly, a smile that no one saw. At 7 in the evening in Paris. Mbappé placed his phone on the table. The screen was lit, stopping at a tweet. Training photos posted by the official account of the Argentine national team, a grid of 9, with the middle one showing Messi practicing free kicks, the sunset casting long shadows. He looked at that photo 4 times. The restaurant was noisy. Verratti and Neymar were debating whether to put garlic in a dish. Ashraf was recording a video nearby, laughing and shouting fight fight. Kimpembe was buried in pasta across the table, occasionally glancing at his phone. No one mentioned that tweet. No one mentioned Wembley. No one mentioned that name. Mbappé flipped his phone over, screen down, pressing it on the table. Kylian Neymar called him from across the table. Give your opinion on the garlic matter. He raised his head. Garlic can be added, he said, but don't put too much. Neymar was taken aback. Verratti was the first to laugh. Then it was Ashraf. Then Kimpembe. Mbappé chuckled briefly. The phone vibrated under the table. He did not look. He knew who it was. He knew he wouldn't reply. At 9 in the evening in Manchester, Cheshire. Holland sat on the living room floor, a laptop open in front of him. The screen displayed a video of his training today, recorded by himself using his phone. In the third shot, he received a pass from De Bruyne in the penalty area, turned shot, and scored. But what he kept replaying, it was the 2 seconds before the pass. The moment De Bruyne looked up, Messi at the top of the penalty arc, pointing with his finger at the vacant space on the right. De Bruyne saw it. The ball was passed there. Holland ran towards it. The ball went in. He rewound the progress bar to watch it again. Watched it again. Watched it again. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Messi: stop watching, go to sleep. He was taken aback. Then he looked around the room. No cameras. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. He picked up his phone and typed a line: how did you know I was watching? Sent. 2 minutes later, a reply: because I watched it too. Holland stared at the words. He recalled 2019 at Dortmund, his first Bundesliga season. Every time he finished practice and returned to his room, he would pull out the footage of the day and watch it over and over until dawn. No one knew. No one asked. He lowered his head and closed the laptop. Lying on the floor staring at the ceiling, the lights still on. His phone buzzed again. Training at 9 tomorrow. He chuckled. Did not reply. At 10:30 in the evening at his Isa base in Buenos Aires. Messi came out of the bathroom, his hair still dripping. The corridor was quiet. Paradis' room door was closed with the faint sound of snoring inside, like some small animal making those grumbling sounds while sleeping. DePaul's room door was slightly ajar, the light on as he watched footage, the light from the screen flickering. Messi walked back to his room. On the nightstand lay a phone, the screen lit up showing a photo sent by Antonella. 3 children were squeezed onto one bed, Tiago on the outside, half of his face buried in the pillow, Mateo's feet resting on his belly, and Ciro lying inside, clutching a small Manchester City scarf. He set the phone down. Outside, the lawn maintenance lights were on, casting a faint green hue over the entire training ground. He recalled the 5th slide that Scaloni had shown this afternoon. That blank space. Not because he forgot to put something there, but because what should be placed there had not yet happened. Closed his eyes. Outside, insects were chirping one after another, very softly, very densely. 182 days. Still early. June 6, 2022, 4 in the morning, his Isa base. Paredes was awakened by the urge to urinate. He groggily got up from bed, crossed the hallway, and headed to the bathroom. Halfway there he stopped. The lights on the training field were on. He walked over and leaned against the window to look outside. In the center of the lawn, there was someone running. Not sprinting, but slowly doing laps back and forth. The jersey was soaked, clinging to the body under the green light of the maintenance lamps like a moving sculpture. Messi. Paredes stood at the window watching for a long time. He did not walk over. He turned around, went back to his room, and lay back down. DePaul rolled over next door groggily, asking what's wrong. Nothing. Paredes said go back to sleep. Outside, that figure was still running. One lap. Another lap. The sky was about to brighten. Buenos Aires' Isa base. Paredes discovered that Messi was missing. It was 7 in the morning in the dining. DePaul was battling with the 5th fried egg. Lautaro was lost in thought while holding a coffee, and Alvarez was chatting with a newcomer. Paredes walked around with a plate, but he didn't see the gray-blue training suit. Where's the captain? DePaul replied without looking up. He went for a run. What time did he leave? 5 o'clock. Paredes glanced out the window. Rain. The winter in Buenos Aires brought a cold, soundless drizzle. The grass on the training field was pressed into a deep green, and a groundskeeper stood on the sidelines in a raincoat smoking, but the cigarette extinguished as soon as it was lit. Running in this weather. DePaul finally looked up, still with half a fried egg in his mouth. Only in this kind of weather can he run. Paredes fell silent for 2 seconds. Is he really sick? DePaul didn't answer. He stuffed the remaining half of the fried egg into his mouth, stood up, and patted Paredes on the shoulder. How long have you known him? 8 years. Haven't you gotten used to it in 8 years? Paredes opened his mouth, realizing he couldn't argue. At 9 in the morning in the tactics room. Scaloni did not pull the curtains this time. The rain continued outside with water stains on the glass, blurring the green of the training field into a hazy shadow. 23 people were crammed into the conference room, knees touching, breaths rising and falling. The projector displayed not a video, but a table. World Cup group stage opponents: Saudi Arabia November 22nd, Mexico November 26th, Poland November 30th. No one spoke in the conference room. Scaloni leaned against the window, holding an unlit cigarette, twirling it between his fingers. He looked at the table as if it were a bill. First question, he said, who has been to Saudi Arabia? No one raised their hand. Who has played against Saudi Arabia? Still no one raised their hand. Scaloni put down the cigarette. So for the first match we are blind. He looked at Messi. Messi was leaning back in his chair, a bottle of unopened mineral water in front of him. He stared at the table, his expression unchanged. Leo, there are videos, Messi replied. What can be seen in the videos may not be useful on the field. Scaloni said, they play a different kind of football, movement, confrontation, rhythm, which is different from us in South America and Europe. The first match is always a gamble. Then let's gamble, Messi said. The conference room fell silent for a second. DePaul chuckled. Scaloni looked at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing, DePaul replied. I just think having that saying is enough. At 3 in the afternoon on the training field. The rain had stopped. The clouds parted and sunlight leaked through, drying the soaked grass with a thin layer of white mist. Messi stood at the edge of the penalty area facing 6 training dummies. Paredes stood in the goal wearing gloves, looking as if life held no meaning for him. Is it me again? You're the most free, came the reply. I'm a midfielder. Then go back and call Lautaro over. Paredes didn't move. He flexed his wrist, bent down, and prepared to... Come on. Messi started his run, lifted his leg. The ball curved around the dummy wall, rapidly descending, brushing the underside of the crossbar, and finding the net. Paredes stood still, not moving. Why don't you dive? What's the point? Paredes turned to look at the still spinning ball. No one could have saved that Messi said nothing. He placed the second ball. Let's do it again. DePaul and Lautaro squatted on the sideline watching. Lautaro held a handful of grass, plucking it one by one and throwing it on the ground. What do you think he's practicing this for? DePaul didn't answer. He watched Messi's back, the training suit soaked with sweat, and that almost imperceptible pause before each touch. He's counting, DePaul said. Counting what? Counting those things he still can't control. Lautaro looked down at the remaining half-handful of grass in his hand. What else does he not have control over? DePaul remained silent. On the field, the third ball went in. Paredes made a dive, this time his fingertips brushing the ball, but it still went in. He lay on the grass, staring at the sky, his chest rising and falling. Messi walked over and extended his hand. Another set. Paredes took his hand and was pulled up. Come on. At 7 in the evening in the dining hall. Dinner was barbecue. A tradition of the Argentine national team. On the first day of every training camp, there is always a barbecue. Not for the sake of eating, but for the newcomers to understand what Argentina is. The fire pit was set up in the backyard of the base, the coals glowing red, fat dripping down, sizzling with a fragrant rise. DePaul stood in front of the grill, flipping the meat, his apron splattered with grease, his expression serious, as if handling some state secret. Paredes stood beside him, handing over plates. Lautaro squatted to the side, staring at the sizzling meat skewers, his eyes wide. Alvarez held his phone, recording, muttering, documenting this, DePaul's chef debut. Stop filming, DePaul said without turning around. Film the meat, not me. Both the meat and the people. If you post, it'll kill you. Messi sat at the furthest spot of the long table holding a mate. He didn't look at the grill, didn't look at the phone, and didn't speak to anyone. He just sat there watching the group run around in the firelight, laughing, teasing, fighting for pieces of meat. Scaloni sat down beside him, holding 2 freshly grilled skewers. Aren't you eating? Messi took a skewer. What are they doing? Scaloni looked at the group. Messi took a bite of meat. They're becoming a team. Scaloni said nothing. He watched DePaul hand the burnt skewer to Paredes, who took a bite, cursed something, then handed the remaining half skewer to Lautaro. Lautaro accepted it without hesitation, even chewing the bone. Tell me, Scaloni said. Where will they be this time? So scattered. Yeah. And this year? Messi did not reply. He finished the skewer and placed the stick on the table. This year right here. At 9 in the evening in his room. Messi came out of the shower, his hair still damp. There were 3 messages on his phone. The first was from Antonella with pictures of their 3 children, Tiago doing math, Mateo causing trouble, and Ciro lying beside them watching. The second was from Guardiola with only one sentence: don't run too much, your knees belong to you, not Argentina. The third was from Holland, quite lengthy: I scored 4 in today's practice match. Kevin assisted 3, Phil assisted 1. The fourth I took myself. Did you already know they would pass it there? Messi read these 3 messages. He did not reply. He put the phone down and walked to the window. Outside, the maintenance lights of the base illuminated the entire training ground in a light green hue. The night after the rain was very clean. The stars floated in the sky, dense, as if someone had sprinkled salt on a black cloth. He remembered what Paredes said this afternoon. What else do you not have control over? He didn't know how to answer. It wasn't that he didn't know the answer. It was that the answer was too long. What he couldn't control was still 166 days away. What he couldn't control were the injuries, red cards, penalties, and luck that had yet to happen. What he couldn't control were the remnants of nights 4 years, 8 years, and 12 years ago, those things that would suddenly surface. What he could control was only today. Today he ran 5 kilometers, took 30 free kicks, scored 27, and argued with Paredes a couple of times. He clinked glasses with DePaul, ate 2 skewers of barbecue, read 3 messages, and did not reply. Outside, the lights of the base went out one by one. He stood there for a long time. Then he drew the curtains, lay back down on the bed, and closed his eyes. 166 days. Still early. June 10th, 2022, 4 in the morning, Ezeiza base. Paredes was awakened again by a need to urinate. This time, he didn't go to check the training field. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, listening to DePaul's snoring from the next room and the faint rhythmic breathing from a room at the end of the hallway. He turned over, continued sleeping. There would be practice tomorrow. More practice the day after. 165 days later, someone would kneel and cry in Qatar. He hoped that person wouldn't be himself. Outside, the lights of the training field turned on right on time. On June 6, 2022, in Rome at Trajan's Forum, the press conference of the Italian Football Federation lasted an hour and a half. The hall was packed with reporters, and those in the last row had to stand on tiptoe to see the stage. Mancini sat behind a long table with Chiellini, beside him the captain's armband resting on the table like an item waiting to be handed over. Giorgio, this is your last match for the national team. Anything you want to say? Chiellini remained silent for 3 seconds. I have worn this jersey 117 times, he said, and every time I put it on it feels new. He stood up, put the captain's armband into his pocket, and turned to leave. On the same day in Buenos Aires at the Obelisk Square, 20,000 people crowded around Avenida. The loser will have to wait 4 years to prove themselves again. A reporter pressed, are you referring to the 2026 World Cup? Chiellini did not answer. He stood up, put the captain's armband into his pocket, and turned to leave. On the same day in Buenos Aires at the Obelisk Square, 20,000 people crowded around Avenida 9 de Julio. It was not an official gathering. No one had notified or called for it. It all started with someone posting on social media, "Let's go to the obelisk tomorrow," and then 20,000 people showed up. Paredes' father stood at the front of the crowd, holding an old flag. The flag was from 1993, the year Argentina last won the Copa America. He was 30 at that time, thinking there would be many more to come. Now at 59, his hair was completely white. A young man beside him leaned over, taking a photo with his phone. "Uncle, how many years have you waited?" The old man looked at the camera, but did not answer. He raised the old flag a little higher. Social media had already exploded 2 days prior. Twitter trends: Europe versus South America final Eve, Chiellini's last dance, Messi's 80th. 57 voted for Italy, 43 for Argentina. Argentine fans flooded the comments waiting to see. An Italian account posted a photo of the 2006 World Cup final, Materazzi sending Zidane off, Italy lifting the trophy. The caption read, "We have this gene. Do you?" 3 hours later, an Argentine account replied with a photo, Maradona lifting the World Cup in 1986, with England players kneeling in the background. The caption read, "We have this. Do you?" That reply was retweeted 30,000 times. The French newspaper L'Equipe's pre-match prediction filled 2 whole pages. The first page's title read, "European technique versus South American passion. Which definition is more accurate?" The second page's title read, "Messi's last continental trophy." Gazzetta dello Sport's front page featured a photo of Chiellini and Bonucci with the title "The Last Wall." Argentina's Olé newspaper's front page had only one image, Messi kneeling after the 2021 Copa America final, with the caption, "A year later, he is waiting for this." The Times columnist wrote, "This match is not about trophies or rankings. It is about one thing, where the center of the football world truly lies." Marca's headline was straightforward: European champions versus South American champions. The losing side will struggle to hold their head high for the next 4 years. On June 3rd, at London Heathrow Airport, when the Argentine team landed, the arrivals hall was completely blocked. It wasn't a disturbance from fans. There were simply too many people. Over 2,000 squeezed in the 200-meter corridor from the exit to the parking lot surrounding the baggage claim area. Security could not stop them. When Messi walked out, the crowd suddenly fell silent for half a second. Then the sound of cameras clicking came pouring down like rain. He did not stop. With his head down and the brim of his hat pulled low, he walked quickly forward. De Paul was on his left, Paredes on his right, and the 3 of them walked almost like they were jogging. Someone shouted, "Leo! Leo!" He did not turn back. Another voice, a woman with a crying tone, said, "Let us." Messi paused for a moment. Then he continued to walk forward. He boarded the bus, and De Paul pulled the curtain shut. Who was shouting? Messi did not answer. He looked out the window. That group of people was still crowded at the exit, and the flashes were still going off. He remembered 2014, Brazil, the same scene. Back then, he also boarded the bus this way, looking at the crowd outside, and there were still people shouting, "Let us win once." 8 years later, that person was still shouting. He said nothing. The bus started moving. On June 4th at 3 in the afternoon, 5 kilometers around Wembley, Maria nearly got pushed back when she stepped out of the subway station. It wasn't just being squeezed. It was being submerged. Light blue and dark blue mixed together, flowing through every street around Wembley. Some held flags, some had face paint, some were holding children, and some were carrying speakers. Italian speakers played Freed from Desire, while Argentine speakers played Muchachos. The 2 kinds of music clashed, neither giving way. Maria moved forward, blocked by an Italian old man. He had drunk a bit too much, his face was red, and he was holding a cup of beer, shouting at her Argentinian. "Yes." The old man grinned, handing over the beer cup. "Take a sip. If you win, I'll drink yours." Maria hesitated for a moment, took it, and took a sip. The old man took the cup back and winked at her. "Let me tell you, today we are sending Chiellini home. In style." Maria couldn't help but smile. The old man smiled too, patted her on the shoulder, and disappeared into the crowd. She continued to move forward. The bars along the roadside were packed with people, some standing on windowsills, others riding on friends' shoulders. An Italian young man climbed up a lamppost, but was shouted down by the police. When he landed, he stumbled, and the people nearby helped him up, continuing to drink. A billboard displayed UEFA's official poster stretching down an entire street, 2 champions, 1 winner. Messi and Chiellini stood back to back, each looking in their own direction. Maria stood under that poster looking up for a long time. Someone behind her shouted, "Miss, it's time to enter." She came back to her senses and continued forward. At 6 in the evening in the Wembley locker room, it was very quiet on the Italian side. Chiellini sat in front of his locker, not yet changed. He wore a white t-shirt, looking down at his hands. Bonucci came over and sat beside him. "What are you thinking?" Chiellini did not answer. Bonucci did not ask again. They sat quietly, shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the Italian team emblem on the wall opposite. 117 matches. Chiellini suddenly spoke. Bonucci did not respond. "The first time my dad took me to the stadium, I was 6 years old. Turin, Stadio del Alpi, Italy versus Germany. We lost 2-0. He paused. On the way home, my dad said, 'It's okay, you'll win back for them in the future.' I have done that." Chiellini stood up and took out the blue jersey from the locker. "That's enough." He began putting on his jersey. First the left sleeve, then the right, zipping it up to the neck. The captain's armband was fitted onto his forearm, tightly secured. He walked to the mirror looking at the person in the reflection. 37 years old. 117 matches. European champion. That's enough. He turned around and pushed open the locker room door. At the end of the corridor, the door to the Argentine locker room was closed. He could hear people inside shouting, laughing, and singing. He did not walk over. He simply stood in the middle of the corridor waiting. The Argentine locker room was entirely different. DePaul had turned the volume up to the maximum and Muchachos was blasting, shaking the entire room. Paredes danced with his shirt off, Lautaro filmed beside him, and Alvarez laughed behind the camera, shaking it. Messi sat in front of his locker, not joining in the commotion. He was tying his shoelaces. Once the laces were secured, he stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the pitch at Wembley was already lit. Staff were still doing final checks, someone pushed a lawnmower by, and someone else ran with a corner flag. Scaloni came over and stood beside him. Nervous? Messi said nothing. To be honest, I am nervous, Scaloni said. Italy. European champions. Chiellini's last match. The whole world is watching. Messi turned his head to look at him. Being nervous is right. He said those who aren't nervous can't win. Scaloni was taken aback. Messi had already walked away. He walked to the center of the room, standing among the dancers, clapping his hands. The music stopped. Everyone looked at him. Before we go out, let's say a few words. The room quieted down. Those Italians outside Messi said they want to send Chiellini home. In style. No one spoke. Do you want to give them that style? DePaul was the first to shake his head. Then Paredes. Then Lautaro. Then everyone. Messi nodded. Then let's go. At 7 in the evening at Wembley, in the players' tunnel, Messi was the last to walk out. The tunnel was long and the lights were bright. The Italian line was ahead with Chiellini standing at the front, his back very straight. Messi came to stand behind him. Chiellini did not turn back, but they both knew the other was there. The referee looked at his watch and raised his arm. Go. Chiellini took the first step. Messi followed. At the end of the tunnel, the lights grew brighter and the roar grew louder. Then they stepped onto the green. 87,000 people stood up at once. Wembley erupted. At 7:45, the national anthem played. The Italian national anthem played first. Chiellini stood at the front of the line, hand on his chest, his lips moving with the melody. His eyes did not close, always looking at the deep blue stands, at the huge tricolor flag, at the fans holding up his... As he sang the last line, his voice paused for a moment. Then he continued. The Argentine national anthem began. Messi did not place his hand on his chest. His hands hung at his sides, standing straight, his eyes fixed on the light blue side of the stands. The camera swept across his face, projected onto the big screen. The broadcast from around the world zoomed in on this moment. His face showed no expression, but everyone knew what that expressionlessness meant. Maria stood in the stands singing along. The old man beside her also sang, his voice hoarse, his pitch going astray, but he sang with great effort. After finishing the last line, the old man shouted. Then he shouted again. Then the entire light blue stand echoed, Argentina, Argentina, Argentina. 8 years ago, they had shouted the same slogan at Maracana. 8 years later, they shouted it again at Wembley. The old man shouted, his eyes red. Maria did not look at him. She was watching the person on the field. That person stood in the center circle, head down, not knowing what to think. But her palms were sweaty. The match was about to start in 1 minute. Italy kicks off. Minute 1. Barella receives the ball in midfield looking for a pass. Argentina's press is swift and DePaul closes in on him within 2 steps. Barella hurriedly passes the ball, but it is intercepted by Paredes. The ball rolls out of bounds. A wave of commotion rises in the crowd. Maria's palms are sweaty. Minute 2. Di Lorenzo throws the throw-in to Jorginho. Just as Jorginho settles the ball low, Celso closes in on him. Jorginho turns looking for Bonucci, but Bonucci is tightly marked by Lautaro and cannot receive the ball. He has to pass it back to Donnarumma. Donnarumma kicks the ball long into the front field. The ball is headed back by Otamendi. The first attack is snuffed out before it even crosses the halfway line. The old man next to Maria grunts, is this it? The European Championship champions. Minute 3. Argentina begins to control the ball. Romero passes to Lo Celso, who gives it to DePaul, and DePaul returns it to Paredes. The ball slowly rolls back in the backfield as if probing like fishing. Italy's forwards press forward. Bellotti charges toward Paredes, who passes horizontally to Romero. Raspadori moves toward Romero, who passes back to Big Martin. A wave of boos resonates throughout the stadium. The Italian fans boo, urging their team to push forward. Big Martin remains calm. He waits 2 seconds for Italy's forwards to step up. Then he kicks a long ball directly to the midfield. Lautaro and Bonucci jump simultaneously. Bonucci wins. He heads the ball away, landing it at Barella's feet. Barella turns to pass, but DePaul pulls him back. The whistle blows. Foul. Free kick. Italy's free kick is in a poor position, posing little threat. Chiellini steps up to take it and sends the ball into the box, which is cleared by Otamendi. Minute 5. Lo Celso receives the ball in midfield, glancing up. Messi is ahead, closely marked by Di Lorenzo. Lautaro is on the other side, being followed by Bonucci. Di Maria is on the left, marked by Lazzari. Everyone is being watched. Yet Lo Celso still passes the ball. A through ball threads between Di Lorenzo and Bonucci, heading straight for Messi. Messi does not stop the ball. He immediately passes to the incoming DePaul. DePaul receives the ball, takes 2 steps forward, and is brought down by Barella. Free kick. Good position, 28 meters from goal. Messi stands over the ball. The stadium falls silent. Maria holds her breath. Messi takes a run-up. The ball clears the wall and drops sharply. Donnarumma dives to save, fingertips brushing the ball. The ball grazes the crossbar and flies out of bounds. A huge sigh fills the stadium. Maria clutches her head, so close. Just a little more. The old man shouts nearby, let him warm up. Let him warm up. Minute 8. Italy counters. Giorgino sends a long pass from the back, looking for Bernardeschi on the right. Bernardeschi receives the ball facing Acuña's defense. He changes direction, gets to the baseline, and crosses. The ball flies in front of the goal. Romero beats Bellotti to it, heading it clear. Corner kick. Italy's corner. Chiellini and Bonucci come up. Pessina takes the corner, placing it precisely at the back post. In the crowd, Chiellini jumps up, heading for goal. The ball flies toward the dead corner. Big Martin leaps into the air, palm, pushing the ball over the crossbar. The crowd gasps. Chiellini kneels on the ground, covering his face with his hands. The old man next to Maria stands up, pointing at Big Martin and shouting, Saint Martinez. Saint. Minute 15. Italy controls the ball. Giorgino passes back in midfield, trying to find a gap in Argentina's defense. But Argentina's defense is tight, maintaining a strict distance between the 3 lines. Giorgino can't find anyone. He can only pass the ball back to Chiellini. Chiellini looks up, glancing forward. He sees Messi moving toward him. He does not hesitate, kicking the ball forward. The ball is headed back by Otamendi. Minute 18. DePaul intercepts in midfield and directly passes to Messi. Messi receives the ball, turns facing Di Lorenzo. Di Lorenzo lowers his center of gravity, not daring to press. Messi takes 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, suddenly accelerates. He pushes left, Di Lorenzo follows. But Messi does not continue left. He uses his right foot to pull the ball back, slipping past Di Lorenzo's right side. Di Lorenzo has been outrun. Messi bursts into the box. Bonucci rushes over to cover. Messi glances up. Lautaro is in the middle, closely marked by Chiellini. Di Maria is on the other side, being chased by Lazzari. He chooses to shoot himself. Right foot pushing to the far corner. Donnarumma dives to save. The ball grazes the post and rolls out of bounds. Maria clutches her head again, so close again. The old man this time does not shout, simply clenches his fist, knuckles turning white. Minute 21. Italy sends a long pass to Bellotti. Bellotti, with his back to the goal, receives the ball, but Romero nudges him from behind, bringing him down. The referee does not blow the whistle. Argentina counters. Paredes has the ball, directly passing to Messi. Messi pushes forward, facing the interceptions from Barella and Giorgino. He slows down. He eases his pace, as if waiting for them to come up. Barella presses. Messi nudges the ball right and slips past. Giorgino comes up. Messi nudges the ball left, slipping past again. The two are left behind. Messi continues to push forward, charging toward the edge of the box. Chiellini rushes over. Messi glances up. Lautaro is in position in the middle. He kicks to pass. The ball skims the grass, slipping between Chiellini's outstretched foot, heading straight for Lautaro. Lautaro receives the ball and shoots. Donnarumma dives to save. The ball is deflected. Corner kick. Maria stomps her foot hard. The old man beside her is panting as if he just finished 100 meters. Minute 24. Argentina's corner kick. Messi takes it, the ball flies to the back post. Otamendi jumps up, heading for goal. Over. Minute 26. Italy counters. Bernardeschi breaks down the right, reaching the baseline. Bellotti rushes in front, attempting to poke it in. Big Martin goes down and holds the ball. Minute 27. A twist comes. Italy's backfield passes the ball. Giorgino passes to Bonucci, who controls the ball. A bit too heavy. Lo Celso presses. Bonucci tries to protect the ball, but Lo Celso is already on him. He pokes the ball. It is intercepted. Lo Celso receives the ball, glancing up. Messi is ahead, moving into the box. Lo Celso passes. A diagonal pass, heading straight for Messi. Messi receives the ball with his back to goal. Di Lorenzo is right behind him. The stadium goes silent for half a second. Then Messi moves. He does not adjust to stop the ball. He directly pulls the ball back with the sole of his right foot, while pivoting on his left foot. Marseille turn. Di Lorenzo's center of gravity is fooled. By the time he reacts, Messi is already facing him. Bonucci rushes over. The two close in. Just at the moment the encirclement is about to form, Messi lightly flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball slips between Di Lorenzo and Bonucci, skimming the grass, rolling toward the center of the small box. Lautaro is sprinting. He is a step quicker than everyone. Donnarumma rushes out. But it is too late. Lautaro goes down to shoot. His foot cushions the ball. The ball rolls into the empty net. 10. Wembley erupts. Maria jumps up, letting out a scream she has never heard before. The old man hugs her tightly, squeezing the breath. On the field, Lautaro rushes toward the corner flag. Messi catches up and jumps onto his back. DePaul, Lo Celso, Di Maria. Everyone rushes over, piling on top of them. In Italy's half, Chiellini bends down, resting his hands on his knees. He watches the grass, seeing the sky blue shadows celebrating. It is only 20 minutes in. Minute 30. Italy attempts to counter. Barella takes a long-range shot. It goes high. Minute 33. Argentina's corner taken by Messi is cleared. Minute 36. Italy's free kick. Pessina crosses. Bonucci heads it, but it goes wide. Minute 39. Bonucci elbows Messi while contesting for a header. The referee blows the whistle. Yellow card. Messi rubs his shoulder, gets up, and continues running. Minute 42. Di Maria breaks down the left and is brought down by Lazzari. Free kick. Messi takes it, but it is blocked by the wall. Minute 44. Italy's last attack. Jorginho sends a long pass to Bellotti, who heads it back. Raspadori shoots. It goes high. 1 minute of added time in the first half. Minute 45. The added time sign is just raised. Lautaro receives the ball in the circle with his back to the goal. Bonucci is right behind him. The whole world thinks he will pass it back, but he does not. He turns. A turn with acceleration, as if to shake off the entire Italian defense. Bonucci is momentarily stunned. In that instant, Lautaro is already facing the attack direction. Then he passes. A through ball skimming the grass, threading between Chiellini and Di Lorenzo. The ball rolls toward the left side of the box. Di Maria is sprinting. 34-year-old Di Maria, when running, leaves the wind behind. Donnarumma rushes out of goal. He spreads his arms, covering all angles. But Di Maria chooses an He does not power it. He does not angle it. He simply uses the arch of his foot to gently lift the ball. The ball flies over Donnarumma's head, describing a gentle arc. Slowly, it lands behind the goal line. 20. Maria kneels in her seat. The old man looks up at the sky. Di Maria runs to the corner flag, pointing to the heavens. Messi catches up and lifts him up. In Italy's half, Chiellini bends down, resting his hands on his knees. These are the last few minutes of his national team career. When the referee blows for halftime, Chiellini straightens up and walks towards the players' tunnel. He walks slowly. That blue jersey is soaked. He does not look back. In the stands, Italy's fans stand up and begin to clap. First a few claps, then more and more, until the entire deep blue stand is applauding. The old Italian man next to Maria, the one who handed her a beer before the match, also stands up, clapping vigorously. The old man's eyes are red, but no tears fall. He simply claps loudly. Chiellini enters the tunnel, disappearing around the corner. The second half begins. Italy makes 3 substitutions. Lazzari, Locatelli, and Scamacca come on. Chiellini, Bernardeschi, and Bellotti come off. Mancini is fighting for his life. Minute 47. Argentina kicks off. Messi passes to De Paul, who returns it to Paredes. The ball rolls back in the backfield, not rushing to attack. Italy's forwards press forward. Scamacca charges at Paredes. Paredes passes horizontally to Romero. Romero glances up. Messi is on the right hand, raised for the ball. He passes. Messi receives the ball, facing Lazzari. Lazzari lowers his center of gravity, not daring to press. Messi takes 1 step, 2 steps, suddenly accelerates. He breaks past Lazzari's left side. Lazzari turns to chase. Messi reaches the baseline, crossing. Lautaro rushes in the middle. Bonucci heads it clear first. Minute 51. Italy counters. Barella pushes forward with the ball, brought down by De Paul. Free kick. Good position. Locatelli takes it, shooting directly. It goes high. Minute 55. Bonucci passes back to Donnarumma. Donnarumma controls the ball. It is a heavy touch. The ball almost rolls into his own goal. The crowd gasps. Donnarumma awkwardly chases after it, kicking the ball out of bounds. Maria stomps her foot in anger. How did that not go in? Donnarumma has become a god today. Old man shouts nearby. Minute 59. Argentina sends a long pass from the back. Di Maria receives the ball on the right, cutting and curving his shot to the far corner. Donnarumma dives to save. Minute 61. Messi takes a corner. Di Maria shoots on the volley. Donnarumma saves again. Minute 63. Italy's backfield makes a mistake. Messi intercepts, passing across the right side of the box. Lo Celso faces an empty net. He misses. Maria buries her face in her hands. The old man pats her. It's okay, we still have time. Minute 64. Messi intercepts in the backfield, taking the ball on a run. 60 meters. He charges into the box. He shoots. Donnarumma saves. Minute 66. Messi shoots low from the edge of the box. Donnarumma gathers it. Minute 68. Messi curls a shot from the top of the box. Donnarumma dives to save. Minute 71. Messi receives the ball on the left, facing the double pressure from Di Lorenzo and Lazzari. He makes a move, changes direction. Quick stop. Another change of direction. Di Lorenzo loses his balance. Lazzari misses his tackle. Messi slips between the two. Di Lorenzo pulls him down from behind. The whistle blows. Yellow card. Free kick. Minute 72. Messi takes the free kick. He shoots high. Minute 77. Barella brings down Di Maria. Yellow card. Minute 78. Italy counters. Scamacca attempts a chip shot. It goes high. The referee signals for offside. Minute 81. Argentina makes a substitution. Dybala comes on for Di Maria. The crowd stands up applauding. Di Maria walks off, his eyes a bit red. Minute 84. Messi is brought down by Di Lorenzo. Free kick. Minute 86. Argentina's corner is cleared. Minute 89. Italy's last attack. Locatelli takes a long shot, but Big Martin holds it. For minutes of stoppage time. Minute 92. Paredes passes to De Paul, who gives it to Lo Celso, and Lo Celso returns it to Paredes. Minute 93. Messi raises his hand for the ball. Paredes passes to him. Messi receives the ball, turns facing Locatelli. Locatelli rushes in. Messi changes direction and gets past. Lazzari comes in. Messi changes direction again and gets past. Baton closes in. Messi nudges the ball forward to the right and then circles around from the other side. He separates from the ball. He bursts into the box. The Italian defense is completely scattered. Messi looks up. He sees Dybala making a run on the right. He does not shoot. He passes the ball across. The power is just right. The placement is perfect. Everything is perfect. Dybala receives the ball. He adjusts one step. Right foot pushing the shot. The ball schemes the grass passing through Donnarumma's fingertips. Rolling into the bottom corner of the goal. 30. Wembley erupts one last time. Maria kneels in her seat, covering her face, her shoulders, shaking violently. The old man stands looking up at the sky, his lips moving. On the field, Dybala rushes to the corner flag. Messi catches up and jumps onto his back. Then everyone, De Paul, Paredes, Lautaro, all the substitutes. They form a circle surrounding Messi in the middle. He is lifted up. Once, twice, 3 times. With each lift, the sky blue stand at Wembley. Messi. Messi. The final whistle blows. 30. Argentina wins. Scaloni kneels on the sideline, hands covering his face. The assistant coaches rush over, pulling him up. In Italy's half, Bonucci sits on the ground, watching the sky blue celebration. Donnarumma stands in front of the goal line, hands on his hips, head bowed. In the stands, Italy's fans begin to leave. The old man who handed Maria a beer before the match stands, takes off his scarf, folds it neatly, and puts it in his pocket. He turns to leave. Maria stops him. Old man. He turns back. Maria does not know what to say. The old man looks at her and suddenly smiles. Those who one should drink. He says, you owe me a drink. Then he turns and walks into the crowd, leaving the stadium. Mixed interview area. Maria stops him. Old man. He turns back. Maria does not know what to say. The old man looks at her and suddenly smiles. We knew how to play from the first minute. This is Argentina's 32nd consecutive unbeaten match. Just 5 games away from the world record. The record does not matter. Winning is what matters. The reporter presses. The World Cup is 170 days away. Is Argentina ready? Messi looks at him. That gaze is not an answer. It is a declaration. We will be ready. When Maria leaves Wembley, the night sky in London begins to drizzle. She stands on the steps, unfolds the crumpled ticket, and looks at it for a long time. Someone passes by, sees the ticket in her hand, and whistles, keeping it as a souvenir. She nods. The person smiles and continues walking. Maria carefully folds the ticket and puts it deep in her pocket. In the distance, the 2 white arches of Wembley still shine, emitting a hazy light in the drizzle. She turns and walks towards the subway station. Tomorrow she will fly back to Buenos Aires. Back to work, back to saving money, back to waiting. Waiting 170 days, waiting for Qatar, waiting for the final that has yet to come. The rain falls on her shoulders, and she does not open an umbrella. She simply walking into the night of London. Argentina, returning in strength. On June 10, 2022, in Buenos Aires, Messi stayed at home for 3 days. On the first day, he accompanied Antonella to the supermarket and was recognized 3 times, each time by an elderly lady asking for a photo. On the second day, he took the 3 kids to the riverside where Tiago caught a fish and Matteo accidentally kicked over the bucket. On the third day, he did nothing, lying in the backyard, soaking up the sun with his phone on silent. On the 4th day at dawn, he flew back to Manchester. On June 15th, at Carrington, he underwent a physical examination fitness test and attended the first training session. Holland arrived half an hour earlier, having already completed 5 laps, sitting on the sidelines drinking water. What time did you wake up? 5 o'clock. Norway gets bright early. Messi remained silent. He set down his bag and began stretching. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window, holding a coffee, watching the 2. One is 34, the other is 22. One plays with his mind, the other with his body. He took a sip of coffee. The coffee had cooled a bit, but he didn't notice. On July 1st, the transfer window officially opened. Manchester City announced Haaland wearing the number 7 jersey. Borussia Dortmund announced Haller as his replacement, wearing number 19. The whole world shared the same image: Haaland and Messi training together for the first time, both looking down and talking, unaware of the conversation. In the comments section, someone wrote, "One feeds the ball, the other eats it." A reply followed the question, is there enough? That reply received 4,000 likes. On July 15th, Manchester City flew to the United States for the preseason. For matches, the opponents were Bayern, Dortmund, Barcelona, and Club America. In the first match against Bayern, Haaland came on as a substitute for 20 minutes and scored 1 goal. In the second match against Dortmund, he started and scored a hat-trick. After the match, he didn't celebrate, but simply waved to the Dortmund fans. In the third match against Barcelona, Messi played half a game, contributing 1 goal and 1 assist. Barcelona fans in the stands sang his name, but he did not respond, merely walking off with his head down. In the fourth match against Club America, it was all substitutes, and they lost 1-2. Guardiola stated in the press conference, winning or losing doesn't matter, we are trying things out. The reporters pressed for details. Trying what? He smiled and did not answer. On July 31st, in Manchester, the Community Shield, the opponent was Liverpool. 90 minutes 2-2. In the penalty shootout, Manchester City won. Haaland scored 1, Messi assisted 1, while Salah scored 2 for Liverpool. After the match, Klopp and Guardiola chatted on the sidelines for 5 minutes, the topic unknown. Maria watched the live broadcast in a bar in Buenos Aires, and someone next to her asked how long until the World Cup. She glanced at the calendar. 110 days. The camera sweeps over the core of 20 teams and finally focuses on 2 individuals, Messi and Haaland, standing side by side against the backdrop of the night sky at the Etihad Stadium. The caption contains only one line: the answer is blue. In the comments, England fans and Argentina fans argue, with over 3,000 messages. Someone asks what answer. No one replies. August 5th, Manchester Etihad Stadium. The first round of the new Premier League season, Manchester City faces West Ham at home. 3 hours until the match starts, and the area outside the stadium is already packed with people. Maria is not among them. She is at home in Buenos Aires in front of the television, gripping the number 10 jersey she brought back from Wembley. But she can imagine the scene. A sea of blue. Blue flags. Blue smoke. And that person. At 3 o'clock in the Manchester City locker room. De Paul is absent. That's a national team matter. The club is another story. De Bruyne is tying his shoelaces slowly, once, twice, 3 times. Grealish is fixing his hair in front of the mirror, spending 5 minutes on it, when Gundogan, wearing the captain's armband, passes by and gives his shoulder a pat. Haaland sits in front of his locker, his number 7 jersey, still brand new, the tag just cut off and tossed aside. Messi sits across from him. Nervous. Haaland looks up at him. Not nervous. Then what are you looking at? Haaland looks down. He has been staring at his hands, gripping the pair of socks he hasn't put on for 10 minutes. He puts down the socks. Your first Premier League match, are you nervous? Messi thinks for a moment. It was August 2021 against Tottenham. He scored 1 goal and assisted 3. Manchester City won 4-1. Nervous, he says, but once you're on the field it goes away. Why? Because once you're on the field you know what to do. Haaland doesn't ask again. Welcome to today's sports news. Last night 4 matches were played in the first round of the Premier League. Liverpool drew with Fulham away. Manchester United suffered a surprise defeat at home to Brighton, and Tottenham achieved a resounding victory over Southampton. Tonight's highlight, West Ham vs. Manchester City. Still 4.5 hours to go. The host pauses. Everyone is asking the same question. Erling Haaland, can he score in his Premier League debut? The studio fell silent for 2 seconds. I bet he can. And not just one. At 10 in the morning in the sky, Carragher and Neville are arguing again. Carragher: Manchester City will break 100 points this season. Look at Haaland's physique, his speed, his finishing ability, plus the feeds from Messi, 2 goals on average. Are you crazy? The Premier League isn't that simple. West Ham's home ground is tough. Rice can mark Haaland to death. Carragher: Rice marking Haaland. Rice can handle Messi maybe. But can he hold Haaland in the box? Can you handle that? Neville fell silent. Henry interjects casually: I've played at Barcelona. Messi can feed anyone he wants, and they won't go hungry. The studio went quiet. At noon, outside the London Bowl, more and more people are gathering. The 3,000 Manchester City fans have basically arrived, with songs echoing one after another. West Ham fans begin to respond, singing back and forth, neither side yielding. Maria squeezes to the front of the store. The line is still 100 meters long, but it's moving quickly. She stands on tiptoe to look ahead, where new season jerseys are displayed. Sky blue number 7 printed with Haaland. Her palms start to sweat. At 1 o'clock in the players' dining room at the Manchester City Hotel. When Haaland sits down with his plate, it only contains a piece of chicken breast, a small handful of rice, and a few asparagus. Grealish passes by with a mountain of pasta, glancing at Haaland's plate and stopping in his tracks. You're eating? Yeah, just this. Yeah. Grealish looks at him as if he has seen an alien. He puts his pasta down on the table and sits opposite Haaland. You only eat this much. You're 2 meters tall and weigh 100 kilos, and you only eat 1 piece of chicken. If I eat too much on match day, I can't move. Grealish is taken aback for a moment. He looks down at his plate of pasta, bacon, mushroom, cream sauce, thickly sprinkled with cheese. He pushes his plate away. Haaland looks up at him. What are you doing? Nothing. Suddenly not hungry. Messi walks over with a cup of mate and sits down next to Haaland. Nervous. Haaland bites into the chicken. Not nervous. Then what are you thinking? Haaland chews the chicken, remaining silent. He is thinking about what Guardiola said during yesterday's training. Guardiola called him to the tactical board, drawing 2 circles, one at the edge of the penalty area and one on the goal line. Your first touch will be here. The second will be here. Don't rush, the ball will come. He didn't ask who will pass. He knew who would. At 2 o'clock in the Manchester City tactical room. The curtains are drawn tightly, with only the projector's light splitting the room in half. Guardiola stands before the screen, the red dot of the laser pin jumping around. West Ham's defense is anchored by Rice. He will lag behind protecting Zuma and Agurd. Zuma is slow and Agurd is easily fooled. But their weakness is, he taps the screen. Behind the two fullbacks. Kaufel likes to push forward and Cresswell is slow to recover. Our attack needs to come from here. He looks at Messi. Leo, for the first 15 minutes, don't exert yourself. Stay central to draw Rice out. Once their defense starts to move, then you can spread out. Messi nods. Guardiola looks back at Haaland. Erling, it's your first Premier League match, don't rush. The ball will come. But before it does, you need to pin Zuma and Agurd in the box, don't let them out. Haaland nods. He doesn't say got it or understood. He simply nods. At 3 o'clock in the away team's locker room at the London Bowl. The locker room is noisy. Grealish is playing music, Foden is humming along, De Bruyne and Gundogan are chatting in German, Rodri is stretching and Walker is looking in the mirror. Haaland sits in front of his locker unmoving. His jersey is already changed. Number 7 sky blue, with Haaland printed on the back. He looks down at his hands gripping the pair of socks he hasn't put on for 10 minutes. Messi sits opposite him holding a still thinking. Haaland looks up. Not thinking. Then why are you gripping the socks? Haaland looks down. He puts down the socks. How did you play your first Premier League match? Messi thinks for a moment. That was August 2021 against Tottenham. He scored 1 and assisted 3. Manchester City won 4-1. Once you're on the field, you know, he says, thinking too much beforehand is useless. Haaland doesn't ask again. He picks up the socks and starts to put them on. At 3:40 in the player tunnel. Haaland is the third to walk. In front is Gundogan, behind is De Bruyne. Messi walks last, head down, the hood of his sweatshirt still hanging down his back. The tunnel is long. The lights are bright. West Ham's lineup is already set with Rice at the front, the captain's armband pulled tight. When Haaland reaches his position, Rice turns his head and looks at him. Their gazes collide. Rice does not smile. Haaland does not either. But they both nod. Messi walks up from behind and stands in his position. He stands 2 rows behind Haaland, the hood of his sweatshirt already off. At the end of the tunnel, the light grows brighter. The noise becomes louder. The referee looks at the watch. Let's go. Rice takes the first step. Haaland follows. Light floods in. It's bright. It's hot. It's loud. Haaland squints his eyes. He hasn't felt this way in a long time. Not nervous. It's hungry. At 4 o'clock, the national anthem plays. Everyone stands. When the British anthem plays, the crowd quiets down. Haaland stands, his hands hanging at his sides. He is not British, so he doesn't need to place his hand on his chest. He simply stands looking at the Union Jack. But he can feel someone watching him from behind. Not just one person. It's the entire sky blue stand. 3,000 pairs of eyes are all on him. After the anthem, the crowd begins to cheer. Not waiting for anything, just cheering. Because the new season has begun. Because in 9 months, everything will have an answer. Haaland takes a deep breath. The smell of the grass. Freshly cut with moisture. At 4:03, the referee blows the whistle. Manchester City kicks off. First minute. De Bruyne passes to Rodri, who returns it to Diaz. The ball slowly rolls back in defense, and West Ham's forward presses forward a few steps, but retreats again. Just probing. Third minute. Rice receives the ball in midfield looking for a forward. Bowen raises his hand on the right, he passes. Bowen receives the ball, faces Cancelo, and tries to cut in, but is blocked. The ball goes out of bounds. Manchester City throw-in. Walker throws it to De Bruyne. De Bruyne turns, faces Rice, and doesn't force it. He passes the ball back to Rodri. Rodri looks up. Messi has dropped back. He passes to Messi. Messi receives the ball with his back to Rice's close marking. He doesn't turn. He directly backheels the ball to Gundogan, who runs in. Gundogan takes a couple of steps, gets fouled. Free kick. The position is not good, 30 meters out from goal. Messi stands over the ball, glances at the goal. He doesn't shoot. He passes into the box looking for Diaz at the back post. Cleared. 7th minute. West Ham's first attack. Rice sends a long pass from the back looking for Antonio. Antonio receives the ball with his back to goal, held off by Diaz, unable to turn. He lays it off to the incoming Paqueta, who takes a long shot. Over. The away fans let out a sigh. Manchester City begins to control the ball. The ball rolls back in defense, slowly pushing forward. De Bruyne drops back to receive the ball, passes to Gundogan, who passes to Rodri, who passes to Cancelo. West Ham's defense holds tight with no gaps between the 3 lines. Messi drops back to receive the ball at the halfway line. He takes the ball, turns facing Rice and Paqueta's pressure. He doesn't force it. He distributes the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish receives the ball facing Kaufel. He changes direction, then changes again, cuts and crosses. Haaland is in the middle. He jumps up. Zuma and Agurd jump simultaneously. The 3 collide in the air. The ball flies over their heads out of bounds. Missed the header. Haaland lands, glancing at his position. Slightly off. 13th minute. Manchester City controls the ball again. This time De Bruyne passes the ball to Messi, who carries it toward the center, drawing Rice to follow. Then he suddenly switches to the right looking for Walker's overlapping run. Walker cuts and crosses. Haaland is in the middle. This time his position is better. He jumps. Header. The ball is caught by Areola. The away fans let out a sigh. Haaland lands expressionless. But he knows that next time he can angle it better. From the 15th to the 20th minute. Manchester City keeps pressing West Ham, but can't break through. Rice sweeps around the edge of the penalty area, filling in wherever there are gaps. Zuma and Agurd sandwich Haaland, not letting him receive the ball comfortably. The away fans continue to sing. Blue Moon, you saw me standing alone. 21st minute. De Bruyne receives the ball in midfield, looks up. Haaland is pulling to the right, drawing Zuma away. A gap opens in the center. De Bruyne doesn't pass to Haaland. He passes to Messi. Messi receives the ball, turns facing Rice. Rice lowers his center of gravity, eyes fixed on Messi's feet. Messi makes a move. He nudges the ball to the left, Rice follows. But Messi doesn't continue left. He pulls the ball back with his right foot, slipping past Rice's right side. Rice is beaten. Messi charges into the box. Agurd rushes over to cover. Messi looks up. Haaland is at the far post, already open. He kicks the ball. The ball schemes the grass, slipping past Agurd's outstretched foot, heading straight for Haaland. Haaland volleys. The ball is fast. The angle is tricky. Arila dives to save. He touches it with his fingertips. The ball goes wide of the post. Corner. Haaland holds his head in his hands. The away fans hold their heads in despair. Messi stands still, expressionless. But he glances at Haaland. The look means the pass was on target. You just didn't score. Haaland understood. He nodded. 25th minute, Manchester City corner. Messi takes the corner. The ball flies to the back post. Haaland leaps. Too high. He misses the header. The ball. 28th minute, West Ham counterattacks. Bowen breaks through on the right, crosses. Antonio rushes in. Ederson saves. So close. Guardiola is stomping on the sideline. 31st minute, Manchester City attacks again. Grealish receives the ball on the left, cuts and takes a long shot, blocked out for a corner. Messi takes the corner. Gundogan flicks it at the near post, back post. Haaland can't reach it. The ball goes out of bounds. Haaland pats the grass. 34th minute, Manchester City free kick. De Bruyne is fouled. The position is just outside the penalty arc, slightly right. Messi stands over the ball. The crowd quiets down. He takes a run up, shoots. The ball curves over the wall, dropping sharply. Arila dives to save. He gets a hand on it, but the ball slips out. Haaland rushes in for the rebound. It's in. 20. Haaland runs to the corner flag, jumps up, and pumps his fists. This is his first goal in the Premier League. The away fans go wild. Haaland. 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 Messi does not run over. He stands still, watching the frenzied number 7 finally, showing a hint of a smile. 39th minute, West Ham kicks off. They want to counter, but their spirits have already dropped. Not 2 passes in, and the ball is intercepted. De Bruyne gets the ball, plays a through ball. Haaland makes a run. Zuma doesn't let him turn this time, bringing him down directly. Free kick. A good position right in front of the penalty area. Messi stands over the ball. Arila is still directing the wall, his hands just raised. Messi takes his run up, shoots. The ball curves over the wall, dropping sharply. Arila dives to save. He catches it, but the ball slips out. Haaland rushes in for the rebound. It's in. 20. Haaland runs to the corner flag, jumps up, and pumps his fists. This is his first goal in the Premier League. The away fans go wild. The crowd erupts. The away fans leap up. Beer spills everywhere. Strangers embrace each other. Messi runs to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. De Bruyne catches up and hugs him. Grealish jumps on his back. Gundogan comes over, rubbing his head. Haaland He stands in the box, watching the number 10, surrounded by teammates, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He knows who made that pass. He also knows that next time it will be his turn. 41st minute, West Ham kicks off. They want to counter, but their spirits have already dropped. Not 2 passes in, and the ball is intercepted. De Bruyne gets the ball, plays a through ball. Haaland makes a run. Zuma doesn't let him turn this time, bringing him down directly. Free kick. A good position right in front of the penalty area. Messi stands over the ball. Arila is still directing the wall, his hands just raised. Messi takes his run up, shoots. The ball curves over the wall, dropping sharply. Arila dives to save. He catches it, but the ball slips out. Haaland rushes in for the rebound. During the halftime break in the away team's locker room, the music blared loudly. Grealish stood in the center, shirtless, holding his phone to live stream, the camera panning over sweat-drenched faces. Foden laughed and dodged the camera. De Bruyne leaned against the cabinet, drinking water, while Gundogan sat in the corner, massaging his calves. Haaland sat in his spot, panting. 45 minutes, 1 goal. Premier League debut. Not too shabby, but he knew he could do more. That unknown chance Messi set up for him, he missed. On that corner kick, he missed the header. Opportunities like that should not be wasted. Messi walked in holding a cup of mate tea. He sat down next to Haaland without saying a word. The locker room was noisy, but that corner was quiet. In the second half, Messi spoke. West Ham will press forward. They're 2 goals down at home, they must attack. Haaland turned to look at him. Rice will press, Zuma will follow you. But behind them, Messi gestured with his hand. Aguero is slow to turn. You and Kevin switch positions and move towards him. Haaland nodded. And Messi paused. Don't rush. The ball will come to you. Haaland looked into his eyes. There were no emotions in those eyes, just a certain determination. Before the second half began in the player tunnel, Rice stood at the tunnel entrance, hands on his hips, staring at the green pitch. The moment Messi had dribbled past him in the first half lingered in his mind. That turned that past that gaze. He took a deep breath. In the second half, he could not retreat. At 5:03 p.m., the referee blew the whistle for the second half. West Ham kicked off. The first key moment 51st minute. Rice kept his word. At the start of the second half, he pushed the defense up by 5 meters. Paqueta and Soucek clamped down on De Bruyne and Gundogan like two pincers. Bowen and Benrahma sliced through the flanks of Manchester City like two daggers. West Ham wanted one. In the 51st minute, the opportunity came. Bowen received the ball on the right, cut inside, dribbled past Cancelo, and sent in a cross. Antonio leaped high in the center, heading the ball. Ederson dove and made the save. Corner kick. The songs of West Ham fans erupted. That was their first real threat in the second half. The corner was taken. Rice got to the first ball, heading for goal. It went wide. The away fans let out a sigh of relief. Guardiola waved from the sidelines, shouting something. The second key moment 56th minute. The ball returned to Manchester City's feet. De Bruyne received the ball, looked up. Haaland was pulling to the right, drawing Zuma out. There was space in the center, but Rice was blocking there. De Bruyne did not pass. He returned the ball to Rodri. Rodri passed to Messi. Messi received the ball, turned facing Rice. It was these two again. The stadium went quiet for half a second. Messi made a move. He nudged the ball to the right. Rice moved with him, but Messi did not continue to the right. He used the sole of his left foot to flick the ball through the gap on Rice's left side. That move again. Rice's knee twisted, losing his balance. Messi charged into the penalty area. Aguero came rushing in. Soucek also charged. 3 players closed in, but Messi did not shoot. He glanced up. To the right, Haaland was making a run into the box. Zuma left behind him. Messi passed the ball. The ball skimmed along the ground, threading through the gap between Aguero and Soucek, heading straight for Haaland. Haaland, Arela dove to save. The ball rolled under his armpit. It's in. 30. Haaland sprinted toward the corner flag. He slid on his knees. The turf was torn up into 2 deep grooves. The away fans went wild. Haaland! Haaland! Messi stood still, watching the sprinting number 7, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. De Bruyne ran over and jumped onto his back. Grealish rushed over and hugged his head. Rice stood in the penalty area, bent over with his hands on his knees. He knew this match was over. The third key moment 68th minute. Manchester City made substitutions. Foden off, Alvarez on. Grealish off, Mahrez on. West Ham also made substitutions. Antonio off, Scamacca on. They were still fighting for their lives. But Manchester City didn't want to give them opportunities. In the 68th minute, Rodri intercepted the ball in midfield, passing it directly to Messi. Messi advanced with the ball, facing a West Ham defense that could no longer keep up. He didn't slow down. He split the ball to the right, passing it to the advancing Walker. Walker reached the byline and crossed. Haaland was in the center. He jumped up. Aguero also jumped. The two collided in the air. The ball flew over their heads, landing at the back post. De Bruyne. He volleyed the ball. It went straight into the top corner. 40. De Bruyne ran to the corner flag, pointing at Messi. This goal was assisted by him, but Messi was the initiator. The away fans could no longer sing. They just jumped, shouted, and embraced each other. The Wynard stands of the London Bowl began to empty. The fourth key moment, 82nd minute. Haaland was substituted. The entire stadium stood up and applauded. Not just the away fans, but even some West Ham fans stood up. He walked to the sidelines, high-fived Palmer, who came on for him, and then sat back on the bench. Messi was still on the field. In the 85th minute, Messi received the ball, facing a West Ham defense that could no longer keep up. He nudged the ball to the left, creating an angle, and took a long shot. Arela saved. Corner kick. In the 88th minute, Messi took the corner, curling it directly toward goal. Arela tipped it onto the crossbar. In the 90th minute, 3 minutes of stoppage time. In the final minute, Messi held the ball in the center circle, not attacking. He simply kept the ball under his foot, waiting for the away fans' song rang out one last time. Blue Moon, you saw me standing alone. At 7 p.m. sharp, the referee blew the final whistle. West Ham United 0-4 Manchester City. The match concluded. The Manchester City players formed a circle in the center of the field, jumping and shouting. Guardiola embraced the coaching staff. Players from the bench rushed onto the pitch. Haaland stood in the center circle, surrounded by teammates. De Bruyne rubbed his head, Grealish jumped onto his back, and Gundogan walked over to high-five him. Messi did not join them. He stood to the side, watching the group with a hint of a smile. Then he turned and walked towards the away stands. The 3,000 away fans saw him coming, their voices tripled in volume. He raised both hands and gently applauded. 3,000 hands raised simultaneously. In the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Haaland. Erling, a goal on your debut. How does it feel? Haaland wiped the sweat from his face. Feels great. But the first goal was assisted by Messi, the second one too. I just did what I had to do. The reporters pressed on. Your chemistry with Messi developed in just half a game. Had you practiced in training? Haaland thought for a moment. We didn't practice. When he passes the ball, just get to the right spot, and the ball will come. On the other side, Messi was surrounded by Argentine journalists. Leo, 2 assists and a goal. How do you evaluate Haaland's debut? Messi looked at the number 7 who was being interviewed in the distance. He doesn't need my evaluation. He knows what to do himself. Your combination, it will get better. In the locker room, the music erupted. Champagne sprayed everywhere. Grealish stood on the table shirtless leading the chant. Haaland sat in front of his locker, not participating in the celebration. Messi sat down next to him, handing him a cup of mate tea. Have some. Haaland took it and took a sip. The first sip is always bitter. Haaland looked at the cup in his hand. Is this what the Premier League is like? Messi looked at him. This is the Premier League. Winning is the best part. Haaland took another sip. At 9 p.m. Wembley Stadium, the final whistle echoed across the pitch. The moment the referee blew his whistle, the away supporters' stand erupted as if someone had yanked the chairs from beneath them. 3,000 people leapt to their feet. Not in celebration. They had been celebrating for 90 minutes, their voices long since hoarse. But in release, a cathartic, long-bottled surge of emotion finally unleashed. Blue Moon swelled from the highest tier of the stands, rolling downward like a gathering tide, growing louder and wider until it drowned the entire Wembley Bowl. Manchester City players gathered in a jubilant circle at the center of the pitch, jumping, shouting. Jack Grealish sprinted onto the field bare-chested and lunged at Erling Haaland, tackling him to the turf in exultant embrace. Kevin De Bruyne stood nearby laughing, until Ilkay Gundogan tackled him from behind. Kyle Walker and Joao Cancelo danced an absurd, uncoordinated jig near the corner flag, awkward enough to defy belief for professional athletes. Pep Guardiola stood motionless along the touchline, hands buried deep in his pockets, watching the chaos unfold. He did not smile. He simply watched. When his assistant approached for a hug, he gently waved him off. We still have work to do. At 9:15 p.m., the mixed zone interview area was already packed. Over 30 media outlets, 40-odd journalists, cameras bristling like artillery at the tunnel exit. Erling Haaland emerged first. Flashbulbs detonated. Erling, a goal on your debut. How does it feel? How is it playing alongside Messi? Was this the most perfect day of your career? Haaland paused, meeting the row of lenses heated. He repeated the question. No. Reporters blinked, stunned. The most perfect day hasn't arrived yet. Today is only the beginning. He turned and walked away. Kevin De Bruyne emerged next, smiling through a few questions before gesturing toward the tunnel. The one you're waiting for is right there. Lionel Messi appeared last. Flashlights bleached the corridor white. Leo, 2 assists, 1 goal. How would you assess the match? Messi accepted the microphone, voice calm and measured. It went well, but there's still room for improvement. Pressed further, what grade would you give Haaland's debut? Messi paused, thoughtful. He doesn't need my grades. What he needs is playing time. Before reporters could follow up, he'd already turned and walked away. At 10 p.m., Sky Sports Studio. Jamie Carragher's face was flushed, not from drink, but from sheer breathless exhilaration. I'm telling you, this season Manchester City will break the 100-point barrier. 100 points. Did you see that? Messi plus Haaland. That's not football. That's a cheat code in a video game. Gary Neville sat beside him, unusually silent. His gaze remained fixed on the replay. The pass Messi threaded through 3 defenders for Haaland's second goal, so precise it seemed measured with a ruler. It's unplayable, he murmured. Carragher paused. What did you say? I said, it's unplayable, Neville repeated. Swap in anyone you like. You still won't stop it. It's not about tactics. It's about people. The studio fell quiet for 2 seconds. Thierry Henry leaned in, voice low and knowing. I played with Barcelona. Only he can make that pass. At 10:30 p.m. Social media. 7 of Twitter's top 10 trending topics belong to Manchester City. Messi 1 Haaland debut goal 2 Man City 43. Premier League finale 4. Rice dribbled past 7 Guardiola no smile 9 Blue Moon rises 10 under Rice dribbled past. The gif of Messi's turn and dribble past Declan Rice had been shared 30,000 times. One commenter wrote, Rice will dream about that turn tonight. Another replied, not a nightmare, it's a masterclass. Under Premier League finale, Liverpool and Manchester United fans bickered fiercely. A Liverpool fan insisted it's only match day 1. A United fan shot back, we didn't even win match day 1. Then unexpectedly they began consoling each other, an oddly moving moment of shared resignation. In an Argentine fan group, Chat Maria posted a photo of Haaland's jersey. Within 3 minutes, 300 replies flooded in. Her brother sent a string of crying emojis. I love you, sis. At 11 p.m. Aboard Manchester City's private jet returning to Manchester, most players were already asleep. Jack Grealish reclined in his seat, noise-canceling headphones on, mouth slightly agape. Phil Foden slumped sideways, drool pooling at the corner of his lips. Kevin De Bruyne scrolled silently through post-match statistics on his phone. Erling Haaland remained awake. He sat by the window watching London's lights shrink into pinpricks below, then vanish entirely beneath the clouds. Lionel Messi sat beside him, also awake. What are you thinking? Haaland turned. Next match. Messi nodded. Then you're thinking correctly. August 8th, 8 a.m. British front pages. The Times 40. Manchester City's dominant debut. A statement of supremacy. The other 19 Premier League clubs should be trembling. The Daily Mail, Messi with 2 assists and a goal, Haaland scores on debut. The dawn of a new dynasty. The Guardian, this wasn't just victory, it was a declaration. Manchester City has told the world this season belongs to us. The Sun, well fed. Accompanied by a photo of Messi holding a mate gourd while Haaland opened his mouth wide in anticipation. The Manchester Evening News cut straight to the point. This is Manchester's era. At 9 a.m. Carrington training ground. Pep Guardiola arrived earlier than anyone else. He sat in his office, 5 documents spread before him: West Ham's match report, tactical drafts for the upcoming match against Bournemouth, Haaland's physical load data, Messi's movement heat map, and 1 document faxed from Spain. He picked up the final document, glanced at it. Real Madrid's fixture schedule for the coming week. Then set it aside and returned to studying Messi's heat map. At 10 a.m. Melwood training ground, Liverpool. Jurgen Klopp switched off the television, still looping Manchester City's highlights. He hadn't watched it all. He didn't need to. He walked to the window and watched his players warming up outside: Mohamed Salah running laps, Darwin Núñez practicing shots, Virgil van Dijk speaking with William Saliba. He knew how good these men were. And he knew, without doubt, how formidable that sky blue side had become this season. He turned and strode back to the tactical board. 37 matches remain. At 11 a.m. Old Trafford, Manchester. Erik ten Hag's office door remained closed. Staff outside heard only intermittent sounds, not speech, but footsteps. Back and forth, back and forth. 3 newspapers lay open on his desk, all Manchester City front pages. He hadn't read them. Instead, he studied Manchester United's post-match analysis against Brighton. 2 goals conceded, 7 misplaced passes, 5 fewer shots than the opposition. He rubbed his temples. Beyond the window toward Carrington, something faintly glimmered on the horizon. At noon, Valdebebas training complex, Madrid. Carlo Ancelotti ate lunch, while English Premier League highlights played on the TV. Karim Benzema passed by with his tray, paused, and glanced at the screen. Messi's turn. Messi's assist. De Bruyne's volley. He watched for 10 seconds, then kept walking. Ancelotti called after him. Karim. Benzema turned. What do you think of Manchester City this season? Benzema considered. They're strong. Ancelotti nodded. Then prepare accordingly. At 2 p.m. Parc des Princes, Paris. Kylian Mbappé trained in the gym. A TV mounted on the wall played Manchester City's highlights. Sound muted, image luminous. He watched the screen expressionless. Neymar passed by, glanced at the screen, and then at Mbappé. Don't watch that anymore. Mbappé said nothing. Neymar sighed and walked away. The gym emptied, leaving Mbappé alone. He watched Messi on screen. The man who once trained beside him, competed beside him, laughed with him, arms raised high, bathed in the roar of the traveling supporters. He lowered his gaze and resumed lifting weights. At 7 p.m. Turin. Cristiano Ronaldo sat at home. Curtains drawn. Lights off. Only the television glowed. An Italian sports channel replayed the Premier League highlights 4 times. Messi's passes. Messi's shots. Haaland sliding to his knees on the turf. He hurled the remote onto the sofa, rose, and moved to the window. Outside stretched Turin's night. Soft, distant lights, shimmering, never harsh. He remembered Rome's Olympic Stadium in 2009. Manchester United losing to Barcelona. He'd sat alone in the dressing room until 3 a.m. He remembered Kiev in 2018, lifting his 4th Champions League trophy with Real Madrid. A reporter asked, "Do you now consider yourself the greatest of all time?" He replied, "I've never needed anyone else to define me." He remembered 2021, returning to Manchester United. Fans at Old Trafford chanting his name. He believed he could take them back to glory. Now at 37, he sat in a Turin apartment watching Messi dismantle the Premier League 40. His phone screen, a message from Jorge Mendes: "Media outlets are requesting your reaction to Manchester City's debut. Please issue a statement. Anything will do." He stared at those words for a long time. He placed the phone face down on the coffee table. Outside, Turin's night hung perfectly still. He stood at the window, no light switched on. At 8 p.m. Cheshire, Manchester. When Messi opened the front door, Thiago was doing homework in the living room. Messi walked over and sat beside him. "Which problem?" Thiago pointed to number 5. "A water tank fills in 6 hours via inlet pipe, empties in 8 hours via outlet pipe. If both pipes operate simultaneously, how many hours to fill the tank?" Messi glanced at it. 24 hours. Thiago eyed him skeptically. "Did you calculate it?" "No." "Then how do you know?" Messi paused. "Because that tank will never fill." Thiago looked down at the problem again. "Inlet 6 hours. Outlet 8 hours, he murmured. "The inlet is—" Messi said nothing. Antonella peered in from the kitchen. "Leo, 6 hours is faster than 8. Messi stayed seated, unmoving. Thiago stared at his notebook, ears slowly flushing red. He didn't laugh. He simply picked up his pen and wrote the first line of calculation on scrap paper. Thiago stole a glance at him, then bent his head and kept writing. Late at night, Turin. Cristiano Ronaldo still stood at the window. He picked up his phone, unlocked it, found that conversation thread. Their last exchange had been 2 months prior. Messi sent a simple, "Good luck," and he replied with a fist emoji. He typed several words. Deleted them. Typed again. Deleted again. He set the phone down. Turin's night deepened beyond the glass. He recalled Sir Alex Ferguson's words, "Some men are born to win. Some men are born to prove why they win." He'd always believed himself the former. Now standing at the window, he no longer knew what to believe. Far away, Turin's lights winked out one by one. He did not switch on a lamp. The next day, August 9th, Carrington Training Ground, Manchester. When Messi arrived, Holland was already on the pitch. The Norwegian wore a training vest, practicing shots alone. Outside the box inside from the left flank, the right, 10 attempts per position. Messi watched from the sideline for a moment, then stepped onto the pitch and took position at the edge of the penalty arc. "Shall I pass to you?" Holland turned. "Pass." Messi pushed the ball forward. Holland met it and scored. Messi pushed again. Another goal. 10 passes. 9 goals. Messi stopped. "Enough." Holland looked at him. "Enough for what?" Messi offered no reply. He turned toward the sideline, then paused after 2 steps. "There's more tomorrow." Holland stood still, watching his retreating silhouette. Sunlight spilled across the grass, stretching their shadows long and thin. In the distance, Pep Guardiola watched from his office window. His coffee had gone cold, untouched. He simply watched. Premier League matchday 1, Manchester City 40 West Ham United. Messi 2 assists, 1 goal. Holland 1 goal. Social media exploded. Media hailed a revolution. Rivals fell silent. On the opening day of the new season, Manchester City planted its flag deep into Wembley's hallowed turf. 37 matches remain. Europe awaits. The world watches. Yet everyone sensed it. The script for this year may already be written. In Turin, Cristiano Ronaldo still stood at the window. His phone remained face down on the table. No light was switched on. No word was spoken. On August 9th, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire, when the sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, Messi had already been awake for 20 minutes. He didn't move. He lay in bed, listening to the sounds from the next room. First there was Mateo's slipper sound, pat pat pat, running from the room to the hallway. Then came Ciro's cries. He must have had a toy snatched away again. Finally, there was Tiago's voice, 11 years old, already learning to be a big brother. "Don't make noise, Dad is still sleeping." Antonella pushed the door open, carrying a cup of mate tea. "Awake?" What time did you wake up?" Antonella placed the cup on the bedside table and sat down beside him. She looked at his profile, which bore no expression, but she knew what he was thinking. Another sleepless night. "No, just thinking." "Thinking about what?" Messi did not reply. He sat up, picked up the mate tea, and took a sip. Outside the window, the sky in Manchester was gray, but sunlight was already breaking through the edges of the clouds. "Let's take them to school today," he said. At 8 in the morning, in front of a primary school in Cheshire, Messi parked the car 50 meters away from the school gate. It wasn't that he was afraid of being recognized. He had long given up on that notion. It was because he was afraid of blocking the road. Mateo was the first to jump out of the car, almost being toppled over by his backpack strap. Ciro was carried down by Antonella, still rubbing his eyes. Tiago was the last to get out, turning back to glance at Messi before getting out. "Dad, is there a match today?" "The day after tomorrow." "Will we win?" Messi thought for a moment. "Yes." Tiago nodded, closed the car door, and ran towards the school. Messi sat in the car, watching the 3 small figures disappear into the crowd. A parent nearby recognized him, standing a few steps away, hesitating whether to approach with their phone. Messi nodded at her. The parent was stunned for a moment, then smiled, put away her phone, and simply waved at him. At 9:30 in the morning at the Carrington Training Ground, when Holland arrived, Messi was already on the field. Not the kind of presence that meant he had just arrived. He had already been running for 20 minutes, his jersey soaked, stretching on the field. Holland dropped his bag and, "What time did you get here?" 7 o'clock. Holland glanced at his watch. 9:30. 2 hours. "Aren't you tired?" Messi looked up at him. "Wait until you score 300 goals, and you'll know what tired is." Holland was momentarily taken aback. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet to him. "Come, let me show you something." At the edge of the penalty area, Messi pointed at the goal. "How did you score your first goal?" Holland thought for a moment. "It was in the match against West Ham, where he scored from a rebound." "You assisted me." "No. I'm asking how you scored." Holland recalled that moment. Messi took the shot, Ariela fumbled, and he rushed in to score. Quick reaction. Messi nodded. "What about the second one?" "The second one was a through ball from Messi, which he pushed into the net. Positioning well." Messi nodded again. "So you know what you need now?" Holland thought for a moment. "Your passes." Messi shook his head. "No. What you need is to know where I will pass it." He paused. "What you cannot see, I can help you see it. But what you can see, you have to run yourself." In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window, holding a cup of coffee. De Bruyne had come over at some point, standing beside him. What are they talking about? Teaching him how to run. De Bruyne watched the two on the field. Messi was gesturing. Holland was listening, nodding from time to time. Will he learn? Guardiola took a sip of coffee. He can't learn Leo's talent, but he can learn how Leo uses it. De Bruyne thought for a moment. That's enough. Guardiola said nothing. He just watched, looking at that 22-year-old Norwegian like a piece of uncut jade being appraised by a craftsman. At 11 in the morning, training ended. Holland sat on the sidelines drinking water. Messi walked over and sat down. Tomorrow's match Bournemouth. I know. They will sit deep. There might be 11 people in the penalty area. Holland looked at him. Then how do we score? Messi did not answer. He stood up and walked back to the locker room. After taking 2 steps he stopped. If you get into position I will find you. In the afternoon at 2 o'clock at home in Cheshire when Messi pushed open the door the living room was very quiet. Antonella was in the kitchen preparing lunch and the kids hadn't come home from school yet. He walked over to the sofa and sat down picking up his phone. There was a message on the screen. From Neymar. He opened it. It was long. Not the kind of lengthy message that starts with "Hey brother, how have you been?" but the kind that had been held in for a long time, typed in many words and deleted multiple times. He took 3 minutes to finish reading it. The gist was Paris was chaotic. Mbappe wanted to leave. Nasser was pressuring him. He wanted to return to Barca. He asked Messi whether he should go back. Messi stared at it for a long time. He did not reply. Antonella came out with a plate and saw his expression. What's wrong? Messi put down his phone. Nothing. Neymar. Antonella didn't ask further. She placed the plate on the coffee table and sat down beside him. Aren't you going to eat? Messi glanced at the plate. Argentine barbecue, her specialty. He picked up a fork. At 8 in the evening, in the study, Messi sat in front of the computer watching the footage on the screen. The defensive formation of Bournemouth in their last match. 5 defenders, 4 midfielders, and a lone striker. The defense was very tight, with almost no space in front of the penalty area. He pulled the progress bar back to watch it again. Thiago pushed the door open. Dad, it's time for bed. Messi, you go to sleep first. Thiago didn't leave. He stood at the door looking at Messi's profile. What are you watching? The opponent. Are they strong? Messi thought for a moment. Yes. Will you win? Messi looked at him. Yeah. Thiago nodded and closed the door as he left. Messi turned back to continue watching the footage. On the screen, Bournemouth's defense looked like a wall, but he had already seen the gaps. On August 11, 2022, in Bournemouth at Vitality Stadium, this was a small stadium. With 12,000 seats, even if filled, it couldn't fill half of the Etihad stands. But today it was packed, so full that people were standing in the aisles. The home of the Cherries, the newly promoted team's first Premier League home match. The away fans numbered only 800, squeezed into the far corner of the north stand. But they still managed to raise the flag that read, El Ultimo Baile. Maria was not among them. She was at home in Buenos Aires in front of the television holding the Holland jersey. It was her brother's, and she was just responsible for watching. But she could imagine the scene. 800 people standing in the corner singing Blue MN, their voices drowned out by the cheers of over 10,000 home fans, yet they still sang. At 7:45 in the evening in the away team's locker room, Holland was tying his shoelaces. He was tying them very slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him watching. Nervous? Holland looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you looking at? Holland looked down. He was watching his hand clutching the sock which he had held tightly for 5 minutes. He set the sock down. Will it be very difficult today? Messi thought for a moment. It will be harder than last week. Holland said nothing. Messi stood up and walked in front of him. But you have scored more goals than Bournemouth's defenders have seen. At 8 o'clock sharp the whistle blew. Bournemouth kicked off. Then they retreated. 5 defenders, 4 midfielders, all packed near the edge of the penalty area. The lone striker stood at the center line, standing symbolically. In the 5th minute, Manchester City's first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi, who faced 3 defenders, passing the ball to Grealish. Grealish went to the byline and crossed. Holland was sandwiched between 3 defenders and couldn't get his head to it. In the 12th minute, Messi received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, took a long shot, blocked by the wall. In the 19th minute, De Bruyne's through ball to Holland was cleared early. In the 28th minute, Messi took a corner, Rodri's header soared high. In the 36th minute, Holland was pulled down in the penalty area, but the referee did not blow the whistle. The away fans' singing never stopped, but it grew increasingly anxious. The cheers from Bournemouth fans grew louder. With each clearance, each disruption, each time-wasting moment, they cheered. In the 42nd minute, a crucial moment. Gundogan received the ball in midfield, looked up. Messi was moving into the penalty area. Rice. No, it was Lerma, the Bournemouth holding midfielder, was closely trailing him. Gundogan passed the ball to Messi. Messi received it back to goal with Lerma sticking to him. Zubair, Bournemouth centre back, also rushed in. 2 people surrounded him. But Messi did not stop to adjust. He used the sole of his left foot to pull the ball back, while turning, slipping through the gap between the 2. Marseille turn. The 2 were left behind. The whole stadium gasped. Messi charged into the penalty area. Bournemouth's defense panicked. 3 people rushed in simultaneously. But Messi did not shoot. He glanced up. On the right, Holland was moving towards the small penalty area with no one. He passed the ball. A ground pass slid through the legs extended by the 3 defenders, rolling precisely to Holland's feet. Holland took the shot. The ball slipped in under the goalkeeper's arm. 10. The away fans erupted. 800 people shouted with the voice of 8,000. Holland sprinted towards the corner flag. Messi did not run over. He stood still watching the running number 7, his lips curling slightly upwards. This goal was not served to him. It was the only person who could score, he found after tearing through the entire defense. In the second half, in the 63rd minute, the second crucial moment, Bournemouth had already pushed out. They had to attack. They couldn't afford to lose at home too badly. But Manchester City feared nothing more than opponents who pushed out. In the 63rd minute, Rodri intercepted in the backfield and passed directly to Messi. Messi dribbled forward facing the Bournemouth defense that had pushed past half the field. He did not slow down. He split the ball left to Grealish. Then he continued to make his run forward. Grealish understood, delivering a diagonal pass, sending the ball onto Messi's path. Messi received the ball, charging into the penalty area. The goalkeeper rushed out. Messi glanced at the goalkeeper's position, then took a shot, not a powerful strike, but a delicate chip shot. The ball flew over the goalkeeper's head, slowly dropping into the net. 20. The away fans went wild. Messi ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. Haaland ran over and hugged him tightly. De Bruyne, Grealish, Gundogan, all rushed over. The final whistle. Manchester City had 2 consecutive away victories. The away fans stood in the corners singing the last verse of Blue MN. Bournemouth fans began to leave. No one caused trouble, no one cursed. They knew they had lost to someone they shouldn't have lost to. After the match, in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, 1 assist and 1 goal. How do you evaluate this match? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. It was tough. They played well, but we found a way. The reporter pressed on. Your combination with Haaland is becoming increasingly tacit. Did you practice specifically in training? Messi thought for a moment. He runs, I pass. No need to practice. In the locker room, Haaland sat in front of his locker, not panting. He just sat there staring at the ceiling. Messi walked over and sat down beside him. What are you thinking about? Haaland turned his head. Thinking about that chip shot you just made. Messi said nothing. Why couldn't I think of shooting like that? Messi looked at him. Because you're young. When you get older, you'll know how. Haaland was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled. In the late night in Manchester, Cheshire, when Messi pushed open the door, the living room light was still on. Antonella was leaning on the sofa asleep. The TV was still on, looping highlights of today's match. He picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Antonella woke up. Did we win? Did Haaland? Antonella smiled, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom. Messi sat on the sofa, not moving. He pulled out his phone and saw Neymar's message again. He still hadn't replied. He put his phone down, stood up, and walked to the study. On the wall hung a calendar. August 11th, 2022. Below it was a line of small print, 96 days until the World Cup. He stared at that line for a long time. Outside the window, the night in Manchester was very quiet. In the distance, in the direction of Carrington, there would be training tomorrow. The next day, European media. The front page of L'Equipe, Messi, Haaland, unstoppable. In the Premier League, what can other teams do? Bild, Manchester City secures 2 consecutive wins, showing their dominance. Bayern, are you scared? Gazzetta dello Sport, Messi is still evolving. This is illogical. Argentinian, we await you in Qatar in 96 days. In the Sky Sports studio, Carragher shouted at the camera, this season's Premier League is already over. I'm telling you, it's finished. Neville did not refute this time. He just watched the replay on the screen. Messi's Marseille turned, that assist, that chip. I can't figure it out, he said. Can't figure out what? Can't figure out how to defend it. In Italy, in Turin. Manchester City, Borussia Dortmund, Sevilla, Copenhagen. Group G. This is not the group of death. It is the group of who will fight for second place. August 15th, 2022, Manchester United Stadium. Malia stood outside United while the sun had not yet set. It was not that she had come too early. August in Manchester grows dark late. For a match scheduled at 7:30, the sun still hung in the sky at 6, dyeing the whole stadium a warm orange. She was not in the away supporters' stands tonight. She sat with the home fans, 3rd row near the middle. 2 months' wages, a season ticket bought through connections. Worth it. Beside her sat an old man in the vintage 1999 jersey, washed nearly white, though the number remained clear. Uruguay Luo 16. The old man saw the Argentine flag in her hands and nodded at her. First time at United. First time traveling abroad to watch a match. The old man smiled. First time for me too. M73. Malia opened her mouth, unsure what to say. He fell silent and turned to watch the players warming up. His eyes narrowed to slits. At the far end, in the visitors, half the Nyoka Air players were stretching. Shung Ma Kushi Man was doing change-off direction runs, his feet springing as if on coils. Ji Ma Liang Si spoke with Wei Er Sun, casting glances toward Manching from time to time. This was the oil derby, not an official name, but one coined by the fans. The Saudi consortium versus the Abu Dhabi consortium. 2 barrels of oil facing off. Nyoka had spent 200 million this summer. Their ambition was plain to see. They were not aiming for survival, but for the top 6 for the Champions League, for the day when they might stand equal with Manching. Today was the first probing. At 6:30 in the home dressing room, Haaland sat tying his boots, slowly. 1 loop, 2, 3. Messi sat opposite, cradling mate T. Nervous. Haaland looked up. Not nervous. Then what? Haaland bowed his head. He was looking at his shin guards, new white stamped with the Norwegian flag still in use. He tucked the guards into his socks. Nyoka are strong. Messi nodded. Strong. But you can get past them. Haaland regarded him. Messi set his mate down. Because you've beaten tougher. At 7 the players tunnel Nyo cast line emerged. Sheng Ma Kushi Man led the line, his hair tied in small braids, eyes startling in their brightness. He looked back at Manching's procession and locked eyes with Waku. Waku did not look away. He smiled. Sheng Ma Kushi Man did not. Tai Li Pai Air walked in the middle with the captain's armband tight around his sleeve. As he passed the Manching line, he bumped palms with Waku, 2 England teammates opponents on the pitch, but friends off. Hollanda stood in line watching Nyo cast men file out one by one. The last to step into the light was Ji Maliangsi. The Brazilian reached the tunnel's mouth, paused, and glanced back at Messi. Messi kept his head bowed and did not look. Ji Maliangsi turned and walked into the glare. At 7:45 the national anthem began. The stadium stood. When the British anthem played, Yidahade fell quiet. Malia stood with her hand on her chest, eyes fixed on the Union Jack. The old man beside her did not sing. He kept his head down, lost in thought. When the anthem ended, the crowd erupted. Malia's palms grew sweaty. At 8 on the duck, the referee blew his whistle. Manching kicked off. In the 3rd minute, the first probe came. Dubu Lao and Ei passed to Messi, who received the ball near the center circle. Ji Maliangsi closed him down instantly, fingers working with petty fouls. Messi ignored him and laid the ball to the left for Gula Lishur. Gula Lishur faced Tai Li Pai Air, the nation's premier right back, a Champions League final starter last season. He did not dare to go through. He returned the ball to Kansai Luo. Kansai Luo crossed while Hollanda was crowded by 3 defenders and could not get a header. The first attack was smothered. In the 8th minute, Nyoka countered. Sheng Ma Kushi Man carried down the left, confronting Waku. He moved, not tentatively, but with outright acceleration, speeding past Waku on the outside. In the 8th minute, Nyoka countered. Sheng Ma Kushi Man carried down the left, confronting Waku. He moved, not tentatively, but with outright acceleration, speeding past Waku on the outside line. Waku nodded. In the 10th minute, Nyoka took the corner. Tai Li Pai Air delivered. She air glanced at the near post. Xiao Lin Dun headed at the far post. Waku nodded. In the 10th minute, Nyoka took the corner. Tai Li Pai Air delivered. She air glanced at the near post. Xiao Lin Dun headed at the far post. Over. A close shave. The old man beside Malia swore under his breath. By the 15th minute, Manching began to control possession, the ball circulating in the back and inching forward. Nyoka's defense sat tight. 5 at the back with 2 holding midfielders, almost no space at the edge of the box. Dubu Lao and Ei dropped to receive and passed to Jing Duoan. Jing Duoan to Luo Deli. Luo Deli to Kansai Luo. Messi retreated to the halfway line to take the ball. Ji Maliangsi shadowed him like a shadow. Messi turned to face Ji Maliangsi, but did not drive. He threaded the ball to Gula Lishur. This time Gula Lishur tried. Change of direction, abrupt stop, another shift. Tai Li Pai Air was not fooled. The ball was intercepted. Nyoka countered. Tai Li Pai Air lofted a long ball for Sheng Ma Kushi Man, who received, and facing Waku accelerated again. This time Waku would not give him space and brought him down. Foul. Yellow card. Free kick. In the 18th minute, Nyoka had a free kick. Tai Li Pai Air stepped up and shot directly. The ball curled around the wall and plunged. Oai to Sun sprang and pushed it away. Another corner. The Nyoka chants grew louder. 22 minutes in a decisive moment. Manchung kept the ball. Udabu Lao and Ei lifted his head. Hollanda was dragging Shi Air wide, pulling him out of position. A gap opened through the middle. Dubu Lao and Ei did not feed Hollanda. He passed to Messi. Messi took the ball, turned and faced the pincer of Ji Maliangsi and Xiao Lin Dun. One left, one right. Messi shifted the ball left with a feint. Ji Maliangsi followed. But Messi did not continue left. With the sole of his right foot, he dragged the ball through, slipping it between the 2 men, a Marseille spin. The crowd gasped. Messi tore into the penalty area. Chier lunged to cover, bow, and closed in as well. 3 men converged. But Messi did not shoot. He glanced up. On the right, Hollanda had slipped into the 6-yard box, and nobody followed. Messi laid it across along the ground, threading it between the reaching legs of Chier and Bo, and placing it precisely at Hollanda's feet. Hollanda met the ball and drove it. Bo Poo dived and smothered. He got fingertips to it. The ball drifted past the post. Corner. Hollanda held his head in both hands. Messi stood motionless, expressionless, but he looked at Hollanda. The look said, "I picked you out, you missed." Hollanda nodded. In the 27th minute, Manching took a corner. Messi whipped it in. A Jing Duo and flicked at the near post. Yasi rose at the far post. Bo Poo saved it. In the 31st minute, Nyoka countered. Ji Maliangsi launched a long pass from deep toward Sheng Ma Kushi Man. He received under pressure from Waku and Kansai Luo and did not force a run. He returned the ball to the overlapping Tai Li Pai Air. Tai Li Pai Air crossed. Wei Er Sun timed his run to meet it and headed. Ai to Sun leapt and pushed it away. Another corner. Mali Ya's palms were slick with sweat. The old man stood sad and cursed under his breath. In the 38th minute, the tide turned. Luo Deli intercepted in midfield and fed Messi. Messi drove forward with the ball against Ji Ma Liangxi and Xiao Lin Dun. He did not slow down. He nudged the ball right, slipped past Ji Ma Liangxi's left. Ji Ma Liangxi reached, but could not hold him. Messi burst into the box. She air lunged a bow and closed. Messi glanced up. Dabu Lao Nei was alone at the top of the box, completely unmarked. He passed. Dabu Lao Nei struck on the half volley as the ball arrived. Bo Pu could not respond in time. 10. Yidahate erupted. Dabu Lao Nei ran to the corner flag, pointing at Messi. Gula Lisher leapt onto his back, Jing Duo, and ran over, ruffling his hair. Messi remained where he was, raised both hands and waved them gently. In the away, and Ma Li Ya and the old man embraced. In the 43rd minute, Nyo Ka had not given up. In the final minute of the half, Sheng Ma Kushi Man took the ball on the right, facing Kinsai Luo. He moved, shift, stop, accelerate, and Kinsai Luo was unbalanced. Sheng Ma Kushi Man sprinted to the byline and crossed. Wei Er Sun peeled into the center. DUC got there ahead of him and headed the ball out for a corner. Time ran out. The referee blew for halftime. 10. Manching led, but Nyo Ka had played tougher than West Ham and Bournemouth combined. Halftime, the dressing room. Guadiao La stood before the tactics board, the laser resting on Sheng Ma Ku Shiman's name. He'll be fiercer in the second half. He won't tire. We cannot let him run unchecked. He looked at Waku. Ka, when you need help, call for Luo Doli. Waku nodded. Guadiao La then turned to Meishi. Lai Yo Ji Ma Liangxi will track you in the second half. He won't let you take the ball comfortably. Meishi sipped his mate. I know. At 5:03 in the afternoon, the second half began. In the 51st minute, Nyo Ka nearly equalized. Sheng Ma Kushi Man carried on the left, confronted by Waku and Luo Doli. He did not force it. He laid the ball back to the overlapping Xiao Lin Dun. Xiao Lin Dun crossed. Wei Er Sun headed. Ai De Sun parried the ball, spilled. A Air Mi Long followed up. DUC cleared it off the line. The stadium gasped. Malia covered her eyes, unable to look. The old man leapt to his feet, pointing at DUC and shouting, Saint. DUC. Saint. By the 58th minute, Manching had steadied. The ball moved in the back before progressing. Neo Cass pressing intensified, but Manching's passing quickened. Dabu Lao Nei received, looked up. Meishi was drifting right, drawing Ji Ma Liangxi with him. A corridor opened through the center. Dabu Lao Nei did not look for Meishi. He fed Halanda. Halanda held his back to goal with Xier on him. He did not turn. Instead, he laid the ball back to the overlapping Jing Duo and threaded a through ball. Meishi angled in from the right and received in the box. Onionon with Bo Pu. Bo Pu rushed out. Meishi took the shot, a driven finish into the far corner. The ball slid past Bo Pu's outstretched foot. 20. Yidahate imploded again. Meishi ran to the corner flag, pointing skyward. Halanda caught up and wrapped his arms around him. Dabu Lao Nei Gula Li Shi Jing Duoen. All surged to celebrate. In the away, and Ma Liya wept. In the 67th minute, Manching made a substitution, Fu Deng on for Gula Li Shi. At 7 Taitwo, Halanda's moment arrived. Dabu Lao Nei carried in midfield and saw Halanda inserting into the box. He threaded a pass, straight through the narrow seam between Shi Air and Bo En. Halanda received. Through on goal. Bo Pu rushed out. Halanda struck with power. The ball hissed past Bo Pu's ear. 30. Halanda slid on his knees at the corner flag, tearing 2 ruts in the turf. The traveling fans went delirious, chanting his name. Holland. 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 Meishi did not run to join them. He stood and watched the sprinting No. 7, and finally a smile touched his lips. In the 78th minute, Nyo Ka made one last push. Sheng Ma Kushi Man took the ball on the right, facing a tiring Waku. He feinted, accelerated, burst to the byline, and crossed. Wei Er Sun headed. Ai De Sun pushed it away. A Air Mi Long followed. His shot flew wide. In the 82nd minute, Manching substituted Halanda off A Air Wa Lei Sion. The stadium rose to applaud. In the 85th minute, Nyo Ka scored. Sheng Ma Kushi Man collected on the left against the newly introduced Lu Ec. He feinted, accelerated, and cut inside. Lu Ec could not stop him. Sheng Ma Kushi Man crossed. Wei Er Sun met it in the center and poked it in. 31. The Nyo Ka traveling army finally found their voice, but it was too late. At the 90th minute, 3 minutes were added. Manching held possession and chose not to press. At 9:48, the referee blew full time. Manching 3, Nyo Ka Sierra 1. A 3-game, 9 points. 9 goals scored, 1 conceded. Yidahate's song rang one last time. Blue Moon, you saw me standing alone. After the match, the mixed zone. Reporters surrounded Meishi. Liao. A goal and an assist. How do you assess the game? Meishi wiped the sweat from his face. Nyo Ka are strong. They made it very difficult for us. A reporter pressed. 3 wins in a row. How does it feel? This is only the 3rd round, he replied. He turned and walked away. In Nyo Ka's dressing room, Sheng Ma Kushi Man sat before his locker with his head bowed. Ji Ma Liangxi came over and sat beside him. What are you thinking? Sheng Ma Kushi Man looked up. About that turn. How did he get past the 2 of us with that? Ji Ma Liangxi said nothing. He simply watched the replay on the locker room television. The Marseille spin Messi used to slip between him and Xiao Lindon. I don't know, he said finally. Maybe only he knows. Manchester, Cheshire. When Messi opened the front door, the living room light was still on. None of the three children were asleep. Diego sat on the sofa. Mateo lay on the carpet. Chiluo was in Ndong Nei Los arms. Why aren't you asleep? Diego looked up. Waiting for you. Did you win? We won. Mateo sprang up and ran to hug. How many goals? Messi looked down. 1. Mateo held up 3 fingers. I scored 3. Messi laughed. He gathered Mateo into his arms and sat on the sofa. Ndong Nei La handed him Chiluo, who curled on his chest and soon fell asleep. The television still showed the match highlights. Messi's assist, Messi's goal, Haaland destiny slide. Diego watched the screen, then looked at his father. Daddy, how did you know Haaland would be there for that pass? Messi considered. I knew he would run before I passed. How did you know? Messi gave no answer. He simply stared at the Manchester night sky beyond the window. In the distance toward Carlington, training awaited tomorrow. 92 days later, another battleground would await. The next day, the European press. The Times, 3 wins in a row. Manchang's dominance on display. In the Premier League, who can stop them? The team paper, Messi Haaland 9 goals. Europe, are you afraid? La Gazzetta dello Sport. Sheng Ma Kushiman gave everything, but Messi reminded him that between a superstar and a legend there remains a single turn. Ol Argentine, see you in 92 days. The storm of joining Manchester City. On August 21, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria is back again. This is already the 3rd time she has stood outside the Etihad this month. 3 matches, 3 victories, 9 points, scoring 9 goals and conceding 1. Manchester City fans are walking with a spring in their step and speaking with smiles. The old man beside her is still wearing that faded Aguero number 16 jersey. Today he brought a new flag that reads 3 consecutive victories, 38 wins. Maria took a glance and smiled. 38 wins. The old man nodded earnestly. Winning all matches to claim the title. Why not? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, BBC Radio 1. The 3rd round of the Premier League has concluded. Manchester City 31, Newcastle, Liverpool 11, Crystal Palace, Chelsea 0-3, Leeds United, Manchester United 0-4, Brentford. The host paused for a moment. Yes, you heard it right. Manchester United lost 0-4 away to Brentford. 2 consecutive defeats, sitting at the bottom of the table. The studio fell silent for 2 seconds. Cristiano Ronaldo started the match, yet the team had 0 shots on goal. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sky Sports studio. Carragher's face turned red again, not from excitement, but from laughter. Tell me, how did Manchester United manage this? 2 consecutive defeats, sitting at the bottom, losing 0-4 to Brentford. Brentford. Neville, sitting beside him, looked pale. Manchester United has Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo can score goals. Carragher laughed even louder. Ronaldo. Ronaldo had 0 shots on goal. Do you know what Manchester City is doing on the other side? Messi with 2 assists and 1 goal. Haaland with 1 goal. De Bruyne with 1 goal. 3 consecutive victories, 9 points. Neville fell silent. Carragher sobered up, looking at the camera. Manchester City is aiming to break records this season. Messi plus Haaland, this is something never seen in football history. As for Manchester United, he shook his head. Manchester United needs to worry about relegation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on social media. Twitter trending topics: top 10 Manchester United, bottom 1 Manchester City 3 consecutive victories, 2 Messi 2 assists 1 goal, 3 Ronaldo 0 shots, 4 Brentford 40 Manchester United 5 Premier League title controversy ended. 6. The comments section exploded. Manchester City 3 consecutive victories, scoring 9 and conceding 1. Manchester United 2 consecutive defeats, scoring 1 and conceding 6. This is the color of Manchester. Messi with assists, Haaland scoring, De Bruyne with a world-class shot. Ronaldo was completely invisible. The legendary duo. Not at all. Manchester United fans are still dreaming. Wake up, Ronaldo can't save you. At 7 o'clock in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. The curtains were drawn. The lights were off. Only the television was on, the sound muted. The screen displayed highlights from the Premier League. Messi with a Marseille turn, bypassing 2 defenders. Messi with an assist, threading through 3 players. Messi with a delicate lob over the goalkeeper. Ronaldo sat on the sofa watching. He had no expression, but the remote control in his hand was gripped tightly, turning pale. His phone lit up. Mendes, tomorrow the news will break. Ronaldo stared at the message for a long time. He did not reply. He put down his phone and continued watching the screen. On the screen, Messi was surrounded by teammates celebrating. Ronaldo stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the night sky of Cheshire. In the distance towards Carrington, the lights were bright. He knew what that was. That was Manchester City celebrating their 3 consecutive victories. That was the place he could have gone to. August 22nd, Monday. A message began to spread quietly in the European football community. Ronaldo's agent Mendes has contacted Manchester City. At first, no one believed it. Manchester City has Messi, Haaland, and De Bruyne. Why would they need Ronaldo? But the news became more credible. A reporter from the Times tweeted Manchester City is seriously considering the possibility of signing Ronaldo. Guardiola believes Ronaldo can guarantee 20 goals. The comments section went wild. Ronaldo to Manchester City. To be teammates with Messi. The legendary duo together. What a divine plot. Manchester United fans won't sleep tonight. August 23, Tuesday. Mendes flew into Manchester. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he was spotted entering the Etihad Stadium. At 5 o'clock, the Daily Mail headline read Ronaldo is just one step away from Manchester City. Mendes flew into Manchester. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he was spotted entering the Etihad Stadium. At 5 o'clock, the Daily Mail headline read Ronaldo is just one step away from Manchester City. Gary Neville shouted directly at the camera during the program Manchester United must do something. They can't let Ronaldo go to Manchester City. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the news broke. Manchester United intervened. August 24th, Wednesday at 2 o'clock in the morning. Ronaldo's phone rang. It was Defying. Cristiano, you can't go to Manchester City. Ronaldo didn't say anything. You are a legend of Manchester United. You can't wear that blue shirt. Ronaldo remained silent for a long time. Why? Defay was taken aback. Because Manchester United fans love you. Ronaldo smiled lightly. It was so faint that it was hard to tell if it was a smile or a sigh. Love me. The people who love me are criticizing me on social media for having 0 shots on goal. The people in the comments say Ronaldo is old, it's time to go. Defay said nothing. Ronaldo hung up the phone. August 25th, Thursday. Manchester United officially announced they are in contact with Juventus seeking Ronaldo's return. Social media exploded for the second time. Manchester United intercepted Manchester City. Ronaldo returning to Manchester United. I've seen this plot before. So where is Ronaldo really going? The Times reported details. Solskjaer and Sir Ferguson personally called Ronaldo. Ferguson said one line, if you are returning to Manchester, you must return to Old Trafford. After finishing that call, Ronaldo remained silent for a long time. Then he said, let me think about it. August 26th, Friday at 8 o'clock in the evening. Ronaldo stood by the window. There were 2 messages on his phone. One was from Mendes. Manchester City's offer has been confirmed. 2-year contract, weekly salary of 500. The other was a message from Manchester United. Solskjaer is willing to keep the number 7 for you. Ferguson said that the lights at Old Trafford will always be on for you. He remembered 2003 when he first walked into Old Trafford. At 18, he was as skinny as a stick, and someone in the stands laughed, wondering if this Portuguese kid could make it. He remembered 2008, the rainy night in Moscow. He missed a penalty, then Terry slipped, and he lifted his first Champions League trophy. He remembered 2009, when he left Manchester United for Real Madrid. Ferguson walked him to the door, saying, you will always be my child. He remembered 2021, the first time he returned to Old Trafford. The huge banner in the stands read, welcome home Cristiano. Outside, the night sky of Manchester was quiet. In the distance, there were 2 directions. One was sky blue. He picked up his phone. August 27th, Saturday, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Manchester United's official website crashed. Not because of excessive traffic, but because once the news of Ronaldo's return broke, Manchester United fans worldwide flooded the website, overwhelming the servers. The official statement was brief. Manchester United Football Club is pleased to announce that an agreement has been reached with Cristiano Ronaldo. The 5-time Ballon d'Or winner has officially returned to Old Trafford, signing a 2-year contract. The comments section instantly exploded. Welcome home, Cristiano. The number 7 is back. This is football. This is Manchester United. But there was also another voice, very small but existing. So, was Ronaldo almost going to Manchester City? Teammates with Messi. And then he didn't go? Does he really want to win a title? Or does he want to return to Manchester United? No one answered. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ronaldo's first press conference at Manchester United. Reporters packed the hall. Ronaldo wore Manchester United training gear number 7 and sat on the stage. The first question, Cristiano, why did you choose Manchester United? Ronaldo looked at the reporter, silent for 3. Because this is home. The second question, was it true you were close to joining Manchester City? Ronaldo's expression changed slightly. I never answer hypothetical questions. The third question, what do you think about Manchester City's start this season? About Messi and Haaland's partnership. Ronaldo's mouth twitched slightly. They are playing well, but I came back to win. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Manchester City's training base, Messi was doing extra training. Haaland had already left. De Bruyne had also left. Only Messi remained, repeatedly taking free kicks against the training dummies. Guardiola stood on the sidelines watching him. I heard Ronaldo almost joined us. Messi didn't pause to control the ball. I heard. What do you think? Messi kicked the ball out, scoring. He turned to Guardiola. I have no thoughts. Guardiola chuckled. You never have any thoughts. Messi walked back to the ball, setting up the next kick. He went to Manchester United. Guardiola looked at him. Good. Messi took the shot, and the ball went in again. Manchester United needs him. At 8 o'clock in the evening on social media. 2 trending topics side by side. Ronaldo returns to Manchester United. Manchester City 3 consecutive victories. Comments compared the two. Ronaldo returns to Manchester United, yet to play his debut. Messi with 3 consecutive victories, 2 assists, and 1 goal. The legendary duo. Manchester United at the bottom, can Ronaldo save them? Manchester City at the top, Messi leading the way. No matter what, Ronaldo is back. Manchester United fans are celebrating. Manchester City fans celebrating. We celebrate every day. At 10 o'clock in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, the curtains were drawn. The lights were on. Ronaldo sat on the sofa watching the news of his return to Manchester United. Commentators analyzed, predicted, and speculated on how many goals he could score and how far he could take Manchester United. He muted the sound. His phone lit up. It was Mendes. Tomorrow the new season begins. Are you ready? He looked at the message. The new season. Manchester United. Premier League. Manchester City. Messi. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the night sky of Cheshire. In the distance towards Carrington the lights were already out. But he knew that tomorrow they would light up again. The next day, August 28th. The Times front page was split in two. On the left was a photo of Ronaldo's return to Manchester United titled The Prodigal Son Returns. On the right was the data of Messi's 3 consecutive victories titled Foundations of a Dynasty. The Daily Mail bluntly wrote, 2 Manchesters, 2 destinies. The Sun's report was the most scathing. One comes back to save the day while the other sits and watches the fire. In Cheshire, in another direction. When Messi opened the door at home, Thiago was in the living room watching the news. Dad, Ronaldo returned to Manchester United. Messi changed his shoes and responded with a hum. Will you play against him? Messi lifted his head. Yes. Can you win? Messi thought for a moment. Yes. Thiago nodded, continuing to watch television. Messi walked to the kitchen where Antonella was cooking. Have you heard? What do you think? Messi took the knife from her hand, helping her chop vegetables. No, Antonella laughed. You never have any thoughts. Messi continued chopping vegetables, remaining silent. Outside, the sunshine in Manchester was bright. In the distance towards Old Trafford, someone was setting off fireworks. He heard it, but he didn't look up. 3 consecutive victories, 9 points at the top. Ronaldo's return, Manchester United at the bottom. This August, the sky over Manchester was divided in two. Half sky blue, half blood red. One half filled with the laughter of 3 consecutive victories, the other half with the silence of the relegation zone. Maria took a photo outside the Etihad. In the picture was the old man's flag, 3 consecutive victories, 38 wins. She posted it on social media with a caption, on our side, everything is great. 10,000 likes. On the Old Trafford side, someone replied in the comments, just wait. We also have Ronaldo. Maria looked at that reply and smiled. She knew Ronaldo was formidable, but she also knew that the person on her side was equally impressive, and he never thought of leaving. On August 27, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire at 6 in the morning, Cristiano Ronaldo woke up. He did not get up immediately. He lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional sound of cars passing by outside. The mornings in Cheshire were quiet, unlike Turin, unlike Madrid, and unlike Lisbon. Yet he knew where he was. This was Manchester, the city he had lived in for 6 years. This was the place he had returned to conquer. His phone vibrated. Mendes, tonight's debut. The eyes of the world are watching you. He looked at the message but did not reply. He got up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside, the streets of Cheshire were very quiet. In the distance, the outline of Old Trafford was vaguely visible, shrouded in morning mist. He gazed for a long time. At the same time, in another direction in Cheshire, Lionel Messi was awake as well. Not by an alarm clock, but by Matteo. The 5-year-old boy ran barefoot into the bedroom, jumped onto the bed, and landed on his stomach. Daddy, is there a game today? Messi opened his eyes and looked at that excited little face. Tomorrow. Then what are you doing today? Training. Matteo pouted in disappointment. I want to play football too. Messi sat up and picked him up. Wait until you grow up. Antonella leaned against the doorframe, smiling as she watched the scene. Breakfast is ready. Messi carried Matteo out of the bedroom, passing by Thiago's room. His 11-year-old son was already doing homework. Thiago was still asleep, lying on his stomach, drooling on the pillow. This was his morning. At 9 in the morning, Carrington training ground. When Messi arrived, Holland was already on the field. The Norwegian was practicing shooting alone from outside the penalty area to inside, 10 shots from every position. His jersey was soaked, clinging to his body. Messi stood on the sideline and watched for a while. What time did you come? Holland turned around. 6 o'clock. Norway gets light early. Messi walked over and stood at the top of the penalty arc. Come, let me show you something. At 10 in the morning, Carrington, Guardiola's office. Guardiola stood by the window watching the 2 men on the field. De Bruyne walked in with coffee and stood beside him. Still teaching. Can he learn? Guardiola took a sip of coffee. He can't learn Leo's talent, but he can learn how Leo uses his talent. De Bruyne watched the field, Messi gesturing while Holland listened, nodding occasionally. Are you watching Manchester United's game tonight? Guardiola shook his head. No, we have our own game tomorrow. De Bruyne smiled. You're not watching, but the whole world is watching. Ronaldo's debut, Manchester United versus Southampton. Guardiola said nothing. He simply watched the 2 men outside. At 3 in the afternoon outside St. Mary's Stadium in Southampton. There were 4 hours left until the match began, and the area outside the stadium was already crowded. 3,000 Manchester United fans had arrived, blocking the street on the side of the away stand. They held up a large portrait of Ronaldo with the words, "Welcome, HOME Cristiano" written on it. Southampton fans were not to be outdone, with over 20,000 home supporters filling the street on their side. A BBC reporter was live on the scene with background sounds full of singing. "I am now outside St. Mary's Stadium. The Manchester United fans, Viva Ronaldo, are already in place. Ronaldo's debut is still 4 hours away. Viva Ronaldo." The reporter gave up. He put down the microphone and forced a smile at the camera. At 5 in the afternoon inside St. Mary's Stadium, the away team's locker room, Ronaldo sat in front of his locker, not moving. The jersey was already prepared. Number 7 red with Ronaldo printed on the back. This was his second time wearing this shirt in a Premier League match. The first time was in 2003, when he was 18. 18 years later he was back. The locker room was noisy. Bruno Fernandes was playing music, Sancho was humming along, Maguire was stretching, and Varane and Casemiro were chatting in Portuguese. Only Ronaldo remained silent. Bruno came over and sat down beside him. "Nervous?" Ronaldo looked up. "Not nervous." "Then what are you thinking about?" Ronaldo looked at his hands. "Thinking about winning tonight." Bruno nodded. "You will." At 7:45 in the evening inside St. Mary's Stadium, the crowd numbered 30,000. The Manchester United expedition had 3,000 fans, while Southampton's fans numbered 27,000. The big screen displayed the starting lineup. When the name Ronaldo appeared, the Manchester United supporters erupted with thunderous cheers. The Southampton fans responded with deafening boos. Ronaldo stood in the center circle, head down, stepping on the grass. The grass was a bit soft. It had just been watered. He lifted his head and glanced at the opposing defenders from Southampton who were watching him. He had seen countless such gazes. Fearful, anxious, eager to prove themselves. He smiled slightly. The match was 1 minute away from starting. At 8 o'clock sharp, the referee blew the whistle. Manchester United kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Ronaldo touched the ball for the first time. Bruno made a through ball from midfield, and Ronaldo turned his back to receive it. Southampton defender Salisu was closely marking him, using small tactics. Ronaldo did not turn around. He passed the ball back to the advancing Eriksen. Eriksen crossed the ball, and Ronaldo dashed into the penalty area, leaping up. It was too high. He couldn't make contact. The first attack ended. In the 8th minute, Ronaldo touched the ball for the second time. Sancho broke through on the left and crossed. Ronaldo was in the middle, sandwiched between two defenders. He jumped up for a header, off target. In the 15th minute, Ronaldo touched the ball for the third time. Bruno took a free kick, and Ronaldo rushed in, only to be pulled down. The referee did not blow the whistle. Ronaldo got up and glanced at the referee. He said nothing. In the 22nd minute, Southampton scored. Ward-Prowse took a free kick, and El Yunusi headed the ball into the net. 10. St. Mary's Stadium erupted. Southampton fans went wild. The Manchester United expedition fell silent. Ronaldo stood in the center circle, hands on his hips. He glanced at the scoreboard. 0-1. 70 minutes left. During the remaining time on the field, Ronaldo kept running, but he couldn't get the ball. Southampton's defense was very tight, with all three midfielders retreating to the edge of the penalty area, giving Manchester United no space. Bruno was tightly marked, Sancho was double-teamed, and Eriksen couldn't find a passing option. He took the free kick, but shot over the bar. In the 38th minute, he received the ball in the penalty area, turned around, was surrounded by three defenders, and lost the ball. He took the free kick, but shot over the bar. In the 38th minute, he received the ball in the penalty area, turned around, was surrounded by three defenders, and lost the ball. In the 44th minute, he took a long shot, which was caught by the goalkeeper. The first half ended 0-1. Ronaldo walked into the player tunnel, head down. He did not look at anyone. During halftime in the away team's locker room, Ronaldo sat in front of his locker, breathing heavily. 45 minutes, 3 shots, 0 on target. He was isolated in the front line, unable to receive the ball, unable to connect with crosses, unable to do anything. Ten Hag was saying something in front of the tactical board, but he wasn't paying attention. He was thinking of something else. At the Etihad, how would that person play tomorrow? That person was never isolated. The second half began. Manchester United made a substitution. Martial was off, Rashford was on. The formation changed to 442, with Ronaldo and Rashford as the twin strikers. In the 52nd minute, Ronaldo had a chance. Bruno intercepted the ball in midfield and made a through pass. Ronaldo broke the offside trap unknown with the goalkeeper. The crowd held its breath. Ronaldo advanced with the ball facing the goalkeeper. He shot, aiming for the far corner. The goalkeeper dove to save. He deflected it. A corner kick. Ronaldo clasped his head with both hands. The away fans clasped their heads. In the 63rd minute, Ronaldo had his second chance. Sancho crossed from the left. Ronaldo rushed in for the header. It was saved again. In the 75th minute, Ronaldo had his third chance. Bruno made a through ball. Ronaldo received it in the penalty area, turned, and shot. It hit the side netting. In the 82nd minute, Manchester United equalized. Bruno took a free kick, and Casemiro headed it in. 11. The away fans finally made some noise. Ronaldo ran over and high-fived Casemiro. But that expression was not one of celebration, but of relief. In the 89th minute, Manchester United took the lead. Bruno made a through pass from midfield and Rashford scored on a breakaway. 21. The away fans went wild. Ronaldo stood in place, not running over to celebrate. He simply watched. The final whistle blew. 21. Manchester United had won. Ronaldo stood in the center circle, hands on his hips. He played for 90 minutes, took 5 shots with 0 on target and 0 goals. But he had won. His teammates gathered around him, giving him high fives. He smiled back, but that smile was very faint. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Ronaldo. Cristiano, first match, first win. How does it feel? Ronaldo wiped the sweat off his face. Feels great. Winning is the most important thing. The reporter pressed, no goals, any regrets. Ronaldo looked at the reporter. Football is not an individual sport. We won, and that's enough. He turned and walked away. At 11 o'clock at night in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, the curtains were drawn and the lights were on. Ronaldo sat on the sofa watching highlights of the match on TV. His 5 shots, his 3 chances, his 0 goals. He muted the sound. His phone lit up. Mendes, first match win, positive media coverage. Did you watch tomorrow's Manchester City match? He looked at the message. Tomorrow's Manchester City match. That person. He put down his phone. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. In the distance, the direction of the Etihad was brightly lit. He knew what they were preparing for. Tomorrow, that person would play against Crystal Palace. He would score, assist, and win. He would continue the winning streak. He stood in front of the window for a long time. On August 28th, at 4 in the afternoon at the Etihad Stadium, Maria was back. The 4th match. For consecutive wins. 12 points. The old man beside him was still the same, wearing that faded Aguero number 16 shirt. Today he brought a new flag that read, for consecutive wins, 38 wins. Maria glanced at it and smiled. For consecutive wins, but 38 wins. The old man nodded seriously. For consecutive wins, why can't there be 38 wins? At 4:30 in the afternoon in the home team's locker room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. Very slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding mate T. Nervous. Haaland looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you watching? Haaland looked down. He was looking. Ronaldo didn't score yesterday. Messi looked at him. So what? So, Messi put down his mate T. Whether he scores or not has nothing to do with you. You just score yours. At 5 o'clock sharp, the whistle blew. Manchester City against Crystal Palace. In the 7th minute, Manchester City threatened for the first time. De Bruyne made a through pass. Messi received the ball in the penalty area, turned and shot. Saved. In the 15th minute, Messi assisted. He received the ball in midfield, faced 3 defenders, and made a ground pass that pierced through the entire defense. Haaland received the ball unknown, pushed it in. 10. The Etihad exploded. In the 28th minute, Messi scored himself. A direct free kick from the edge of the penalty area. 20. In the 41st minute, Haaland scored his second. De Bruyne crossed, Haaland headed it in. 30. The first half ended. In the second half, the 63rd minute, Messi made his second assist. He received the ball on the right, dribbled past 2 defenders and crossed. Foden tapped in. 40. In the 78th minute, De Bruyne took a long shot. 50. The final whistle blew. Manchester City, 50 Crystal Palace. For consecutive wins. 12 points. 14 goals scored, 1 conceded. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, 2 assists and a goal. How do you rate this match? Messi wiped the sweat off his face. Played well. The reporter pressed. Ronaldo won his debut match yesterday, but didn't score. What do you think? Messi looked at the reporter. He won. That's enough. In the evening at 9 in Cheshire in 2 directions. Ronaldo stood in front of the window looking at his phone. On the screen, the score of Manchester City 50 was glaring. Messi with 2 assists and a goal. Haaland with 2 goals. De Bruyne with 1 goal. He turned off the screen. Outside in the direction of Etihad, fireworks were still going off. He couldn't hear them, but he knew. In another direction, Messi pushed open the front door. The kids were still awake. Thiago was sitting on the sofa, Matteo was lying on the carpet, and Ciro was being held by Antonella. Daddy, did you win? Yes. How many did you score? 1. 2 assists. Matteo extended 5 fingers. I scored 5. Messi smiled. He picked Matteo up and walked over to sit on the sofa. Antonella looked at him. Ronaldo, what do you think of him? Messi thought for a moment. He needs time. The next day, European media. The Times had a double front page. On the left was a photo of Ronaldo winning his debut with the headline, hard-fought first victory. On the right was a big headline from Manchester City 50, dominance continues. The Daily Mail, Ronaldo 0 goals, Messi 2 assists and a goal. 2 Manchester's 2 different starts. The Sun was the harshest, 1-1 without scoring, the other scored and won. Which one would you choose? At Manchester United's training ground Carrington, Ronaldo was practicing extra. Alone shooting at the goal repeat. Bruno stood on the sidelines watching. It's time to go. Ronaldo did not stop. Just a little longer. Bruno said nothing more. He turned and walked away. Ronaldo stood alone in the twilight. In the distance towards Carrington, the lights were still on. He lowered his head and continued to shoot. On September 1, 2022, In Manchester, Cheshire at 4 in the morning, Maria woke up. Not by an alarm clock, but by her phone vibrating. She fumbled in the dark for her phone, the screen blinding her. The group chat was buzzing. Manchester City will play Nottingham Forest away in the 5th round. At the City Ground, 20,000 fans. It's tough to play against promoted teams. She turned over, resting her phone on the pillow. She had to get up at 5 to... Although Manchester City was playing away with only 2,000 tickets for the traveling fans, Maria decided to go. She was determined. At 7 in the morning, Carrington training base. Holland arrived 20 minutes earlier than Messi. This was his new habit, arriving half an hour early every day to practice shooting. The sun rises early in Norway, and his body still retained that time zone. When Messi arrived, Holland had already kicked the ball 30 times. "What time did you come?" 5:30. Messi didn't reply. He dropped his bag and began stretching. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window holding a coffee and watching the two of them. De Bruyne had walked over at some point and stood beside him. "Early again." "Yeah. Is this how Norwegians are?" Guardiola took a sip of coffee. "It's not about being Norwegian. It's about being someone who wants to win." At 9 in the morning in the tactics room, Guardiola pulled the curtains shut and the projector lit up. On the screen, Nottingham Forest's defensive formation was broken down into segments. 5 defenders, 3 midfielders, 2 forwards. A typical English defensive counterattack, long passes to the forwards contesting the second ball, physical confrontations. Their home ground, the City Ground, is narrow. It's 5 meters narrower than standard. Guardiola tapped the screen. "This means there's less space on the flanks and crosses are easily blocked." He looked at Messi. "Leo, they will have a dedicated marker for you. Not just one person, but 2. One will stick close while the other provides support." Messi nodded. Guardiola then turned to Holland. Erling, their center backs Worrell and McKenna are both 1.9 meters tall and weigh 90 kilograms. They are not afraid of physical confrontations. Holland remained silent. But their weakness is that they turn slowly. Holland's eyes lit up. At 3 in the afternoon in Cheshire, Cristiano Ronaldo was in the gym. He had been training for 2 hours, treadmill strength training, core exercises, and stretching. His Portugal national team training kit was soaked, clinging to his body. His phone vibrated several times on the treadmill, but he did not answer. After training, he picked up his phone. 3 messages. The first was from Mendes. "The media is trying to schedule an interview to discuss your comparison with Messi." The second message is from B. "Fernandez want to go out for dinner tonight. Bring Case Moreau along." The third message is from an unknown number. He opened it. "Cristiano, this is Ferguson. I heard you were training hard. Good. But remember, football is not played alone." He stared at the message for a long time. Then he put his phone down and continued training. At 7 in the evening in Nottingham, outside the City Ground, Maria squeezed into the crowd of traveling fans. 2,000 fans surrounded by over 20,000 home fans on the away stand, like a small piece of sky blue in a sea of blue. But they were singing. They had started singing as soon as they entered and continued singing. Beside her stood an old man, not Carlos. Carlos didn't come today, it was too far. This old man was a local, originally from Nottingham, but a Manchester City fan. He moved to Manchester to work 60 years ago and never returned. "I first came to this stadium in 1967, the old man said, squinting. "Back then we were still in the English 2nd Division." "What happened next?" Maria asked. "Then we went up to the English 1st Division. Then we got relegated. Then we got relegated again." The old man chuckled. "After 60 years we finally made it." At 7:45 in the away team's locker room, Holland was tying his shoelaces. Slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding a mate tea. "Nervous?" Holland looked up. "Not nervous." "Then what are you looking at?" Holland looked down at his shin guards. New white with the Norwegian flag printed on them. He tucked the shin guards into his socks. "The home ground of Forest is very noisy." Messi nodded. "Noisy is good. If it's not noisy, it's no fun to play." At 8 o'clock the whistle blew. Nottingham Forest, then they retreated. 5 defenders, 3 midfielders, all crowded near the penalty area line. The 2 forwards stayed at the center line, standing symbolically waiting for long passes. In the 5th minute, the first probing. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As Messi received the ball, 2 players closed in. Worrell marked him closely while Yates provided support. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced the defense, went to the byline and crossed, blocked out for a corner. Corner kick. In the 8th minute, the corner was taken. Messi aimed for the back post. Holland jumped up, squeezed between 3 defenders, but didn't manage to head it. In the 12th minute, Forest launched a counterattack. Lingard picked up the ball in the backfield, a long pass aimed at forward Johnson. Johnson, fast, pulled away from Diaz by half a body length, broke into the penalty area. Ederson came out. He saved it. That was close. Cheers erupted from the traveling fans. In the 18th minute, Manchester City began to control the ball. The ball was passed back in the backfield, slowly pushing forward. Forest's defense was very tight, and there was almost no space near the edge of the penalty area. Messi dropped back to the halfway line to receive the ball. Worrell followed him closely. Messi turned to face Worrell. He didn't force it. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a through pass for Holland, blocked by McKenna, who got there first. In the 25th minute, Messi created his first threat. He received the ball on the right facing two defenders. He changed direction, stopped suddenly, then changed direction again, getting past one. The second defender closed in. He flicked the ball with his heel and slipped through between the two. The crowd gasped. Messi surged into the penalty area. Worrell rushed in. McKenna rushed in too. Messi shot, goal. Blocked out for a corner. The traveling fans jumped up. In the 27th minute, Manchester City took a corner. Messi took it, Gundogan flicked it at the near post, and Diaz headed it. Caught by the goalkeeper. In the 34th minute, Forest's second counterattack. Another long pass aimed at Johnson. Johnson received the ball, faced Walker, changed direction, accelerated. Walker was beaten. Johnson broke into the penalty area. Diaz came to cover. Johnson shot, goal. Ederson dove to save. Another corner. The traveling fans fell silent. In the 38th minute, Forest took a corner. Worrell headed the ball, off target. In the 42nd minute, a crucial moment. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield, looking up. Messi was moving to the right, pulling Worrell out. A space opened up in the center. De Bruyne didn't pass to Messi. He passed to Gundogan. Gundogan made a through pass. Haaland timed his run perfectly. Onion. The crowd held its breath. Haaland advanced with the ball facing the goalkeeper. He shot. Powerful strike. The ball flew past the goalkeeper's ear. 10. The traveling fans erupted. Haaland raced towards the corner flag, sliding on his knees. The turf was torn up in two places. Messi didn't rush over. He stood still, watching the rushing number 7, a slight smile on his lips. Halftime 10. In the locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactics board. In the second half, they will push forward. They have to attack. He looked at Messi. Leo, you need to stretch their defense. Messi nodded. He looked at Haaland. Erling, you need to run. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Forest pushed forward. The formation changed to 442, pushing the two wings forward, compressing the midfield. Manchester City was least afraid of an opponent pushing forward. In the 53rd minute, Manchester City scored their second goal. Messi received the ball in midfield, facing the pressure from Worrell and Yates. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Walker on the right. Walker went to the byline, crossing. Haaland made a run in the middle. Header. 20. Haaland has scored twice. The traveling fans went wild. In the 61st minute, Forest pulled one back. Lingard broke through on the right cross. Johnson got a touch in front of goal. Ederson made a save, but the ball still went in. 21. The traveling fans went quiet. In the 67th minute, Manchester City steadied themselves. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield, looking up. Messi was moving into the penalty area, pulling Worrell inside. A space opened up at the edge of the penalty area. De Bruyne didn't pass to Messi. He passed to Gundogan. Gundogan shot. Long range. 31. The match ended. The final whistle blew and Manchester City won 31 against Nottingham Forest. 5 consecutive wins. 15 points. 17 goals scored, 2 goals conceded. The traveling fans stood in the away stand, finishing the last chorus of Blue Moon. Nottingham's fans began to leave, no one causing trouble, no one shouting insults. The old man beside Maria stood still, watching the group of sky blue players on the pitch, watching Messi and Haaland high-five, watching De Bruyne and Gundogan embrace. 60 years, he said, 60 years, and we finally made it. Maria looked at him. The old man turned his head, his eyes a bit red. Girl, you were lucky. You started at the best time. Maria didn't know what to say. She just held his hand. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Haaland. Erling, 2 goals. 6 goals in 5 matches. How do you rate your performance? Haaland wiped the sweat from his face. It's all thanks to my teammates. Messi passed the ball, De Bruyne passed the ball, Gundogan passed the ball. I just ran into position. The reporters pressed. What's it like to play with Messi? Haaland thought for a moment. The balls he passes, as long as you run into position, you can receive them. Meanwhile, Messi was surrounded by reporters. Leo, 5 consecutive wins. How do you rate the team's performance? Messi took the microphone. We played well, but the season is still long. The reporters pressed. What about Cristiano? Manchester United won as well. What do you think of his adaptation? Messi looked at the reporter. He will adapt. At 10 in the evening in Cheshire in 2 directions. Cristiano Ronaldo sat on the sofa watching television. On the screen, the highlights of Manchester City's 31 victory were playing in a loop. Haaland's 2 goals, Messi's assist, De Bruyne's long-range shot. He turned the volume down. His phone lit up. Mendes, 5 consecutive wins. 12 points. They played really well. He stared at the message. Really well. He put his phone down, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was quiet. In the distance toward Carrington, the lights were already off. But he knew tomorrow would brighten up. He still had to train, still had to win. In the other direction, Messi pushed open his front door. The living room light was still on. The 3 children were still awake. Tiago sat on the sofa, Matteo lay on the carpet, and Ciro was being held by Antonella. Daddy, did we win? Yes. How many did we score? None. Haaland scored 2. Matteo held up 2 fingers. I scored 2. Messi laughed. He picked Matteo up and walked over to the sofa. Antonella looked at him. Cristiano's side. Yeah. When do you think he will score? Messi thought for a moment. Soon. The next day, European media. The Times, 5 consecutive wins. Manchester City dominates the Premier League. Who can stop them? The Daily Mail. Haaland leads the scoring chart with 6 goals. Messi leads the assist chart with 5 assists. A perfect combination. The Sun. Cristiano is still waiting for his first goal, while Messi has already taken Manchester City to new heights. At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the pitch. The Norwegian set down his bag and walked over. What time did you come? 6 o'clock. Haaland glanced at the clock. 7 o'clock. 1 hour. Aren't you tired? Messi looked up at him. When you've scored 300 goals, then you'll know what tired feels like. Haaland was taken aback. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet. Come on, let me teach you something new today. The sunlight fell on the pitch, casting long shadows of the two. In the distance, the sky over Carrington was blue. The countdown to the World Cup had 82 days left. On September 5, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, when the UEFA Champions League draw results were announced, all of Europe erupted in laughter. Manchester City, Borussia Dortmund, Sevilla, Copenhagen. Group G. This is not the group of death. It is the group of who will fight for second place. The headline from Bild was particularly biting. Borussia Dortmund drew Haaland and Haaland drew Borussia Dortmund. On social media, Dortmund fans had already begun to cry. Haaland is going home. Will he score at Westfalen? Will he celebrate? Don't say that I'm not ready yet. September 6th, at Carrington training base. Haaland is training harder. Messi stands by the sidelines watching. Are you nervous? Haaland turned his head. What? Facing your old club, are you nervous? Haaland paused for a moment. Messi nodded. That's good. At 3 in the afternoon in the tactical room, Guardiola drew the curtains and the projector sprang to life. The first slide, Sevilla. Pizjuan Stadium. One of the toughest away games in Europe. Their fans will chant insults from the first minute to the last. Their pressing will leave you breathless. He tapped the screen. But their weakness is, when they push forward, they leave large gaps behind. He looked at Haaland. Earning your speed is just what they need to worry about. Haaland nodded. The second slide, Borussia Westfalen. 80,000 fans, the yellow wall. Your old club. Guardiola looked at Haaland. You will be booed by the entire crowd. They will target you. They will defend against you in the way they know best, because they know how you play. Haaland said nothing, but you also know how they defend. On September 7th, Manchester City flew to Sevilla. On the plane, Haaland sat by the window gazing at the clouds outside. Messi came over and sat down next to him. What are you thinking? Haaland turned his head. Thinking about Sevilla. Not afraid. Messi nodded. That's right. At 5 in the afternoon in Sevilla, outside Pizjuan Stadium, Maria was back again. The away fans numbered only 2,000, surrounded by over 40,000 home supporters. But she still came. In the Champions League away games, not going would be a disservice to oneself. Beside her stood an old Spanish man wearing a Sevilla jersey, holding a flag that read Bienvenidos al Infierno. Welcome to hell. The old man saw her and grinned. Little girl, is it your first time here? Maria nodded. The old man pointed to the stadium behind him. The old man saw her and grinned. Little girl, is it your first time here? Maria nodded. The old man pointed to the... He was doing it slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding a mate tea. Nervous? Haaland looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you looking at? Haaland looked down. He was gazing at his cleats. Pizjuan, it's loud. Messi nodded. It should be loud. There's no fun winning in a quiet place. At 8 o'clock the whistle blew. Sevilla kicked off. And then they pressed forward. It wasn't a test, it was an immediate assault. In front of 40,000 home fans, they began to sing, shout, and boo every touch from Manchester City in the first minute. In the third minute, Sevilla threatened for the first time. Rakitic made a through ball from midfield. Entrusting received it in the box, turned and shot. Ederson saved. Corner kick. The away fans fell silent. In the 8th minute, Manchester City made their first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As soon as Messi received the ball, 2 defenders closed in. Rakitic pressed closely. Gudelj provided support. Messi did not force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced the defense, made a low cross, blocked out of bounds. Corner kick. In the 12th minute, Sevilla came again. Another high press, another interception. In midfield, another quick counterattack. Lamela broke through on the right, crossed, and Entrusting headed. Over the bar. So close. The away. From the 15th to the 25th minute, Sevilla kept pressing Manchester City. Their pressing was relentless. Every ball was contested with fury. Manchester City's possession was shattered. The ball barely crossed the halfway line. The songs of the away fans were drowned out by the home crowd. In the 27th minute, a crucial moment. Rodri intercepted the ball in the back, passing it directly to Messi. Messi received the ball, turned facing a double team. He did not force his way through. He glanced up. Haaland was making a forward run. Rakitic and Gudelj had pushed up, leaving a large gap behind. Messi struck. A ground pass over 40 meters, threading between Rakitic and Gudelj, accurately rolling. Haaland was unknown. The whole stadium fell silent for half a second. Haaland advanced with the ball facing the goalkeeper. He shot, placing it into the far corner. 10. The away fans exploded. Haaland rushed towards the corner flag. Messi did not run over. He stood in place watching the sprinting number 7, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He had seen that goal. He saw what would happen 3 seconds later. In the 31st minute, Sevilla equalized. Rakitic took a free kick and Gudulj headed it in. 11. Pizjuan erupted again. In the 38th minute, Manchester City regained the lead. Messi received the ball in midfield facing 3 defenders. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, getting past 2. The third came rushing in. He flicked the ball with his heel, threading it between the 3. The crowd gasped. Messi stormed into the box. The goalkeeper rushed out. Messi glanced up. De Bruyne was at the top of the box, completely open. He passed. De Bruyne shot on the run. 21. The away fans went wild. The first half ended 21. In the locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board. In the second half, they will be even crazier. It's their home ground, they won't give up. He looked at Haaland. Erling, your opportunities will come. Run. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Sevilla indeed pressed forward again. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City scored their third goal. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield, passing it directly to Messi. Messi advanced with the ball facing a double team. He passed it to Walker, who was making a run on the right. Walker went to the byline, crossed. Haaland made a run in the middle. Header. 31. Haaland scored his second. The away fans went wild. In the 65th minute, Sevilla pulled one back. Lamela broke through on the right, crossed, and Inisari scored with a flick. 32. The match wasn't over yet. In the 78th minute, Manchester City scored their fourth goal. Messi received the ball on the right, getting past 2 defenders, and made a cross. Foden arrived and pushed it in. 42. The match ended. The final whistle blew. Manchester City 4, Sevilla 2. A perfect start in the Champions League. The away fans stood in the stands, finishing the last verse of Blue Moon. Pizjuan fell silent. Maria's voice was hoarse. The old Spanish man walked over, patting her shoulder. Little girl, hell didn't open its doors today. After the match, and the reporters surrounded Haaland. Erling, 2 goals. You exploded upon returning to Spain. Haaland wiped the sweat from his face. Messi's pass was great. I knew I would score when he passed it to me for the first goal. The reporter pressed, next match against Dortmund, how does it feel? Haaland paused for a second. That's my home. But right now it's an away game. Meanwhile, Messi was surrounded by Leo, 2 assists and a goal. How do you rate the team's performance? Messi took the microphone. Winning away is very important. The reporter followed up. Haaland scored 2 goals. You two are becoming more and more in sync. Messi nodded. Leo, 2 assists and a goal. How do you rate the team's performance? Messi took the microphone. Winning. On the screen, highlights of Manchester City's 42 victory were playing on loop. Messi's 2 assists, Haaland's 2 goals, De Bruyne's long shot. He turned the volume down. Mendes a perfect start in the Champions League. They played really well. He looked at the text. Really good. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. 3 days later, Manchester United would also be playing in the Champions League against Real Sociedad. He had to score. On September 10th, at Old Trafford, Manchester United faced Real Sociedad. Cristiano started. In the 7th minute, he took a shot which was saved. In the 23rd minute, he headed the ball, but it went wide. In the 38th minute, he was brought down, took the free kick himself, and shot over. The first half ended 0-0. In the 52nd minute, he received the ball in the box, turned and shot, saved. In the 67th minute, Buffet made a through ball. He was unknown, saved. In the 83rd minute, he was substituted. The final score, Manchester United 10, Buffet scored. Cristiano 0 goals. After the match on social media, Cristiano didn't score again. Messi with 2 assists and a goal, a Cristiano 0 shots on target. The legendary duo. No way. In Cheshire at Cristiano's home. The curtains were drawn. The lights were off. Only the TV was unmuted. The screen was showing Messi's highlights. Cristiano sat on the sofa watching. He had no expression, but the remote control in his hand was gripped so tightly that it turned white. Meanwhile, in another direction, Messi pushed open the door. The kids were already asleep. Antonella was leaning on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. Did Haaland score again? Yes. He learns really quickly. Messi changed his shoes, remaining silent. But there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Very slight. The next day, European media. The Times, Manchester City's perfect start in the Champions League, Manchester United's hard-fought victory. Cristiano is still waiting while Messi is already flying. Bild, Haaland scored 2 against his old club. No, this is just a warm-up. The real revenge is in the next match. The Argentine, see you in 78 days. At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning. When Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. What time did you arrive? 6 o'clock. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet. Next match, Borussia Dortmund. Are you ready? Haaland looked at the ball. Ready. Sunshine fell on the pitch. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup ticked away day by day. 78 days. On September 13th, 2022, in Dortmund at the Signal Iduna Park, Haaland stood in the player tunnel listening to the sounds from outside. He was all too familiar with that sound. 80,000 people. The Yellow Wall. Champions League night. Dortmund's home ground, one of the most terrifying hells in Europe. He had played here for 2 years. Scored 86 goals. Won the DFB Pokal. It was here that he first heard 80,000 people chant his name. Now Now he was about to walk in dressed in sky blue. Reyes stood at the front of the Dortmund lineup, the captain's armband tightly strapped. He glanced back and locked eyes with Holland. Neither of them looked away. Reyes walked over. Early. Marco. They shared a brief, strong embrace. Reyes released him, looking into his eyes. Tonight, Holland nodded. I know. Reyes turned and walked back to his lineup. Messi stood behind Holland watching. He said nothing. At 7:45 p.m. inside the stadium, when the name, Holland, appeared on the big screen, the Signal Iduna Park fell silent for half a second. Then the boos erupted. The boos of 80,000 people crashed down like a tsunami. Not the polite kind of booing, but the kind that said, you betrayed us, and you shouldn't wear other colors. Holland stood in the center circle, head down, motionless. The away support had only 2,000 people squeezed into a corner, but they began to sing. Blue MN was a faint sound quickly drowned out by the boos. Maria stood among the away supporters, her voice already hoarse. A Dortmund fan nearby shouted at her, your Holland is our traitor. Maria ignored him. She looked at the man on the field. That man, head down, stood amidst the boos of 80,000, completely still. At 8 o'clock the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Holland touched the ball for the first time. De Bruyne made a through ball and Holland received it with his back to the goal. Hummels was tight behind him with a little hand movement, an action he was all too familiar with, one Hummels had used countless times in training. Holland did not turn around. He passed the ball back to the advancing Gundogan. Gundogan crossed and Holland darted into the penalty area. Sandwiched between 3 defenders, he failed to connect. His first touch was over. The boos rose again. In the 7th minute, Dortmund launched their first attack. Bellingham received the ball in midfield, broke through, and made a through pass. Malin was unknown. Ederson made the save. Corner kick. There was a gasp from the away supporters. In the 12th minute, Reyes shot. It went over. In the 18th minute, Bellingham fouled De Bruyne, receiving a yellow card. In the 22nd minute, Holland had his second chance. Messi received the ball on the right, facing 2 defenders. He changed direction, stopped, and changed direction again. He got past one. The second defender came in. He flicked the ball with his heel and passed between the 2. The crowd gasped. Messi looked up. Holland was darting into the penalty area with Hummels trailing behind him by half a step. Messi played the ball. The ball skimmed the grass, rolling perfectly to Holland's feet. Holland received the ball, turned facing Kobel. Unknown. The boos stopped for half a second. Holland shot, pushed. Kobel dove to save. He got a hand on it. Corner kick. Holland held his head in his hands. The away supporters held their heads in disbelief. The boos rose again, louder than before. In the 28th minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took the corner, Diaz headed it, and the goalkeeper caught it. In the 32nd minute, Dortmund countered. Bellingham made a through pass. Adeyemi was unknown, but he was offside. In the 38th minute, the turning point came. Reyes received the ball in midfield, but Rodri intercepted it. Rodri passed directly to Messi. Messi advanced with the ball facing 2 defenders. He did not force his way through. He passed the ball to the left, giving it to the advancing Cancelo. Cancelo went to the byline, crossed it. Holland made a run for it. He jumped. Hummels jumped too. The 2 collided in midair. The ball flew over their heads, landing at De Bruyne. He volleyed the ball. 10. The away supporters erupted. De Bruyne ran to the corner flag. Holland caught up to him and hugged him tightly. The boos stopped. Then they erupted even louder. Halftime 10. Holland walked into the player tunnel, head down. He had endured 45 minutes of boos from 80,000. Messi walked beside him. Are you okay? Holland looked up. I'm fine. Messi nodded. In the second half, it will be even louder. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Dortmund equalized. Bellingham made a through pass. Adeyemi successfully timed his run and shot. 11. The Signal Iduna Park erupted. 80,000 people jumped simultaneously, the massive yellow wall shaking. The away supporters fell silent. In the 53rd minute, Dortmund took the lead. Reyes took the free kick and Hummels headed it in. 21. The Signal Iduna Park went wild. In the 58th minute, Manchester City made a substitution. Foden came on, Grealish went off. In the 63rd minute, it was Messi's moment. He received the ball in midfield facing 3 defenders. He moved, changed direction, stopped quickly, and changed direction again. He got past 2. The 3rd defender came in. He flicked the ball with his heel and passed through the 3. The crowd gasped. Messi charged into the penalty area. Hummels came in. Schlotterbeck came in too. Messi looked up. Holland was at the far post, completely open. He played the ball. The ball skimmed the grass, passing between Hummels and Schlotterbeck, rolling perfectly to Holland's. Holland met the ball with a shot. Kobel dove to save. He got a fingertip to it, but the ball still rolled in. Holland scored. At Signal Iduna Park. Amidst the boos of 80,000. He stood there, not celebrating. He did not run. No sliding on his knees. No raising his fists. He simply stood there, head down. Reyes walked over and patted his shoulder. Hummels also came over and hugged him. 80,000 people fell silent. Then applause erupted. Not the kind of fervent applause, but the kind that was complex and uncertain. Scattered applause rang out from various corners, eventually merging into one. Holland looked up, gazing at the yellow wall. He did not cry, but his eyes turned red. In the 78th minute, Manchester City took the lead. Messi received the ball on the right, got past two defenders, and crossed it. Foden arrived late and shot. 32. The final whistle blew. Manchester City, 32 Dortmund. The away supporters went wild. Haaland stood in the center circle surrounded by his teammates. Reyes walked over to exchange shirts with him. The two embraced for a long time. Reyes released him, looking into his eyes. "You've grown up." Haaland said nothing. Reyes turned and walked away. After the match, in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Haaland. "Erling, you scored. No celebration. Why?" Haaland looked at the camera. "That is my home. I will never celebrate a goal against my home." The reporter pressed on. "What does it feel like to be booed by 80,000? Haaland was silent for a moment. "They can boo me. I understand. But I love them." On the other side, Messi was surrounded by reporters. "Leo, 2 assists and a goal. What do you think of Haaland?" Messi took the microphone. "He grew up today." At 11 o'clock at night in Manchester and Cheshire, Ronaldo turned off the television. On the screen, Haaland stood at Signal Iduna Park, receiving applause from 80,000. He watched for a long time. His phone lit up. Mendes, Haaland scored at Signal Iduna Park. The whole crowd applauded for him. He read the message. He remembered 2003, his first game at Old Trafford. He scored, and the whole crowd applauded for him. That was 19 years ago. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was quiet. 3 days later, Manchester United was set to play Tottenham. He had to score. In another direction, Messi opened his front door. The children were all asleep. Antonella was waiting for him on the sofa. "Did you win?" Did Antonella smiled. "Did he cry, eh?" Messi changed his shoes, thought for a moment. No, but he was close to crying. The next day, European media. Bild's front page, the prodigal son returns the applause of 80,000. The Times, Messi with 2 assists and a goal. Haaland slays his old master without celebration. Manchester City comes back against Dortmund. Gazzetta dello Sport, this is the most beautiful side of football. The Argentinians see you in 71 days. At Carrington training ground at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. "What time did you come?" 6 o'clock. Messi stood up, kicked the ball at his feet to him. "That ball yesterday." Haaland was taken aback. "You passed well." Messi shook his head. "You ran well. When I saw you, I knew you would." Haaland looked at the ball. "How did you know?" Messi thought for a moment. "Because you are someone who wants to run." The sunlight fell on the pitch. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup ticked away day by day. On September 17, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria was awakened by her phone's vibration at 7 in the morning. The group chat was already flooded with over 999 messages. Squinting her eyes, she scrolled through, all filled with Manchester City fans discussing today's starting predictions against Nottingham Forest. Some said Haaland would be rested, while others insisted he would play to score goals. She rolled over and placed her phone face down on the pillow. Did she have to get up at 5 to queue for tickets? No, today was a home game, and she had a season ticket. Her seat was in the third row towards the side, but at least she didn't have to queue in the early hours. She took out her 710 flag, folded it neatly, and put it in her bag. At 9 in the morning in the Sky Sports studio, Carragher's face was already half red. "I'm telling you, Manchester City will win by at least 4 goals today." Nottingham Forest. The newly promoted team, how many goals have they conceded in 5 matches? 12. Haaland alone can tear them apart. Neville shook his head beside him. "Don't jinx it. Forest managed to draw against Bournemouth last match. They aren't that weak." Bournemouth. Carragher laughed. "Bournemouth conceded for when they played against City." Neville had no retort. Henry interjected languidly, "Have you seen Messi's recent form? 5 assists in 5 matches, leading the Premier League assist chart. Haaland with 7 goals, leading the scoring chart. Putting these two together." He didn't finish, but everyone knew what he meant. At 10 in the morning, BBC Sports headlines. Premier League Round 6 preview. Manchester City hosts Nottingham Forest. Can Haaland continue his scoring streak? The image accompanying the article was a photo of Haaland sliding on his knees from the last match. The comments section was already buzzing. Haaland averages 1.4 goals per game. He will score at least 2 today. Nottingham Forest will be torn apart. Liverpool's match against Wolves today won't be easy. Chelsea faces Southampton. Tuchel is under pressure. At noon, outside the Etihad. When Maria arrived, the area was already packed with people. It wasn't the kind of crowd that made it impossible to move, but rather groups of 3 or 5 flags waving, songs rising and falling. Someone was selling grilled sausages, others were handing out free stickers, and someone was holding a huge tifo featuring cartoon images of Messi and Haaland, with Messi holding mate T and Haaland with his mouth wide open. The old man who usually came wasn't there today. His grandson was getting married. Before leaving, he handed Maria the 710 flag and said, "Hold this for me." Maria held the flag up, feeling somewhat shy, but she still raised it. A man carrying a child walked past, and the child pointed at her flag and shouted, "Mom, look, number 10 plus number 7. Maria smiled. At 2 in the afternoon in the Manchester City dressing room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. He was doing it very slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding mate T. "Who are we playing today?" "Nottingham Forest." We just played against them last. Yes, but it's different. Messi looked at him. How is it different? Haaland finished tying his shoelaces and looked. Last match was away. Today is at home. Messi nodded. The home fans will chant your name. Haaland remains, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. At 2:30 in the afternoon at Old Trafford in the Manchester United dressing room, Cristiano Ronaldo was also tying his shoelaces. He was doing it even slower. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Bruno Fernandes walked over and sat next to him. Nervous? Ronaldo looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you looking at? Ronaldo looked down. He was staring at his football boots. White with red laces spotlit. In the last match against Tottenham, he wore these boots, played for 90 minutes, and scored 0 goals. He untied them and retied them. Who are we playing today? Leeds United. Ronaldo nodded. It's about time to score. At 3 in the afternoon in the Etihad press room, Guardiola's pre-match press conference was underway. Guardiola, with Haaland's great form, will he be rotated today? Guardiola shook his head. No. If he is in good form, he should play. What about Messi? Messi should always play. Someone in the audience. What are your expectations against Nottingham Forest? Guardiola pondered for a moment. They are strong. Stronger than you think. We need to stay focused. At 4 in the afternoon outside Elland Road Stadium, 3,000 Manchester United fans blocked the street on the away side completely. They were holding a large portrait of Ronaldo with the words Viva Ronaldo written on it. Leeds United fans on either side were cursing and singing, but the Manchester United fans ignored them and just sang. Someone was singing Cristiano Cristiano. Someone was holding a flag that read We Believe in You. Ronaldo hadn't arrived yet, but they were waiting. At 5 in the afternoon at the Etihad Stadium, the whistle blew. Manchester City versus Nottingham Forest. In the 3rd minute, Manchester City posed their first threat. De Bruyne made a through ball. Messi received it in the box, turned and shot, only to be saved. The away fans. Today there were no away fans, just home supporters. Let out a huge sigh with 45,000 voices. In the 8th minute, Messi assisted. He received the ball on the right side, facing a 2-man press. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball left to the advancing Cancelo. Cancelo went to the byline and crossed. Haaland made a run to the center. A header. 10. The Etihad exploded. Haaland ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. The turf was scarred with 2 grooves. Maria stood up, raising the flag above her head. A stranger beside her hugged her, shouting words she couldn't understand. In the 15th minute, Manchester scored their second goal. De Bruyne's long-range shot was saved and Haaland followed up. 20. In the 22nd minute, Messi scored himself. At the edge of the penalty area, he scored directly from a free kick. 30. Mariah's voice was already hoarse. In the 25th minute, news arrived from Old Trafford. Ronaldo's shot was saved. In the 38th minute, Arsenal also scored. Jesus found the net, putting Arsenal ahead 10 against Brentford. The first half ended with Manchester City leading 30 against Nottingham Forest. In the 38th minute, Arsenal also scored. Jesus found the net, putting Arsenal ahead 10 against Brentford. The first half ended with Manchester City leading 30 against Nottingham Forest. At the same time at Elland Road Stadium, the first half ended with Manchester United and Leeds United drawing 0-0. Ronaldo walked into the players' tunnel head down. He didn't look at anyone. In the second half at the Etihad, in the 52nd minute, Haaland scored his 3rd goal. Messi got the ball at midfield and made a penetrating through ball. Haaland was unknown and he slotted it home. 40. A hat-trick. The Etihad went wild. Haaland ran to the corner flag, kneeling on the pitch with both hands pointing to the sky. Messi walked over and pulled him up. The two hugged. A man beside Maria was crying. In the 58th minute, Chelsea scored. Sterling found the net, putting Chelsea ahead 10 against Southampton. In the 63rd minute, Liverpool scored again. Nunez found the net, putting Liverpool ahead 20 against Wolves. In the 68th minute, Manchester scored their 5th goal. Foden struck from outside the box with a world-class shot. 50. In the 72nd minute, Tottenham scored. Son Heung-min found the net, putting Tottenham ahead 20 against Leicester City. In the 78th minute, Manchester scored their 6th goal. Messi broke through on the right cross to Alvarez, who scored. 60. The final whistle blew. Manchester City won 60 against Nottingham Forest. 7 consecutive victories. 21 points. Scoring 29 goals, conceding 5. Mariah's voice was completely hoarse. She folded the flag neatly and put it back in her bag. A stranger beside her was still hugging her and shouting. She just smiled. At the same time at Elland Road Stadium, in the 68th minute, Bruno Fernandes scored, putting Manchester United ahead 10. In the 73rd minute, Sancho scored, making it 20. In the 89th minute, Ronaldo was substituted. The final score was Manchester United 2, Leeds United 0. Ronaldo had 0 goals. When he walked off the field, he kept his head down and did not high-five anyone. The away fans were still singing Cristiano, but he didn't look back. After the match in the mixed zone at the Etihad, reporters surrounded Haaland. Erling, hat-trick, 9 goals in 7 matches. How do you evaluate your performance? Haaland wiped the sweat off his face. Messi passed well. 2 of the 3 goals were assisted by him. The reporters pressed on. Some say you are the strongest forward in the Premier League. What do you think? Haaland shook his head. I am not the strongest. The strongest is the one who passes the ball to me. On the other side, Messi was surrounded by reporters. Leo, 1 goal and 1 assist. How do you evaluate Haaland? Messi took the microphone. He ran well today. He got all the balls I passed. The reporters pressed. Some say you two are the strongest duo in history. The host was summarizing the results of round 6. Manchester City 6, Nottingham Forest 0. The host was summarizing the results of round 6. Manchester City 6, Nottingham Forest 0, 7 consecutive wins at the top. Haaland's hat-trick. Messi with 1 goal and 1 assist. Liverpool 2, Wolves 0, with goals from Salah and Nunez. Arsenal 2, Brentford 1, with a goal from Jesus. Chelsea 1, Southampton 0, with a goal from Sterling. Tottenham 2, Leicester City 0, with a goal from Son Heung-min. Manchester United 2, Leeds United 0, with goals from Bruno Fernandes and Sancho. Ronaldo had 0 shots on target throughout the match and was substituted in the 89th minute. The image cut to Ronaldo's expression when he was substituted, head down with no expression. Carragher and Neville fell silent. At 10 in the evening on social media. Trending topics: Manchester City 60 Haaland hat-trick, Messi assist king, Manchester United win but Sir, 7-0 goals, CR7 substituted, Liverpool win, Arsenal win, Tottenham win, Chelsea win, Premier League table comments, Haaland 9 goals in 7 matches, Ronaldo 0 goals in 6 matches. That's the difference. Messi with 1 goal and 1 assist, Ronaldo 0 shots on target. The legendary duo, non-existent. Ronaldo should accept that he is no longer a starter. Manchester City is too strong. This season's championship is a foregone conclusion. In Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, he sat on the sofa watching television. On the screen, highlights of Manchester City's 60 victory were playing in a loop. Haaland's 3 goals, Messi's 2 assists, De Bruyne's long-range shot, Foden's world-class strike. He turned the sound off. His phone lit up. Mendes Haaland hat-trick. 9 goals in 7 matches. 9 goals in 7 matches. How many had he scored in 7 matches? 0. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. In the distance towards the Etihad, fireworks were still going off. He couldn't hear them, but he knew. In another direction, Messi opened his front door. The living room light was still on. The 3 children were still awake. Thiago sat on the sofa, Matteo lay on the carpet, and Ciro was being held by Antonella. Daddy, did we win? Yes. How many did we score? Not a single one. Haaland scored 3. Matteo raised 3 fingers. I scored 3. Messi laughed. He picked Matteo up and walked over to the sofa to sit down. Antonella looked at him. Ronaldo's, but he didn't score. Messi remained silent. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. When do you think he will? Messi looked out the window. Soon. The next day in European media, the Times front page was split in half. The left side featured a photo of Haaland's hat-trick with the headline, "The Beast is Unleashed." The right side showed Ronaldo being substituted from behind with the title, "The King is Silent." The Daily Mail, 9 goals in 7 matches versus 0 goals in 7 matches. The 2 number 7s of Manchester, 2 worlds. The Sun was the harshest. One is scoring goals, the other is just seeking attention. LA keep Manchester City's 7 consecutive wins. Who else in Europe can stop them? Bild Haaland leads the top scorer list with 9 goals. Messi leads the assists list with 7. Perfect partners. At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian set his bag down and walked over. What time did you come? 6 o'clock. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet to him. You ran well for those goals yesterday. Haaland looked at the ball. You passed well. Messi shook his head. You ran well. When I passed, I knew you could score. Sunlight fell on the pitch. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window holding a coffee watching these two. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. Is it starting again? Yes. De Bruyne looked at the two on the field. 134-122. One plays with his mind, the other uses his body to smash the goal. How long can they play together? Guardiola took at least this year. What about next year? Guardiola did not answer. He just watched. At 10 in the morning, the Premier League official released the standings. 1. Manchester City, 21 points. 2. Liverpool, 16 points. 3. Arsenal, 15 points. 4. Tottenham, 14 points. 5. Chelsea, 13 points. 6. Manchester United, 6 points. Manchester United only accumulated 6 points in 6 matches, ranking second to last. Comments: Manchester City, 21 points. Manchester United, 6 points. That's the color of Manchester. Ronaldo came back to save the day, but the fire wasn't put out, and he is almost burned out himself. Manchester United should focus on staying up, forget about the Champions League. At 3 in the afternoon outside Carrington base, Maria stood at the door. She waited for an hour. Finally the window was half open, revealing half a face. Maria raised her flag. 710. The window rolled down completely. Messi looked at her. Maria opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. The window rolled up, and the car drove away. Maria stood there watching the car disappear around the corner. She recalled yesterday's match, Haaland's 3 goals, Messi's free kick, and the moment when 45,000 people jumped up simultaneously. She remembered the old man saying it doesn't hold mathematically, but it holds in football. Now she believed it. On September 19, 2022, In Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood in the stands next to the players' tunnel clutching the season ticket she had bought for 2 months' salary. It wasn't her chosen spot. It was the only one left. The third row by the side with a slightly skewed view, but she could see the players' faces as they came out. The old man next to her didn't come today. His grandson was getting married and he went to London for the wedding. Before he left, he handed Maria the flag that read 710, saying, "Hold this for me." Maria held up the flag feeling a bit embarrassed, but she still held it high. In the players' tunnel, the lights were bright. Holland walked in the middle of the line with De Bruyne in front and Grealish behind. He had his head down, the hood of his sweatshirt hanging behind him, but his face was clearly illuminated by the lights. Maria raised her phone, wanting to take a picture, but her hand shook. She couldn't focus. By the time she finally aimed correctly, Holland had already walked out of the tunnel. At 4:15 p.m. in the home team's locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board, the red dot of his laser pointer landing on a name, James Maddison. Leicester City hasn't played well this season, losing 4 out of 5 matches, but their core is still intact. He tapped the screen. Maddison is in the top 5 for creativity in the Premier League, averaging 3.2 key passes per game. He will find Vardy and use through balls to break open the defense. He looked at Diaz. "Ruben, you and John Stones need to be aware of the gaps behind you today, but their core is still intact." He tapped the screen. Maddison is in the top 5 for creativity in the Premier League, averaging 3.2 key passes. "Wherever he goes, you go. Don't let him turn." Rodri took a sip of water and nodded. Finally, he looked at Messi. "Leo, their defense pushes up high. Their fullbacks will follow you, but their centre-backs turn slowly. Move towards the flanks to draw them out." Messi set down his mate. "Got it." At 4:30 p.m. in the players' tunnel, Leicester City's line came out. Vardy walked at the front, his eyes bright and fierce. At 37 years old, he could still outrun most defenders. Maddison walked in the middle, head down, lost in thought. Tielemans walked at the back, and as he passed Manchester City's line, he gave De Bruyne a high five. 2 Belgian national teammates, rivals on the field, friends off it. Manchester City's line began to move. Holland walked in the middle with De Bruyne in front and Grealish behind. Messi walked at the back, head down. As they reached the tunnel's exit, light poured in. It was bright. It was hot. It was loud. Holland squinted his eyes. He was already starting to get used to it. At exactly 5 p.m., the referee blew the whistle. Manchester City kicked off. In the 3rd minute, the first attempt. De Bruyne passed to Messi, who received the ball near the center circle. Tielemans immediately closed in with some minor contact. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced Justin's defense, changing direction, getting to the byline and crossing. Holland was sandwiched by 3 defenders and couldn't get his head to it. The first attack ended. In the 7th minute, Leicester City countered. Maddison received the ball in midfield, facing Rodri's close marking. He didn't stop to adjust. He flicked the ball with his heel, threading it through Rodri's legs. The crowd gasped. Maddison turned and chased after the ball, delivering a through ball to Vardy. Vardy successfully timed his run. Unknown. Ederson rushed out. Vardy shot, aiming for the far corner. Ederson dove to save. He saved it. A corner kick. From the away fans, Leicester City supporters, came a huge wave of disappointment. Guardiola stomped his feet on the sidelines, shouting something at Rodri. Rodri nodded. In the 9th minute, Leicester City earned a corner. Maddison took it, and Evans headed the ball towards goal. He missed it. In the 12th minute, Manchester City threatened for the first time. De Bruyne intercepted in midfield and passed directly to Messi. Messi advanced with the ball, facing the pressure from Tielemans and Didi. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and then changed direction again, getting past one. The second defender closed in. He passed the ball to Walker on the right. Walker got to the byline, crossing. Holland rushed in. He leaped. Evans jumped as well. The two collided. The ball flew over their heads, landing at the far post. Foden. He connected with an acrobatic volley. The ball flew into the far corner. 10. The Etihad erupted. Foden ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. The grass was torn up in 2 places. De Bruyne caught up and jumped on his back. Messi didn't run over. He stood still, watching the group of blue figures, a slight smile on his lips. In the 15th minute, Leicester City took the kickoff. They barely touched the ball twice before it was intercepted again. Gundogan intercepted in midfield and passed directly to Messi. Messi glanced up. Holland was pulling to the right, drawing Evans out. An opening emerged in the middle. Messi didn't pass to Holland. He passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne with a through ball. Foden charged into the penalty area. Unknown. He shot, aiming for the far corner. 20. Foden scored again. The Etihad went wild. Guardiola pumped his fist on the sidelines. In the 22nd minute, Leicester City tried to counter. Maddison received the ball in midfield, facing Rodri's close marking. This time he didn't try any tricks. He passed the ball to Barnes on the left. Barnes got to the byline, crossing. Vardy was making a run in the middle. A header. Ederson flew in to save. Another corner. In the 25th minute, Leicester City earned a corner. Maddison took it, Tielemans flicked it at the near post, and Evans headed it. He missed high. In the 28th minute, Manchester City scored their 3rd goal. Messi received the ball on the right, facing the pressure from 2 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed left to Cancelo, who was making a run. Cancelo got to the byline crossing. Haaland rushed in. He leaped. Evans also leaped. But Haaland jumped. A header. 30. Haaland scored. He ran to the corner flag sliding on his knees. The grass was torn up again. Messi walked over and pulled him up. The two embraced briefly. In the 31st minute, Leicester City finally scored. Maddison received the ball in midfield facing Rodri's close marking. This time he didn't pass. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again, getting past Rodri. He glanced up. Vardy was making a run forward. He passed. A low-through ball threaded between Dias and Stones. Vardy received the ball. Unknown. Ederson rushed out. Vardy shot, aiming for the far corner. 31. The Leicester City supporters finally cheered. Vardy did not celebrate. He ran to the goal to retrieve the ball and ran back. From the 35th to the 40th minute, Leicester City pressed Manchester City. They had to attack. Whether losing by 2 or 3, it was still a loss. In the 38th minute, Maddison took a long shot, which Ederson saved. In the 40th minute, Tielemans took a long shot, which went wide. In the 43rd minute, Barnes crossed, and Vardy headed it. Again saved by Ederson. The first half ended 31. At halftime in the locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board. In the second half, they will come out even more aggressively. Vardy has already scored one, they will want another. He looked at Dias. Ruben, in the second half you follow Vardy. Wherever he goes you go. Dias nodded. He looked at Messi. Leo, you need to control the ball more. Slow down the pace. Messi sipped his mate and nodded. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Leicester City indeed pressed forward again. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City scored their fourth goal. Messi received the ball in midfield facing pressure from 2 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Walker on the right. Walker got to the byline crossing. Haaland. In the 48th minute, Leicester City indeed pressed forward again. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City scored their fourth goal. Messi received the ball. In the 63rd minute, Manchester City scored their fifth goal. De Bruyne took a long shot which was saved and Gundogan followed up. 51. In the 67th minute, Leicester City scored their second goal. Maddison received the ball outside the penalty area unmarked. He shot, a long-range effort, a stunning strike. 52. Maddison ran to the corner flag pointing to the sky. In the 72nd minute, Manchester City made a substitution. Haaland went off and Alvarez came on. The entire crowd stood and applauded. In the 78th minute, Manchester City scored their sixth goal. Messi broke through on the right, getting past 2 defenders, reaching the byline and crossing. Alvarez slid in to score. 62. In the 85th minute, Leicester City scored their third goal. Maddison took a free kick and Daka headed it in. 63. The final whistle blew and Manchester City defeated Leicester City 63. 7 consecutive victories. 21 points. Scored 29 goals, conceded 5. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Maddison. James, 1 goal and 2 assists. How do you evaluate this match? Maddison wiped the sweat from his face. We lost, but we didn't disgrace ourselves. Manchester City is very strong, but we played our game. The reporters pressed on, what do you think of Messi and Haaland? Maddison thought for a moment. They are strong, but we... On the other side, Guardiola was surrounded by reporters. Pep, 7 consecutive victories. How do you evaluate the team's performance? Guardiola smiled. We played well, but we conceded 3 goals which needs improvement. The reporters pressed, what do you think about Maddison? Guardiola nodded. He is a top player. Today he proved himself. In the locker room, Haaland sat in front of his... Messi walked over and sat down beside him. Tired? Yeah. Scored 2 today? Haaland looked at him. You assisted 1. Messi nodded. And the other you scored yourself. Haaland said nothing, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. At 10 p.m. in Cheshire at Cristiano's home, he watched the match. From start to finish. Messi's 2 assists. Haaland's 2 goals. Maddison's 1 goal and 2 assists. He turned off the TV, stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. In 3 days, Manchester United would face Arsenal. He had to score. He must. In another direction, Messi opened the door to his home. The children were all asleep. Antonella leaned on the couch waiting for him. Did we win? Yes, we did. Did Haaland score again? He scored twice. Antonella smiled. He's learning really fast. Messi changed his shoes, remaining silent. But a slight smile appeared on his lips. It was light. The next day, European media. The Times, 7 consecutive victories. Manchester City leads with 21 points. Who can stop them? The Daily Mail, Haaland leads the scoring chart with 8 goals. Messi leads the assist chart with 7 assists. Perfect. The Sun, Maddison with 1 goal and 2 assists, but Manchester City is too strong. At Carrington Training Ground at 7 a.m. When Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian set down his bag and walked over. What time did you come? 6 o'clock. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet to him. That header yesterday, you passed well. Haaland replied. Messi shook his head. You jumped well. I knew you could reach it when I passed it. September 24, 2022, Bo Ming Hanwei La Gong Yuan Stadium. Malia sat in the 3rd row of the away stand clutching the ticket she had paid £400 for from a tout. She had not meant to travel so far. Man Shang were the away side at Wei La. Only 2,000 places were allotted to the traveling army, and the tickets vanished 3 seconds after going on sale. She had been forced to buy from a tout. Beside her sat a local old man in a claret jersey, a pint in hand, wagering with his neighbor how many goals Man Chung would score. "I bet 2, he said. "No more. We are at home. Giellotta knows what to do." It was 9 in the morning on BBC Radio 1. Welcome to today's football bulletin. The 7th round of the Premier League kicks off in full today. The headline fixture is Manchung's away trip to Wei-La. Manchung ride a 6-match winning streak at the top, while Wei-La have won 3 at home. Giellotta said before the match, "We fear no one." The presenter paused for effect. Another focus man, Lien at home to Nan and Pu Dun. Si Luo has gone 6 Premier League games without a goal. Will he end his drought tonight? At 10 o'clock in the Sky Sports studio, Kalagu and Nei Wei Air were at it again. Manchung will win, but Wei-La are tough at home. Giellotta knows how to deal with strong teams, Kalagu argued. Nei Wei Air rolled his eyes. What good is that? The players are on another level. Haalando alone can, and Si Luo. Do you fancy him to score today? Nei Wei Air fell silent. I hope he does, he admitted. At noon, outside Wei-La, Gong Yuan Malia was pressed into a sea of claret. Her sky blue scarf stuck out like a single bright note. Now, and then a Wei-La fan yelled at her, "Manchung will lose today." She only smiled and did not answer. A sausage seller winked at her as he passed. "Young lady Manchung fan. My daughter supports them too. She couldn't come today, so let me watch for her." Malia paused. The seller handed her a sausage free of charge. "Cheer them on for her," he said. At 2 in the afternoon in the away dressing room, Haalando was tying his boots, slowly looping once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite holding a gourd of mate. "Who are we up against today?" "Wei-La, Giellotta's team." Haalando looked up. "Have you played him?" Messi nodded. "Liverpool. Very stubborn." Haalando said nothing. Messi set his mate down. "But he cannot stop you." At 2:30 Old Trafford, the home dressing room. Si Luo was tying his boots too. This time, he only double knotted them. Buffet came over and sat beside him. "How are you feeling today?" Si Luo looked up. "It is time to score," he replied. 3 o'clock the whistle at Wei-La, Gong Yuan. Wei-La kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Wei-La registered their first real threat. Ku Dnio collected in midfield and played a penetrating pass for Watay Jin-si. Watay Jin-si timed his run perfectly and broke free. Ederson rushed out and produced a superb save. Corner. The home crowd exploded in jubilation. Malia put a hand to her chest. In the 7th minute, Manchung countered. Dabu Lao Nei fed Messi. No sooner had Messi received the ball than Dao Galasi Lu EC closed in, making a petty foul on the arm. Messi did not try to force the issue. He laid the ball wide to Gola Lishur. Facing Kasher, Gola Lishur shifted, beat his man, reached the byline, and whipped in a cross. Haalando was crowded by Ming Si and Kong Sa and could not head it on target. In the 12th minute, Wei-La countered again. Mai Jin won the ball in midfield and threaded a pass to Watay Jin-si. Watay Jin-si carried the ball forward and left Yi half a body behind. He took a shot. Ederson parried it away. Another corner. The home supporters' singing rose even higher. In the 15th minute, Wei-La scored. From the corner, Ming Si flicked it on at the near post, and Kong Sa knotted it in at the back post. 1-0. Wei-La, Gong Yuan erupted. Kong Sa sprinted to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Giellotta pumped his fists on the touchline. The old man beside Malia jumped up and splashed beer across her coat. Sorry, he blurted, apologizing. Malia did not mind. She simply watched the pitch. By the 18th minute, Manchung had steadied. The ball circulated at the back and was carefully advanced. Messi dropped deep to receive with Dao Galasi following his movement. Messi turned to face Lu EC. He moved, a feint to stop another feint, and beat his man. A second defender closed in. He slipped the ball to Dabu Lao Nei, who threaded a through ball for Haalando. Ming Si got there first to clear. Corner. In the 22nd minute, Manchung had a corner. Messi delivered. Udi Yasi rose and headed. The keeper held on. In the 25th minute, Wei-La came close again. Ku Dnio's through pass sent Watay Jin-si clean through, offside. Then in the 28th minute, the turning point arrived. Luo Dili intercepted in midfield and slipped the ball straight to Messi. Messi carried it forward and found himself between 2 markers. He did not force his way through. Instead, he shifted the ball to the right to the overlapping Waku. Waku reached the byline and crossed. Haalando attacked the center. He leapt. Ming Si leapt too. Haalando rose higher than him. Header. 1-0. The traveling army went wild. Haalando ran to the away stand and pointed in Malia's direction. He was pointing at anyone and everyone, but Malia felt as though he meant her. She stood and hoisted her scarf above her head. In the 31st minute, Manchung scored again. Messi carried the ball down the right, subject to a 2-man squeeze. He feinted, stopped, changed direction. He beat 1 man. A second defender lunged. Messi clipped the ball with the heel of his foot and threaded it between the 2 markers. The crowd gasped. Messi burst into the penalty area. Ming Si came out. Kong Sa rushed in. Messi shot. No, he squared it. Dabu Lao Nei arrived at the far post to sweep it home. A composed finish. 2-1. The away fans went delirious. In the 38th minute, Wei La tried to respond coup d'Ni, tried a long shot, and it drifted wide. In the 42nd minute, Man Cheng's third goal came. Dabu Lao Nei nicked the ball in midfield and slipped it to Hollanda. Unionon, he composedly pushed it into the net. 3-1. Halftime. At the same hour at Laute La Fuda, Man Lien hosted Nan and Pu Dun. In the 7th minute, Si Luo's shot had been saved. In the 16th minute, Si Luo missed a header. In the 29th minute, he broke through only to be denied. In the 41st minute, his free kick flew over the bar. Halftime, they're 0-0. Si Luo walked into the tunnel with his head bowed. Back at Wei La Gong Yuan early in the second half, in the 48th minute, Wei La scored again. Coup d'Nio's free kick found the net directly. 3-2. The home ground roared back to life. In the 53rd minute, Man Cheng made it 4. Messi collected in midfield and slipped a defense-splitting pass. Hollanda timed his run perfectly, broke the offside trap, and in on goal he finished. 4-2. Hollanda completed his hat-trick. The away contingent exploded. In the 61st minute, news came from Li Wupu Sa La. He had scored. Li Wupu lead Bu Lai Dun 2-0. In the 67th minute, news from a Sun Na Ri Su Si had scored. A Sun Na lead Ri Ci 3-0 in the North London Derby. In the 72nd minute, Man Cheng's fifth arrived. Fo Deng unleashed a long-range strike from outside the box, a worldie. 5-2. In the 78th minute, at Man Lien Bifei put his side ahead. Man Lien 1-0, Nan and Pu Dun. In the 85th minute, Si Luo was substituted. Full-time scores: Man Lien 10, Nan and Pu Dun. Si Luo had no goals. At Wei La Gong Yuan, the final whistle blew. Man Cheng 52, Asi Dun Wei Lang. 8 wins in a row, 24 points, 34 goals scored, 7 conceded. Malia had lost her voice. The old man beside her gave her a thumbs up. "You are too strong," he said. After the match, in the mixed zone, the reporters swarmed Hollanda. Erling, a hat-trick, 11 goals in 8 games. The Premier League single-season record is 34 goals. Do you think you can break it? Hollanda wiped the sweat from his face. "I do not chase records. I just want to win the next match." Reporters pressed. "Were you nervous when you fell behind?" He shook his head. "Not nervous. With Messi here, you never are." On the other side, Gui Dao La was surrounded by questions. "Pep, you came from 1 down to win. How did you do it?" Gui Dao La smiled. "Wei La played well. Ujielada is clever. But we have Lai Ao and Erling." In the dressing room, Hollanda sat in front of his locker. Messi came over and sat down beside him. 3 today, Messi said. Hollanda looked at him. "You gave me 2 of them." Messi nodded. "The other one you..." Hollanda said nothing, but a small smile played at the corner of his mouth. At 9 in the evening, BBC's Today at the Match Studio summed up the 7th round. Man Cheng 52, Wei Lane 8 wins in a row. Hollanda leads the scoring chart with 11 goals. Messi leads the assists with 9. Li Wupu 20, Bu Lai Dun Sa La he scored. A Sun Na 31, Ri Ci Ri Su Si on the scoresheet. North London Derby to a Sun Na. Chia Ershi 10, Shui Jing Gong Ste Ling scored. Man Lien 10, Nan and Pu Dun Bi Fei the match winner. Si Luo had no shots on target and was withdrawn in the 85th minute. The camera cut to Si Luo's face as he was substituted, head bowed, expressionless. Kala Guside. "I do not know what to say." Nei Weier lowered his head and said nothing. In Chai Sun at Si Luo's house, he sat on his sofa and watched the television. Highlights of Man Cheng's 52 win played on repeat. Hollanda's 3 goals, Messi's 2 assists, Bu Lao Nei's strike from distance. He muted the TV. A message from Men to see read, Hollanda has 11 goals. He looked at those words. 11. He had 8 games, 0 goals. He set the phone down. He rose and walked to the window. Outside, the night over Chai Sun was quiet. In the distance towards Hada, fireworks still went off. He could not hear them, but he knew they were there. In another part of the world, Messi opened his front door. The children were asleep, and Dong Nei La was propped on the sofa waiting. "Did you win?" she asked. "We did," Messi answered. "Did Hollanda bag a hat-trick?" "Yes." And Dong Nei La smiled. "He learns fast." Messi slipped off his shoes without speaking, and Dong Nei La watched him and said softly, "Si Luo did not score again today." Messi gave a brief nod. The next day, Europe's papers responded. The Times, Hollanda 11 goals, Messi 9 assists, Man Cheng 8 wins in a row. Is the Premier League still in doubt? The Daily Mail, Si Luo's struggles continue, Man Lien won, but the king is silent. The Sun, Hollanda hat-trick, Si Luo no shots on target. That is the difference. At Ka Ling Dun training ground at 7 in the morning, Hollanda arrived to find Messi already on the pitch. The Norwegian put his bag down and walked over. "What time did you get here?" 6. Messi stood and rolled the ball to him. "Good work on that third." Hollanda looked at the ball. "You played it well." Messi waved it off. "You made the run. When I slipped it, I already knew." Sunlight fell across the turf. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup ticked down day by day. 65 days to go. At 3 in the afternoon, the Argentina Football Association announced. Preliminary squad of 28 named Messi captains the list. Social media erupted. 65 days to go. Argentina is ready. Messi's last dance. In Chai Sun-si Luo saw the same headlines. Portugal had yet to name its squad, but he knew his place was assured. Still he lowered his head and looked at his hands. 35 international appearances, 9 goals. Not a bad record. But his mind was not on the national team, his mind was on the next match. Against the Sun Na. He had to score. On October 1st, 2022, in London outside the Emirates Stadium, Maria stood in the sun on a rare clear day. But her palms were sweaty. It wasn't nervousness, it was excitement. Manchester City was playing away against Arsenal, the first match of the season that truly mattered. 4,000 away fans had arrived, filling up the stands on the visitors' side. Some were handing out free stickers, some were waving a flag that read 710, and others were singing Blue Moon. Next to her stood an old Arsenal fan wearing a faded 1998 jersey, the numbers still visible. It was Bergkamp's number 10. The old man glanced at her flag and snorted. Number 7 and number 10. Today we have Saka, Odegaard and Jesus. That should be enough. Maria remained silent. At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 5 live broadcasted. Welcome to today's football news. The 8th round of the Premier League kicked off today with the highlight match undoubtedly being Arsenal at home against Manchester City. On the table, City led with 21 points from 7 consecutive wins, while Arsenal followed closely with 18 points from 6 wins and 1 loss. This was a battle for the top spot as well as a showdown between Arteta and Guardiola, the teacher and the student. The host paused. In another highlight, Manchester United challenged Everton away. Cristiano Ronaldo has gone 7 games without scoring in the Premier League. Will he break his drought today? Everton's home ground is tough to play on and Lampard's team desperately needs points. At 10 in the morning in the Sky Sports studio, Carragher and Neville remarkably weren't arguing today. Arsenal is different this season. Odegaard seems like a different person. Saka is world-class and Jesus fits in seamlessly. Playing at home, they won't easily let Manchester City take away 3 points. Neville nodded. But City has Messi and Haaland. In 8 games, those two have been involved in 26 goals combined. What does that mean? No other combination among the other 19 Premier League teams can compare. Carragher fell silent. Henry interjected, I played for Arsenal. At times like this, the most critical question is, who makes the first mistake? At noon outside the Emirates Stadium, Maria squeezed into a shop and bought an away jersey, sky blue Holland number 7, with a badge printed on it. It cost £80, which pained her, but it was worth it. As she came out, a vendor nearby shouted at her, hey girl, are you a Manchester City fan? My son is too. He couldn't make it today, so I'm watching for him. Maria froze for a moment, recalling the hot dog vendor at Villa Park. The vendor handed her a bottle of water free of charge. Cheering for my son. At 2 in the afternoon in the away team's locker room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. He was taking his time. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding a mate. Who are we playing today? Arsenal. Arteta's team. Haaland looked up. Have you played against him? Messi nodded. At Barcelona. Very clever. Haaland said nothing. Messi put down the mate. But his defenders can't handle you. At 2:30 at Goodison Park, in the away team's locker room, Cristiano Ronaldo was also tying his shoelaces. This time he only tied them once. Bruno Fernandes walked over and sat down beside him. How are you feeling today? Ronaldo looked up. It's about time. Bruno nodded. Everton's home ground is tough, but their defenders turn slowly. You should run behind them more often. At 3 in the afternoon at the Emirates Stadium, the whistle blew. Arsenal kicked off. In the 2nd minute, Arsenal created their first threat. Odegaard received the ball in midfield, sending a through ball for Jesus. Jesus, with his back to the goal, turned, only to be brought down by Diaz. A free kick. The position was good. Odegaard stood over the ball, glanced at the goal. He ran up, shot. The ball curved over the wall and plummeted. Ederson dove to make the save. He deflected it. A corner. The home fans erupted in a huge sigh of regret. Maria clutched her heart. In the 5th minute, Arsenal had a corner. Saka took it, Gabriel headed it, just wide. In the 8th minute, Manchester City launched their first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As soon as Messi received the ball, Saka closed in with a bit of a hand gesture. Messi didn't force his way through. Instead, he passed to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced the defensive challenge from Tomiyasu, Japan's international, one of the best performing right-backs in the Premier League this season. He tried a feint, stopped suddenly, and feinted again. Tomiyasu wasn't fooled. The ball was intercepted. Arsenal counterattacked. Odegaard picked up the ball, sending a through ball for Saka. Saka broke down the right, facing Cancelo's defense. Feint accelerate reached the byline cross. Jesus rushed in from the center. A header. Ederson flew to make the save. Another corner. The home fans' singing grew louder. In the 12th minute, Arsenal had a corner. Saka took it, Odegaard flicked it on at the near post, and Saliba headed it over the bar. In the 15th minute, Arsenal scored. Saka intercepted in midfield, sending a through ball for Jesus. Jesus, with his back to the goal, laid it off for Odegaard. Odegaard received the ball at the edge of the box, took a shot. Long range. A world-class strike. 10. The Emirates Stadium erupted. Odegaard ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Arteta was pumping his fist on the sidelines. The old man next to Maria jumped up pointing at her and shouting, "Did you see that?" Bergkamp's number 10. Maria ignored him. She was just watching the game. In the 18th minute, Manchester City steadied themselves. The ball was passed around the back, slowly pushing forward. Messi dropped back to receive the ball, followed by Xhaka. Messi turned, faced Xhaka. He moved, feinted, stopped, suddenly feinted again, got past him. The second one charged in. Thomas. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne sent a through ball for Haaland. Gabriel intercepted, just in time. It was a corner. In the 21st minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took it, Diaz headed it. Held by. In the 24th minute, Arsenal almost scored again. Saka broke down the right, crossed, and Jesus attempted to deflect it. Ederson made the save. In the 27th minute, the turning point arrived. Rodri intercepted the ball in midfield and directly passed it to Messi. Messi advanced with the ball, facing the pressure from Xhaka and Thomas. He didn't force his way through. Instead, he passed to Walker on the right. Walker reached the byline and crossed. Haaland rushed in for a tap-in. Gabriel jumped as well. Saliba jumped too. The three of them were in the air. Haaland jumped higher than them all. A header. 11. The away fans erupted. Haaland ran to the away stands, pointing in their direction. Maria stood up, holding that flag above her head. Someone unfamiliar hugged her. In the 31st minute, Arsenal kicked off again. They barely completed 2 passes before the ball was intercepted. Gundogan stole the ball in midfield and directly passed it to Messi. Messi glanced up. Haaland was pulling to the right, drawing Gabriel out of position. A gap opened in the center. Messi didn't pass to Haaland. He passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne sent a through ball. Foden darted into the box. Onion. He shot, pushed it. 21. The away fans went wild. Foden ran to the corner flag. De Bruyne caught up. Messi didn't run over. He stood still, watching the group of blue figures, a slight smile curling at his lips. From the 35th to the 40th minute, Arsenal tried to counterattack, but Manchester City's defense held firm. In the 37th minute, Saka's long shot went wide. In the 39th minute, Odegaard's free kick was held by Ederson. In the 41st minute, Jesus received the ball in the box, brought down by Diaz. No foul was called. At halftime, the score was 21. At the same time at Goodison Park. In the 5th minute, Ronaldo's shot was saved. In the 12th minute, Ronaldo's header went wide. In the 23rd minute, Ronaldo's unknown chance was saved. In the 37th minute, Ronaldo's free kick went high. At halftime, the score was 0-0. Ronaldo walked into the players' tunnel, his head down. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Arsenal. Saka broke down the right, crossed, and Jesus rushed in for a tap-in. He pushed it. 22. The Emirates Stadium came alive again. In the 53rd minute, Manchester City regained the lead. Messi received the ball in midfield, facing a 3. He feinted, stopped suddenly, and feinted again, getting past 2. The third one charged in. He flicked the ball with his heel, slipping between the 3 of them. The crowd gasped. Messi surged into the box. Gabriel lunged at him. Saliba also lunged. Messi shot, goal. The ball went through Gabriel's legs. 32. The away fans went crazy. Messi ran to the corner flag, arms pointed skyward. Haaland caught up and hugged him tightly. In the 58th minute, Arsenal made a substitution. Smith Rowe came on, Odegaard went off. In the 61st minute, news came from Liverpool. Salah scored, Liverpool leading Brighton 30. In the 64th minute, news from Chelsea. Sterling scored, Chelsea leading Wolves 21. In the 67th minute, Manchester City's 4th goal. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield, sent a through ball to Haaland. Haaland was unknown. He pushed it in. 42. Haaland scored a brace. In the 72nd minute, Arsenal scored their 3rd goal. Smith Rowe's long-range shot from outside the box, a world-class strike. 43. The match wasn't over yet. In the 78th minute, news from Manchester United. Bruno scored, United leading Everton 10. In the 85th minute, Ronaldo was substituted. The full-time score was Manchester United 1, Everton 0. Ronaldo with 0 goals. In the 88th minute, Manchester City's 5th goal. Messi received the ball on the right, getting past 2 defenders, reaching the byline and crossing. Foden rushed in for a tap-in. 53. The final whistle blew. Manchester City beat Arsenal 53. 8 consecutive wins. 24 points. Scoring 39 goals, conceding 10. Mariah's voice was completely hoarse. The old Arsenal fan next to her walked over and gave her a thumbs up. You were amazing. Messi, Haaland, De Bruyne, unstoppable. After the match, in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, 1 goal and 1 assist. How do you rate this match? Messi wiped the sweat off his face. Arsenal played very well. Arteta is very capable. But we held on. The reporters pressed on. Haaland scored 2 again. Your cooperation is becoming more and more seamless. Messi nodded. He runs, I pass. It's that simple. On the other side, Arteta was surrounded by reporters. Mikel, 53. How do you rate the team's performance? Arteta sighed. We played very well. But City has Messi. He has a way of killing the game at any moment. In the locker room, Haaland sat in front of his locker. Messi walked over and sat next to him. You scored 2 today. Haaland looked at him. You scored 1. Messi nodded. And 1 was your assist. Haaland said nothing, but a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. At 9 in the evening, in the BBC's Match of the Day studio. The hosts summarized the results of the 8th round. Manchester City 5, Arsenal 3, 8 consecutive wins. Haaland leading the scoring chart with 13 goals. Messi leading the assist chart with 10 assists. Liverpool 3, Brighton 0, Osula scored. Chelsea 2, Wolves 1, Sterling scored. Manchester United 1, Everton 0, Bruno scored. Ronaldo had 0 shots on target, substituted in the 85th minute. The camera cut to Ronaldo's expression when he was substituted, his head down with no expression. Carragher's side, 8 matches without a goal. I don't know what to say anymore. Neville kept his head down, saying nothing. In Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, he sat on the sofa watching television. On the screen, the highlights of Manchester City's 53 victory, played on loop. Messi's goal, Haaland's 2 goals, Foden's 2 goals. He turned the volume down. His phone lit up. Mendes, Haaland with 13 goals. Messi with 10 assists. He stared at the message. 13 goals, 10 assists. He had 0 goals and 0 assists in 8 matches. He set his phone down, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside the window, the night in Cheshire was quiet. In the distance, fireworks were still going off in the direction of the Etihad. He couldn't hear them, but he knew. In another direction, Messi pushed open the door to his home. The kids were already asleep. Antonella leaned on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. Arsenal was tough to play against, right? Yeah, but they played well. Antonella looked at him. Ronaldo didn't score again today. Messi nodded. Everton's home ground is tough to play on. When do you think he will score? Messi thought for a moment. Soon. The next day, European media. The Times, Manchester City 5, Arsenal 3, Messi with 1 goal and 1 assist, Haaland with 2 goals. Who can stop them in the Premier League? The Daily Mail, 8 matches without a goal, Ronaldo's struggles continue. The Sun, Haaland with 13 goals, Messi with 10 assists, Ronaldo with 0 goals and 0 assists. This is the difference. At Carrington training ground at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. What time did you come? 6 o'clock. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet. That assist yesterday, you ran well. Haaland looked at the ball. You passed it well. Messi shook his head. You ran well. I knew you could score when I passed. Sunlight fell on the pitch. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup ticked down day by day. 62 days. On October 2nd, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire at 7 in the morning, Messi was awakened by Matteo stepping on him. The 5-year-old child jumped onto the bed barefoot, sitting squarely on his stomach, holding a miniature Manchester City jersey with the number 10. Daddy, I want to wear this today. Messi opened his eyes, looking at the excited little face. There's no game today, but I still want to wear it. What time? At 8:30. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was 10 past 7. There was still time. At 8:15 in the morning, outside a primary school in Cheshire, Messi parked the car 50 meters away from the school gate. It wasn't that he was afraid of being recognized. He had been dropping off his children at this school for 3 years, and the parents were already used to it. It was to avoid blocking the road. Tiago jumped out of the car, nearly getting toppled by the strap of his backpack. He turned back to glance at Messi. Dad, can you help me with math tonight? What time? Whenever I finish my homework. Okay. Messi nodded. Tiago closed the car door and ran towards the school. A parent nearby walked over, holding a phone, looking a bit hesitant. Messi rolled down the car window. Do you want to take a picture? The parent froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded vigorously. At 9 in the morning at the Carrington training ground, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. Not just casually present for a short while, he had already been running for 20 minutes, his jersey soaked, stretching on the field. The Norwegian set down his bag and walked over. What time did you get here? At 6. Haaland glanced at his watch. It was 9. 3 hours. Aren't you tired? Messi looked up at him. Wait until you've scored 300 goals, and then you'll know what tired feels like. Haaland was taken aback. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window holding a coffee and watching the scene unfold. De Bruyne had come over and stood beside him. Is it starting again? Yeah. Does he do this every day? Guardiola took a sip of coffee. For 30 years it's been the same. At 10 in the morning on the training ground, today's training was very light. Focused on post-match recovery, running laps, stretching, passing drills, small-sided games, just to keep it interesting. But the confrontation between Messi and Haaland still drew everyone's attention. Haaland received the ball with his back to Messi, who was closely marking him. The Norwegian attempted to turn, but Messi anticipated his move, blocked him, and intercepted the ball. Nice! Grealish shouted from the sidelines. Haaland looked at Messi a bit unconvinced. Let's do it again. This time he played smart. Instead of forcing a turn, he laid the ball back to a teammate, and then made a sudden forward run. Messi couldn't keep up, but the ball was passed to him and Haaland went through on goal, slotting it home. He ran to the sidelines, fist pumping, towards Grealish. Messi stood still watching him. Good run. Haaland was momentarily stunned. You taught me that. At 11 in the morning in the locker room, after training, the players rushed into the shower room one after another. Grealish was the last to come in, holding his phone up. Hey guys, have you seen the news? Foden popped his head out. What news? The Sun says we're going to break 100 points. Laughter erupted in the locker room. The Sun also said, I'm getting married to Megan Fox tomorrow, came Walker's. The laughter grew even louder. Haaland sat in front of his locker, drying his hair. Messi was beside him holding a cup of yerba mate. Aren't you laughing? Haaland thought for a moment. Norwegians have high standards for humor. Messi glanced at him. Do Norwegians also wake up at 5? Haaland remained silent, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. At noon in the dining hall, today's lunch was Norwegian-themed. It wasn't arranged by the club. It was Haaland treating. He had air freighted a batch of local delicacies from Norway, and the chef prepared a buffet. Grealish held a plate looking at the unfamiliar food with a complicated expression. What is this? Cod liver. And this, dried reindeer meat. And this? What is this? Whale meat. Grealish set down his plate. I suddenly lost my appetite. Foden leaned and cautiously picked up a small piece of reindeer meat and put it in his mouth. He chewed for a moment. Not bad. Haaland looked at him. You're braver than Jack. Grealish rolled his. At 2 in the afternoon on social media, a video started to go viral. It was filmed by Grealish. Haaland in the dining hall, introducing Norwegian delicacies, his expression serious, as if he were conducting a tactical meeting. Foden's expression while tasting the reindeer meat turned into a meme captioned, "Me trying Norwegian food for the first time." The comments section exploded. The atmosphere in the Manchester City locker room is really good. Is Haaland trying to become the team's pet? What a treasure boy Grealish is. 3 hours later, the video had over 5 million views. At 3 in the afternoon in the Manchester City official store, Maria stood at the cash register holding 3 jerseys. One was Messi's for her brother, one was Haaland's for herself, and one was Foden's for her best friend. The cashier glanced at her. An Argentine. The cashier chuckled. I see you guys every week. Is it worth it? Maria thought for a moment. Definitely worth it. At 4 in the afternoon in Cheshire, in another direction, Cristiano Ronaldo was in the gym. He had already been training for 2 hours. On the treadmill, strength training, core work, stretching. His Portugal national team training kit was soaked, clinging to his body. His phone buzzed several times on the treadmill, but he didn't answer. After finishing his training, he picked up his phone. 3 messages. The first was from Mendez. The media wants to schedule an interview about your 8-game goal drought. The second one is from Bruno. Are you going out for dinner tonight? Bring Case Moreau along. The third one is from Georgina. What time will you be back? The kids miss you. He looked at the 3 messages. He first replied to Georgina, in an hour. Then he set the phone down. In the mirror, he saw himself, 37 years old, hair drenched. He recalled the video he had seen earlier today. At the Manchester City dining hall, Grealish laughing, Foden tasting, Haaland introducing Norwegian delicacies. They looked like they were having such a good time. It had been a long time since he had laughed like that. At 7 in the evening in Cheshire at Messi's home, Messi pushed open the door to his house, the aroma of stewed meat wafting through the living room. Antonella was in the kitchen while the 3 children were lying on the living room carpet watching cartoons. Matteo was still wearing that mini jersey from the morning, refusing to take it off. Daddy. Ciro crawled up, tottering over to him, hugging his leg. Messi picked him up and walked over to the sofa. Thiago pulled out his math homework from his backpack. Dad, I don't understand this problem. Messi took a quick look at it. A pool fills up with a water pipe in 6 hours and empties with an outlet pipe in 8 hours. If both are open simultaneously, how many hours will it take to fill up? He remembered that a few months ago Thiago had asked the same question. 24 hours. Thiago looked at him suspiciously. Did you calculate that? No. Then how do you know? Messi thought for a moment. Because that pool can never be filled. Thiago looked down at the problem. The inlet pipe fills in 6 hours, and the outlet pipe empties in 8 hours. He whispered, the inlet pipe is faster. Messi didn't respond. Antonella peeked out from the kitchen. Leo, 6 hours is faster than 8 hours. Messi remained still, not moving. Thiago looked down at his homework, his ears gradually turning red. Messi picked up a pen, writing the first line of calculations on a sheet of scrap paper. Thiago stole a glance at him, and then lowered his head, continuing to write. At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, he sat on the sofa watching television. On the screen was today's sports news. The video of the Manchester City dining hall played again. Grealish's laughter, Foden's meme face, Haaland seriously introducing cod liver. He muted the volume. His phone lit up. Mendez CCTV asked if you can adjust your form before the World Cup. He looked at the message. Adjust. He hadn't scored in 8 games. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the outside the window. The night in Cheshire was calm. In the distance towards Carrington, the lights had already gone out. But he knew that the next morning at 6 that person would appear there. He would also be there. At 10 in the evening at Messi's home, the children were all asleep. Messi sat in his study looking at the computer screen. It was footage of Liverpool's next match. Klopp's team Sull's form, Nunez's runs. Antonella pushed the door open, bringing a cup of yerba mate. Still watching? Yeah. She sat down beside him. How long until the World Cup? Messi glanced. 61 days. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. Are you nervous? Messi remained silent. He remembered 2014. He remembered Maracana. He remembered Götze's shot. It's not nerves, he said. It's that there are still things left. On the Manchester City side, Haaland has already scored 13 goals. At Carrington training ground at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Portuguese coach Santos stated he is not worried. The comments section read, not worried. I'm worried sick. 8 games without a goal. Is this still Ronaldo? On the Manchester City side, Haaland has already scored 13 goals. At Carrington training ground at 7 in the morning, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian set down his bag and walked over. What time did you get here? At 6. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet to him. The run you made yesterday could be better. Haaland looked at the ball. How can it be better? Messi walked over to him, pointing to a spot in the box. When you run here, I will pass. Not after you run here, but before you reach here. When I pass, you should be arriving. Haaland was silent for a few seconds. How do you know we'll get there? Messi looked at him. Because you are someone who won. Sunlight fell on the pitch. In the distance, Guardiola stood at the office window holding a coffee, watching the two of them. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. Is it starting again? Yeah. De Bruyne watched the two of them on the field. If they practice like this, how can others don't play? Others can only watch. Guardiola took a sip of his coffee. On October 5, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood outside the Etihad as the never-ending drizzle fell from the Manchester sky. She had gotten used to it by now, coming once a week, arriving 3 hours early, standing in the same spot, watching the crowd gradually gather. She always brought the flag that read 710, waving it for a while before folding it neatly and putting it in her bag to take it out when the match began. Today, a new fan stood beside her, a Chinese exchange student visiting the Etihad for the first time, gripping a freshly purchased season ticket, his hands trembling with excitement. Sister, Messi will play today, right? Maria glanced at him. When will he not play? The exchange student pointed at the advertisement for De Bruyne in the distance. That Belgian, doesn't he have a lot of assists? Maria nodded. Second in the Premier League assist chart. The exchange student took out his phone and snapped a photo. At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 1. Welcome to today's football news. The 9th round of the Premier League kicks off tonight with the spotlight match being Manchester City versus Brighton at home. Brighton has performed astonishingly this season. After Potter's departure, they have not collapsed and currently sit in 6th place, having lost only 2 matches. Their Mitoma is currently the player with the highest dribbling success rate in the Premier League. The host paused. Another focus match, Manchester United faces Newcastle at home. Ronaldo hasn't scored in 9 consecutive Premier League matches. Will he break the drought tonight? At 10 in the morning, Sky Sports Studio. Carragher held a data board. Brighton is difficult to play against. Really difficult. Their high-pressing, wide speed, and overall cohesiveness. Manchester City won't have it easy this match. Neville nodded. But City has Messi, Haaland, De Bruyne, and Foden. These 4 have combined for over 30 goals in 9 matches. Brighton has only scored 15. Carragher fell silent. And today is a home game. Henry interjected leisurely. Etihad hasn't dropped points this season. At noon outside the Etihad Stadium, Maria queued to buy a portion of fish and chips, £8, extremely expensive, but it tasted all right. The Chinese exchange student leaned over, pointing at the advertisement in the distance. Sister, what's that? Maria glanced over. It was an advertisement for a new sponsor. A Swiss watch brand has signed Messi as their global ambassador with the slogan, Precision to Eternity. Next to it, there was another billboard for the beer brand endorsed by De Bruyne with the slogan, Only when the pass is accurate can the drink be refreshing. The exchange student laughed. They are next to each other in advertisements. Maria chuckled as well. At 2 in the afternoon, in the Manchester City locker room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. Slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding a mate. De Bruyne was looking at his phone nearby, and Foden leaned over holding a sports drink. Kevin, did you see how fast Brighton's Mitoma is? De Bruyne didn't lift his head. I saw. Can you defend against him? I don't need to defend against him, De Bruyne replied, raising his head. That's Walker's job. Foden laughed. Haaland raised his head, looking at the 3 of them. Messi, De Bruyne, Foden, and himself. 4 of them. He suddenly felt that how many goals he scored this season didn't seem that important anymore. What mattered was playing alongside them. At 2:30 in the afternoon in the Etihad press room, Guardiola's pre-match press conference was underway. Guardiola, Brighton has performed well this season. What do you think? Guardiola nodded. They are strong. De Zerbi is a good coach. Their players are very cohesive. Mitoma is one of the most dangerous wingers I've ever seen. A reporter pressed, how will you respond? Guardiola smiled. We have our ways. Leo will attract the defense, Kevin will find the gaps, Phil will make runs, and Erling will put the ball in. At 3 in the afternoon on social media, Brighton's official account released a preview video. Mitoma dribbled past 3 teammates in training, captioned, City, are you ready? Manchester City fans flooded the comments. Let him feel Walker's toughness. We have De Bruyne. Haaland will score 3 today. At 5 in the afternoon outside the Etihad Stadium, more and more people gathered. Manchester City fans sang as they entered, while 2,000 Brighton supporters packed the away stand, also singing. The Chinese exchange student had already entered. Maria stood outside waiting until the last moment to go in. A vendor nearby shouted, little girl, it's you again. Maria recognized him. The same uncle who sold grilled sausages last time. The uncle handed her a sausage free of charge. My daughter likes Messi too. She is in Argentina. Maria was taken aback. Thank him for me, the uncle said. At 7:45 in the evening in the players' tunnel, Brighton's lineup came out first. Dunk walked at the front, the captain's armband tightly strapped. Mitoma lowered his head, lost in thought. Manchester City's lineup began to move. Holland walked in the middle with De Bruyne ahead and Grealish behind. Foden walked beside Holland, the two quietly talking. Messi walked at the back, his head down. As they reached the mouth of the tunnel, light flooded in. It was bright, hot, and noisy. Foden squinted. "It's always like this when we come out," he said. Holland glanced at him. "You'll get used to it." At 8 o'clock, the referee, Manchester City kicked off. In the 3rd minute, there was the first attempt. De Bruyne passed to Messi, who received the ball near the center circle. Caicedo immediately closed in using some minor movements. An Ecuadorian international, the Premier League's king of interceptions this season. Messi did not drive forward aggressively. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced the defense of Veltman, changing direction, going down the line, crossing. Holland was sandwiched between Dunk and Webster, unable to get a header. The first attack ended. In the 7th minute, Brighton had their first threat. Mitoma received the ball on the left, facing Walker's defense. The Japanese winger made his move. Not a tentative one, but a sudden acceleration, overtaking Walker on the outside. Walker turned to chase, but Mitoma was too fast. He burst to the goal line, pulling back for a triangle pass. Gross charged in from the middle. Shot. Ederson made the save. Corner kick. A huge sigh of disappointment erupted from the away section. Guardiola stomped his foot on the sidelines, yelling something at Walker. Walker nodded. In the 9th minute, Brighton earned a corner. Gross took it, Dunk headed it, off target. In the 12th minute, Manchester City had their first real threat. Rodri intercepted in midfield, passing directly to De Bruyne. De Bruyne lifted his head. Foden was making a run to the right, pulling Veltman out of position. A space opened up in the middle. De Bruyne did not pass to Foden. He passed to Messi. Messi received the ball, turned facing Caicedo. He made his move, changing direction, stopping suddenly, and changing direction again. He got past him. The second defender came up. Gross. He passed the ball to the advancing Walker. Walker went down the line, crossed. Holland was in the middle, ready to attack. He leaped into the air. Dunk leaped too. Webster leaped as well. The three soared in the air. Holland headed 10. The Etihad erupted. Holland ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. De Bruyne chased after him, jumping on his back. Messi did not run over. He stood still, watching the two, a slight smile on his lips. In the 15th minute, Brighton kicked. Before they had even taken 2 touches, the ball was intercepted again. Gundogan intercepted in midfield, passing directly to De Bruyne. De Bruyne lifted his head. Foden was making a forward run, having half a body advantage over Veltman. De Bruyne passed. A perfectly placed through ball slipped between Dunk and Webster. Foden received the ball. He took a shot, pushed it in. 20. Foden ran to the corner flag, pointing at De Bruyne. De Bruyne laughed and chased after him. Holland also ran over, hugging Foden tightly. Messi did not run over, but he raised his hands, gently applauding. In the 18th minute, Brighton finally steadied themselves. Mitoma received the ball again, facing Walker. This time he changed his approach, cutting and not going down the line. Walker was faked out by him, and Mitoma took a long-range shot. Ederson dove and saved. Another corner. In the 22nd minute, Brighton earned a corner. Gross took it, Webster headed it over the bar. In the 25th minute, Brighton scored. Caicedo intercepted in midfield, threading a pass to Mitoma. Mitoma received the ball on the left, facing Walker, changing direction, accelerating, going down the line. Walker was shaken off. Mitoma crossed. Gross charged in at the back post. He pushed it in. 21. The away section finally erupted with sound. Gross ran to the corner flag, pointing at Mitoma. In the 28th minute, Manchester City stabilized. The ball was passed back in defense, slowly advancing. Messi dropped back to receive the ball, with Caicedo following him. Messi turned facing Caicedo. He made his move, changing direction, stopping suddenly, and changing direction again. He got past him. The second defender came up. Gross. He passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne threaded a pass to Holland. Dunk intercepted a step ahead. Corner kick. In the 31st minute, Manchester City earned a corner. Messi took the corner. Diaz headed it, caught by the goalkeeper. In the 35th minute, Brighton almost equalized. Mitoma broke through again, this time switching to the right, changing positions with a teammate. Facing Cancelo, he changed direction, accelerated, and went down the line, crossing. Welbeck charged in from the middle. Header. Ederson dove and saved. In the 38th minute, it was Messi's moment. He received the ball on the right, facing Estupiñán's defense. He did not drive forward aggressively. He passed the ball back to the advancing De Bruyne, then moved toward the penalty area. De Bruyne understood, making a lofted pass. The ball soared over Brighton's entire defense, landing in Messi's path. Messi received the ball. Unknown. He shot, lifted it. 31. The Etihad erupted again. Messi ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. De Bruyne chased after him, hugging him tightly. Holland and Foden also ran over, and the four embraced once again. In the away section, Maria stood up, lifting the flag that read 710 above her head. In the 41st minute, news came from Liverpool. Sulla scored. Liverpool led Blackpool, 20 League Cup. In the 43rd minute, news came from Arsenal. Jesus scored. Arsenal led Bodo Glimt 30 Europa League. The first half ended with Manchester City leading Brighton 31. At the same time at Old Trafford, Manchester United faced Newcastle. In the 12th minute, Ronaldo shot saved. In the 23rd minute, Ronaldo headed missed. In the 34th minute, Ronaldo had an unknown chance saved. In the 43rd minute, Ronaldo took a free kick over the bar. The first half ended 0-0. Ronaldo walked into the players' tunnel head down. During halftime in Manchester City's locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactics board. In the second half, they will be even crazier. Mitoma is in great form today. He will keep coming. He looked at Walker. Kyle, you might not be enough alone. Rodri, you need to help him. Walker nodded. Rodri nodded as well. Guardiola turned to De Bruyne. Kevin, they will push up in the second half. Spread the ball wide to pull their defense apart. De Bruyne sipped water and nodded. Guardiola looked at Messi. Leo moved towards the flanks, pull their center-backs out. Messi sipped mate and nodded. Guardiola looked at Foden. Phil, follow Kevin's runs. Wherever he passes, you make your run. Foden nodded. Finally, Guardiola looked. Erling, wait for it. They will leave you space. Haaland said nothing, just nodded. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Brighton indeed pressed forward again. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City's fourth goal. Messi received the ball in midfield, facing the pressure of three players. He did not drive forward aggressively. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left and moved toward the penalty area. Grealish went down the line crossing. Haaland charged in for the goal. Header. 41. Haaland scored his second. In the 55th minute, Brighton made a substitution. Lalana came on, Gross went off. In the 58th minute, it was De Bruyne's moment. He received the ball in midfield, glancing up. Foden was pulling to the right, dragging Estupinan out. A space opened up in the middle. De Bruyne did not pass to Foden. He passed to Haaland. Haaland received the ball with his back to the goal, dunk, closely marking him. He did not turn around. He passed the ball back to the advancing Gundogan. Gundogan threaded a through ball. Foden charged in diagonally from the right into the penalty area. Receiving the ball, unknown. He took a shot, pushed it in. 51. Foden scored his second. He ran to the corner flag, pointing at De Bruyne. De Bruyne laughed and chased after him. Messi and Haaland also ran over, and the four embraced again. In the away section, the old man next to Maria stood up, pointing at the field and shouting, "See that?" These four. In the 61st minute, news came from Chelsea. Sterling scored. Chelsea led Wolves 20. In the 64th minute, news from Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes scored. Manchester United led Newcastle 10. In the 67th minute, Manchester City's fifth goal. Messi received the ball on the right, dribbled past two players going down the line to cross. Haaland charged in. 61. Haaland completed his hat trick. In the 72nd minute, Brighton scored their second goal. Mitoma broke through on the left, crossed, and Welbeck headed in. 61. Haaland completed his hat trick. In the 72nd minute, Brighton scored their second goal. Mitoma broke through on the left, crossed, and Welbeck headed in. Goal. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City's sixth goal. De Bruyne intercepted in midfield, threading a pass to Foden. Foden took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, a world-class strike. 72. Foden completed his hat trick. The final whistle blew. Manchester City defeated Brighton 72. 10 consecutive victories. 30 points. 51 goals scored, 14 conceded. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded De Bruyne. Kevin, 3 assists and 1 goal. How do you evaluate this match? De Bruyne wiped the sweat off his face. We played well. The four of us are becoming more and more cohesive. A reporter pressed, which four? De Bruyne smiled. You know which four they are. On the other side, Foden was surrounded by reporters. Phil, a hat trick. This season you have improved a lot. What's your secret? Foden thought for a moment. Learning from them. Leo, Kevin, Erling. Watching them play every day, you will get better yourself. On Haaland's side, a reporter asked, hat trick. 17 goals now. Is there pressure to break the record? Haaland shook his head. No pressure. With them passing, it would be strange not to score. Messi was surrounded by reporters. Leo, 1 assist and 1 goal. How do you evaluate the team's performance? Messi wiped the sweat off his face. Everyone played well today. Kevin controlled the tempo. Phil made clever runs. Erling has strong finishing ability. I just did what I had to do. In the locker room, the four sat together. Haaland was drinking water. De Bruyne was looking at his phone. Foden was sending messages. Messi was holding mate. No one spoke. But that silence was comfortable. De Bruyne lifted his head. Champions League midweek, who are we playing? Copenhagen, Foden said. Are they weak? Not strong. Even if they are weak, we need to win. Haaland put down his water bottle. Right. In the evening in Cheshire, he watched the match. From beginning to end. Messi's 1 assist and 1 goal. Haaland's hat trick. De Bruyne's 3 assists. Foden's hat trick. 4 of them 7 goals. He turned off the TV. Standing up, he walked to the window. Outside, Cheshire's night was quiet. He remembered watching the game for 90 minutes at home, while the 4 of them scored 7 on the field. He picked up his phone, found Bruno's chat, and typed, extra training tomorrow. Together. 3 minutes later, Bruno replied, what time? 6 o'clock. In another direction, Messi pushed open the door at home. The kids were all asleep. Antonella was waiting for him, leaning on the sofa. Did you win? Yes. 7 goals. How many did De Bruyne assist today? 3. Did Foden score 3? Did Haaland score 3 as well? Messi was changing his shoes, nodding. Antonella leaned against his shoulder. You four look really good together. The next day, European media. The Times, Manchester City, 72, Brighton, 10 consecutive victories. Messi with 1 assist and 1 goal, Haaland with a hat-trick, De Bruyne with 3 assists, Foden with a hat-trick. For in unity, who can stop them? The Daily Mail, Haaland with 17 goals, Messi with 12 assists, De Bruyne with 9 assists, Foden with 8 goals and 5 assists. Manchester City's 4 Musketeers. The Sun's front page, for players 7 goals. Ronaldo, alone 0. At Carrington training base, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. De Bruyne had also arrived stretching. Foden was practicing passing and receiving nearby. Haaland dropped his bag and walked over. The 4 stood in the 4 corners. Guardiola stood by the office window holding coffee, watching them. De Bruyne walked over, standing beside him. Are we starting again? De Bruyne watched the 3 on the field. Messi was teaching Foden about positioning while Haaland listened. Will they learn? Guardiola took a sip of coffee. Foden will learn. Haaland is learning too. Learning what? Learning how to play with their brains. Sunlight fell on the pitch. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup was ticking away day by day. 58 days. On October 7, 2022, at the Carrington training base in Manchester at 7 in the morning, Haaland pushed open the changing room door, discovering he was the second to arrive. The first was Messi. The Argentine had already changed into his training kit, sitting in front of his locker, cradling a cup of endlessly refilled mate tea. He nodded when he saw Haaland enter. Good morning. Haaland set down his bag. What time did you arrive? Haaland glanced at his watch. 7 o'clock. An hour. Where's De Bruyne? Messi gestured toward the Haaland walked over and pushed open the shower door. De Bruyne was standing in front of the mirror, his hair wet, clearly having already showered. What time did you arrive? 5:30. De Bruyne wiped his face. Couldn't sleep. Haaland paused for a moment. You couldn't sleep either? De Bruyne looked at him. Either. At 8 in the morning on the training ground, when Foden arrived, the 3 had already completed 5 laps. He dropped his bag and jogged over. Sorry, I overslept. Haaland glanced at him. What time did you get up? 7 o'clock. De Bruyne laughed. Is 7 late? The Norwegian wakes up at 5. Foden, is that true? Haaland remained silent. Messi casually interjected, it's true. He wakes up earlier than I do every day. Foden's expression was as if he had seen an alien. At 9 in the morning in the tactics room, Guardiola did not play any footage today. He simply stood in front of the tactical board and drew 3 circles. The first circle, Messi. The second circle, De Bruyne. The third circle, Foden. Then he drew several lines between the 3 circles and finally drew a large arrow in the penalty area with Haaland written above it. Did you all watch yesterday's match? The 4 nodded. Guardiola pointed at those lines. These passes they are what you found on your own. Leo passed to Kevin, Kevin passed to Phil, Phil made a run, and Erling finished. This is not what I taught. He paused. This is your own language. Others can't understand it. The opponents can't defend against it either. At 10 in the morning on the training ground. Group training matches. Messi, De Bruyne, Foden, and Haaland were in one group. Opposite them were Grealish, Gundogan, B. Silva, and Alvarez. Guardiola watched from the sidelines, holding his always ringing phone, but he did not look at it. He was watching those 4. The first attack. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield with Messi on his left, Foden on his right, and Haaland in front. De Bruyne glanced up, then passed. Not to Messi, not to Foden. He passed to the space that had yet to be occupied but would be filled in a second. Messi appeared there, receiving the ball, turning, shooting. Goal. Grealish stood opposite, spreading his hands. How do you defend against that? Gundogan patted his shoulder. You can't defend against it. Just get used to it. The second attack. Messi had the ball facing a double team. He did not force his way through. He passed the ball to De Bruyne and moved into the penalty area. De Bruyne did not stop the ball. With one touch, he lofted it over the entire defense, landing on Messi's run, but Messi did not receive it. He let the ball go through. Behind him, Foden rushed in, meeting the ball with a shot. Another goal. Grealish squatted on the ground, holding his head. Do they have telepathy? B. Silva laughed from the side. Not telepathy. It's practice. This time Haaland received the ball with his back to 2 center backs. He did not turn around. He passed the ball back to De Bruyne, who had made a run, and then moved to the right. De Bruyne did not pass to him. He passed to Messi on the left. Messi received the ball, cut inside, drawing the attention of 3 defenders. Then with a diagonal pass found Haaland, who had already moved into the empty space on the right. Haaland met the ball with a powerful shot. Another goal. Grealish stood up, walked to the sidelines, and sat down next to Guardiola. Coach, I don't want to play anymore. Guardiola glanced at him. Why? Those 4 are not human. At noon in the restaurant. Today's lunch was quite ordinary. No Norwegian specialties, no special arrangements. Just regular chicken breast, pasta, and salad. But Grealish walked over with a plate of pasta and sat down across from Haaland. Erling, I have a question for you. Haaland looked up. You 4, when you talk during training. Things like go right, wait for me, let it go. How do you know what the others are thinking? Haaland thought for a moment. I don't know. You don't know. You just know. Grealish's expression was like he had eaten something hard to digest. De Bruyne walked over with his plate and sat down beside them. Jack, stop asking. He can't explain it, even. Foden leaned in his mouth full of pasta, mumbling. It's like, when you run you know they will pass. When they pass you know you will be there. It's that feeling. Grealish looked at the three of them. So you four share one big brain now. Messi walked over with his mate T and sat down beside him. It's not sharing one brain. Grealish looked at him. Then what is it? Messi took a sip of his mate T. It's trust. In the afternoon at 2 o'clock on social, Manchester City officially released a training video. Clips of the four passing, moving, and scoring in a match with just 4 words in the caption, no words needed. In 3 hours, the views surpassed 8 million. In the comments, is this combination something humans can produce? Before Holland came, Manchester City was already champions. After Holland came, Manchester City is an alien team. Is Ronaldo watching? In the afternoon at 4 o'clock in Cheshire in another direction. Ronaldo was in the gym. He had been training for 3 hours. His phone was on the treadmill, the screen lit up showing that he had watched it 5 times. Messi's pass to Bruin's lofted ball, Foden's run, Holland's finish. He picked up his phone and turned off the video. In the mirror, he saw himself 37 years old, drenched in sweat. He recalled 2008, the group at Manchester United. He had felt that way with Rooney, Tevez, and Giggs. But that was 14 years ago. He put down his phone and continued training. At 7 in the evening in Cheshire at Messi pushed open the door to his home and the aroma of stew wafted through the living room. Antonella was in the kitchen and the 3 children were lying on the carpet watching cartoons. Matteo was still wearing that mini jersey, refusing to take it off. Daddy. Thiago climbed up swaying as he ran over, hugging his leg. Messi picked him up and sat down in front of the sofa. Thiago pulled out his math homework from his backpack. Daddy, I can't solve this problem. A pool fills up with an inflow pipe in 6 hours and empties with an outflow pipe in 8 hours. If both are opened at the same time, how long will it take to fill up? He remembered that a few months ago Thiago had asked the same question. 24 hours. Thiago looked at him Did you calculate it? No. Then how do you know? Messi thought for a moment. Because that pool will never. Thiago looked down at the problem. The inflow pipe takes 6 hours and the outflow pipe takes 8 hours. He whispered, the inflow pipe is faster. Messi did not respond. Antonella poked her head out from the kitchen. Leo's 6 hours is faster than 8 hours. Messi sat still, not moving. Thiago looked down at his homework, his ears gradually turning red. Messi took the pen, writing the first line of the equation on a scrap paper. Thiago stole a glance at him, then lowered his head and continued writing. At 9 in the evening in B. Silva's group chat, named Portuguese crew. B. Silva, Ronaldo, what time is training tomorrow? Ronaldo, 6 o'clock. B. Silva, are you serious? Ronaldo, serious. B. Silva, then I'll wake up at 5:30. Ronaldo did not reply. At 10 in the evening in De Bruyne's group chat, named the Four Musketeers. De Bruyne, what time is training tomorrow? Holland, 5:50. Foden, can you two let people live? De Bruyne, then it's 6 o'clock. Foden is 7 okay for me. De Bruyne, no. Foden. The next day, October 7th, at 6 in the morning at the Carrington training base. When Holland arrived, Messi and De Bruyne were already on the field. He dropped his bag and walked over. Where's Foden? De Bruyne gestured toward the entrance. Foden was running out of the changing room, his hair still wet, clutching a half-eaten energy bar. Coming. Not late. Holland glanced at his watch. 1 minute past 6. He'll count that as on time. Foden, panting, shoved the last bite of the energy bar into his mouth. You guys are going to shorten my life. Messi looked at him. You can't shorten it. You're still young. Foden. De Bruyne laughed. Is he scolding you or praising you? Foden thought for a moment. I don't know. Sunshine fell on the pitch. In the distance, Guardiola's office light was still on. The four stood at their corners. A new day began. At 8 in the morning, BBC Sports headline. Manchester City's quartet, the most synergistic offensive combination in football history. The article analyzed the statistics of Messi, De Bruyne, Foden, and Holland. The four had a total of 28 goals, 21 assists, and directly participated in 49 goals this season, accounting for 82 of Manchester City's total goals. In the comments, this is not a combination, this is cheating. Before Holland came, Manchester City was already champions. After Holland came, Manchester City is an alien team. Ronaldo is carrying Manchester United alone, while Messi is carrying Manchester City with 4 people. That's the difference. In Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, he saw that news. 28 goals, 21 assists, 14 goals. He put down his phone, stood up and walked to the window. Outside toward Carrington, the sun was just right. He remembered he had training tomorrow at 6. Alone. At Carrington training base at 10 in the morning. Guardiola stood by the office window holding coffee, watching those four. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. What are you watching? Watching the future. De Bruyne remained silent. Guardiola took a sip of coffee. Do they have 10 years? De Bruyne thought for a moment. Messi is 34. Holland is 22. Foden is 22. I am 31. On October 10th, 2022, at the Carrington training base in Manchester at 6 in the morning, Holland pushed open the locker room door and was taken aback. Messi is here. De Bruyne is here. Foden is also here. The four of them are complete. Foden saw him enter and proudly waved the energy bar in his hand. I am not late today. Haaland glanced at his watch. It was exactly 6 o'clock. What time did you wake up? 5:30. Haaland said nothing, but a smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. De Bruyne walked over with a cup of coffee. What day is it today? Why are you all here so early? Messi, sitting in front of his locker, sipped his mate tea and leisurely replied, there's no match in the middle of the week, so we have some free time. The three of them looked at him simultaneously. You call today? Why are you all here so early? Messi, sitting in front of his locker, sipped his mate tea and leisurely. Today's training content was quite special. Guardiola stood on the sidelines holding a notebook filled with lines, and he called the four of them to his side. For today's scrimmage, you four will be one team. Foden was taken aback. We four as a team? Who's on the other side? Guardiola pointed to the other side. Rodri, Gundogan, Bernardo Silva, Walker, Diaz, and Stones. 6 of them. 6 on the other side. Yes. Foden's expression looked as if he had been struck by lightning. 6 against 4. Guardiola nodded. 6 against 4. The rule is that you can only score in 3 passes or less. They can kick freely. Why, oi? Guardiola smiled. Because a true strong team always plays with fewer players against more on the field. At 7:30 in the morning, the scrimmage began. 6 against 4. The opposing side consisted of Rodri, Gundogan, Bernardo Silva, Walker, Diaz, and Stones, the toughest midfield and the most stable defense in the Premier League. On this side were the four of them: Messi, De Bruyne, Foden, and Haaland. In the first minute, Gundogan had the ball and passed it to Bernardo. Bernardo looked up for Walker. Just as the ball left his foot, De Bruyne appeared on the passing line. Intercepted. A direct pass found Haaland. Haaland received the ball with his back to the goal with Diaz tight behind him. He didn't turn. He returned the ball to the advancing Foden. Foden took the ball facing Walker. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again. Walker was shaken off by him. Foden crossed the ball. Messi surged in from the back post. A header. It went in. 10. Foden stood still, stunned for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Did I cross it? Did I really cross it? De Bruyne walked over and patted his shoulder. You did. In the 5th minute, Rodri had the ball, trying to organize. Messi pressed forward. Rodri passed the ball to Gundogan. As Gundogan looked up, De Bruyne was already right behind him. Gundogan hurriedly played the ball, but it was intercepted by Haaland. Haaland had the ball facing the double team from Stones and Diaz. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to Messi. Messi didn't stop the ball. He played it immediately to De Bruyne on the right. De Bruyne received the ball, cutting inside. Walker and Bernardo both rushed at him. De Bruyne didn't force it. He lifted the ball over the heads of the two, and it landed at the top of the penalty area. Foden was there. He took a volley. 20. Foden ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. The turf was marked with 2 tracks. On the sidelines, Grealish squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands. Did they cheat? Gundogan came over and sat down beside him. No cheating. It's chemistry. In the 10th minute, the opposing side finally scored. Bernardo broke through on the right and crossed. Walker closed in from the center and finished. 21. Walker ran to the center circle, pointing at his teammates. We can score 2. Foden looked at it. Just 1 goal. We have 2. In the 15th minute, De Bruyne had the ball in midfield facing Rodri's. He didn't force it. He passed the ball to Messi and then moved to the right. Messi had the ball with Gundogan and Bernardo both rushing at him. Messi didn't force it. He passed the ball back to the advancing Foden. Foden advanced with the ball facing Stones. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again. Stones didn't bite on the feint. But Foden didn't continue his run. He lifted the ball over Stones' head, landing it in the penalty area. A header. 31. Haaland ran to the corner flag, pointing at Foden. Great pass. Foden smiled. In the 20th minute, Rodri had the ball in midfield, trying to organize an attack. De Bruyne pressed forward and Rodri passed the ball to Gundogan. Gundogan looked up. Messi had already appeared in front of him. Gundogan hurriedly played the ball, but it was intercepted by De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a direct pass to Haaland. Haaland had the ball back to goal with Diaz tight behind him. He didn't turn. He passed the ball back to Messi. Messi received the ball facing the double team from Stones and Walker. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again. He got past one. The second one rushed in. He passed the ball through Stones' legs. He split the defenders. Messi charged into the penalty area. Diaz rushed over. Messi shot. Goal. 41. On the sidelines, Guardiola put down his notebook and started clapping. Grealish squatted on the ground, completely giving up. I'm done training. I'm switching to selling sausages. Gundogan patted him on the shoulder. Do you sell sausages? Save 2 for me. At 9 in the morning, the scrimmage ended. The score froze at 63. The 4 of them had defeated 6. Foden lay on the ground, gasping for breath. I'm exhausted, but it feels great. Haaland walked over and sat down beside him. You assisted 2 today. Foden looked at him. You scored 3. De Bruyne and Messi walked over, and the 4 of them lay side by side on the ground. The sky was very blue. A rare sunny day in Manchester. No one spoke, but that silence held more power than any words. At 10 in the morning in the locker room, the four of them finished showering and sat in front of their lockers. Grealish peeked in. The coach wants you to go to the press conference. De Bruyne looked up. What press conference? The pre-match press conference for the Champions League. We play Copenhagen tomorrow. At 10:30, in the press hall, journalists filled the room. Guardiola sat on the stage with De Bruyne and Foden beside him. A journalist raised his hand. Guardiola, will there be rotations for tomorrow's match against Copenhagen? Guardiola shook his head. No. We need to maintain our rhythm. A journalist followed up. With Haaland in such good form, will he continue to start? Guardiola smiled. If he's in such good form, why not let him? Someone in the audience laughed. Another journalist raised his hand. Kevin, you already have 9 assists this season. How are you aiming to break the record? De Bruyne thought for a moment. I haven't thought about it. I just want to win. The journalist then asked Foden. Phil, you've scored 8 goals this season, surpassing the total from the previous 2 seasons combined. What's the secret? Foden glanced at De Bruyne. Learn from them. At noon at 12 o'clock on social media, Manchester City officially released a video clip from the pre-match press conference. Foden's line, learn from them, was turned into a meme with the caption, My daily life at Manchester City. The comments section read, learn from whom? Messi, De Bruyne, Haaland. I want to learn too. Foden has really improved this season, it's obvious. How can other teams in the Premier League compete with the 4 of them? At 2 in the afternoon in Copenhagen at the Players' Hotel, the entire Manchester City team arrived in Denmark. Haaland stood by the hotel room window looking out at the unfamiliar city. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Foden, going out for dinner tonight. I heard there's a Norwegian restaurant here. He looked at the text. Norwegian restaurant. Eating Norwegian food in Denmark. He smiled. Are you treating? Foden replied quickly, split the bill. At 7 in the evening at a Norwegian restaurant in downtown Copenhagen, the 4 of them sat in a corner. Foden was flipping through the menu, his expression becoming increasingly complicated. This? Cod liver. Haaland nodded. A Norwegian specialty. Foden swallowed. What about this? Dried reindeer meat. Also a Norwegian specialty. Foden closed the menu. What do you Norwegians usually eat? Haaland pondered. Just these. Foden looked at Messi. Leo, can you handle it? Messi, holding his mate tea leisurely, said, I can eat anything. De Bruyne laughed from the side. He can eat anything except mate tea. At 9 in the evening outside the restaurant, the 4 of them stood by the street waiting for the car to pick them up. The night in Copenhagen was quiet. Occasionally a few cars passed by, and the lights cast long shadows of them. Foden suddenly said, How many goals do we score tomorrow? Haaland pondered. I don't know. You don't know? We'll know once we play. De Bruyne nodded. He's right. We'll know once we play. Messi didn't speak, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. At 10 in the evening in the hotel room, Haaland lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. His phone vibrated. It was a group chat from Foden. Foden, everyone, have you thought of a celebration move for tomorrow if we score? De Bruyne didn't think about it. Messi didn't think about it. Haaland didn't think about it. Foden, out of the 4 of you, 3 haven't thought about it. De Bruyne, didn't you not think about it as well? Foden. The next day, October 11th, in Copenhagen at Park, Maria came again. It wasn't her choice. It was Manchester City's Champions League away game with only 2,000 slots available for the traveling fans, and she got the last one. Sitting next to her was an old Danish man in a Copenhagen jersey, holding a flag printed with 6ERD, we are red. The old man saw her Manchester City scarf and smiled. Little girl, you're going to lose today. Maria glanced at him. We've won 10 in a row. That's in the Premier League. This is the Champions League. Maria didn't say anything. At 7:45 in the away team locker room, the 4 of them were tying their shoelaces. Haaland tied his the slowest. Once, twice, 3 times. Foden leaned over. Nervous. Haaland looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you looking at? He was looking at his studs. Thinking about how many I can score today. Messi said leisurely from the side. Let's talk about it after we score. At 8 o'clock the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Manchester City posed their first threat. De Bruyne passed to Messi. Messi had the ball facing a double team. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again. He got past one. The second one rushed in. He passed the ball to Foden. Foden took the ball, cut inside, and took a long-range shot. It was saved. A corner kick. In the 7th minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took it, and Diaz headed it. Missed. In the 12th minute, Manchester City scored. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield and made a direct pass to Haaland. Haaland successfully beat the offside trap and had a clear shot. He slotted it in. 10. The traveling fans exploded. Haaland ran to the away stand, pointing in the direction of the traveling fans. In the 18th minute, Manchester City scored their second goal. Messi had the ball on the right, got past 2 defenders and crossed. Foden closed in from the middle and headed it in. 20. In the 25th minute, Copenhagen pulled one back. A corner was taken and the home team's center back scored with a header. 21. In the 31st minute, Manchester City scored their third goal. De Bruyne had the ball in midfield and made a penetrating pass to Foden. Foden had the ball unknown. He didn't shoot. He passed the ball to Haaland, who was making a run through the center. Haaland slotted it into the open goal. 31. The traveling fans went wild. The first half ended 3-1. The second half began. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City scored their fourth goal. Messi received the ball outside the penalty area facing a triple team. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, and changed direction again. Got past two. The third one rushed in. He nudged the ball through the legs of the three defenders. Messi charged into the penalty area. He shot. Goal. 41. In the 61st minute, Manchester City scored their fifth goal. De Bruyne took a free kick and Haaland headed it in. 51. Haaland completed his hat trick. In the 67th minute, Manchester City scored their sixth goal. Foden broke through on the right, crossed, and Messi closed in at the back post, slotting it home. 61. In the 78th minute, Guardiola made a substitution. Haaland went off and Alvarez came on. The whole stadium stood and applauded. In the 85th minute, Manchester City scored their seventh goal. Alvarez took a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, a world-class strike. 71. The final whistle blew. Manchester City won 7-1 against Copenhagen. 3 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage. Qualification is in sight. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded the four of them. Haaland with a hat trick, Messi with 2 assists and 1 goal, De Bruyne with 3 assists and Foden with 1 assist and 1 goal. A reporter asked Haaland, 7 goals, the combination of the four of you, how do you evaluate it? Haaland thought for a moment. It's simple. I run, they pass. The ball just arrives. A reporter asked Messi, how did the chemistry among the four of you develop? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. No practice. Just playing. A reporter asked Messi, how did the chemistry among the four of you develop? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. De Bruyne spoke first. Next match, who do we play? Borussia Dortmund, Foden said. Haaland looked up. Borussia Dortmund. His former club. Messi looked at him. Are you ready? Haaland nodded. Ready. At 10 in the evening in Manchester and Cheshire. Cristiano Ronaldo turned off the television. 7 goals. For players. He sat on the sofa motionless for a long time. His phone lit up. Mendes, Manchester City, 71. Haaland with a hat trick. Messi with 2 assists and 1 goal. He looked at the text. Put down the phone. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was quiet. In the distance, in the direction of Carrington, the lights were already out. But he knew that at 6 in the morning that person would appear there. He would also be here. On October 17, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood outside the Etihad and noticed that the atmosphere today was quite different. Not the tense feeling before a great battle. It was a kind of, how to put it, relaxation. Manchester City had achieved 10 consecutive victories, secured early qualification for the Champions League, and led the standings by 8 points. Fans walked with a spring in their step, laughter in their voices. The old man next to her was back again today. He hadn't missed a match since his grandson's wedding. Today he brought a new flag emblazoned with 11 victories, 27 to go. Maria glanced at it and smiled. Not bad at math, the old man nodded seriously. Rounded up, that's a championship. At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 5 Live. Welcome to today's football news. In the 10th round of the Premier League, Manchester City hosts Liverpool. Yes, that Liverpool. Although Manchester City currently leads by 8 points, Liverpool is always Liverpool. Salah is regaining form, Nunez is hitting his stride, and Van Dijk is back. The host paused for a moment. Another key match, Manchester United faces Chelsea away. Cristiano Ronaldo has not scored in 12 consecutive Premier League matches. Will he break the drought today? At 10 in the morning, Sky Sports Studio. Carragher was sitting up particularly straight today. Manchester City against Liverpool. This is the most classic matchup in the Premier League over the past 5 years. Even though Liverpool's form has been mediocre this year, this kind of match is different. Neville nodded. Manchester City is on fire with 10 consecutive wins. But Liverpool has Salah, Van Dijk, and Klopp. They know how to play at the Etihad. Henry interjected languidly. Has Messi played against Liverpool? Carragher thought for a moment. He played against them in the Champions League. In 2019, Barcelona faced Liverpool. Messi scored 2, one of which was a free kick. Then Liverpool made a comeback. The studio fell silent for 2 seconds. At noon, outside the Etihad, the crowd was growing. Manchester City fans sang as they entered, while 3,000 Liverpool away supporters packed into the away stand, also singing. The songs from both sides clashed in the air, neither conceding to the other. Maria queued to buy a portion of fish and chips, £8, ridiculously expensive, but decent in taste. A vendor next to her shouted, "Hey girl, are you scared that Liverpool is here today?" Maria glanced at him. Salah, of course. Maria thought for a moment. We have Messi. At 2 in the afternoon in the Manchester City dressing room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. Tying them very slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding a mate tea. De Bruyne was looking at his phone beside him. Foden leaned in holding a bottle of sports drink. Liverpool. De Bruyne didn't even look up. I know. De Bruyne lifted his head. I know. I'll mark you. De Bruyne put down his phone. He's marking Erlen. Haaland raised his head. The four of them exchanged glances. At 2:30 in the away dressing room, the atmosphere in Liverpool was completely different. Van Dijk sat in front of his locker silent. Salah was stretching, his expression serious. Nunez was listening to music, his leg shaking constantly. Klopp walked in. Boys, everyone looked at him. Manchester City has 10 consecutive wins. But that was against others. Playing against us is different. At 3 in the afternoon at the Etihad Stadium, the whistle blew. Liverpool kicked. In the 5th minute, Liverpool threatened for the first time. Salah received the ball on the right, facing Cancelo's defense. The Egyptian moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. Cancelo was shaken off by him. Salah crossed the ball. Nunez made a run in the middle. A header. Ederson saved it. A corner. A huge cheer erupted from the away supporters. In the 8th minute, Liverpool had a corner. Salah took the corner, Van Dijk headed it. Just wide. In the 12th minute, Manchester City launched their first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As soon as Messi received the ball, Fabinho closed in with some small fouls. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced Arnold's defense, the best right back in England last season's assist king. He tried to go past him, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. Arnold didn't fall for it. The ball was intercepted. Liverpool countered. Salah got the ball and made a through pass for Nunez. Nunez was through on goal. Offside. In the 18th minute, Manchester City attacked for the second time. Rodri intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it directly to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looked up. Foden was pulling to the right, drawing Robertson out of position. The center was now open. De Bruyne didn't pass to Foden. He passed to Messi. Messi received the ball, turned facing the pressure from Fabinho and Henderson. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. He got past one. The second defender came in. He passed the ball to the advancing Walker. Walker went to the byline and crossed. Haaland made a run in the middle. He jumped. Van Dijk jumped too. The two were in the air. Haaland headed the ball. Van Dijk blocked it with his body. In the 21st minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took it, Diaz headed it, caught by Alisson. In the 25th minute, Liverpool scored. Arnold crossed from the right, Nunez flicked it with his head, and Salah arrived at the back post. Shot. 10. The away supporters erupted. Salah ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. In the 28th minute, Manchester City steadied themselves. The ball was slowly advanced in the back. Messi dropped deep to receive the ball, with Fabinho following him. Messi turned facing Fabinho. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, got past. The second defender came in. Henderson. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a through pass for Haaland. Van Dijk intercepted just in time. A corner. In the 31st minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took it, Diaz headed it, again caught by Alisson. In the 35th minute, Liverpool almost scored again. Salah broke through on the right, crossed, Nunez arrived in the middle, shot. Ederson saved it. In the 38th minute, it was Messi's moment. He received the ball on the right, facing Robertson's defense. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to the advancing Walker and then moved into the penalty area. Walker went to the byline and crossed. Messi arrived at the back post. A header. Alisson saved it. A corner. In the 42nd minute, Manchester City equalized. Messi took the corner, Diaz flicked it at the front post and at the back post. Haaland. A header. 11. The Etihad erupted. Haaland ran to the corner flag. This time he slid on his knees. De Bruyne ran up to him. Foden also ran over. Messi didn't run, but stood still, raising his hands. The first half ended 11. At halftime in the Manchester City dressing room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board. In the second half, they will sit back. They were ahead before, now it's level. They will want to hold on. He looked at De Bruyne. Kevin split the ball more to open up their defense. De Bruyne nodded. He looked at Messi. Leo make runs into the channels. Messi sipped his mate tea and nodded. He looked at Haaland. Olin, wait. They will give you space. The second half began. In the 52nd minute, Manchester City took the lead. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield and made a penetrating through pass for Foden. Foden received the ball facing Arnold. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to the advancing Walker. Walker went to the byline and crossed. Haaland made a run in the middle. A header. 21. Haaland scored again. In the 58th minute, Liverpool made a substitution. Hoda came on, Nunez went off. In the 61st minute, Liverpool equalized. Hoda received the ball in the box and was brought down by Diaz. A penalty kick. Salah took it. 22. In the 67th minute, Manchester City took the lead for the third time. Messi received the ball on the right, facing pressure from 3 defenders. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, getting past 2. The third defender came in. He slipped the ball through Van Dijk's legs. A well-timed dribble. Messi surged into the box. Alisson came out. Messi shot, over the top. 32. The Etihad went wild. In the 73rd minute, Liverpool equalized for the third time. Arnold took a free kick, Van Dijk headed it in. 33. In the 78th minute, news came from the Manchester United side. Ronaldo scored. Maria glanced at her phone, not paying much attention. She continued to watch the match. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City took the lead for the fourth time. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield and made a through pass for Haaland. Haaland received the ball back to goal with Van Dijk tight behind him. Haaland didn't turn. He passed the ball back to the advancing Foden. Foden received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Took a long shot. A world-class strike. 43. The away supporters went crazy. The final whistle blew. Manchester City defeated Liverpool 43. 11 consecutive wins. 33 points. Leading the second place by 11 points. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Haaland. Erlen, 2 goals. How do you evaluate this match? Haaland wiped the sweat from his face. Liverpool is strong, but we are stronger. The reporters pressed on. Van Dijk marked you. How did it feel? Haaland thought for a moment. He is world class, but I am Erlen Haaland. On the other side, Messi was surrounded by reporters. Leo, 1 assist, 1 goal. What are your thoughts? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. Everyone played well. Kevin controlled the tempo. Phil made smart runs. Erlen has strong finishing ability. The reporters pressed on. Ronaldo scored today, did you know? Messi nodded. I know. Congratulations to him. In the dressing room, the 4 of them sat together. No one spoke. Tired. De Bruyne spoke first. Ronaldo scored. Foden looked up. Really? Manchester United beat Chelsea. Haaland remained silent. Messi held his mate tea and took a sip. Good for him. At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He finally scored. After 12 matches, he finally did it. But he didn't celebrate. No sliding on his knees. No fist pump. He just stood there watching the ball in the net. His phone lit up. Mendes, you scored. Finally. He looked at the message. Finally. He put his phone down. On October 17, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium the day after the match, Maria was awakened by her phone vibrating, and the group chat had already accumulated over 999 messages. With her eyes half closed, she scrolled through the messages. All were links, GIFs, and memes from last night's game. Haaland's header, Messi's delicate chip, Foden's world-class strike, De Bruyne's through ball. The faces of the 4 players were edited into various expressions with the caption Manchester F4. She turned over and continued sleeping. But her phone vibrated again. This time it was a news notification. The front page of the Times read Man City 4, Liverpool 3, 11 consecutive wins, leading by 11 points. Is there still suspense in the Premier League? She smiled and placed her phone down on her pillow. At 8 in the morning in London Fleet Street, the front pages of various media outlets were already plastered across the newsstands. The Daily Mail featured a photo of Haaland roaring after scoring with the headline, "The Beast unleashed, Liverpool unable to resist." The Sun was the most cutting, using a moment of Klopp contorted on the sidelines caption, "The moment of Klopp's collapse." The Guardian's headline was more composed, "Man City and Liverpool engage in a goal fest with Messi and Haaland dominating the match." The front page of the Liverpool Echo featured a silhouette of Salah kneeling on the grass, with just one word as the title pane. At 9 in the morning in the Sky Sports studio, Carragher's eyes were still puffy. "I didn't sleep last night," he said. "Man City is too strong. We played well enough, but they just kept scoring." Neville unusually refrained from retorting. "You did play well. But Man City has Messi, Haaland, De Bruyne, and with those 4 you never know what will happen next." Henry nodded beside him. "I played at Arsenal. That feeling is just despair." Carragher looked at him. "Have you ever felt despair?" Henry thought for a moment. "In the 2006 Champions League final, losing to Barcelona. That's the feeling." The studio fell silent for a few seconds. At 10 in the morning in Liverpool at the Melwood training ground, Klopp's office door was closed. The staff outside could hear occasional sounds from within, not talking, just pacing. Back and forth. Van Dijk was the first to arrive. He didn't go to the locker room, instead sitting on a bench outside the door waiting. Salah arrived second. He sat down beside Van Dijk without speaking. Jota was third. Nunez fourth. Henderson fifth. More and more people arrived, but nobody spoke. The door opened. Klopp stood at the entrance looking at them. "Forget about yesterday. There are 27 rounds left." At 11 in the morning in Manchester at the Carrington training ground, the atmosphere was completely different. Grealish was playing music in the locker room, Foden was humming along, Haaland was drinking water, and De Bruyne was looking at his phone. Messi was the last to enter holding mate tea. Guardiola followed behind, clapping his hands. "You played well yesterday. But starting today, think about the next match." He glanced at the schedule on the wall. The next match is the Champions League against Sevilla. They had already qualified, but they couldn't afford to lose at home. At noon, on social media, the top trending topics were Man City, Liverpool, Haaland last gasp, Messi chip, Foden world class, De Bruyne through ball, Sar, 7 finally scores, Man Utd beats Chelsea, Premier League table, Man City 11 consecutive wins, Liverpool despite loss still honorable comments section, Man City is going to break 100 this season. Liverpool tried their best, but Man City is too strong. CR7 finally scored, not easy. Messi's chip, I've watched it 20 times. At 1 in the afternoon in Madrid at the Valdebebas training ground, Ancelotti was eating in the dining room while the television was showing highlights of the Premier League. Benzema walked by with a plate, stopping to take a glance. Messi's chip. Haaland's header. Foden's world class. He watched for 10 seconds before continuing on. Ancelotti called out to him. "Karim." Benzema turned back. "What do you think of Man City this year?" "Very strong." Ancelotti nodded. "Then be prepared." At 2 in the afternoon in Barcelona at the Ciutat Esportiva Joan Gamper, Xavi was watching footage in his office. Not of his own team, but of Man City against Liverpool. He pressed pause, freezing the frame at the moment Messi scored, arms outstretched. He watched for a long time. His phone rang. It was Laporta's secretary. The president asks for your thoughts on Man City. Xavi fell silent for a few seconds. Tell them not to ask such questions. At 3 in the afternoon in Munich on Sabener Strasse, Nagelsmann turned off He had watched Man City's match twice. He turned to the coaching staff. If we meet them, how do we defend? No one. He asked again. Still no one answered. He sighed. I have no solution either. At 4 in the afternoon in Paris at Parc des Princes. Mbappé was in the gym. A television mounted on the wall was playing highlights of Man City. He watched Messi's chip, once, twice, 3 times. Neymar walked in and sat down beside him. Still watching. Mbappé didn't reply. Neymar looked at the screen. He did that back then. At Barca, he did the same in training. Mbappé turned his head. Do you regret it? Neymar paused for a moment. Regret what? Leaving him. Neymar didn't answer. At 5 in the afternoon in Manchester, Cheshire, Messi pushed open the door to his home, and the aroma of stew wafted through the living room. Antonella was in the kitchen, and the 3 kids were sprawled on the carpet watching cartoons. Matteo was still wearing that mini jersey, refusing to take it off. Daddy. Ciro crawled up, staggered over, and hugged his leg. Messi picked him up and sat down in front of the sofa. Thiago took out his homework from his backpack. Daddy, someone at school asked me how you scored that goal yesterday. Messi, what did you say? I said my dad can score any goal. Messi didn't say anything, but a hint of a smile crept to his lips. At 6 in the evening in Cheshire, in another direction. CR7 was in the gym. He had already been training for 2 hours. His phone was placed on the treadmill. The screen lit up with Mendes' message. All major media outlets are praising your goal. But on the Man City side, Messi has taken over the headlines again. He looked at the words. Put the phone down. In the mirror, he saw himself at 37, drenched in sweat. Yesterday he scored. After 12 matches he finally did. But today all the headlines still belonged to Man City. Still Messi. He continued training. At 7 in the evening in London at a restaurant, Carragher and Neville were having dinner together. This was not a scheduled program. It was private. Carragher was cutting his steak. Do you think Man City can go undefeated this season? Neville shook his head. Impossible. The Premier League is not that simple. Then who can beat them? Neville thought for a moment. Maybe. No one. Carragher put down his knife and Then what are we watching this season? Neville looked at him. Watching how many they can win by. At 8 in the evening in Manchester, Maria was sitting with an old man. The television was showing highlights of Man City versus Liverpool. The old man pointed at the screen. That goal, when Messi passed it, I knew Haaland would score. How did you know? Maria looked at him. The old man took a sip of beer. After watching football for 60 years, Maria laughed. The old man laughed too. There are still 27 rounds left. 38 wins is not a dream. At 9 in the evening in Liverpool, in an apartment. Sulla was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. On the screen was his own goal. Against Man City, that close-range shot. He watched it 3 times. Then he scrolled over to watch Man City's goals. Haaland's header. Messi's chip. Foden's world-class strike. He put down his phone. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Liverpool was very quiet. 27 rounds. There is still a chance. At 10 in the evening in Madrid, at CR7's former home, now sold. The new owner was tidying up the room. In the corner, he found an old box containing some old photos of CR7 from Manchester United, Real Madrid, and Portugal. The new owner flipped through them and put them back. Outside, the night in Madrid was very bright. But that person's era has already passed. At 11 in the evening in Manchester, outside the Carrington training ground, Haaland was the last to leave. He stood in the parking lot, took out the badge that Reyes had given him, and stared at it for a long time. Then he put it in his pocket and opened the car door. He would be back at 6 in the morning. The next day, October 18th, the front pages of European media. L'Equipe: Man City 11 consecutive wins. Who can stop them in Europe? Bild: Haaland scores 4 against his former club. Messi's chip seals the deal. Gazzetta dello Sport: Premier League no longer holds suspense. Man City awaits the Champions League. Marca: Messi still at his peak. CR7 finally scores. 2 destinies, 1 era. Ol's front page featured just 1 image. Messi celebrating with arms outstretched after scoring. Caption: See you in Qatar. On October 18, 2022, at the Carrington training base in Manchester at 6 in the morning, Haaland pushed open the locker room door and discovered he was the 3rd one to arrive. Messi is here. De Bruyne is here. Foden hasn't arrived yet. The Norwegian placed his bag down and glanced at the 2 of them. You're quite early today. De Bruyne didn't lift his head. You're not late either. Messi, holding a cup of mate, said leisurely. Foden is late again. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Foden rushed in, his hair still wet, clutching half an energy bar in his hand. I'm not late. It's 6 Haaland. De Bruyne glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 6:12. Foden's expression fell. Haaland chuckled lightly from the side. Softly, but Messi. At 7 in the morning in the tactics room. Guardiola stood in front of the tactics board, and everyone was present. The projected starting lineup made the locker room quiet for 2 seconds. Alvarez starting. Haaland sat in the corner silent. Alvarez sat on the other side, head down, but his ears. Guardiola looked at the list. We have already qualified, but we cannot lose at home. Erling rests. Julian. Are you ready? He looked at Alvarez. Alvarez lifted his head. I'm ready. His voice was not loud. At 8 in the morning on the training ground. Group practice. Alvarez was assigned to the main squad. Messi, De Bruyne, and Foden were all around him. The first attack. De Bruyne made a through ball. Alvarez successfully timed his run unknown. He shot and scored. He ran towards the corner flag, a bit unsure of how to celebrate, glancing back at Messi. Messi stood still, raised his hands, and gently applauded. The second attack. Messi received the ball on the right, facing a double team. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to the overlapping Walker and then moved into the box. Walker went to the byline, crossing the ball. Alvarez made a run from the back post. A header. Another goal. He stood there stunned for 2 seconds. Foden ran over and hugged him. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Alvarez laughed. At 9 in the morning in the locker room, Haaland sat in front of his locker silent. Messi came over and sat down beside him. Not happy. Haaland shook his head. No. Then you must. Haaland looked at him. I want to play. Messi nodded. I know. But the season is long. Julian also needs. Haaland remained silent. Messi stood up, patting his shoulder. You will play many matches. Just watch him today. At 10 in the morning on social media, Manchester City officially released a pre-match poster for the Champions League. Alvarez was at the center with the caption "Little Spider's debut opportunity." In the comments is Haaland resting. Finally, we can see the little spider. Alvarez played well in Argentina, looking. Sevilla is tough, but Manchester City is solid at home. The comments from Argentine fans were the most prominent. Julian, make Argentina proud. At noon in the dining hall, Alvarez held a plate, unsure of where to sit. Usually he sat with the substitutes. Today he is a starter. Foden waved at him. Little spider, come over. Alvarez walked over and sat down next to Foden. Opposite him was Messi, next to him was De Bruyne, and diagonally was Haaland. The four of them looked at him. Alvarez's hands trembled slightly. Messi picked up his mate and took a sip. Nervous? Alvarez nodded. Messi put down the mate. It's good to be nervous. If you're not nervous, you won't score. At 2 in the afternoon outside Etihad Stadium, Maria was back. Even though it wasn't a weekend league match, she still bought a ticket for the Champions League home game. The old man next to her was also there. He brought a new flag that said "Little Spider Weaving Nets." Maria glanced at it and smiled. When did you make this flag? The old man replied seriously, last night. I heard he was starting, so I made it overnight. At 3 in the afternoon in the visiting team's locker room, the atmosphere was tense among Sevilla. They knew Manchester City had already qualified, but they also knew that playing at Manchester City's home ground was not easy. Rakitic sat in front of his locker, tying his shoelaces. The young defender beside him asked, Boss, Haaland isn't starting today. Is this an opportunity? Rakitic glanced at him. Haaland isn't playing, but Messi is. De Bruyne is. Foden is. The young defender was taken aback. Rakitic finished tying his shoelaces. Those guys are harder to defend than Haaland. At 4 in the afternoon in the Manchester City locker room, Alvarez was tying his shoelaces. He was tying them very slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding his mate. Don't be nervous. Alvarez looked up. I'm not nervous. Then what are you looking at? Alvarez looked down. He was looking at his cleats. Thinking, what if... Messi put down his mate. If you don't play well, you don't play well. Just play better next time. At 5 in the afternoon at Etihad Stadium in the players' tunnel, Alvarez stood in line, his heart racing. In front of him was De Bruyne, behind him was Foden. Messi walked at the back. He secretly glanced at the end of the tunnel. Light was bright, and the noise had already come through. De Bruyne didn't turn around, but his voice came through. Deep breath. Alvarez took a deep breath. Foden whispered beside him, when I started my first match, my legs shook the entire game. Alvarez looked at him. What happened later? Later I scored a goal, and I stopped shaking. At 7:45 in the evening the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 3rd minute Alvarez touched the ball for the first time. De Bruyne made a through ball, and Alvarez received it with his back to the defender. The Sevilla center-back was close behind him. He passed the ball back to Messi, and then turned to move forward. Messi didn't pass to him. Messi passed the ball to Foden, but Alvarez kept running. In the 7th minute, the first threat. Foden crossed from the right, and Alvarez made a run into the box. Header. Saved. A huge sigh of regret erupted from the away fans. In the 12th minute, Messi assisted. He received the ball on the right, facing a double team. He changed direction, stopped quickly, then changed direction again. He got past one. The second defender came up. He passed the ball through the defender's legs. He maneuvered around the defender. Messi surged into the box. Everyone was watching him. But Messi didn't shoot. He glanced up. Alvarez was at the far post, completely unmarked. He passed. Alvarez received the ball and shot. 1-0. He stood there stunned. Foden rushed over. De Bruyne ran over and ruffled his hair. Messi didn't rush over, but he stood still, raised his hands, and on the away side the old man beside Maria waved the flag that said "Little Spider Weaving Nets," shaking it vigorously. Alvarez stood in the corner flag area, unsure of how to celebrate. He simply smiled. The first half ended 2-0. Messi scored another free kick at halftime in the locker room. Alvarez sat in front of his locker, catching his breath. Messi came over and sat down beside him. You scored. Alvarez nodded. You assisted. Messi didn't. De Bruyne came over. There's another 45 minutes in the second half. Alvarez looked at him. Can I score again? De Bruyne laughed. Ask yourself. The second half began. In the 52nd minute, Alvarez scored his. De Bruyne made a through ball. Alvarez successfully timed his run onion. He shot. 3-0. The away fans went wild. Alvarez ran to the corner flag sliding on his knees. Foden caught up and jumped onto his back. In the 63rd minute, Alvarez was substituted. Haaland came on. The entire stadium stood and applauded. He walked to the sidelines and high-fived Haaland. Haaland looked at him. 2 goals. Alvarez nodded. Haaland patted his shoulder. Well done. The final whistle blew. Manchester City won 4-0 against Sevilla. 5 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage. Haaland patted his shoulder. Well done. The final whistle blew. Manchester City won 4-0 against Sevilla. 5 consecutive wins in the Champions League group stage. How does it feel? Alvarez wiped the sweat from his face. Messi passed to me. De Bruyne passed to me. I just ran into position. The reporters pressed on what's it like playing alongside Messi. Alvarez thought for a moment. When he passes, you know the ball will get there. You just have to run. On the other side, Messi was surrounded by reporters. Leo, 1 goal and 1 assist. How do you evaluate Alvarez? Messi took the microphone. He runs well. Every ball I pass, he gets to it. The reporters pressed, is your cooperation with Argentine teammates always this tacit? Messi thought for a moment. We're from the same country. No need to talk. In the locker room, Alvarez sat in front of his locker, clutching his match jersey. Messi came over and sat down beside him. Are you keeping it? Alvarez nodded. First Champions League. Messi didn't speak, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. At 10 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He watched the match. He watched from start to finish. Alvarez scored 2 goals. Messi had 1 goal and 1 assist. De Bruyne had 2 assists. Foden had 1 assist. A performance from the 4 of them. He turned off the television, stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. Tomorrow Manchester United will play against Tottenham. In the last match he scored. But is 1 match enough? He didn't know. In another direction, Messi opened the door at home. The kids were all asleep. Antonella leaned on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. Did the little spider score 2 goals? Is he very happy? Antonella smiled. Messi changed his shoes and nodded. He's keeping the jersey. The next day, European media. The Times. Alvarez scores twice. Manchester City wins 4-0 against Sevilla, qualifying with a perfect record. Daily Mail. The little spider's big day. He learned how to score alongside Messi. Ole's front page. 2 Argentinians, 4 goals. 55 days later, see you in Qatar. At the Carrington training base at 7 in the morning. When Alvarez arrived, Messi was already on the field. He dropped his bag and walked over. What time did you come? 6 o'clock. Alvarez glanced at the clock. 7 o'clock. Aren't you tired? Messi looked at him. When you score 300 goals, you'll know what tired feels like. Alvarez was in the distance. Haaland pushed the door and walked in. He saw Alvarez and nodded. You played well yesterday. Alvarez felt a bit shy. You assisted too. Haaland said nothing. But the 4 of them stood on the field, sunlight shining down on them. On October 22, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood outside the Etihad and noticed that the sky was particularly blue today. Not a metaphor. It was genuinely blue. The rare clear sky in Manchester made the stadium's roof shine brightly, the reflection so intense that it was blinding. The old man next to her didn't bring a flag today. He stood there empty-handed, squinting at the sky. Good day, he said. Maria nodded. Perfect for playing football. The old man turned his head and looked at her. That Japanese guy from Brighton, what's his name? Mitoma. Yes, that's him. On a day like this, he runs faster. Maria was taken aback. Does good weather make him run faster? The old man nodded seriously. You can see clearly. At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 1. In the 13th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faces Brighton at home. Brighton has changed to De Zerbi this season, playing even more wildly than last season. Mitoma is currently the player with the highest dribbling success rate in the Premier League. Walker is in for a tough time today. Another match, Manchester United away against Chelsea. Ronaldo finally scored in the last match. Can he find the net again today? At 10 in the morning at the Brighton Hotel. Mitoma sat on the edge of his bed looking out the window. The sky in Manchester was very blue. He could see the outline of the Etihad Stadium in the distance like a giant white shell. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his mother. The match will be televised today. Go for it. He looked at the text and replied with an Then he stood up and started packing. At noon outside the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood in line to buy a portion of fish and chips costing £8, which was outrageously expensive. Next to her stood a young man with Asian features wearing a Brighton jersey, holding a Japanese flag. He saw Maria's Manchester City scarf, smiled, and said in English, Mitoma is going to score today. Maria looked at him. Are you Japanese? The young man nodded. Came here just to see him. Exactly. Maria thought for a moment. He really is quite fast. At 2 in the afternoon in the Manchester City locker room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. He was tying them slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding a mate tea. Brighton today? Haaland didn't look up. I know. Mitoma is fast. Haaland finished tying his shoes and raised his head. Walker is fast too. Messi looked at him. Walker is 33. Haaland was taken aback. Messi set down his mate tea. But you're 22. At 2:30 in the away team's locker room, Mitoma was the last one to arrive. His teammates were already dressed, some were stretching, some were listening to music, and others were talking quietly. He walked over to his locker, sat down, and began changing his shoes. De Zerbi walked over and sat down next to him. Nervous? Mitoma shook his head. Not nervous. Then what is it? Mitoma looked at the shoelaces in his hands. Thinking about something. What is it? Mitoma didn't answer. He was thinking that if he could get past Walker once today, score a goal, and create some trouble for Manchester City, his mother would see it on the television. That would be enough. At 3 in the afternoon at the Etihad Stadium, the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 6th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the first time. Walker closed in, lowering his center of gravity. Mitoma didn't move. He waited 2 seconds for his teammates to position themselves, then passed the ball back. A small chorus of boos arose from the away fans. They wanted to see him get past to see some excitement. The old man next to Maria clicked his tongue. This kid is not in a hurry. In the 11th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the second time. This time he moved. Not a tentative move, but a sudden acceleration, overtaking Walker on the outside. Walker turned to chase, but Mitoma was too fast. He reached the goal line and made a cutback pass. Gross rushed in from the middle. Shot. Ederson made the save. The away fans erupted in huge sighs of regret. Maria clutched her heart. In the 15th minute, Manchester City's first threat. De Bruyne made a through ball. Haaland received it in the penalty area, turned. Dunk closed and Webster also approached. The three of them got tangled up. Haaland went down. The referee didn't blow the whistle. The away fans were shouting angrily. In the 20th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the third time. This time he was on the right flank, switched positions with his teammate. Facing Cancelo, not Walker. He moved, changed direction, stopped suddenly, and changed direction again. Cancelo was shaken off by him. Mitoma crossed the ball. Welbeck rushed in from the middle. Header. It went wide. The away fans breathed a sigh of relief. In the 28th minute, the turning point came. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield, looked up. Messi was moving to the right, drawing Caicedo away. There was a space opened in the middle. De Bruyne didn't pass to Messi. He passed to Foden. Foden received the ball, cut inside, and took a long shot. It was saved. Corner. In the 29th minute, Messi took the corner. The ball flew to the far post. Haaland jumped up, but he was sandwiched by 3 players and couldn't header it. But the ball fell to the far post. Diaz. Header. 10. The Etihad erupted. Diaz ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. The away fans, Maria jumped up, spilling her beer all over the old man next to her. The old man wasn't angry. He was jumping too. In the 35th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the 4th time. This time he faced Walker but didn't force it. He passed the ball back to the overlapping Estupinan, then moved into the penalty area. Estupinan crossed. Mitoma rushed in from the far post. Header. Ederson made the save. The away fans gasped again. Mitoma stood still, watching the ball that had been saved with no expression. In the 41st minute, Manchester's second goal. Messi received the ball on the right flank, facing the siege of 3 players. He changed direction, stopped suddenly, and changed direction again, getting past 2. The third player came up. He passed the ball through Webster's legs. A perfect dribble. Messi surged into the penalty area. Dunk came charging. Messi shot, pass. Haaland rushed in at the far post. A shot into the empty net. 20. The away fans went wild. Halftime ended 20. At the same time at Stamford Bridge. Manchester United against Chelsea. In the 17th minute, Ronaldo shot, but was saved. In the 26th minute, Ronaldo headed the ball, but it went wide. In the 38th minute, Ronaldo had an onion, but was saved. Halftime ended 0-0. During the break in the away team's locker room, Mitoma sat in front of his locker, catching his breath. De Zerbi walked over. Tired. Mitoma nodded. Can you still run? Mitoma raised his head. I can run. De Zerbi looked at him. In the second half, you're free. Go wherever you want. The second half. In the 48th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the 5th time. This time he moved to the left flank, facing Walker. He didn't accelerate. He stopped, waiting for Walker to make his move. Walker moved. In that instant, Mitoma pushed the ball to the right, slipping past Walker. Walker reached out to pull him back, but he couldn't grab him. Mitoma charged into the penalty area. Diaz came rushing in. Mitoma shot. 21. The away fans, that young Japanese man, jumped up shouting something in Japanese. Mitoma didn't celebrate. He ran to the goal, picked up the ball, and ran back to the center circle. In the 52nd minute, Manchester's third goal. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield, making a through pass to Haaland. Haaland had an onion and shot. 31. In the 58th minute, Mitoma touched the ball for the 6th time. He moved to the center, facing Rodri's defense. He didn't accelerate. He waited, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Gross made a run from the right. Mitoma passed. A ground pass threaded between Stones and Diaz. Gross received the ball. Onion. Shot. Ederson made the save. The away fans gasped again. In the 64th minute, news came from Chelsea. Sterling scored. Chelsea led Manchester United 10. In the 67th minute, Ronaldo was substituted. In the 71st minute, Mitoma was substituted. He walked towards the sidelines, and the Brighton fans in the away stand stood up and applauded. That young Japanese man waved his national flag waving at him. Mitoma raised his hand and waved lightly. Then he sat down and covered his head with a towel. He became invisible, but he could hear. The Manchester City fans were still singing. The score of 41 was already set. The final whistle blew Manchester City 41 Brighton. After the match in the mixed zone, the reporters surrounded Mitoma. Mitoma, 1 goal. How do you rate your performance? Mitoma answered in English, his voice very calm. I scored 1. But Manchester City scored 4. I'm not good enough yet. The reporters pressed, how did you feel facing Walker? Mitoma thought for a moment. He's world class. I got past him twice today, but next time he will study me. On the other side, Walker was surrounded by reporters. Kyle, how did it feel facing Mitoma? Walker wiped the sweat from his face. Fast. Too fast. M33 chasing him is a bit tough. The reporters laughed. Do you admit he's fast? Walker nodded. Fast is fast. I'm old now, but Manchester City won. That's enough. In the locker room, 4 people sat together. No one spoke. De Bruyne was the first to break the silence. That Japanese guy pretty fast. Walker interjected, next to him you try chasing him. Foden laughed. Haaland didn't smile, he looked at Messi. What do you think of that goal he scored? Messi held his mate T. Ran well. Shot well. Haaland thought for a moment. Could I stop him? Messi looked. You're a forward. At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He watched the match. From beginning to end. He watched Mitoma's goal 3 times. Then he turned off the TV. His phone lit up. Mendes Ten Hag said after the match that you need to accept rotation. He looked at the text. Rotation. He put down his phone, stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. In the distance, in the direction of the Etihad, fireworks were still going off. He couldn't hear them, but he knew what they were celebrating. 13 consecutive wins. And he was substituted again. In another direction, Messi pushed open the door to his home. The children were all asleep. Antonella leaned on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. Did that Japanese guy score? Antonella looked at him. Is he fast? Messi thought for a moment. Fast. How does he compare to Mbappe? Messi didn't speak. Antonella leaned against his shoulder. 52 days. Messi looked out the window. The next day in Tokyo, Japan. Mitoma's mother sat in front of the television watching the replay. She had watched that goal 20 times. Her phone rang. It was a message from her son. Mom, I scored. She replied, I saw it. Beautiful. 3 minutes later, her son replied, next time when? At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning. When Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. What time did you come? 6. Messi stood up and kicked the ball at his feet to him. What do you think of that Japanese? Haaland thought for a moment. He runs well. Shoots well. Messi nodded. You too. The sunlight fell on the ground. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup was ticking down day by day. 52 days. On October 24, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington training base at 6 in the morning, Haaland pushed open the locker room door and found himself to be the second one to arrive. The first was Messi. The Argentine had already changed into his training gear, sitting in front of his locker, holding that cup of never-ending mate tea. He saw Haaland enter and nodded. Good morning. Haaland set down his bag. Where's Foden? Not here yet. De Bruyne. Messi gestured toward the shower area with his chin. Just as he finished speaking, De Bruyne pushed the door open, his hair wet clearly just out of the shower. You guys come this early every day, don't you get tired? Haaland looked at him. You're not late either. De Bruyne dried. I went to bed early last night. The door was pushed open again. Foden rushed in, his hair still wet, clutching half an energy bar. Not late. 6:01. De Bruyne glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:03. Foden's expression. Messi held his mate T and said leisurely, tomorrow at 5:50. Foden let out a wail and collapsed onto a chair. At 7 in the morning on the training ground. Today's training was quite light, mainly focusing on post-match recovery, running laps, stretching, and a few sets of passing drills. However, Guardiola stood on the sidelines holding a tablet, seemingly engrossed in something. Grealish leaned closer. Coach, what are you looking at? Guardiola turned the tablet around. It's the next opponent in the League Cup, Watford, from the Championship. Grealish took a glance. From the Championship, should be easy to play against. Guardiola looked at him. Easy to play against. Grealish realized he had misspoken. No, I meant. We should play seriously. Guardiola took back the tablet. You'll start in the midweek match. Grealish was taken aback. Really? Grealish smiled and ran back onto the field shouting to Foden, Phil, I'm starting in the midweek match. Foden looked at him. What's so exciting about the League Cups? Grealish thought for a moment. True. At 8 in the morning in the tactics room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactics board with everyone present. The starting lineup projected on the screen made several young players on the benches eyes light up. Alvarez, Palmer, Lewis starting. Guardiola looked at that list. In the League Cup, it's the young ones' turn to play. The main players will rest. He looked at Alvarez. Julian, you'll play the full match. Alvarez nodded. He looked at Palmer and Lewis. You two don't be nervous. Just run around out there. The two young players nodded vigorously. At 9 in the morning, Alvarez sat in front of his locker feeling a bit anxious. Messi walked over and sat down beside him. Nervous? Alvarez nodded. Last time I started in the Champions League, I scored 2. What's there to be afraid of in the League Cup? Alvarez thought for a moment. That time I had you guys with me. This time I don't. Messi looked at him. You can score by... Alvarez was taken aback. Messi stood up and patted his shoulder. You played like this in Argentina too. At 10 in the morning on social media, Manchester City officially released the League Cup poster. Alvarez stood in the center captioned, "Little spider, weave your web." In the comments section, Holland is resting its little spider's chance. Palmer is starting to looking forward to it. The League Cup is a good chance for practice. The main players are resting for the weekend. Comments from Argentine fans, Julian. Make Argentina proud. At noon in the dining hall, Grealish walked over with a plate of pasta and sat down opposite Alvarez. Little spider, can't wait to see your performance tomorrow. Alvarez felt a bit shy. I'll do my best. Grealish took a bite of pasta. Doing your best isn't enough. You need to score. Palmer quietly said beside him, I want to score too. Grealish looked at him. You can run, that's impressive enough. Palmer lowered his head. Foden walked over and sat down next to Palmer. Don't listen to him. You cross, well, you'll have your chances. At 2 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Messi's home, Messi pushed open the door and the living room was very quiet. Antonella was in the kitchen and the 3 kids hadn't come home from school yet. He walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up his phone. A message appeared on the screen. From Scaloni. He opened it. It was long. In essence, it said the World Cup roster is about to be finalized and he should take care of himself and avoid injuries. It ended with the sentence, Argentina is waiting for you. He stared at those words for a long time. Antonella walked over with a cup of mate tea and sat down beside him. Who? Scaloni. What did he say? Messi handed her the phone. Antonella read it and smiled. Soon. Messi nodded. 52 days. At 3 in the afternoon outside the Carrington training base. Palmer was the last to leave the training ground. He stood in the parking lot, took out his phone, and sent a message to his mom. Mom, I'm starting tomorrow. 3 minutes later his mom replied, Really? Really? League Cup. His mom replied with a long string of emojis. Hearts, applause, crying faces. He looked at those emojis and stood there for a long time. At 4 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Cristiano's home. He was in the gym having worked out for 2 hours. His phone was on the treadmill. The screen lit up with a message from Mendes. Tomorrow Manchester United training. 10 Hag wants to talk to you about rotation. He looked at those words. Rotation. Substituted in the last match, now he would be rotated in this one. He put down his phone and continued training. In the mirror, his 37-year-old self drenched in sweat. He remembered 2008, when he was in his early 20s playing full matches every time, never rotated. Now, he increased the speed of the treadmill. At 7 in the evening in Manchester at an apartment, Maria and the old man were drinking. Sports news was playing on the TV, previewing the League Cup. The old man pointed at the screen. Alvarez is starting, Holland is resting. Maria nodded. That's right. The season is long. The old man looked at her. You understand football now. Maria thought for a moment. Watched for 3 months, learned a bit. The old man laughed. At 8 in the evening in Liverpool at Sulla's home, he was watching video footage. Not of the next opponent, but of Manchester City's match footage. Messi's passes, Holland's runs to Bruins through balls, Foden's insertions. He watched it twice. Then he turned off the video, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Klopp. Against Manchester City this weekend, I want to play in the center. At 9 in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home, the kids were all asleep. Messi sat in his study looking at the computer screen. It was footage of Watford, a championship team tough in defense, but rough in technique. He jotted down a few notes in his notebook. Antonella came in with a cup of mate tea, still watching. She sat down beside him. Watford from the championship shouldn't be too hard to play against. Messi shook his head. Championship teams are tougher to play against. They fight hard. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. You're not playing tomorrow, right? I'm not playing. Then why are you still watching? Messi took a sip of mate tea. It's a habit. At 10 in the evening at Palmer's home, he lay in bed, unable to sleep. Starting tomorrow. His first start for Manchester City's first team. He turned over, picked up his phone, and reread his mom's message. Then he sent a message to Foden. Where should I head for the crosses tomorrow? 2 minutes later Foden replied, to Little Spider's head. He read those words and smiled. The next day, October 25th, at the Etihad Stadium, Maria came again. In the League Cup the opponent was Watford, but the away fans still brought 2,000 supporters. The old man beside her brought a new flag today, printed with Little Spider, weave your web. Maria took a glance. You really made it. The old man nodded seriously. A promise is a promise. At 7:45 in the evening in the players' tunnel, Alvarez stood in line, his heart racing. In front of him was Grealish, behind him was Palmer. Lewis was beside him, his leg was shaking. Grealish didn't turn around, but his voice came through. Deep breath. Alvarez took a deep breath. Palmer whispered, my legs are shaking too. Grealish laughed. Shaking is good. If you're not shaking, you want score. At 8 in the evening the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 8th minute Alvarez scored. Palmer crossed from the right. Alvarez made a run into the box, heading the ball into the net. 10. He ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Grealish caught up and hugged him. In the 22nd minute Palmer assisted Alvarez for a second goal. He broke through on the right, crossed at the byline, and Alvarez scored at the back post. 20. In the 31st minute, Palmer scored one himself. A long shot from outside the box, a world-class goal. 30. He stood there stunned for 2 seconds. Grealish came over and lifted him up. The final whistle blew. Manchester City won 40 against Watford, advancing to the next round of the League Cup. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Alvarez. Julian, 2 goals. What do you have to say? Alvarez wiped the sweat from his face. Palmer passed well. I just ran into position. A reporter followed up. Is there pressure playing for Manchester City? Alvarez thought for a moment. With Messi around, there's no pressure. On the other side, Palmer was surrounded by reporters. Cole, 1 assist, 1 goal. First start. Palmer felt a bit shy. The cross was good. The shot was a bit lucky. The reporters laughed. In the locker room, Alvarez and Palmer sat together. Neither of them spoke. Grealish walked over and handed them 2 bottles of water. Well done. Palmer looked. Really? Grealish nodded. Really? Better than my first start. At 10 in the evening in Cheshire at Cristiano, he watched the match. Alvarez scored 2 goals. Palmer had 1 assist and 1 goal. He turned off the TV, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. Tomorrow he would meet Ten Hag to discuss rotation. In another direction, Messi pushed open the door. The kids were all asleep. Antonella was leaning on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. Little Spider scored 2. Antonella smiled. He must be overjoyed, right? Messi changed his shoes and nodded. Palmer. The next day, European media. The Times. Alvarez scores twice. Manchester City wins 40 against Watford, easily advancing in the League Cup. The Daily Mail. Palmer with 1 assist and 1 goal, another young talent from Manchester City's academy. The Sun. Cristiano to meet Ten Hag today. Will he be rotated or on the bench? At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning. When Holland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian set down his bag and walked over. Little Spider scored 2 yesterday. Messi nodded. Palmer passed well. Holland looked at him. Did you? Messi shook his head. He learned it himself. Sunlight fell on the pitch. On October 29, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood outside the Etihad and noticed that the atmosphere felt a bit different today. It wasn't the tension before a great battle. It was a kind of, how to say it, the fans were standing in different positions. Usually everyone crowds at the shop entrance to buy scarves, but today they were all gathered at the entrance to the players' tunnel holding up their phones waiting for something. What's going on? She asked the old man next to her. The old man stood on tiptoe to take a look. They say the Leicester City bus has arrived, and someone captured Maddison getting off with a serious expression. Maria was taken aback. What's so interesting about a serious expression? The old man shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he wants to prove something today. At 9 a.m. or at Leicester City's hotel in Maddison's room. The curtains were drawn. Maddison sat on the edge of the bed, holding a phone, the screen displaying footage from last season's match between Manchester City and Leicester City. He watched it 3 times, not to see how he played, but to see how De Bruyne played. His agent had sent a message yesterday during the winter transfer window. Tottenham was interested. Newcastle was also interested, and Manchester United asked about the price. But today he didn't want to think about those things. Today he only wanted to know one thing. How much he differed from De Bruyne. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Vardy. Come downstairs for lunch, stop watching. You won't learn anything more by watching. He glanced at the text, smiled, and put his phone down. At 10 a.m., in the Sky Sports studio, Carragher held a data board. Leicester City is tough to beat. Maddison is in hot form this season, currently 4th on the Premier League assist list, with only De Bruyne creating more chances. Neville nodded. But Manchester City has Messi, Haaland, De Bruyne, and Foden. These 4 have collectively contributed to 58 goals in 13 matches. Carragher looked at him. Can't you refrain from saying that? Neville laughed. Isn't the truth worth saying? At noon, outside the Etihad, Maria finally squeezed into the shop and bought a Foden jersey, a promise she made to her cousin who insisted on it. When she came out, the middle-aged man in the Leicester City jersey was still there. The flag he held saying, Foxes never quit, fluttered in the wind. He saw Maria and nodded at her. You all need to be careful today. Maria looked at him. Careful of what? Maddison. He seems off today. Off. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. He got up at 5:30 a.m. to train extra. That's what the hotel staff said. At 2 p.m., in Manchester City's locker room, De Bruyne was looking at his phone. Foden leaned over. De Bruyne turned the phone around. It was a news push. Maddison trains extra before the match, stating I want to. Foden glanced at it. He's learning from you. De Bruyne put down his phone. If he wants to learn, let him. If he can learn, that's his skill. Messi, holding mate T beside him, said leisurely, he will give it his all today. De Bruyne looked at him. There are many. Messi remained silent. Haaland tied his shoelaces and stood up. Then let him give it his all. At 2:30 p.m. in the away team's locker room, Maddison was the last to change. Vardy came over and sat down next to him. Nervous. Maddison, not nervous. Then what is it? Maddison looked at his cleats. I was thinking if I play well today, how many goals? Vardy patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Just pass to me. At 3 p.m., at the Etihad Stadium, the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 7th minute, Maddison touched the ball for the first time. Rodri closed and lowering his center of gravity. Maddison remained still. He waited 2 seconds for his teammates to position themselves, then passed the ball back. A small boo erupted from the away supporters. They wanted to see him lose the ball. They wanted to see some excitement. But the old man next to Maria squinted. This kid isn't rushing today. In the 13th minute, Maddison touched the ball for the second time. This time he moved. Not a tentative move, but a sudden acceleration, slipping between Rodri and Gundogan. Rodri turned to chase, but Maddison was too fast. He broke into the top of the penalty area and took a long shot. Ederson lunged to save it. Corner. A huge wave of regret erupted from the away supporters. In the 15th minute, Leicester City had a corner. Maddison took it, and Evans headed it wide. In the 18th minute, Manchester City posed their first threat. De Bruyne made a through pass. Haaland received the ball in the penalty area, turned around. Evans closed in, and Faes also closed in. The three were tangled together. Haaland went down. The referee didn't blow the whistle. The away supporters were angry. In the 22nd minute, Maddison touched the ball for the third time. This time he was on the right side facing Cancelo. He changed direction, accelerated, went to the baseline. Cross. Vardy made a run in the middle. Header. Ederson leaped to save. Another corner. Mariah's palms began to sweat. In the 26th minute, the turning point came. Maddison took the corner. Vardy flicked it at the near post and at the far post. Evans. Header. 10. The away supporters erupted. Evans ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Maddison chased after him and jumped onto his back. The middle-aged man in the Leicester City jersey went wild in the away stands, waving his flag vigorously. In the 29th minute, Manchester City kicked off. The ball was played back, slowly advancing. Messi dropped back to receive the ball, and Didi followed him. Messi turned facing Didi. He moved, changing direction, stopping suddenly, and changing direction again. He got past. The second defender came up. Tielemans. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looked up. Haaland was making a forward run, and Evans was half a step behind him. De Bruyne passed. A direct through ball went between Faes and Evans. Haaland received the ball. Unknown. He shot. 11. The Etihad erupted. Haaland ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. De Bruyne chased after him and jumped onto his back. In the 32nd minute, Maddison touched the ball for the fourth time. He received the ball in midfield, facing Rodri's defense. This time he didn't accelerate. He waited, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Vardy made a run from the left. Maddison passed. A ground-level through ball slipped between Stones and Diaz. Vardy received the ball. Unknown. Ederson came out. Vardy shot, lobbed. The ball flew over Ederson's head. 21. The away supporters went wild. Vardy ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. Maddison chased after him and gave him a big hug. The middle-aged man knelt in the away stands, crying. In the 36th minute, Manchester City steadied their footing. The ball was played back, slowly advancing. Messi dropped back to receive the ball, with Ndidi following him. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced Castagne's defense, changed direction, went to the baseline, crossed. Haaland was sandwiched between Evans and Faes, not able to head it. In the 39th minute, it was Messi's moment. He received the ball on the right side, facing Castagne's defense. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to Walker, who had made a run, then moved into the penalty area. Walker went to the baseline, crossed. Messi arrived at the far post. Header. Saved. Corner. In the 42nd minute, news came from Liverpool. Salah scored, giving Liverpool a 20 lead over Leeds United. In the 43rd minute, news from Arsenal. Jesus scored, giving Arsenal a 30 lead over Nottingham Forest. Halftime ended. Leicester City was 21 up against Manchester City. At the same time at Old Trafford, Manchester United versus West Ham. In the 15th minute, Ronaldo shot, saved. In the 27th minute, Ronaldo headed, missed. In the 36th minute, Ronaldo had a unknown, saved. Halftime ended 0-0. At halftime in Manchester City's locker room, no one spoke. Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board, silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Maddison is running more than Kevin today, passing better than Kevin, and fighting harder than Kevin. De Bruyne lowered his head. In the second half, are you still letting him run like this? De Bruyne raised his head. No, I won't. Guardiola nodded. Then you go tell him. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Maddison touched the ball for the fifth time. As he turned, De Bruyne closed in. Not Rodri. It was De Bruyne. Maddison paused. De Bruyne said nothing, just stuck close to him, making Maddison pass the ball back. In the 52nd minute, De Bruyne responded. He received the ball in midfield, facing Tielemans' defense. He moved, changed direction, stopped, suddenly changed direction again, got past. The second defender came up. Ndidi. He passed the ball to Messi. Messi didn't stop the ball, sending it straight to Foden. Foden went to the baseline, crossed. Haaland made a run in the middle. Header. 22. The Etihad went wild. In the 58th minute, Maddison touched the ball for the sixth time. De Bruyne closed in again. This time Maddison didn't pass back. He turned, trying to get past De Bruyne. De Bruyne didn't bite on the fake. The ball was intercepted. De Bruyne made a direct through ball for Haaland. Haaland unknown. Shot. 32. The away supporters fell silent. The middle-aged man sat in his seat, unmoving. In the 64th minute, news came from Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes scored, giving Manchester United a 10 lead over West Ham. In the 67th minute, Ronaldo was substituted. In the 71st minute, Manchester City scored their 4th goal. Messi broke through on the right, getting past 2 defenders and going to the baseline to cross. Foden made a run and scored with a shot. 42. In the 78th minute, Maddison was substituted. He walked towards the sideline as the Leicester City fans in the away stand stood up and applauded. The middle-aged man waved his flag at him. Maddison raised his hand and waved gently. Then he sat down and covered his head with a towel. As the final whistle blew, Manchester City won 4-2 against Leicester City. After the match, in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded De Bruyne. Kevin, in the second half, did you mark Maddison? De Bruyne wiped the sweat from his face. Yes. Why? De Bruyne thought for a moment. He ran more than I did in the first half. I wasn't happy. On the other side, Maddison was surrounded by reporters. James, 1 assist and 1 goal. How do you evaluate your performance? Maddison smiled. I had 1 assist and 1 goal. De Bruyne had 2 assists and 1 goal. He won. The reporters pressed on. What was it like when he marked you in the second half? Maddison was silent for a few seconds. It felt. That's the gap. In the locker room. De Bruyne sat in front of his locker panting. Messi walked over and sat down next to him, chasing him the whole match. Exhausting. De Bruyne looked at him. Exhausting. Messi nodded. Will you chase him again next time? De Bruyne, yes. At 9 p.m. on the Leicester City bus. Maddison sat in the last row wearing headphones. Vardy came over and sat down next to him. What are you thinking? Maddison took off his headphones. Thinking about De Bruyne. Vardy looked at him. He was indeed crazy in the second half. Maddison shook his head. Not crazy. He didn't want to lose. He paused. I thought I was doing well in the second half. He showed me how far I still had to go. In another direction, Messi opened the door to his house. The children were already asleep. Antonella was leaning on the sofa waiting for him. Did you win? Yes. That goal from Maddison was quite beautiful. Messi nodded. He played well. Antonella looked at him. Was De Bruyne crazy in the second half? Messi thought for a moment. He wasn't happy. The next day, in the local newspaper of Leicester City, the front page featured a picture of Maddison's back as he was substituted with the caption, "He is 45 minutes away from being world-class." When Maddison saw the headline, he was having breakfast. He put down the newspaper, continued eating. At Carrington training base at 7 a.m. When De Bruyne arrived, Messi was already on the field. He put down his bag and walked over. Thanks for yesterday. Messi looked at him. Thanks for what? For helping me chase people. Messi said nothing. De Bruyne stood for a while. He is indeed strong. Messi nodded. But you are stronger. The sunlight fell on the grass. In the distance, the countdown to the World Cup ticked down day by day. 14 days. On November 1st, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington training ground at 6 in the morning, Holland pushed open the locker room door and discovered he was the first to arrive. On November 1st, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington training ground at 6 in the morning, Holland pushed open the locker room door and discovered he was the first to arrive. Indeed. Then he smiled. Finally, a day when I arrived first. He changed his clothes, pushed the door open, and walked towards the training ground. Then he saw Messi already on the field. The Argentinian stood at the edge of the penalty area kicking free kicks against the training dummies. His jersey was soaked, clinging to his body. Holland approached. What time did you come? 5 o'clock. Holland glanced at his watch. 6 o'clock. Messi didn't turn around and kicked again. The ball curved around the dummies and found the net's corner. I wanted to come early today. Why? Holland stood beside him watching the goal. Messi turned to look at him. Liverpool this Saturday. At 8 in the morning in the tactics room. The curtains were drawn tightly with only the projector's light splitting the room in half. Guardiola stood in front of the screen, the red dot of the laser pointer dancing around. Liverpool. Anfield. He paused, letting the 2 words linger in the air. They've been average this season, trailing us by 15 points. But this is Liverpool. This is Anfield. He tapped the screen. Salah has scored 4 in the last 5 matches. Nunez is starting to adapt. Van Dijk is back. Arnold's form is also improving. He looked at Walker. Kyle Salah will repeatedly, you alone won't be enough. Rodri, you need to help him. Walker nodded. Rodri also nodded. Guardiola looked at De Bruyne. Kevin, their high pressing is fierce. You can't dwell on the ball in the back. One touch and find the front. Guardiola looked at Messi. Leo, there are gaps behind Arnold. Move towards that side more often. Messi sipped. Finally, Guardiola looked at Holland. Erling Van Dijk will mark you. The entire match. He won't let you have a comfortable touch on the ball. Holland said nothing. But you are faster than him. Younger. More energetic. Holland lifted his head. At 10 in the morning on the training ground. In a group confrontation. On the first team side, Messi, Holland, De Bruyne, Foden, Walker, Diaz, and Rodri. On the substitutes side, Grealish, Gundogan, B. Silva, Alvarez, Ake, Laporta, and Cancelo. Guardiola stood on the sidelines holding a notebook, saying nothing. The first attack. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield, looking up. Messi was moving to the right, drawing Gundogan out. A space opened up in the center. De Bruyne didn't pass to Messi. He passed to Foden. Foden received the ball facing Ake's defense. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. Ake didn't bite on the feint. Foden passed the ball back to the advancing Walker. Walker went to the byline and crossed. Haaland charged in for the header. Goal. He ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Grealish shouted from the sidelines, sliding on your knees even during a practice match. Haaland ignored him. The second attack. Rodri intercepted the ball in midfield and directly passed to Messi. Messi received the ball facing pressure from B. Silva and Gundogan. He moved, changing direction, stopping abruptly, and changing direction again, getting past one. A second defender is rushing in. He slipped the ball through B. Silva's legs. The ball and him split. Messi charged into the penalty area. Laporta lunged at him. Messi shot. Goal. He stood still, not celebrating. Grealish shouted again. No smile even after scoring in a practice match. Messi shot him a glance. He'll smile when I score on Saturday. At noon in the restaurant. Grealish walked over with a plate of pasta and sat down across from Haaland. Erling, I have a question for you. Haaland looked up. Are you afraid of Van Dijk marking you? Haaland stared at him. Afraid of what? He is Van Dijk, the world's #1 center back. Top 3 in the Ballon d'Or. Haaland thought for a moment. He is human too. You're right. He is human too. At 2 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Messi's home. Messi opened the door to his house. It was quiet in the living room. Antonella was in the kitchen and the 3 kids hadn't returned from school yet. He walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up his phone. There was a message on the screen. From Scaloni. He opened it. Liverpool is keeping an eye on you. Be careful and protect yourself. The national team needs you. He stared at the text for a long time. Antonella came over with mate and sat down. Who? Scaloni. What did he say? Messi handed her the phone. Antonella read it and smiled. He is worried about you getting hurt. Messi nodded. He'll be careful. At 3 in the afternoon in Liverpool at the Melwood training ground. Van Dijk was the last to leave the training field. After finishing his shower, he sat in front of his locker, holding his phone, watching recordings of Manchester City's matches. Haaland's movements. Haaland's headers. Haaland's choices during unknowns. Sulla walked over and sat. What are you watching? Van Dijk turned his phone around. Sulla took a glance. Haaland. Van Dijk nodded. He'll mark him on Saturday. Sulla looked at him. Are you afraid? Van Dijk shook his head. Not afraid. But he is indeed strong. At 4 in the afternoon in a cafe in downtown Liverpool. An old man sat in the corner, a cup of cold coffee. He was wearing a Liverpool jersey, an old style from 1990. The number 18 was printed on the chest. That was the year they last won the league title. A young man leaned over. Old man, do you think Liverpool can win against Manchester City on Saturday? The old man glanced at him. Yes. The young man was taken aback. Really? The old man stood up and walked out. As he reached the door, he looked back. At Anfield, Liverpool can beat anyone. At 5 in the afternoon in Manchester at a bar. Maria and the old man were drinking. Sports news was playing on the TV, previewing Liverpool versus Manchester City. The old man pointed at the screen. Anfield is tough to play at. Maria nodded. I heard it gets very loud there. The old man looked at her. You've never been? No. The old man took a sip of his beer. The first time I went to Anfield was in 1978. We lost that match 0-2. But when I walked out, my ears rang for 3 days. Maria was stunned. Is it that loud, eh? The old man nodded. That loud. In the evening at 7 in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He was in the gym. He had already been training for 2 hours. His phone was on the treadmill. The screen lit up with a message from Mendes, Manchester City versus Liverpool on Saturday. The whole world is watching. He looked at the text. The whole world is watching. But they are not watching him. He set his phone down and continued training. In the mirror, he saw himself 37 years old, drenched in sweat. He remembered 2009 Manchester United versus Liverpool when he scored at Anfield. The crowd of 80,000 booed him, but he scored. And now, he increased the treadmill speed. In the evening at 8 in Liverpool at Sulla's home, he was watching video recordings. Not of Manchester City, but of his own. 2 goals against Manchester City from last season, watching over and over. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Klopp. On Saturday, you're free to do whatever you want. He stared at the text. Free to do whatever he wanted. He recalled 2018, when he first arrived at Liverpool and had that same freedom. That year, he scored 44 goals. At 9 in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home, the children were all asleep. Messi sat in his study staring at the computer screen. Videos of Liverpool. Sulla's movements. Nunez's attacks. Van Dijk's defensive habits. He wrote down some notes. Antonella pushed the door open, holding a cup of mate. Still watching. She sat down beside him. Are you nervous? Messi pondered. Not nervous. Just thinking clearly. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. What do you think? Messi took a sip of mate. Thinking clearly about how to win. In the evening at 10 in Liverpool, at Van Dijk's, he lay in bed, unable to sleep. Tomorrow there was another training session. The day after was the match. He turned over, picked up his phone, and watched Haaland's video again. Then he turned off his phone and closed his eyes. He recalled 2019, when he was second in the Ballon d'Or. Back then, everyone said he was the world's #1 center back. And now, Haaland had arrived. 22 years old with 17 goals. And he was 32. He opened his eyes staring at the ceiling. "See you on Saturday," he murmured. The next day, November 2nd, in a local Liverpool newspaper. The front page featured a photo of Salah and Van Dijk with the caption, "Anfield, the last bastion." Liverpool fans flooded the comments section. Manchester City has 14 consecutive wins, but they've never won at Anfield. Salah will show them who the king is. Van Dijk will eat Haaland alive. The front page of the local Manchester newspaper featured a photo of Messi and Haaland with the caption, "After 14 consecutive wins, the 15th match." The comments section, "Anfield is tough to play at, but this Manchester City is different." Messi has played at Anfield. He scored 2 goals in 2019. And then they were turned around. This year is different. At the Carrington training ground at 7 in the morning. Messi was taking free kicks. Haaland was practicing headers. De Bruyne was doing passing drills. Foden was learning alongside. Guardiola stood by the office window holding a coffee and watching them. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. "What time did you arrive?" 6 o'clock. On November 5th, 2022, in Liverpool at Anfield, Maria stood outside Anfield, her ears already beginning to ache. It's not a metaphor. It really hurts. With 80,000 fans yet to enter, the Liverpool supporters outside had already sung "You'll Never Walk Alone" 3 times, each time louder than the last. The old man beside her had come along today. At 73 years old, wearing the old Manchester City jersey from 1999, he looked like a drop of blue ink in the sea of red. "Did you hear that?" the old man shouted at her. Maria nodded. "That's not even the loudest yet. Once they enter, it will be 3 times louder." Maria tightened her grip on the scarf in her hand. At 9 in the morning in a hotel in Liverpool city centre, the Manchester City team was having breakfast. The restaurant was very quiet. No one was speaking. Only the sound of knives and forks clinking against plates. Haaland was slowly cutting his chicken breast. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Messi sat across from him holding a mate tea, watching him. "Nervous?" Haaland looked up. "Not nervous." "Then what are you looking at?" Haaland lowered his head. He was looking at his plate. The chicken breast was cut into neat little pieces, yet he hadn't eaten any. He put down his fork. "Anfield is very loud." Messi nodded. "It should be loud. If it's not loud, winning isn't meaningful." At 10 in the morning outside Anfield in the Liverpool fans gathering area, a bald man stood on the steps holding a flag that read, "This is Anfield." He shouted to the crowd, "Anyone who comes today will die." Manchester City, 14 consecutive wins. Let them taste the power of Anfield. The crowd erupted in a huge cheer. An old man next to him, the same one from the cafe, sat in the corner, not shouting. He just watched the flag, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Someone leaned over to ask him, "Old man, do you think we can win today?" The old man thought for a moment. Yes. The old man stood up and walked towards the stadium. As he reached the entrance, he looked back. Because this is Anfield. At noon, in the away team's locker room, Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board, the red dot of the laser pointer landing on Salah's name. 80,000. They will shout from the first minute to the last minute. They will suffocate you. He looked at Walker. Kyle Salah will repeatedly attack you. He's in good form today, you can't let him turn. Walker nodded. Guardiola looked at Rodri. Rodri, you provide support. When Salah cuts in, you should be there. Rodri nodded. Guardiola looked at De Bruyne. Kevin, their midfield press is fierce. Fabinho, Henderson, Thiago, the 3 of them will take turns squeezing you. You can't hold the ball too long or pass it quickly. De Bruyne nodded. Guardiola looked at Messi. Leo, there's space behind Arnold. He likes to push up, there will always be opportunities behind him. Messi sipped his mate tea and nodded. Finally, Guardiola looked at Haaland. Erling Van Dijk will mark you. The whole match. He won't let you have an easy touch on the ball. Haaland remained silent. But you are faster than him. You are younger. You can run better. Haaland lifted his head. I know. At 2 in the afternoon at Anfield Stadium inside the ground. When You'll Never Walk Alone played, Maria felt the ground beneath her feet shaking. It's not a metaphor. It's really 80,000 voices rose simultaneously, the sound waves pressing down like a physical force, squeezing the 2,000 Manchester City fans in the away stand into a corner. The old man beside her stood still, not singing. He just looked at the sea of red, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Maria leaned over and shouted, "Are you okay?" The old man nodded. I came here in 1978. It felt the same then. And later, 0 to 2. When we came out, my ears were deaf for 3 days. Maria was taken aback. The old man turned to look at her. But this year is different. At 3 o'clock, the referee blew the whistle. Liverpool kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Liverpool posed their first threat. Salah received the ball on the right side, facing Cancelo. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. Cancelo was thrown off balance. Salah cut in and shot from distance. Ederson dove and saved it. Corner kick. Anfield erupted. In the 5th minute, Liverpool earned a corner. Arnold took it, Van Dijk headed it. Off target. In the 8th minute, Manchester City launched their first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As soon as Messi received the ball, Fabinho closed in using a bit of physical play. Henderson also rushed in from the other side. The 2 of them closed in. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left. Grealish faced Arnold's defense, the best right back in England last season's assist king. He tried change direction, stopped, then changed direction again. Arnold didn't fall for it. The ball was intercepted. Liverpool countered. Sulla received the ball, passing it through to Nunez. Nunez was unknown. Offside. In the 12th minute, Liverpool launched their second wave. Thiago received the ball in midfield, facing Rodri's defense. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, overcame him. He passed the ball to Diaz on the left. Diaz reached the byline and crossed. Nunez came in for the finish. Header. Ederson saved it. Another corner. In the 15th minute, Liverpool earned a corner. Arnold took it, Conate headed it. Over the bar. In the 18th minute, Manchester City steadied their formation. The ball was played back in defense, slowly advancing. Messi dropped deep to receive the ball, with Fabinho following him. Messi turned, facing the pressure from Fabinho and Henderson. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, overcame one. The second one came rushing in. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a direct pass to find Haaland. Van Dijk intercepted first. Corner. In the 21st minute, Manchester City earned a corner. Messi took it, Diaz headed it, caught by Alisson. In the 25th minute, it was Sulla's moment. He received the ball on the right side, facing Cancelo. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to Arnold, then moved into the penalty area. Arnold reached the byline and crossed. Sulla surged in from the back post. Header. Ederson dove to save it. Another corner. On the away fans' side, Mariah's palms were sweaty. In the 28th minute, Liverpool scored. The corner was taken, Van Dijk headed it into the net. 1-0. Anfield erupted. Van Dijk ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. 80,000 people shouted his name simultaneously. On the away fans' side, Maria covered her mouth. In the 31st minute, Manchester City kicked off. The ball was played back in defense. Messi dropped deep to receive the ball, with Fabinho following him. Messi didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looked up. Foden was pulling to the right, dragging Robertson out of position. A space opened up in the center. De Bruyne did not pass to Foden. He passed to Haaland. Haaland received the ball with his back to goal, with Van Dijk sticking closely behind him. Haaland did not turn. He passed the ball back to the advancing Gundogan. Gundogan made a direct pass. Messi made a diagonal run into the penalty area from the left. Received the ball. Unknown. Alisson charged out. Messi shot, lobbed it. The ball flew over Alisson's head. 1-1. The away fans erupted. Messi ran to the away stand, pointing both hands to the sky. 2,000 Manchester City fans stood up simultaneously. The old man beside Maria stood, still not shouting. He just looked at the suddenly exploding light in that blue corner, something flashing in his eyes. In the 35th minute, Liverpool kicked off. They hadn't passed twice before the ball was intercepted. Gundogan intercepted in midfield and passed directly to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looked up. Haaland was making a forward run. Van Dijk was half a step behind him. De Bruyne passed. A direct pass, threading through Conate and Robertson. Haaland received the ball. Unknown. He shot. Powerful strike. 2-1. The away fans went wild. Haaland ran to the away stand and slid on his knees. The turf had 2 grooves plowed into it. Messi chased after him and hugged him tightly. In the 38th minute, Liverpool responded. Sulla received the ball on the right side, facing Cancelo. He changed direction, accelerated, reached the byline, crossed. Nunez came in for the finish. Header. Ederson saved it. Corner. In the 41st minute, Liverpool earned a corner. Arnold took it, Thiago shot from outside the box, off target. In the 43rd minute, news came from Arsenal. Jesus scored. Arsenal led Chelsea 20. At halftime, Manchester City led Liverpool 21. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, Manchester United faced Aston Villa. In the 17th minute, Ronaldo's shot was saved. In the 26th minute, Ronaldo's header missed. In the 38th minute, Ronaldo's unknown was saved. Halftime ended 0-0. During the halftime break in the away team's locker room, no one spoke. Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board silent for a long time. Then he spoke. 45 minutes. He looked at everyone. 45 minutes left. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Liverpool launched a furious counterattack. Sulla received the ball on the right side, facing Cancelo. He changed direction 3 times, causing Cancelo to lose his balance. Sulla burst to the byline and crossed. Nunez came in for the finish. Header. Ederson saved it. Another corner. In the 52nd minute, Liverpool earned a corner. Arnold took it, Van Dijk headed it. Over the bar. In the 55th minute, Manchester City scored their third goal. Messi received the ball in midfield, facing 3 defenders. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again. Overcame 2. The third one rushed in. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a direct pass to find Foden. Foden received the ball at the edge of the penalty arc. He shot from distance. A world-class goal. 3-1. The away fans went wild. In the 61st minute, Liverpool pulled one back. Sulla scored from a penalty. 3-2. In the 67th minute, news came from Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes scored. Manchester United led Aston Villa 10. In the 71st minute, Ronaldo was substituted. In the 78th minute, Manchester City scored their fourth goal. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield and made a direct pass to Haaland. Haaland was unknown. He shot. 4-2. Haaland completed his hat-trick. In the 82nd minute, Liverpool scored their third goal. Salah scored directly from a free kick. 4-3. In the 88th minute, Manchester City scored their fifth goal. Messi broke through on the right, bypassed two defenders and crossed. Foden came in for the finish. 5-3. Foden scored twice. In the 90th minute, 3 minutes of stoppage time. Liverpool was still attacking, but Manchester City's defense held firm. The final whistle blew. Manchester City defeated Liverpool 5-3. After the match, Anfield fell silent. 80,000 fans sat in their seats watching the sky blue corner celebrate. The old man beside Maria stood still. He was just watching the four players on the pitch, Messi, Haaland, De Bruyne, Foden, embracing each other. 1978, he said. 0-2. Maria looked at him. This year is different. This year is different. After the match, in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Haaland. Erling, hat-trick. Anfield, how does it feel? Haaland wiped the sweat from his face. Messi passed well. Kevin passed well. Phil ran well. On the other side, Van Dijk was surrounded by reporters. Virgil, how do you rate Haaland? Van Dijk paused for a few. He's strong. Stronger than I expected. In the locker room, the four of them sat together. No one spoke. They were tired. De Bruyne spoke first. 15 consecutive wins. Foden looked at him. 23 rounds left. Messi held his mate T. Let's focus on the next match. Haaland said nothing, but there was a slight smile on his lips. At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home, he watched the match. From start to finish. Haaland's hat-trick. Messi's 2 assists. De Bruyne's 2 assists. Foden's 2 goals. He turned off the TV, stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. In the distance, fireworks were still being launched in the direction of Anfield. He couldn't hear them, but he knew what they were celebrating. 15 consecutive wins. And he had been substituted again. In another direction, Messi pushed open his home door. The kids were all asleep. Antonella leaned on the sofa waiting for him. Did we win? Yes. Did Salah score 3? But we scored 5. Antonella smiled. Tired. Messi changed his shoes, thought for a moment. Tired. The next day, European media. The Times, Manchester City 5-3, Liverpool 15 consecutive wins, continue to lead. Haaland's hat-trick, Messi 2 assists, De Bruyne 2 assists, Foden 2 goals. The Daily Mail, Salah's hat-trick couldn't save the day, Manchester City conquers Anfield. The Sun, 15 consecutive wins against 15 matches without a goal. That's the difference. At Carrington Training Base at 7 in the morning. On November 6, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington Training Base at 6 in the morning, Haaland pushed open the locker room door and found himself to be the second one to arrive. The first was Messi. The Argentinian had already changed into training gear and sat in front of his locker, holding that never-ending cup of mate. He nodded when he saw Haaland enter. Morning. Haaland set down his bag. What time did you get here? 5. Haaland glanced at his watch. 6 o'clock. Weren't you tired yesterday? Messi looked at him. Tired, but couldn't sleep. Haaland sat down beside him. Me too. The two fell silent for a moment. The door swung open. De Bruyne walked in, his hair still wet, clearly having just taken a shower. He saw the two and paused for a moment. You two didn't sleep last night. Haaland looked up. Slept. What? De Bruyne sat down across from them. Anfield after effects. It's normal. The door swung open again. Foden rushed in, clutching half an energy bar, his hair in disarray. I'm not late, am I? De Bruyne glanced at the clock. 6:05. Foden's expression fell. Messi held up his mate and said slowly, tomorrow at 5:50. At 7 in the morning on the training ground. Today's training content was quite light, focusing mainly on post-match recovery, jogging, stretching, and a few sets of passing drills. But Guardiola stood by the sidelines holding a tablet, intently watching something. Grealish leaned over. Coach, what? Guardiola turned the tablet around. It was footage of Arsenal, their next opponents. Grealish glanced at it. Arsenal, we've played them before. Guardiola looked at him. We played them, but that was at home. This time it's away. Grealish thought for a moment. Emirates Stadium quite big. Guardiola put the tablet away. So we need to be serious. Guard. Saka. Jesus. Martinelli. These four are very fast and have clever movements. The projector displayed Arsenal's formation. Odegaard. Saka. Jesus. Martinelli. These four are very fast and have clever movements. He looked at Walker. Kyle, Saka is yours. He likes to cut inside. Don't let him do that. Walker nodded. He looked at Cancelo. Joao Martinelli is quick. You might not be enough alone. Rodri, you need to assist. Rodri nodded. He looked at De Bruyne. Kevin, Odegaard will follow you. He is Arsenal's metronome. You are stronger than him, but you cannot let him feel comfortable. De Bruyne nodded. He looked at Messi. Leo, their defense pushes up high. You need to move towards the flanks to draw. Messi sipped his mate and nodded. He finally looked at Haaland. Erling Saliba will mark you. The Frenchman is young, fast, and strong. Not easy to deal with. Haaland said nothing. But you've never been afraid of anyone. Haaland looked up. I know. At 9 in the morning on social, Manchester City officially released a behind-the-scenes clip from the Anfield match. After Haaland's hat-trick, Messi walked over, and the two shared a brief hug without saying anything. The caption was just 2 words, no words needed. The comments section exploded. These two really have chemistry. When Messi passes, he knows Haaland will score. When Haaland runs, he knows Messi will pass. Other 19 teams, are you afraid? 3 hours later, the views surpassed 6 million. At 10 in the morning outside Carrington Base, Maria stood at the entrance waiting. The old man beside her was also there. No match today, why are you here? Maria shook the bag in her hand, delivering something to Foden. My cousin is his fan and sent a letter. The old man glanced at the bag. It was pink with heart stickers. A letter from a little girl. Yeah. The old man smiled. Will he receive it? Maria thought for a moment. At 11 in the morning at the base's entrance, Foden walked out. He wore headphones, head down, heading to the parking lot. Maria called out to him. Foden looked up startled when he saw her. Maria handed over the pink bag. It's from my cousin for you. She sent it from Argentina. Foden accepted it and glanced inside. Argentina. Yeah. She's 14 and plays football. She said you're handsome. Foden blushed. Maria couldn't help but laugh. Foden tucked the bag away and looked at her. Thank you. Then he thought for a moment, pulled something out of his pocket. A training shin guard with his signature on it. This is for your Maria took it, momentarily stunned. Foden had already turned to leave. The old man watched nearby and nodded. This kid is a good one. At noon in the cafeteria, Grealish walked over with a plate of pasta and sat down across from Haaland. Erling, can I? Haaland looked up. Do you know that Saka from Arsenal? Haaland thought for a moment. The French one. Young, fast. Grealish nodded. That's him. What do you think of him? Haaland took a bite of chicken breast. Haven't played against him. Don't know. Grealish stared at him. Aren't you afraid? Haaland put down his fork. At 2 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Messi's home. Messi pushed open the door and the smell of grilled meat wafted through the living room. Antonella was in the kitchen and the 3 kids were lying on the carpet watching cartoons. Matteo was still wearing that mini jersey and refused to take it off. Daddy. Ciro climbed up wobbling as he ran over and hugged his leg. Messi picked him up and sat down in front of the sofa. Thiago pulled out his homework notebook from his backpack. Daddy, someone at school asked me how that goal yesterday went in. Messi looked at him. What did you say? I said my dad can score any goal. Messi didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Antonella came out with a plate of grilled meat and set it on the coffee table. Are you tired? Messi nodded. At 3 in the afternoon in London at the Coney training base. The atmosphere at Arsenal's training ground was completely different. Saliba was training alone, heading the ball, clearing, pressing. Over and over again. Odegaard walked over and watched him from the side. Training so hard. Saliba didn't stop. Manchester City. Odegaard nodded. Haaland. Saliba paused and looked at him. He's scored 19 already. I don't want to be the 20th. At 4 in the afternoon in a pub in North London. A group of Arsenal fans gathered together to watch the footage of Manchester City versus Liverpool. When Haaland scored his 3rd goal, someone threw the remote control down. Not watching anymore. Another person picked it up. Afraid of what? We are at home. So what? Liverpool is also at home. That person had nothing to say. An old man in the corner stood up and walked out. At the door, he turned back and looked. Is Odegaard worse than De Bruyne? Is Saka worse than Foden? Is Jesus worse than Haaland? No one answered. The old man pushed the door open and left. At 5 in the afternoon in Manchester at an apartment. Maria and the old man were drinking. Sports news was playing on the TV. A preview of Arsenal against Manchester City. The old man pointed at the screen. Odegaard, Saka, Jesus, Martinelli. These 4 are tough to play against. Maria nodded. But we also have 4. The old man looked at her. Those 4 are different. Maria paused for a moment. What's different? The old man thought for a moment. Those 4 play together. At 7 in the evening in Cheshire at Cristiano's home. He was in the gym. He had already trained for 2 hours. His phone was on the treadmill. The screen lit up with Mendes' message, you will start against Villa in the next match. It was what Ten Hag said. He looked at the text. Starter. Last match as a substitute, this match as a starter. He put down the phone and continued training. In the mirror, he saw himself 37 years old, drenched in sweat. He remembered 2008, when he started every match and scored every match. What about now? He increased the speed of the treadmill. At 8 in the evening in London at Odegaard's home. He was watching footage. Manchester City's. Messi's movements, De Bruyne's passes, Haaland's finishing. He watched it once, twice, 3 times. His phone. It was a message from Saka, still watching. He replied with a simple Saka quickly responded, stop watching. You won't learn anything more. You are you. He looked at the text and smiled. At 9 in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home. The kids were. Messi sat in his study looking at the computer screen. Footage of Arsenal. Odegaard's organization, Saka's breakthrough, Jesus' movements, Martinelli's speed. He took a pen and wrote something in his notebook. Antonella pushed the door open holding a cup of mate. Still watch. She sat down beside him. Are you nervous? Messi thought for a moment. Not nervous. Just thinking clearly. Antonella rested her head on his shoulder. Thinking clearly about what? Messi took a sip of mate. Thinking clearly about how to win. At 10 in the evening in Manchester at Foden's home. He lay in bed holding the pink bag. Inside was a letter written in Spanish. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel the enthusiasm. He folded the letter and put it back in the bag. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to his mom. Mom, someone sent me a letter from Argentina today. 3 minutes later, his mom replied, what does it say? He thought for a moment. Don't know. It's in Spanish. His mom replied with a string of laughing emojis. At 11 in the evening outside Carrington training base. Holland was the last to leave. He stood in the parking lot, took out the badge that Reyes gave him, and looked at it. Then he put it back in his pocket and opened the car door. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, he would be back. The next day, November 7th, on the front page of European media, the Times, after 15 consecutive victories, Manchester City aims for Arsenal. The final hurdle in North London. The Daily Mail, Odegaard vs. De Bruyne, Saka versus Foden, Jesus versus Holland. The sharpest spear against the hardest shield. The Sun, Cristiano starts, can he score? LA keep 45 days to the World Cup countdown. Messi in hot form. Are the Argentinians ready? At Carrington training base at 7 in the morning, the four of them gathered. Messi was taking free kicks. Holland was practicing headers. De Bruyne was doing passing drills. Foden was watching and learning beside them. Guardiola stood by the office window holding a coffee watching them. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. 45 days left. Guardiola nodded. First we need to get past Arsenal. The sunlight fell on the grass. In the distance towards North London, a match awaited them. 45 days. The World Cup countdown. But first, when the match at hand. On November 9th, 2022, in London at the Emirates Stadium, Maria was stunned by the expanse of red outside the stadium. It was not a metaphor. It was truly red. A stadium for 60,000 people, its outer walls painted crimson, glowing like a burning flame under the afternoon sun. 2,000 Manchester City fans from the Expeditionary Army crowded in a corner, their sky blue flags contrasting sharply against the sea of red. The old man beside her was here again. At 73, wearing a vintage Manchester City jersey from 1999, he appeared like a drop of ink that could be swallowed by the crimson ocean at any moment. Is it cold? Maria asked him. The old man shook his head. When you're nervous, it's not cold. Maria paused for a moment. You're nervous? The old man looked at her. Arsenal is different this season. Odegaard seems like a different person. Saka is world-class and Jesus has seamlessly integrated into the team. They are at home, and they won't easily let Manchester City take away 3 points. Maria remained silent. In the distance, a giant Arsenal flag descended from the top tier of the stands, emblazoned with the words, "We believe." At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 1. Welcome to today's football headlines. In the 16th round of the Premier League, Arsenal hosts Manchester City. In the standings, Manchester City leads with 45 points from 15 consecutive wins, while Arsenal follows closely with 39 points from 13 wins and 2 losses. This is a top-of-feedable clash, a showdown between Arteta and his mentor Guardiola. The host paused. In another key match, Manchester United faces Aston Villa away. Ronaldo started last game, but didn't score. Can he break his drought today? At 10 in the morning at Arsenal's training ground in Coney. Odegaard was the last to leave the locker room. He stood in front of the mirror looking at himself. At 25, captain of the Norwegian national team, he had created the second most chances in the Premier League this season, second only to De Bruyne. Today he would face the idol he had admired since childhood. He was also his opponent. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Holland, Norwegian derby, are you ready? He glanced at the text and smiled. He replied with one word, yeah. At noon outside the Emirates Stadium, Maria queued to buy a portion of fish and chips costing £9. Absurdly expensive. Beside her stood an old Arsenal fan wearing a vintage jersey from 1998, faded but still legible, the number 10 of Bergkamp. The old man noticed her Manchester City scarf and scoffed. You're going to lose today. Maria looked at him. We've had 15 consecutive wins. That was against other teams. Playing against us is different. The old man raised his flag slightly. Odegaard, Saka, Jesus, Martinelli. For against 4, who's afraid of whom? At 2 in the afternoon in the away team's locker room, Holland was tying his shoe. He tied slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding mate tea. De Bruyne was checking his phone beside him. Foden leaned over holding a bottle of sports drink. Arsenal. De Bruyne did not look up. I know. Odegaard. De Bruyne lifted his head. I know. He said he wants to compare himself to you. De Bruyne put down his phone. Then let's compare. Messi, holding his mate tea, said leisurely. It will be very noisy at their home ground today. Noisy is fine. It's not like we haven't experienced noise before. At 2:30 in the afternoon in the home team's locker room. On Arsenal's side, the atmosphere was completely different. Odegaard sat in front of his locker wearing headphones and closing his eyes. Saka was stretching nearby and Jesus and Martinelli were talking in hushed tones. Arteta pushed the door open. Kids. Everyone looked at him. Manchester City has 15 consecutive wins. But that was against others. Playing against us is different. He looked at Odegaard. Martin, today you are free. Go wherever you want. Odegaard opened his eyes and nodded. At 3 in the afternoon at the Emirates Stadium, the whistle blew. Manchester City kicked off. In the 5th minute, Arsenal threatened for the first time. Odegaard received the ball in midfield, facing Rodri's defense. He moved, changing direction, stopping suddenly, then changing direction again. Rodri was deceived by a step. Odegaard made a through ball. Saka surged down the right. Unknown. Ederson rushed out. Saka shot. What a strike. Ederson blocked it with his leg. Corner kick. The Emirates Stadium erupted. In the 7th minute, Arsenal had a corner. Odegaard took it, Saliba headed it. Off target. In the 12th minute, Manchester City made their first attack. De Bruyne passed to Messi. As soon as Messi received the ball, Thomas closed in on him using some subtle movements. Xhaka also rushed in from the other side. The two of them closed in. Messi did not force his way through. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left wing. Grealish faced the defense of Tomiyasu, a Japanese international, one of the best performing right-backs in the Premier League this season. He tried to shake him off, changing direction, stopping suddenly, then changing direction again. Tomiyasu didn't bite. The ball was intercepted. Arsenal countered. Odegaard received the ball and sent a through pass to Martinelli. Martinelli broke through on the left, facing Walker's defense. Changing direction, accelerating, reaching the byline, crossing. Jesus made a run in the middle. Header. Ederson dove to save. Another corner. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, Maria's palms began to sweat. In the 15th minute, Arsenal had a corner. Odegaard took it, Gabriel headed it. Over the bar. In the 18th minute, Arsenal scored. Xhaka intercepted the ball in midfield, sending a through pass to Odegaard. Odegaard received the ball at the top of the penalty area, shot. What a long-range effort. A world-class goal. 10. The Emirates Stadium erupted. Odegaard ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Arteta pumped his fist on the sidelines. On the Expeditionary Army's side, the old man beside Maria stood still, unmoving. In the 21st minute, Manchester City steadied their formation. The ball was passed back in the defense, slowly moving up the field. Messi dropped deep to receive the ball with Thomas following him closely. Messi turned around facing Thomas. He moved, changing direction, stopping suddenly, then changing direction again. He got past. The second one closed in. Xhaka. He passed the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne made a through pass to Haaland. Saliba intercepted the ball just in time. Corner kick. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City had a corner. Messi took it, Diaz headed it, caught by Ramsdale. In the 26th minute, Arsenal came again. Odegaard received the ball again, facing Rodri's defense. He did not force his way through. He passed to the advancing Tomiyasu, then made his way into the penalty area. Tomiyasu reached the byline, crossing. Odegaard arrived at the back post. Header. Ederson saved it. Another corner. In the 28th minute, Arsenal had a corner. Odegaard took it, Gabriel headed it. Over the bar. In the 31st minute, it was Messi's moment. He received the ball on the right, facing Zinchenko's defense. He did not force his way through. He passed back to the advancing Walker and then moved into the penalty area. Walker reached the byline, crossing. Messi arrived at the back post. Header. Ramsdale caught it. Corner. In the 34th minute, Manchester City equalized. Messi took the corner, Diaz flicked it on at the near post and at the back post. Haaland. Header. 11. The Expeditionary Army went wild. Haaland ran to the away fans and slid on his knees. De Bruyne chased after him, jumping onto his back. In the 37th minute, Arsenal kicked off. They hadn't made 2 touches when the ball was intercepted again. Gundogan intercepted in midfield and directly passed to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looked up. Foden was making a run forward and Zinchenko had been half a step behind him. De Bruyne made the pass. A through ball slicing between Gabriel and Saliba. Foden received the ball. He shot. What a strike. 21. The Expeditionary Army went crazy. Foden ran to the corner flag, pointing at De Bruyne. In the 41st minute, Arsenal equalized. Saka broke down the right, crossing, and Jesus made a run in the middle. What a strike. 22. The first half ended at 22. At the same time at Villa Park, Manchester United faced Aston Villa. In the 19th minute, Ronaldo shot, but it was saved. In the 28th minute, Ronaldo headed it, but it was off target. In the 37th minute, Ronaldo faced a unknown, but it was saved. The first half ended at 0-0. During halftime in the away team's locker room, no one spoke. Guardiola stood in front of the tactical board silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Odegaard is running more than Kevin today, passing better than Kevin, and fighting harder than Kevin. De Bruyne lowered his head. In the second half, are you going to let him run like this? De Bruyne lifted his head. No. Guardiola nodded. Then you go tell him. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Odegaard received the ball for the first time. As soon as he turned, De Bruyne was already on him. Not Rodri. It was De Bruyne. Odegaard paused for a moment. De Bruyne said nothing, just stayed close with some subtle movements. Odegaard passed the ball back. In the 52nd minute, changing direction again. He got past. The second one closed in. Xhaka. He moved, changing direction, stopping suddenly, then changing direction again. He got past. The second one closed in. Xhaka. He passed the ball to Messi. Messi didn't stop the ball, one touch pass to the advancing Foden. Foden reached the byline, crossing. Haaland rushed in for the point. Header. 32. The Expeditionary Army went wild. In the 58th minute, Arsenal equalized. Saka scored from the penalty spot. 33. In the 61st minute, Odegaard received the ball for the 6th time. De Bruyne closed in again. This time, Odegaard did not pass back. He turned, attempting to get past De Bruyne. De Bruyne didn't bite. The ball was intercepted. De Bruyne made a through pass to Haaland. Holland found himself unknown. Shot. 43. The Expeditionary Army completely lost it. In the 67th minute, news came from the Manchester United game. Bruno Fernandes scored, putting United 10 ahead of Villa. In the 71st minute, Ronaldo was substituted. In the 78th minute, Manchester City scored their 5th goal. Messi broke through on the right, getting past 2 players and crossing. Foden rushed in for the strike. 53. Foden scored a brace. In the 82nd minute, Arsenal scored their 3rd goal. Odegaard scored directly from a free kick. 54. In the 88th minute, Manchester City scored their 6th goal. De Bruyne intercepted the ball in midfield, making a through pass to Holland. Holland found himself unknown. Shot. 64. Holland completed his hat-trick. The final whistle blew. Manchester City defeated Arsenal 64. 16 consecutive wins. 48 points. Leading second place by 9 points. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Odegaard. Martin 2 assists and 1 goal. How do you rate your performance? Odegaard wiped the sweat from his face. I assisted twice and scored once. But De Bruyne assisted 3 times and scored once. He won. A reporter pressed, what was it like when De Bruyne marked you in the second half? Odegaard fell silent for a few seconds. It felt. That's the difference. On the other side, De Bruyne was surrounded by reporters. Kevin, 3 assists and 1 goal. How do you rate it? De Bruyne wiped the sweat from his face. He ran more than I did in the first half. I'm not happy. In the locker room, the 4 of them sat together. No one spoke. They were exhausted. Foden spoke first. Odegaard really fought hard today. De Bruyne nodded. He is indeed strong. But you didn't let him win. De Bruyne said nothing. Messi sipped his mate tea. At 9 in the evening in a pub in North London, the old man wearing the 1998 jersey sat in the corner with a glass of warm beer in front of him. The person beside him asked, "Old man, do you still believe?" The old man said nothing. He stood up and walked outside. At the door, he turned back to look at the television, showing Manchester City's celebration. "I believe," he said. "I'll come back next year." In another direction, Messi pushed open his front door. The kid, Antonella, was waiting for him on the couch. "Did you win?" "Yes." Odegaard scored 2. "Yeah, but we scored 6. Antonella smiled. De Bruyne went crazy, right? Messi changed his shoes and nodded. He's not happy. The next day, The Times, Manchester City 6, Arsenal 4 of 16 consecutive wins continue to lead. Holland's hat-trick, Messi 2 assists, De Bruyne 3 assists, Foden 2 goals. The Daily Mail, Odegaard's double couldn't save the day. De Bruyne told him, "I am the number 1. The Sun, 16 consecutive wins against 16 matches without a goal. Ronaldo was substituted again. This is the difference. At Carrington Training Ground, at 7 in the morning, the 4 of them arrived. Messi was practicing free kicks. Holland was practicing heading. De Bruyne was doing passing drills. Foden was following along learning." On November 12, 2022, in London at Stamford Bridge, Maria stood outside Stamford Bridge and noticed that the atmosphere was different today. It wasn't the tension before a great battle. It was a feeling, how to put it, as if there was something burning in the air. 20,000 Manchester City fans crowded into the away stand singing not Blue Moon, but Messi, Messi, Messi. 30,000 Chelsea fans on the other side sang not their own team song, but who the hell is Messi, in a provocative, mocking tone. The old man next to her wore a new t-shirt with a line printed on it, "I was there." Maria glanced at it and smiled. "What does your t-shirt mean?" The old man said seriously, "After today, this t-shirt will appreciate in value." Maria was taken aback. The old man pointed to a huge billboard in the distance. LVMH's new advertisement, with Messi standing in the center, holding a virtual trophy, and a line of text, "The path to eternity. Do you see?" The old man said, "Those people are not here to watch the game. They are here to witness history." Maria followed his gaze. In the VIP corridor, a row of cars she couldn't name was parked. Someone got out of a car dressed in a suit, surrounded by a group of security guards heading inside. "Who is that?" The old man squinted to look. "The owner of LVMH. The one from the French luxury brand. The one beside him seems to be from Qatar." Maria opened her mouth. The old man patted her shoulder. "Girl, today's match is not just football." At 9 o'clock in the morning, in a hotel suite on the top floor in London, Arnaud stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of champagne. Outside was the River Thames, and in the distance the silhouette of Stamford Bridge could be seen. He stared for a long time. The secretary pushed the door open. "Sir, the car is ready." Arnaud didn't turn around. "How many will he score today?" The secretary was taken aback. "Who?" Arnaud turned around to look at him. "What do you think?" The secretary, "At least 1. Arnaud nodded. "That's enough." He set down the champagne and walked out. He paused at the door. "Is the contract ready?" "It's ready. Deliver it to his agent immediately after the match." At 10 o'clock in the morning in Paris at the Élysée Palace, Macron's schedule had a private viewing arrangement for the afternoon. An assistant cautiously asked, "Mr. President, what are we watching?" Macron glanced at him. "Manchester City versus Chelsea." The assistant was taken aback. "But that's just the Premier League." Macron remained silent. He only looked out the window. 40 days later in Qatar, that person would stand opposite the French team. At 11 o'clock in Madrid in Florentino's office, the television was on, but the sound was off. The screen showed a pre-match broadcast from Stamford Bridge. Florentino sat on the sofa watching Messi on the screen. The door was pushed open. A young man walked in. A newcomer from the Real Madrid PR department, holding a stack of documents. Mr. President, here are the materials for tomorrow's press conference. Florentino didn't turn around. Put it there. The young man set down the documents and stood still. Florentino finally turned his head. Is there anything else? The young man hesitated. Are you watching the Manchester City match? Florentino nodded. Why? Florentino looked at the face on. Because I want to know what we missed back then. At noon outside Stamford Bridge, Maria finally squeezed into the store. Not to buy a jersey. She wasn't interested in Chelsea's kit. She wanted food. 2 hot dogs and 2 cups of cola cost her £25. When she came out, the old man wearing the 1998 Arsenal jersey was surprisingly there too. Maria was taken aback. Aren't you an Arsenal fan? The old man looked at her. Arsenal isn't playing today. Then why are you here? The old man pointed to a distant billboard. Messi's Path to Eternity poster. To see him. Maria didn't say anything. The old man stood there for a moment and suddenly asked, do you think he is better than Maradona? Maria thought for a moment. I have never seen Maradona. The old man nodded. I saw him. In Mexico City, 1986. When Maradona dribbled past 5 English players, I was in the stands. Maria looked at him. What about now? The old man was silent for a long time. Then he said Maradona was a god in an instant. He is a god every second. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the away team's locker room, Holland was tying his shoelaces. Slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding mate T. Nervous. Holland looked up. Not nervous. Then what are you watching? Holland looked down. He was watching his own studs. The president of Real Madrid is watching in his office. The whole world is watching. Messi looked at him. And then, Holland was taken aback. The president of Real Madrid is watching in his office. The whole world is watching. Messi looked at him. And then, Holland was taken aback. Then pressure. Messi set down his mate T. The pressure is for them. Not for you. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the players' tunnel, Chelsea's lineup went out first. Sterling walked at the front, the captain's armband tightly strapped. He glanced back at Manchester City's lineup, locking eyes with Walker. The two were old teammates. They had won championships together at Manchester City. Walker nodded at him. Sterling didn't move. Then he turned and stepped into the light. Manchester City's lineup began to move. Holland walked in the middle with De Bruyne in front and Grealish behind. Messi walked at the back, head down. As they reached the tunnel entrance, light flooded in. Bright, hot, noisy. Maria was in the 3rd row of the away stand, able to see Messi's face. There was no expression on that face, but she knew what it meant. It was the same expression Maradona had when he walked into the Azteca Stadium in 1986. It was the expression Pelé had when he walked into Gothenburg in 1958. It was the expression of a god entering the human realm. In the 18th minute, Messi had his first moment. He received the ball on the right flank, facing Cucurella's defense. The Spaniard lowered his center of gravity, eyes fixed on Messi's feet. Messi made a move. He nudged the ball to the left. Cucurella followed suit, but Messi didn't continue left. He pulled the ball back with the sole of his right foot, slipping it past Cucurella on the right. He got past him. The ball also went through. Cucurella reached out to pull him back, but he didn't catch him. Messi charged into the penalty area. Thiago Silva lunged in. The 38-year-old Brazilian, a world champion, had seen countless talents in his career. But in that moment, there was a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Just that moment. Messi slipped the ball between his legs. He passed both man and ball. Thiago Silva knelt on the ground, looking back at that figure. Messi faced the goalkeeper, lifted his foot. Lob. 10. The Expeditionary Army erupted. In the VIP box, Arnaud stood up and began to applaud. At the Élysée Palace in Paris, Macron leaned forward a little. In Madrid, Florentino turned off the television. In the 42nd minute, Messi had his second moment. De Bruyne received the ball in midfield and made a through pass for Holland. Holland was surrounded by 3 defenders and couldn't get it. But the ball rolled to Messi's feet. He had his back to the goal, 30 meters away from it. Sterling came rushing in from behind. Mount came in from the side. Thiago Silva blocked in front. There was no space. Messi paused for a moment. Then he moved, not forward, but backward. He pulled the ball back behind him while turning, slipping through the gap between Sterling and Mount. Marseille turned. The two collided. Messi slipped out from between them, facing Thiago Silva. This time, the 38-year-old Brazilian did not hesitate. He lunged forward. Messi didn't shoot. He passed the ball to the right to the advancing Foden. Foden was unknown. 20. Foden ran to the corner flag, pointing at Messi. Messi didn't go over. He just stood there, raised his hands. In the VIP box, Arnaud picked up his phone and sent a message, arrange a meeting immediately after the match. The final whistle blew and Manchester City won 30 against Chelsea. Holland scored another in the second half, 17 consecutive wins. 51 points. 12 points ahead of the second place. After the match, the mixed zone was packed. It wasn't because there were too many journalists. It was because the wrong people came. LVMH's PR team stood in the corner waiting for Messi to come out. People from Qatar Sports Investments stood on the other side. A few people in suits whose identities were unknown, but the security didn't dare to stop them. When Messi walked out, the flashes exploded. The first question came from a Sky Sports reporter, but Messi didn't answer. He just looked in that direction, waiting. A man in a suit squeezed to the front and asked in Spanish, Leo M from Laporta. In 40 days the World Cup is coming. Do you think you're ready? Messi looked at him. Ready. Only 3 words. But everyone understood. In the locker room, Holland sat in front of his locker silent. Messi came over and sat down next to him. What are you thinking? Holland turned his head. Thinking about 40 days later. Messi looked at him. Thinking about playing against Argentina. Holland nodded. Messi said nothing. After a while, Holland asked, will you win? Messi looked into his eyes. Yes. At 8 o'clock in the evening in Cheshire at Cristiano Ronaldo's home, he watched the match. From Messi's first goal, Messi's second assist. 30,000 Chelsea fans sang Messi's name in the last 10 minutes. He turned off the television. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, Cheshire's night was very quiet. His phone vibrated. Mendes, in the next match against Spurs, you will be a substitute. He looked at the message. Substitute. He put down his phone. In the mirror, his reflection was 37 years old. 37 years old. At 9 o'clock in the evening in Manchester at an Indian restaurant, Maria and the old man were having dinner. The old man insisted on eating Indian food, saying British food was inedible. The television was playing sports news, showing Messi's highlights over and over again. At a nearby table sat an Indian family, a father with 2 sons. The younger son wore a Messi jersey while the older one wore a Holland one. The old man pointed at that table. Do you see? Maria nodded. 40 days later, the whole of India will watch the World Cup. Maria was taken aback. Indians watch football. The old man looked at her. India has 1.4 billion people. Out of those, at least 1 billion will watch the World Cup. Out of that billion, at least 500 million will watch Argentina. Maria opened her mouth. The old man took a sip of curry. So I say those luxury brand owners who came today are not here to watch the match. At 10 o'clock in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home, the children were all asleep. Messi sat in his study, not turning on the computer. He just sat there looking out the window. Antonella pushed the door open, bringing a cup of mate tea. What are you thinking? Messi took it and took a sip. Thinking about 40 days later. Antonella sat down next to him. Are you scared? Messi shook his head. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. Then what are you thinking? Messi looked at the night outside the window. Thinking about the next day on the front page of European media, Laporta used a photo of Messi with his arms wide open after scoring, with the title being just one word, God. The Times 17 consecutive wins. Messi with 2 goals and 1 assist. Chelsea conquered. Billed 40 days later, the whole world will kneel before him. La Gazzetta dello Sport, after Maradona, Argentina finally awaits another. Oll's cover was the simplest. There was only one image, Messi's back walking towards the players' tunnel. The caption read 40 days. At Carrington Training Base at 7 in the morning. On November 15, 2022, in Manchester, Cheshire at 4 in the morning, Maria was awakened by her phone's vibration. It was not an alarm. It was a message notification. Squinting, she unlocked the screen, and the group chat had already exceeded 999 messages. All with the same video. She clicked to open it. In the video, Messi was standing at his doorstep wearing a gray hoodie, holding a garbage bag. He walked over to the trash can, threw the bag in, and turned to go back. At that moment, the camera shook slightly. Someone shouted in Spanish, Leo. World Cup. Messi stopped in 3 seconds. Then he nodded and pushed the door open. The video ended. Maria stared at the screen, dazed for a long time. She watched the video again. The comments section erupted. Is he so handsome, even when throwing out the trash? He nodded. He nodded. Argentinians, did you see that? He nodded. Maria placed her phone on the pillow and lay back down. It was 4:05. She couldn't sleep anymore. At 7 in the morning at Carrington Training Ground, Holland pushed open the locker room door and found Messi already inside. Not just arrived. He had already changed into training gear, was holding mate tea and leaning against the locker while looking at his phone. What time did you come? 5 o'clock. Holland glanced at the clock. 7 o'clock. Did you not sleep well last night? Messi looked up. I slept well. Woke up early. Holland sat down beside him. I woke up early too. Messi looked at him. Thinking about the World Cup. Holland nodded. What about you? Messi did not reply. The door was pushed open. De Bruyne walked in, his hair wet, holding a phone. Did you two see the news? Holland looked up. What news? De Bruyne handed over his phone. On the screen was a notification. Qatar officially announces the World Cup opening ceremony will be promoted globally by Messi. Holland was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't he already? De Bruyne shook his head. This time is different. This time he is the global image ambassador, a separate title. Messi held his mate tea and remained silent. At 8 in the morning outside Carrington Training Ground, journalists had already gathered. Not just a few, dozens, with cameras pointed at the gate, waiting for that black car to appear. Maria stood at the back of the crowd watching those reporters. An old man next to her had appeared at some point, holding a copy of The Sun with the front page showing the screenshot of Messi throwing out the trash. Look, the old man pointed at the newspaper. Even throwing out garbage can make the front page. Maria glanced at it. The headline read, The Daily Life of a God. She smiled. At 9 in the morning in Paris at LVMH headquarters, Arnaud sat in the conference room with 3 contracts spread in front of him. The first one, Messi's global endorsement, 5 years, the amount left blank. The second one, Messi LV collaboration series, globally limited edition. The third one, during the World Cup, Messi will wear LVMH watches at all official events. A secretary pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, Messi's agent has replied. Arnaud looked up. What did he say? The secretary hesitated for a moment. He said, to discuss after the World Cup. Arnaud was taken aback. Why? The secretary, he said that after the World Cup the price would be different. The conference room fell silent. Arnaud gazed out the window. After a long time he nodded. Then we wait. At 10 in the morning in Doha, at the Qatari royal office, a photo was placed in front of Sheikh. It was Messi, a composite image of him wearing traditional Qatari attire. Next to it were the words, "Let the world see Qatar." Tamim stared at it for a long time. The assistant quietly said, "Your Majesty, there are 35 days until the opening ceremony." He has agreed. Tamim nodded. Does he know what this means? The assistant was taken aback. What does it mean? Tamim stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the under construction Lusail Stadium, its golden shell shimmering in the sunlight. It means that in 35 days the whole world will see a god walking into the temple we built. At noon, in Manchester at an Indian restaurant, Maria and the old man were having lunch. The television was broadcasting the news. Not sports news, but financial news. The host was saying LVMH stock price rose by 3.2 today, which analysts believe is related to expectations of Messi's contract renewal. The old man pointed at the TV. Did you see that? Throwing out the trash made the stock price rise. Maria was taken aback. Is that true? The old man shrugged. I don't know if it's true, but it did go up. At 2 in the afternoon at Carrington training ground. Training had ended. Players were coming out one after another surrounded by reporters. Grealish was the first to be stopped. Jack, how's Messi's form today? Grealish glanced at him. What do you think? Reporter. Grealish smiled and got into the car and left. Foden was stopped. Phil, what's it like training with Messi? Foden pondered for a moment. He's there every morning at 6. So, the reporter looked at him. So you know why he is Messi. At 3 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Messi's home. Messi sat on the sofa looking at his phone. On the screen was a message from Scaloni. The squad list will be announced the day after tomorrow. Are you okay? He replied with one word, fine. Antonella walked over with a cup of mate tea and sat down beside him. Scaloni. Yeah. What did he say? He asked if I was okay. Antonella looked at him. Are you? Messi thought for a moment. No. Antonella leaned on his shoulder. 35 days. Messi nodded. 35 days. At 4 in the afternoon in London at the Premier League headquarters. A document was placed in the hands of the CEO. The title read, Urgent Proposal for Adjustments to the Christmas Schedule for the 2022-23 season. He opened it and glanced. The suggestion was to schedule all of Manchester City's matches in December, at least 72 hours after the Argentina team's matches. He looked up at the person who delivered the document. Whose idea is this? The person hesitated. Several broadcasters. And the betting companies. The CEO was silent for a long time. Then he signed the document. At 5 in the afternoon in Madrid in Florentino's office. He stood by the window watching the sunset outside. The door was pushed open. Jose Angel Sanchez walked in. Chairman, you called for me. Florentino did not turn. After the World Cup his contract will expire. Sanchez was taken aback. You mean? Messi. Manchester City signed him for 2 years. It expires next summer. Sanchez was silent for a few seconds. What do you want? Florentino turned around to look at him. I want to know if we have any chance left. In the evening at 7 in Manchester at an apartment. Maria and the television was broadcasting sports news. 35 days until the World Cup. The old man suddenly asked, do you think he can win? Maria looked at him. Who? The old man pointed at the TV. Him. Maria thought for a moment. Yes. The old man took a sip of his drink. Why? Maria looked out the window. Because I've watched every game he's played at Manchester City this year. The old man said nothing. Maria turned her head to look at him. What about you? Do you think he can win? The old man was silent for a long time. Then he said, I've lived for 73 years. I've seen Pelé, I've seen Maradona, I've seen Zidane, I've seen Ronaldo. He paused. I've never seen someone like that. In the evening at 9 in Cheshire at Cristiano Ronaldo's home. He was in the gym. He had been training for 2 hours. The phone was placed on the treadmill. The screen lit up with a news notification. Messi serves as Qatar World Cup Global Image Ambassador. He looked at the words. Image Ambassador. He put down the phone and continued training. In the mirror, he saw himself 37 drenched in sweat. He recalled the year 2016 when he won the European Championship. At that time, he was also a god. What about now? He increased the speed of the treadmill. At 10 in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home. The children were all asleep. Messi sat in his study looking at the computer screen. It wasn't a video. It was a map. Qatar. 8 stadiums. 7 cities. He circled the location of Lusail Stadium with a pen. Antonella pushed the door open holding a cup of mate tea. Still watching. Yeah. She sat down beside him. That's where the final will take place. Messi nodded. She looked at him. Will you be there? Messi remained silent for a long time. Then he said yeah. The next day, November 16th, on the global sports headlines. The Times 35 days countdown. Messi's era is about to reach its peak. L'Equipe, from Manchester to Doha, a god walks among us. Bild, the last dance before the World Cup. Manchester City's 17 consecutive wins. Messi, unstoppable. Gazzetta dello Sport, after Maradona, Argentina waited 36 years. Ol's cover featured a composite image of Messi in an Argentina jersey with the golden sunset over Lusail Stadium in the background. The caption read only one line, 35 days. At Carrington Training Ground at 7 in the morning. When Holland arrived, Messi was already on the field. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. What are we training for today? Messi looked at him. Training to win. Holland nodded. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window holding coffee and watching the two of them. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. 35 days left. Guardiola nodded. In 35 days he will no longer be ours. De Bruyne was, what do you mean? Guardiola took a sip of coffee. In 35 days he will belong to the whole world. Sunlight fell on the lawn. In the distance, in the Qatari desert, a golden stadium awaited them. 35 days. On November 18, 2022, in Manchester at the Carrington Training Ground at 6 in the morning, Holland pushed open the locker room door, discovering he was the first to arrive. He paused for a moment. Messi's locker was empty. So was De Bruyne's. Foden's was too. He stood still, gazing at the clock on the wall. 6 o'clock sharp. Messi nodded. I came at 5. Trained for an hour. Holland looked at him. Messi sat down beside. Messi nodded. I came at 5. Trained for an hour. Holland looked at him. Messi sat down beside. Argentina will announce the squad today. Holland was taken aback. Nervous. Messi shook his head. Not nervous. I know who's in. At 8 in the morning worldwide. The official social media of the Argentina national team posted an image, 26 silhouettes forming the outline of Messi. The caption only had 2 words, Elos. The comment section broke over 100,000 comments in 3 minutes. In Buenos Aires' Obelisco Plaza, people began to gather. This was not an official gathering, it was spontaneous. Some held large portraits of Messi, others wore retro jerseys from the 1993 Copa America, while some came empty-handed, just standing there watching the big screen. The screen looped through the roster: Messi, captain Di Maria, Lautaro Alvarez, De Paul, Paredes, Romero, Martinez. With each name, the crowd erupted in cheers. An old man stood at the edge of the crowd holding a yellowed photo. 1978. When Argentina won their first championship, he was there. A young man next to him asked, "Sir, do you think they can win this time?" The old man looked at Messi on the big screen. If he wins, we win. At 9 in the morning in Paris at the Parc des Princes, Mbappé was in the gym. A TV hung on the wall, muted, showing news of the Argentina squad announcement. He saw Messi's name and paused for a moment. Then he continued lifting weights. Neymar walked in and sat beside him. Did you see? He saw Messi's name and paused for a moment. Then he continued lifting weights. Neymar walked in and sat beside him. Did you see? Neymar chuckled. Because he wants it. At 10 in the morning in Lisbon at the Portugal national team's training base, Ronaldo was the last to walk into the dining room. His teammates were already seated, some glanced at him, while others continued eating. Buffet waved at him. Ronaldo walked over and sat beside him. Have you seen the squad? Buffet asked. Ronaldo nodded. How do you feel? Ronaldo was slicing the egg on his plate, saying nothing. Buffet looked at him. It's the 5th time. Ronaldo finally spoke. Is there anything different this time? Ronaldo pondered. Before it was about winning. Now it's about proving I can still win. At noon, in Manchester at an Indian restaurant, Maria was eating with the old man. The TV was broadcasting news of the Argentina squad announcement. The old man pointed at the screen. Did you see? 26 players. He counts for 26. That's an exaggeration. Maria laughed. The old man looked at her seriously. It's not an exaggeration. Just wait and see. Maria sipped her curry soup. When are you going to Qatar? The old man hesitated. I can't go. The tickets are too expensive. Maria looked. What will you do then? The old man pointed at the TV. Watch it here. At 2 in the afternoon at the Carrington Training Ground in Guardiola's office. Messi pushed the door open. Guardiola was standing by the window facing away from him. Pep. Guardiola turned around. Has the squad been released? Messi nodded. Guardiola looked at him. How do you feel? Messi thought for a moment. Normal. Guardiola. There are 3 league matches left. Then you will leave. Messi remained silent. Guardiola patted his shoulder. Go and bring it back. At 3 in the afternoon in Cheshire at Messi's home. Messi pushed open the door, the aroma of barbecue wafting through the living room. The 3 kids had not gone to school. School was temporarily closed because of the Argentina squad announcement. Thiago dashed over. Dad, you made it. Messi picked him up. I've always made it. Mateo ran over holding a small Argentina jersey. Dad, I'm going to wear this to sleep. Messi smiled. Antonella peeked out from the kitchen. Scaloni called, said to take care of yourself. Messi nodded. She placed a plate of barbecue on the coffee table. There are 29 days left. Messi looked at the plate of barbecue. At 4 in the afternoon in London at the Premier League headquarters. A fax arrived from Doha. The content read: the Emir of Qatar invites the chairman of the Premier League to attend the World Cup opening ceremony as a representative of the football family. Attached was a handwritten note. Please inform Manchester City Messi is our most important guest. At 5 in the afternoon in Madrid in Florentino's office. He was reviewing a report. The title read, Market Value Assessment of Messi After the World Cup. He stared at the numbers for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Jose increased next summer's budget by 30 million. At 7 in the evening in Manchester outside the Etihad Stadium. Maria stood in the empty square. There were no matches tomorrow. Yet she still came. The old man was there too. Why are you here? Maria asked. The old man pointed at the stadium. Just to see it. See what? The old man was silent for a moment. He has 3 matches left. Then he will leave. Maria was taken aback. He will come back. The old man shook his head. The one coming back is Messi. The one going to Qatar is a god. At 8 in the evening in Paris at the top floor apartment of LVMH. Arnaud stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night view of the Seine. 3 contracts were laid out on the table, all signed. Just waiting for a date. The secretary quietly asked, Sir, what if? Arnaud turned his head. What if what? The secretary didn't dare to continue. Arnaud gazed out at the night. What if he loses? At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He was in the gym. He had been training for 3 hours. Mendes, Portugal's first match is against Ghana. You have a chance to break the record. He stared at the message. Break the record. The World Cup all-time scoring record. He was 1 goal away. He put down his phone. Continued training. In the mirror, he saw himself 37 years old. In 29 days Doha. He had one last chance. At 10 in the evening in Manchester at Messi's home. The kids were asleep. Messi sat in his study looking at the computer screen. It was not a video. It was a photo. In 2014, at Maracana, he stood on the podium for runners-up watching the World Cup trophy pass in front of him. He stared at it for a long time. Antonella pushed the door open holding a cup of mate tea. Still thinking on it. Messi took it and took a sip. Thinking about that year. Antonella sat beside him. This year is different. Messi looked at her. How do you? Antonella smiled. Because this year I've watched every match you've played at Manchester City. The next day, November 19th, before the 18th round of the Premier League. Manchester City away against Brighton. In the pre-match press conference, a reporter asked Guardiola, will Messi be rested in the last few matches before the World Cup? Guardiola looked at him. Do you want him to be rested? The reporter was taken aback. Guardiola smiled. He never rests. He never rests. In the evening at 8 at the Community Stadium. Manchester City defeated Brighton 40. Messi provided 2 assists and scored 1 goal. Haaland scored 2 goals. Foden scored 1. The 18th consecutive victory. 54 points. After the match, Messi walked towards the away stands. 2,000 traveling fans chanted his name in unison. He raised his hands, giving a gentle clap, then turned around and walked into the players' tunnel. Maria was in the stands watching that figure. The old man beside her suddenly said, there are 28 days left. Maria nodded. 28 days. In the evening at 11 in Manchester in Cheshire. Messi pushed open the door. The living room lights were still on. Antonella was leaning on the sofa asleep. The TV was still on broadcasting the news. The screen showed his goal from today. He picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Antonella woke up. Did you win? Did you score? She smiled. 28 days left. Messi sat beside her. Outside, the night in Manchester was deep. In the distance towards Qatar, something was waiting. 28 days. On November 23, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, 3 hours before the match, the outside of the stadium was already filled with people. It wasn't a typical queue to enter. People stood holding signs singing something. Maria squeezed through the crowd and noticed that the atmosphere today was completely different. Those signs did not say "Go Manchester City," but rather "Leo, don't leave, stay for another year, we need you." Next to her, an old man wore a custom t-shirt printed with the logos of all the teams Messi had played for: Newell's Old Boys, Barcelona, Paris, Manchester City, with an Argentine flag in the middle, and at the bottom, the words, "We have witnessed you, that is enough." Maria looked at the words and suddenly felt like crying. The old man patted her shoulder. Young lady, today is not about watching a game. Today is about bidding farewell. Maria was taken aback. He hasn't left yet. The old man shook his head. There are 3 matches left. After 3 matches, he will go to Qatar. When he returns. He didn't finish his sentence. Maria knew what he meant. When he returns, he might just be a god. At 9 a.m., the BBC Radio 1. Welcome to today's football news. In the 19th round of the Premier League, Manchester City hosts Tottenham Hotspur. This match is special not because the opponent is Spurs, but because this could be Messi's third-to-last game. Before the World Cup, Manchester City has 3 more league games. After that, Messi will fly to Qatar to embark on his 4th World Cup journey. Everyone wants to know if he can bring that trophy back. At 10 a.m., in London at the Spurs training base. Connie stood in front of the tactical board looking at his player. I know what you're thinking. Messi, Messi, Messi. No one spoke in the locker room. Connie tapped the tack. Listen, today is not about going to the new camp, it's about going to the Etihad. Messi is human, not a god. What you need to do is make him uncomfortable, make him feel that the Premier League isn't all fun and games. Kane raised his hand. Boss, who will mark him? Connie paused for 2 seconds. Hajjerg, you try. Hajjerg's expression was as if he had been handed a lemon. At noon outside the Etihad Stadium, Maria bought a hot dog for £8, which was ridiculously expensive, but she wasn't in the mood to care. A young man in a Spurs jersey approached, holding up a sign that read Messi come to Spurs. Maria shot him a glare. What are you doing? The young man replied confidently, what if? Maria couldn't be bothered. Another boy wearing an Argentina No. 10 jersey was being carried on his father's shoulders, holding a small flag with Messi's face on it. He shouted to Maria's sister, how many goals will Messi score today? Maria thought for a moment. How many do you want? The boy held up 5 fingers. Maria smiled. At 2 p.m., in the Manchester City locker room, Haaland was tying his shoelaces. He was tying them slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat opposite him holding a mate. De Bruyne was next to him looking at his phone. Foden leaned over holding a sports drink. Spurs. De Bruyne didn't look up. I know. Kane. De Bruyne lifted his head. I know. He is strong. De Bruyne put down his phone. We have Leo. Messi remained silent. Haaland finished tying his shoes and stood up. Today I want to run more. Messi looked at him. Run then. We'll find you. At 3 p.m. at the Etihad Stadium in the players' tunnel. The Spurs lineup went out first. Kane led the way, his expression serious. Hajjerg followed behind, mumbling something under his breath. The Manchester City lineup began to move. Haaland walked in the middle with De Bruyne in front and Grealish behind. Messi walked at the back, his head down. As they reached the tunnel entrance, light flooded in. The roar of 45000 people hit them like a physical force. Messi squinted. This was familiar to him. This was what he loved. In the 7th minute, Messi touched the ball for the first time. Hajjerg closed in hand, resting on his waist, his movements exaggerated. Messi did not force his way through. He passed the ball back to De Bruyne and then moved to the right. De Bruyne sent the Hajjerg was still there. Messi made a move. He pushed the ball to the left and Hajjerg followed. Then he pulled the ball back with his right foot, slipping past Hajjerg on the left. He got past him. The ball got past him too. Hajjerg reached out to grab him, but missed. Messi advanced with the ball facing Dier's challenge. He did not slow down. He changed direction, stopped suddenly, and changed direction again. Dier was left behind. Messi charged into the penalty area. Lloris charged out. Messi shot, lob. The ball flew over Lloris' head, slowly dropping into the net. 10. The Etihad erupted. On the visiting side, Maria stood up, her voice already hoarse from shouting. Hajjerg knelt on the grass looking at that silhouette. 3 minutes. It was gone in 3 minutes. In the 23rd minute, Messi performed again. He received the ball on the left flank, facing Emerson's defense. The Brazilian lowered his center of gravity, eyes fixed on Messi's feet. Messi made a move. He pushed the ball towards the sideline, and Emerson followed. But Messi did not continue to the bottom. He pulled the ball back and slipped past Emerson. The man and the ball separated. Emerson turned to chase, but Messi had already cut inside. Dier lunged in again. This time he played smart, not rushing in, just blocking the angle. Messi did not force his way through. He passed the ball to the advancing Foden. Foden received the ball facing Lloris. He did not shoot. He knocked the ball back to Messi. Messi did not stop the ball and shot directly towards the far corner. 20. The visiting side went wild. Foden ran in front of Messi, pointing at his head. How did you know I would pass back? Because I was there. In the 41st minute, a free kick. 28 meters from the goal, slightly to the right. Messi stood over the ball while Lloris organized the wall. The entire stadium fell silent. Messi took a run-up shot. The ball curved around the wall, descending rapidly, grazing the underside of the crossbar and into the net. 30. A hat trick. The Etihad completely went mad. Messi ran to the corner flag, spreading his arms, enjoying the worship of 45000 fans. On the visiting side, Maria cried. The old man next to her did not cry. He just stood there looking at the sea of blue. In 1978, he said, I watched Kemp's in Argentina. In 1986, I watched Maradona in Mexico. Today, he didn't finish his sentence. The first half ended Manchester City 3, Spurs 0. At the same time at Old Trafford, Manchester United against Aston Villa. In the 17th minute, Ronaldo's shot was saved. In the 29th minute, Ronaldo's header went wide. In the 42nd minute, Ronaldo had an unknown chance, but was denied. The first half ended 0-0. The second half began. In the 51st minute, Manchester City's fourth goal. De Bruyne's through ball, Haaland's unknown shot into the net. 40. In the 63rd minute, Manchester City's fifth goal. Messi broke through on the right, getting past 3 defenders and crossing. Foden scored with a tap-in. 50. In the 78th minute, Guardiola made a substitution. Messi off Pomeron. The whole stadium stood up. 45,000 people stood up together applauding. Messi walked to the sidelines, looked back. The sea of blue was calling his name. He raised his hand, gently waved, then sat down, taking a sip of mate. The final whistle blew. Manchester City 5, Spurs 0. 19 consecutive victories. 57 minutes. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, Hat trick. How do you evaluate your performance? Messi wiped the sweat off his face. The team played well. I just did what I had to. The reporters pressed on this. Is your third to last game at the Etihad? Do you have anything to say to the fans? Messi fell silent for a few seconds. Thank you to them. Always thank you to them. In the locker room. For people, no one spoke. De Bruyne was the first to break the silence. 2 more matches. Foden looked at him. Then he leaves. Haaland said nothing. Messi took a sip of mate. I will return. At 9 p.m. in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He watched the match from start to finish. Messi's hat trick. Messi's free kick. The entire crowd stood up and applauded. He turned off the TV. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was quiet. His phone vibrated. Mendes, Portugal's first match against Ghana is in 20 days. He looked at the message. 20 days. He had 20 days left. Meanwhile, Messi pushed open the door to his home. The children were already asleep. Antonella was waiting for him on the couch. Did you win? Yes. Did you score 3? Oh. And today, everyone was chanting your name. Messi changed his shoes, not saying a word. Antonella looked at him. 2 more matches. Messi nodded. Then we leave. The next day, the European media headlines. The Times: Messi's hat trick, Manchester City 5, Spurs 0, and 19 consecutive victories. 20 days until the World Cup countdown. The Daily Mail: the god is still on Earth, but soon he will head to Qatar. The Sun: Ronaldo didn't score again. Messi got another hat trick. That's the difference. L'Equipe: in 20 days the world will kneel before him. At Carrington training base, when Haaland arrived, Messi was already on the pitch. The Norwegian dropped his bag and walked over. What are we practicing today? Messi looked at him. Practicing to win. Haaland nodded. In the distance, Guardiola stood by the office window with a coffee watching them. De Bruyne walked over and stood next to him. 2 more matches. Guardiola nodded. After 2 matches, he will no longer be ours. On November 26, 2022, in Manchester at the Etihad Stadium, Maria stood outside the stadium, stunned by the sight before her. It wasn't the crowd. It was that flag. A gigantic tifo covering an entire half of the stand was slowly being unfurled by the fans. The image featured Messi's back, number 10, arms spread wide with a line of text in Spanish below: Gracias por elegirnos, thank you for choosing us. The old man beside her wasn't wearing the I was there t-shirt today. He wore a formal suit with a Newell's Old Boys badge pinned to his chest. Maria was taken aback. What are you doing? The old man looked at the tifo. Today is his last home game. It has to be formal. Maria didn't know what to say. The old man patted her shoulder. Young lady, today is a day for tears. At 9 in the morning, BBC Radio 1. Welcome to today's foot. In the 20th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Fulham at home. This was Messi's last match at the Etihad, at least for this stage. After this, he would fly to Qatar to begin his World Cup journey. The host paused. In other news, Cristiano Ronaldo has gone 4 Premier League games without scoring. Today, Manchester United faces Chelsea away. Will he break his scoring drought? At 10 in the morning in Cobham, London. In the Chelsea locker room, Potter was outlining tactics. Today's focus: limit De Bruyne's passes and cut off his connection to Messi. Kenny, you stick with Messi the whole match. Kenny nodded. Sterling listened quietly beside them. He had played for Manchester City for 7 years. At noon, outside the Etihad. Maria queued to buy a hot dog for £8, but didn't have the appetite. The young man in the Spurs jersey came over again. Today he had a new sign that read: Messi, come to Spurs, we have a bus. Maria glared at him. You're back. The young man replied confidently. What if? Another middle-aged man wearing a Fulham jersey approached, looking at the massive tifo. This flag is quite big. Maria nodded. Worth it, said the middle-aged man. We can't win anyway, but at least seeing this makes it worthwhile. At 2 in the afternoon in the Manchester City locker room. Haaland was tying his shoelaces. Slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. Messi sat across from him holding a mate. De Bruyne looked at his phone nearby. Foden leaned in with a sports drink in hand. Fulham. I know. Today is your last home game. De Bruyne looked up at Messi. Messi remained silent. Haaland finished tying his shoelaces and stood up. Today I want to run more. He'll set you up for a few. Messi looked at him. Run then. He'll find you. At 2:30 in the afternoon in the visiting team's locker room. The atmosphere on the Fulham side was a bit strange. It wasn't nervousness. It was a feeling of, how to say it, not knowing how to play. Mitrovic sat in front of his locker looking at the tactical board with the red number 10. The young defender beside him asked, boss, how do we mark Messi today? Mitrovic glanced at him. You can't stop him. The young defender was taken aback. What do we do then? Mitrovic, let him go early. Maybe then he won't score. At 3 in the afternoon at the Etihad Stadium in the player tunnel. Fulham's line went out first. Mitrovic walked at the front, his expression complex. The Manchester City line started to move. Haaland walked in the middle with De Bruyne in front and Grealish behind. Messi walked at the back, his head down. As he reached the tunnel entrance, light poured in. The roar of 45,000 people hit him like a physical force. Messi raised his head. The tifo unfolded before him. Gracias por elegirnos. He paused just for a moment. Then he stepped into the light. In the 12th minute, Messi touched the ball for the first time. Kenny closed in. The Frenchman, the world's best defensive midfielder, a Ballon d'Or top 3. His eyes were focused like he was stalking prey. Messi moved. He nudged the ball to the left. Candy followed him. Then with the sole of his right foot, he slipped past Kant's left side. He got past. The ball got past. Candy turned to chase, but Messi had already passed the ball to the advancing Foden. Foden went to the byline and crossed. Holland attacked in the middle. A header. 10. The away fans exploded. Holland ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. Messi didn't run over, he just stood there raising his hands. Candy stood in the penalty area, bending down with his hands on his knees. He knew he couldn't stop him, but he didn't expect it to be over in 3 seconds. In the 28th minute, Messi had his second moment. He received the ball on the right flank, facing a double press from 2 Fulham players. He changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, getting past one. The second defender came in. He passed the ball through the opponent's legs. A perfect separation. Messi charged into the penalty area. The third defender lunged at him. Messi didn't shoot. He passed the ball to Holland in the middle. Holland struck. 20. The away fans went. Holland ran in front of Messi, pointing at his head. How did you know I would be there? Messi looked at him. Because you are someone who wants to run. In the 41st minute, a free kick. 25 meters from the goal dead center. Messi stood over the ball while Leno directed the wall. The whole stadium fell silent. The tifo fluttered gently in the wind. Messi took a run up. He shot. The ball curved over the wall, dropping rapidly, and drilled into the bottom left corner of the goal. 30. The Etihad went completely wild. Messi ran to the corner flag, arms outstretched. 45,000 people shouted his name in unison. On the away fan side, Maria cried so hard she could hardly see. The old man beside her stood not crying. He simply gazed at the blue sea, something gleaming in his eyes. In 1978, he said, I watched Kemp's in Argentina. In 1986, I watched Maradona in Mexico. Today, he paused. Today I saw a god wearing our colors. The first half ended Manchester City 30 Fulham. At the same time at Stamford Bridge, Manchester United versus Chelsea. In the 14th minute, Ronaldo shot saved. In the 26th minute, Ronaldo headed wide. In the 39th minute, Ronaldo was unknown saved. The first half ended 0-0. The second half began. In the 51st minute, Manchester City's fourth goal. De Bruyne's through ball, Foden unknown shot into the net. 40. In the 63rd minute, Manchester City's fifth goal. Messi broke through on the right, getting past 3 defenders and crossed. Holland headed it. 50. A hat-trick. Holland scored twice. In the 71st minute, Guardiola made a substitution. Messi off Pomeron. The entire stadium stood up. 45,000 people stood up together applauding. The tifo was lifted even higher. Messi walked to the sideline and glanced back. The blue sea was chanting his name. He raised his hand and waved gently. Then he sat down, taking another sip of mate. De Bruyne walked over and sat beside him. Last home game. How does it feel? Messi took a sip of mate. They remember me. The final whistle blew. Manchester City 50 Fulham. 20 consecutive wins. 60 points. The away fans did not leave. They stood in the stands singing song after song. Messi's name, Holland's name, De Bruyne's name, Guardiola's name. Messi did not return to the locker room. He walked back onto the pitch alone, heading towards the tifo. Another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. He stood at the center circle looking up at the flag. Gracias por elegirnos. He stood there for a long time. Then he turned and bowed to the stands all around. On the away fan side, Maria crouched on the ground crying. The old man beside her stood, finally starting to clap. At the same time at Stamford Bridge, the final whistle blew. Manchester United 0-0 Chelsea. Ronaldo walked off the pitch, head down, not looking at anyone. After the match in the mixed zone, the reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, 2 assists and a goal. Last home game. Anything to say? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. The fans here are the best in the world. The reporter pressed. The World Cup is in 15 days. Are you ready? Messi looked at the reporter. Ready. At 9 in the evening in Cheshire at Ronaldo's home. He watched the match from start to finish. Messi's 2 assists and a goal. The tifo. The entire crowd stood and applauded. He turned off the TV and stood up, walking to the window. Outside, the night in Cheshire was very quiet. His phone buzzed. Mendes, Portugal's first match against Ghana is in 14 days. He looked at the text. 14 days. He had 14 days left. On November 27, 2022, outside the Etihad Stadium in Manchester, Maria arrived at 4 in the morning. It was not her intention to come this early. She couldn't sleep. After yesterday's match, she stood alone outside the stadium for 2 hours. She watched as the enormous tifo was slowly taken down by the staff, saw the fans drift away in small groups, and observed the lights of the Etihad extinguish one by one. Today she had to go to the airport. An old man appeared beside her at some point, wearing a faded Aguero jersey number 16, holding a small flag. He had written himself in a crooked manner, Vuelve pronto, come back soon. Maria glanced at the flag. Will he come back? The old man did not answer. He merely gazed at the already taken down tifo in the distance. I don't know, he said, but we must let him know we're waiting. At 7 in the morning, the private entrance to Manchester Airport was. This was not an ordinary send-off crowd. Over 2,000 people were lined up from the entrance all the way to the parking lot, wearing sky blue scarves, waving Argentine flags, and holding handwritten signs with various messages. Elio gracias. We will wait, bring it, HOME, see you in the next Champions League. Maria squeezed through the crowd, realizing she hadn't brought any sign. She only had the small flag she got from the old man. 710. The old man stood beside her, not pushing forward. He was too old to move with the crowd. A young man in a Manchester United jersey passed by and glanced at the scene, muttering under his breath, "It's just a player." The old man turned to look at him. "What did you say?" The young man was startled by his gaze. "Nothing." The old man ignored him and continued to look at the entrance. At 8 in the morning, a black SUV appeared. The crowd erupted in excitement. The sound of shutters clicked like a torrential rain, and the flashlights illuminated the gloomy Manchester sky. Over 2,000 people shouted the same name, Messi. 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 The car stopped. The door opened. Messi stepped out wearing a gray hoodie with the hood pulled over his head, looking down. 2 security guards flanked him, desperately trying to shield him from the crowd. But he did not walk directly into the entrance. He paused for a moment, then raised his head, gazing at the sea of sky blue. 2,000 people fell silent at once. Maria stood among the crowd, suddenly unsure of what to shout. She caught a glimpse of Messi's eyes. They held no fatigue, no urgency, nothing at all. Only a sense of something she couldn't describe. Messi raised his hand and waved at the crowd. The crowd erupted again, and then he turned and walked into the entrance. At 8:03 in the morning, inside the entrance, Messi walked ahead, with security beside him. De Paul was not there. He was in Argentina waiting. Holland was also absent. He was training at Carrington. It was just him alone. The corridor was long, very quiet. The noise from outside was shut out, leaving only the sound of footsteps. He walked slowly. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back. At the end of the corridor beyond that door, the sea of sky blue still remained. He stood for 2 seconds, then continued forward. At 8:10 in the morning, in the VIP lounge, Messi sat by the window, holding a cup of mate. He walked slowly. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back. At the end of the corridor beyond that door, the sea of sky blue still remained. "Mr. Messi, someone asked me to deliver this to you." Messi took it. There was only one handwritten line on the envelope in Spanish: "Thank you for these 18 months." He opened the envelope. Inside was a photo. In August 2021, he donned the Manchester City jersey for the first time, debuting at the Etihad. 45,000 fans raised their scarves to welcome him. The back of the photo also had words handwritten: "I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here." There was no signature. Messi stared for a long time, then tucked the photo into his pocket. At 8:30 in the morning, at the boarding gate, Messi stood up and walked towards the boarding corridor. At the entrance, he paused again, looking back at the lounge empty, with only a few staff members standing far away. Outside, a light rain began to fall over Manchester's sky. He recalled that afternoon in August 2021, when he first came to this city. It was also raining. The same gray sky. 18 months. 63 matches. 47 goals. 35 assists. 5 trophies. He reached into his pocket and felt the photo. Then he turned and walked into the boarding corridor. At 9 in the morning, outside Manchester Airport, Maria still stood in her spot. The crowd had dispersed. Over 2,000 people, leaving in small groups, some looking back, some already in tears. The old man stood beside her, not leaving. "What time is the flight?" he asked. Maria glanced at her phone. 9:30. There's still half an hour. They stood there watching in the direction of the runway. A plane slowly taxied, accelerated, lifted off, and soared into the clouds. The old man squinted, watching the plane disappear into the sky. "He's gone." Maria remained silent. The old man turned to look at her. "Girl, why are you crying?" Maria touched her face. It was wet. She didn't realize when she had started to cry. At 9:40 in the morning in Manchester, at the Carrington training base, Holland stood alone on the training ground. The rain had stopped, but the grass was still wet. He gazed at the empty training field. Messi's locker was still there. De Bruyne's was there too. Foden's was also present. But the players were all gone. Guardiola stood by the office window, watching that solitary figure. De Bruyne walked over and stood beside him. "Is he not leaving?" Guardiola shook his head. "He's Norwegian. Practicing alone is quite lonely." Guardiola watched the figure running in the rain. "He'll get used to it." At 2 in the afternoon in Doha, at Hamad International Airport, Messi woke up as outside the window, the desert sun was so glaring it was hard to open his eyes. He stood up, grabbed his luggage, and walked towards the cabin door. At the end of the corridor, the flash of cameras erupted. Hundreds of journalists and thousands of fans crowded in the arrivals hall, shouting the same name: Messi. 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 He did not stop. He simply walked step by step into that light. Behind him, Manchester was already 10,000 kilometers away. On November 27, 2022, at Hamad International Airport in Doha, Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd, feeling as though she was about to suffocate. This is not an exaggeration. She truly couldn't catch her breath. Over 3,000 people crowded in the arrivals hall, with Argentine flags, Qatari traditional attire, mobile phones, selfie sticks, and children riding on their father's shoulders, all headed in the same direction, towards the VIP exit. She had been there for 6 hours, landing at 7 in the morning, arriving at the airport by 8, and squeezing into this position by 9. It was now 2 in the afternoon. Oh, she hadn't had water or gone to the restroom, and her feet had gone numb, yet she dared not move. If she moved, she would lose her spot. An Argentine uncle beside her shouted, "Hey girl, are you here alone?" She nodded. The uncle gave her a thumbs up. "You've got guts." Another local man in a Qatari white robe leaned over and asked in English, "Who are you waiting for?" The uncle glared at him. "Who are you waiting for?" The man in the white robe smiled, lifted his phone, and displayed a "I'm waiting for him too." The uncle paused in surprise, then laughed and patted his shoulder. "Brother, we're all in this." At 2:15 in the afternoon, a commotion erupted in the VIP passage. The crowd exploded with excitement. He's coming, he's coming. Messi, Messi. Mariah's sister tiptoed, straining to see ahead. But she could see nothing, only headphones raised high and waving flags. Then she heard it. It was a sound she had never encountered before. Over 3,000 people calling one name in unison. It wasn't a chaotic shout. It was orderly, rhythmic, like waves crashing. Messi, Messi, Messi. She couldn't produce a sound. She merely held up a flag that read, "For my sister," desperately hoping someone would see. Then the crowd suddenly fell silent. At the entrance of the VIP passage, that figure appeared. Dressed in a gray hoodie, the hood pulled over his head, he looked down. Surrounding him were 8 security guards in black suits, forming a human chain to block the crowd. But everyone recognized that figure. Mariah's sister stood frozen, nearly dropping her phone. She saw Messi lift his head and glance towards the crowd. Just a glance. Then he lowered his head and continued walking. A simultaneous eruption of screams erupted from over 3,000 people. At 2:20 in the afternoon in the passage, Messi walked ahead with security desperately blocking the crowd on either side. Someone shouted in Spanish, "Leo, Argentina is waiting for you." Someone shouted in English, "Messi, welcome to Qatar." Another shouted in Arabic, a language he couldn't understand. A child was held high above the crowd, desperately reaching out with an Argentine jersey with the number 10. Messi paused. Security looked on nervously. Messi walked over and signed the child's jersey. The child's mother cried. Messi said nothing and continued onward. At 2:30 in the afternoon at the airport exit, a black Maybach was waiting at the door. Beside the car stood a man, a representative of the Qatari royal family, dressed in traditional white robes with a golden headband. He saw Messi come out and approached, slightly bowing. "Sheikh Tamim sends his regards. He is waiting for you at Lusail Stadium." Messi nodded. He opened the car door and got in. The car slowly drove away. The crowd ran a few steps after the car, then stopped, standing still as they watched it disappear into the desert sun. Mariah's sister stood in the crowd holding the flag and looking in that direction. The Argentine uncle beside her, "Did you see him?" She nodded. "Was it worth it?" She thought for a moment. 6 hours of waiting, no water, no restroom, break her feet numb. She nodded. It was worth it. At 3 in the afternoon in downtown Doha, on the way to the hotel, Messi sat in the car looking out the window. Desert. High-rise buildings. Golden sunlight. The streets were filled with World Cup advertisements. Large portraits of football stars from various countries, Qatar's official promotional slogans, and even his own image. Towards eternity. A group of fans wearing Argentine jerseys happened to pass by, saw the car, and stopped to shout. Messi did not roll down the window. He just watched them. The group of people shouted even louder. The driver, a local, glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Sir, they really like you." Messi said nothing. The driver continued, "Everyone here likes you. The whole of Qatar likes." Messi looked out the window. The group of fans continued to chase the car. He suddenly remembered the sky blue sea outside Manchester Airport. Over 2,000 people chased after him back then too. He lowered his head and touched the photograph in his pocket. "I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here." At 4 in the afternoon in the hotel presidential suite, Messi stood by the window looking at Doha outside. In the distance, the golden dome of Lusail Stadium sparkled in the sunset. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Scaloni entered holding a document. "Has it arrived?" Messi nodded. Scaloni walked next to him, looking out the window. "What is that?" Messi said nothing. Scaloni saw it too. Lusail Stadium. In 14 days there would be a final there. Perhaps he would be there. Scaloni patted his shoulder. "Rest first. Training tomorrow." Messi nodded. The door closed. He stood alone by the window, gazing at the golden dome. 14 days. He was waiting. The desert was waiting too. At 7 in the evening on social media, a video went viral. The 30 seconds of Messi walking out of the airport passage. The screams of the crowd, the encirclement of security, the child held high presenting the jersey. The caption was just one sentence: "He has arrived." Comments section: 14 days countdown. The Argentinians are ready. A god descends into the desert. Mariah's sister was in the hotel room scrolling through her phone watching the video. She was in it too. The flag reading "For my sister" flashed by at the 17th second of the video. She took a screenshot of the video and sent it to Maria. 3 minutes later, Maria replied, "I saw you." She cried. At 9 in the evening outside Lusail Stadium, the golden lights illuminated the entire stadium, making it look like a palace. Messi stood outside the stadium next to the representative of the Qatari royal family. "His Majesty would like to invite you inside to have a look." Messi shook his head. "Tomorrow perhaps." The representative was taken aback. "Why not?" I just arrived today. I am not ready yet. The representative nodded. Then tomorrow. His Majesty is... Messi turned and walked back to the car. The car slowly drove away. On November 28, 2022, in Doha at the Emir's palace, Mariah's sister was awakened by the sounds outside the hotel window at 8 in the morning. It was not the sound of ordinary vehicles, but a deep, orderly roar. She climbed up, drew back the curtains, and saw a convoy approaching from afar. Black Mercedes vehicles flanked by cavalrymen on white horses with the Qatari flag flying atop. She rubbed her eyes thinking she was still dreaming. Her phone rang. It was Mariah's video call. Did you see the news? What news? The Qatari royal family is set to meet Messi today. It will be broadcast live. The convoy outside had already passed, but she saw something shining in the direction of the Emir's palace in the distance. At 9 in the morning outside the Emir's palace in Doha, over 300 journalists had filled the media area. They were not ordinary reporters, but top media outlets from more than 60 countries. BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, China's Central Television, Argentina's, Ol Spain's Marca, France's, L'Equipe, Germany's Bild. Every notable media outlet had dispatched their most elite teams. An Al Jazeera reporter spoke excitedly into the camera, his voice trembling. Here is the Emir's palace in Doha. For the first time in history, the Emir of Qatar will meet a football player at the highest level of protocol. Not a head of state, not a politician, but a player. Lionel Messi. The camera panned across the main entrance of the Emir's palace. 100-meter-long red carpet was laid from the entrance to the center of the square. On both sides stood the Qatari honor guard dressed in traditional white robes holding jeweled curved swords, standing still. At the end of the red carpet was a golden carriage, the most ceremonious vehicle of the Qatari royal family, last used to welcome a visiting king. The reporter continued, this carriage is only used in the most prestigious occasions. The last time it was used was in 2015 for the visit of Prince Charles of the UK. Today it is for Messi. At 10 in the morning in downtown Doha on the road leading to the Emir's palace, Messi sat in the car, looking out the window. The sides of the road were packed with people. They were not organized, they had come voluntarily. The blue and white flags of Argentina, the wynard flags of Qatar, and even several Barcelona flags were mixed together, fluttering in the wind. The crowd was shouting his name. The car was moving slowly. Security said it was because there were too many people and they couldn't drive fast. Messi looked out at a little boy being carried on his father's shoulders, wearing Argentina's number 10 jersey with the national flag painted on his face, waving desperately at him. He did not open the window, but he nodded gently in that direction. The boy's father saw it and excitedly lifted. At 10:30 in the morning at the main entrance of the Emir's palace, the carriage stopped at the entrance. The door opened and Messi stepped down, the sound of shutters exploding like a rainstorm. He wore a dark blue suit without a tie. That was his own choice. He wasn't accustomed to being too formal, but he also didn't want to look disrespectful. This outfit was just right. The Emir's private secretary approached, slightly bowing. His Highness Sheikh Tamim is waiting for you in the palace. Please follow me. Messi nodded. He stepped onto the red carpet. The honor guard on both sides simultaneously raised their swords, glinting in the sunlight. The cameras of over 300 reporters followed him step by step forward. At 10:45 in the morning in the main hall of the Emir's palace, the moment the hall doors opened, Messi saw the scene inside. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the dome, illuminating the entire hall with golden splendor. For gilded pillars were carved with traditional Arab patterns. In the center on a golden chair sat a man, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar. He stood up, walked down the steps, and approached Messi. All the reporters held their breath. The Emir extended his hand. Welcome, Lionel. Qatar has been waiting for you for a long time. Messi shook his hand. Thank you, Your Highness. The Emir smiled and turned to the camera. This is not an ordinary meeting. This is Qatar's tribute to football, a tribute to this legend. He made a gesture. The attendants on both sides unfurled a massive scroll, a special certificate of honor written in both Arabic and Spanish stating, awarded to Lionel Messi the title of Honorary Citizen of Qatar in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the sport of football. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The reporters frantically pressed their shutters. The Emir personally handed the certificate to Messi. From now on, you are a part of Qatar. At 11 in the morning in the banquet hall of the Emir's palace, after the meeting ceremony, there was an intimate lunch. There were not many guests, but each one was significant. FIFA President Gianni Infantino, chairman of the Qatar World Cup Organizing Committee, and several members of Arab royal families. Messi was seated at the right hand of the Emir. Infantino raised his glass. Lionel, for the past 20 years you have been the symbol of football. For the next 20 days you will be the focus of the world. Cheers to you. Messi lifted his glass and took a sip. The Emir leaned over and whispered, you know my children call you that god. Messi paused for a moment. The Emir smiled and said, they don't care about politics, they don't care about national affairs, they only care about you. They watch every match live. When you win they are happy all day, or when you lose they cry harder than I do. Messi remained silent. The Emir looked at him. So please, for this World Cup, make them happy once. At noon outside the Emir's palace at the press conference, over 300 journalists could no longer wait. When Messi walked out, the entire crowd stood up. It was not out of politeness, but instinct. In that moment, everyone forgot they were reporters, forgot to ask questions, and just stood there watching him walk to the podium. Messi sat down looking at the more than 300 lenses below him. What questions do you have? The first question came from a reporter from Argentina's Ol. Leo, what does it feel like to be awarded the title of honorary citizen of Qatar today? Messi thought for a moment. It is an honor. Thank you for His Highness' kindness. The second question came from BBC. The World Cup is in 14 days. Is Argentina ready? Messi nodded. We are ready. The third question came from China Central Television. The whole world is looking forward to you lifting the World Cup trophy. Is there a lot of pressure? Messi was silent for a few seconds. There has always been pressure. But I am not afraid. The audience fell silent again. Infantino sat in the front row watching Messi on stage. He recalled 2014 at Maracana when Messi stood on the podium for the runner-up watching the World Cup trophy pass before him. 8 years have passed. He glanced at his phone. On the screen was a photo of Lusail Stadium, its golden dome shining in the sunlight. In 14 days that person would walk into that stadium. Then the world would see. At 2 in the afternoon outside the Emir's palace the press conference concluded. Messi walked out ready to get into the car, but the crowd did not disperse. Over 2,000 fans were packed outside the square holding Argentina's national flag, holding pictures of Messi and various banners. Some were singing muchachos. Some were shouting Messi. Someone held up a huge banner that read, El mundo te espera. The world is waiting for you. Messi stood in front of the car looking at the sea of blue and white. He recalled the sky blue sea outside Manchester Airport. Over 2,000 people, the same look in their eyes. He raised his hand and gently waved. The crowd erupted. Then he turned and got into the car. The door closed, and the convoy slowly drove away. At 4 in the afternoon on social media, the video of the Emir meeting Messi had over 100 million views, and the keywords Messi honorary citizen of Qatar topped the global trending searches in 50 countries. In the comments section, a player being awarded honorary citizenship. Is this the first time? Messi is not just Argentina's now, he belongs to the whole world. In 14 days he will win that trophy for the entire world. One comment was pinned to the top. Maradona was revered as a king by Naples back then. Messi is now revered as a god by a country. At 7 in the evening in Doha at the Argentina national team's hotel, Messi pushed open the door, and DePaul, Paredes, and Lautaro all stood up in unison. You're back. Messi nodded. DePaul leaned over. I heard the Emir personally handed you the certificate. Messi took the certificate from his pocket and tossed it on the table. The three of them gathered around to take a look. Paredes read aloud, honorary citizen of Qatar. Leo, are you? Messi picked up a mate tea and took a sip. I am still Argentine. Lautaro looked at him. What about Qatar? Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium awestruck by everything before her. Lusail Stadium. The golden exterior sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a palace that had risen from the desert. Surrounded by people, the blue and white flags of Argentina, the green flag of Saudi Arabia, and the wynard flag of Qatar, all mingling together like a flowing ocean. She clutched the ticket in her hand, her palms slick with sweat. An Argentine uncle beside her shouted, Girl, is this your first World Cup? She nodded. The uncle laughed. Me too. First time. 40 years. Tears were already welling in his eyes. She didn't know what to say. In the distance, Saudi fans began to sing. She couldn't understand the Middle Eastern tune, but she could feel the fervor. They jumped, shouted, and held up pictures of their crown prince. The Argentine fans were not to be outdone as muchachos began to play. The songs clashed together, neither side yielding. Suddenly she recalled her sister's words, keep an eye on him for me. She tightened her grip on the flag. For my sister. At 10 in the morning in the Argentine locker room. No one spoke. Messi sat in front of his locker tying his shoelaces. He tied them slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. DePaul watched him from the side, without saying a word. Paredes was stretching vigorously, as if competing with himself. Lautaro had his eyes closed, uncertain if he was praying or just breathing deeply. Scaloni pushed the door open. Everyone looked up. Saudi Arabia. First match. He paused. You all know what the first match means. No one responded. Scaloni looked at Messi. Leo, say a few words. Messi stood up. He looked at the 26 individuals. In 2006, I played my first World Cup. The first match was against Ivory Coast. I was so nervous that my legs were shaking. Someone chuckled. After I scored a goal, the shaking stopped. He turned to DePaul. Are you nervous? DePaul nodded. Messi looked at Paredes. What about you? Paredes nodded as well. Messi scanned the room. Everyone's nervous. No one spoke. Messi finished tying his shoelaces. That's right. If you're not nervous, you can't win. At noon, in the players' tunnel. Messi stood at the front of the line. The tunnel was long. The lights were bright. At the end was the green grass and the roar of 80,000 people. Saudi players lined up beside him. They were watching him too. Some gazes were filled with awe, others with tension, while some had that fierce determination of, I want to take you down. Messi didn't look at them. He just focused on the increasingly bright green. DePaul quietly said from behind, Leo, my legs are shaking. Messi didn't turn back. They won't shake once we go in. At 1 o'clock sharp, the referee blew the whistle. Argentina kicked off. In the 7th minute, Messi touched the ball for the first time. 3 Saudi players rushed at him. Messi passed the ball to DePaul and moved towards the right. DePaul passed it back. He was surrounded by 3 players again. He returned the ball to Romero. The first attack was snuffed out. In the 15th minute, Argentina threatened for the first time. Messi received the ball in the center, changed direction, accelerated. He got past one. A second player came rushing in. He passed the ball to Lautaro. Lautaro shot. It was saved. A corner kick. The fans went wild. In the 22nd minute, Argentina scored. Messi received the ball on the right, facing 2 defenders. He moved, changed direction, stopped abruptly, then changed direction again, got past one. A second player rushed in. He threaded the ball between the opponent's legs. He split the defenders. Messi surged into the penalty area. A third player came charging in. Messi didn't shoot. He crossed the ball to Lautaro in the center. Lautaro shot. 10. The fans went insane. Lautaro ran to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. DePaul caught up and jumped on his back. Messi didn't run over. He stood still, raising both hands. In the 27th minute, Argentina scored again. DePaul intercepted the ball in midfield and sent a direct pass to Messi. Messi received the ball unknown. He shot. 20. The fans went wild. Messi ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. Mariah's sister in the stands had already lost her voice from shouting. The Argentine uncle beside her was crying. In the 35th minute, Argentina scored their 3rd goal. Messi took a corner and Romero headed it in. 30. The fans went wild. The first half ended Argentina 3, Saudi Arabia 0. During halftime in the Argentine locker room, no one spoke. It wasn't nerves. It was too smooth. Scaloni stood in front of the tactics board. In the second half, they will go crazy. They can't retreat after losing 3. He looked at Messi. Leo, you need to control the ball more. Slow down the pace. Messi nodded. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Saudi Arabia scored. From a corner in the chaos, a Saudi striker poked the ball in. 31. The fans fell silent for a moment. In the 53rd minute, Saudi Arabia scored their 2nd. On a counterattack, a Saudi striker went unknown and shot into the net. 32. The fans were completely silent. In the 60th minute, Saudi Arabia scored their 3rd. A direct free kick found the back of the net. 33. On the fan side, Mariah's sister covered her mouth. The Argentine uncle beside her slumped in his seat. In the 67th minute, Saudi Arabia scored their 4th. Offside. But everyone thought it had gone in. In the 72nd minute, Argentina made a substitution. Alvarez came on for Lautaro. In the 78th minute, Saudi Arabia scored their 5th. It was ruled offside. In the 84th minute, Saudi Arabia scored their 6th. Again offside. In the 89th minute, Argentina counterattacked. Messi received the ball facing 3 defenders. He didn't force it. He passed the ball to Alvarez. Alvarez shot. It was saved. 5 minutes of stoppage time. On the fan side, someone was crying. In the 94th minute, the last attack. Messi received the ball brought down by 3 players. A free kick. 35 meters from the goal. Messi stood over the ball. 80,000 people fell silent. He took a run-up, shot. The ball curled around the wall, dropping rapidly. It was saved by the goalkeeper. The final whistle blew. Argentina 3, Saudi Arabia 3. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, 33. How do you evaluate this? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. We didn't play well. A reporter pressed on. What about the qualification situation? Messi looked at the reporter. There are 2 matches left. We will win. In the locker room, no one spoke. DePaul sat in front of his locker, head down. Paredes was. Lautaro covered his face with a towel. Messi stood up. Everyone looked at him. Look at me. The 26. In 2006, we won our first match. Then we lost the second. In 2014, we won our first match. Then we reached the finals. He paused. One draw isn't the end of the world. At 9 in the evening in downtown Doha, Mariah's sister walked down the street. Beside her were silent Argentine fans. No one sang. No one cheered. The Argentine uncle walked beside her, his eyes still red. She didn't know. The uncle suddenly spoke. Girl, what's your sister's name? Maria. The uncle nodded. Go back and tell your sister that in the next match we will win. In another direction, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window looking at the distant Lusail Stadium. The golden lights were still so bright. At 3 in the morning, Messi woke up. It was not a dream-induced awakening, it was a natural one, as if his body knew it was time to wake. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Every moment of last night's match replayed in his mind: the first goal, the second goal, the third goal. Then came Saudi Arabia's first, second, and third. The last free kick was saved. He closed his eyes. 3-3. Saudi Arabia. He lay there for a long time. Then he got up and walked to the window. Outside the window, the night in Doha was deep. The lights of the Lusail Stadium in the distance had already been extinguished. That golden structure was just a silent shadow in the night. He stood for a long time. At 7 in the morning, in the dining room. When Messi pushed the door open, everyone was already there. 26 people, not a single absence. This was not a normal breakfast time. Everyone had risen early at the same time. DePaul sat in the corner with deep dark circles under his eyes. Paredes was in a daze. His plate was empty, yet he continued to poke at it with his fork. Lautaro kept his head down, lost in thought. Messi held his plate and sat down beside them. No one spoke. After a long silence, DePaul finally broke it. Leo, I couldn't sleep. Messi looked at him. Me neither. Paredes lifted his head. Me too. Lautaro said nothing but nodded. Messi gazed at them. Last night's match is in the past. DePaul shook his head. It won't go away. Every time I close my eyes, I see those 3 goals. Messi put down his mate. Then keep your eyes open and think about the next match. At 9 in the morning in the tactics room, Scaloni drew the curtains and the projector lit up. The first slide showed Mexico. Mexico. The second match. A door-die battle. He tapped the screen. They drew with Poland in their first match. We drew with Saudi Arabia. In this group, anyone could advance and anyone could go home. He looked at Messi. Leo, they will mark you closely. The entire match. 3 men. Maybe 4. Messi nodded. I know. Scaloni looked at the other. What about you? DePaul stood up. We're not afraid. At noon with social media. The media worldwide were LA keep Argentina held to a draw by Saudi Arabia, a dark start to the World Cup. Build Messi silenced Argentina in crisis. The Sun 3-3. Saudi Arabia creates a miracle, Argentina in dire straits. The front page of Old featured a photo of Messi with his head down, captioned with just 2 words, belief. The comments section exploded. Is Messi done? Argentina is finished. It's just the first match. One of the comments rose to the top. In 2014, they won their first match and then made it to the finals. It's just a draw in the first match, why rush? At 3 in the afternoon at the training ground. Closed training. Reporters were not allowed in and fans were not allowed to watch. But someone secretly recorded a video, 30 seconds shaky. In the video, Messi received the ball at the edge of the penalty area facing 3 defenders. He moved. A change of direction, a quick stop, another change of direction, getting past one. The second came rushing in. He slipped the ball through the opponent's legs. The third came charging. He flicked the ball with his heel, slipping through the gap between all 3. Then he took a shot. The ball went in. The video hit over 30 million views in 2 hours. In the comments section, is this training? He's feeling the pressure. The next match is against Mexico. At 7 in the evening in the hotel in Messi's room. He sat by the window watching the night view of Doha. His phone buzzed. It was a video from Antonella. He answered. Their 3 children crowded the screen waving at him. Daddy. Mateo pressed his face against the camera. Why didn't you win? Messi looked at him. Didn't play well. Then play better next time. Messi smiled. Thiago pulled his brother away, looking at the camera. Dad, people online are saying you're done. Messi remained silent. Thiago looked at him. Can you do it? Messi paused for 2 seconds. Yes. Antonella turned the camera towards herself. Don't listen to what they say online. We're waiting for you at home. Messi nodded. At 9 in the evening in the hotel lobby. When Messi walked out, he found someone sitting in the lobby. Lautaro. Sitting alone on the sofa, head bowed. Messi walked over and sat down beside him. Can't sleep. Lautaro looked up. Yeah. Messi looked at him. What are you thinking? Lautaro remained silent for a long time. Thinking about that goal. The one you passed to me. I should have scored. Messi said nothing. Lautaro looked at him. Leo, if I had scored that goal, we would have won. Messi shook his head. In football, there are no ifs. Lautaro lowered his head. Messi stood up and, next match, score again. At 10 in the evening in another direction at the hotel where the Mexican national team was staying. The atmosphere in Mexico's dressing room was completely different. The coach was drawing something on the tactics board. Messi, the core of Argentina. As long as he has the ball, 3 men should mark him. 4 would be even better. Make him uncomfortable, make it so he can't pass, make sure he's marked every second. He looked at his captain. Guardado nodded. He's 37. You're younger than him. You can run him into the ground. At 11 in the evening, the night sky over Doha. Messi stood by the window looking towards the direction of the Lusail Stadium. Tonight there were no lights. That golden stadium was just a silent shadow in the night. But he knew it was waiting for him. In 4 days he would walk in. Perhaps it would be the last time. He remembered the Maracana in 2014 at the site of the Germans celebrating. He remembered the Maracana in 2021 kneeling on the grass, finally lifting the Copa America. He remembered Manchester in 2022 when 45,000 people shouted his name. He reached into his pocket and felt that photograph. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time. Then he turned off the lights and lay down. For days, Mexico was waiting for him. November 26, 2022, Doha, the iconic Lusail Stadium. At 5 in the afternoon, Molly Yass' sister stood outside the stadium, stunned by the atmosphere before her. It was not the crowd that surprised her, but a kind of suppression. 30,000 Argentine fans packed the square, some sang, but their voices were hoarse. Some waved flags, but their gestures were stiff. Every face wore the same expression, not quite nervousness, something harder to name. The man beside her in an Argentina jersey had a new shirt on today, yet he kept his head bowed, staring at the ground. Sir, she asked softly, what has happened to you? The man looked up. In 1986, I was in Mexico. Maradona did not score in his first match, he said. She paused, surprised. And then, oi. He stared toward the Golden Stadium. Then he scored 5. In the distance, Mexican fans were reveling. They jumped, shouted, held up portraits of their players as if victory had already been declared. 30,000 Argentines simply listened. The man suddenly spoke. "Young woman, do you believe in him?" She thought for a moment. "I do." The man nodded. "That is enough." At 6 in the evening, inside the Argentina dressing room, there was silence. Messi sat at his locker tying his boots. He tied them slowly, once, twice, a third time. Luo watched him quietly. Paredes was stretching with fierce intensity. Luo closed his eyes and moved his lips. Luo and I pushed the door open. Everyone looked up. "Mexico," he said, then paused. "The whole world says we are finished." No one answered. Luo and I looked at Messi. "Liao." Messi rose to his feet. He looked at the 26 men before him. "In 2006, I scored in my first match. In 2014, I scored in my first match. In 2022, I did not." He paused. "But in those two tournaments, we did not win." He turned to Luo. "Are you afraid?" Luo shook his head. He looked at Paredes. "You?" Paredes also shook his head. Messi swept his gaze around the room. "Out there they say we are done. They say Messi is old. They say Argentina is finished." He tied the last knot. "Let them say it." At 7 in the evening, in the tunnel, Messi stood at the head of the line. The passage was long, the lights bright. At its end lay the green pitch and the roar of 80,000 souls. The Mexico line stood beside him. Duo kept glancing at him, his eyes held something ambiguous. Was it awe or a fierce will to defeat him? Messi glanced once. Duo froze. Messi said nothing, turned his head and fixed his gaze on the tunnel's end. Behind him, Luo murmured, "Liao, he keeps looking at you." Messi did not look back. Let him look. At 7:45, the national anthems began. When Argentina's anthem rose, those 30,000 fans finally answered. Not with song, but with a roar. Ya's sister stood in the stands listening to the cry of 30,000 throats, and tears fell without warning. The man beside her roared the loudest. A vein stood out on his neck. When the anthem finished, the stadium fell silent for a second, then Mexican fans booed again. But the Argentines were no longer mute. They began to sing. The voice of 30,000 within 80,000 cut through like a blade. Messi stood at the center circle hearing that roar. He did not turn, but he knew they were there. At 8 o'clock sharp, the referee's whistle sounded. Argentina kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Mexico threatened first. Lozano carried on the right and crossed. Mading Ini parried. Mexican fans exploded. In the 8th minute, Argentina launched their first attack. Messi received the ball caught between Duo and La's squeeze. He did not force his way through. He laid the ball off to Di Maria. Di Maria crossed, and the defense cleared. In the 12th minute, Messi touched the ball again. This time he moved. Change of direction, sudden stop, then another turn. And he beat Duo. A second defender rushed in. He threaded the ball between La's legs. The ball and man slid past. The stadium gasped. Messi drove into the box. Meng Taisi rushed across. Messi struck. Xiaoya pushed it away. Corner. From the far stands, the 30,000 rose as one. In the 15th minute, Argentina took the corner. Messi swung it in. Tom Mendy headed wide. In the 19th minute, Mexico countered. Lozano shot. Mading Ini saved. In the 23rd minute, Messi had his second chance. He picked the ball up at the edge of the box, surrounded by 4 defenders. He changed direction, stopped, turned. He bypassed 2 men. A third defender closed in. He slid a pass to Luo. Luo threaded the through ball. Messi timed his run, one-on-one. Xiaoya rushed out. Messi struck, a composed push to the far corner. 10. Lusail Stadium erupted. Those 30,000 Argentines went mad. Messi ran to the corner flag and pointed to the sky with both hands. Luo leapt onto his back. Paredes barreled over and embraced him. Luo knelt on the turf, hands clasped. In the visiting fans stand, Ya's sister wept. The man beside her dropped to his knees, tears streaming. 1986. He bellowed. 1986. In the 26th minute, Mexico restarted play. Before 2 passes were made, Luo intercepted. Luo slipped the ball through to Messi. Facing Duo, Messi advanced. Duo dared not tackle and retreated. Messi drove forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, into the arc of the box. He glanced up. Xiaoya was at the near post. The far corner stood just a hair's breadth open. He struck. Not a fierce smash, but a delicate push along the turf that slipped past Xiaoya's foot. 20. The visiting contingent lost their minds. Messi slid on his knees at the corner flag, carving furrows into the turf. By the 31st minute, Mexico fell apart. Duo cramped. After 30 minutes of chasing and marking, he could not continue. The team doctor carried him off the pitch. He lay on the ground and watched Messi. Messi walked over and offered his hand. Duo hesitated. They said nothing. Yet that moment was seen by everyone. In the visiting stand, someone began to applaud, then more. Before long, even some Mexican fans were standing and applauding. In the 38th minute, Argentina scored a third. Di Maria burst down the left and crossed. Messi arrived at the center and headed it in. 30. A hat-trick. Lusail's stadium simply went insane. Messi ran to the corner, flag arms wide, basking in the worship of 80,000 voices. In the visiting section, 30,000 chanted the same name together in May 11. May 11. Molly Ya's sister had lost her voice, yet she kept shouting. The man beside her had stopped shouting. He stood quietly staring at that figure, tears flowing endlessly. In the 42nd minute, Sika Luo and I made a substitution. Messi came off, and Arwale came on. The stadium rose to its feet, 80,000 standing. Those 30,000 Argentines chanted, Messi. The 50,000 Mexican supporters also began to applaud. Messi walked to the touchline and glanced back once. That blue and white sea was calling his name. He raised his hand and gave a gentle wave, then sat down and took a mate. Dabao Luo walked over and sat beside him. That blue and white sea was calling his name. He raised his hand and gave a gentle wave, then sat down and took a mate. Messi said nothing, though a small smile tugged at his mouth. Halftime arrived with Argentina leading Mexico 30. In the second half, at the 55th minute, Argentina scored a fourth. Arwale finished a unknown break. 40. In the 68th minute, Argentina scored a fifth. Dabao Luo unleashed a screamer from distance. 50. When the final whistle blew, Argentina had beaten Mexico 50. 2 matches, 4 points plus 5 in goal difference. Qualification suddenly within reach. After the game, in the mixed interview zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Liao, a hat-trick. How do you assess it? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. The team played well. I only did what needed to be done. A reporter pressed on. After not scoring in the first match, some said you were finished. Now, Messi looked at him. They can say what they like. I play my game. The reporter opened his mouth to ask more, but Messi had already turned away. In the locker room, Dabao Luo was playing music. Pale de C danced. Lao Ta Luo laughed. Messi sat at his locker cradling his mate. Arwale came close. Liao, that second goal. How did you score it? Messi looked at him. I wanted it, so it went in. Arwale. Dabao Luo laughed nearby. Don't ask. He's like that. You cannot learn it. At 11 in the evening, in Duo has Wakif Market. Molly Ya's sister walked the streets, overwhelmed by what she saw. It was not the number of people, but the sense of revelry. 30,000 Argentine fans had filled the whole square. Some danced the tango, some drank, some raised a giant portrait of Messi above their heads. A flag that read, "For my sister," fluttered above the crowd. Someone had taken it, and it was being passed overhead through the sea of people. The man from earlier walked beside her holding a new flag that read, 19862022. She looked at him. Sir, in 1986, were you this crazy? He smiled. Crazy, yes, but not as crazy as tonight. She paused. Why? He looked toward the golden lights of Lusail's stadium. Because tonight we saw. Elsewhere, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window watching the stadium's golden glow in the distance. His phone vibrated. It was a video from Ndong Nei. He answered. 3 children crowded into the frame waving. Papa. Mateo shoved his face to the camera. You scored 3 today? Messi smiled. Did you count? I counted. 3. Diego pulled his brother aside and looked into the camera. Dad, those people online are quiet now. Messi said nothing. Ndong Nei turned the camera to herself. Tired? Not tired. Next match is against Bolon. Messi nodded. Lai won. Ndong Nei. Are you afraid? He considered. No. After hanging up, Messi stood at the window for a long while. His phone vibrated again. This time it was a message with no note. Congratulations. But next match I will not make it so easy for you. It was Lai won. Bolon Bayern, a rival for the Ballon d'Or, the next adversary. He looked at the stadium. Its golden lights still burned. In 4 days he would walk through those tunnels again. Against Bolon, against Lai won for a trophy he had not yet lifted. He put his phone down. A small smile touched his lips. Not tension, but eager anticipation. The next morning the world's front pages bore the tale. Dui Bao, Messi hat-trick, Argentina 50, Mexico, the king returns. Tu Pien Bao, who said Messi was old. He answers the world with a hat-trick. Taiyong Bao, 3 goals, 1 answer, he is still that god. Aolai Bao ran a front-page photo of Messi with arms spread after a goal captioned, Next match Bolon. In Duoha, time 2 in the morning. The lights of Lusail's stadium went dark. Mesai's room remained lit. He sat by the window gazing at the silent golden structure. 4 days to go. Lai won. Bolon. A battle to advance. He closed his eyes. The Maracana of 2014 flashed before him. The Maracana of 2021. Manchester of 2022. Now in Duoha his eyes opened. Outside the window the desert slept beneath the night, but he knew that in 4 days it would awaken. On November 29, 2022, in Doha at the Al Sadd training base, Mariah's sister refreshed her phone for the 3rd time, still without any news about the lineup. It's not just her who's anxious. The whole world is waiting. After Argentina's 50 victory over Mexico, all the Argentine fans in Doha went wild. The Wakif market has been in celebration for 2 days, with the local Qatari uncle shouting Messi in Spanish. But after the celebration comes a deeper tension. Next up, Poland. A win means first in the group, a loss could mean going home. She sat in the sand outside the training base next to that Argentine uncle. The uncle didn't wear the replica jersey from 1993 today. He switched to a brand new number 10 jersey, Messi's, with 3 stars printed on the back, although the 3rd star hasn't been embroidered yet. Uncle, are you nervous? The uncle looked at the tightly closed gates of the training base. I watched Maradona in 1986. Before the match against Uruguay that year, I sat here waiting too. And then, then he scored 2 goals. The uncle turned his head and looked at her. In this World Cup, he will score 2. At 10 in the morning at the hotel where the Polish national team is staying, Lewandowski sat by the window gazing at the desert outside. On his phone, the headline from Polish media read Lewandowski versus Messi, the final battlefield of the Ballon d'Or. He scrolled down and saw another headline, Messi's hat-trick, is the Polish defense ready? He put down his phone. His agent called yesterday saying that Barcelona had started to reach out again. But the premise is that the World Cup has to go well. He stood up and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, he saw himself at 34 years old, nominated for the Ballon d'Or 9 times and twice the FIFA World Player. But no World Cup. He took a deep breath. Tomorrow, the person you will defend against is called Messi. At 2 in the afternoon at the Doha Media Center, journalists from around the world packed the press hall. When Scaloni walked in with Messi, the sound of cameras clicking came down like a torrential rain. The first question came from Polish television. Lewandowski said he has studied all your match footage. Have you studied him? Messi glanced at the reporter. I studied the Polish team. The second question came from Spain. Argentina only needs a draw to advance. Will you play conservatively? Scaloni took the microphone. We never play for a draw. The third question came from Argentina's Ol. Leo, you scored 3 in the last match. How does it feel? Messi pondered for a moment. The team needs it, so I will score. At 4 in the afternoon outside the training base, Mariah's sister was still sitting in the sand. The gate suddenly opened. The players gradually walked out. The first was De Paul waving to the crowd. Then came Paredes, Lautaro, and Alvarez. The last one was Messi. The crowd erupted. Dozens of fans rushed towards him, and security desperately held them back. Messi paused for a moment. He saw the flag that read, "For my sister." He nodded in that direction. Mariah's sister froze in place. The uncle beside her nudged her. He looked at you. He looked at you. She stood there, tears suddenly streaming down her face. At 7 in the evening in the hotel in Messi's room, he stood by the window looking at the night view of Doha. In the distance, the lights of Stadium 974 were shining. That was where the match would be played the day after tomorrow. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Lewandowski, public, posted on social media. See you tomorrow, Leo. The best stage, the best opponent. He looked at it for 3 seconds. Then he turned off his phone. No reply. At 9 in the evening at Wakif Market, 30,000 Argentine fans packed the square. Some were singing machachos, some were dancing the tango, and others were holding up a giant portrait of Messi. The barbecue vendor was so busy his feet barely touched the ground, with every sentence being Messi, Messi. Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd. The flag had been passed to the front. The uncle beside her held up a new flag that read Poland. We even beat Mexico. She looked at him. Uncle, can we win tomorrow? The uncle looked towards the lights of Stadium 974. Yes. Why? The uncle turned his head, his eyes shining. Because of him. At 10 in the evening outside Stadium 974, Messi stood alone outside the stadium. He didn't come on purpose. He had walked here while taking a stroll. Stadium 974, built with shipping containers, was brightly lit at night, like a huge glowing box. He stood there for a long time. Tomorrow he would walk inside. Against Lewandowski. Against Poland. Against the whole world. He recalled 2012, the Ballon d'Or ceremony, when he and Lewandowski first shared the stage. At that time, Lewandowski was still a rising star at Dortmund, while he had already won 4 Ballon d'Ors. 10 years later, Lewandowski had 2. 10 years later, they would face off in the World Cup. He reached into his pocket and felt that photo. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time. Then he turned around and walked into the night. The next day, November 30th, in Doha, at Stadium 974, at 5 in the afternoon, the outside of the stadium was already packed with people. Argentine fans and Polish fans mingled together, but there were no conflicts. They just sang, each in their own language, occasionally stopping to listen to each other's tunes before continuing to sing. Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd holding that flag. The uncle beside her wore a new custom t-shirt that said Messi Lewandowski. She glanced at it and smiled. Uncle, where did you get this t-shirt made? Customized online. I made one for you too. What does it say? The uncle pulled one out of his bag and tossed it to her. It read, for my sister from Argentina. She was stunned. The uncle patted her shoulder. Girl, go in. The match is about to start. At 7:45 in the evening in the player tunnel, Messi stood at the front of the line. The tunnel wasn't long. The lights were bright. At the end was the green grass and the roar of 40,000 people. The Polish team stood beside them. Lewandowski was at the front, the captain's armband pulled tight. The gazes of the two collided. No words. But in that second, the whole stadium felt it. De Paul quietly said from behind, Leo, he's looking at you. Messi didn't turn back. Let him look. At 8 o'clock sharp, the referee blew the whistle. Argentina kicked off. In the 5th minute, Messi touched the ball for the first time. 3 Poles rushed at him. Krikowiak closely marked him. Glick provided support, and Berezinski protected from behind. Messi passed the ball to De Paul. The first attack was stifled. In the 12th minute, Poland counterattacked. Lewandowski received the ball with his back surrounded by Otamendi and Romero. He passed the ball back to Zielinski, who took a long shot, off target. In the 18th minute, Messi posed his first threat. He received the ball on the right, facing a double team. He moved, changed direction, stopped suddenly, then changed direction again. He got past Krikowiak. The second defender came rushing in. He threaded the ball through Glick's legs. He moved, changed direction, stopped suddenly, then changed direction again. He got past Krikowiak. The second defender came rushing in. He threaded the ball through Glick's legs. A corner. On the side of the expeditionary force, 20,000 Argentines stood up at once. In the 21st minute, Argentina had a corner. Messi took it, Otamendi headed it. Szczesny caught it. In the 27th minute, Poland responded. Lewandowski received the ball outside the penalty area, turned, and took a long shot. Martinez saved it. In the 35th minute, Messi had his second chance. He received the ball at the top of the penalty arc, surrounded by 4 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Di Maria and made his way into the penalty area. Di Maria crossed. Messi charged in from the back post. A header. Szczesny saved it. Another corner. In the 39th minute, Argentina had a corner. Messi took the kick. It was cleared at the near post. In the 42nd minute, a penalty. De Paul made a through ball. Messi sprinted in and was brought down by Szczesny. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. The expeditionary force erupted. Messi stood in front of the penalty spot. The stadium fell silent. He took a run-up shot. Szczesny guessed the right direction. He saved it. On the side of the expeditionary force, 20,000 people buried their heads in despair. Messi stood still, expressionless, but he glanced at Szczesny. The Polish goalkeeper was celebrating with his fists raised. Messi turned around and jogged back. The first half ended Argentina 0-0 Poland. During halftime in the Argentina locker room, no one spoke. Messi sat in front of his locker holding a mate. De Paul walked over and sat down beside him. Leo, about that penalty. Messi took a sip of mate. Whether it goes in or not, it's normal. De Paul looked at it. Are you okay? Messi looked up. The match isn't over yet. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Poland counterattacked. Lewandowski took a long shot outside the penalty area. Martinez saved it. In the 52nd minute, Argentina made a substitution. Alvarez came on. Lautaro went off. In the 56th minute, Argentina scored. Di Maria broke through on the left and crossed. Alvarez made a run and headed it in. 10. The expeditionary force went wild. Alvarez ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. Messi caught up and hugged him tightly. In the 63rd minute, Argentina scored a second. Messi received the ball on the right, facing 3 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed to De Paul and made a run into the penalty area. De Paul made a through ball. Messi received it. Unknown. Szczesny came out. Messi didn't shoot. He passed the ball across to Alvarez in the center. Alvarez shot into an open goal. 20. The expeditionary force completely lost it. Alvarez ran in front of Messi, pointing at his head. How did you know I would be there? Messi looked at him. Because you're someone who wants to run. In the 78th minute, Poland had their last chance. Lewandowski received the ball in the penalty area, turned and shot. Martinez saved it. In the 85th minute, Messi was substituted. The whole crowd stood up and applauded. The 20,000 Argentines shouted Messi. On the Polish side, some also stood up to applaud. Messi walked to the sidelines and looked back. That sea of blue and white was shouting his name. He raised his hand and waved gently. Then he sat down and took a sip of mate. The final whistle blew. Argentina 20 Poland. They advanced as group leaders. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, you missed the penalty, but the team won. How does it feel? Messi wiped the sweat off his face. It doesn't matter that I missed the penalty. As long as the team wins, it's fine. The reporter pressed on. Are you confident about the next match against Australia? Messi looked at the reporter. Yes. In the locker room, De Paul was playing music. Paredes was dancing. Alvarez was lifted. Messi sat in front of his locker holding a mate. Scaloni walked over and sat beside him. Were you worried during the... Messi shook his head. Not worried. Scaloni looked at him. Why? Messi took a sip of mate. Because there's still time. At 11 in the evening at Wakif Market, 20,000 Argentine fans filled the square. Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd, the flag saying "For my sister," fluttering in the sea of people. The uncle beside her held up a new flag that read "Next Stop Australia." She looked at him. Uncle, is Australia... The uncle laughed. It doesn't matter who with him here, we're not afraid. In another direction, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window looking at the lights of Stadium 974 in the distance. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Lewandowski. You won. But next time I won't lose again. He looked at the message. No reply. He reached into his pocket and touched that photo. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time. Then he turned off the lights and lay down. 5 days later, Australia. He wasn't afraid. The next day, the front page of global media. L'Equipe, Argentina, 20 Poland advancing as group leaders. Messi missed a penalty but dominated the game. Bild Lewandowski silenced Messi, assisted Argentina aiming for the championship. The Sun, so what if he missed the penalty? He is still a god. Ole's front page featured a photo of Messi being substituted while the whole stadium stood up, caption next stop Australia. In Doha, time at 1 in the morning. The lights of Stadium 974 were turned off, but the lights in Messi's room were still on. He sat by the window looking at the silent container stadium. 5 days later. Australia. He wasn't afraid. But there was one thing he had been thinking about. In 2014, he had reached the final step. This time he wanted to go all the way. On December 3, 2022, in Doha at the Al Rayan Stadium, Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium squinting in the bright sunlight. In Qatar's winter, it was still 30 degrees at noon. But no one complained. 20,000 Argentine fans crowded the square singing and dancing, pouring beer down their throats. The Argentine uncle next to her wore a specially customized t-shirt featuring Messi's face with a line below that read, "For those still doubting, shut up." She glanced over and smiled. "Uncle, when did you make this t-shirt?" "Last night. I ordered it right after the Poland match." "Is Australia hard to beat?" The uncle pondered for a moment. "Not hard. They never tire." In the distance, Australian fans were also singing. There weren't many, only a few thousand, but their voices were loud. The English tune was simple and rough, repeating over and over. The songs from both sides clashed, neither giving way. The uncle suddenly said, "In 1986, we faced Uruguay in similarly hot weather." She looked at him. "Yes, we won. Maradona scored twice." He turned to her. "Today he will score too." At noon, in the Argentine locker room. Messi was tying his shoelaces. He was doing it slowly. Once, twice, 3 times. De Paul watched him from the side, saying nothing. Paredes was stretching intensely. Alvarez sat in the corner, muttering to himself. Scaloni walked in. Everyone looked up. "Australia." He paused. "The whole world thinks we are guaranteed to win." No one answered. Scaloni looked at Messi. Messi stood up. He looked at the 26 players. "Do you know what kind of team Australia is?" No one spoke. "They never tire. They fight to the end. They are not afraid of losing." He finished tying his shoelaces. "But we fear losing more." At 1 p.m., in the player tunnel. Messi stood at the front of the line. The tunnel wasn't long. The lights were bright. At the end was the green grass and the roar of 40,000 people. The Australian team lined up beside them. Their captain stood at the front, eyes fixed on Messi. De Paul quietly said from behind, "Leo, their players have been watching you." Messi didn't turn around. "Let them watch." At exactly 2 p.m., the referee blew the whistle. Argentina kicked off. In the 3rd minute, Argentina launched their first attack. Messi received the ball facing a 2-man blockade. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Di Maria. Di Maria's cross was cleared. In the 7th minute, Australia counterattacked. Their forward received the ball and sprinted, only to be taken down by Romero. A free kick. In the 12th minute, Messi posed his first threat. He received the ball on the right wing, facing a 2-man blockade. He moved, changed direction, stopped suddenly, then changed direction again, getting past one. The second one charged in. He slipped the ball between the opponent's legs. He separated from the ball. Messi surged into the penalty area. The third one came rushing in. Messi shot. Blocked. A corner kick. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, 20,000 people stood up simultaneously. In the 15th minute, Argentina had a corner. Messi took it. Otamendi headed it. Wide. In the 19th minute, Australia counterattacked. Their forward had a clear shot, and Martinez blocked it. In the 23rd minute, Messi had his second chance. He received the ball at the top of the penalty arc, surrounded by 4 defenders. He changed direction, stopped, changed direction again, getting past 2. The third one charged in. He passed the ball to De Paul. De Paul made a through pass. Messi surged forward. Clear shot. The goalkeeper charged out. Messi shot, aiming for the far corner. 10. The Al Rayan Stadium erupted. Messi ran to the corner flag, pointing his hands to the sky. De Paul caught up and jumped onto his back. Paredes rushed over and hugged him tightly. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, Mariah's sister was crying. The uncle beside her knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the 26th minute, Australia kicked off. After just 2 touches, the ball was intercepted by De Paul. De Paul passed to Messi. Messi received the ball facing the last defender. He changed direction, accelerated, brought down. A free kick. 25 meters from the goal. Messi stood over the ball. The entire stadium fell silent. He took a run shot. The ball curved over the wall, rapidly descending. Just grazed the crossbar and went out. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, 20,000 people held their heads. In the 35th minute, Australia equalized. From a corner in a scramble, their forward poked the ball in. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, silence fell. In the 42nd minute, Argentina responded. Di Maria broke through on the left and crossed. Alvarez headed it. Blocked. The first half ended Argentina 1, Australia 1. During halftime in the Argentine locker room, no one spoke. Messi sat in front of his locker holding a mate tea. Scaloni stood in front of the tactics board. In the second half, they led before. Now it's a tie, they will want to hold on. He looked at Messi. Leo moved more towards the flanks. Messi nodded. The second half began. In the 48th minute, Australia's frantic defense. They retreated completely. All 11 players were in the penalty area. Argentina couldn't get in, unable to shoot. In the 52nd minute, Messi had his third chance. He received the ball on the right, facing a three-man blockade. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball back to the advancing Molina, then moved towards the penalty area. Molina went to the byline and crossed. Messi arrived at the back post. A header. Blocked. In the 58th minute, Argentina made a substitution. Lautaro came on. Alvarez went off. In the 61st minute, Australia counterattacked. Their forward had a clear shot, and Martinez blocked it. In the 64th minute, Messi had his fourth chance. He received the ball at the top of the penalty arc, surrounded by 4 defenders. He changed direction, stopped, changed direction again, getting past 2. The third one charged in. He slipped the ball through the opponent's legs. Messi surged into the penalty area. The fourth one approached. He shot, blocked by the goalkeeper's leg. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, 20,000 people sighed simultaneously. In the 71st minute, Argentina made a substitution. Paredes came on. DePaul went off. In the 78th minute, Argentina had their fifth chance. Messi received the ball on the right, crossed. Lautaro headed it. Blocked. In the 82nd minute, Australia's stamina began to falter. They had run for 80 minutes, starting to cramp, falling to the ground, and stalling for time. Argentina's attacks grew more urgent. In the 87th minute, Messi had his sixth chance. He received the ball at the top of the penalty arc, surrounded by 3 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to the advancing Lautaro. Lautaro had a clear shot. He shot, blocked. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, someone was crying. In the 90th minute, 3 minutes of stoppage time. Argentina's final attack. Messi received the ball facing the last line of defense. He changed direction, accelerated, broke through, brought down. A free kick. 25 meters from the goal. Messi stood over the ball. The entire stadium fell silent. The 20,000 Argentinians stood up without a sound. They just stood there. Messi took a run, shot. The ball curved over the wall, rapidly descending into the bottom right corner of the goal. 21. The Al Rayyan Stadium went wild. Messi ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. DePaul rushed up from the bench and hugged him tightly. Paredes knelt on the ground. Lautaro leaned on his back. On the side of the Expeditionary Army, Mariah's sister's voice was hoarse, but she kept shouting. The uncle beside her had stopped shouting. He just stood there watching that figure, tears streaming down his face. The final whistle blew. Argentina 2, Australia 1. Advancing to the quarterfinals. After the match in the mixed zone, reporters surrounded Messi. Leo, a last-minute goal. What do you think? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. When the team needs it, I score. The reporter pressed on. Are you ready for the next match against the Netherlands? Messi looked at the reporter. Ready. In the locker room, DePaul was playing music. Paredes was dancing. Messi sat in front of his locker holding a mate tea. Alvarez came over. Leo, how did that free kick go in? Messi looked at him. If you want it to go in, it will. At 11 o'clock at night in the Souk Waqif market, 20,000 Argentine fans filled the square. Mariah's sister squeezed into the crowd, a flag reading "For my sister," still waving. The uncle beside her held up a new flag that read "Next stop, Netherlands." She looked at him. Uncle, is the Netherlands? The uncle smiled. Strong. But with him, we are not afraid. In another direction, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window looking at the distant lights of the Al Rayyan Stadium. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Van Dijk, his Liverpool teammate and the next opponent. Congratulations. But next time I won't let you score. He looked at the message. He didn't reply. He reached into his pocket and touched the photo. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be there. He stood for a long time, then turned off the light and lay down. 4 days later against the Netherlands. He was not afraid. The next day, global media headlines. Laquite Messi's last-minute goal. Argentina 21, Australia advances to the quarterfinals. Build last-minute free kick. Messi performs miracles again. Argentina faces the Netherlands. The sun, the Kangaroos fell in the final moments, and Messi continues. The front page of Olé featured a photo of Messi scoring from a free kick with the caption, "Next stop, Netherlands." In Doha at 1 o'clock in the morning. The lights at the Al Rayyan Stadium went out, but the lights in Messi's room were still on. He sat by the window gazing at the silent stadium. 4 days later, he would walk into another stadium. Against Van Dijk. Against the Netherlands. Against the trophy that had yet to be lifted. He closed his eyes. On December 4th, 2022, in Doha at the Souk Waqif market, Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd looking up at the enormous screen in the center of the square. The screen was broadcasting the penalty shootout between Japan and Croatia. In the entire square, 30,000 fans were silent. Not just Argentinians, but also Saudis, Mexicans, Poles. All the fans who hadn't returned home were gathered here, watching this fateful contest. The Argentine uncle beside her held a beer in his hand, his eyes glued to the screen. Who are you supporting? She asked. Anyone who wins is fine as long as they aren't too strong. She smiled. On the screen, Japan's fourth penalty was saved. Cheers erupted from the Croatian fans. The Argentine fans exchanged glances, uncertain whether to feel happy or worried. Croatia, last season's runners-up, was a tough opponent. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the sports channel of Qatari television, the experts were reviewing the recently concluded round of 16 match. Dear viewers, let's first look at the performance of the Dutch team, who topped Group A. The Netherlands defeated the USA 30-1, with goals from Depay, Blind and Dumfries, providing an assist and a goal. This Dutch team, although lacking superstars, has a strong overall cohesion, with Van Dijk leading a solid defense. The footage cut to a scene of Van Dijk defending. If Argentina advances, they are likely to meet the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. Messi versus Van Dijk, a reunion of old teammates. At 5:15 p.m. in the England fan zone, the supporters of the Three Lions were celebrating wildly. England swept past Senegal with a score of 30, easily advancing to the quarterfinals. Bellingham assisted Kane for a goal, and Saka secured the victory. An English uncle with his face painted in the St. George cross shouted at the camera, "We are going to win the championship." Messi, let's see if Argentina can get past the Netherlands first. The reporter handed the microphone over. How far do you think England can go? The uncle pounded his chest, the finals. And then beat France. Cheers erupted from the surrounding English fans. At 5:30 p.m. in the France fan zone, speaking of France, the fans were immersed in Mbappe's thrilling performance. France defeated Poland 30-1, with Mbappe scoring twice, delivering 2 spectacular goals that sent Poland home. Lewandowski scored a penalty in the final moments of the match, saving a bit of face. Mariah's sister watched the replay of Mbappe's and Croatia concluded. Croatia emerged victorious in the penalty shootout. Uncle, this Mbappe is so fast. The uncle nodded. Fast. But we have Messi. She thought for a moment, and it seemed reasonable. At 7 p.m. the match between Japan and Croatia concluded. Croatia emerged victorious in the penalty shootout. The Japanese team fell in the round of 16 for the second time, with players kneeling on the grass, tears mixing with sweat dripping into the Qatari soil. In the square, some Japanese fans were crying. The Argentine fans walked over, patting them on the shoulder. Mariah's sister looked at that scene, suddenly feeling a bit moved. The uncle beside her said, "That's football. Where there are smiles, there are tears." She nodded. At 8 p.m., Brazil faced South Korea. This could no longer be called a match, it was a performance. The uncle beside her said, "That's football. Where there are smiles, there are tears." She nodded. At 8 p.m., Brazil faced South Korea. South Korea only managed to score a spectacular goal by Hwang Hee-chan in the second half, saving a bit of face. Brazilian fans in the square were already going wild, dancing samba, holding up images of Neymar, chanting, "6-star Brazil." The uncle watched the jubilant Brazilians with a complex expression. "What's wrong, uncle?" Back in 1986, we faced Brazil the same way. At that time, they also had a genius named Zico. What happened next? Then Maradona sent them home. She was momentarily stunned. The uncle turned his head to look at her. This year it's our turn. At 9 p.m., Morocco faced Spain. It was a night of surprises. Morocco and Spain played 120 minutes, ending 0-0. In the penalty shootout, Morocco scored 3 and Spain failed to score any. Sarabia, Soler, and Busquets all had their penalties saved. The entire square erupted. Fans from the Arab world embraced each other, crying and laughing. This was the first time in World Cup history that an Arab team reached the quarterfinals. Mariah's sister watched the celebrating Moroccans and suddenly realized. They wore jerseys that were also red and green, somewhat resembling Argentina's colors. Uncle, is Morocco strong? The uncle thought for a moment. They never tire. They defend well. Whoever encounters them will have a tough time. So could we meet them? That would depend on getting past the Netherlands first. At 10 p.m., Portugal faced Switzerland. The grand finale. Portugal defeated Switzerland 61, a slaughter. Ronaldo did not start and only came on as a substitute in the 70th minute. By that time, the match was already over. Goncalo Ramos, a 21-year-old rookie, made his first World Cup start, scoring 3 goals and providing 1 assist. Mariah's sister watched Ramos sprinting on the field, a bit incredulous. "Uncle, why isn't Ronaldo playing?" The uncle shrugged. "He's getting old." She recalled Argentina's last match against Australia, where Messi scored the last-minute free kick. Old. She shook her head. At 11 p.m., the last 8 teams were all determined. The big screen in the square displayed the matchups: upper bracket Netherlands versus Argentina, Brazil versus Croatia, a lower bracket England versus France, Morocco versus Portugal. Mariah's sister stared at the matchup table for a long time. Netherlands. Van Dijk. The giant who was once teammates with Messi at Liverpool. The uncle patted her shoulder. "Are you scared?" She thought for a moment. "A little." The uncle laughed. "That's good. A match without fear is no fun to win." At 1:30 p.m. in Doha, at the hotel where the Argentine national team was staying, Messi stood by the window holding his phone. On the screen was a message from Mendes. Not from Mendes, but from Van Dijk. "See you in 4 days, old friend." He looked at the words, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he typed a few words, "Ready to run." Send. A minute later, Van Dijk replied, "Can't run anymore. But I can defend." Messi put down his phone. Outside Doha was brightly illuminated. In the distance, the Lusail Stadium shimmered with golden light in the night. In 4 days, he would walk back inside. Facing Van Dijk. facing the Netherlands, facing the trophy he had yet to lift. He reached into his pocket feeling that photograph. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time. Then he turned off the light and lay down. For days, the Netherlands was waiting for him. The next day, the front pages of media worldwide read L'Equipe. All 8 are set. Argentina versus Netherlands, Messi versus Van Dijk, a clash of grudges. Bild, Mbappe scores twice, France crushes Poland, Ronaldo benched, Portugal annihilates Switzerland. The Sun, Japan goes home, Spain goes home, Germany goes home, Belgium goes home. This is the World Cup of ups. On the front page of all, there was a photo of Messi and Van Dijk from their time at Liverpool captioned, "Friends, see you on the field in 4 days." Doha time 1 a.m. The lights at Lusail Stadium were still on. Messi's room was dark, but in Van Dijk's room the light was still on. He sat by the window looking at the distant golden stadium. The person he would face in 4 days was the toughest opponent he had ever encountered. He recalled when Messi first appeared at Anfield wearing a Manchester City jersey during training at Liverpool. He remembered that night when Messi scored 2 goals, one of which was a free kick he didn't even jump for. He took a deep breath. In 4 days, he would run, he would defend, he would give it his all. And then, he smiled. Then whoever wins or loses, let fate decide. December 6, 2022, Doha, outside Lusail Stadium. Malia's sister stood beyond the stadium for the first time, feeling afraid. It was not the crowd. It was a weight and oppressive atmosphere. 40,000 Argentina supporters and 20,000 Heelan fans had split the square in two, one side blue and white, the other orange. No one sang. No one danced. They simply stared at one another, their eyes carrying only one thing: once every 4 years it is life or death. The Argentina man beside her was not wearing a jersey today. He wore a suit with a small commemorative badge from the 1986 World Cup pinned to his chest. "Sir, why are you wearing that?" He looked toward the golden stadium in the distance. "In 1986, I watched Maradona play England in Mexico City. Today I come to take his place." She found herself at a loss for words. From afar, the Heelan supporters began to chant, a low synchronized swell like a tide repeating again and again. They held up a huge portrait of Van Dijk and banners proclaiming total voetbal, their faces all pride. The Argentina fans offered no answer. They merely stood and watched. The man suddenly said, "In 1978 we played Heelan in the final. We stood like this that day too." She turned to him. "Did you win?" "We did. 3-1. He looked at her. "Today we will win as well." 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Argentina dressing room. Messi sat tying his boots, slow and deliberate, one loop, then another. Debailo watched him quietly. Pagliadisi stretched nearby with fierce concentration. Erwalazi sat in a corner clutching a sweet in his hand for the last 10 minutes. Ciccoloni pushed the door open. Everyone lifted their heads. "Heelan." He paused. "In 2014, we faced them. 120 minutes 0-0. We won on penalties." No one spoke. Ciccoloni looked at Messi. "Leo Van Dijk says he will mark you out of the game." Messi finished lacing his boots and raised his head. "Let him try." 3 in the afternoon, Heelan dressing room. Van Dijk stood before the whiteboard, 25 teammates around him. He said nothing. He circled the number 10 on the board and drew a large cross through it. Then he looked at everyone. 2 years ago, I shared a pitch with him. I know all his habits." He paused. "But today he is the enemy." 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the players' tunnel. Messi stood at the head of the line. The tunnel stretched long and bright. At its end lay the green pitch and the roar of 80,000 voices. Heelan's line stood to one side. Van Dijk towered at its front like a wall 2 meters high. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged. But in that instant, the whole stadium felt it. Van Dijk spoke first. "Leo." Messi nodded. "Wager." Then both men turned their heads to the tunnel's mouth. Debailo murmured from behind. "Leo, what did he say?" Messi did not look back. "He said my name." 7 p.m. on the dot, the referee blew his whistle. Argentina kicked off. The 3rd minute, Heelan's first real defensive stand. Messi received the ball, and as he turned, Van Dijk stuck to him. The 2-meter giant crouched low, his weight centered, his eyes fixed on Mike's feet. Messi did not attempt to bulldoze through. He fed the ball to Debailo. The first probe was snuffed out. The 7th minute, Heelan counterattacked. Jaquibo charged forward and was felled by Lomiluo. Free kick. The 12th minute, Mike's first real threat. He carried the ball down the right, confronted by Van Dijk. He moved. A change of direction, a sudden stop, another turn. Van Dijk did not bite. Messi slipped the ball to the overlapping Molina and ghosted into the box himself. Molina crossed. Messi arrived at the far post. Van Dijk beat him to the ball and headed it out for a corner. The Argentina contingent rose as one. 15 minutes corner for Argentina. Messi delivered. Otamendi rose and headed. Van Dijk blocked it with his face. 19 minutes, Heelan on the break. Jaquibo shot from distance. Matignizi parried. 23 minutes, Mike's second chance. He took the ball on the edge of the box, surrounded by 3 defenders. He shifted, stopped, shifted again. He left down behind. A second defender closed in, and Messi threaded the ball between the legs of Ake. The man and the ball parted like actors in a play. Messi surged into the box. Van Dijk lunged. Messi struck a shot. Van Dijk deflected it with his leg. Corner. 40,000 Argentina fans sighed as one. 26 minutes corner. Messi swung it in. Alunio met it with a header. It drifted wide. 31 minutes Mike's third opening. He took the ball on the left against Timber's marking. He shifted, accelerated, reached the byline, and crossed. Erwalazy ghosted in the middle and headed. Nupo made the save. Another corner. 35 minutes heel. Jayakibo shot from range. Madagnesi held firm. 39 minutes Mike's fourth chance. He carried the ball on the right between Van Dijk and De Jong's pressure. He did not force a way through. He laid the ball back to De Bello and ran into the box. De Bello threaded a pass. Messi broke free one-on-one. Van Dijk chased like a shadow. Messi struck, aiming for the far corner. Van Dijk's toe grazed the ball. It rolled wide past the byline. 40,000 Argentina fans held their heads. 43rd minute news from the Liverpool side of the world. Salahi had scored AG10 against St. Njire. 45th minute news from Fagua. Mbappe found the net. Fagua, 20 Maluoj. Halftime, Argentina 0-0. In the dressing room at halftime nobody spoke. Messi sat before his locker sipping mate. Ciccoloni stood by the... They ran for 45 minutes. Van Dijk followed you for 45. He looked at Messi. Are you tired? Messi shook his head. Ciccoloni nodded. In the second half he will tire. You are younger than him. The second 48 minutes Heelan clung to their defensive obsession. Van Dijk still shadowed him step for step, sticking to Messi every time he touched the ball. 52 minutes Mike's fifth chance. He took the ball on the edge of the box facing Van Dijk. He moved, shifted, stopped, shifted, and Van Dijk's balance flickered. Messi slipped past him. The stadium gasped. Messi barreled into the box. It came across. Newport saved it. 40,000 Argentina fans rose, then sat again as one. 58 minutes Argentina made a substitution. Leitaluo on Erwalazy off. 61 minutes Heelan responded. Jayakibo threw Union. Madagnesi denied him. 64 minutes Mike's sixth opening. He received the ball on the right against Van Dijk. This time he did not drive through. He played to the overlapping Molina and ran into the box himself. Molina reached the byline and crossed. Messi arrived at the far post. A header. Van Dijk leapt. Both men rose together. Messi made contact. The ball flew toward goal. Newport parried it. 40,000 Argentina fans sighed in unison. 71 minutes Argentina made another change. Pagliudici on De Bello off. 78 minutes Mike's seventh chance. He took the ball on the edge of the box and faced Van Dijk. He shifted, stopped, shifted. Van Dijk's legs began to slow. Messi slid past him. It came across. Messi did not shoot. He cut the ball across to Leitaluo in the middle. Leitaluo turned and struck. Newport kept it out. Among the Argentina faithful some wept. 82 minutes Van Dijk cramped. He had run for 80 minutes, tracked for 80 minutes, and could no longer sustain it. The team doctor ran out. He lay on the turf gasping. Messi walked over and offered his hand. Van Dijk froze, then took it. You run like a damn machine. Messi. Van Dijk looked at him. One last battle. Messi nodded. 87 minutes Mike's eighth chance. He carried the ball on the right against the fatigued Van Dijk. He moved. A change of direction and acceleration. Van Dijk could not keep pace. Messi burst into the box. Ake rushed out. Messi struck. The ball slipped between Ake's legs. Newport went down. The net. 1-0. Lusail Stadium erupted. Messi ran to the corner flag and slid on his knees. De Bello leapt from the bench and embraced him. Pagliudici fell to his knees. Leitaluo threw himself on his back. The Argentina supporters went delirious. Malia's sister had lost her voice, but still shouted. The man beside her knelt, tears streaming. Maradona. He roared. Maradona. The 90th minute, 4 minutes of stoppage. Heelan's final chance. Van Dijk stood in the box to contest the last corner. Messi stood on the arc watching. Their eyes met. Van Dijk nodded to him. Messi nodded back. The corner was swung in. Van Dijk leapt. He made contact. The ball flew toward goal. Madagnesi flew and saved it. The final whistle blew. Argentina 1, Heelan 0. They were through to the semifinals. After the match, in the mixed interview zone, reporters swarmed Messi. Leo, a last-minute winner. Your thoughts? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. Van Dijk was immense. But a match must be won. Reporters pressed on. Next is Brazil or Caloadia. Are you ready? Messi looked at the reporter. Ready. Back in the dressing room, De Bello played music. Pagliudici danced. Leitaluo laughed. Messi sat at his locker sipping mate. Van Dijk pushed the door open. The room fell quiet in an instant. Van Dijk walked to Messi and extended his hand. You won. Messi took it. You defended brilliantly. Van Dijk smiled faintly. But not well enough. He turned to leave. At the door he glanced back. See you in the final if you get past Caloadia. 11 p.m. Wakafo Market. 40,000 Argentina fans filled the square. Malia's sister was pushed within the crowd, her For My Sister banner still fluttering. The man beside her raised a new flag reading Next STOP Semifinals. She looked at him. Sir, who will we face in the semis? He pointed to the giant screen in the middle of the square. It showed Brazil versus Caloadia in a penalty shootout. Caloadia were ahead. Brazil missed too. The final whistle blew and Caloadia eliminated Brazil. Silence fell on the square for a breath, then the Argentina fans erupted. They were not cheering for Kelowedia's win so much as for Brazil's exit. The man turned to her. Keloedia. She hesitated. Are they hard to beat? The man grinned. They never stop running. But we have him. Elsewhere, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window looking at Lusail Stadium's distant golden lights. His phone buzzed a message from Modaliki, Real's teammate Keloedia's core the next opponent. We meet again, old friend. This time I will not lose. He read the line and did not reply. He reached into his pocket and felt for the photograph there. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time, then turned out the light and lay down. 5 days later, Keloedia. He was not afraid. The next day, the world's headlines proclaimed the paper. Mike's last gasp. Argentina 10 healing into the semis. Keloedia had stunned Brazil. Build. Van Dijk gave everything, but Messi taught him who is king. The sun. Brazil go home. Keloedia's penalty glory. Argentina to face the checkered army. In Ole's front page was a photo of Mike's sliding knee after the winner with the caption, Next STOP Keloedia. Duoha time 1 in the morning. The lights at Lusail Stadium went out. But Mike's room remained lit. He sat by the window watching the silent. In 5 days he would walk back in for Modaliki. For Keloedia. For the trophy he had not yet lifted. He closed his eyes. The Maracana of 2014 flashed across his mind. The Maracana of 2021. Manchester of 2022. Duoha 2022. He opened his eyes. Outside, the desert slept beneath the night. He knew, however, that in 5 days it would awake. On December 7, 2022, in Doha at the Souk Waqif market, Mariah's sister sat on the steps at the edge of the square, holding a cup of Arabic coffee, her eyes fixed on the enormous screen in the center of the square. The screen was replaying highlights of last night's match. She still hadn't recovered from the excitement of Argentina's 10 victory over the Netherlands. That match was exhausting. Not for her, but watching Messi being chased by Van Dijk for 90 minutes was draining. When the last goal was scored, she knelt on the stands and accidentally spilled the beer of the Argentine uncle next to her. The uncle wasn't angry. He was kneeling too. Now the square was a bit less crowded. Most Argentine fans were still napping in their hotels, but supporters from the eliminated countries began to appear in 2s and 3s. Mexicans, Poles, Australians, and Dutch, all in their respective jerseys, watching the screen with complex expressions. The uncle next to her was unusually quiet today. He wore a new t-shirt that read Holanda Adios, yet there was no triumphant expression on his face. Uncle, why aren't you happy? The uncle looked at the screen. It's not that I'm unhappy. I'm thinking about Croatia. She paused for a moment. Croatia? Didn't they just play Brazil? The uncle nodded. 35 in the penalty shootout. Brazil is going home. She gasped. Brazil is going home. The uncle looked at her. Didn't you see? My voice was hoarse last night. I went back to the hotel and fell asleep. The uncle handed her his phone. On the screen was a scene of Croatian players kneeling on the grass in celebration. Modric, exhausted, couldn't stand, but had a smile on his face. Brazilian players lay on the other side, crying in despair. How did they lose? After 120 minutes, it was 11. In extra time, Neymar scored first, thinking they were safe. But then Croatia equalized at the last moment. In the penalty shootout, Brazil missed 2 penalties. She stared at the scene, unsure of what to say. Brazil, the 5-time champions. Neymar, Vinicius, Richarlison, going home. At 9 a.m., at Doha Media Center. In the studio, experts were reviewing all the quarterfinal matches. The host picked up the remote and opened the first video. First quarterfinal, Netherlands versus Argentina. The screen cut to Messi's last goal. We analyzed this match in detail yesterday. Messi was closely marked by Van Dijk, but in the final moments, Van Dijk exhausted his strength, allowing Messi to seize the opportunity and score the winning goal. Argentina won 10 against the Netherlands, advancing to the semifinals. The image of the Dutch fans section flashed by. A sea of orange, silent, watching the blue and white celebration. The host paused before switching to the next video. Second quarterfinal, Croatia versus Brazil. The screen showed Neymar's goal in the 105th minute. He sprinted toward the corner flag, teammates catching up. Everyone thought Brazil was safe. Then in the 117th minute, Petkovic equalized. The commentator's voice had become hoarse. Unbelievable. Croatia equalized at the last minute. In the penalty shootout, Rodrigo missed the first penalty. Marquinhos hit the post on the 4th attempt. Croatian players knelt on the grass. Brazilian players lay on the grass. The host fell silent for a few seconds. The 5-time champions of Brazil once again have fallen at the gates of the semifinals. At 9:15 a.m., the third replay played. Third quarterfinal, England versus France. The screen lit up. Mbappe burst into the box, brought down by an English defender. Penalty. Mbappe took it himself and scored. France leads 10. Kane also earned a penalty and scored. 11. Then Griezmann crossed and Giroud scored with a header. France leads 21. In stoppage time, England earned another penalty. Kane stood at the penalty spot for the second time. He ran up, shot, and missed. All the English fans held their heads in despair. The French fans went wild. The final whistle blew. France defeated England 21-a, advancing to the semifinals. Mariah's sister watched the screen. The image of Kane kneeling on the grass made her suddenly feel sad. The uncle next to her sighed. England has gone home too. At 9:30 a.m. the fourth replay, fourth quarterfinal Portugal versus Morocco. This was the quietest match. Portuguese fans were as boisterous before the match as they were silent afterward. Ronaldo remained a substitute, but this time there was no miracle. Moroccans ran for 120 minutes, giving their all with Entrusting scoring a header in the 42nd minute, and then they never allowed Portugal to score again. Ronaldo was subbed on in the 51st minute, but could no longer run. He was 37, this was his last World Cup. When the final whistle blew, the Moroccans knelt on the ground to thank the Almighty. Portuguese players lay on the grass, some crying. Ronaldo walked toward the players' tunnel alone, without looking back. The entire Moroccan crowd cheered while the Portuguese fans were so quiet that the wind could be heard. Mariah's sister looked at Ronaldo's back and suddenly asked, "Uncle, will Ronaldo come back again?" The uncle, he's 37 now. She had nothing more to say. At 10 a.m., the final results of the quarterfinals were announced. The large screen in the square displayed the semi-final matchups: upper half Argentina versus Croatia, lower half France versus Morocco. Mariah's sister stared at the matchup table for a long time. Argentina versus Croatia, France versus Morocco. She suddenly realized something. Uncle, Morocco won against Portugal, so Ronaldo. The uncle nodded. He has gone home. She didn't know what to say. In the square, Moroccan fans began to gather, waving flags and singing, some holding up pictures of the Moroccan king over their heads. That was the pride of the Arab world, the first African team in history to reach the World Cup semi-finals. Argentine fans watched them with no hostility, only a strange respect in their eyes. The uncle suddenly said, "In 1986, oh, we were the same way. No one believed in us, but we made it all the way to the finals." She looked at him. "And then you won. And then we won." He turned to look at her. "This year it will be the same." At noon in Doha, at the hotel where the Argentina national team was staying, Messi sat in the restaurant. In front of him was a plate of simple chicken breast and vegetables. DePaul walked over with a plate and sat next to him. "Did you see? Brazil is going home." Messi nodded. "I saw. Croatia is tough to play against." Messi looked at him. "Who is easy to play against?" DePaul. Messi took a bite of chicken breast. "No one in the semi-finals is easy to play against." At 2 p.m. at the hotel where the Croatian national team was staying, Modric sat by the window gazing at the distant Doha. He was already 37. This was his last World Cup. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Messi: "See you in 4 days, Luca." He stared at the text for a long time. Then he replied with one word: "Okay." At 4 p.m. at the hotel where the French national team was staying, Mbappé was in the gym. He had been training for 2 hours. A television hung on the wall, sound off, showing a replay of Morocco eliminating Portugal. He glanced at it and continued training. Giroud walked in and sat down next to him. "What are you watching?" Mbappé said nothing. Giroud looked at the screen. "Morocco is tough to play against." Mbappé put down the weights. "Who is easy to play against?" Giroud paused. Mbappé stood up and walked out. He stopped at the door. "See you in the finals." At 7 p.m. at the Souk Waqif market, Mariah's sister sat in the square, watching more and more people streaming in. Argentinians, Croatians, French, Moroccans. Fans of all 4 semi-finalists began to gather in Doha. Different languages, different colors, but in their eyes there was the same light. The uncle next to her had drunk too much today, his face flushed, holding a new flag that read 1986-2022. "Uncle, what is this?" The uncle looked at her. "Girl, do you know? In the 1986 World Cup, our first match was also a tie, then we won against Mexico, won against England, won against Belgium, and finally won against Germany in the finals." She nodded. "This year is the same." The uncle smiled. "This year is the same." In the distance, Croatian fans began to sing. That Slavic tune, deep and long, seemed to come from faraway mountains. Argentine fans did not respond. They simply listened. The uncle suddenly said, "Croatians are tough." She looked at him. "Tougher than the Dutch?" The uncle thought for a moment. "It's different. The Dutch are a wall. The Croatians are a net." She paused. "A net? When you charge, they ensnare you. When you jump, they follow you. When you stop, they keep running." She remained silent. The uncle took a sip of his drink. "But it doesn't matter. We have him." At 9 p.m., in the night sky of Doha, Messi stood by the window looking at the golden lights of the Lusail Stadium in the distance. In 4 days he would walk back in. Against Modric. Against Croatia. Against that trophy he had yet to lift. He reached into his pocket and felt the photograph. "I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here." He stood there for a long time, then turned off the light and lay down. For days. Croatia is waiting for him. The next day, global media headlines. L'Equipe, the semi-finals are set. Argentina versus Croatia, France versus Morocco. Build, Brazil is going home. England is going home. Portugal is going home. The upsets continue. The Sun, Ronaldo bids farewell to the World Cup. Messi is still fighting. This is the changing of the guard. Ole's front page featured an old photo of Messi and Modric shaking hands on a Champions League pitch with the caption, "Old friends, see you in 4 days." At 1 a.m. Doha time, the lights at Lusail Stadium were still on. In a room at the hotel where the Croatian team was staying, the lights were also on. Modric sat by the window looking at the distant Golden Stadium. In 4 days he would walk in. Against Messi. Against Argentina. Against that trophy he had dreamed of lifting all his life. He remembered 2018, when he lifted the Ballon d'Or and Messi sent him a congratulatory message. He recalled all the times they had faced each other in the Champions League, all the times exchanging jerseys, all the times embracing after matches. He took a deep breath. In 4 days the person he embraced would be an enemy. He set his phone down. Outside, the night in Doha was deep, but in 4 days it would light up. On December 12, 2022, in Doha outside Lusail Stadium, Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium, stunned by the sight before her. It wasn't just the crowd. It was a palpable sense of silent oppression. 40,000 Argentine fans and 20,000 Croatian fans divided the square in half. Blue and white against red and white checkers separated by an invisible line. No one crossed the boundary. No one clashed. They simply stood watching and waiting. Tomorrow this place will be a battlefield. The Argentine uncle next to her wore a specially tailored suit today with 3 badges pinned to his chest. 1978, 1986, 2021. 3 Copa America trophies, 2 World Cups. Yet he hadn't said a word today. "Uncle," she asked softly, "why aren't you speaking?" The uncle gazed into the distance at the Golden Stadium. "On the eve of the 1986 semifinal, I stood just like this." She paused for a moment. "What were you thinking that night?" "I was thinking of Maradona." He turned to look at her. "Tonight, I am thinking of Messi." At 3 a.m. Beijing time in Shanghai, in an office building, the lights on the 26th floor were still on. Xiaochen stared at his computer screen, his coffee already cold. He wasn't working overtime. He was browsing match information. Argentina versus Croatia in the semi-final, 15 hours to go. His phone vibrated. It was a message from the university group. "Brothers taking leave to watch the game tomorrow." "I did." "Me too." The boss asked for a reason. "Ooh, I said I had family matters." Then the boss said he also wanted to watch the game. Xiaochen chuckled. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the bright night view of Lijiazui. In the distance, the lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower flickered in the night. He recalled 2014, when he and his roommates watched the World Cup final in their dorm. He cried when Argentina lost to Germany that night. None of his roommates mocked him. 8 years had passed. He returned to his computer, opening another window, showing live footage of Rosario, the place where Messi grew up, that muddy football field. At 3 in the morning, it should be afternoon there with the sun shining just right. People were playing football on the field. A group of children wearing Argentina's blue and white striped jerseys chased after a worn-out leather ball. Xiaochen watched for a long time. At 7 p.m. Doha time in Souk Waqif, Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd, watching the giant screen in the center of the square. The screen was broadcasting the pre-match press conference. Scaloni sat on stage with Messi beside him. A reporter raised his hand. "Messi, tomorrow will be your 26th match in the World Cup, tying Matthias' record. What do you have to say?" Messi looked at the reporter. "I just want to win." There was a moment of silence in the audience. Another reporter raised his hand. "Luka Modric said you are the strongest opponent he has ever faced. What do you think of him?" Messi pondered for a moment. "He is the Ballon d'Or winner. He is the soul of Croatia. Tomorrow will be a tough battle." The reporter pressed on. "But can you win?" Messi did not answer. He stood up and turned to leave. The press conference ended. In the square, Argentine fans erupted in cheers. On the Croatian fan side there was silence, but an unexplainable something lingered in their eyes. The uncle suddenly spoke. "He never talks big before a match." "Then when does he?" "After the match." At 4 a.m. Beijing time in Beijing, in a small convenience store in an alley, old Wang pulled down the roller shutter halfway and hung up an Argentine flag. It wasn't one he bought. It was sent by his son. His son was studying in Argentina and said he had to go back to watch the final. Old Wang didn't understand football, but he knew his son liked Messi. Old Lee, who sold barbecue next door, poked his head out. "Old Wang, are you opening tomorrow?" "Yes. The TV will be on too." Old Lee laughed. "Then he'll come here to watch." "I don't have a TV over there." Old Wang nodded. Old Lee continued. "Should we call Master Zhang from the repair shop next door?" "Call him." "What about Xiao Zhao from the barber shop across the street?" "Invite them all." Old Lee looked at him. "How many people can squeeze in here?" Old Wang thought for a moment. "If we stand, we can squeeze a dozen in." At 8 p.m. Doha time in the Croatian national team's hotel, Modric sat by the window looking at the distant Lusail Stadium. His phone vibrated. It was a video from his wife and children. "Dad, you must win tomorrow." He looked at the innocent face on the screen and smiled. "Dad will do his best." "No, you must win. You said you'd bring the World Cup home." He was silent for 2 seconds. "All right, I promise you Dad will win." After hanging up the video call, he stood up and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, he saw himself at 37. His hair was slightly graying, and there were faint dark circles under his eyes. But his gaze was still sharp. He remembered 2018, when they fought their way to the final only to lose to France. He knelt on the grass for a long time without getting up. For years had passed. He took a deep breath. Tomorrow against Messi. At 5 a.m. Beijing time in Guangzhou, in a fan bar, a phone put the last Argentine flag sticker on the wall. The shop was already decorated, blue and white balloons, a giant poster of Messi, and an authentic team flag brought back from Argentina. The fridge was filled with beer, and the kitchen was preparing barbecued meat. He stood in the center of the shop taking it all in. Someone peeked in at the door. A phone. What time do you open tomorrow? 2 p.m. The match is at 3. Can you open earlier? A phone. Have you taken your leave? The person shook his phone. I have. The boss said cheer for Messi for me. The photograph that had always accompanied him sent by an unknown person. Since the 2021 Copa America, from Manchester to Doha, from every match to every night, it had always been there. The golden dome shimmered in the night like a gigantic invitation. He reached into his pocket and felt the photograph that had always accompanied him sent by an unknown person. Since the 2021 Copa America, from Manchester to Doha, from every match to every night, it had always been there. In the photo, a child was playing football on a muddy field. The words on the back had become a bit blurry, but he remembered every word. I was there that day. Today I am here too. We will always be here. He looked at it for a long time. His phone vibrated. It was a video from Antonella. He answered. 3 children squeezed into the screen, waving at him. Dad. Matteo pushed his face close to the camera. You must win tomorrow. He smiled. How do you know? Because you are Dad. Tiago pulled his brother away and looked at the camera. Dad, we will watch together tomorrow. Mom made a lot of food. Antonella appeared in the frame, smiling at him. Are you nervous? He thought for a moment. A little. Then that's right. If you're not nervous, you can't win. He looked at the familiar face. Yes. After hanging up, he glanced out the window one more time. In the distance, in the direction of the hotel where the Croatian team was staying, a window was still lit. He knew whose room it was. He stood up and walked to the window. 2 hotels, 2 lit windows, 2 37-year-old veterans. Tomorrow, only one person can leave with a smile. He put the photograph back in his pocket. Then he turned off the light and lay down. At 6 a.m. Beijing time, in a residential area in Shanghai, dawn was approaching. Xiao Chun turned off his computer, stood up, and walked to the balcony. The eastern sky was already turning gray. In the distance, cars were already running on the elevated highway. He took a deep breath. The morning air was a bit cool. His phone vibrated. It was the last message in the university group. Brothers, see you tomorrow. He replied with a single word, see you. At 11 p.m. Doha time, outside Lusail Stadium, Mariah's sister was still standing there. The crowd had dispersed. The square was empty, with only a few cleaners picking up trash. The uncle beside her had not left. He stood in the center of the square looking at the golden stadium. Uncle, aren't you going back? The uncle shook his head. I want to see it a bit longer. She stood beside him, watching the stadium together. Tomorrow there will be 80,000 people there. Tomorrow that person will walk in. The uncle suddenly said, Girl, do you know, on the eve of that 1986 semifinal, I couldn't sleep either. She looked at him. And then, oi. Then Maradona scored 2 goals. He turned to look at her. Tomorrow, the next day, on the front page of global media. L'Equipe, on the eve of the final battle, Messi versus Modric, the last dance of 2 Ballon d'Or winners. Build Croatia's resilience, Argentina's talent, who will advance to the final. The Sun, the war of 37, only one winner. The front page of Olé featured an old photo of Messi and Modric shaking hands on the Champions League stage, captioned, Friends, see you tomorrow. At 1 a.m. Doha time, the lights of Lusail Stadium went out. Messi's room was dark. Modric's room, December 13, 2022, Doha Lusail Stadium. At 3 in the afternoon, Malia's sister stood outside the stadium, squinting against the glare of the sun. Winter in Qatar still carried a touch of heat in the afternoon. No one complained. 40,000 Argentina fans and 20,000 football.The fans filled the plaza until there was no room to move. Blue and white and red and white checks spread like 2 seas separated by an invisible wall. The Argentine man beside her had changed into ceremonial attire today. A tailored suit with 3 badges on his chest, a massive Argentine flag held aloft in his hands. Across the flag in Spanish it read 1986-2022, history will repeat. She stared at the banner and suddenly felt a knot of nervousness tighten in her stomach. Uncle, are you nervous? The man looked toward the golden stadium in the distance. I was just as nervous in the 1986 semifinal. And afterwards? She asked. Afterwards, Maradona scored 2. He turned to her. Today, Messi will score. From afar, football.The supporters began to sing. The Slavic cadence was low and drawn out, as if it came from beyond distant mountains. They held up a giant portrait of Modric and waved their red and white flags, their eyes shining with pride. The Argentine fans did not answer. They simply stood and listened. The man suddenly said, the football.The, you are very tough. She looked at him. Tougher than the Netherlands. Different. The Netherlands is a wall. Football.The is a net. She blinked. A net. You rush them, they cling to you. You leap, they follow your movement. You stop, they keep running. She said nothing. The man patted her shoulder. But it does not matter. We have him. Beijing time, 8 in the evening, Shanghai, an office building. Xiao Chun stared at his computer screen. The coffee by his side had been replaced by an energy drink. The company had let everyone off early. The boss said go home and watch the match, put in a leave form tomorrow. He did not leave. He was afraid of watching alone at home. A few colleagues remained in the office. The door opened, and the cleaner poked her head in. Xiaoqing, you haven't gone yet. There's the World Cup today. The cleaner paused. The World Cup. Is the China team playing? Xiaoqing smiled. China didn't make it. But Messi is playing. The cleaner nodded. Then I'll watch too. My son likes Messi. 430 p.m. Lusail Air Stadium, the players' tunnel. Messi stood at the front of the line. The tunnel stretched on. Bright lights flooded in. At the end lay the green pitch and the roar of 80,000 people. The football.The squad stood nearby. Mo.The stood at their head, the captain's armband tight about his sleeve. He glanced at Messi. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged. In that instant, the whole world seemed to feel it. Defying murmured from behind, Liao, he's looking at you. Messi did not look back. I know, he said. At the tunnels, and staff raised the sign. Forward. Messi took the first step. Mo.The did the same. Light poured into the stadium. At 5 o'clock on the referee's whistle sounded. Argentina kicked off. In the 7th minute, football.The defended for the first time. Messi received the ball and had just turned when Chi closed him down. Chi came rushing from the other side. Two men converged with large committed tackles. Messi did not force his way through. He passed to Defying. The first probe was snuffed out. In the 12th minute, football.The countered. Chi carried down the left and crossed. Chi headed. Ma Ding Neic saved it. A cheer erupted from the football.The end. In the 18th minute, Messi threatened for the first time. He took the ball on the right facing Air's defense. That 20-year-old, one of the tournament's finest young center-backs, watched Messi's feet like a hawk. Messi moved. Faint sudden stop, then change of direction. Air did not fall for it. Messi returned the ball to Mo.Le and then made his run into the box himself. Mo.Le delivered a cross. Messi arrived at the far post. Air got there first and headed it out for a goal kick. Corner. The traveling army rose en masse. In the 22nd minute, Argentina had a corner. Messi swung it in. Otamendi rose and headed. Chi held it. In the 26th minute, football.The answered. Mo.Le collected in midfield and released a penetrating through ball. Chi surged forward. Unknown. Ma Ding Neic rushed out. Chi struck. He shot. Ma Ding Neic blocked it with his leg. The 40,000 at the far end sucked in a breath. In the 31st minute, Messi had his second chance. He received at the edge of the box, surrounded by three. He feinted, stopped, changed direction. He slipped past Chi. A second defender closed in. Chi came too. He threaded the ball between Chi's legs. A shimmy of body and ball. Messi burst into the box. Air dived in. Messi struck, shot. Chi parried it away. Corner. The 40,000 at the distant inside in unison. By the 35th minute, football.The's tenacity showed. They seemed incapable of stopping running. Chi had already run 10 kilometers and kept going. Chi was beaten 3 times, yet chased on. Air had been dribbled past twice by Messi and still shadowed him. Argentina's attacks were repelled again and again. In the 39th minute, Messi's third opening came. He took the ball on the left against Chi. He did not force it. He returned to a then made his run into the box. A crossed. Messi arrived at the back post. Header. Chi held on. Another corner. In the Argentina, and some shouted. Messi some prayed, many simply stood. In the 43rd minute came news from Liverpool. Salah, he had scored. G1 Mo 0. At the 45th minute, news from Fagua Mbappe scored. Fagua 2, Pu Talia 0. Halftime, Argentina 0, football.The 0. In the dressing room at halftime, no one spoke. Messi sat before his locker sipping mate. Luo and I stood by the tactics board. They ran for 45 minutes. Air shadowed you the whole time. He looked at Messi. Messi shook his head. Luo and I nodded. In the second half, hell tire. You're 11 years older, but you can still run more than he can. The second half began. In the 48th minute, football.The kept running. They truly seemed indefatigable. Chi had run 12,000 meters and still pressed on. In the 52nd minute, Messi's fourth chance arrived. He received on the right, facing Air. He moved. Faint stop change. The youngster's balance wavered. Messi slipped past him. The stadium gasped. Messi charged into the box. Luo Fu Luan came across. Messi struck, shot. Chi saved it. The 40,000 in the distant stand buried their heads in their hands. In the 58th minute, Argentina made a substitution. Air lay on for Luo. In the 61st minute, Messi had his fifth chance. He received at the top of the box, surrounded by 4. He did not force it. He slipped the ball to the surging Defying and made his run into the area himself. Defying threaded a through ball. Messi took it, unknown. Air chased after him like a man possessed. Messi struck, he shot. Chi saved it. In the Argentina, Insum wept. In the 64th minute, the turning point arrived. Messi received on the right, facing football.The. This time he did not run. He stopped and waited. football.The hesitated, unsure of his intent. Messi moved. He nudged the ball toward the byline. football.The shifted with it. Then Messi rolled it back and threaded past behind football.The. A perfect separation of man and ball. football.The turned to chase, but Messi had already released the pass. To whom? Argentina. Argentina unknown. He slotted it. 10. Lusail Stadium erupted. Argentina ran to the corner flag and dropped to his knees, sliding in celebration. Luo sprinted over and leapt onto his back. Messi did not run. He stood where he was and raised his arms. football.The knelt on the grass and watched that figure. 20 years old, one of the tournament's finest young center-backs. Yet he had just been beaten by a 35-year-old veteran with the simplest of moves. In the 69th minute, football.The restarted play. Before they had even made two passes, Luo intercepted. Luo slipped the ball to Messi. Messi took the ball facing a football.The defense that could no longer run. He did not pause. He fed Argentina. Argentina sprinted with the ball. He beat one defender, then another. Unknown, he calmly finished. 20. The traveling army went wild. Argentina ran to Messi and pointed at his head. How did you know I'd be there? Messi looked at him. Because you are the one who wants to run. In the 74th minute, football.The's last hope. Chi took a shot from distance. Ma Ding Neic saved it. In the 78th minute, Argentina made a substitution laid a C on for Luo. In the 81st minute, Messi had his sixth chance. He received at the edge of the box facing a football.The who could no longer keep pace. He moved. Feint accelerate. football.The could not keep up. Messi drove into the box. Luo Fu Luan rushed across. Messi struck. Goal. 30. Messi had scored. Lusail Stadium descended into utter delirium. Messi ran to the corner flag and slid to his knees. Luo hurled himself from the bench and embraced him. Pale de C fell to his knees. Luo lay on his back on top of him. In the traveling army, Malia's sister had lost her voice but kept shouting. The man beside her knelt on the ground, tears streaking his face. Maradona. He roared. Maradona. In the 85th minute, Chi was substituted and the stadium rose. 40,000 Argentina fans and 20,000 football.The fans stood and applauded. Chi bowed his head and walked toward the sideline. Halfway there, he stopped, turned, and glanced back. Messi stood and looked at him. Their eyes met. Chi nodded. Messi nodded back. Then Chi left the field, sat down, and covered his face with a towel. He cried. No one saw it, but everyone knew. The final whistle blew. Argentina 3, football.The 0. Argentina advanced to the final. After the match, in the mixed interview area, reporters swarmed Messi. Liao. A goal and an assist. Your thoughts? Messi wiped the sweat from his face. Argentina played very well. Luo ran brilliantly. Everyone fought. A reporter pressed on, ready for the final against Uruguay. Messi looked at the reporter. Ready. In the dressing room, Luo played music. Pale de C danced. Argentina was hoisted by his teammates. Messi sat before his locker, sipping mate. The door opened. Chi stood in the doorway. The room fell silent. Chi walked up to Messi and extended his hand. You won. You ran 16,000 meters. Chi smiled. But you still won. He looked into May's eyes. Go and bring it back. What I owed you from 2014. Messi was silent for 2 seconds. All right. Chi turned and left. At the doorway, he looked back once more. See you in the final. They'll be watching on television. Beijing time, 5 in the morning, Shanghai, the office building. Xiaoqin stood by the window and stared out. Dawn had begun to pale the east. On the distant overpass, traffic thickened. In the office, a few colleagues still reveled. Someone hugged a monitor, shouting. Someone sobbed on the floor. Beer spattered everywhere. He smiled. His phone vibrated. A university group chat final. Argentina versus Uruguay. Messi versus Mbappe. I'm taking leave until the final's over. He replied, count me in. At 11 in the evening, Doha time, Huachi Fu Market. Malia's sister was caught in the tide of celebration, surrounded by delirious Argentina fans. The man beside her had drunk too much. His face was flushed, and he waved a new flag that read final. Bring on Uruguay. She watched him. Uncle Uruguay are strong. He nodded. Yes. Mbappe is fast. Are you afraid? Afraid. Before the 1986 final, we were afraid of Germany. Then Maradona told us, if you are afraid, you have already lost. He looked at her. Tonight, Messi said nothing, but that look in his eyes. I have seen it before. When? In 1986, Maradona had it too. In another part of the city, Messi returned to the hotel. He stood by the window and looked at the golden lights of Lusail Stadium in the distance. His phone buzzed. A message from Mbappe, his teammate from Paris, and the final opponent. See you in the final, Liao. I want make your... He read the line and did not reply. He slid his hand into his pocket and found a photograph. You were there that day. We are here today. We will always be here. He stood for a long time, then switched off the light and lay down. 5 days later, Fagua. He was not afraid. The next day, front pages around the world. DUI Bao Agen Ting 30 Koluo D Yameishi with an assist and a goal into the final. Fagua, are you ready? 2 Pien Bao Mo de Lichi bids the World Cup farewell in tears. Meishi severs the throat. Final Mei Shi versus Mbappe. Taiyang Bao, a 35-year-old king, a 23-year-old crown prince. In 5 days the throne will be passed. AO Live Bao's front page showed the photograph of Meishi sliding on his knees after scoring, captioned the final. At 1 in the morning Duoha time, the lights of Lu Sai Air Stadium went out. Mei's room light went out too. The whole of Duoha lay quiet as if in waiting. 5 days hence it would awaken once more. That would be the last time. On December 14, 2022, in Doha outside Lusail Stadium, Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium, bewildered by everything before her. It wasn't just the crowd. It was the atmosphere. Just 12 hours after the semi-finals, posters for the finals were already hanging outside Lusail Stadium. Gigantic images of Messi and Mbappe hung down from the stadium's ceiling, facing each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The Argentine uncle next to her wasn't wearing a suit today. He changed into a brand new Argentina number 10 jersey, Messi's, with 3 stars printed on the back. Although the 3rd star hadn't been embroidered, yet he had already arranged for it to be printed in advance. Uncle, you. The uncle patted the stars on his chest. In 5 days it will become real. She didn't know what to say. In the distance a group of French fans approached, holding up a picture of Mbappe, and someone whistled upon seeing the uncle's jersey. 3 stars. Let's see if you can get past us first. The uncle wasn't angry, he just smiled. Before the finals in 1986, the Germans said the same thing. At 8 p.m. Beijing time in Shanghai, in an office building, Xiao Chun stared at his computer screen, having swapped his Red Bull for beer. The company was officially on holiday today. The boss sent a message in the group. On the day of the finals, the whole company will be on holiday. If we win, each person will receive a 500 yuan red envelope. The group exploded. But Xiao Chun had no time to look at the group. He was checking another message, the flight information for Argentina to Doha. It wasn't for him. He was following a live broadcast, the Argentine national team departing from the training base to the airport with fans sending them off along the way. In the footage, Messi sat in a window seat on the bus, his head down, seemingly asleep. The roadside was packed with Argentine fans. Some held signs saying, "Messi, take us home," while others waved flags and cried. The bus moved slowly. Suddenly Messi lifted his head and glanced out the window. Just a glance. The crowd erupted. Xiao Chun watched that scene, suddenly feeling a bit teary. At 3 p.m. Doha time, in the hotel where the French national team was staying, Mbappe was in the gym. He had already been training for 2 hours. A TV hung on the wall, muted, showing a replay of Argentina's semi-final against Croatia. He watched Messi's assist 3 times. Giroud walked in and sat down next to him. Still watching. Mbappe didn't reply. Giroud looked at the screen. He's 35. Mbappe finally spoke. 35, and he can still run 10 kilometers. Giroud fell silent for a few seconds. You're 23. Mbappe stood up and walked out. He paused at the door. I'm 23, but I run fast. At 10 p.m. Beijing time, in a small convenience store in a Beijing alley, Old Wang hung the last Argentine flag at the door. Old Li, who sold grilled skewers next door, peered inside. Old Wang, how many people can fit in here on finals day? Old Wang thought for a moment. If standing, we can squeeze in 20. Old Li laughed. Then he'll call up Master Zhang from the repair shop, Xiao Zhao from the barber shop across the street, and Old Lu upstairs. Old Lu watches the game too. He's 82 and said he has never seen Argentina win the World Cup in his lifetime. If he doesn't watch now, he may miss it. Old Wang fell silent for a few seconds. Call him. Call everyone. At 5 p.m. Doha time, in the hotel where the Argentine national team was staying, Messi sat alone in his room. Outside, the golden dome of Lusail Stadium glimmered under the sun. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Scaloni. At 8 p.m. tactical meeting. Finals deployment. He stared at the text. Finals deployment. He had waited for these 4 words for 8 years. He stood up and walked to the window. In the distance, in the direction of the French team's hotel, a window was lit as well. He knew whose room it was. He gazed for a long time. Then he took a photo out of his pocket. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He put the photo back in his pocket. He turned around and walked out of the room. At 7 p.m., in the Wakif market, Mariah's sister squeezed through the crowd, caught between Argentine fans and French fans. The songs from both sides collided, neither yielding to the other. The Argentinians sang Muchachos, while the French sang La Marseillaise. In blue and white and deep blue, like 2 waves, they surged forward. The uncle next to her wasn't singing today. He stood in the center of the crowd, holding a flag that read 1986-2022, motionless. Uncle, why aren't you singing? He gazed at the lights of Lusail Stadium in the distance. On the eve of the 1986 finals, I didn't sing either. Then what were you doing? Thinking about Maradona. He turned his head and looked at her. Tonight I'm thinking about At 8 p.m., in the Argentine tactical room the curtains were drawn tightly, with only the light from the projector splitting the room in half. Scaloni stood in front of the screen, the red dot of a laser pointer resting on Mbappe's name. Mbappe, 23 years old, already scored 5 goals in this World Cup. His speed, explosiveness, and finishing ability are all top-notch in the world. He will repeatedly attack you. One of you isn't enough. DePaul, you need to provide support. Molina nodded. DePaul also nodded. Scaloni turned to Otamendi and Romero. France has more than just Mbappe. Griezmann's playmaking, Giroud's headers, Dembele's breakthroughs. Any one of those 4 could decide the match. He paused. But we have 4 as well. Everyone looked at Messi. Messi said nothing. He simply stared at the French team's formation chart on the screen. The red dots resembled the blue dots of the German team from 8 years ago. He looked at those dots for a long time. Then he spoke. 8 years ago we analyzed Germany like this. Everyone was looking at him. We analyzed for a whole night and still lost. He set down his mate. This time no analysis. This time at 3 a.m. Beijing time in Guangzhou, in a fan bar, a phone moved the last batch of beers into the fridge. People were already lining up at the door. The finals were 3 days away, but the bar's seats were already fully booked. Some even brought sleeping bags, saying they'd sleep at the door to secure a spot. He looked at those people and suddenly remembered 2014. That year he had queued like this too. That year Argentina lost. He sat alone in the bar until dawn and was finally carried home by his friends. 8 years have passed. He took a deep breath. This time they wouldn't lose. At 10 p.m. Doha time, in the French tactical room, Deschamps stood in front of the screen, the red dot of a laser pointer resting on Messi's name. He looked at Upamecano. You'll mark him. The whole match. Even if you can't run, you have to run. Upamecano nodded. Tell you how dangerous he is. He looked at Upamecano. You'll mark him. The whole match. Even if you can't run, you have to run. Upamecano. Deschamps looked at everyone. He's strong. But he's 35. He has run through the entire World Cup. His legs must be tired. He paused. In the 48th minute, the 60th minute, the 75th minute. At those times, he runs the slowest. We need to take him out at those moments. At 11 p.m., under the night sky of Doha, Messi stood by the window gazing at the golden lights of Lusail Stadium in the distance. 3 days later. France. Mbappe. The World Cup trophy. He took the photo out of his pocket. He had read the line on the back of the photo hundreds of times. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He suddenly wondered who had given it to him. But perhaps it's better never to know. Because those who were there that day were all the people who loved him. Those who are here today are also all the people who love him. Those who will always be here are also all the people who love him. He put the photo back in his pocket, turned off the light, laid down. 3 days. He was waiting. The world was also waiting. The next day, global media front pages. L'Equipe, 3 days. Messi versus Mbappe, countdown to the battle for the throne. Bild, the king at 35, the prince at 23. In 3 days an era will change. The sun, the whole world holds its breath. L'Equipe's front page featured an old photo of Messi and Mbappe clashing on the Champions League stage, captioned, 3 days. At 1 a.m. Doha time, the lights of Lusail Stadium were still shining. The lights in Messi's room were already off. The lights in Mbappe's room were also off. The whole of Doha was quiet, as if waiting for something. In 3 days it will awaken. That will be the last time. On December 16, 2022, outside the Lusail Stadium in Doha, Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium, stunned by the enormous countdown clock. Countdown to the final 2 days. The numbers were blood red, glaring against the golden backdrop of the. Next to her, an Argentine man was dressed in a new outfit. A custom cape in blue and white with Messi's name and number 10 embroidered on the back. He stood beneath the countdown clock, tilting his head and gazing for a long time. Sir, where did you get that cape? I had it made overnight yesterday. The tailor said that on the day of the final, all Argentine fans in Doha would dress like this. She imagined that scene. 40,000 blue and white capes fluttering outside the Lusail Stadium. It was somewhat spectacular. In the distance, French fans were gathering as well. They held up a giant portrait of Mbappe and a banner that read, "An entire generation will age, but there will always be youth." The songs from both sides began to clash once more. The man suddenly said 2 days before the final in 1986, it was the same in Mexico City. She looked at him. What were you doing then? I was squatting at the hotel entrance waiting for Maradona to come out. The man smiled. I did. He came out to smoke, saw us, put out the cigarette, and came over to sign for us. She was momentarily stunned. Maradona smoked. The man looked at her. Young lady, back then he wasn't a god yet. 8 o'clock Beijing time, Shanghai, a fan square. The giant screen had already been set up. The square was packed with people, not just people but tents. Xiao Qin stood in the crowd, overwhelmed by everything in front of him. He had never seen such a scene. Thousands of blue and white tents covered the square like an Argentine flag. Some were singing with portraits of Messi, some were grilling meat, and others were playing football in Argentine jerseys. An elderly man walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, are you here to see Messi too? Xiao Qin, the old man laughed. I'm 73, and this is my first time staying up late to watch a game. My grandson said it's Messi's last chance. If I don't watch it, I will miss it. Xiaochen looked at the old man's brand new Argentine number 10 jersey and suddenly felt like crying. 3 o'clock in the afternoon Doha time. Argentina's last training session was closed. No entry for outsiders. But outside, the barbed wire crowds were still gathered. Thousands of Argentine fans held up flags, singing songs and chanting Messi's name. On the training field, Messi was practicing free kicks. 1, 2, 3, 10. Each one found the dead. Scaloni stood on the sidelines watching him. DePaul walked over. What's up with him today? Scaloni shook his. He's preparing. Preparing for what? Preparing for the final. 4 o'clock in the afternoon Doha time. France's last training session was also closed. But every shot Mbappé took could be heard by the French fans outside the barbed wire. Bang, bang, bang. Each sound was like a declaration of war. Griezmann walked over and sat down next to Mbappé. You seem very excited today. Mbappé wiped his sweat. 2 more days. Griezmann looked at him. Nervous. Mbappé shook his head. Not nervous. Then what is it? Mbappé gazed toward the dome of the Lusail Stadium in the distance. I'm hungry. 3 o'clock in the morning Beijing time. Beijing, a small convenience store in an alley. Old Wang moved the last batch of beer into the refrigerator. A notice had already been posted at the door. On the day of the final, open all night. Beer unlimited, free peanuts. Next door, Lao Li selling grilled skewers peeked in. Old Wang, how many people can you fit in here? Old Wang looked at his small store. Standing 30. Lao Li. Then he'll call Master Zhang from the repair shop, Xiao Zhao from the barber shop across the street, and Old Lu from upstairs. Is Old Lu doing okay? He said he would crawl over if he had to. Old Wang was silent for a few seconds. Call them over. 5 o'clock in the afternoon Doha time. Argentina's national team hotel. Messi sat alone in his room. Outside, the golden dome of the Lusail Stadium shimmered in the sunlight. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Scaloni. Tactical meeting at 7 in the evening. Last run through. He stared at the message. Last run through. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window. In the distance, the direction of the French team's hotel, a window was still lit. He knew whose room it was. He looked for a long time. Then he took the photo out of his pocket. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here. He pressed the photo to his chest and held it there for a long time. At 7 in the evening, Vakif Market. Mariah's sister was squeezed in the crowd caught between Argentine and French fans. The atmosphere today felt different. The fans who had been singing for the past 2 days were silent today. They just sat, drank, and looked at each other. She had seen that kind of gaze before. Before the match in Australia, before the match in the Netherlands, before the match in Croatia. It was the silence before the great battle. The man next to her wasn't wearing the cape today. He had put on the faded Aguero number 16 jersey again. Sir, why aren't you wearing the new cape? The man looked at her. He'll wear it on the day of the final. Today I have to wear the old one. Why, oi? He pointed to the number 16 on the jersey. Aguero, he's also waiting. 8 o'clock in the evening, Argentina's tactical meeting. The curtains were tightly drawn. Scaloni stood in front of the screen, the red dot of his laser pointer landing on each member of the French team. Mbappé, Griezmann, Giroud, Dembele, Rabiot, Upamecano. He tapped the screen. Each one of them can end the game in a second. Everyone was watching him. But we also have a second. He looked at Messi. Leo. Messi nodded. Scaloni put down the laser pointer. The tactics are finished. Now let's talk about something else. He looked at everyone. 8 years ago, I watched the final on television. On the day Argentina lost, I cried for 3 days. He paused. I don't want to cry again. How about you? No one spoke. DePaul stood up. I don't want to either. Paredes stood up. Lautaro stood up. Alvarez stood up. Everyone stood up. Messi was the last to stand. He looked at Scaloni. In 2 days I will lead you to victory. 4 o'clock in the morning Beijing time, Shanghai, a fan square. Xiaochen lay in the tent, unable to sleep. Outside, people were still singing. Argentine fans and Chinese fans mixed together, repeatedly chanting Messi's name. He took out his phone and sent a message to his university group. Brothers, 2 more days. 3 seconds later, someone replied, can't sleep, can't sleep. Me neither, me neither, me neither. He looked at those replies and smiled. It turned out everyone couldn't sleep. 9 o'clock in the evening, Doha time, the French national team hotel. Mbappé sat alone in his room. Outside, the golden lights of the Lusail Stadium flickered in the night. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Zidane. In 2 days you will win. Because you are French. He looked at the message. Zidane. In 1998, he scored 2 headers in the final, leading France to its first championship. That was before he was born. But he had watched the footage countless times. He put down his phone, stood up, and walked to the window. In the distance towards the Argentine team's hotel, a window was still lit. He knew whose room it was. He looked for a long time. Then he spoke, looking out the window as if talking to himself. Leo, you have won the whole world. But this time it's my turn. At 10 o'clock at night, under the night sky of Doha, Messi stood in front of the window gazing at the golden lights of the Lusail Stadium in the distance. 2 days. He took the photo out of his pocket. He had already memorized the words on the back of the photo. I was there. I am here today. We will always be here. He pressed the photo to his chest. Then he turned off the light. Lay down. 2 days. He was waiting. The world was also waiting. The next day, global media headlines. Le Parisien countdown 2 days. The whole world holds its breath. Build Messi versus Mbappe. The battle of the era enters its final seconds. The Sun, 48 hours left. The throne will change hands, or it will forever belong to him. LA Keep's front page featured a composite image of Messi and Maradona standing back-to-back. Caption, at 1 o'clock in the morning Doha time, the lights of the Lusail Stadium were still on. The lights in Messi's room had been turned off. The lights in Mbappe's room were also off. On December 17, 2022, in Doha outside Lusail Stadium, Mariah's sister stood in front of the countdown clock frozen by the blood-red number. Countdown to the final 1 day. Beneath the enormous screen, 40,000 Argentine fans and 30,000 French fans divided the square into 2 oceans. Light blue and deep blue, with only an invisible line between them that no one would cross. No one sang. No one danced. No one drank. They simply stood there gazing at the golden stadium. Tomorrow there would be war there. The Argentine uncle next to her wore a customized cloak today, in light blue and white with Messi's name and number 10 embroidered on the back. He stood at the front of the crowd motionless. Uncle, she asked softly, are you nervous? The uncle looked at the stadium. The night before the final in 1986, oh, I stood just like this. I couldn't sleep that night. And then Maradona won. He turned his head to look at her. Tomorrow Messi will win too. In the distance, the French fans began to raise a huge banner. It was written in French, a generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be those who are young. A massive portrait of Mbappe was at the center of the banner with sharp eyes. The Argentine fans did not respond. They simply watched. The uncle suddenly said, young. But we have him. At 3 in the morning Beijing time in Shanghai at a fan square, the big screen had been set up displaying a live broadcast of Lusail Stadium. The square was packed with people, not just crowded but the kind where you couldn't even turn around. 50,000 people had gathered from all over the country, turning the square into a sea of light blue and white. Xiao Chun was squeezed into the crowd. His phone had no signal, but he didn't care. An old man next to him held up a homemade flag with a crooked message, Messi, Chinese fans will always support you. The old man noticed Xiao Chun looking at him and smiled. Young man, I came from Hebei by high-speed train. Ooh, I stood for 6 hours. Xiao Chun was stunned. Grandpa, how old are you? 72. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth unsure of what. The old man patted his shoulder. In this lifetime, I've only got this one wish left. After watching this match, it will be worth it. At 10 in the morning Doha time, Argentina's last pre-match training was fully closed. No reporters were allowed in. But outside the barbed wire, over 3,000 Argentine fans were gathered. They waved flags, sang songs, and repeatedly shouted Messi's name. Inside the training ground, Messi was practicing free kicks. 1, 2, 3, 20. Every single one hit the dead corner. DePaul stood by the sidelines watching. Scaloni walked over. How long has he been practicing? For an hour. 20 free kicks all in. Scaloni didn't respond. DePaul looked at him. Do you think he's nervous? Scaloni pondered for a moment. Not nervous. He is preparing. At the same time, Francis' last training session, Mbappe was also practicing hard. He wasn't practicing free kicks. He was sprinting. 30-meter sprints, 50-meter sprints, 100-meter sprints. Over and over like an unyielding machine. Griezmann walked over and sat down next to him. You're crazy today. Mbappe remained silent. Tomorrow you'll be facing Messi. Mbappe finally stopped. I know. Are you afraid? Mbappe, not afraid. Then what is it? Mbappe gazed at the distant dome of Lusail Stadium. It's proof. At 4 in the afternoon Beijing time in Beijing, at a small convenience store in a Hudong, old Wang moved the last box of beer into the fridge. A line had already formed at the door. Not for buying beer, but for securing seats. Next door, old Li was selling skewers. Master Zhang was repairing cars. Xiao Zhao from the barber shop across the street and old Lu from upstairs had all arrived. Old Lu sat in the front row with a cane beside his legs. Old Wang walked over. Old Lu, are you okay? Old Lu glared at him. I'm 82. I've only got this little wish left in my life. After watching this match, it will be worth it. Old Wang didn't dare to say anything more. He turned the TV volume up to the maximum. In the picture, the sun in Doha was blazing and Lusail Stadium shone brightly. At 3 in the afternoon Doha time in the Argentine national team's hotel, Messi sat alone in his room. Outside the window, the golden dome of Lusail Stadium sparkled in the sunlight. He took that photo out of his pocket. In the photo, the child was still playing soccer on the muddy field. He had read the words on the back hundreds of times. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He pressed the photo to his chest and held it there for a long time. His phone vibrated. It was a video from Antonella. He answered it. 3 children squeezed into the screen waving at him. Daddy. Matteo shoved his face in front of the camera. You have to win tomorrow. He smiled. How do you know? Because you're Daddy. Tiago pulled his brother away and looked at the camera. Dad, let's go to the square tomorrow. Mom said she would take us. Antonella appeared in the frame smiling at him. Under the obelisk in Buenos Aires, there are already 3 million people. He fell silent for 2 seconds. Wait for me to come back. At 4 in the afternoon in the French national team's hotel, Mbappe sat alone in his room. Outside the window, the golden dome of Lusail Stadium sparkled in the sunlight. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his mother. Tomorrow the whole world will be watching you. Prove it to them. He looked at the message. Proof. He remembered 2018, when he was 19 winning the championship in his first World Cup. At that time, everyone said he was the future king. For years have passed. Tomorrow there will be another person on the throne. He put down his phone. He stood up and walked to the window. In the distance in the direction of the Argentine hotel, a window was also lit. He knew whose room it was. He stared for a long time. Then he spoke, looking out the window. Tomorrow I will send you away. At 7 in the evening in the Souk Waqif market, Mariah's sister was squeezed in the crowd, surrounded by a festive atmosphere. It was not the celebration of the final. It was the celebration of the eve. Argentinians and French began to sing. The songs from both sides clashed together, neither yielding to the other, but no one clashed. Some raised their glasses, some held flags, and others lifted portraits of Messi and Mbappe above their heads. The uncle stood at the center of the crowd, his blue and white cloak fluttering in the wind. Uncle, are you afraid? He gazed at the lights of Lusail Stadium in the distance. Not afraid. Why, oi? He turned his head to look at her. Because tomorrow he will make us proud. At 8 in the evening in the Argentine national team's hotel, Messi's room, there was a knock on the door. Scaloni walked in and sat down next to him. The two remained silent for a long time. Scaloni spoke first. 8 years ago that night, I also couldn't sleep. Messi looked at him. What were you doing? Wondering what it would be like if we won. Messi remained silent. Scaloni looked at him. Tomorrow you will see. At 9 in the evening in the French national team's hotel, Mbappe's room, there was a knock on the door. Deschamps walked in and sat down next to him. Are you nervous? Mbappe shook his head. Deschamps smiled. When I played in the final in 1998, I also said I wasn't nervous. 5 minutes into the game, my legs were weak. Mbappe looked at him. And then, oi. Then I scored 2 headers. Deschamps stood up and walked to the door. Tomorrow it's your turn. At 10 in the evening under the night sky of Doha, Messi stood by the window gazing at the golden lights of Lusail Stadium in the distance. He took that photo out of his pocket. I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here. He pressed the photo to his chest. Then he turned off the lights. Lay down. Tomorrow. Under the same night sky, Mbappe stood by the window. He looked at the distant golden stadium. Tomorrow. He would walk in. With that person. Then only one could walk in. He turned off the lights. Lay down. Tomorrow. The next day, the front page of global media. L'Equipe, today. Messi versus Mbappe, the final showdown at Lusail. Build. At this moment the whole world holds its breath. The sun, the last dancer, the final throw. On December 18, 2022, in Doha at Lusail Stadium, Mariah's sister stood outside the stadium speechless in the face of everything before her. 80,000 people. Not an exaggeration. A tangible crowd of 80,000 surrounded the Lusail Stadium, creating a blockage. Blue and white mingled with deep blue, stretching from the square to the distant streets like two oceans separated by an invisible line. The massive countdown clock had reached 0. The blood-red 0 dazzled in the sunlight. Beside it, an Argentine uncle dressed in a custom blue and white cloak stood motionless at the front of the crowd. Uncle, she asked softly, are you afraid? The uncle did not turn around. Before the final in 1986, I stood outside the Azteca Stadium asking myself the same question. What happened later? Later Maradona won. He turned to look at her. Today Messi will win. In the distance, French fans began to sing. The majestic La Marseillaise erupted with 80,000 voices shaking the air. A giant image of Mbappe was held high in the crowd with the words, a new king shall rise. The Argentine fans did not respond. They simply watched. Then someone began to sing. Not La Marseillaise, but Muchachos. First a few, then hundreds, then thousands, until 40,000 voices sang in unison. The two songs collided, neither side yielding. Mariah's sister stood between the two oceans, suddenly unsure of which side to stand on. The uncle pulled her into the blue and white crowd. Girl, today you are Argentine. At 10 o'clock Beijing time in Shanghai at a fan square, the large screen lit up, showing a live broadcast from outside Lusail Stadium. The square was packed with people, not crowded but suffocatingly full. 50,000 had gathered from all over the country, turning the square into a sea of blue and white. Xiao Chun was squeezed in the middle of the crowd, his feet barely touching the ground. But he didn't care. The 72-year-old old man next to him was still there, holding high a banner that read, Messi, Chinese fans will always support you. Old man, can you stand? The old man shot him a glare. Even if I can't stand, I must. This is the only time in my life. The camera on the big screen switched to the player tunnel. Messi emerged. The square erupted in thunderous cheers. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly became moist. At 2 o'clock Doha time at Lusail Stadium in the player tunnel, Messi stood at the front of the line. The tunnel was long. The lights were bright. At the end was the green grass and the roar of 80,000 voices. The French team lined up alongside. Mbappe stood at the front, his captain's armband pulled tight. The gazes of the two locked onto each other. No words were exchanged. But in that second the whole world felt it. DePaul quietly said from behind, Leo, he's looking at you. Messi didn't turn around. I know. Mbappe spoke first. Leo. Messi nodded. Kylian. The gazes of the two locked onto each other. No words were exchanged. But in that second the whole world felt it. DePaul quietly said from behind. Mbappe took the first step. Light flooded in. At 2:45 in the afternoon the national anthem played. As the Argentine national anthem rang out, the 40,000 Argentines finally opened their mouths. Not singing. It was a roar. Mariah's sister stood in the stands listening to the roar of the 40,000 around her, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. The old man beside her roared the loudest, the veins in his neck bulging. After the anthem ended, the crowd fell silent for a second. Then the French anthem began. Mbappe stood in the line, hand on his chest, singing along. His eyes remained open, fixed on Argentina's, half watching that person. After the anthem, Mbappe withdrew his gaze. Messi stood still, head bowed. No one knew what he was thinking. At 3 o'clock, the referee blew the whistle. Argentina kicked off. In the 5th minute, the first probing. Messi received the ball, just turned around when Upamecano closed in. Rabiot rushed in from the other side. The two pressed him hard. Messi did not force his way through. He passed the ball to DePaul. The first attack was stifled. In the 12th minute, France posed their first threat. Mbappe received the ball on the left, facing Molina. He moved. This time it was not a probe, but a direct acceleration, overtaking Molina on the outside. Molina turned to chase, but Mbappe was too fast. He dashed to the byline and made a cutback pass. Griezmann was charging in the middle. Shot. Martinez made the save. Corner kick. The French fans erupted. In the 15th minute, France earned a corner. Griezmann took it. Upamecano's header went wide. In the 18th minute, Argentina posed their first threat. Messi received the ball on the right, facing Thia's defense. He moved, changed direction, halted suddenly, then changed direction again. He got past. The second defender came rushing in. Upamecano. He passed the ball to the advancing Molina. Molina went to the byline, crossing. Alvarez charged in the middle. Header. Loris saved it. Corner kick. The expeditionary force stood up, 40,000 people at once. In the 21st minute, Argentina earned a corner. Messi took the corner. Otamendi's header went wide. In the 23rd minute, a penalty. Di Maria broke through on the left, tripped by Dembele in the box. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. The crowd fell silent. Messi stood at the penalty spot. Loris jumped on the goal line, trying to distract him. The expeditionary force held their breath, 40,000 people. Messi took a run-up shot. The ball flew towards the bottom right corner. Loris guessed the right direction, but he couldn't reach it. 10. Lusail Stadium erupted. Messi ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. DePaul caught up and jumped onto his back. Paredes rushed over and hugged him tightly. On the expeditionary side, Mariah's sister cried. The old man next to her knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the 28th minute, France kicked off. Before they could make two passes, the ball was intercepted by DePaul. DePaul sent a through ball to Messi. Messi received the ball surrounded by 3 defenders. He didn't force his way through. He passed the ball to Di Maria on the left. Di Maria on a solo run. Loris rushed out. Di Maria struck, chip shot. The ball flew over Loris' head. 20. The expeditionary force went crazy. Di Maria ran to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. Messi caught up and hugged him. The French fans fell completely silent. In the 31st minute, France made a substitution. Coman on Dembele off. In the 35th minute, Mbappe's response. He received the ball on the left, facing Molina. This time he didn't go to the byline, but cut inside directly. Molina was faked out. Mbappe shot from distance. Martinez flew to make the save. Corner kick. The French fans finally made some noise. In the 39th minute, France earned a corner. Griezmann took it. Mbappe's header at the back post went wide. In the 42nd minute, France had one last chance. Mbappe broke through on the left, crossed Giroud's header. Martinez saved it. The first half ended Argentina 20 France. At halftime in the Argentine dressing room, no one spoke. Messi sat in front of his locker holding a mate. Scaloni stood in front of the tactical board. In the second half, they will go wild. Mbappe will go wild. He looked at everyone. There are 45 minutes left. In the French dressing room, Deschamps slammed the tactical board to the ground. What are you doing? 20. This is the final. Everyone kept their heads down. Mbappe stood up. Give me the ball. They'll chase it down. Deschamps looked at him. By yourself. Mbappe, just me. At 3 o'clock Beijing time in Shanghai at a fan square, 50,000 people jumped up at the same time. 20. 20. Xiao Chen's voice was already hoarse, but he kept shouting. The 72-year-old old man next to him held up the banner, tears streaming down his face. 45 minutes left. The old man shouted, 45 minutes left. Xiao Chen looked at him. Old man, can you? Of course. How could I not? Messi hasn't lifted the cup yet. At 4:45 in the afternoon Doha time, the second half was about to begin. On December 18, 2022, in Doha at the Lusail Stadium, the second half begins. Messi stands at the center circle waiting for the kickoff. On the opposite side, Mbappe watches him. In his gaze there is no hostility, only one thing: hunger. Messi averted his gaze and lowered his head. He knows. The second half will be a battle. At the 48th second, France kicks off. Mbappe takes the ball and charges straight towards the Argentine half. Molina steps up to intercept. He's bypassed. De Paul comes to assist. He's shaken off. Romero covers. Mbappe changes direction and glides past him. In 3 seconds, he bypasses 3 players. The entire stadium gasps. Mbappe charges into the penalty area. He shoots. Martinez dives to save. He saved it. But the French fans erupted. They saw hope. In the 52nd minute, Mbappe strikes again. On the left side, he receives the ball facing Molina. He moves, changes direction, accelerates. Molina is left behind. De Paul rushes in. Mbappe slips the ball between his legs. He separates from the ball. The crowd erupts. Mbappe charges into the penalty area. Across. Mwani closes in. He shoots. Martinez blocks it with his leg. Corner kick. On the side of the expedition team, 4-0 people gasp. The Argentine uncle next to him clenches his fists, knuckles turning white. Too fast. Too fast. Mariah's sister looks at him. Uncle, are you scared? The uncle remains silent, but his hand trembles. In the 56th minute, the turning point arrives. The French corner is taken and Mbappe receives the ball at the far post. He pauses, waiting for the defenders to rush, and then he shoots. It's not a cross. It's a shot. The ball slips through the gap between Romero and Otamendi. It drills into the corner. 21. The Lusail Stadium explodes. Mbappe runs to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. The French fans go wild. On the side of the expedition team, 4-0 people fall silent. Mariah's sister covers her mouth. The uncle next to her finally shows a nervous expression. In the 59th minute, France attacks again. Mbappe receives the ball on the right side. This time, he switches positions. Facing Acuna, he changes direction, accelerates. Acuna is left behind. Across. Giroud heads the ball. Martinez saves it. Corner kick. In the 61st minute, France takes a corner. Griezmann delivers. Upamecano heads the ball. He misses high. In the 63rd minute, Mbappe strikes for the 3rd time. He receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area, surrounded by 3 players. He changes direction, stops abruptly, then changes direction again, bypassing 1. The second rushes in. He slips the ball between Romero's legs. Separated from the ball. Mbappe charges into the penalty area. Otamendi rushes to him. Mbappe shoots. 22. The Lusail Stadium goes wild. Mbappe runs to the corner flag, pointing both hands to the sky. The French fans go absolutely wild. On the side of the expedition team, someone is crying. Mariah's sister looks at that 23-year-old black figure and suddenly realizes one thing. This is not the final. This is a battle for the throne. The uncle next to her squats down for the first time. At 4 in the morning Beijing time in Shanghai, at a fan square, 5-0 people fall silent. The score of 22 on the big screen is glaring. Xiao Chun stands still motionless. The 72-year-old old man next to him has the flag dropped on the ground. No one goes to pick it up. In the square there is only silence. Then someone begins to cry. Not one person, but hundreds, thousands. The old man turns his head and looks at Xiao Chun. Young man, is there still hope? Xiao Chun opens his mouth, but cannot speak. At 5 minutes past 5 in Doha, at the Lusail Stadium, Messi stands at the center circle waiting for the kickoff. De Paul walks over and stands beside him. Leo. Messi does not turn back. I know. He places the ball under his foot, pausing for 2 seconds. Then he lifts his head and glances at the goal opposite. That look De Paul will never forget. It is not despair. Not tension. Not anger. It is a kind of calm, like the sea before a storm. In the 65th minute, Messi receives the ball. He is on the right side facing Theo's defense. Theo lowers his center of gravity, his eyes fixed on Messi's feet. Messi moves. He nudges the ball to the left and Theo follows. Then he pulls the ball back, slipping it past Theo. Separated from the ball. Theo turns to chase, but Messi has already dashed toward the penalty area. Upamecano rushes in. Messi does not slow down. He slips the ball between Upamecano's legs and then goes around him. Separated from the ball for the 2nd time. The crowd gasps. Rabiot rushes in. Coman also rushes in. Both tackle at the same time. Messi lightly chips the ball, leaping over their heads. The ball falls, he catches it, and continues forward. Verny rushes in. The last defender for France. Messi looks at him, moves, not changing direction, but stopping. Verny freezes for a moment. In that moment of hesitation, Messi nudges the ball past him on the left side, then goes around on the right side. Separated from the ball for the 3rd time. Verny kneels on the grass, looking back at that figure. Messi has already entered the penalty area. Loris charges out. Messi shoots, not a shot but a chip. The ball flies over Loris' head. Slowly, falls into the goal. 32. The Lusail Stadium explodes. Not just an explosion, but a nuclear blast. 8-0 people stand up at the same time. On the side of the expedition team, 4-0 people go wild. Messi runs to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. De Paul catches up and jumps on his back. Paredes kneels on the ground. Lautaro lies on top of him. Upamecano lies motionless on the grass. Verny kneels there looking at that figure. Theo holds his head in disbelief. Mbappe stands at the center circle watching that man. That 35-year-old man, buried under his teammates. He remembers 2018, when he first lifted the World Cup. He thought that was the start of his era. Now, that man's era is not over yet. Mariah's sister on the stands has lost her voice, but she is still shouting. The uncle next to her kneels on the ground not praying, but crying. Maradona, he shouts Maradona. Did you see it? In the distance on the side of the French fans, it is as quiet as a graveyard. Someone starts to applaud. Not everyone, but more and more. They are applauding that man. That 35-year-old, the god who just bypassed their 5 players. At 4:15 in the morning Beijing time in Shanghai, at a fan square, 500 people erupt in thunderous cheers. Xiaochen has lost his voice, but he is still shouting. The 72-year-old old man next to him raises the flag again, tears streaming down his face. Messi, Messi, Messi. In the square, strangers hug each other, some pour beer into the sky, and some kneel on the ground crying. The old man grabs Xiaochen's hand tightly. Young man, we won. We fucking won. Xiaochen opens his mouth, realizing he is crying. In the 72nd minute, France makes a substitution. Camavinga comes on, and Rabiot goes off. In the 78th minute, Mbappe strikes for the 4th time. He takes the ball facing 3 defenders. He desperately breaks through, but is brought down. Free kick. He takes it himself and shoots high. In the 82nd minute, Argentina makes a substitution. Lautaro comes on, and Alvarez goes off. In the 85th minute, Messi performs for the 2nd time. He receives the ball on the left side, surrounded by 3 defenders. He does not force his way through. He passes the ball to the advancing Acuna, then moves toward the penalty area. Acuna reaches the byline, crossing it. Messi arrives at the far post. He heads it. Loris saves it. Corner kick. In the 87th minute, Argentina takes a corner. Messi delivers. Otamendi heads it. Cleared off the line. In the 89th minute, Argentina makes a substitution. Paredes comes on, and DePaul goes off. The entire crowd stands and applauds. In the 90th minute, 4 minutes of stoppage time. France's last chance. Mbappe receives the ball, shoots from distance. Martinez saves it. Corner kick. Griezmann delivers. Mbappe heads it. Martinez saves again. On the side of the expedition team, 400 people simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief. In the 94th minute, Argentina's last attack. Messi has the ball, slowly bringing it up the right side. He is not in a hurry. He waits. Mbappe rushes in. Messi nudges the ball past him and then goes around behind him. Mbappe reaches out to pull him. He misses. Messi advances with the ball. Upamecano rushes in. He passes the ball to Lautaro. Lautaro is unknown. He shoots. 42. The Lusail Stadium erupts one last time. Lautaro runs to the corner flag, sliding on his knees. Messi catches up and hugs him tightly. Mbappe kneels at the center circle, covering his face with both hands. The referee looks at the clock. The whistle blows. The final whistle. Argentina 42, France. World Cup champions. Mariah's sister kneels in the stands, crying, unable to speak. The uncle next to her stands holding the flag that says 1986-2022. Above his head, tears streaming down his face. Maradona. Did you see? He brought it back for you. In the distance, Mbappe sits on the ground, not getting up for a long time. Messi walks over, extending his hand. Mbappe lifts his head and looks at him. Their gazes collide. Messi does not speak. Mbappe takes his hand and stands up. Then he hugs Messi and whispers something in his ear. No one hears what he says, but everyone sees Messi. Award ceremony. Messi is the last to step onto the podium. Infantino hands him the World Cup trophy. He takes it and lifts it above his head. Golden ribbons float down from the dome of the Lusail Stadium, landing on his shoulders, on his head, and on the shoulders of all Argentine players. He stands there looking at the sea of blue and white. 8 years ago, he stood at Maracana watching the Germans celebrate. Today, he stands in Lusail looking at his people. He raises the trophy a little higher. On the side of the expedition team, 400 people kneel at the same time. Mariah's sister kneels in the stands, her voice completely gone, but she is still shouting. The uncle next to her does not kneel. He stands holding the flag, watching that man. In 1986, he says, I was in Mexico City. When Maradona lifted the trophy, I stood just like this. He turns to look at her. Today I see the second. At 5 in the morning Beijing time in Shanghai, at a fan square, dawn is approaching. The big screen continues to loop the image of Messi holding the World Cup trophy. 500 people, no one leaves. They stand there watching that man over and over. The 72-year-old old man sits on the ground, the flag draped over him. Xiaochen walks over. Old man, are you okay? The old man looks at him and smiles. Good. This life. At 7 in the evening Doha time in the locker room, DePaul is playing music. Paredes is dancing. Lautaro clings to the trophy, refusing to let go. Alvarez is asleep on the massage table. Messi sits in front of his locker holding a mate. Scaloni walks over and sits beside him. The two of them are silent for a long time. Scaloni speaks first. That night 8 years ago, I cried for 3 days. Messi does not respond. Scaloni looks at him. Tonight, I can't cry anymore. Messi takes a sip of the mate. Neither can I. Scaloni stands up and walks to the door. Thank you, Leo. Messi looks at him. Don't thank me. Thank everyone. At 9 in the evening in the Wakif market, 100,000 Argentine fans fill the square to capacity. Mariah's sister is squeezed in the crowd. The flag that says, "For my sister," is being passed above the crowd. The uncle stands in the center of the crowd, the blue and white cloak flapping in the wind. "Uncle, what will you do next?" He looks at the golden lights of the Lusail Stadium in the distance. "Go home. What will you do at home?" He smiles. "Tell them I saw God." In another direction, Messi returns to the hotel. He stands alone by the window. Outside, the golden lights of the Lusail Stadium are still shining. He takes the photo out of his pocket. In the photo, that child is still playing football on the muddy field. The words on the back are already a bit blurred, but he remembers every word. "I was there that day. I'm here today. We will always be here." He presses the photo against his chest, holding it for a long time. The door is pushed open. Antonella bursts in with 3 kids. Mateo hugs his leg. "Dad, you..." He picks Mateo up. Tiago stands beside him looking at him. "Dad, are you a god?" He looks at Tiago and "No." "Then what are you?" He looks at the golden night sky outside. "I'm just a person who never gave up." The next day, global media front pages. Le Parisien has only one word: God. Build, Messi 42 Mbappe. The era has not changed. The son, the 35-year-old king, is still the king. Ole's front page features a photo of Messi holding the trophy with only one line: "Thank you, Leo." At 1 in the morning Doha time, the lights of the Lusail Stadium go out. Messi stands by the window looking at the silent golden stadium. He takes out the photo for one last look. Then he puts it back in his pocket. He turns and walks towards Antonella, and outside, the desert night is deep, but he knows dawn is approaching. December 19th, 2022, Buenos Aires, Ezeiza International Airport. At 4 a.m., Maria stood in the plaza outside the terminal, utterly stunned by what lay before her. It wasn't the crowd size, it was the frenzy. 3 million people, not an exaggeration, but a precise, staggering 3 million, stretched from the airport all the way into the city center, clogging the entire highway until not a single inch remained unoccupied. A sea of sky blue and white extended from her feet to the horizon. Some held towering portraits of Messi, others wore Maradona's vintage jerseys, still others raised replicas of the FIFA World Cup trophy high above their heads. She had returned, after 30 hours of flight, Doha to Madrid, then Madrid to Buenos Aires. Exhausted beyond measure, yet sleep eluded her. On the plane, the Argentine man beside her hadn't slept at all, transfixed by photos of Messi lifting the trophy on his phone. Now he stood beside her, his blue and white cloak rumpled and crushed by the press of bodies. But he didn't care. "Sir, how many years have you waited?" she asked. He gazed toward the distant airport entrance. 36. She found no words. In the distance, the crowd stirred. "He's coming. He's here." Instantly, every person rose onto their tip. Maria saw nothing, but she felt it, a seismic tremor, a collective vibration, as 3 million voices roared one name in unison: Messi. 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 4 p.m. Beijing time. Shanghai, a downtown office building. Xiaoqun stared at his phone screen. The coffee beside him had long gone cold. The company had granted a holiday. The boss declared, "Today we don't watch football, we watch Messi return home." On the live stream, Argentina's official aircraft descended steadily. The comment feed exploded, not with thousands but hundreds of thousands of messages flooding the screen until nothing else could be seen. He muted the comments and watched the plane descend frame by frame. Beside him, a 72-year-old elder also watched. Unable to operate the smartphone, he relied on Xiaoqun, who placed his tablet on the table so they could watch together. "Young man, he's stepping out." On screen, the cabin door opened. Messi emerged first, holding the World Cup aloft. The elder's eyes welled with tears. Xiaoqun opened his mouth and realized he too was crying. 6 a.m. Buenos Aires time. An open-top bus. Messi stood at the very front, the World Cup raised high in his hands. 3 million people lined the 10-kilometer route from the airport to the Obelisk Plaza, every inch packed. Some climbed lampposts, others clung to balcony railings, many hoisted their children onto their shoulders. A massive banner unfurled from a rooftop, inscribed in Spanish, "Gracias, Leo. El mundo es tuyo." "Thank you, Leo. The world is yours." The bus moved slowly, so slowly that every face could be clearly seen, some weeping, others laughing, as some kneeling, others clasping their hands together as if in prayer. DePaul stood beside Messi, filming with his phone. "Leo, look over there." Messi followed his gaze. A group of children in number 10 jerseys stood by the roadside, holding a hand-painted sign: "We want to play football, just like you." He gazed for a long while, then lifted the trophy toward them. The children erupted into delirium. FIFA headquarters, Nyon, Switzerland. 3 p.m. Gianni Infantino stood at the podium before more than 300 journalists. He cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, I announce a historic decision." Silence fell across the room. After careful deliberation, FIFA formally confers upon Lionel Messi the title of third king of football. He succeeds Pelé and Maradona as the greatest footballer in history. He paused. His 7 Ballon d'Or awards for UEFA Champions League titles, 1 World Cup triumph, and countless individual records surpass all predecessors. He is without question the greatest of all time. Applause broke out. A journalist raised his hand. And Cristiano Ronaldo. Infantino met his gaze. Ronaldo is also a legendary player. But today we speak only of Messi. 5 p.m. Doha time. Al Thani Royal Residence, Qatar. Sheikh Tamim sat in the reception hall facing Messi's agent. Is the contract ready? The agent nodded. Ambassador for the Qatar World Cup. Lifetime agreement. Tamim smiled. No, not merely an ambassador. Tell him Qatar will always be his second home. 8 p.m. Beijing time. A narrow alleyway in Beijing. Lao Wang carried out the last case of beer and offered it freely. Lao Li, the skewer vendor next door, Zhang the mechanic, Xiao Zhao from the barbershop across the street, and Lu the elder upstairs, all gathered there. On the television, Messi rode atop the open-top bus. At 82, Lu the elder drank 3 bottles of beer. That night his face flushed crimson. I've lived 82 years, and tonight my life has been complete. Uncle, didn't you used to say you never watched football? Lao Wang asked. Lu shot him a sharp glance. Never watched football. I watched in 1986, Maradona, and now Messi. I've watched them both. Lao Wang laughed. Lao Li raised his glass. To Messi. Everyone raised their glasses. 9 a.m. Buenos Aires time. Obelisk Plaza. 3 million people packed the square, so tightly not a sliver of space remained. Messi stood upon a temporary stage, the World Cup gleaming in his hands. Below him, 3 million voices chanted one name in perfect unison. He gazed for a long moment, then lifted the microphone. Thank you. Just 2 words. Yet, 3 million people fell instantly silent. He paused again. Thank you to all of you. To everyone who believed in us. To everyone who never gave up. Someone in the crowd began to weep. This trophy belongs to all of you. To those of 1978, to those of 1986, to everyone who waited. He glanced upward at the sky, and to Diego. He too was waiting. 3 million people lifted their faces in unison. The sky was a deep, boundless blue. Someone whispered, Maradona is watching. Paris Champs-Élysées. 4 p.m. The street was quiet. French fans walked in small clusters. Some still wore France jerseys, though the euphoria of the previous night had faded. An Argentine fan passed by holding a portrait of Messi. A few French fans watched him. Hey! The Argentine fan halted tense. The French fans approached and extended their hands. You won. Congratulations. The Argentine fan hesitated, then grasped their hands. Thank you. They held on for a long time. Then one said, Mbappé is still young. He'll have another chance. The Argentine smiled. Yes, but there is only one Messi. Lisbon, Portugal. Cristiano Ronaldo's home. Ronaldo switched off the television. On screen, Messi stood at the Obelisk Plaza, bathed in the roar of 3 million adoring voices. He rose and walked to the window. Outside, Lisbon's night lay still and hushed, nearly deserted. His phone vibrated. A message from Mendez. Did you see it? He stared at the line. Yes, he had seen it. He set the phone down. Then he picked it up again, typed a few words, and sent them to Messi. You won. Congratulations. Truly deserved. Sent. 3 minutes later, Messi replied, Thanks, brother. He stared at those 2 words for a long time. Brother. A quiet smile crossed his lips. 7 p.m. Buenos Aires time. Casa Rosada, the presidential palace. The president awaited at the entrance. A red carpet stretched from the doorway to the grand hall, flanked by honor guards. Messi stepped down from the car, still cradling the World Cup. The president stepped forward and clasped his hand. Leo, you've made Argentinians believe in miracles once more. Messi smiled faintly. Not me, us. The president fastened a medal around his neck. This is Argentina's highest honor, the Medal of the Nation. Only 3 men in history have received it, General San Martin, General Belgrano, and now you. Applause thundered through the hall. Messi looked down at the medal, then lifted his gaze. May I say something? The president nodded. Messi looked out over the assembled crowd. This medal does not belong to me alone. It belongs to everyone who wears the sky blue and white. DePaul wept on stage. 10 p.m. Rosario, Messi's hometown. The motorcade entered Rosario well after midnight, yet the streets overflowed with people. 200,000 souls lined the route from the highway exit to his childhood home. Inside the car, Messi gazed out at familiar faces. Neighbors, childhood friends, the owner of the pizzeria he'd frequented since boyhood. The car stopped. He stepped out. Before him stood the place where he'd grown up, the modest apartment building, the front door, the small courtyard. He stood motionless for a long time. The door opened. His mother appeared. Leo. He walked forward and embraced her. She wept. He held her tight, saying nothing, but she felt at his body trembling. 1 a.m. In the courtyard of Messi's family home, the World Cup rested upon a table at the center. Moonlight bathed it in a soft golden glow. Messi sat alone on the stone steps, cradling a gourd of mate. Antonella stepped out and settled beside him. Can't sleep. He shook his head. What are you thinking about? He looked at the trophy. About the people today. Which people, eh? The ones in the plaza. 3 million of them. Antonella leaned against his shoulder. He remained silent for a long while, then said, and for Diego too. Antonella said nothing. He slipped his hand into his pocket and touched the photograph. The photograph that had accompanied him all this time, now slightly worn at the edges. He drew it out and gazed at it. In it, a boy kicked a ball across a dusty earthen pitch. The inscription on the back had faded, but he remembered every word. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here. Suddenly he understood it hadn't been given by one person alone. It had been entrusted to him by everyone who loved him. He rose and walked to the trophy. He placed the photograph beneath its base, then stepped back to look. The trophy shimmered under the moonlight, and the boy in the photograph smiled back. Antonella came to stand beside him. Will you keep it forever? He looked at the image. It will always remain. Far away, Rosario's night sky hung serene and silent. Yet inside the house, 3 children still played. Mateo clutched the World Cup tightly, Tiago gnawed playfully at its base, and Ciro snapped photo after photo. He smiled, then turned and walked back inside. Behind him, moonlight bathed the trophy, and the photograph beside it. I was there that day. I am here today. We will always be here. The next day, front pages worldwide. Laporta, the third king of football, Messi crowned. Build surpassing Pelé. Surpassing Maradona. The greatest of all time, unequivocally. The son Cristiano Ronaldo issues congratulations, truly deserved. Ole's front page featured a single image, Messi holding the World Cup seated on the stone steps of his childhood home in Rosario. Beneath it, one line, home. 2 a.m. Doha time. The lights of Lusail Stadium dimmed, but Argentina's lights remained ablaze. And so did the lights of the entire world. They celebrated one man, the 35-year-old who had journeyed from the dusty pitches of Rosario to the summit of the world. The man who never gave up. The man named Messi. Ding. Host Messi has attained the highest honor within this world and achieved definitive status as the greatest in history. Timeline recalibration in progress. On December 28, 2022, in Rosario at 4:17 in the morning, Messi opened his eyes. The ceiling was familiar. The wooden beams in the old house of Rosario had not changed in 35 years. But he knew something had changed. It felt strange, like he had slept for a long time, yet as if he hadn't slept at all. It felt like a long dream in which he lifted the World Cup trophy and the whole world was shouting his name. But that dream was real. He slowly sat up, leaning against the headboard. A faint blue light was slowly glowing on his left wrist. Detection complete. The host has achieved the highest historical achievement in the current timeline. The host's memories are intact. Timeline correction in progress. Correction complete. Messi looked at the line of text unperturbed. Last time it was also such an early morning with such light. Back then, he had just woken from the dream of winning the 2022 World Cup and found himself back in May 2021. That time he chose to start anew. What about this time? He looked down at his hands. These hands had lifted the trophy. Once in that world without a system, he carried Argentina to the end alone, weeping in Lusail. Once during these 18 months, he conquered Europe with Manchester City and the world with Argentina. Twice. He was the only person in the world to have lifted the trophy twice. He spoke softly. Sister, the faint blue light flickered. I am here. I want to ask you a question. Please ask. If I choose to stay, what will happen next? The light was silent for a few seconds. The system will permanently shut down. It will no longer interfere with the host's life in any form. The host will face everything alone. Messi pondered. What if I go back? The host will return to the original rebirth point. Reset everything. Messi fell silent. The moonlight outside fell on his face, casting his silhouette in silver. He thought of these 18 months. He remembered the blue sea of Manchester, the tifo that read Gracias por elegirnos. He recalled the last-minute goal at Allianz, the hat trick at Wembley. He remembered the golden ribbons in Lusail and the moment he lifted the trophy above his head, the whole world shouting his name. He thought of De Paul's tears, of Paredes' embrace, of Scaloni crouching in the corner smoking. He remembered the sweat, the tears, and the moments of craziness with his teammates. He closed his eyes, then opened them. I will stay. Confirmation. The host chooses to remain in the current timeline. The system is about to shut down. Goodbye, Lionel. The line of text began to fade. Wait a moment. The light stopped. Please speak. What is your name? The light was silent for a long time. I have no name. I am merely an observer. Messi nodded. Then I shall call you the recorder. Good. I am called the recorder. Goodbye, Lionel. The last trace of blue light floated from his wrist, drawing a small arc in the night, and then disappearing. Good. I am called the recorder. Goodbye, Lionel. The last trace of blue light floated from his wrist. He raised his hand and placed it against his chest. The heartbeat was steady and strong. Thank you, he whispered. At 7 in the morning, sunlight flooded into the room, waking Messi up as Mateo jumped on him. The 5-year-old boy jumped onto the bed barefoot, sitting on his stomach, holding up a plastic World Cup trophy. Get up. The real trophy is outside. Can I hug it again? Messi opened his eyes and looked at the excited little face. Go ahead. Just don't drop it. Mateo jumped off the bed and dashed outside barefoot. Messi sat up, leaning against the headboard. Antonella walked in with a cup of mate tea and handed it to him. He took it and had a sip. She sat beside him watching his profile. Didn't sleep well last night. He shook, just thinking about things. She didn't press further. She merely leaned on his shoulder and softly said, "A lot of people are here outside." At 9 in the morning on the streets of Rosario, Messi stood at his door stunned by the sight before him. It wasn't just the crowd. It was madness. Hundreds of thousands of people, not an exaggeration but hundreds of thousands, were lined up from his doorstep all the way to the city center blocking the entire street. A blue and white sea stretched from beneath his feet to the horizon. Some held up his giant portrait, some wore Maradona's old jerseys, and some raised replicas of the World Cup trophy above their heads. A massive banner hung down from the rooftop across the street, "Gracias, Elio. El mundo es tuyo." Thank you, Leo. The world is yours. Another banner next to it read in Spanish, "You made us wait 36 years. It was worth it." Messi stood at the door gazing at that sea. Some began to cry. Some started to laugh. Some began to shout his name. Then hundreds of thousands opened their mouths at once. "Messi! Messi! Messi!" The sound shook the window. Messi did not move. He just stood there looking at them. Looking at those who loved him. Looking at those who waited for him. Looking at those who would always remember him. Antonella stood behind him, gently nudging him. "Go say something." He nodded and took a step forward. The crowd fell silent. He looked at the people, paused for a few seconds. Then he said, "Thank you all. Thank you for allowing me to be myself." At 10 in the morning, Rosario City Hall, the mayor was waiting at the door. "Leo, welcome home." The mayor shook his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "We are preparing to rename the city center square to Messi Square. And this street will be called 10th Avenue from now on. Also, that muddy soccer field where you played as a child, we are planning to build a museum. It's called Messi Road." Messi glanced at him. "No need to change the name." The mayor was taken aback. "Huh." Messi smiled. "The name won't change. But we can put up a sign. The museum can be built, but the kids must play soccer for free." The mayor nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Free. Absolutely free." Nearby, a group of children rushed over holding homemade medals. "Messi, sign for us." Messi crouched down, signing for each one. After finishing with the last child, a little boy timidly asked, "Uncle Messi, will you leave?" Messi looked at him. "Where to?" "To another country. My dad said Saudi Arabia is offering you a lot of money." Messi was silent for 2 seconds. Then he crouched down to meet the little boy's gaze. "I will go to many places to play soccer, but here it will always be home." The little boy's eyes lit up. "Then will you come back?" Messi patted his head. "I will come back every holiday." The little boy smiled. At noon, in a presidential suite of a hotel in Rosario, Mendez had been waiting for 2 hours. Seeing Messi enter, he immediately stood up. "Leo, congratulations. I knew you could win." Messi sat down across from him. Mendez pushed a stack of documents in front of him. "These have been confirmed. Take a look first." Messi opened invitation from the Argentine presidential office. "We hereby invite Mr. Lionel Andres Messi to the Rose Palace on January 10, 2023, to receive the General San Martin Medal. This medal is the highest honor in Argentina, awarded to only 3 people in history. The president will personally present it, broadcasted live nationwide." Messi glanced at it and set it aside. The second document. United Nations appointment letter. "We hereby appoint Mr. Lionel Messi as the Global Ambassador for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Term 5 years. The Secretary General will personally preside over the appointment ceremony at the United Nations headquarters in New York in February 2023. The third document. FIFA Lifetime Achievement Award. FIFA President Infantino cordially invites Mr. Messi to attend the 2023 Ballon d'Or award ceremony to accept the FIFA Lifetime Achievement Award. This is the first time this award has been presented in FIFA's history. The fourth document. LVMH Lifetime Endorsement Contract. Amount 1.5 billion euros year. Duration lifetime. Additional clause. Mr. Messi will have his personal brand M10 fully developed by LVMH. The fifth document. Invitation from the Qatari royal family. "Dear Mr. Lionel Messi, the Emir of Qatar cordially invites you to serve as the permanent honorary ambassador for the Qatar World Cup. Enclosed is a 3-year contract worth 300 million euros. You will receive royal treatment in Doha." The sixth document. Invitation from the Saudi royal family. "Dear Mr. Lionel Messi, the King of Saudi Arabia cordially invites you to join Al Hilal Club. Contract amount 250 million euros year. Additional clause, you will become the ambassador for Saudi Arabia's bid for the 2030 World Cup." The seventh document. Invitation from Major League Soccer. "Dear Leo, come to Miami. Beckham personally invites you. Contract amount 100 million euros year. Additional clause, you will own shares in the club. David Beckham." The eighth document. Invitation from the French presidential office. "Dear Leo, the Élysée Palace welcomes you anytime. President Macron wishes to meet you to discuss future cooperation in French football." The ninth document. Invitation from the British Prime Minister's office. "Mr. Messi, 10 Downing Street welcomes you. King Charles III also hopes to meet you at an appropriate time. Manchester will always be proud of you." The UEFA Special Honor Award. "We hereby award Mr. Lionel Messi the UEFA European Football Century Award in recognition of his unparalleled contributions to European football. Messi looked at 20 documents, but did not finish reading them. He raised his head and looked at Mendes. Are these real? Mendes smiled. This is just a part. There are over 30 more on the way. The White House, the German Chancellor's office, the Spanish royal family, the Japanese imperial family. All are in line. And those commercial brands, do you know how many companies want to sign you now? 300. After screening, there are still... Messi was silent for a few seconds. That Saudi won 250 million. Mendes nodded. That Qatari won 300 million. Yes. That American won with shares? Yes. Beckham said it personally. Messi said that he picked up the mate on the table and took a sip. Mendes looked at him. Leo, you are no longer just a king of football. You are someone everyone in the world wants to be associated with. Messi remained silent. Mendes asked again, what do you plan to do? Messi thought for a moment. Take it one by one. In the afternoon at 3 in the yard of Messi's home in Rosario. The barbecue grill was set up. De Paul Paredes, Lautaro Alvarez. The core players of the Argentine team were all there. They had purposely stayed a few extra days just for this barbecue. De Paul was flipping the meat skewers, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Leo, I heard Saudi Arabia is offering you $2.5 million. Messi held the mate. Yeah. Are you going? Haven't decided yet. Paredes interjected. $2.5 million. Not going would be stupid. Lautaro laughed. You don't understand. For Leo, it's not about money anymore. De Paul stubbed out the cigarette. Then what is it about? Messi looked at the campfire. It's about whether he wants to or not. Everyone fell silent. After a long time, De Paul raised his glass. No matter where you go, we will follow you to watch. The others also raised their glasses. Cheers. Messi. He also lifted his mate. Cheers. At 7 in the evening in the city center square of Rosario, on the makeshift stage, Messi stood. Below the stage, hundreds of thousands of people were packed tightly. The mayor had just announced that the city center square was officially renamed Messi Square. The newly unveiled sign read in Spanish. The person who walked out from here showed the world Argentina. Messi looked at the sign for a long time. Then he picked. The crowd fell silent. He looked at the people. When I was a child, I played soccer on the muddy field in this city. At that time, I didn't know that one day so many people would stand here shouting my name. He paused. Now I stand here looking at you all. I want to say, he smiled. Thank you for allowing me to be myself. Below, hundreds of thousands of people erupted in cheers simultaneously. Some cried. Some laughed. Some threw scarves into the sky. Messi put down the microphone and turned to leave the stage. Halfway down, he stopped. He looked back. That sea of blue and white roiled in the night. He suddenly remembered the last sentence from the system. Goodbye, Lionel. Not goodbye, he thought in his heart. It's good night. At 11 at night in Messi's study. He sat alone at the desk. In front of him were those contracts, invitations, and appointment letters. Outside, the night in Rosario was quiet. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Holland. Leo, I heard you received many offers. Is it true? He looked at the text and smiled. Reply true. Holland replied immediately. Then where do you plan to go? Messi thought for a moment. Haven't decided yet. Holland sent a thinking emoji. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to choose either. Messi sent a smiling emoji. Then he put down the phone. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the muddy field lay quietly under the moon. He remembered how he looked standing there 35 years ago. At that time, he only knew one thing. He wanted to play. Now he knows much more. He knows what responsibility is, what waiting is, what love is. He also knows that countless choices await him next. Now he knows much more. He knows what responsibility is, what waiting is, what love is. He also knows that countless choices await him next. Rosario, 8 in the morning. Messi was awakened by his phone. It wasn't an alarm clock. It was the kind of incessant vibration that resembled a machine gun. He reached for his phone, squinting to glance at the screen. 347 unread messages. He paused for a moment, thinking he must have misread it. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. 347 messages. He sat up, leaning against the headboard. Antonella turned over groggily, asking what's wrong. Nothing. You can go back to sleep. She murmured something and fell back asleep. Messi opened his phone. The first message was from Mendes, sent at 3 in the morning. Leo, you're still awake, right? Saudi has increased the offer. 300 million per year. The second message from Mendes, sent at 3:01. Qatar also raised theirs. 350 million. They said to name your price. The third message from Mendes, sent at 3:05. The U.S. is getting anxious. Beckham said he can fly to Rosario personally. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Messi looked for 10 minutes, but couldn't finish. He set his phone down, rubbing his temples. Outside, sunlight glinted off the World Cup trophy in the yard, sparkling golden. At 9 in the morning in Messi's living room, Mendes was seated on the couch, surrounded by piles of documents. Messi sat across from him, holding a mate. De Paul was also there. He hadn't left last night and had slept in the guest room. Now he sat beside them with messy hair, watching the scene unfold. Mendes cleared his throat. Leo, let me briefly outline the current situation. He picked up the first document. Al Nasser. 3-year contract, 300 million euros per year. Additional clause, you will become the ambassador for Saudi's bid for the 2030 World Cup. They also promised that if you go, the broadcasting rights for the entire league will double. Messi remained silent. Mendes picked up the second document. Qatar. Doha citizens. 3-year contract, €350 million per year. Additional clause, you will become the permanent honorary ambassador for the Qatar World Cup with royal treatment. They also said you are welcome anywhere in Qatar tax-free. DePaul whistled. 350 million. Tax-free. Mendes ignored him and picked up the third document. United States. Inter Miami. 2-year contract, €150 million per year. But that's not the main point. They are offering you shares in the club. 5. Beckham personally mentioned it. He also said the entire North American market is yours. Mendes set down the documents looking at Messi. These are the 3 biggest offers. There are also over 20 others including Turkey, China, Japan, Brazil. Messi was silent for a few seconds. No. Mendes was taken aback. Messi took a sip of mate. Tell me about the ones that aren't about money. Mendes nodded. He picked up another stack of documents. Argentinian Presidential Office. January 10th, award ceremony. You must attend. United Nations. Early February in New York. The Secretary General will present the award personally. Global live broadcast. Messi nodded again. FIFA. Ballon d'Or ceremony. Lifetime Achievement Award. The first in history. Messi continued nodding. French Presidential Office. Macron wants to meet you. He said he can arrange any time. British Prime Minister's Office. King Charles also wants to meet you. They said Manchester will always be proud of you. Spanish Royal Family. King Felipe sent a congratulatory letter saying that if you return to Spain, the palace is always welcoming. Japanese Imperial Family. They want to invite you to the Emperor's reception. The White House. President Biden's congratulatory letter has also arrived. He said you are the symbol of football. DePaul was dumbfounded beside him. What? What is all this? Mendes glanced at him. This is the treatment of a king of football. At noon in a restaurant in Rosario, Messi, wearing a hat and mask, sat in a corner. Across from him was a middle-aged man in a suit, and negotiation representative from LVMH. Mr. Messi, you should see our sincerity. €150 million per year lifetime contract. You will have your personal brand M10O fully crafted by LVMH. From clothing to perfume, from watches to bags, full coverage. Messi remained silent. The representative continued, we will also launch your image advertisements worldwide. Champs-Élysées, 5th Avenue, Ginza. All the most expensive places will feature you. Messi took a sip of water. What about the duration? Lifetime. What if I retire? The contract continues. You will always be ours. Messi was silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. He'll think about it. The representative smiled. Of course. We're not in a hurry. You can take. At 3 in the afternoon in the central square of Rosario, Messi was once again besieged. Not by fans, but by reporters. Over 300 reporters, cameras and microphones aimed at him, filling the square all the way to the city hall. Leo, is the 300 million from Saudi true? Leo, Qatar made a higher offer, will you go? Leo, have you accepted the UN appointment? Leo, Macron wants to meet you, will you go to Paris? Leo, did you receive the letter from the White House? Messi stood in the crowd surrounded by security, unable to move. He lowered his head, saying nothing. In the distance, a group of children squeezed and holding homemade signs. Messi, please sign for us. Security tried to block the children. Messi lifted his head. Let them through. The security guard was taken aback. Messi walked over, squatting down to sign for each one. After signing for the last one, a little girl asked, Uncle Messi, will you leave Argentina? Messi looked at her. I will go to many places, but here will always be my home. The little girl smiled. At 7 in the evening in the backyard of Messi's house, the barbecue was set up again. This time there were more people. DePaul, Paredes, Lautaro, Alvarez, Lisandro Romero. Almost the entire Argentina team was there. DePaul flipped through the skewers, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Leo, have you made up your mind yet? Messi held his. Made up my mind about what? Where to go? Paredes interjected from the side. If you ask me, go to Saudi. 300 million, 3 years. Play and retire after. Lautaro laughed. What do you know? The U.S. has shares. That's a long-term investment. Alvarez whispered. Qatar 3.5 billion. The highest. DePaul shot them a glare. Shut up. Let Leo think for himself. Everyone fell silent watching Messi. Messi stared at the campfire. After a long time he spoke up. Do you think I lack money? Everyone was taken aback. DePaul thought for a moment. Not lacking. Messi nodded. Then why would I choose the one that pays the most? No one spoke again. Messi took a sip of mate. I want to choose a place where I can still play football. At 11 in the evening in Messi's study, he sat alone by the. Outside, the night in Rosario was tranquil. On the table lay those documents. Saudi, Qatar, the U.S., Europe, 300 million, 350 million, 150 million, shares. He looked through them one by one. Then he saw another document. It wasn't an offer, but an invitation. Mr. Messi, Manchester City always welcomes you home. No matter what choice you make, the doors of the Etihad will always be open for you. Pep Guardiola. He stared at it for a long time. Then he picked up his phone and replied to Guardiola, thank you. I will come back to see you. After sending it, he set the phone down. Outside, the muddy football field lay quietly under the moonlight. He remembered how he looked standing there 35 years ago. Back then, he only knew one thing. He wanted to play football. Now he still only knows this one thing. He wants to play football. No matter where. No matter how much. He just wants to play football. He stood up and walked back to the bedroom. Antonella was still awake, leaning against the headboard looking at her phone. Have you made up your mind? Not yet. On January 10th, 2023, a Buenos Aires, the Casa Rosada. This is the most grand occasion in Argentina's history. The Plaza de Mayo in front of the presidential palace, the Casa Rosada, is packed with 500,000 people. A blue and white sea stretches from the square all the way to Avenida 79, extending to the horizon. In the center of the square, a massive white stage has been erected. Behind the stage hang three colossal portraits, General San Martin, General Belgrano, and the newly added third person, Lionel Messi. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the gates of the presidential palace opened. Messi stepped out. He wore a formal dark suit with a golden medal pinned to his chest. The Order of General San Martin, bestowed upon him by the President, Argentina's highest honor, awarded to only 3 individuals in history. The first 2 were the founding fathers of Argentina. The third is a footballer. The crowd fell silent for a second. Then 500,000 voices erupted in thunderous cheers. Messi! 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 The sound shook the windows of the Casa Rosada. Messi stood on the steps gazing at that sea of people. He had seen such scenes many times before at Camp Nou Etihad Lozel Rosario. But this time was different. This time it was not the fans calling his name. It was the nation calling him. It was history calling him. He gently raised his hand and waved. 500,000 people went wild. At 11 o'clock in the Golden Hall of the Casa Rosada, after the ceremony, a special audience awaited. It was not an Argentine audience. It was one from around the world. The U.S. ambassador to Argentina stood before him holding a letter from the White House. Mr. Messi, President Biden invites you to visit the White House. He said you are the symbol of football and America needs you. The British ambassador stood beside him, also holding a letter. Mr. Messi, King Charles invites you to visit Buckingham Palace. He said Manchester will always be proud of you. The French ambassador also handed over a letter. President Macron said that although France lost, they respect the victor. The Élysée Palace welcomes you at any time. The Spanish ambassador followed. The German ambassador. The Italian ambassador. The Japanese ambassador. The Chinese ambassador. A pile of letters had formed before Messi. Each letter came from a different country. Every country wanted to invite him. Mendez stood nearby whispering, Leo, you are no longer just the king of football. You are the person everyone in the world wants to invite. Messi looked at the letters silent. Suddenly, he remembered the boy who played football on the muddy fields 35 years ago. Back then, he didn't know what a president was, what an ambassador was, or what it meant to be invited by a nation. He only knew one thing. He wanted to play football. Now he still only knows this one thing. At noon, in the banquet hall of the Casa Rosada, a special lunch is taking place. The attendees are not politicians or businessmen, but representatives from the sports world from around the globe. The president of the International Olympic Committee, Bach, sits to Messi's left. Leo, for the 2024 Paris Olympics, we would like to invite you to be the flag bearer at the opening ceremony. Not just for Argentina, but as the honorary flag bearer for the entire athletes delegation. Messi looked at him. Bach smiled. You are the symbol of sports, not just football. To his right sits FIFA President Infantino. Leo, the Ballon d'Or Lifetime Achievement Award is ready. You can come and collect it at any time. Opposite him sits a representative of the United Nations Secretary General Guterres. The Secretary General said that for the appointment ceremony in February, he hopes you can personally come to New York. It will be broadcast live worldwide. Messi nodded. Beside him, a man in an Arab robe stood up. Mr. Messi, the Emir of Qatar asked me to convey. Doha will always welcome you. You are our honored guest. Another man in traditional Saudi attire also stood up. The King of Saudi Arabia said that whatever choice you make, Saudi Arabia respects you. Of course, if you wish to come, the conditions are up to you. Messi looked at them and smiled. Thank you. I will consider it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Plaza de Mayo, Messi reappeared on stage. This time it was not a ceremony but a speech. 500,000 people watched him in silence. He picked up the microphone. Today I stand here beside General San Martin and General Belgrano. He paused. I am just a footballer. Someone in the audience laughed. He smiled too. But I know that football is not just football. Football is a child's dream and elders' hope, the reason countless people are willing to stay up all night to watch 90 minutes. Football is the war of peaceful times. The audience erupted in applause. He continued, in this month I have received many invitations. From Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from the United States to China, from Europe to South America. Every country wants me to go. He smiled. But what I want to say is, no matter where I go, Argentina will always be here. My home will always be here. 500,000 voices erupted in cheers. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon outside the Casa Rosada, Messi was preparing to get into the car when suddenly he stopped. Something on his wrist felt warm. It was not the kind of heat from a system. It was a different kind, a deeper, heavier, more distant feeling. He lowered his head and looked at his wrist. There was nothing there, but that warmth lingered. He raised his head. The crowd was still cheering, the sun was still shining, the world was still turning. But he heard a voice. It did not come from the outside. It came from a very deep place, a very distant place from. He didn't know how to describe it, from another dimension. Messi. He was stunned. That voice was not the cold kind from the system. It was a grand, ancient voice like countless stars speaking at once. Lionel Messi. He stood still, unmoving. The crowd continued to cheer, and no one noticed his anomaly. The voice continued. Peak exists in the parallel worlds of all realms. Detection shows that the host has achieved the highest historical achievement in this world line. The all-heaven arena invites you. Messi opened his mouth. Who are you? I am the observer. But not the one you know. I am a being of a higher dimension. I observe countless parallel worlds. Messi was silent for a few seconds. What do you want me to do? It is not about making you do something. It is an invitation. The all-heaven arena opens once every 10,000 years. Messi was silent for a few seconds. What do you want me to do? It is not about making you do something. It is an invitation. The all-heaven arena opens once every 10,000 years. The peak existences of various parallel worlds will be invited to participate. Not physically, but with your will, with your understanding of sports, with everything you have created in this world. Messi listened, staying silent. You can choose to accept, or you can choose to refuse. If you accept, your will split a projection entering the all-heaven arena. If you refuse, you will forget this conversation and continue living in this world. Messi thought for a moment. What will happen if I go? You will meet the peak existences of other worlds. You will know what the end of sports is. Messi was silent for a long time. The crowd continued to cheer. The world was still turning. But he knew that something was opening before him. He softly asked, why me? The voice was quiet for a second. Because you made 3.5 billion people shout your name at once. Because you made a country wait 36 years. Because you walked from the muddy field to the pinnacle of the world. Because you are Messi. Messi said nothing. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was blue. The sun in Buenos Aires was warm. He thought of that muddy field. He thought of the goal without it. He thought of the thin boy from 35 years ago. Then he thought of the golden ribbons of Lusail. He thought of the weight of the Hercules Cup. He remembered the sound of 500,000 people shouting his name. He smiled. Give me some time. The voice fell silent, but the warmth on his wrist remained. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the barbecue was set up again. De Paul, Paredes, Lautaro, Alvarez, Lisandro. All were there. De Paul flipped the skewers, looking at Messi. Leo, why are you so distracted today? Messi held a mate. Am I? Yes. You were dazed during the awarding ceremony. You were dazed while speaking. You were still dazed when getting in the car. Paredes interjected. Are you too tired? Messi shook his head. Not tired. Lautaro looked at him. Then what is it? Messi was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, if one day there is a place where you can compete with all the strongest athletes in the world, would you go? Everyone was stunned. De Paul crushed his cigarette. What do you mean? Messi smiled. Just asking. At 11 o'clock in the evening in Messi's study, he sat alone by the window. Outside, the night in Rosario was quiet. The voice had not appeared again, but the warmth on his wrist still lingered. He raised his hand, looking at his wrist. There was nothing there, but he knew what that feeling was. It was the door to another world opening. He remembered the system's last words. Goodbye, Lionel. At that moment, he thought everything had ended. Now he knew. Everything was just beginning. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at that muddy field quietly lying under the moonlight. On January 14, 2023, in Rosario, at 3:17 a.m., Messi stood by the window of his study. He glanced down at his wrist. The faint light pattern remained. For 3 days now, it had illuminated every night, accompanied by that voice. Tonight was the deadline. He recalled the first time he stepped onto that muddy field at the age of 5, remembering his father calling his name from the sidelines, and the feeling of that worn-out soccer ball rolling beneath his feet. He remembered the golden ribbons of Lusail, the weight of the World Cup trophy, and the moment when the entire world called his name. He still wanted to play. Golden light engulfed the entire room, consumed the muddy soccer field outside the window, and enveloped the night in Rosario. Messi. Golden light engulfed the entire room, consumed the muddy soccer field outside the window, and enveloped the night in Rosario. Messi closed his eyes. He felt himself being lifted, passing through something, yet it felt as if he passed through nothing. It was just a moment, yet it felt like an eternity. When he opened his eyes again, he stood on a white plaza. The ground was pure white, like ice formed from moonlight. There was no sound or warmth when he stepped on it. He could see his reflection beneath his feet, as clear as if standing on the surface of the water. There was no sky above, only an endless galaxy slowly revolving, with each star resembling a miniature world. The galaxy flowed and twinkled, and if one stared at it for too long, they might feel as if they were falling downward. Messi steadied his mind and looked around. The plaza was vast, so expansive that its boundaries were invisible. In the distance, there was a hazy outline as if shrouded in mist. In the center of the plaza stood a gigantic structure. It was a floating sphere, completely transparent, resembling a crystal sculpture at least 20 meters in diameter. It hovered 3 meters above the ground, slowly rotating. Soft light flowed within the sphere as if it were alive. Messi stared at the sphere for a few seconds. It gave him a strange feeling, like he was looking at it, yet it was looking back at him. Before he could think further, a light suddenly appeared beside him. A golden beam descended from the sky, landing 3 meters away from him. The light spread and a figure stepped out. The person was tall and thin, dressed in a simple gray tracksuit with messy hair. He stood there for 2 seconds in a daze, then looked down at his hands, then at his feet, and finally at the sky, bewildered. Another beam of light fell. Another one. Another. The beams increased in number, falling onto the plaza like rain. One after another, people emerged from the beams of light. Some were tall, some were short, some were robust, some were thin. Some wore tracksuits, some wore casual clothes, and some wore jerseys. Various colors, various team emblems, all unfamiliar. 10 minutes later, the light ceased to fall. Messi scanned the crowd. About 100 people. Everyone was observing each other, their eyes filled with caution, curiosity, excitement, and confusion. No one spoke. The plaza was quiet enough to hear one's heartbeat. Messi stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the massive floating light sphere. It continued to rotate slowly. The flowing light inside quickened, as if it were observing the suddenly appeared individuals. A gentle voice sounded. It did not emanate from the sphere. It came from all directions, from the galaxy, overhead, from the ground beneath, rising from the depths of each person's heart. Welcome to the multiverse football arena. The crowd stirred slightly. You are the first group of chosen ones. From different worlds. But you all share one commonality. You have pushed football to its limits in your own worlds. The voice continued, devoid of emotion and fluctuation, like wind, like water, like something that has existed for a long time. There is no past here, no honor, no fame, only football. Here you will start anew. As the voice finished, the massive transparent light sphere suddenly brightened. Not in a blinding way, but in a gentle light, like the morning sun breaking through the clouds. The light spread from within the sphere, illuminating everyone, warm and comforting. The voice rang out again, this time clearer and closer. I am the core of the multiverse, the manager of your guide. You come from different worlds. Some worlds have a high level of football, while others are relatively weaker. However, to be chosen means you are the pinnacle in your own worlds. Now I will announce the rules here. The rules are simple. A light curtain projected above the sphere suddenly displayed large characters floating in the air, visible to everyone. About yourselves. Each person has activated their attribute panel within them. Only they can see it. The panel consists of 9 basic attributes: shooting, dribbling, speed, passing, attacking, awareness, defensive awareness, tackling, physical confrontation, and jumping. Next, you will step onto the awakening platform, in turn activate your attributes and awaken your exclusive skills. After awakening, you will need to choose 4 of the 9 as your core attributes. These 4 will be the attributes you can grow in the future. The other 5 will remain fixed and will never improve. Someone in the crowd raised their hand. The sphere's light flickered. Speak. The person asked, why can we only choose 4? Because true power does not seek omnipotence. Maximizing what one excels at is the path to the summit. No one asked further. The text on the light curtain changed. About the competition currency. 20 matches per season. Win a match, each person earns 5 competition coins. Draw a match, each person earns 2 competition coins. Lose a match, each person earns 1 competition coin. The top 3 of the season will receive special rewards to be announced later. Competition coins can be used in the store to purchase attribute cards. Each card costs 30 coins and can permanently increase any core attribute by 1 point. The maximum limit for a single attribute is 120. Someone in the crowd whistled. 120. How many points do you need to add? The person next to him replied, depends on your initial amount. Someone else asked, where's the store? The sphere's light flickered. After awakening, you will be assigned to your respective resting areas. Each resting area is equipped with an intelligent butler. The store can be accessed through the butler. The person who asked nodded. Now let me explain the competition rules of the multiverse arena. Each team consists of 8 players, 1 goalkeeper, 7 players. The match duration is 90 minutes with 2 halves of 45 minutes each. There is no limit on substitutions, but those substituted cannot return to the field. Rules regarding offside, fouls, penalties, etc. are consistent with the standard football rules of your respective world. Field dimensions 105 meters long, 68 meters wide, identical to a standard 11-a-side pitch. Each match will have a referee generated automatically by the arena, ensuring absolute fairness. The light curtain changed again. About the teams. You total 104 individuals. You will be divided into 13 teams, each with 8 players. Each team must include 1 goalkeeper and 7 players. Positions are unrestricted. Team division. The crowd stirred again. Random. What if our team consists entirely of forwards? The sphere did not. After the teams are formed, you can give your team a name. The name is up to you with no restrictions on its form. Then the first season will begin. The light curtain vanished. The voice sounded one last time. Now the awakening ceremony begins. Step onto the awakening platform in turn. One person after another stepped into the light and then walked down. Each person's expression was different, but their eyes held a glimmer of understanding. an epiphany after seeing their core attributes. The 17th, the 18th, the 19th. On stage stood a man of medium build with dark skin and a shaved head. He stood in the beam of light, the fleeting images reflected on his face flickering. 3 seconds later the light dissipated, and he stepped down, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Someone beside him asked how was it. He didn't answer, but merely extended his hand and gently waved it through the air. In an instant the air before his palm twisted, as if an invisible force field had been triggered. The person beside him was startled and took a step back. The bald man retracted his hand, chuckling lightly, without offering an explanation. Someone murmured, "Was that a skill?" "It should be." "What effect?" "It's invisible." Messi stared in that direction for a moment. He understood that was the manifestation of a skill being triggered unique to each individual. The bald man's skill was likely related to force fields or barriers. The 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th was a giant estimated to be over 1.90 m with shoulders as broad as a wall. As he walked onto the stage, someone in the crowd whistled. With that build, he must be a defender. The giant ignored them and stepped into the light. 3 seconds later, he came down, clenched his fists, and suddenly jumped in place. Just that single jump. When he leaped, it was as if he was propelled by a spring bouncing nearly a meter high. His landing was silent, knees not even bending. The onlookers widened their eyes. Wow, that jump. The giant looked down at his legs and grinned. The 28th, the 29th, the 30th was an ordinary-looking person of average height and appearance who would definitely go unnoticed in the crowd. After awakening, he stepped down without any manifestations. But after taking 2 steps, his feet suddenly slipped. Not slipped, but instantly moved 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he was 3 meters away. The person next to him was stunned, rubbing his eyes. Did I just see that? The man didn't look back and continued forward. The 35th. That was a lanky young man appearing to be in his early 20s with messy hair, as if he hadn't woken up. He walked with a bit of a sway, looking casual. Someone scoffed. Can he even play football? The lanky young man ignored them and swaggered up to the platform. The light beam illuminated. Images flashed. 3 seconds later the beam dissipated and he stepped down. Just as he touched the ground, a faint golden halo suddenly appeared around his body, flashing before disappearing. He looked down at his hands and then grinned. He raised his head, scanned the crowd, and walked straight toward Messi. Hey! Messi looked at him. The lanky young man extended his hand. I'm Danny. I play as a defender. Messi shook his hand. Messi. Danny's eyes brightened as he lowered his voice and asked, did you see your skill when you awakened? Danny leaned in closer. My skill is called Iron Wall Charge. When triggered, a golden halo appears around my body, my speed skyrockets, and whoever I collide with is sent flying. The duration is only 3 seconds, but it's enough. He said this excitedly, waving his fist. With this as a defender, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to break through. Messi didn't respond, but took another look at him. This seemingly laid-back guy had awakened such a violent skill. The 41st, the 42nd, the 43rd stepped onto the stage, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. That was a quiet man. Not tall, not short, neither stout nor thin, dressed in ordinary black sportswear. He would definitely not attract attention in the crowd. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, everyone instinctively looked at him. Not because he was anything special, but because he was too quiet. There was no sound as he walked, no sound as he breathed, not even a change in expression. Like a moving iceberg, he stood in the beam of light. Images flashed, his face devoid of any expression. As the beam dissipated, he stepped down, scanning the crowd with his eyes. Then he raised his right hand and gently swiped through the air. A thin silver line extended from his fingertips, lingering in the air for half a second before vanishing. Where the line passed, the air seemed to have been sliced open, revealing a visible fissure that quickly closed up. The people around gasped. What was that? A skill, cutting through the air. The silent man offered no explanation, lowered his hand, and walked toward Messi. He stood beside Messi without saying a word. Danny leaned over to take a look at him. Dude, your skill is pretty. The silent man glanced at him, but remained silent. Danny pressed on, what's your name? The silent man paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Ina, what about your skill? Ina didn't reply. Danny shrugged and stepped back to Messi, whispering, this guy talks very little. The 57th, the 58th, the 59th. Finally, it was Mei's turn. The light beam on stage was bright, waiting for the next person. Messi stepped forward. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Not because they knew him, but because of the aura he exuded as he walked. Each step was steady and of equal length, as if measured by a ruler. He ascended the steps and stood in the beam of light. In that moment, the world faded away. The light enveloped him. In the locker room of new camp at 17, he donned the Barcelona jersey for the first time, his hands trembling with nervousness. On the night at Bernabeu, he dribbled past 5 players, and the boos of 80,000 turned into applause. At the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, he lifted the Champions League trophy for the first time, Puyol placing the captain's armband on his arm. The tears at Maracana in 2014, as he watched the World Cup trophy pass by in front of him. The elation at Maracana in 2021, as he knelt on the grass, finally lifting the Copa America. The azure sea of Etihad with the typho that read Gracias por el Ajernos. The last-minute goal at Allianz Arena, the moment his heel nudged the ball in the 80,000 fell silent. The golden confetti at Lusail as he lifted the World Cup over his head, the entire world shouting his name. The images dissipated. The light beam faded. Messi looked down at his hands. A screen only he could see floated before his eyes. Name: Lionel Messi, height 170 centimeters, dribbling 103, shooting 98, speed 95, offensive awareness 98, passing 89, physical 78, tackling 42, defensive awareness 65, jumping 71, awakening skill, momentary eternity, dribbling type. When triggered, enters a state of absolute focus, slowing down the movements of defenders while enhancing his own speed. Duration 3 seconds. Messi lightly clenched his fist. He looked ahead, and with a thought in that instant, everything around him suddenly slowed down. Someone beside him was speaking, mouth moving, but the sound hadn't reached him yet. In the distance, someone was walking, foot raised in the air yet to come down. The stars above spun at a speed so slow it seemed still. Messi's pupils slightly contracted. This was momentary eternity. He let the effect dissipate, and everything returned to normal. Sound surged back, footsteps resumed, and the stars continued to rotate. He stepped down from the platform. Danny approached him, eyes sparkling. "So how was it? Is your skill impressive?" Messi glanced at him. "It's okay." Danny grinned. "Then that's good. If we were on the same team, I'd block for you, and you'd handle the breakthroughs." The 61st. The 62nd. The 63rd. One by one, people awakened. The 71st was a fat man, really fat, with a protruding belly, panting as he walked. When he stepped onto the stage, laughter erupted from the crowd. "Can he even play football?" The fat man ignored them, standing in the beam of light. 3 seconds later, he came down, extending his hand and gently pressing it against the air. In that moment, the ground before him suddenly caved in a small section. Not really caving, but the air compressed, forming a transparent dent. The laughter around him ceased. The fat man retracted his hand, grinning innocently, and stepped down. The 78th was a woman. Short-haired, slim, with sharp eyes. After awakening, she showed no manifestations. But as she walked forward, her steps changed rhythm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. On her 3rd step, her figure suddenly blurred, as if there was a double vision. The person beside her rubbed their eyes. "Did I just see that?" The 84th. The 85th. The 86th. The last person stepped down from the platform. The light beam extinguished. The massive transparent light sphere lit up again. Awakening complete. The voice echoed. "All attributes have been activated. Now team allocation. Random distribution in progress." Messi stood still, waiting. Danny was on his left, Ina on his right. The three of them remained silent. The light sphere above began to flicker, countless light points flying from within, landing among the crowd. Each light point that touched a person lit up a number beneath their feet, ranging from 1 to 13. The light points fell like rain. One light point landed at Messi's feet. The number was 7. Danny looked down. The number was 7. He grinned. "Hey, we're on the same team." Ina looked down. The number was also 7. He didn't speak, but took a step closer to Messi. The three of them stood together, watching as the light points continued to fall. The other members of Team 7 still didn't know who they were. But Messi knew this team already had 3 SS-ranked players. Light spots continued to fall down. Messi glanced down at the number beneath his feet, 7. Danny and Ina stood beside him, also with a 7 beneath their feet. Danny grinned widely. "Fate, brother. We are a team of 3. Ina remained silent, but stood next to Messi without moving. The crowd around began to move. Those with the same number beneath their feet drew closer, gathering in small groups. Some were excited, some calm, and others looked around in search of teammates. Messi looked up at the glowing orbs. Those light spots continued to fly outward, one after another, landing beneath the remaining people. Each time a spot landed, someone would walk in a certain direction. The others of Team 7 had not yet appeared. Danny stood on tiptoe, looking around. "We still have 5 people in our team. Where are they?" As soon as he finished speaking, a person approached them. It was a bald man with dark skin and broad shoulders. He walked slowly, but each step was solid, as if he were nailed to the ground. He arrived in front of Messi, glanced at the number beneath Messi's feet, then nodded. "Team 7. Messi nodded. The bald man extended his hand. "Call me Colin. Goalkeeper." Messi shook his hand. Colin's hand was large, with a rough palm calloused from years of catching balls. Danny leaned in. "Goalkeeper. When I awakened earlier, I saw you extend your hand. What skill was that?" Colin looked at him, but did not answer. Danny shrugged. "All right, I won't ask anymore." The 4th person approached. It was a man of medium height, appearing to be in his 30s, with very short hair and steady eyes. He walked up to Messi, glanced at the number, and nodded. "Team 7. Call me where?" "Midfielder." After saying that, he stood to the side and spoke no more. The 5th person also arrived. It was a chubby man with a protruding belly, walking a bit out of breath. However, as he approached, no one showed contempt. Everyone had seen his performance during the awakening. He chuckled and walked up to Messi. "Team 7. My name is Duke." "Midfielder." His smile was innocent, completely contrasting with the pressure he had exuded during the awakening. The 6th person was a woman. She had short hair, was slender, and her eyes were sharp like an eagle's. When she walked over, her steps were light, making almost no sound upon landing. She glanced at the number beneath Messi's feet, said nothing, and stood at the edge of the group. Danny cautiously asked, "What should we call you?" She shot a glance at Danny. "Sheila? Defender." Her voice was very cold. Danny shrank back his neck and returned to Messi's side. "Why are there so many quiet people in this team?" The seventh person had yet to appear. Messi looked up at the glowing orb. The light spots had stopped falling. The crowd had mostly gathered and 13 teams were forming. Only Team 7 was still missing one person. Danny scanned the area. "Isn't our team still short one person? Where are they?" Just as he finished speaking, someone came running toward them. He was running very fast, but his posture was strange. Every step he landed seemed to bounce, his knees bent deeply, as if he had springs installed. He stopped in front of Messi. "Huff, huff. Am I late?" He panted, looking up at Messi. A youthful face with bright eyes and an excited smile. "My name is Loka. I play forward. We are on the same team." Messi nodded. Danny leaned in to examine him. "How come when you ran those few steps it looked like you were jumping?" Loka scratched his head. "My skill. It makes me run like this. I can't stop." Danny's eyes lit up. "What skill, Loka looked around at the others and lowered his voice. "It's called bounce shot. When it activates, my initial speed skyrockets on the first step, like being shot out of a cannon. The duration is 2 seconds. Danny patted his shoulder. "Sounds good, brother. We have 2 forwards. I'll play defense. This lineup works." Loka glanced at Messi and then at Danny, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Great. I was worried that no one in our team could score." Finally, the 8 members were gathered. Team 7, Messi, Loka forward, Danny, Sheila defender, we're Duke midfielders, Colin goalkeeper, Ina midfielder, free agent. Danny counted. 2 forwards, 3 midfielders, 2 defenders, 1 goalkeeper. It's all set. He looked at Messi. "Who will be the captain of our team?" Messi remained silent. Danny looked at the others again. Where was expressionless. Sheila's gaze was indifferent. Duke was grinning foolishly. Colin was silent. Loka scratched his head. Ina wasn't looking at anyone at all. Danny sighed. "All right, let's leave it at that for now." The huge glowing orb lit up again. Team division complete. A voice echoed across the square. 13 teams are ready. Now you will be sent to your respective resting areas. Each team has an independent space equipped with an intelligent housekeeper, allowing access to the store's schedule and opponent information at any time. 3 days later, the first season officially begins. Good luck to you all. As soon as the voice fell, a circle of white light illuminated beneath Messi's feet. As the white light shone, the surrounding scene began to blur. He saw Danny waving at him, saw Ina standing still beside him, and saw the other team members quickly disappearing. Then the white light consumed everything. When Messi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge room. The room was circular with a diameter of about 30 meters. The dome was high like a half-sphere placed upside down, entirely white, radiating a soft glow. There were 8 doors on the walls, each marked with a number. These were the player numbers. In the center stood a massive round table, surrounded by 8 chairs. A light screen floated above the table, displaying exclusive rest area for Team 7 intelligent, housekeeper activated. Next to the light screen, a small light orb floated up. It was only the size of a fist, completely transparent, emanating a soft white glow. The light orb floated in front of Messi, bobbing up and down twice. A gentle voice resonated, similar to the voice of the orb, yet different, more gentle and human-like. "Hello, I am the intelligent housekeeper of Team 7. You can call me Xiaoqi." Messi looked at the small light orb. The others gradually emerged from the white light. Danny was the first to steady himself and looked around. "Wow, this place is nice." Duke grinned as he touched the wall. "Is this wall soft?" Where had already walked up to one of the doors, examining the number on it. Sheila stood in the corner, arms crossed, surveying the surroundings. Colin approached the round table and sat down, patting the chair. "Not bad." Loka was the last to steady himself, still panting. Ina stood at the door, motionless. Danny leaned closer to the small light orb. "Xiaoqi, are you our housekeeper?" "Yes. I can answer any questions, help you understand arena rules, access stores, check schedules, and learn about opponent information." Danny's eyes lit up. "So who is our first opponent?" The small light orb flickered. "The schedule has not been. It will be revealed 3 days later." Danny pouted. "All right then." He turned to Messi. "Captain, what should we do in these 3 days?" Messi walked up to the round table and sat down. He looked at the small light orb, remaining silent for 2 seconds. "Where is the training ground?" "There is a dedicated training ground in the resting area. Turn right after exiting at the end of the passage." Messi stood up. "Let's go." Danny was taken aback. "Are we going now?" Messi was already walking toward the door. Danny watched his back, scratched his head, then grinned. "This guy is tough." He hurried to catch up. Ina silently followed behind. The others exchanged glances and gradually stood up. 7 people followed Messi out of the resting area. 3 days later, the first season begins. But for them, preparations start from this moment. 8 people were seated around a round table. The light screen on the table was still glowing, displaying the words "Exclusive Rest Area" for Team 7. Beside it, a small orb of light the size of a fist floated in midair, quietly waiting. Danny was the first to speak. "All right, everyone is here, let's get to know each other." He stood up and patted his chest. I am Danny, a defender. SS level awakening. My skill is called Iron Wall Charge. When triggered, a golden halo appears around my body, my speed surges for 3 seconds, and whoever I collide with will be sent flying. He grinned. You all should have seen it just now. Loka raised his hand. I saw it. That golden light was amazing. Danny proudly lifted his chin. Not bad, right? He looked at Messi. Messi paused for a second. Messi, forward. SS level. He paused. My skill is called Eternal Moment. When triggered, I enter a state of absolute focus, causing the opponent's movements to slow down while my own speed increases. It lasts for 3 seconds. Danny whistled, slowing down the opponent. Isn't that easy to get past? Messi remained silent. Danny turned to Aina. Aina sat in his chair expressionless. After several seconds, he finally spoke. Aina, midfielder. SS level. He raised his right hand and gently traced a line in the air. A thin silver beam extended from his fingertip, lingering in the air for half a second, leaving a visible crack. My skill is called Void Scar. When triggered, the space along the passing path will be sliced open. The ball's speed will surge, penetrating all obstacles. It lasts for 1 second. Danny's eyes widened. 1 second? That's enough. Who can block that pass? Aina retracted his hand and said no more. Danny turned to the others. It's your turn. Please introduce yourselves. Colin was the first to respond. Colin, goalkeeper. S level. He extended his hand and gently pressed into the air. In an instant, the air in front of his palm distorted, as if an invisible barrier had been triggered. My skill is called Invisible Wall. When triggered, a transparent force field appears in front of the goal, lasting for 0.5 seconds. Any shot that touches it will be deflected. 0.5 seconds. You need to make accurate predictions for that. Colin nodded. So I am the goalkeeper. Veer stood up. Veer, midfielder. S level. He extended his hand and made a grasp in the air. Nothing happened. But everyone felt a momentary sense of oppression. It was a strange feeling, as if something was spreading from Veer, then quickly retracting. My skill is called Pressure Aura. When triggered, opponents within 5 meters feel sluggish and their reactions slow down. It lasts for 2 seconds. Danny pondered. An area skill. If you stand in the midfield, the opponents will slow down, making it easier for us to steal the ball. Veer nodded. That's the idea. Duke raised his hand with a goofy smile. It's my turn. My name is Duke. Midfielder. S level. He stood up, rubbed his hands together, and then gently pressed into the air. In that instant, a small portion of the ground in front of him suddenly caved in. Not a real collapse, but the air was compressed, forming a transparent concave pit. My skill is called Gravity Collapse. When triggered, gravity in a designated area increases instantly, making it difficult for opponents within the range to move. It lasts for 1 second. The range is about 3 meters. Danny's eyes lit up. 1 second is enough. If you suppress the opposing defender, Loka can charge right through. Loka nodded vigorously. Yes. Well worked together. Sheila spoke coldly. It's my turn. She stood up, moving lightly like a cat. Sheila, defender. S level. She extended her right hand, fingers spread. Nothing happened. But everyone simultaneously felt a chill. It was a cold that was not based on temperature, but rather a feeling as if something was targeting them. My skill is called Frostbite Gaze. When triggered, the opponent being marked will feel fear, and their willingness to break through decreases. It lasts for 3 seconds. Danny shivered. That skill is a bit scary. Sheila glanced at him. So don't let me mark you. Danny quickly waved his hand. No, we're on the same team. Finally, it was Loka's turn. He scratched his head and stood up. Loka, forward. Slevel. He felt a bit embarrassed. Just Slevel, I fall far behind compared to you guys. Danny patted his shoulder. Level doesn't represent everything. What's your skill? Loka squatted down, then suddenly sprang up. In that moment, he shot forward 3 meters like a sprung spring. My skill is called Bounce. When triggered, the initial step's speed surges as if being launched. It lasts for 2 seconds. Danny's eyes lit up again. 2 seconds is enough. Messi can break through you, maneuver, ill block for you. Together, no one can defend against us. Loka scratched his head and laughed. I'm just worried about not coordinating well. Messi spoke to Loka for the first time. Just run. Loka was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. All 8 people finished their introductions. Danny looked around. All right, now we all know each other's skills. Next question. Who should be the captain? He looked at Messi. I think Messi is suitable. Veer nodded. I agree. Colin didn't speak, but nodded. Sheila glanced at Messi. He doesn't talk much, fits the role. Duke smiled widely. I'm fine with whatever everyone decides. Loka raised his hand. Support Messi. Aina didn't speak, but glanced toward Messi. Danny clapped the table. Then it settled. Messi is the captain. Messi looked at them. He didn't decline. All right. Danny turned to the small orb of light. Xiaoqi, our captain, has been chosen. What should we do next? The small orb floated up and the light screen displayed a new line of text. Congratulations, Team 7, for completing the initial assembly. Next, please register your team. Danny paused. Register. Yes. Each team needs an official name. The name will be used for the schedule, record of achievements, and formal documentation for the entire season. Danny scratched his head. Naming. Do you have any ideas? Veer thought for a moment. Just something simple. Duke raised his hand. How about fat? Sheila shot him a cold glance. Duke quickly retracted his hand. Loka cautiously suggested how about lightning? Our team isn't slow. Danny shook his head. Too common. He looked at Messi. Captain, what do you think? Messi was silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Aurora. Danny was taken aback. Aurora. Messi nodded. It flashes by, but once seen it can't be forgotten. Danny thought for a moment, and then grinned. All right, let's go with this. He looked at the others. Any objections? Veer shook his head. Colin nodded. Sheila didn't say anything, but didn't oppose. Duke smiled widely. Sounds good. Loka raised his hand. I agree. Aina remained silent as usual. Danny made the decision. Then it settled. Team 7 is officially renamed to Aurora Team. The small orb flashed. Name has been registered. Welcome, Aurora Team. The text on the light screen changed. The schedule for the first season has been announced. 3 days later, the first battle. Opponent, Thunder Owl Team. Dan's eyes widened. Thunder Owl Team. That name sounds intimidating. He looked at the small orb. Xiaoqi, what's the background of Thunder Owl Team 3? The captain is an SS-level awakening skilled in high-altitude suppression. The team's average height is 186 centimeters, with strong heading ability. Loka shrank back. 186. Only 173. Danny patted his shoulder. What are you afraid of? With Aina's passing, just run. He looked at Messi. What should we do 3 days later? Messi was silent for 2 seconds. Then he stood up. Danny was taken aback. Now, Messi was already walking toward the door. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped and looked back. The 7 others looked at him. We need to win in 3 days. Danny was the first to catch up. Wait for me. Loka jumped up to follow. Aina silently stood up. The others exchanged glances and began to rise one by one. The small orb floated in midair, watching the group exit the resting area. Aurora Team, good luck to you. 3 days later, the first battle. They still didn't know what the Thunder Owl captain was like. But from this moment on, they had already become the Aurora Team. The training ground of the Aurora Team is at the end of the resting area. The moment the door swung open, Luo Ka was stunned in place. Is this the training ground? The area is slightly smaller than a standard football field, but it is well equipped. Grass goals, lighting stands, and even a few rows of empty seats. Surrounded by towering transparent walls, the flowing starry river can be seen outside, but it feels solid when touched. Danny walked in and stepped on the grass. The grass is real. Duke squatted down to touch it. Softer than I imagined. Veer walked to the center circle and looked up at the lights. This light won't be blinding. Colin was already standing in front of the goal, spreading his arms to measure the width. Sheila leaned against the goalpost, arms crossed, lost in thought. Aina stood motionless on the sidelines. Messi was the last to walk in. He gazed at the unfamiliar field, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Warm up first. The 8 of them jogged around the field. No one spoke. Only the sounds of footsteps and breathing could be heard. After 3 laps, Danny couldn't hold back. Are we just going to run like this? Messi didn't respond. They ran another 2 laps. Danny spoke again. Captain, is this how you used to train the team? Messi glanced at him. Warm up. Then practice coordination. Danny fell silent. As the warm-up ended, the 8 of them gathered in the center circle. Messi looked at them. Pair up. Pass and receive the ball. Danny raised his hand. How do we pair up? Messi thought for a moment. Forwards in one group. Midfielders in one group. Defenders in one group. Goalkeepers practice alone. He looked at Danny. You are in a group with Luo Ka. Danny glanced at Luo Ka and then at Messi. And what about you? I am in a group with Aina. Danny was momentarily taken aback. You both are SSS level. What are you going to practice together? Messi didn't respond. He turned and walked towards the other side of the field. Aina silently followed. Luo Ka passed the ball to Danny. Danny controlled the ball and passed it back. Luo Ka passed it again. Danny sent it back. After 5 minutes, Danny couldn't hold back. Are we just going to keep passing back and forth like this, eh? Luo Ka scratched his head. Aren't we practicing passing? Danny sighed. You run and he'll pass to you. Luo Ka's eyes lit up. Okay. He took off. As he took his first step, it was as if he had been shot out of a cannon, instantly darting 3 meters ahead. By the time Danny passed the ball, he had already run past it. The ball rolled out of bounds. Luo Ka stopped and looked back. Did I run too soon? Danny stared wide-eyed. You were too fast. On the other side, Messi and Aina stood facing each other. 15 meters apart. Messi passed the ball. The ball rolled perfectly to Aina's feet. Aina passed it back. Just as precise. They passed back and forth like this for a dozen times. Not a word was spoken. But every pass landed in the most comfortable spot for the other. Veer watched for a while before turning to Duke. Those two don't need to talk. Duke nodded. They can tell what the other wants just by passing the ball. Over with the defenders, Sheila and Colin were also practicing. Not passing, but shooting. Sheila stood outside the penalty area while Colin stood in the goal. Sheila took a shot. The ball flew straight towards the bottom right corner. Colin dove to the side, fingertips grazing the ball, which veered away from the post. Sheila remained silent and took another shot. This time it was aimed at the top left corner. Colin leaped into the air, pushing it out with one hand. Duke watched from the side, shaking his head in disbelief. Are those two practicing or competing? Veer shrugged. They're just people who don't want to lose. 2 hours later, the 8 of them regrouped in the center circle. Danny was exhausted, sitting on the ground. Luo Ka was also panting, but his eyes were bright. Danny, I think I know how to coordinate now. Danny waved his hand. Don't talk, let me catch my breath. Colin, shall we continue tomorrow? Messi nodded. Continue. He turned and walked toward the door. After taking a couple of steps, he stopped. Tomorrow we'll have a scrimmage. Danny was taken aback. A scrimmage? There are only 8 of us, how do we scrimmage? Messi didn't turn back. 3 against 3 plus 1 free player. He pushed the door open and left. Danny watched his back, scratching his head. This guy trains harder than he plays in matches. Veer stood up. What time tomorrow? No one answered. Because Messi had already left. The first day in, the 8 of them returned to the resting area. They each chose a room. A small light orb floated above the round table. Thank you all for your hard work. Do you need recovery assistance? Danny lay on the table. Recovery assistance. What is that? Light wave therapy. Can accelerate muscle recovery. Offered for free. Danny's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. The small light orb flickered. 8 beams of light descended from the ceiling, enveloping the 8 of them. Danny let out a contented hum. This thing. Not bad. Luo Ka sat inside the light beam, feeling the fatigue in his body gradually fade away. If we could do this after every training session, it wouldn't feel so tiring. Veer closed his eyes. Don't talk. Just enjoy. Sheila remained silent, but his brow relaxed a bit. Aina sat up straight, his face revealing no expression. 5 minutes later, the light beams retracted. Danny stood up and stretched. Fully revived. Let's continue tomorrow. The next day on the training ground, the 8 of them were divided into 2 teams. Red team, Messi, Luo Ka, Danny. Free player Aina. Blue team, Veer, Duke, Sheila. Free player Colin. No referee. No rules. After 15 minutes, the red team scored 3 goals. Luo Ka scored 2, Messi 1. The blue team didn't score at all. Duke sat on the ground panting. I'm done. Your forwards are too good to handle. Danny leaned in. It's not that we're good, it's your defenders who can't stop us. Sheila shot him a cold glance. Danny took a step back. Just kidding, just kidding. Veer stood up. Let's go again. He looked at Duke and Sheila. This time we'll change our strategy. The second day ended. The 8 of them sat in the light beams to recover again. Danny looked at Messi. Captain, what are we practicing tomorrow? Tactics. Danny was momentarily stunned. What tactics? Messi didn't answer. He closed his eyes. Danny scratched his head, looking at Aina. Aina also remained silent. Danny sighed. I'm the only one who talks a lot in this team. Luo Ka raised his hand. I talk a lot too. Danny glanced at him. You count as half. On the third day on the training ground, Messi was the first to call everyone to a halt. The 8 of them formed a circle. Messi squatted down and drew on the grass with his finger. The Thunder Owl team. Average height 186. Strong in headers. We are not tall. We want to compete with them in the air. He drew a second line. We are fast. We'll play. He looked up at Aina. You pass the ball. Aina nodded. He looked at Danny and Sheila. You two defend. Don't let them get headers. Both nodded. He looked at Veer and Duke. You control the midfield. Slow down the tempo. They both nodded. He looked at Luo Ka. You run. Run until they can't catch up. Luo Ka nodded vigorously. He looked at Colin. You guard the goal. Leave the rest to us. Colin nodded. Danny looked at Messi. And what about you? Messi stood up. I will score goals. The 8 of them sat in the light beams for the last time to recover. No one spoke. Tomorrow is the first match. Danny suddenly spoke. Captain. Messi opened his eyes. Danny grinned. We're going to win, right? Messi looked at him. He was silent for 2. We will. Danny's smile widened. He turned to the others. Did you hear? The captain said we will win. Luo Ka nodded vigorously. Veer chuckled. Duke grinned foolishly. Sheila didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Colin closed his eyes, but his hands were clenched into fists. Aina still showed no expression, but Danny saw him lightly tap his hands on his knees. That was a sign of relaxation. 3 days. They transformed from strangers into teammates. Tomorrow, the first match. On the morning of the 8th day, the resting area of the Aurora team was unusually quiet. 8 people sat around the round table, and no one spoke. The breakfast on the table remained untouched. Danny fiddled with the fork in his hand, spinning it around his fingers. Loka stared blankly at the plate in front of him. Veer had his eyes closed. Duke rarely wore a silly grin, his face serious. Sheila leaned against the back of her chair, her fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Colin repeatedly wrapped the bandage around his hand. Aina sat motionless in the corner. Messi took a sip of water and stood up. Let's go. 7 people looked up at him simultaneously. No one asked where they were going. Everyone stood up. As the door to the training ground opened, a path of light appeared beneath their feet. Xiao-Chi floated beside them. It was the teleportation passage leading to the competition venue. Stepping onto it would take them there. Messi was the first to step onto the light path. The path instantly lit up, enveloping his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. Danny had gotten used to it. Every time I see it, it feels magical. Aina was the second to step onto it. Then came Veer, Duke, Loka, and Sheila. Colin was the last one. He glanced back at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, don't lose. Colin paused for a moment. Then he smiled and stepped onto the light path. The universal football arena. Messi stood at the sidelines looking at the field before him. It was a standard football field. The grass was neatly trimmed and the sidelines were shining white. Surrounding it were towering transparent walls with flowing galaxies outside. Countless glowing orbs floated in the stands. Those were the viewing projections of other teams. At that moment those orbs were staring at them. The match is about to begin. Please confirm the lineups for both sides. Aurora team goalkeeper Colin, defenders Danny, Sheila, midfielders Veer, Duke, Aina, forwards Messi, Loka. Raven team goalkeeper Griffin, defenders Byrne, Kane, Locke, midfielders Sutton, Clark, forwards Haywood, Val, Sterling. Danny focused on the list opposite them. 3 forwards. Quite aggressive. Veer nodded. The 3-forward tactic specifically targets high balls. Aerial duels are their strong suit. Messi spoke up. Follow the tactics. 7 people looked at him simultaneously. Messi's gaze swept over each person. Do you remember what we practiced over the past 3 days? No one spoke, but everyone's expressions changed. In the resting area of Team 1, a bald man sat at the front with his long legs resting on the table. He stared at Messi's positioning on the screen, his eyes narrowed. A person next to him quietly asked, Captain, do you think Team 7 can win? The bald man did not answer. After a long pause he spoke. That person's positioning is quite interesting. Every move he makes is right on the passing line. It's not luck, it's instinct. He paused. Such players are the hardest to defend against. The whistle blew. The match began. Raven team kicked off. Their tactic was simple and crude. Long passes from the back to find the forwards. Haywood, a towering figure at 191 meters, contested the first ball against Danny. Danny was pinned down and couldn't jump. The ball was played to Val, who shot directly. Colin leaped and made the save. The ball was deflected out of bounds. Danny got up from the ground and spat out some grass. Damn, he's really tall. In the resting area of Team 4, a young man whistled. That goalkeeper reacts quite quickly. A slightly older man nodded. His anticipation is also good. Most people wouldn't be able to react to that kind of shot. The corner was taken. Sutton lifted the ball into the penalty area, targeting the far post. Sterling jumped up for a header. Colin saved again. The ball fell outside the penalty area, and Veer got it. He glanced up and directly passed it to Aina. The moment Aina received the ball, his pupils slightly contracted. Void Scar trigger, a thin silver light extended from under his feet, cutting a straight line in the air. The ball flew along that silver line. Its speed skyrocketed, penetrating the entire midfield of Raven team, landing directly at Messi's feet. In the resting area of Team 5, a tall man sat up suddenly. Spatial slicing. The person next to him gasped. Spatial skill. That's one of the rarest. The tall man raised his hand. Keep watching. In the resting area of Team 6, a bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and quickly took notes in his notebook. Team 7, number 14, Aina skill, suspected to be spatial. The ball speed skyrockets during passing, can penetrate defenses. After writing, he looked up at the screen. This number 14 is worth keeping an eye on. When Messi received the ball, only one defender was left in front of him. Byrne charged in, standing at 188 meters tall and fast. Messi did not slow down. Eternal moment trigger. In that instant, Byrne's movements slowed down. It wasn't really slow, it was slow in Messi's eyes. He saw Byrne's center of gravity shifting to the left, saw his left foot already off the ground, and saw his arms opening up. Messi lightly nudged the ball and slipped past on the right. Byrne turned back and Messi was already 3 meters behind him. In the resting area of Team 8, several people stood up simultaneously. What just happened? Why isn't Byrne moving? A man with little braids stared at the screen, his eyes shining. It's not that he isn't moving. It's that number 10 skill slows down the opponent's perception. Look at Byrne's reaction. He doesn't want to move, he can't. In the resting area of Team 1, the bald man lowered his legs. He stared at Messi's back on the screen, a slow smile creeping up his lips. Interesting. Goalkeeper Griffin rushed out, spreading his arms to block the angle. Messi did not shoot. Loka charged in from the other side. The moment he started, he seemed to be propelled forward. Launch trigger. He was half a body length faster than the defender meeting the ball for a shot. The ball slipped through Griffin's armpit. 10. In the resting area of Team 9, several people gasped. That number 7. How is his acceleration so fast? A middle-aged man with a beard shook his head. It's not a launch, it's a skill. Look at how he started. The angle of his knee bend is off. It should be an instant burst type speed, skyrocketing within 2 seconds. In the resting area of Team 10, a long-haired woman leaned lazily against the sofa. She looked at Loka on the screen and chuckled softly. It's level. That acceleration speed can't be matched even by S level. Loka stood frozen in place. He turned to look at Messi. Messi raised his hand and pointed at him. Loka's eyes suddenly turned red. Danny rushed over and hugged him tightly. You did it. You actually did it. Loka opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He just looked at Messi. Messi walked over and patted his head. Well done. Loka nodded vigorously. In the resting area of Team 11, a middle-aged man nodded slightly. That number 10 has a bit of a captain's demeanor. He could have shot himself during their first collaboration, but he passed. Not every forward can make such a choice. The match continued. Raven team was stunned. They hadn't expected that this team, which looked shorter, could counterattack so quickly. Don't panic. Keep playing high balls. Another long pass. Another aerial duel. Another corner. Raven team only had this tactic. But the Aurora team's defense began to adapt. Danny was pressed by Haywood, but each time before the aerial duel he positioned himself early, not allowing the opponent to jump comfortably. Sheila supported from the side, repeatedly disrupting the second ball. Duke ran in midfield, using his body to block Raven team's passing routes. Veer controlled the pace, remaining calm and collected. Colin repeatedly saved shots, getting up to pat his gloves before returning to his goal. In the 32nd minute, Raven team earned a free kick in the attacking area. Sutton took the free kick, shooting directly. The ball curved around the wall, heading straight for the corner. Colin leapt into the air, palming it away. In the resting area of Team 12, a silent man spoke for the first time. Good goalkeeper. The person next to him was taken aback. Captain, the silent man ignored him. In the 38th minute, Aina had the ball again. This time he did not trigger a skill, it was just an ordinary pass. But the moment Messi received the ball, the defenders of Raven team hesitated. They feared that skill. They feared that thing that slowed them down. Messi advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area, glancing at Loca's position. Loca was running. He ran as if propelled forward. Messi pushed the ball over. Loca received it, took a step to adjust, and shot. 20. In the resting area of Team 3, a short-haired woman put down the pen she had been twirling. She stared at Messi's back on the screen, remaining silent for a long time. The person next to her quietly asked, Captain, that number 10. Next time if we face Team 7, I'll mark him. The first half ended. 20. In the resting area of Team 2, a chubby guy stuffed a piece of watermelon into his mouth. Does Raven team still have a chance? The tall, skinny guy shook his head. No more. Why? The tall guy pointed at Messi on the screen. Because that person hasn't gone all out yet. In the Universal Football Arena, the 8 members of the Aurora team walked toward the sidelines. There's still the second half. Messi said nothing. He just turned back to look at the opposite side. In the resting area, there's still the second half. Messi said nothing. He just turned back to look at the opposite side. In the resting area of Raven team, Haywood was yelling about something. Messi withdrew his gaze. In the second half, they will substitute players. Danny paused for a moment. How do you know? Messi did not answer, but he knew. He had played in this type of match too many times. The second half begins. The Thunderhawk team substituted a player, bringing in a faster winger while taking off a defender. They changed their formation. No longer relying on high balls, they began attempting ground plays. Haywood moved to the flank and delivered a cross. Sterling seized the opportunity and headed the ball towards the goal. Colin saved again. The ball fell outside the penalty area where Sutton picked it up and took a long-range shot. Colin made a second save, but the ball slipped from his grasp and Val followed up for a rebound. Danny blocked the ball on the goal line. A series of attacks left the Aurora team's defense on the brink of collapse. Danny got back up from the ground. Damn, they've gone mad. Sheila gasped for breath. We can't hold up against this style of play. Vale glanced at Messi. Messi remained silent for a moment. Push out. In the 55th minute, the Aurora team attempted a counterattack. Aina had the ball and looked up. The Thunderhawk team was pressing. He could only pass back. The 7th team's bench. Nobody was there. The 13th team's bench was occupied by a few people. The Thunderhawk team is really pressing hard. The young man shook his head. The 7th team can hardly hold on. Not necessarily. They still have 3 SS-level players who haven't shown their strength yet. In the 63rd minute, the Thunderhawk team finally scored. A corner was taken and Haywood outjumped Danny to head the ball into the net. 21. Haywood roared as he charged towards the corner flag. The Thunderhawk team's morale soared instantly. Danny got up from the ground drenched in sweat. My. Messi walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's fine. Danny was momentarily stunned. Messi had already run back to the center circle. Continue. The first team's bench. The bald man raised an eyebrow. Is the Thunderhawk team making a comeback? Someone next to him asked, What do you think, Captain? The bald man shook his head. That number 10 hasn't shown his strength yet. In the 71st minute, the Aurora team made a substitution. Not a player change, it's a change in strategy. Vale and Duke pushed their positions forward. Aina withdrew. Messi looked at Danny. Come up. Danny was momentarily stunned. Me. Come up. In the 78th minute, the Aurora team counterattacked. Aina had the ball and looked up. Messi was running. Loca was running. Danny charged up from the back. Aina passed the ball. It was not to Messi nor to Loca, but to Danny. Danny hesitated for a moment when receiving the ball, but he did not stop and carried the ball forward. The Thunderhawk team's defense was drawn towards him. 3 defenders lunged at him simultaneously. Danny glanced at Messi's position and passed the ball. Messi received the ball facing 2 defenders. Moment of eternity trigger. The movements of both players slowed down simultaneously. Messi slipped through the middle. Griffin rushed out. Messi chipped the ball. 31. The 5th team's bench. The tall man smiled. Really good. Someone next to him cautiously asked, Captain, what are you smiling about? The tall man glanced at him. I was wondering what it would be like if I faced that person. Danny ran over and hugged Messi tightly. I assisted. I freaking assisted. Messi said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. The 8th team's bench. The man with braids appeared thoughtful. That defender Danny Slevel. The person next. That move he made just now was quite interesting. He's clearly a defender, but when he charges forward, he looks like a forward. In the 85th minute, the Thunderhawk team pressed forward. They had to score. Ana had the ball and looked up. The midfield of the Thunderhawk team was empty. He passed the ball. A flash of silver light. Trace of the void trigger, the ball penetrated the entire midfield and landed at Loca's feet. Loca took off. Launch trigger, he was faster than everyone. Onion on. Griffin rushed out. Loca shot. 41. Loca ran to Messi and jumped up to hang on to him. Danny rushed over Vale, rushed over Duke. 6 people embraced each other. Sheila stood behind watching them. Colin stood in front of the goal smiling. Ana still had no expression, but he walked over and stood at the edge of the crowd. The final whistle blew. 41. The Aurora team won. The 3rd team's bench. The short-haired woman stood up. Let's go. The person next to her was taken aback. Captain not watching anymore. The short-haired woman didn't look back. I've seen enough. That number 10, 14, and 7, remember them. The 1st team's bench. The bald man turned off the light screen. The 7th team, Entrusting. He stood up and walked out. At the door he paused. That number 10 is called. The person next to him nodded. The bald man smiled. Next time I want to play a match against him. In the World Arena, the 8 members of the Aurora team stood on the grass in the center. Danny lay on the grass looking at the galaxy overhead. Loca lay on the ground, unable to get up. Vale walked over and pulled both of them up. Duke chuckled, patting their shoulders one by one. Sheila stood by the sidelines, arms crossed. Colin walked over and stood beside her. We won. Sheila nodded. Ana was the last to come over. He looked at Messi. Messi was also looking at him. Neither of them, but everyone knew that this match was controlled by the 3 of them. Match over. Aurora team 4, Thunderhawk team. That voice rang out. MVP of the match, Messi. Received an additional 2 competition coins reward. The light screen unfolded before everyone. Aurora team first match report. Victory reward, 5 competition coins per person. MVP additional reward, Messi, 2 competition coins. Current competition coins temporary to be issued at the end of the season. Messi 7. Danny 5. Ana 5. Loca 5. Vale 5. Duke 5. Sheila 5. Colin 5. Danny looked at his balance. 7 coins. Can't use them until the end of the season. Yes. Competition coins will be settled at the end of the season. At that time you can go to the store to purchase upgrade cards. Loca leaned in. Upgrade cards are 30 coins each. How many matches do we need to win? Danny pat. Take it slow. No rush. He looked at Messi. Captain, let's go. Messi nodded. He turned and walked towards the tunnel. After taking 2 steps he stopped. He looked back. 7 people stood in place watching him. Let's go. Danny was the first to catch up. Wait for me. Loca jumped up to catch up. Vale smiled and walked slowly. Duke chuckled. Sheila stepped forward. Colin looked back at the field and then followed. Ana walked last. They had won the first match. 19 more to go. Meanwhile, in the benches of the other 12 teams, countless eyes were watching those departing figures. Some were laughing. Some were silent. Some had already begun to think about how to defend against those 3 if they failed. In the relaxation area of the Aurora team, 8 people slumped in their chairs. No one spoke. The luminous screen on the table was still lit, displaying the recent match data. Dan's running distance, Loca's shot count, Colin's save statistics. A flurry of numbers danced before them. Danny was the first to break the silence. We won. No one responded. He repeated himself. We won. Loca lifted his head, still glistening with unwashed sweat. Yeah, we won. Then he slumped back onto the table. Veer chuckled. Exhausted like this, don't even have the energy. Well, if I had the energy, I just don't want to move. Duke grinned foolishly. Sheila leaned back against her chair, her eyes closed. Colin slowly unwrapped the bandages from his hands circle by circle. Ana sat in the corner, his expression as unreadable as ever. Messi took a sip of water. Then he stood up. Danny was momentarily stunned. Captain, where are you going? Messi glanced at him. To shower. Danny opened his mouth. What about after? Danny thought for a moment, seemingly agreeing. After winning a match, why not rest? Shao Chi floated over the light, orb flickering. Thank you all for your hard work. Do you need recovery assistance? Danny raised his hand. Yes. 8 beams of light descended from the ceiling, enveloping each person. Danny let out a comfortable hum. This thing. I feel amazed every time I use it. Loca sat within the beam, feeling his fatigue gradually dissipate. If only we could do this every day. Veer kept his eyes closed. If we win every day, we can. Duke chuckled foolishly. Then we have to keep winning. Sheila remained silent, but her brows relaxed slightly. Colin let go of the bandages in his hands, allowing the beam to shine on his wrist. Ana sat in the beam, still expressionless. But his hands had relaxed. Messi watched the beam. He knew more importantly, true recovery couldn't come from the beam. 5 minutes later, the beams retracted. Danny stood up and stretched. Fully revitalized. When is the next match? Shao Chi flickered. In 3 days. The opponent will be announced. Danny looked at Messi. Captain, how do we train in these 3 days? Messi pondered. First, we'll review the footage. Danny was momentarily stunned. Footage. Xiao Qi floated to the screen. The panoramic footage of this match has been saved. It can be reviewed at any time. Loka leaned closer. Watch your own match. Isn't it awkward? Veer patted his shoulder. Even if it's awkward, we have to watch. The areas we lost and can't be lost next time. The screen lit up and the match footage began to play. The 8 of them sat around the round table staring at the screen. The first scene showed Haywood pressuring Danny in a header duel. Danny's expression darkened. Can we skip this part? No one paid him any attention. The footage continued. Colin made 2 saves, each more thrilling than the last. Duke was knocked down in midfield, but got back up and kept running. Sheila blocked the cross, the ball bouncing off her leg out of bounds. Veer received the ball, turned, and passed it. Aina's silver light. Messi dribbled past defenders. Loka scored. Danny's assist. Frame by frame, everything was clear. When Loka scored his 3rd goal, Danny couldn't hold back. Can we watch this part again? Veer shot him a glance. Watch your own assist. Danny grinned. Of course. The footage ended, and the room fell silent for a few seconds. Veer was the first to speak. The tactics of the Thunderhawk team were too simplistic. They only know how to play high balls. Indeed, Duke nodded. If their ground coordination were a bit better, we would have been in trouble in the second half. Sheila replied coldly. Their ground coordination is lacking, which is why they lost. Colin placed the bandages he had wrapped on the table. In the next match, the opponent won't be so easy. Everyone. Messi was silent for a few seconds. No matter who the opponent is, we have to play well ourselves. Danny raised his hand. The captain is right. Loka raised his hand in agreement. I also think so. Veer smiled. Did you two really understand? Danny confidently replied, not really. But what the captain said must be right. Xiao Qi's light orb floated to the center of the round table. Reminder, all 12 other teams are watching the footage of this match. Danny was stunned for a moment. Why are they watching us? Veer glanced at him. To study the opponent. Next time we meet, they'll know how to play against us. Duke scratched his head. Then aren't we being studied too? Sheila replied coldly. Which means the next match will be even harder. Loka looked at Messi nervously. Captain, what should we do? Messi took a sip of water. Let them study. Danny was puzzled. Why, oi? Messi set down his cup. Even if they study us thoroughly, they still can't stop us. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Danny smiled. I love hearing the captain say that. Suddenly, a new message popped up on the screen. The matchups for Season 1 Round 2 will be announced soon. Countdown 12 hours. Veer glanced at it. We won't know our opponent until tomorrow. Duke chuckled foolishly. Then we can sleep well tonight. Colin stood up. I'm going back to rest. He walked towards his room. Sheila also stood up. See you tomorrow. Loka yawned. I'm tired too. Danny watched as they all left, leaving only him, Messi, and Aina. Aren't you two going to sleep? Messi stood up. I'm going to watch some more footage. Aina remained silent, but didn't move. Danny scratched his head. All right, then I'll sleep first. Tomorrow, tell me who the opponent is. He walked toward his room, then turned back at the door. Captain, no matter who we play tomorrow, we can win, right? Messi glanced at him. He didn't respond. Danny grinned. He'll take that as a yes. The door closed. Only Messi and Aina remained in the relaxation area. The screen continued to loop the footage of the match. Messi looked at his own image on the screen, remaining silent. Aina sat in the corner, also silent. The two of them quietly watched. No one knew what they were thinking, but Xiao Qi's light orb floated nearby, quietly recording it all. 12 hours later. A new opponent is about to be revealed. 3 days later, in the resting area of the Aurora team, 8 people sat around a round table. The screen displayed today's opponent round 2 matchup: Aurora team versus Steelhammer team. Danny looked at the name. Steelhammer team. Which team is that? Xiao Qi floated over. Steelhammer team, team 5. Current record 1 win. The lineup of the opposing team appeared on the screen. Steelhammer team. Goalkeeper Marcus. Defenders Victor Tieshon Duran. Midfielders Carl Brandt. Forwards Rex Gordon Harvey. Danny focused on that name. Taizhan. That name sounds tough. We're nodded. Look at their height. They are like the Thunder Owl team, focusing on. Loka shrank back his neck. Another tall guy. Sheila spoke coldly. Height isn't the problem. The issue is whether they'll only play high balls. Colin wrapped his bandage tightly. No matter how they play, guarding the goal is my responsibility. Duke grinned. We have the captain, and Aina, what's there to fear? Everyone turned to Messi. Messi looked at the list on the screen. What is that Taizhan skill? Xiao Qi, the opposing skills have not been disclosed yet. It can only be confirmed after the match begins. Danny clicked his tongue. The secrecy is quite well done. Messi stood up. Let's go. 7 people rose at the same time. The Wanjia football arena. When they exited the tunnel, the 8 people on the opposite side were already standing on the field. Steelhammer team. At the forefront was a tall man. The one who had been staring at the screen in Team 5's resting. He was taller than Haywood, measuring over 195 centimeters with shoulders as broad as a wall. He saw Messi and smirked. Team 7, number 10. I've been waiting for you for several days. Messi remained silent. Danny leaned over and whispered, Captain, do you know him? Messi shook his head. The tall man walked over and stood near the center circle. My name is Taizhan. captain of the Steel Hammer team. He looked at Messi. I've watched the footage from your last match 5 times. Messi did not respond. Taizhan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've studied you thoroughly. Danny couldn't hold back. So what if you've studied me thoroughly? Does studying mean you can stop me? Taizhan glanced at him. Who are you? Danny was at a loss for words. Sheila spoke coldly. We are the defenders of our team. Taizhan scanned her. A girl. Sheila's gaze became even colder. Is there a problem? Taizhan shifted his gaze back to Messi. See you in the match. He turned and walked back to his half of the field. Danny muttered something under his breath. Or patted his shoulder. Don't mind him. Just play ball. The whistle blew. The match began. Aurora. Messi passed the ball back to Aina. As soon as Aina got the ball, the forwards from Steel Hammer team pounced on him. Not just one person, but 3 people charged at him simultaneously. Rex Gordon and Harvey, 3 tall players over 185 centimeters, charged at Aina all at once. Aina did not activate any skills. He passed the ball to Weir. Weir received the ball, turned around, and another person rushed at him. Carl, the midfielder of Steel Hammer team, 188 centimeters, tall, extremely fast. Weir was forced to pass back. In Team 1's resting area, the bald captain watched the screen and chuckled softly. Steel Hammer team came prepared. The person next to him asked, Captain, who do you favor? The bald captain did not answer. In Team 3's resting area, a short-haired woman fiddled with the pen in her hand. That madman Taizhan is so fierce right from the start. The person beside her asked quietly, Captain, do you think Team 7 can hold on? The short-haired woman did not reply. For the first 10 minutes, Aurora team was pressured and struggled for breath. The tactics of Steel Hammer team were simple and brutal, relentless pressing. 3 people rushed at Aina, 2 rushed at Weir, while the rest closely marked Messi and Loca. The ball could hardly be passed out. In the 13th minute, Steel Hammer team scored. Carl intercepted Duke and made a through pass to Rex. Rex got to the edge and crossed the ball, and Gordon headed it toward the goal. Colin made a dive, but the ball still went in. 1-0. Taizhan clenched his fist. Continue. In Team 8's resting area, a man with braids clicked his tongue. Team 7 was dazed at the start. The person beside him asked, can they turn it around? The man with braids thought for a moment. Let's see when that number 10 makes his move. In the 21st minute, Aurora team launched their first threatening attack. Aina received the ball, facing the pressure from 3 people. His pupils contracted slightly. Void scar trigger. A flash of silver light. The ball passed through the 3 defenders and landed directly at Messi's feet. Messi received the ball and turned. Taizhan was already standing in front of him. 195 centimeters tall like a wall. Messi did not slow down. Eternal moment trigger. Taizhan's movements slowed down. Messi nudged to the right, preparing to break through. But Taizhan's left hand suddenly moved. He grabbed Messi's jersey. The whistle blew. Foul. Free kick. Messi stood up from the ground and looked at Taizhan. Taizhan smiled slightly. I told you I've studied you thoroughly. In Team 5's resting area, no one Steel Hammer team was alone on the field. In Team 1's resting area, the bald captain raised an eyebrow. That move by Taizhan was intentional. The person beside him asked, intentional foul? Yes. He knows he can't defend against you and would rather foul than let Messi pass. Free kick. 25 meters away from the goal. Messi stood in front of the ball. Taizhan directed the wall. 6 tall players lined up. The whistle blew. Messi took a run-up and shot. The ball curved around the wall and plummeted. Marcus leaped and got a fingertip to it, but the ball went out of bounds. Corner kick. Danny ran over and pulled up Messi. So close. Messi remained silent. He glanced at Taizhan. Taizhan was also looking at him. The first half ended. 1-0. Aurora team trailed. In the resting area, 7 people sat gasping for breath. Danny cursed. That Taizhan is really annoying. Weir shook his head. He's not annoying, he's clever. He knows how to limit us. Loca looked a bit anxious. What should we do? Everyone turned to Messi. Messi remained silent for a few seconds. In the second half, let's change the formation. Danny was stunned. How do we change? Messi looked at Aina. You organize it. Aina nodded. You go up. Danny pointed at himself. Me. Go up. Make runs forward. Danny opened his mouth. But I'm a defender. Sheila spoke coldly. If he tells you to go, you go. Danny shut his mouth. The second half began. Steel Hammer team realized that Aurora team's formation had changed. Aina dropped deeper while Weir and Duke pushed forward. Danny's position was gone. In the 52nd minute, Aina got the ball. Carl rushed up. A flash of silver light. Void scar trigger. The ball penetrated midfield and landed directly at Danny's feet. Where was Danny? He was in the front line. The defenders of Steel Hammer team were stunned. When did this defender come up? Danny did not stop. He directly dribbled forward. Taizhan lunged at him. Danny glanced at Messi's position and passed the ball over. Messi received the ball. Eternal moment trigger. 2 defenders were bypassed. Messi broke into the penalty area. Marcus rushed out. Messi made a horizontal pass. Loca surged in from the other side. Shot trigger. He shot into the empty goal. 1-1. In Team 8's resting area, the man with braids smiled. That defender made a forward run. Interesting. The person beside him asked, was it strategy or luck? Strategy. That number 14 from Team 7 has terrifying vision. In the 68th minute, Aurora team took the lead. Aina passed the ball, Messi broke through and was brought down by Taizhan. Free kick. A better position 20 meters away. Messi stood in front of the ball. Taizhan's wall was still forming. Messi took a run up. The ball went straight into the corner. 2-1. In Team 3's resting area, the short-haired woman halted her pen. This free kick. The person beside her asked what happened. The short-haired woman shook her head. It's nothing. Just feels like he can do everything. In the 82nd minute, Steelhammer team pushed forward. They had to score. In the 89th minute, Taizhan charged up to contest a header. The corner was taken and he overpowered Danny heading towards goal. Colin leaped and made a save. The ball landed outside the penalty area where we got it. He passed it directly to Aina. Aina looked up. Messi was running. Loka was running. Danny was still in the front line. He made a pass. A flash of silver light. Void Scar trigger, the ball penetrated the entire half and landed at Danny's feet. Colin leaped and made a save. The ball landed outside the penalty area where we got it. He passed it directly to Aina. Aina looked up. Messi was... Danny shot. 3-1. Danny stood frozen in place. Then he went wild. I scored. Loka rushed over to hug him. Weir ran over, Duke came over, and everyone surrounded him. Messi stood behind. Aina also stood beside. The two did not move, but the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. The final whistle blew. 3-1. Aurora team achieved a 2-game winning streak. Taizhan walked over and stood in front of Messi. You won. Messi looked at him. Taizhan extended his hand. Next time I won't lose. Messi shook his hand. He did not speak. Taizhan turned and walked away. Danny leaned over. What did he just say? Messi looked at Taizhan's back. He said he wants to play again next time. Danny grinned. Then let's play? Who's afraid of whom? Match ended. Aurora team 3-1 Steelhammer team. MVP of the match, Messi received an additional 2 competition coins as a reward. The screen unfolded in front of everyone. Current competition coins temporarily stored. Messi 14, Danny 10, Aina 10, Loka 10, Weir 10, Duke 10, Sheila 10, Colin 10. Danny looked at his balance. 14 coins. If we win a few more matches I can buy an upgrade card. Loka nodded. The captain has the most 14 coins. Messi remained silent. He just looked at the ranking on the screen. Aurora team 2 consecutive wins, currently ranked first. There are still 18 matches ahead, but today they won. Scene 3. The opponent is Team 9, a team with a style completely different from the previous 2. They are neither tall nor fast, but their coordination is exceptionally harmonious. Before the match, Danny glanced at the opponent's roster. Average height of 175. Shorter than us. Bernadette. A technical team. They play on the ground. Loka felt a bit nervous. Ground play? Isn't that harder to defend? Shira coldly responded. Whether it's hard or not we'll find out once we start playing. The whistle blew. The match began. Team 9 indeed did not play high balls. They passed quickly, tearing apart the Aurora team's defense. In the 18th minute, they scored the first goal. Danny got up from the ground. Damn, it's like walking a dog. Messi pushed forward. The Aurora team advanced their formation. In the 32nd minute, Aina intercepted the ball in midfield. Void Scar triggered, silver light pierced through the entire opponent's defense. Messi received the ball facing the goalkeeper. Eternal moment triggered, the goalkeeper was a step late. 11. Before the first half ended, Loka received a cross from Danny and scored with a header. 21. In the 71st minute of the second half, Duke took a long shot from outside the penalty area and the ball deflected off the opponent's defender into the net. 31. The final whistle. 3 consecutive wins. Scene 4. The opponent is Team 11, a defensive team. They set up a tight defense with 5 defenders, 3 midfielders, leaving only 1 forward up front. Danny looked at the opponent's formation. Is this football or rugby? Burr frowned. Breaking through a dense defense is the hardest part. In the first half, the Aurora team had 70 possession, took 13 shots, and scored 0 goals. During halftime, no one spoke. Danny couldn't hold back. If they don't come out, how do we play? Messi looked at him. Patience. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Aina received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. 5 opponents surrounded him, leaving no space to pass. Aina did not trigger any skills. He looked up and saw Messi running. Loka was running. Danny was outside the penalty area. He passed the ball. Not to Messi, not to Loka, but to Danny. Danny received the ball and paused for a moment. Then he took a long shot. The ball passed through the crowd and drilled into the bottom right corner of the goal. 10. Danny stood still in disbelief. Did I score again? Loka rushed over and hugged him. Are you a defender or a forward? Danny grinned. I'm a defender for the final whistle blew. For consecutive wins. Scene 5. The opponent is Team 2, the team with a mix of a chubby guy and a tall skinny guy. Before the match, the chubby guy walked over chewing on watermelon. Hey Team 7, you guys can really run. Danny looked at the watermelon in his hand. You eat that before the match? The chubby guy smiled. I'm used to it. The whistle blew. The chubby guy didn't run slowly at all. He bulldozed through midfield like a tank, knocking Duke over twice. In the 28th minute, the chubby guy scored with a long shot. 10. Danny helped Duke up. Are you okay? Duke grinned foolishly. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. In the second half, the Aurora team changed strategy. Ina no longer controlled the ball, but directly long passed to Messi. Messi repeatedly attacked the opponent's defense. In the 53rd minute, Messi was brought down. A free kick. Messi took it and scored. 11. In the 78th minute, Ina passed the ball, and Loca successfully timed his run. Bounce triggered, he was a step quicker than the goalkeeper, and pushed the ball into an empty net. 21. Just before the end of the match, the chubby guy launched one last attack. He charged into the penalty area, and Danny positioned himself, both of them falling to the ground. The referee did not blow the whistle. Colin caught the ball. The final whistle blew. 5 consecutive wins. In the Aurora team's resting area, 8 players slumped in their chairs. Danny looked at the scoreboard on the display. 5 consecutive wins, first place. Loca smiled. We're really impressive. Burr shook his head. Impossible. We haven't faced any strong teams yet. Colin wrapped his bandage. Team 1 and Team 3 are yet to play. Everyone turned to look at Messi. Impossible. We haven't faced any strong teams yet. Colin wrapped his bandage. Team 1 and Team 3 are yet to play. Everyone turned to look at Messi. Messi took a sip of water. One match at a time. Xiao-Chi floated over. Reminder, other teams have already collected 5 match recordings. They are studying you. Danny was taken aback. Studying us? Yes. Especially the trio number 10 Messi, number 14 Ina, number 7 Loca. Danny pointed at himself. What about me? Don't study me. Xiao-Chi was silent for a second. You too. But you are a lower priority. Danny's face darkened. Burr laughed. You're a defender, what's there to study? Danny was unconvinced. I scored 2 goals. Shira glanced at him. You're also a defender. Danny closed his mouth. A message popped up on the display. Season 1 Round 6 matchup announced, Aurora team versus Crimson Flame team. Loca looked at the name. Crimson Flame team. What team is that? Xiao-Chi flashed. Crimson Flame team, Team 1. Current record 5 consecutive wins. The room fell silent. Team 1. The team of the bald captain. Danny swallowed hard. 5 consecutive wins. Look, they are just like us, undefeated. Messi remained silent. He looked at the roster of Team 1 on the display. Skill unknown. Colin spoke up. Finally, we're about to face a tough opponent. Shira stood up. 5 consecutive wins against 5 consecutive wins. Whoever loses will drop to second place. Duke couldn't laugh anymore. Loca felt a bit nervous. Captain, can we win? Messi was silent for 2 seconds. Messi glanced at him. Is being nervous useful? Danny thought for a moment. Not useful. Messi glanced at him. Is being nervous useful? Danny thought for a moment. Not useful. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. In 3 days, we'll just play. The door closed. Danny looked at the door and grinned. That's the captain for you. 3 days later. In the resting area of the Aurora team, the air pressure was terrifyingly low. 8 people sat around the round table, and no one spoke. The breakfast on the table remained untouched. Danny was rarely without his fork. He stared at the list of the Crimson Flame team on the holographic screen, his fingers gripping tightly, turning white. Loca sat beside him, his leg shaking continuously. Burr closed his eyes, his brow tightly furrowed. Duke couldn't manage a smile, his face serious. Sheila leaned against the back of her chair, lightly tapping her fingers on the armrest, one tap after another like a countdown. Colin wrapped and unwrapped the bandage repeatedly, doing so 3 times back and forth. Aina sat motionless in a corner. Messi looked at the name on the holographic screen. Crimson Flame team captain Leon, skills domain. Within a 10-meter radius, teammate speed increases by 20. Record 5 consecutive victories, 21 goals scored, 3 goals conceded. Core players Leon SSS, Cassie SS, Bren SS, Falco SS. 20 speed increase. Within a 10-meter radius. Burr opened his eyes. That means their team has 6 players constantly accelerating. Loca's legs shook even more violently. How do we play against that? No one answered. Messi stood up. Let's go. 7 people looked at him simultaneously. Danny opened his mouth. Captain, do we have a strategy? Messi was silent for a second. Yes. Danny's eyes lit up. What strategy? Messi walked towards the door. We'll talk after we kick off. The Universal Football Arena. As they exited the tunnel, the 8 opponents were already standing on the field. Team 1. Crimson Flame team. Leading them was a bald man. The same person who had been watching the screen in the resting area during the first match. He was slightly shorter than Tieshan, but standing there, his aura was completely different. It wasn't a sense of oppression, or it was confidence. The kind of confidence that comes from knowing one is a powerhouse. He spotted Messi and smiled. Team 7, number 10. Finally ran into you. Messi remained silent. Leon walked over, standing near the center circle. I watched your matches, all of them. He glanced at Messi, then at Aina, and finally at Loca. 3 players SSS rank, SSS rank, S rank. Good cooperation. Danny couldn't hold back. Who are you? Coming here to critique. Leon shot him a glance. You're Danny, a defender S rank. You scored 2 goals, both were flukes. Danny was momentarily speechless. Leon shifted his gaze back to Messi. Today you will lose. He said it calmly, as if stating a fact. Then he turned and walked back to his own half. Danny muttered something or patted him on the shoulder. Ignore him. Just play the game. The whistle blew. The match began. The Crimson Flame team kicked off. The moment Leon got the ball, Messi saw it. Within a 10-meter radius around him, everyone's movements changed. Faster, smoother, as if a speed boost had been activated. Cassie sprinted past him, moving so fast that he left an afterimage. Bren received the ball, turned, and passed with seamless fluidity, exceeding normal speed by more than double. Falco charged into the penalty area, receiving the ball and shooting. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Colin dove to block. The ball was deflected out of bounds. Corner kick. Danny got up from the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This is too fast, Sheila gasped. Within a 20-meter range, they're all in an accelerated state. Weir gritted his teeth. It's not 20 meters, it's a 10-meter radius. Wherever Leon goes, that's the acceleration zone. In the resting area of Team 3, a short-haired woman stared at the screen, her pen stopping. That guy Leon is finally giving it his all. The person next to her asked quietly, Captain, do you think Team 7 can hold up? The short-haired woman was silent for a few seconds. Look at that number 10. In the first 20 minutes, the Aurora team was completely suppressed. The attacks from the Crimson Flame team came wave after wave, each one absurdly fast. Colin blocked 7 shots, but everyone could see that he couldn't hold on much longer. In the 23rd minute, the Crimson Flame team scored. Leon got the ball at the center circle with the acceleration zone covering the entire midfield. Cassie and Bren surged forward simultaneously. With a quick series of passes, the ball reached the penalty area. Falco received the ball facing Danny. Danny positioned himself well, but Falco was too fast. He took a step past and shot immediately. The ball drilled into the dead corner. 10. Falco ran towards the corner flag, and the Crimson Flame team surrounded him to celebrate. Leon stood still watching Messi. He said nothing, but in that gaze Messi understood. You can't stop me. In the resting area of Team 5, Tyson crossed his arms staring at the screen. The person next to him asked, Boss, do you think Team 7 can turn this around? Tyson shook his head. Leon's domain is unbeatable. In the 31st minute, the Aurora team finally had a decent attack. Ana had the ball with Leon not nearby. He looked up, a flash of silver light appeared. Void Scar triggered. The ball pierced through the midfield, landing directly at Messi's feet. Messi received the ball and turned. Leon appeared right in front of him. His acceleration zone covered Messi. Messi started moving. Moment of eternity triggered. The skills of both players activated simultaneously. In Messi's eyes, Leon's movements slowed down. But Leon's speed was still faster than that of an ordinary person. He couldn't completely get past him. Leon reached out and pulled, causing Messi to fall to the ground. The whistle blew. Foul. Free kick. Messi stood up from the ground, looking at Leon. Leon smiled slightly. Your skill can only counter half of mine. In the resting area of Team 1, there was no one. The Crimson Flame team was on the field by themselves. In the resting area of Team 8, a man with braids clicked his tongue. Leon's domain just counters that number 10's time skill perfectly. The person next to him asked, then Team 7 is finished. The braided man didn't answer. Free kick. 28 meters from the goal. Messi stood in front of the ball. Leon directed the wall. 6 people lined up, all within his acceleration zone. The whistle blew. Messi took a run-up and shot. The ball curved around the wall, plummeting rapidly. Leon suddenly charged out from behind the wall, heading the ball away. He used the speed from the acceleration zone to catch up with Messi's free kick. In the resting area of Team 3, the short-haired woman dropped her pen on the table. Is that even human? The first half ended. 10. The Aurora team had 0 shots on target. In the resting area, 7 people sat panting. No one spoke. Danny was the first to break the silence. That guy really can't be stopped. Weir shook his head. It's not that he can't be stopped. It's that his skills counter us too perfectly. Loka lowered his head. I can't even touch the ball. Sheila unusually remained quiet. She just leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Colin's hands trembled, a physiological reaction after blocking over 20 shots. Duke couldn't manage a smile anymore. Ana sat motionless in the corner. Messi watched them. After a long silence, he finally spoke. In the second half, we'll change tactics. Danny raised his head. Change to what? Messi looked at Ana. You control the ball. I'll wait up front. Ana nodded. He looked at Loka. You run. Run until they can't catch you. Loka was taken aback. Can I outrun someone in the acceleration zone? Messi looked at him. You have 3 seconds. That's enough. The second half began. The Crimson Flame team continued their relentless attack. In the 52nd minute, Falco scored again. Messi looked at him. You have 3 seconds. That's enough. The second half began. The Crimson Flame team continued their relentless attack. In the 52nd minute, Falco scored again. 50. Danny lay on the grass, staring at the stars above. Is this really football? Sheila sat on the ground, too exhausted to stand. Colin's hands could no longer be lifted. Weir and Duke supported each other. Loka had run the entire match, his legs cramping. Only Messi and Ana remained standing. In the 82nd minute, Ana got the ball. Leon was not near him. He looked up, a flash of silver light appeared. Void Scar triggered. The ball pierced through the entire half, landing at Messi's feet. In front of Messi, there was only the goalkeeper. He started moving. Moment of eternity triggered. The goalkeeper was a step behind. 15. In the resting area of Team 1. Leon watched the goal smiling. Not bad. The final whistle blew. 51. The Aurora team suffered their first defeat. Danny lay on the grass, unable to get up. Loka lay on the ground crying. Were lowered his head lost in thought. Duke comforted Loka, but his own eyes. Sheila stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, motionless. Colin sat on the ground staring at his hands. Aina stood next to Messi saying nothing. Messi watched the celebrating Crimson Flame team across the field. Leon walked over. He extended his hand. Well played. Messi looked at him. Losing is just losing. Leon smiled. You are the first team that made me use my full strength. He turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps he paused. Next time I hope you can last until overtime. In the resting area of the Aurora team, all 8 members slumped in their chairs. No one spoke. The scoreboard displayed the rankings. 1. Crimson Flame Team 6 wins 0 losses, 18 points. 2. Aurora Team 5 wins 1 loss, 15 points. 3. Steel Hammer Team 4 wins 2 losses, 12 points. Danny looked at the ranking. 2nd. Loka's voice was choked with tears. We lost. Were closed his eyes. Losing is just losing. Duke wanted to say something, but held back. Sheila stood up and walked toward her room. Training tomorrow. The door closed. Colin also stood up. There's another match the day after tomorrow. He left as well. In the room, only Messi, Aina, Danny, and Loka remained. Danny looked at Messi. Messi remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Losing once doesn't mean losing for a lifetime. He looked at the ranking on the scoreboard. There are still 14 matches left. Aina stood up. He walked towards the door. Pausing at the doorway, he stopped for a moment. Let's win it back next time. The door closed. Danny was stunned for a few seconds. Then he laughed. Aina actually spoke. Loka wiped his tears. The captain is right. There are still 14 matches left. Messi nodded. He stood up and walked toward the door. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back. Training tomorrow. 8 o'clock. The door closed. Danny and Loka exchanged glances. Danny grinned. 8 o'clock. Let's go. The day after the defeat. At 7:55 a.m. Danny pushed open the door to the training ground. He thought he was the earliest one there. Then he saw Messi and Aina already standing on the field. Messi was dribbling around the cones again and again. His speed was not fast, but each step landed precisely on the same spot. Aina stood 30 meters away, repeatedly passing the ball to his feet, with almost identical force, angle, and landing. Danny watched for a while. What time did you guys come? Messi didn't answer. Aina also remained silent. Danny sighed and began to warm up. Danny watched for a while. What time did you guys come? Messi didn't answer. Aina also remained silent. Danny sighed and began to warm up. Quite. Captain, aren't you tired? Messi stopped the ball. Tired. He walked to the sideline to drink water. But there's no time to rest. Loka said nothing. Vale came over and patted him on the shoulder. After losing so badly yesterday, who still has the face to rest? Training began. Loka jogged over. Messi pointed to the edge of the penalty area. How many times did you get passed by Kashi yesterday? Loka looked down. I'm here. Loka jogged over. Messi pointed to the edge of the penalty area. How many times did you get passed by Kashi yesterday? Loka looked down. 6 times. Messi nodded. It's not your fault. It's his speed that's too fast. Loka raised his head. What should I do? Messi looked at him. You don't need to be faster than Kashi. You just need to start 0.5 seconds earlier than him. Loka was taken aback. 0.5 seconds. Messi received the ball passed by Aina. Watch closely. He dribbled forward at a slow pace. Loka focused on his feet. Then Messi initiated. Not fast but sudden. His first step had no warning. His center of gravity shifted forward directly, as if pushed by an unseen force. Loka couldn't even react before Messi had already passed by him. Messi stopped and looked back at him. Do you know how? Loka shook his head. Messi walked back. It's not about speed. It's about anticipation. He pointed to his eyes. Can you see what the person defending you is thinking? Loka thought for a moment. When does he strike? Messi nodded. Exactly. The moment he strikes is. Danny watched from the side, deep in thought. He poked Shira. Hey, how do you think we should coordinate our defense? Shira glanced at him. You're asking me. Danny scratched his head. You're SS level, I'm S level. You should teach me. Shira was silent for 2 seconds. Then she pointed to the field. Do you see that area? Danny looked over. It was the left side of the penalty arc. I see it. Shira said, that's your area to defend. He'll take the right side. Danny was taken aback. That's it. Shira looked at him. If someone enters your area, you go. If someone enters my area, they'll go. Who takes care of the middle? Danny thought for a moment. Whoever is closest goes. Shira nodded. Got it. Danny grinned. Got it. Vale and Duke practiced passing nearby. Duke passed the ball to Vale, who sent it back quickly and accurately. Duke received the ball, paused, then passed it back. After more than 20 kicks, Vale stopped. That moment you stopped, the ball was too slow. Duke chuckled. I'm overweight. Vale shook his head. It's not about being overweight. It's about the touch point being wrong. He walked over and demonstrated once. When the ball comes, your foot should be extended in advance, not just wait for the ball to reach your feet. Duke tried once, but was still slow. Vale demonstrated again. Try again. Duke tried again. On the third attempt he finally got it right. Duke beamed with even greater joy. Vale, you teach so well. Vale glanced at him. What good is it? Colin stood alone in front of the goal. He threw the ball up one by one, caught it, threw it up, and caught it again. Loka, Colin, what are you practicing? Colin put the ball down. Practicing hand positioning. Loka didn't understand. Colin explained, we conceded 5 yesterday. It wasn't about slow reactions, it was about improper hand positioning. He raised his hand to demonstrate. When the ball comes, your hands need to be open. You can't just wait to be shot at. Loka nodded, although he didn't quite understand. 2 hours later, everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground. Xiao-Chi floated over. Thank you all for your hard work. Danny was catching his breath. Xiao-Chi, where do we stand in the rankings now, eh? Xiao-Chi flashed. Aurora team, 5 wins, 1 loss, 15 points. Ranked second. Loka asked, is the first place the Crimson Flame team? Yes. 6 wins, 0 losses, 18 points. Danny gritted his teeth. Next time we meet, we must win back our honor. Xiao-Chi was silent for a second. There's something I need to remind everyone. Everyone looked at it. After this season ends, the top 10 teams will enter the interdimensional elimination tournament. Vale frowned. Elimination tournament. Yes. Single elimination knockout. To determine the overall champion. Duke asked, what rewards are there for winning the elimination tournament? Xiao-Chi's light orb flickered. The champion will receive a special opportunity. Specific details are not yet unlocked. Danny was taken aback. Special opportunity. What opportunity? Not yet unlocked. Shira coldly interjected. So mysterious. Messi stood up. No matter what the opportunity is, let's focus on getting in the top 10 first. He walked towards the sideline. Continue tomorrow. In the evening, in the resting area, 8 people sat around a round table with the holographic screen playing back the training footage from today. Danny watched the clips of his defense while Shira pointed out the issues beside him. Loka repeatedly reviewed the starting move Messi taught him again and again. Vale and Duke studied the rhythm of passing and receiving the ball. Colin watched the slow motion of his hand positioning. Ina sat in the corner, not watching anything. Messi walked over and sat down beside him. What are you thinking? Ina remained silent for a few seconds. The elimination tournament. Messi looked at him, worried. Ina shook his head, thinking about who can win. Messi said nothing. Ina turned to look at him. Do you think we can win in the end? Messi gazed at the record of the Crimson Flame team on the holographic screen. He remained silent for a long time. Yes. Ina didn't ask why. He simply nodded. The 7th round. The opponent is Team 8, the one with the man with the small braid. Before the match, the man with the small braid approached Messi. I watched the match where you lost to the Chien team. Messi remained silent. The man with the small braid chuckled. If it were us, we would have lost too. Danny was taken aback. Are you trying to comfort us? The man with the small braid shook his head. Just stating facts. He turned and walked back to his half of the field. The whistle blew. The match began. Team 8's style was different from the previous teams. They did not rely on physicality or speed, but rather scheming. Every pass seemed precalculated, and every run exploited the gaps in the Aurora team's defense. In the 15th minute, they scored the first goal. Danny got up from the ground. Damn it, why does this team feel like playing chess? Veer gasped for breath. Their captain. That guy with the small braid, his skills must be related to prediction. Aina glanced at the man with the small braid. He was looking back at him. Aina withdrew his gaze. In the 32nd minute, Aina got the ball. He looked up, a silver glint flashed. Void Trace trigger, the ball pierced through the opponent's defense and landed at Messi's feet. Messi took off. Eternal Moment trigger, he bypassed 2 defenders and shot into the net. 11. Team 8's defense crumbled instantly. In the 44th minute, Loka received Dana's cross and scored with a header. 21. In the 68th minute of the second half, Duke's long-range shot deflected off the opponent's defender and into the net. 31. The final whistle. 6 wins and 1 loss. The 8th round. The opponent is Team 4, the one with the young players. Before the match, a young player approached Aina. I want to learn your passing skills. Aina remained silent. The young player scratched his head. If you can't, then forget it. He turned to leave. Aina spoke up. Talent can't be learned. The young player was taken aback, then smiled. I know. I just want... The match began. Team 4 played fiercely, but the gap in strength was obvious. In the first half, Messi scored twice, making it 20. In the second half, Loka added another goal, 30. The final whistle. 7 wins and 1 loss. In the 9th round, the opponent is Team 10, the one with the long-haired woman. Before the match, the long-haired woman lazily leaned against the advertisement board, watching the Aurora team warm up. Danny felt uneasy under her gaze. Why does she keep staring at us? Veer didn't turn around. Studying tactics. Loka quietly asked, is she strong? Shira coldly replied. She sits there, and no one dares to go over and greet her. Do you think she's not strong? The match began. The long-haired woman played in midfield. Her skills were strange. Not acceleration, not strength, but rhythm. When she had the ball, the pace of the entire match slowed down. Not slow in reality, but felt slow. The Aurora team struggled under her influence, unable to play properly. In the 23rd minute, she assisted a goal, making it 10. Before the end of the first half, Aina forcefully tore through the defense with silver light, equalizing for Messi. In the second half, the long-haired woman continued to control the game. In the 67th minute, she scored directly from a free kick, making it 21. The Aurora team was trailing. In the 82nd minute, Messi was brought down, resulting in a free kick. He took the free kick himself and scored. 22. Before the final whistle, Loca's goal was ruled offside. The match ended in a draw. 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. From the 10th round to the 15th round, time passed quickly. The Aurora team continued to win, occasionally drawing a match, but they never lost again. Danny scored 4 goals. 2 were flukes, and 2 he fought for himself. Loca scored 9 goals, ranking second in the scoring list. Messi averaged 1.5 goals per game, firmly holding the top spot in the MVP rankings. Aina's assist count was far ahead. Everyone knew he was the true engine of the Aurora team. The midfield combination of Veer and Duke became increasingly harmonious. Shearer and Danis' defense grew more solid. Colin conceded 8 goals, averaging 0.5 per game, ranking second among goalkeepers. After the 15th round, the standings were released. 1. Chien team 14 wins, 1 draws, 0 losses, 43 points. 2. Aurora team 13 wins, 2 draws, 0 losses, 41 points. 3. Steelhammer team 12 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses, 37 points. 4. Team 3 11 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss, 36 points. 5. Team 8 10 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses, 32 points. Danny looked at the standings. Just 2 points behind. Veer nodded. The Chien team is too steady. Loca asked, when does the knockout stage start? Little 7 floated over. 3 days after the end of the first season. The matchups for the knockout stage will be determined by a draw. Shearer squinted. A draw. Not by ranking. Rankings will determine the seeding. The top 4 will be seeded. Teams the 5th to 8th will be in the 2nd tier, and the 9th to 12th will be in the 3rd tier. Teams from the same tier will avoid each other. Colin nodded. Then we must be seeded teams. Duke grinned. Let's hope for a good draw and not face Chien in the first round. Everyone fell silent for a second. Then Messi spoke. No matter who we face, we must win. 1. Chien team 18 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, 55 points. 2. Aurora team 18 wins, 2 draws, 0 losses, 56 points. Danny looked at that score. Do we have 1 point more than Chien? Veer smiled. They lost 1 match and drew 1. We have never lost. Loca jumped up excitedly. We are first. Little 7 floated over. Congratulations to the Aurora team for winning the first season regular season championship. Each member receives a reward of 200 competition coins. Danis' eyes lit up. 200. Plus what I had before. He quickly calculated. I scored 11 goals, won 15 matches, drew 2. A total of over 300. Little 7 flickered. The exact amount has been credited to your personal account. After the season ends, you can go to the store to purchase attribute cards. Loca asked, when does the knockout stage start? 3 days later. The draw will be held tonight. In the evening, 8 people sat around a round table watching the live draw on the light screen. The 8 seeded teams were placed in order. The Chien team was drawn into the lower bracket. The Aurora team was drawn into the upper bracket. First round opponent team 5, Steelhammer team. Danny was taken aback when he saw the name. Iron Mountain and the others. Veer nodded. Old rivals. Loca felt a bit nervous. We won last time, but they have improved a lot this season. Shearer coldly replied. No matter how much they improve, they are still our defeated foes. Colin nodded. The Steelhammer team is strong in physicality, but we are no longer afraid of physical play. The draw continued. In the lower bracket, Chien team's first round opponent is Team 8, the one with the small braid. When the man with the small braid was drawn against Leon, his expression stiffened for a moment. Danny laughed. Deserved it. The draw concluded. Little 7 floated to the center of the round table. The knockout stage starts 3 days later. Please be prepared. Messi stood up. Normal training for these days. Danny nodded. Understood. Just as he was about to leave, Little 7 suddenly spoke. There is something. I must tell everyone. Everyone stopped. Little 7's light sphere flickered a few times, and the voice changed. No longer the gentle electronic voice, but deeper, more human-like. Understood. Just as he was about to leave, Little 7 suddenly spoke. There is something. I must tell everyone. Everyone stopped. Danny was stunned. Not an arena? Then what is it? It is a selection. Suddenly an image appeared on the line. Countless light points converged into a line, and at the end of the line was a huge vortex. The only purpose of the multiverse arena's existence is to select true strong warriors. Shearer squinted. What is the purpose of the selection? To participate in the final battle of the multiverse. Loca asked, what is the battle of the multiverse? Little 7's projection flickered. The ultimate showdown of the pinnacle of sports from all parallel worlds. Not just football, basketball, athletics, swimming, fighting. The strongest in all disciplines will meet there. The room fell silent. Danny swallowed. Then, what is the use of winning? Little 7 looked at them. Those who win can return to any point in time in their own world. Messi's eyes shifted. Little 7 continued, they can also choose to stay in the multiverse and become the next Veer asked, what is a guardian? The maintainers of order in the multiverse. Witnesses to the birth of every sports legend in each world. Duke scratched his head. Sounds a bit mystical. Little 7's light sphere flickered. The knockout stage champion will gain the qualification to participate in the battle of the multiverse. Everyone looked at Messi. Messi was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Let's first win the knockout stage. Danny grinned. The captain is right. 3 days later. The lights at the multiverse football arena shone brighter than usual. The number of light orbs in the stands doubled. All 11 other teams were present. Today marks the first day of the elimination round with 4 matches happening simultaneously. The Aurora team faces the Hammer team scheduled for the Central Stadium. As Danny stepped out of the tunnel, he squinted against the glare of the light orbs. So many. Are they here to watch us? Veer did not turn around. They're here to see who wins. Loka's legs felt a bit weak from the tension. Sheila glanced at him. Why are your legs shaking? You've played before. Loka whispered, the elimination round is different. Taizhan was already standing in the opposite half. He was more robust than 3 months ago. Not fat, but solid muscle, the outline visible even through his jersey. He spotted Messi and nodded. Good to see you again. Messi remained silent. Taizhan walked over. You won against us in the regular season. This time it won't happen again. Danny couldn't hold back. You said the same thing last time. Taizhan shot him a glance. I didn't say that last time. Danny was taken aback. Taizhan turned and walked away. Loka whispered, he seems more confident now. Veer nodded. They must have improved as well in these 3 months. The whistle blew. The match began. The Hammer team kicked off. The moment Taizhan got the ball, Messi sensed a change. His movements were faster than 3 months ago. Not just a little faster, but visibly quicker. He advanced with the ball, and Danny rushed in to press. Taizhan did not try to resist. He passed the ball to the wing and continued to move forward. Rex received the ball and crossed it. Gordon and Harvey charged into the penalty area simultaneously, one towards the near post, the other towards the far post. Colin hesitated for a second and chose to cover the near post. The ball landed at the far post. Harvey headed the ball into the net. 43 seconds into the match. Danny stood frozen in place. What the hell? The first team's bench. Leon watched the screen and smiled. That guy Taizhan must have added 30 points to his speed. A nearby person quietly asked, Captain, can the Aurora team turn this around? Leon did not answer. The third team's bench. The short-haired woman paused her pen for a moment. The Hammer team has become smarter. They're not relying on physicality anymore, they're using speed. A nearby person asked, aren't they a physical team? The short-haired woman shook her head. Not anymore. In the 15th minute, the Hammer team scored again. This time it was Taizhan himself. He received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, withstood Danny's challenge, turned, and shot. Colin made an attempt to save, but the ball still went in. 20. Danny got up from the ground drenched in sweat. He wasn't this fast before. Sheila gasped for breath. He added speed. Loka panicked. What do we do? No one answered. Everyone looked at Messi. Messi remained silent for 2 seconds. Push out. Veer was shocked. Now? We're down by 2. Messi looked at him. If we shrink back, we'll lose by more. In the 28th minute, the Aurora team changed formation. Aina moved forward, Veer and Dukra took the wings with Danny pushing up. If we shrink back, we'll lose by more. In the 28th minute, the Aurora team changed formation. Aina moved forward, Veer and Dukra took a flash of silver light. Void mark trigger, the ball penetrated the defense and landed at Danny's feet. Where was Danny? At the edge of the penalty area. He received the ball, turned, and faced Taizhan. Taizhan was momentarily stunned. Danny took his shot. It was not a pass, but a strike. The ball went through Taizhan's legs and headed towards the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper Marcus reacted half a second too late. 21. The 8th team's bench. A man with small braids whistled. That defender, can he shoot now? A nearby person nodded. He added shooting ability. In the 44th minute, just before the end of the first half, Aina once again had the ball. This time he did not trigger a skill, it was just a regular pass. Messi received the ball facing 3 defenders. He glanced at Loka's position. Loka was running. Bounce trigger, Loka instantly shook off his defender. Messi pushed the ball forward. Loka was unknown with the goalkeeper. He took the shot. 22. Loka ran towards Messi and jumped onto him. What a beautiful pass. Messi said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. In the second half. In the 60th minute, the Hammer team took the lead again. Taizhan scored from a corner, overpowering Danny with a header. 32. Danny got up from the ground. It's me again. Messi walked over. It's not your fault. He's too tall. Messi looked at him. You don't need to be taller than him. You need to be faster than him. In the 72nd minute, the Aurora team counterattacked. Aina passed the ball, Messi broke through and was fouled. Free kick. 25 meters from the goal. Messi stood over the ball. Taizhan directed the wall, 6 big players lined up. The whistle blew. Messi ran up and shot. The ball curved around the wall, dropping rapidly. 33. The first team's bench. Leon's smile faded. This free kick is quite interesting. In the 83rd minute, the Hammer team pushed forward. They had to win. In the 88th minute, Aina had the ball. The midfield of the Hammer team was vacant. He looked up. Messi was running. Loka was running. Danny was running too. He passed the ball. A flash of silver light. Void mark trigger, the ball sliced through the entire half and landed at Danny's feet. Danny was unknown. He glanced back. No one was chasing him. He advanced with the ball facing the goalkeeper. He took the shot. 43. The third team's bench. The short-haired woman stood up. That defender. A match winner. The person beside her opened his mouth wide. He's a defender and scored 2. The final whistle blew. 43. The Aurora team advanced to the semifinals. Danny lay on the grass gazing at the starry sky above. I scored the winning goal. Loka ran over and jumped onto him. You scored the winning goal. Veer approached smiling. A defender scoring twice, you really have no shame. Duck laughed foolishly. From now on, well, just call you a forward. Sheila stood beside them, arms crossed. That's fine. Colin walked over and patted Dana's head. From now on, well, just call you a forward. Sheila stood beside them, arms crossed. That's fine. Colin walked over and patted Dana's head. See, you guys won. Messi nodded. Tyson extended his hand. Next time. He paused. Forget it, I won't say anything. Messi shook his hand. Tyson turned and left. In the Aurora team's bench, 8 players slumped in their chairs. Danny was still smiling. I scored the winning goal. I scored the winning goal. Loka glanced at him. Can you say something else? Danny thought for a moment. I scored 2. Loka rolled his eyes. Xiao Qi floated over. Congratulations on advancing to the semifinals. You will face the third team in 3 days. The room fell silent for a second. The third team. The short-haired woman's team. Veer frowned. How many matches have they lost this season? Duck thought for a moment. 3. For a... Sheila spoke up. 3. 2 against the Crimson Flame team, 1 against the Hammer team. Danny was taken aback. The Hammer team beat them. Colin nodded. In the regular season, Tyson exploded in that match. Messi stood up. We'll talk again in 3 days. He walked towards the door. He paused at the entrance. The door closed. Danny stood in shock for a few seconds. Then he grinned. The captain praised me. 3 days later, the stands of the multiverse soccer arena were filled with glowing orbs illuminating the venue as if it were daytime. Today marked the semifinals. Upper bracket Aurora team versus Team 3. Lower bracket Crimson Flame team versus Team 8. As Danny stepped out of the tunnel, he squinted under the dazzling light of the orbs. So many. Bill did not turn back. All 11 teams are here, including those that have been eliminated. Loka was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. Sheila glanced at him. Are your legs shaking again? Loka nodded. Yes, they are. Sheila remained silent, but her hands were also trembling slightly. Colin patted his gloves. Team 3 has only lost 3 matches this season. Duke could no longer manage a smile. Their captain is quite intimidating. Aina stood beside Messi silent. But he was watching the short-haired woman walking out from the opposite side. She was looking at him too. Team 3. The captain is named Vera. Short hair, slender build, and eyes like an eagle. Her skills remain a mystery. All anyone knows is that whoever she focuses on will have a tough time. It's not speed or power suppression, but a very strange feeling. As if everything is being seen through. She walked close to the center circle, gazing at Messi. As I said last time, I'm here to keep an eye on you. Messi remained silent. Vera turned to Aina. I've watched your passes many times. Aina didn't respond. Vera looked at Loka. Glass, you've scored 15 goals. Not bad. Loka felt a bit anxious. Vera finally looked at Danny. You? Forget it. Danny was taken aback. What do you mean by forget it? Vera had already turned and walked away. The whistle blew. The match began. Team 3 kicked off. The moment Vera took the ball, Messi sensed it. Her skill was somewhat similar to Aina's, but completely different. Aina cuts through space. Vera predicts. Every step she took was on the most uncomfortable spot for the Aurora team's defense. In the 5th minute, she delivered a precise through ball slicing through the gap between Danny and Sheila. The forward of Team 3 received the ball unknown. Colin charged out, making the save. Corner kick. Danny let out a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. Sheila focused on Vera. She's not watching the ball, but the person. In the 12th minute, Vera got the ball again. This time she faced Aina. Their gazes locked. Vera took a step. Aina did not move. Vera took another step. Aina still did not move. Vera suddenly passed the ball. It flew past Aina and landed at the feet of his teammate. Aina turned back, but it was too late. The forward of Team 3 shot. 10. In the first team's resting area, Leon squinted. That Vera has seen right through Aina. Someone next to him asked, how did she do that? Leon shook his head. I don't know. Her skill is beyond my understanding. In the 25th minute, the Aurora team countered. Aina took the ball, a flash of silver light. Void trace trigger, the ball pierced through midfield, landing at Messi's feet. Messi turned and Vera was already standing in front of him. He initiated. Eternal moment trigger. Vera's movements should have slowed down, but they did not. She extended her foot, giving the ball a gentle poke. The ball was knocked away. Messi froze for a second. Vera looked at him. Your skill is useless against me. In the resting area of Team 8, a man with braids gasped. How did she do that? The person next to him shook his head. I don't know. In the 38th minute, the Aurora team trailed 0-1. Danny was anxious. The captain is being marked tightly. Ana is being seen through. How do we play a? Vale gritted his teeth. There's still Loka. Loka was stunned. Me. Sheila spoke up. Loka was a bit panicked. Can I? Really do it? Messi walked over. Run. Loka looked at him. Where should I run to? Messi pointed to the opponent's penalty area. Run to where the ball will land. In the 44th minute, just before the first half ended, Ana took the ball, a flash of silver light. This time he did not pass to Messi. The ball flew to the right. Loka was running. Bounce trigger, he shook off the defender, received the ball unknown. He shot. 11. Loka froze for a second. Then he ran towards Messi. I scored. Messi patted his head. Good run. In the second half. In the 53rd minute, Vera assisted again. 21. In the 68th minute, Messi scored from a free kick. 22. In the 79th minute, Vera took a long shot herself. 32. In the 88th minute, Ana passed the ball and Loka scored again. 33. The crowd erupted. The glowing orbs in the stands flickered wildly. In the first team's resting area, Leon stood up. Overtime. The person next to him swallowed hard. This game is insane. In the 103rd minute of overtime, Vera's stamina dropped. Messi seized the opportunity, breaking through and shooting. 43. In the 119th minute, Vera made her last attack. She advanced with the ball facing Ana. The two locked eyes. Vera took a step. Ana did not move. She took another step. Ana still did not move. Vera passed the ball. The ball flew into the penalty area. Colin leaped and made the save. The final whistle blew. 43. The Aurora team won. Vera stood in place looking at Messi. Messi walked over. The two shook hands. Vera smiled. Next time I will win. Messi nodded. Vera turned and walked away. As she reached the tunnel entrance, she paused. In the finals, take down the Crimson Flame team for us. In the resting area of the Aurora team, 8 individuals slumped in their chairs. No one spoke. After just finishing overtime, they were too exhausted to move. The screen displayed the results of another semifinal. The Crimson Flame team 3-1 against Team 8. Danny glanced at it. As expected, it's them. We're nodded. The finals will be against the Crimson Flame team. Loka felt a bit anxious. Last time we lost by 5. Duke couldn't muster a smile. Sheila spoke coldly. Last time is last time. Colin unwrapped the bandage and rewrapped it. In these 3 days, we need to practice well. Messi stood up. Tomorrow we rest. The day after tomorrow, we will practice for a day. Danny was taken aback. Just practice for 1 day? Messi looked at him. Practicing too much is useless. The next day, the resting area was unusually quiet. No one went to the training ground. Danny woke up at noon. Loka was in the room watching videos. Weir and Duke were playing chess. Sheila was meditating. Colin repeatedly wrapped his bandage. Ana sat in the corner doing nothing. Messi stood by the window gazing at the starry river outside. Little Seven floated over. What are you thinking? Messi said nothing. Little Seven was silent for a moment. You know you are the first one I want to keep watching. Messi turned to look at it. Little Seven's light sphere flickered. In the past, those who entered were all striving to become stronger. Only you have been watching your teammates. Messi remained silent. Little Seven spoke again. On the day of the finals, Leon will unleash all his strength. Messi nodded. Are you ready? Messi looked outside the window. I'm ready. On the 3rd day at the training ground, the 8 of them had their final joint practice. The content was simple: passing, positioning, shooting. No one said much, but everyone knew this was the last time before the finals. After 2 hours of practice, Messi, that's enough. Danny wiped his sweat. Is this really enough? Messi looked at him. Whether it's enough, we will find out tomorrow. In the evening, in the resting area, Little Seven floated over. The finals will begin tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Danny raised his hand. Do you have any suggestions? Little Seven remained silent for a few seconds. Leon's domain has a radius of 10 meters, increasing his teammates' speed by 20. His weakness is... It paused. There are no weaknesses. Danny's face darkened. Then what's the point of saying that? Little Seven flickered. But you have Messi. Everyone turned to look at Messi. Messi said nothing. He merely gazed at the names of the Crimson Flame team on the screen. Leon, Cassie, Bren, Falco. He scrutinized each one. Then he spoke. Tomorrow, just run. Danny was taken aback. Run where? Messi pointed to the run to where you can score. The stands of the Universal Arena were packed with glowing orbs illuminating the entire venue, as if it were daytime. 12 teams, over 100 people had all gathered. Tyshawn Wei-La, the man with braids, the long-haired woman, the chubby one, and the tall, thin one. Everyone was fixated on the central pitch. The Aurora team stood at the players' tunnel. Danny took a deep breath. Everyone's here. Veer nodded. To see who wins. Loka's legs began to Sheila glanced at him. Why are you shaking? Loka whispered, the finals. Colin clapped his gloves. The Crimson Flame team lost 5 last time. Duke could no longer manage a smile. Enna stood silently beside Messi, watching the opposing team walk out. The Crimson Flame team. Leon walked at the front, his bald head shining under the lights. Behind him followed Caxi, Brun, and Falco, for SS-ranked players. The strongest team in the entire Universal Arena. Leon approached the center circle looking at Messi. We meet again. Messi remained silent. Leon smiled slightly. Last time it was 5-1. This time it won't be so easy. Danny couldn't hold back. What do you mean? Leon shot him a glance. It means you'll lose. Danny was left speechless. Leon turned and walked back. Wayla spoke up from the stands. That guy is still so annoying. Tyshawn nodded. But he speaks the truth. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the whistle blew. The match began. The Crimson Flame team kicked off. The moment Leon got the ball, Messi felt that familiar power. Within a 10-meter radius, everyone's movements changed. Caxi sprinted past him, moving faster than a shadow. Brun received the ball, turned, and passed it in one fluid motion, twice as fast as normal. Falco charged into the penalty area, received the ball, and shot. Colin dove to block it. The ball was deflected out of bounds. Corner kick. Danny got up from the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Still so fast. Sheila panted. Within a 20-meter range, it's all acceleration zones. Veer gritted his teeth. 10-meter radius. Wherever Leon goes, that area is an acceleration zone. Loca's voice trembled with nervousness. What do we do? Messi remained silent, merely watching Leon. Leon was watching him too. In the first 10 minutes, the Aurora team was suffocated. The Crimson Flame team's attacks came wave after wave, each one unreasonably fast. Colin saved 5 shots, but everyone could see that he couldn't hold out much longer. In the 13th minute, the Crimson Flame team scored. Leon received the ball near the center circle with the acceleration zone covering the entire midfield. Caxi and Brun both surged forward simultaneously, passing the ball effortlessly into the penalty area. Falco received the ball facing Danny. Danny positioned himself, but Falco was too fast. He took one step forward and shot. The ball drilled into the corner. 1-0. Falco ran toward the corner flag, and the Crimson Flame team surrounded him to celebrate. Leon stood still watching Messi. He said nothing, but in that gaze Messi understood. You can't stop me. In the stands, Tyshawn clicked his tongue. Here we go again. Wei La coldly interjected. How long can the Aurora team hold on? In the 21st minute, the Aurora team had their first threatening attack. Enna had the ball, and Leon was not near him. He looked up a flash of silver light. The void mark was triggered. The ball pierced through the midfield, landing directly at Messi's feet. Messi received the ball and turned. Leon already appeared in front of him. The acceleration zone enveloped Messi. Messi made his move. Moment of eternity was triggered. Both their skills activated simultaneously. To Messi, Leon's movements slowed down. Yet Leon's speed still exceeded that of an ordinary person. He couldn't completely get past him. Leon reached out and pulled, causing Messi to fall. The whistle blew. Foul. Free kick. Messi stood up and looked at Leon. Leon smiled slightly. Your skill can only counter half of mine in front of me. In the stands, Tyshawn shook his head. That guy Leon's domain perfectly counters Messi. Wayla said nothing but clenched her fists. Free kick. 25 meters from the goal. Messi stood in front of the ball. Leon directed the wall. 6 men lined up, all within his acceleration zone. The whistle blew. Messi took a run-up and shot. The ball curved over the wall, plummeting rapidly. Leon suddenly dashed out from behind the wall, heading it clear. He used the speed from the acceleration zone to catch up to Messi's free kick. In the stands, Wayla dropped her water bottle on the ground. What the hell? The man with braids gaped. Is that even human? The first half ended. 1-0. The Aurora team had 0 shots on target. In the resting area, 7 people sat panting. No one spoke. Danny was the first to break the silence. That guy really can't be stopped. Veer shook his head. It's not that we can't stop him. His skill counters us too well. Loca lowered his head. I can't even get a touch on the ball. Sheila, rarely silent, leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling. Colin's hands were trembling. Duke couldn't manage a smile anymore. Enna sat motionless in the corner. Messi looked at them. After a long silence, he spoke. In the second half, we changed tactics. Danny raised his head. Changed to what? Messi looked at Enna. You control the ball. He'll wait up front. He looked at Loca. You run. Run until they can't catch you. Loca was taken aback. Can I outrun someone in the acceleration zone? Messi looked at him. You have 3 seconds. That's enough. He turned to Danny. You come up. Danny, make a forward run. Danny opened his mouth. But I'm a defender. Sheila coldly interjected. If he tells you to go, just go. Danny shut his mouth. The second half began. The Crimson Flame team continued their relentless assault. In the 52nd minute, Falco scored again. 2-0. In the 61st minute, Caxi scored from a distance. 3-0. In the stands, Wayla stood up. It's over. Tyshawn shook his head. Not yet. Look at that number 10. In the 68th minute, Enna had the ball. Leon was not near him. He looked up a flash of silver light. The void mark was triggered. The ball pierced through the entire half, landing at Messi's feet. In front of Messi, there was only the goalkeeper. He made his move. Moment of eternity was triggered. The goalkeeper was a step slow. 1-3. In the stands, Tyshawn smiled. Here it comes. In the 74th minute, the Aurora team changed formation. Enna moved forward. Danny pushed ahead. Loca drifted to the wing. Leon was taken aback. The defenders are coming up. In the 78th minute, Enna passed the ball. It wasn't for Messi nor for Loca, but for Danny. Where was Danny? At the edge of the penalty arc. He received the ball, turned, and faced Caxi. He shot. It wasn't a pass, it was a goal attempt. The ball went through Caxi's legs, heading straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper was half a second slow, 2-3. In the stands, the man with braids whistled. That defender scored again. Wayla was taken aback. Again him. In the 83rd minute, the Crimson Flame team pushed forward. They had to stabilize the score. In the 87th minute, Enna had the ball. Leon charged at him. Enna did not trigger his skill. He passed the ball to Veer. Veer passed it to Duke. Duke passed it to Sheila. Sheila passed it to Danny. 8 passes, and the Crimson Flame team's pressing was gradually torn apart. In the 89th minute, Danny passed the ball back to Enna. Enna looked up. Messi was running. Loka was running. Danny was also running. He passed the ball. A flash of silver light. The void mark was triggered. The ball pierced through the penalty area, landing at Loka's feet. Loka was unknown with the goalkeeper. He glanced at the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper rushed out. Loka crossed. Messi surged in from the other side. An open goal. 3-3. In the stands, everyone stood up at once. Wayla clenched her fists. It went in. Tyshawn opened his mouth. That number 7. Passed it. 3 minutes of stoppage time. In the 92nd minute, the Crimson Flame team made their last attack. Leon pushed the ball forward himself. His acceleration zone covered the entire half. Caxi, Brun, and Falco surged forward simultaneously. 4-3. Leon passed the ball. The ball flew into the penalty area. Falco received it and shot. Colin dove to block it. The ball landed outside the penalty area. Veer got it. He didn't stop. He directly passed to Enna. Enna looked up. Messi was already running. Danny was also running. Enna passed the ball. It wasn't silver light. It wasn't acceleration. Just an ordinary curved ball. But it flew over the entire half, landing at Messi's feet. In front of Messi, there was only Leon. The two locked eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. Messi surged forward. Moment of eternity was triggered. Leon's domain activated simultaneously. Their skills clashed. To Messi, Leon's movements slowed down. To Leon, Messi also slowed down. But Messi was a fraction faster. He slipped past Leon. Unknown. The goalkeeper rushed out. Messi took the shot. A delicate chip. The ball flew over the goalkeeper's head. Slowly, it landed in the goal. 4-3. The final whistle blew. The Aurora team won. Danny was the first to rush towards Messi. Loka jumped onto his back. Veer came over, Duke came over, and everyone surrounded them in a group. Colin knelt in front of the goal, covering his face with his hands. Sheila stood at the sidelines, her lips moving slightly. Enna was the last to approach. He looked at Messi. Messi was also looking at him. They said nothing. But everyone knew that this match was won together. Leon stood still for a long time. Messi walked over. Leon looked at him. You won. Messi nodded. Leon extended his hand. Next time I will win back. Messi shook his hand. Leon turned and walked away. As he reached the tunnel, he paused. In the Battle of the Realms, take down everyone for us. On the podium, glowing orbs gathered to form a massive trophy, hovering in midair. Shao Chi floated over. The Aurora team champions of the first season. Each person received 500 competition coins. Bonus reward elimination round MVP, Messi. Danny grinned. Captain, you get an extra share. Messi said nothing. He gazed at the trophy. Shao Chi's voice changed. Aurora team, you have qualified to participate in the Battle of the Realms. 3 months later, the peak athletes from all parallel worlds will gather here. Basketball, athletics, swimming, combat. The strongest in all events. Danny was stunned. All events? Yes. Loka seemed a bit anxious. Does that mean we have to compete against the whole world? Shao Chi fell silent for a second. It means competing against all worlds. Everyone looked at Messi. Messi remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. We'll talk about the matters in 3 months when the time comes. He turned to his teammates. For now, let's head back and rest. Sheila stepped forward. Colin glanced back at the trophy and then followed. Enna brought up the rear. They had won the championship. Sheila stepped forward. Colin glanced back at the trophy and then followed. Enna brought up the rear. They had won the championship. 3 months later, there would be a grander battlefield. But today they just wanted to celebrate. The award ceremony has concluded. The trophy, formed from a gathering of light orbs, was taken by Shao Chi, who stated it would be preserved in the Aurora team's honor room. The other teams in the stands gradually dispersed. Tyshawn waved goodbye to Danny as he left, while Wayla glanced at Messi, said nothing, and turned to leave. Leon was the last to depart. He stood at the entrance of the passage, casting a glance back at Messi. Don't lose in 3 months, he said. Messi nodded. Leon disappeared into the passage. In the Aurora team's rest area, the 8 of them slumped in their chairs. No one spoke. They were too exhausted. Danny was the first to break the silence. We won. Loka smiled. We won. Veer closed his eyes. The championship. Duke grinned foolishly. I can hardly imagine it. Sheila, unusually quiet, leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Colin removed the bandage from his hand and tossed it onto the table. In 3 months, there's the world battle. The room fell silent for a moment. Danny scratched his head. What was that thing again? Competing in all events. Veer nodded. Basketball, athletics, swimming, combat. The champions of all sports. Loka looked a bit panicked. Does that mean we have to compete against the whole world? Sheila glanced at him. It's against all worlds. Loka became even more anxious. Duke's grin faltered. Everyone turned to Messi, who sat there holding a cup of mate tea. Unbeknownst to them, he had acquired it from somewhere. He took a sip. We'll talk about 3 months from now, 3 months later. Danny was taken aback. Then what do we do in these 3 months? Messi stood up. Play football. He walked toward the room entrance. After taking a couple of steps, he paused and looked back. The 7 of them looked at him. What about you guys? Danny was the first to stand up. Play, of course. What else? Loka jumped up. I'll play too. Veer smiled and stood up. Duke stood up with a silly grin. Sheila slowly rose. Colin gathered the bandage from the table and stood up. Aino was the last to stand. He looked at Messi, who was also looking at him. Neither said anything, but everyone knew they would continue playing together. Xiaoqi floated over and the light orb flickered. 3 months later, the world battle. Are you ready? It's too early to talk about being ready. Loka nodded. Let's play for 3 months first. Veer looked at Messi. Captain, what do you say? Messi took another sip of mate tea. Whether we're ready or not, we'll know once we play. He turned and walked toward the door. Training tomorrow. At 8 o'clock. The door closed. Danny looked at the door and smiled. This guy, he's always like this. Loka asked, like what? Danny thought for a moment. It's like, you know he will win, but you don't know how he wins. Loka didn't understand, but he nodded. The stars outside the window flowed gently. In the Aurora team's rest area, the 8 of them returned to their rooms. Xiaoqi floated in the air, watching their departing figures. Recording complete. Aurora team, first season champions. Core members Messi, Aina, Danny, Loka, Veer, Duke, Sheila, Colin. It fell silent for a moment. Then it gently said, thank you for letting me witness this. The next morning at 7:55, the training grounds door opened. Danny walked in and saw Messi and Aina already standing on the field. Messi was dribbling, weaving around the pole over and over. Aina was passing the ball 1 kick at a time. Just like 3 months ago. Danny smiled. These two, always the earliest. Loka walked in, rubbing his eyes. Veer, Duke, Sheila, and Colin arrived one after another. The 8 of them stood on the field. Messi had the ball at his feet. He looked at them. Let's begin. Danny grinned. Captain, what are we practicing today? Messi pondered for a moment. Practicing to win. The sunlight of the worlds, shone down on the training ground. In the distance, new opponents had yet to appear, but they knew 3 months later they would come. At that time, there would be basketball kings, legends of athletics, swimming champions, and myths of combat. The pinnacle of all sports would gather here. But today they only wanted to play football. Messi passed, Aina passed to Loka. Loka passed to Danny. Danny passed to Veer. Veer passed to Duke. Duke passed to Sheila. Sheila passed to Colin. Colin passed back to Messi. The ball returned to his feet. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. He didn't know what was there, but he knew. Football had not yet been played enough. The end of the book postscript. In May 2021, Messi wept at the press conference in Camp Nou, saying he never expected to leave. In December 2022, he lifted the World Cup in Lusail as the whole world shouted his name. In March 2023, he won the championship in the first season of the World Arena, becoming teammates with 7 strangers. Football is a strange thing at times. It can make you cry, make you laugh, and make you chase a ball like a child, even if. But Messi never asked why. He simply kept playing. From the muddy fields of Rosario to the grass of Camp Nou to the final in Lusail to the Star River of the Worlds, he is still playing. He will continue to play, because football has not yet been played enough.